the cold school beauty discovered a little secret in my phone. She curiously clicked on the video named after her. The next second, a voice echoed throughout the entire class. From then on, the school beauty gained the nickname Sister Pian and thus had a feud with me. Whenever the two met, it was either arguing or fighting. And at this moment, I had just finished the test paper and was bored. So I secretly opened a short video to watch beautiful women. Just as I was indulging in that impressive figure, suddenly a sweet voice sounded, "Teacher, Jiang Yu is cheating." Hearing this, I was instantly stunned. Is this woman never going to stop? The head teacher frowned and said, "Jiang Yu, bring me the phone." I saw that I couldn't escape this disaster, so I had to walk up and hand over the phone. I was already a little angry, but when I came down, I saw Lin Xiaoyue looking at me with a smug, disdainful, and arrogant look, which made me even more angry. At that moment, someone on Lin Xiaoyue's side let out a huge fart, pugulujulidudu, giving the feeling of wetting one's pants. Seeing this, I smiled slightly. Report to the teacher. Lin Xiaoyue farted. Don't you like to tell on others to the teacher? Then go ahead. Who doesn't know how to do that? Several people with a low sense of humor in the class instantly couldn't hold back, and Lin Xiaoyue's face turned even redder. When everyone already had a default suspect, it no longer mattered who farted. Jiang Yu, are you sick? Lin Xiaoyue turned around and said angrily to me, and at this moment, the fart sound rang out again. Dong dong dudu gulu machine pugu pugu, feeling like it could fly with a little more horsepower. The students in the class burst into laughter. Even the corner of the head teacher's mouth couldn't stop twitching. The head teacher couldn't help but laugh for a moment, but immediately put on a serious look. Lin Xiaoyue, Jiang Yu, you two, come to my office. In the math office, the homeroom teacher scolded loudly. What's going on with you two? Faced with the homeroom teacher's scolding, the two lowered their heads and remained silent. Smack! The homeroom teacher slammed the table. Speak! Report to the teacher. Jiang Yu watched a pornographic video. Lin Xiaoyue exclaimed loudly. But the female teacher next door who was watching the commotion almost sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Lin Xiaoyue's words shocked the class teacher. What? Watching a pornographic video? After recovering, he looked at Lin Xiaoyue, then suspiciously at me. Upon seeing this, I quickly explained. Lei Gu, don't listen to her nonsense. I was watching a restricted film from Korea at the time. It was a bit explicit but not obscene or pornographic. It's actually one of their top 10 classics. Before I could finish, Lin Xiaoyue interrupted. You clearly watched something disgusting. Although she also wanted to mention Jiang Yu watching her face-changing video, she couldn't say it in front of the homeroom teacher. Just as she was about to say something else, the homeroom teacher frowned and asked, Xiaoyue, even if Jiang Yu watched that kind of thing, why are you so angry? Although watching that kind of thing is indeed inappropriate. But is Lin Xiaoyue too abnormal because of this anger? Is it just because of an overwhelming sense of justice? These two people must have other things. Lin Xiaoyue hesitated, seeing that she was about to tell the truth. I quickly interjected. Lei Gu, actually, it's like this. Last week during the activity class, I was watching a movie there, and she insisted on coming over to watch it together. I couldn't resist her, so I had no choice but to let her watch it with me. While watching, I said, you look quite similar to the female lead in this movie. As a result, the scene changed, and it happened to be a not-so-good segment. My intention was to praise her for being good-looking, but she insisted that I disgusted her. Talking nonsense. Lin Xiaoyue's eyes widened in an instant. Clearly it was this person watching disgusting things, but now it has turned into me being domineering and petty. How can you be so good at making up stories? Many things are based on first impressions. I made such a reasonable argument. As long as Lin Xiaoyue couldn't produce evidence, the homeroom teacher definitely wouldn't believe it. Thinking of this, I solemnly said to her, of course, that statement I made at the time may indeed have been inconsiderate. If it made you uncomfortable, I apologize to you now. If the homeroom teacher wasn't here, I would really want to teach this person a lesson. Stirring up trouble, distorting right and wrong. It sounds like I'm making trouble here unreasonably. Later, the homeroom teacher comforted Lin Xiaoyue, and then lightly scolded me. After leaving the office, Lin Xiaoyue stopped me angrily. Why are you so good at pretending to be a good person? I shrugged helplessly. What do you mean by pretending to be a good person? I am a good person. Do good people watch adult videos? The thought of me secretly watching my face-swapping videos in bed at night, and possibly doing some dirty things, made her shudder. I defended myself. Now that webpage is a mess, with all kinds of ads. If you accidentally click on it, you passively receive some filthy information. Do you think I want that? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyue sneered. So you just conveniently downloaded it? Coincidentally, that was all automatically cached and downloaded by the browser, even renamed. What does that have to do with me? She burst out laughing in exasperation. You are so good at making up stories. Why don't you write a novel? It would definitely be a bestseller. I shook my head helplessly. And you're saying this about me? Is it polite to casually go through someone's phone? Lin Xiaoyue muttered softly. I didn't mean to. I accidentally saw it in the background. See, isn't that also a coincidence for you? So only you can have coincidences, and others can't? Are you the only lucky one in the whole world? Lin Xiaoyue was so angry that she couldn't speak, staring at me with wide eyes. Seeing her like this, I continued sarcastically. Besides, I don't even know what you're talking about with those face-swapping things. You're a girl. You should watch less of that messy stuff. It's not good for your health. Instantly, her face turned cold. What did you say? No wonder Qian Xin and the others call you Sister Pian. You know so much. Recommend me a couple of films later. With that, I smirked and raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyue exploded. Say one more word and see what happens. I have a personality that doesn't respond well to aggression. Seeing her expression, I couldn't help but provoke her a few more times. But as soon as I finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyue subdued me so I couldn't move. Touch me again and see. I warn you, don't force me to hit a woman. My bad. My bad. Big sister. I was wrong. Go easy on me. At this moment, in the math department office, the homeroom teacher was boasting to her colleague Zhao Hongyan about how she handled student conflicts. Just then, the office door was pushed open with a bang. Lei Gu. Something's wrong. Lin Xiaoyue and Jiang Yu are fighting downstairs. With a pu sound, the homeroom teacher spat out the hot tea she had just sipped. Who? The homeroom teacher was a bit incredulous. Lin Xiaoyue and Jiang Yu? Lei Gu. You better go check it out. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher quickly looked at Zhao Hongyan. Yan Jie, you carry on. I'll go down and take a look. Shirlei said. Originally Zhao Hongyan people have stood up, but listening to Shirlei so said can only sit down. People this is obviously do not want to let themselves go down to see the fun. This force to go down is not inviting people to annoy. Zhao Hongyan's heart felt like a cat scratching right now. Especially look at this, also two children in the office quarrel, that energy. TSK. No. Back to go to the security section to check the surveillance. Although Zhao Hongyan also knew that she shouldn't be like this as a teacher. But apart from her status as a teacher, Zhao Hongyan was still a woman. A curious woman. By the time Shirlei arrived, Lin Xiaoyu was riding on Jiang Yu like a female martial arts god and pounding away. Not long after, Shirlei brought Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu back to the math team office with a dark face. Sister Yan, the sunshine outside can be good. You're sitting in this office all day, and you don't go out to sneak around. Shirlei entered the door first without reprimanding Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu, but said smilingly to Zhao Hongyan. How could Zhao Hongyan not hear that Shirlei was driving people away? Although there is dissatisfaction in the heart, but also did not show it. Just did not go down to see the fun is already very much to the face. You this then drive people more or less a little unreasonable. Mr. Shirlei, am I disturbing you here? Zhao Hongyan directly put the words clearly. Today this melon I am determined to eat. Even if the king of heaven came, do not want to throw me out. No, see which words you're talking about. Looking at Zhao Hongyan, who was relying on not leaving, Shirlei was also helpless. Although it is humiliating to discipline a student in front of outsiders, it can't be forced to give people Zhao Hongyan to throw them out because of something like this. Just then, another female math team teacher walked in. What the hell kind of weather is this? One day cool and one day hot. Sister Yan, accompany me to buy something. Wang Wan said. I'm in the middle of writing a lesson plan here. Hey Wanner, come over and help me look at this question. Zhao Hongyan saw Wang Wan come in and hurriedly gave Wang Wan a wink. This will write what lesson plan? Back to say, you have nothing to do at night. Together to do a SPA. I know there is a new open the whole 75% off, the last 2 days. Wang Wan looked at Zhao Hongyan, who was constantly winking at herself, but she was also confused. This question is really quite interesting. Come over here and take a look first. Zhao Hongyan dragged Wang Wan over as soon as she could, then kept giving her a wink, signaling her to look in Shirlei's direction. After all these years of working together, there's still a little bit of understanding. Let's see. This question. Wang Wan finished and hurriedly lowered her voice. What's wrong with these two students? Early love. What early love and fighting? A fight? Isn't that Lei's class Lin Xiaoyue? Fighting? Lin Xiaoyue normal play. The score is stable at 630 or more. Basically has been booked to 985 place. Coupled with good-looking people. And is a study committee member. Often in and out of the office. So many teachers know. Just say it. Usually see this girl head when quietly. Did not think it is not a good thing? See to the boy's arm scratching. And you do not know. These two children just let Lei brother to mediate half a day. The results went out to fight. My goodness. It's a good thing I came up here. Hey, who's that boy? Why does he look familiar to me? Jiang Yu, you forgot. Just the one who almost gave old Mrs. He a heart attack last time. Just the one who had 150 in math and 59 on the English test. The old lady he in Zhao Hongyan's mouth, formerly known as He Yueying, is the English teacher in Jiang Yu's class, an old lady with a not-so-good temper, who, although she is already in a state of abandonment towards Jiang Yu, is still easily irritated at times. Cluck 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 cluck. Hey, that old lady at that time how to say to come, is to throw that answer card on the ground to step on a foot to go through the machine or higher than his test. These two people are how to fight. With a perfect score of 150 and so many multiple choice questions, it's really not easy to get 59. I'm not sure. I'll go back and check the CCTV and watch the action first. Look at you. You're still a teacher. All you think about is watching and writing lesson plans all day long, making me almost really believe it just now. Wang Wan gently patted Zhao Hongyan's arm. Keep your voice down so no one hears you. You're so bad. Originally, Shirley was counting on Wang Wan to get rid of Zhao Hongyan, but it turned out that Zhao Hongyan not only didn't get rid of, but Wang Wan also stayed. Obviously Shirley didn't have too much to do with these two lezzies, so cleared his throat and then proceeded to work on his topic of student ideology. Who started it? Shirley asked with a frown. Her. Jiang Yu snatched the answer. Why did you hit people? Shirley asked next. He scolded me. Lin Qiuyue took a deep breath, clearly not yet out of the fighting state she was in just now. Why do you call people names? Heaven and earth conscience. I didn't swear a single word. If you don't believe me, ask her. What did I scold her for? Jiang Yu said. Once Jiang Yu was also a C language warrior, but that was all young and unintelligent. After the baptism of the major platforms of the ban, Jiang Yu grew up. What's the difference between that yin and yang of yours and cursing? So you just get on with it? That lay brother also shady over you. Why don't you dare to shine a hammer on lay brother's brain? Jiang Yu retorted. Chapter 4, Then I'll cry too. Listening to this Wang Wan directly tensed up. This kid's speech is really beat up. Not to mention other people's Cho Yu. I want to go up and give him 2 strikes. Wang Wan whispered to Zhao Hongyan. Slap. Shirley slapped the table hard. Talk about the two of you, and don't talk about things that don't work. After a brief overview of the situation, Lin Qiuyu, am I usually giving you a good face? A girl's family hitting people? The school is too small to fit you in, and you still hit people. Want to learn from the triads in those movies? You want to be a big sister? What do you want to do? Want to rebel is not it. Do not think that good academic performance. You can ignore the school rules and regulations in the school to do whatever you want. I tell you Lin Qiuyu, I'm telling you Lin Qiuyu, there are people outside of people. There is a sky outside of the sky. There are many people in that school with better academic performance than you. What can you be proud of? Shirley reprimanded vocally. For a while it was also hard for people to tell if they were faking it or if they were really angry. In school, no matter what happens, it's basically the one who starts the fight that gets the short end of the stick. Listening to Shirley's reprimand, Lin Qiuyu lowered her head and said nothing. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, could be said to be happy in his heart, and kept giving Lin Qiuyu a wink. Go on, Lei isn't Yin and Yun Yu too. Go up and give him 2 whacks on the head. In itself, Lin Qiuyu was already aggrieved, and now that she saw Jiang Yu's behavior, she was even more angry with tears in her eyes. And Shirley probably also saw that Lin Qiuyu was about to cry from his lecture, so his tone eased up. Who in fact, teacher also knows that you're not the kind of kid who likes to bully people, but this fight is not right anymore. What's more, you're a girl, not to mention whether there's any effect on our class. That is, your own face is not good. Right. In the future, if Jiang Yu messes with you, you don't need to pay attention to him. You come over to your brother Lei. Your brother Lei has ways to clean him up. If Jiang Yu messes with you in the future, you don't need to pay attention to him. You come over to find your brother Lei. Your brother Lei has plenty of ways to clean him up. These words made Jiang Yu, who was still a bit smug, feel a bit off at once. Hey, not, Lei brother. You cannot also pull the frame before you have to say is my problem. That I recognize. This time the person who was hit is me. How she still aggrieved on. Together with who cried who has reason to be like this. Then I also cried, as if who will not be. Jiang Yu finished after first clearing his throat, and then with an ow he started to howl. The heavens, the earth there is no law of the king, broad daylight and clear sky. I am a pure love of the boy was so trampled on. I can later how to live Zhao Hongyan, Wang Wan, Listening to Jiang Yu this dry howling strength, Lin Qiuyu mouth pursed half a day, and finally also it did not hold back, laughed out, the results of such a laugh, but instead, a snot bubble from the nose out, which makes Lin Qiuyu face suddenly swollen red. Hey, Lei brother. See, Smile, smile, just now that what tears are pretending. You cannot be deceived by appearances. Jiang Yu said in a serious manner. You shut up. Shirley's blood pressure shot up at Jiang Yu's anger. What a mess you've got here. Shirley also finally understood why Lin Xiaoyue made a move. On this kid's face, he himself wanted to go up and give 2 feet. Shirley took a deep breath, then spoke. Jiang Yu, you still have the nerve to talk about others. Other than that, you're a big old man. Being pressed by a girl and beaten on the ground, is it a disgrace? No, brother Lei. It's mainly because this doesn't talk about martial virtues. She engages in sneak attacks. If you give me another chance, Jiang Yu said with conviction, and one more chance for you. Jiang Yu, I realize that you really can't hear a good or bad word now, so try moving one for me now. Shirley was truly convinced. Jiang Yu used to be in Shirley's impression is a good math score. People are quite witty. I did not expect to meet with Lin Xiaoyue together. How so many messy and strange things. Jiang Yu, why did Lin Xiaoyue beat you up for good reason? Don't you have any idea in your heart? After a series of mediation by Shirley, this matter was barely considered to have passed. Well, the matter of you two ends here. Senior year, put your mind on your study, and cause less trouble for me. If there is a next time, I don't care what the reason is. You two will both give me a good introspection at home. Got it? Shirley said seriously. Got it. Okay, go back. Although Jiang Yu expressed his displeasure, there was nothing he could do. If the general students hit people, even if not called parents, that at least write a check did not have to run. The results of people Lin Xiaoyue good. Nothing to gain. It's true that people are shallow creatures, good-looking and privileged wherever they go. Although Lin Xiaoyue was excellent in other aspects, but when put together with her skin, it didn't stand out as much, so Jiang Yu rightfully attributed Lin Xiaoyue's privilege to her looks. Out the door of the math team office. Well, lazy with you to break the bull ********. No matter how before. From now on, we two clear, do not owe each other. In the future you go your Yangguan road. Not. Why do you go Yangguan road? In the future I go my Yangguan road. You over your one tree bridge. We do not next to each other. Jiang Yu said angrily, obviously on Shirley just pulled some dissatisfaction. Childish ghost. Lin Xiaoyue said fiercely. Jiang Yu, childish? We two who is childish? 3-year-olds not moving to sue the teacher. Lin Xiaoyue, you didn't sue? Jiang Yu, you didn't sue first. Lin Xiaoyue, who told you to play with your phone in class? Jiang Yu, even if I play, what does it have to do with you? Lin Xiaoyue, you're interrupting my studies. Jiang Yu, where is the face? You just pulled the class. I did not say you disturbed my study. How are you good enough to say me? Lin Xiaoyue, you're sick. You're the one who pulled the class. Jiang Yu, hey, you were making so much noise. Didn't you pop out with some soup? Lin Xiaoyue, you go to hell. Evil or not, it wasn't me who put it there in the first place. Jiang Yu, together you say I play with the phone. I played. You said you did not put. That good and bad words or let you say chanting. Lin Xiaoyue, you. Jiang Yu, bald mouth stupid tongue you what you. Words cannot speak well. Lazy to take care of you just, but also really take themselves seriously. Jiang Yu left after saying that, leaving behind Lin Xiaoyue who was shaking with anger. After returning to the class, it was just in time for the activity session. Jiang Yu had wanted to go down to play basketball, but he was stopped by Lin Xiaoyue again. Big sister, what's wrong again? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyue's head in front of him with one head bigger than two. Cell phone. Lin Xiaoyue stared at Jiang Yu fiercely. I don't have what you want to see in my cell phone. Go ask Chen Xin and the others for it. Jiang Yu said casually. Lin Xiaoyue? Jiang Yu, you say you are not nothing to find things. My cell phone lay brother that. You and not do not know. You ask lay brother to go. Lin Xiaoyue, don't think I don't know that the one you handed in was a spare phone. Since Jiang Yu dared to take his cell phone out in class, he had prepared himself for being discovered, and the spare phone in the hole of the table was to deal with the situation that was happening now. So even though it was confiscated by Shirley, Jiang Yu was angry, but he wasn't in a big hurry. Jiang Yu, you even know this? Observing so carefully, are you secretly in love with me? Lin Xiaoyue, can you go to hell? I told you that I didn't break it down at the time just to give you some face, so that I wouldn't let brother Lei turn up anything that wasn't clean. Jiang Yu, so I have to thank you. Lin Xiaoyue, don't you talk nonsense. Give me the phone to check. Jiang Yu, hey, why are you this woman so overbearing? Then why don't you give me your cell phone to check? Chapter 5, all quiet. Lin Xiaoyue, who am I to give you a check? It's not like I have any of those messy things in my phone. Jiang Yu, if you say you don't have it, then you don't have it. Who can prove it? Lin Xiaoyue, you. Lin Xiaoyue was so exasperated that she didn't even know what to say. Jiang Yu, if you want to check, then let's switch. Lin Xiaoyue, no way. Jiang Yu, covering up, still say it's not a crush on me. Do you have my picture stored in your cell phone? Hey, you don't really have a video in your cell phone that takes my name, right? Lin Xiaoyu, why don't you go to hell? Lin Xiaoyu are convinced. Have seen shameless, have not seen so shameless. Jiang Yu, if you don't want to change it's fine. Only my girlfriend can check my cell phone. I'll check it for you if you're my girlfriend. Lin Xiaoyu, yes. If I don't find out anything, I'll be your girlfriend. Jiang Yu, huh? Lin Xiaoyu's confident energy directly gave Jiang Yu a whole won't. Now Jiang Yu was suspicious of this woman. Whether she had secretly transmitted something unseemly to her cell phone. Or does she actually like herself? So find an excuse to give it to her for nothing? It shouldn't be so bad. Although Jiang Yu would occasionally narcissize himself in the mirror after taking a bath, he could still distinguish between some major rights and wrongs. A girl like Lin Xiaoyu shouldn't be able to look at herself. Or, perhaps, contracted some unholy disease and wanted to die with himself? Or do you have something in your stomach and are looking for a backstabber? Although Jiang Yu subconsciously felt that Lin Xiaoyu shouldn't be that kind of person, but it seemed like quite a lot of those kind of long and pretty girls played quite flowery in private, so it's not easy to say about this kind of thing. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lin Xiaoyu said. Of course if Lin Xiaoyu knew what was going through Jiang Yu's mind right now, she would definitely put her shoe prints on Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu, it's nothing. Lin Xiaoyu, what if I want to find out something from your phone? Jiang Yu, just not possible. Jiang Yu had cleaned up everything in his cell phone that he should have cleaned up long after the incident. Lin Xiaoyu, what if? Jiang Yu, you said. Lin Xiaoyu, if I find out that you still have disgusting stuff on your phone, then you'll write me an 800-word love letter tomorrow and read it out in front of the whole class, and I'll reject you in public. Jiang Yu, ******. You've read too many trashy novels. What kind of ing brain-dead dog-licking drama is this? If we do this, it'll be all over the school in less than half a day. Although the internet often sees the kind of fanfare confession, but this kind of thing is rare in real life, especially in the key high school where Jiang Yu is. Most of everyone's usual life is very boring, really screwed up. That would undoubtedly be dropping a C4 bomb with a screaming chicken strapped to it on a calm lake. Didn't you say that you don't have anything in your cell phone? What? You don't dare? Lin Xiaoyu snorted. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's face, Jiang Yu was really upset. What, I dare not? But let's first say, well, if nothing is not found out, you win my girlfriend. This is not a child playhouse. You do not pull a hand, kiss a mouth are not allowed. Jiang Yu said. In case Lin Xiaoyu reneged on her debt at that time and came with a handful of platonic love, she must not lose money to her grandmother's house. It's all fine. No problem. If you don't find out, whatever you say. Lin Xiaoyu stared at Jiang Yu with her hands on her chest. Also, how long to check? You don't check for 20 years. I don't want a yellow face. Jiang Yu said. Humph. Just this activity class. Lin Xiaoyu said. After that, Lin Xiaoyu went back to her seat and started going through Jiang Yu's phone, and Jiang Yu didn't have the heart to go downstairs and play, so he returned to his seat and waited for the results. Jiang Yu, are you going to eat the cookies? Zhao Mingning took out a box of cookies and put it in the middle of the two men's table. Zhao Mingning went Jiang Yu's desk. A budding girl. I heard that the stomach absorption problems. Eat a lot but people are very thin. The table hole is full of snacks. She was nicknamed Doraemon, which originally meant that she had a lot of stuff in her desk hole. Who knew it would be misinterpreted by some boring people who insisted that people were pulling more. Later, once because of this to Zhao Mingning angry tears, and then no one in the class never mentioned this. Aha! Jiang Yu reached for a cookie. Not a moment too soon. Jiang Yu, are you free? Zhao Mingning asked timidly. What's wrong? Can you tell me about these two questions? Zhao Mingning gently bit her lip. Of course. Jiang Yu wanted to reach out and pinch Zhao Mingning's little face even as he looked at her budding appearance. This niece is also interesting. Tell the problem this kind of thing directly, say it is good. Are the same table, help each other as also should be, but also have to give a small cookie first, as if not to give themselves will not give her to speak like. Of course, as Zhao Mingning's classmate, Jiang Yu is usually not less feeding snacks. After that, Jiang Yu began to give Zhao Mingning the questions. So hard to learn. Zhao Mingning stretched her back. Some girls in high school were really bad at math. Get this question right and come out in a slightly different form and you're blindsided again. Zhao Mingning falls into this category. Take your time. Brush up on your skills. If only you could share half of your brain with me. Zhao Mingning turned her head to look at Jiang Yu with some envy. I'll give you half of my brain. Then you give me half of what? Jiang Yu couldn't help but want to tease Zhao Mingning when he saw her in this adorable manner. Zhao Mingning thought and thought. Then looking down slightly, she seemed to think of something and her face suddenly reddened. If I really give Jiang Yu half of it, what will he be like? So shy. But if I share half of it with him, then isn't mine too small? Just like that, the more Zhao Mingning thought about it, the redder her face became, directly reddening to her forehead. What the hell? Jiang Yu was stunned. Doing a math problem on. It's burning? Of course, if Jiang Yu knew what Zhao Mening had in mind, he would probably have to spray a mouthful of old blood out. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. In the meantime, basketball court. Hifeng breaks through with the ball and is directly tipped over by the opposing defender. Hifeng and Jiang Yu were diehards, and it was logical that Jiang Yu should also be playing on the court right now. But because of the Lin Xiaoyue incident, it didn't work out. That's not a foul on your part. Hifeng fought with a bit of fire as well. Generally speaking, a defender's active force on defense violates the opponent's cylinder will be defined as a foul. But sometimes both sides won't say anything if the intensity of the confrontation is the same. If you can't fight against it, go to the small court next to it. Chui Yanhao pointed at Hifeng and then pointed at the basketball court next to him. Choi is a student in the next class of 15 and is known for his toughness on the ball. The basketball courts on the second high school side are divided into small and large courts. The big court is this standard court that is usually used to hold tournaments, and there are 3 of them, one for the basketball team's training, and the remaining 2 are occupied by students who play better. As for the small field is the kind of ordinary field, a total of 12. There are frames and no net. The ground hardening is not very good. Is the average student team casual play? A purely budding activity class can't take up a basketball court. Playing in a big field is also a sign of strength. Alright, I'll play with you. Hifeng briefly moved his shoulders, and his eyes sharpened. After the ball exchange, Chui Yanhao attacked. Hifeng defended. And of course Hifeng returned the favor. But nay, people elbow their way out. A direct elbow dislikes Hifeng's chin and sends him tumbling to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qian Xian saw this and directly rushed up to give Chui Yanhao a push away. Then the 2 sides broke out in conflict. Pulling the fight of the hilarious soon gathered into a mass. But after all, they all played together, and the conflict didn't continue to escalate. The 2 sides ended up dating next Friday. Whoever loses gets the hell out to play in the small field from now on. Wait for next Friday. You all. Chui Yanhao left with a harsh word and led his men away. Time passed by, and the students gradually returned to their classes. Some of my classmates were also curious and came over to ask a question. Jiang Yu casually dealt with it. Soon the beautiful dismissal bell rang. The results have also been obvious. Lin Xiaoyu even rummaged through Jiang Yu's netbook and couldn't find anything. What do you say? Should I give you another 5 minutes? Jiang Yu came to Lin Xiaoyu's seat and looked at her with a smile. Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything, casting her head aside. Jiang Yu laughed lightly at the sight. Hey, let me tell you, this person, we usually have the softest heart, especially can't see a girl wooing and pampering. Now I'll give you a chance. You begged me nicely, call me a few times good brother. I may let you off the hook. Jiang Yu at that time is just that. Did not really want to let Lin Xiaoyue as their girlfriend, in case they are forced to give people anxious. Come to the same place, turn back to be called parents. Their own mother shall not give their own legs broken. But this woman is too arrogant, not to give some lesson, and really cannot say. That's why Jiang Yu wanted such a move. It's a way to disgust her and keep yourself safe. I poo. You're dreaming. Lin Xiaoyu turned her head and spat viciously. Hey, you're not giving me a girlfriend, and you're not pampering me. You can't afford to play. You're cheating, aren't you? Jiang Yu said happily. Dang why not? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu's eyes with a look of death. This in turn gave Jiang Yu a furtive look in his heart. But since you've been given the chance and you don't cherish it, don't blame yourself for being rude. That girlfriend you picked up for nothing, don't want it for nothing. Not to mention it's so pretty. Shang, after all, we are also just starting. Kissing and other big jobs are not in a hurry. First pulling hands is always no problem. Lin Xiaoyu put her hands into the pockets of her school uniform and twisted her head to the side, pretending as if she didn't hear. No, this is a date. The mouth is not given to sip. The hand is not given to touch. Then who knows that you are my girlfriend? Jiang Yu then said. Seeing that she couldn't hide today, Lin Xiaoyu directly stood up. Wanted to be known, huh? Fine. After saying that, Lin Xiaoyu walked directly onto the podium and tapped the blackboard hard with the blackboard eraser. Thump thump dash. All quiet. New first time to write. The pace is slow hot. Please take care of. Chapter 6. Why are you acting like an idiot? Seeing Lin Xiaoyu suddenly go up to the podium, Jiang Yu's heart thumped. The penalties for early love in the second high school are very strict, which is to protect some students who want to concentrate on their studies so that they can reject their suitors on the grounds of school rules. But if you're in love and want to be together in private, the school basically just turns a blind eye and doesn't really suspend you for it. But you can't make it too high profile, like holding hands in front of the dean of instruction, or having a heart-candle confession on campus or something that gets publicized. This woman wasn't going to die with herself, was she? Jiang Yu felt someone nodding numbness. It looks like it's just a run to suspend classes together. If she does confess to herself, Do you have to find a reason to give her a rejection yourself? Really, getting suspended could be a big problem. Wait, what if this woman had planned it this way and expected that she wouldn't dare to answer it? Then wouldn't she be a clown? Just as Jiang Yu was thinking about it, the vision in Jiang Yu's mind didn't happen. Instead, Jiang Yu, let's break up. Lin Xiaoyu's sentence directly caused the class to explode. Holy, what the hell? That powerful? Asterisk 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 asterisk, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? When did these two get together? Ah, I'm so sick. I'm going out for some air. Vomit roar. I hear someone's heart breaking. Hiss, do you think these two kissed yet? That one's hard to say, but the mouth is 80% kissed. Kiss what? Ah, I heard that it was Jiang Yu who wanted to hold hands. Lin Xiaoyu didn't give it to him, and then the two of them got into conflict, and that's why they split up. Ah, virginity hand is not even given to pull. Lin Xiaoyu, this is also a bit too that. Why did I hear that it was Lin Xiaoyu who checked Jiang Yu's phone and found out that Jiang Yu cheated on her? That's why they split up. Checking cell phones? Yeah, Lin Xiaoyu sat there the whole activity class checking Jiang Yu's phone. My goodness, this Jiang Yu is also too scummy. Having a girlfriend as beautiful as Lin Xiaoyu and still cheating on her. Home flowers don't smell as good as wild flowers, and this man can do anything when he's hungry. But this Jiang Yu is also powerful. Lin Xiaoyu can even pick up Lin Xiaoyu. Awesome, what? Ah, that kind of the more beautiful the girl, the fewer people chasing. Jiang Yu guess just picked up a leak. Then in that case, now that Lin Xiaoyu broke up, does that mean I have a chance too? You, humph, unless someone else, Lin Xiaoyu is hungry too. Just as the class was talking to you, Lin Xiaoyu continued. Jiang Yu, I know you are serious about me. Thank you for accompanying me when I was the most confused. I often think about what we study for, but now, I think I have found the answer. We don't study for the school. We don't study for the teacher. We don't study for the parents. And likewise, we don't study for ourselves. We study for the sake of making this world, because of us, become different, in order to add an insignificant amount in the whole course of human development. There are so many things that I want to say to you, but not right now. Thank you for accompanying me out of my confusion, and I hope that you too will soon be able to find your way in life. After Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, the class burst into applause. Well said, there's really being uplifted. Indeed, I used to be always confused why we have to learn all these things that we won't even be able to use later on, and now I understand. TSK, look at people. Lin Xiaoyu obviously caught Jiang Yu cheating. The result is still everywhere for the sake of others. Said what? Because to find the meaning of life before the split. This year such a good girl is really hit the lantern cannot be found. Yeah, this Jiang Yu is too much of a badass. Of course they'd probably be saying something else if they knew the truth of the matter. Wonderful, wonderful. If he didn't know the real situation, Jiang Yu probably wouldn't have been able to resist applauding her speech. Losing a bet puts a value on this, doesn't it? Why did he say that she agreed so quickly? So he had already thought of how to cheat. As the saying goes, the prettier the woman, the better she is at deceiving people, and the ancients are true to their word. Jiang Yu also had to admit that in this wave of exchanges, she was indeed a good chess player. But this, surely, can't just be left alone. After Lin Xiaoyu returned to her seat, Jiang Yu, juggling isn't it? Lin Xiaoyu, how did I cheat? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with full concern. Jiang Yu, say goodbye to being a girlfriend. You put aside to play breakup. Not a trick is what? Lin Xiaoyu, you can get divorced if you're married. Why can't you split up if you're in love? Who says you have to be in love for the rest of your life? JY, question, when did we talk about it? Autumn Moon Lin, from the moment the activity class is over. Jiang Yu, oh, it takes less than 3 minutes to have a relationship. That's going out for a quick lunch, not so fast. It was shorter, but did we say how long we were going to talk? No, right. Lin Xiaoyu's mouth pursed, her two cheeks puffed out slightly, and her neck twisted gently from side to side. A standard woman's trickster's face. Jiang Yu had also thought that this woman might play a trick, but he didn't expect to be able to be this roguish. Jiang Yu, no, your family is in love. The hand does not pull a little. Mouth does not kiss a bite. Lin Xiaoyu, did I say I won't let you hold hands or kiss? Who do you blame if you don't take the initiative yourself? Did I put my hand on the table and ask you to pull it? Fine, then I'll initiate one now. Jiang Yu was now very unconvinced. Try moving one now. We're done. What you're doing now is obscene. Lin Xiaoyu warned. We'll see. We'll have to live longer in the future. I hope you don't fall into my hands. Jiang Yu's head nodded slightly. Ha, wait until school is out. On the way home, Lin Xiaoyu realized that Jiang Yu had been following her. At first, Lin Xiaoyu didn't think much about it until Lin Xiaoyu realized that Jiang Yu had followed her into the cell. Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't know where Jiang Yu's house was, she knew that it definitely wasn't in the same neighborhood as her own. because she had never seen him in the neighborhood. But it could be looking for a friend or something, so Lin Xiaoyu couldn't say anything more. But Lin Xiaoyu, who was standing in front of the doorway of the building, couldn't help herself. Why are you acting like a demented man? I'll call the police if you keep following. Lin Xiaoyu turned around and stared at Zhang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu felt that if she didn't say something, this person would really follow her to her house. Was it because he had hurt his pride this afternoon? Zhang Yu didn't say anything, just walked straight to Lin Xiaoyu. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoyu was on guard. Retard. Zhang Yu peeled Lin Xiaoyu away, then opened the door to the building under Lin Xiaoyu's dismayed gaze. Chapter 7. Can I come in now? Where did you get the key? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Zhang Yu didn't bother with Lin Xiaoyu and directly entered the elevator. Lin Xiaoyu also hurriedly followed him in, but Zhang Yu had just pressed the floor, but it was extinguished by Lin Xiaoyu's long press. How do you know that my family lives on the 12th floor? Who told you? Lin Xiaoyu stared at Zhang Yu with a deadly stare. With the momentum of a fight at the drop of a hat, Lin Xiaoyu's home address is known only to a few good girlfriends. This kind of privacy breach can be dangerous for girls. Although this person was a bit annoying, he shouldn't be the kind of pervert circulating on the internet. But this kind of thing was a big deal, so Lin Xiaoyu had to be cautious. Are you retarded? Who cares what floor your family lives on? My family lives on the 12th floor. Zhang Yu was all convinced. If you keep on making things up, I'll take your name if your family lives on the 12th floor. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the good sense to say. Zijinyuan is one of the top upscale neighborhoods near Erjiong, all of which are 2 staircase, 2 family. The house across the street from Lin Xiaoyu's house has been empty since they moved here, and hasn't seen anyone living there for so many years, and it's unlikely that it would suddenly be rented out. Even if it is the house of Zhang Yu's family, why Gao 1 Gao 2 do not live over here? Gao 3 suddenly ran over. This side of the house prices are very high. You have to say that just for Gao 3 study, deliberately bought a house. Lin Xiaoyu is even more unbelievable. You in the end on or not on? Not on to me down. Day by day where some stink. Zhang Yu did not have good temper. Okay, just wait. If you don't live on the 12th floor, I'll call the police on the spot. As the elevator traveled up, it soon came to the 12th floor. Zhang Yu pulled out the key when he got out of the elevator, but until Zhang Yu took the key and opened the door to the opposite room, Lin Xiaoyu was still in disbelief. This person actually does live across the street from himself. Zhang Yu only moved here yesterday. Zhang Yu used to live quite far from the school. Now this house is Zhang Yu's great-aunt's family, originally for Zhang Yu's cousin to save the future marriage with, around from high-grade kindergarten to key high school and everything. As a result, Zhang Yu's cousin went abroad for further study, and now she is sure that she will not come back in the future. And it just so happens that Zhang Yu is also attending school on the second Zhong side, so it is rented to Zhang Yu's side at a very low price. If Zhang Yu alone lived, then the cousin's parents definitely wouldn't charge. But if you moved in as a family, this is something that even if they don't charge, you can't really not give, since the furniture and appliances and everything were complete. I brought some daily necessities and didn't move much. Speaking of which, Zhang Yu's cousin, Zhang Yu actually has no impression, from childhood to adulthood have not seen 2 times, only to know that people's families are quite rich. The circle of friends are also traveling around the globe photos. Zhang Yu went back to his room to do his homework after eating. Although there are evening study halls on the second Zhong side, they are arranged in the school library, which is basically reserved for resident students. Although the library is quite big and the environment is quite good, it is impossible to accommodate all the students. So students who want to attend evening study halls have to apply for it in advance, and they may not be able to apply for it, and they have to wait for an empty seat. Usually the homeroom teacher will notify you in advance when a seat becomes available. So most walk-ins still do their homework at home in the evenings. Lin Xiaoyu, who was writing her homework, suddenly received a message from Zhang Jiayue. Zhang Jiayue was Lin Xiaoyu's best friend, and like Lin Xiaoyu, she was also a part of the 14th class of the 3rd year of High Gao. Zhang Jiayue, baby, I recently found a great horror movie. Do you want to watch it? Lin Xiaoyu, what? Zhang Jiayue, The Split. Lin Xiaoyu, sounds boring by name. Zhang Jiayue, you believe me, it's really great looking. Lin Xiaoyu, with that time, I might as well do 2 more questions. Zhang Jiayue, still angry. I'll tell you, Zhang Yu, that person is just like that. You don't take care of him. Zhang Jiayue could feel out that Lin Xiaoyu was not in high spirits, so she thought that she was still angry with Zhang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu, huh? Zhang Jiayue gave Lin Xiaoyu a confused speech. Lin Xiaoyu, why should I be angry? Zhang Jiayue, I know it's because Zhang Yu cheated on you. That's why you broke up with him. Lin Xiaoyu, huh? What nonsense? Who did you hear that from? Zhang Jiayue, everyone in the class knows. Lin Xiaoyu was also shocked. Everyone in the class knew about it. How did she, the person in question, not know about it? Lin Xiaoyu's attention at the time was all on the line with Zhang Yu. How could she have known that the rumors in the class had spread to this extent? Lin Xiaoyu, honey, you guys don't spread nonsense. Zhang Jiayue, Yua is usually strong, but in the feelings of this aspect of the nature in too weak. Afraid to directly say it, Zhang Yu face cannot hang. He is so excessive. You are still to him. If He Feng dares to do so to me, I directly to his tools confiscated. He Feng is Zhang Jiayue's boyfriend and also Zhang Yu's best friend. Zhang Jiayue, also, such a big thing. You also do not communicate with me in advance gas. I want to know for sure, cannot let you with him together. He Chu middle school when it is cute to tease the little girl. There is one was also angry by him to change schools. Zhang Jiayue and He Feng were in the same class as Zhang Yu in junior high school. Lin Xiaoyu, it's really not what you think. Zhang Jiayue, it's okay. Think about it. You're so pretty. What kind of boyfriend do you want to find that you can't? And Gao Wen and the girls have already helped you scold Zhang Yu. Girls especially like to help their best sisters out emotionally when they are in school. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu being slagged off, that one was even more empathetic. Straight away, he started greeting Zhang Yu on WeChat. Lin Xiaoyu instantly felt a hint of a headache. It's not easy to explain what happened between her and Zhang Yu, but then again, it's a matter of two people, and if Zhang Yu is scolded by other people because of this, it's really quite unfair to him as well. After sending Zhang Jiayue away, Lin Xiaoyu thought about it for a while and decided that it was better to meet and talk to Zhang Yu to make things clear. Autumn Moon, what are you doing? Wang Ting asked. I'm going across the street to ask a couple of math questions. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Zhou Qing went to open the door. After the door opens, hello auntie, I'm Zhang Yu's classmate Lin Xiaoyu. I live across the street from you. May I ask if Zhang Yu is at home? Lin Xiaoyu held 2 rolls in her hand and said very politely. Ah, yes, what's the matter? Zhou Qing's heart thumped as she watched Lin Xiaoyu come to her door. I want to ask Zhang Yu 2 questions, Lin Xiaoyu said as she gently tiptoed with her hands behind her back. Zhou Qing listened to just come to the question and let out a long breath. Her heart was put back into her stomach. Zhou Qing thought that Zhang Yu had gotten into trouble at school again. Question hi, come on in. That room inside is his room, Zhou Qing said enthusiastically. Thanks auntie, it's fine, just go right in. No need to change your shoes. In the meantime, Zhang Yu and He Feng were having a chat. Zhang Yu, you kid usually brother long brother short. Brother was beaten up, you do not care. Zhang Yu got angry just talking about this. When he was being pressed and hammered by Lin Xiaoyu, this He Feng kid just stood on the side watching the fun and didn't say anything about coming up to lend a hand. He Feng, then you can't force a brother to hit a woman with his hands, can you? In fact, it's not that He Feng is not righteous. The main Lin Xiaoyue is a girl. If you really do it is not still to bully the few. This face is not hanging. Zhang Yu, tell me, Lin Xiaoyu that, where do you see that she is a woman? He Feng, that tiger lady is also a lady. Zhang Yu really expressed his inability to spit. He Feng, you don't care too much. Listen to Zhang Jiayue. Lin Xiaoyue, her grandfather used to run a martial arts school. Maybe more or less a bit of boxing and kung fu. It's normal that you haven't fought. Zhang Yu, put aside this filming it, but also open the martial arts hall. Listen to her blow it. If her grandfather opened the martial arts hall, my grandfather or opened the rocket. But also I'm not prepared today. You let her come back. Not to her head screwed down. Huffing, ha. Let's not talk about that. After that, He Feng told Zhang Yu that he got into a bit of a conflict with the class 15 people in the activity class, and made an appointment to fight until next Friday, and that if he was free after school in the next couple of days, he would practice cooperation together. Zhang Yu, next Friday? Why don't we fight this Friday? Huffing, that big guy in their class is going to be out there playing this week. Zhang Yu, that's right. Having said that, He Feng, your kid's secrecy do quite good. When with others Lin Xiaoyue together, not to mention me, Zhang Jiayue do not know. Zhang Yu, it's not at all what you think. I'll talk to you about this sometime. The general subtext of chatting again sometime is that I'm too lazy to talk right now. So He Feng didn't continue to ask. Just then, the door to Zhang Yu's room was pushed open. Told you, not before entering the house. Zhang Yu was helpless. My own mom sometimes can't remember to knock when she comes into her room. It's all teenagers, who don't have some privacy. Lin Xiaoyue, who was standing at the door of the room, knocked twice gently with her fingers. Can I come in now? Lin Xiaoyue blinked. Chapter 8, you made me do it. Zhang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu standing in the doorway and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't hallucinating after too much stress from studying. How did you get in here? Your mom opened the door for me. Lin Xiaoyue closed the bedroom door after she entered. No, just a little like that. Suing the parents? With a small man's heart, I say I'll ask 2 questions. Lin Xiaoyu bristled. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu wasn't here to sue himself for blackmail, Zhang Yu was also relieved. But whenever a tattletale comes in, Especially if it's a girl. The parents usually favor the other person unconditionally. Ask, hurry up and leave after asking. Jeong-yu didn't have the good sense to say, study to study, life to life, even if the two of them can make a mess again. If Lin Xiaoyu really has a question she doesn't know to ask herself, she can't really blow people out. You can't see me that much. Did you hurt your pride this afternoon? Lin Xiaoyu casually picked up a small ornament on Jeong-yu's desk and fiddled with it twice. You think everyone is like you. That mind's eye isn't as big as a py. Jeong-yu spat. What did you say? Lin Xiaoyu's pupils instantly dilated. Nothing. Aren't you the question? Which way? Jeong-yu said. You don't have a big heart as py. Okay. You have a bigger heart than py. Okay. You can die without being disgusting. Lin Xiaoyu was convinced. Where did this person get so many disgusting metaphors? I really don't need to make this trip myself. Hey, student Jiang Qiuyue, let's be reasonable. How am I disgusting? Wait, what did you call me? Lin Xiaoyu felt like she was hallucinating. Jiang Qiuyue, you're burnt out. You can't even remember my name. Lin Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Didn't you just say, my family 12 floor you with my surname it? Jiang Qiuyu read not smooth, or else I'll call you Jiangyu in the future. Jiangyu said, you're sick. Lin Xiaoyu felt like she was holding a breath in her chest, the kind that hurt so much that she was holding it in. He was just saying that at that time. Who would have thought that this really started to make use of the topic? You said that you're taking my surname here, so I'll be your brother from now on. Of course if you want me to be your father that's fine too. Jiangyu said. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't hold herself together any longer. He went up and was about to give Jiangyu some color. At this point, knock knock. Lin Xiaoyu heard the knock on the door and hurriedly released Jiangyu. Get you guys a chair. Zhou Cheng pushed her way in with a chair. Thank you auntie. Lin Xiaoyu said somewhat sheepishly. It's fine. Come here as if you're in your own home. Quick, sit. Zhou Cheng enthusiastically said. Zhou Cheng hesitated as she left, but in the end, she took the door with her hand. After Zhou Cheng left, here, Lin Xiaoyu slammed her English notes on Jiangyu's desk. What do you mean? My English notes? Look at you every time you take the English test that point. Have memorized casually on the 90. Lin Xiaoyu unconsciously rolled her eyes. No good reason to say. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu was thinking that it was really inappropriate for Jiangyu to be scolded by Gao Wan and the girls because of herself for no reason, but apologizing because of this kind of thing, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't say. So after thinking about it, she decided to lend her newly organized English notes to Jiangyu, just as compensation. But the moment she thought about Jiangyu's look just now, Lin Xiaoyu wanted to take the notes back. No, I still need you to give me a handout for going on a TI 90. But whenever Lin Xiaoyu had a slightly better attitude, Jiangyu would gladly accept it. What Jiangyu was most annoyed with was Lin Xiaoyu's arrogant streak of moving around with such a face that looked down on everyone. Just this kind of expression on Lin Xiaoyu, put it in some anime. That end. Lin Xiaoyu almost took a breath at hearing that. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Lin Xiaoyu silently greeted Jiangyu from beginning to end in her heart. Gas to gas, but after all, it is in Jiangyu's home. Afraid of Jiangyu's mother suddenly came in again. Lin Xiaoyu is not good to continue to attack. Then get on one and show me. What if I get on? Jiangyu said. Matchmaking is all about momentum, and intimidating your opponent is half the battle won. Ha! Lin Xiaoyu was about to be exasperated and laugh. The person who sleeps on his desk 30 minutes into the exam. You tell me he can get 90? Why don't you go buy a lottery ticket if you're so lucky? Don't talk so much. Just say you dare to bet and be done with it. What's the bet? I won. Let me have a sip from your mouth. Jiangyu said casually. Yes. Lin Xiaoyu's mouth pursed slightly. Then what if you lose? This made Jiangyu freeze. Although my English sucks, I don't have much of a problem scoring 70 out of 150 on a regular basis. The highest I got was 89. Just in case I get a few more right this time, I might actually get 90. As for the last test, 59 was also really unlucky. As the saying goes, what kind of gambler loses every day? This woman really doesn't carry any fear at all. Jiangyu had originally thought was that Lin Xiaoyu would definitely not agree to the bet, and then he would take the opportunity to cancel the bet and mock her in the process. Who knew this was such a tiger and agreed straight away? You say. Jiangyu could be said to be writing a bit of a tiger right now. If you lose, you'll still write me an 800-word love letter and read it out in front of the whole class, and I, for one, will still reject you in public. Lin Xiaoyu squeezed out a smile. Can you get rid of that crappy novel you're reading? What's with all the quirks? Jiangyu was convinced. Just this kind of plot, let alone now, even 10 years ago put in a novel. The readers have to spray rotten. What? You were going to bet and now you don't dare? Lin Xiaoyu snorted and her expression grew more and more disdainful. What do you mean you don't dare to? But this is only broken up today. Tomorrow then confess? That does not have a bubble in the brain. Jiang Yu said. That's something. Don't you lick dogs do that? Lin Xiaoyu's sentence directly amused Jiang Yu. You are awesome. In fact, the matter of confession. Even if you are rejected. In fact, it is not so humiliating. Many people will still admire your courage. But after this kind of breakup, deadbeat begging to get back together, that is really under the head. So it's a deal? Just this midterm? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Wait a minute. You're an English class representative. You must have known the midterm grades for a long time. You're betting with me. Can you have some face? Jiang Yu interrupted. The paper has not even been sent down. How am I going to know? Or else bet on the English paper that was sent out today. You write it now, and I'll give you a judgment when you're done. Lin Xiaoyu said. You're giving me a judgment? That's not how much you say. You think everyone is as mean as you. I have the answers there. I'll change them for you against the answers. Where did you get the answer? I asked my teacher for it. Lin Xiaoyu's own English grades were good, and sometimes the English teacher would let Lin Xiaoyu go on stage to speak the questions instead of herself. So it was not surprising that Lin Xiaoyu had the answers to the paper. What about hearing? I'll play it for you on my cell phone for the listening, and the essay will be based on your highest grade ever. Lin Xiaoyu said. If she didn't give Jiang Yu a good cure today, Lin Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Jiang Yu's person was numb. This woman looked like she really wasn't ready to give up. Of course, if you admit that you're a softie, then I'll take what you just said as fart. Lin Xiaoyu laughed contemptuously. I don't know what other people said when faced with this situation, but Jiang Yu couldn't endure it anyway. Okay, you made me do it. What's wrong with just forcing you? Good. Only Jiang Yu took out a dice from the drawer and slapped it on the table. Lin Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows. 1A, 2B, 3C, 4 or 5 re-rolls, 6 picks D. Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu directly did not tense up. Are you being cute? This way, you also do not throw. I will give you a chance to surrender and lose half of it. You directly write your confession small composition and send it to the class group. Chapter 9, the maniacs have their own heavenly harvest. If you can get 90 with a throw of the dice, then why do we all study? Let's all go worship the gods. Don't you say that much. I have no surrender here. Death is also death standing. Jiang Yu said. Reasoning. One did not say at that time how long to be a girlfriend. You can play breakup. Then you this also did not say when to confess. Right. Decades later, when you lie in a coffin, I bring a picture of the whole class, and then carve the small essay on your tombstone. Who wouldn't? The opportunity has already been given to you. Lin Xiaoyu gently patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and said with a sympathetic face. Remember your arrogant face right now, and when you lose, watch me wrap down both of your incisors. Can you not be so disgusting? Lin Xiaoyu said with a frown. Jiang Yu's vivid description made Lin Xiaoyu a little physically uncomfortable. First time I've heard someone who can make kissing sound so disgusting. I'm giving you a reminder. We're all adults. You don't want to get to the point where this won't work and that won't work, and for at least 30 seconds. You don't want to get to the point where you run away without even touching it. Jiang Yu added. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Yes, all of them. Are you satisfied? After that, Jiang Yu began to work on the questions. Jiang Yu's sparse hearing wasn't even as reliable as throwing dice. Solely don't need to put it on your cell phone either. Jiang Yu just threw one, wrote one, and soon a set of papers was finished masking. Corrections were symbolically a few, and the essay was nothing to write home about since it was the highest by history. Then it was Lin Xiaoyu who corrected the answers to Jiang Yu. Not a moment too soon. The results are in. 94 overall. Lin Xiaoyu tossed and turned the right way several times. It's not a living hell. It's also really good at masking 90 plus. Lin Xiaoyu's face was written with incredulity. Of course this achievement was indeed unexpected by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu originally intended to lose also play a lie gas Lin Xiaoyu did not expect this actually have unexpected gains. Did you memorize the answers? Lin Xiaoyu said with a frown. Hey, trying to cheat again. I'm the one who threw the dice. You watched the whole thing. Hiss, I get it. I said why are you so hardcore? If I wrote it myself, as long as I'm on 90, you can slander me for memorizing the answers and then continue to cheat. Jiang Yu said. I didn't. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip and looked at Jiang Yu with a defiant face. Don't talk so much, just tell me if I won or not. You didn't even write this yourself. What do you care? Anyway, I'm on 90, as the saying goes, the madman has his own heaven to collect. This is your madness God cannot stand to see. Let me collect you. Jiang Yu said. You. Hey, I don't know who it was just now. There's no problem with the left one. The right one is fine. Jiang Yu directly returned all the mouths Lin Xiaoyu put on herself. You. Look. Can't afford to play again. Hey. You next time don't say those yes or no. You just say that I, Lin Xiaoyu am a mangy dog. When I lose, I cheat, and after I cheat, I still want to play. Jiang Yu said. You're the one who's a mangy dog. You can die if you're not cheap. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes could almost spit out fire right now. You're not bad. Why don't you let me kiss you? Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu kept gasping for air, staring at Jiang Yu for a full minute. You hurry up. Lin Xiaoyu's lips trembled lightly as she whispered. Really give a kiss? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. To be honest, Jiang Yu is quite surprised. Originally thought that this woman must have found a bunch of reasons to play bad. Did not expect to really give pro. Crap. Are you kissing or not? Don't be in a hurry. Here. Jiang Yu said and pulled out a piece of gum from his pocket. What do you mean? Lin Xiaoyu was first stunned, then suddenly reacted. You're the one with a foul mouth. No. You misunderstand. This kissing, with a slightly sweet taste in your mouth, the experience will be much better. It's really not that I don't mind the stench of your mouth. I'll tell you, I'm a person who comes to the table. As long as you're not gnawing on with this mouth, I don't mind it at all. Jiang Yu said with conviction. Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu almost squeezed these two words out from between her teeth. If you don't eat, just don't eat. Why are you so fierce? Jiang Yu briefly moved his lips. Come on then, sit on my lap. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's stunned expression, Jiang Yu added. So, I'll sit on your lap? You're sick. Lin Xiaoyu was shocked. Was this something a human could say? No. Then you say, we are far away from this how to kiss. I am that toad a tongue can flick your face. Jiang Yu said. Typically, this position of one person sitting next to the other in a chair is the hardest to kiss in. A tongue in your face. Lin Xiaoyu was going crazy. Could it get any more disgusting? Hey, can't you just put your face towards me? Jiang Yu said. Nervous. Lin Xiaoyu was convinced, letting herself lean over just to lean over, having to disgust people twice. Then Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, and then extremely reluctantly brought her face over. Jiang Yu approached little by little, and Lin Xiaoyu's heart beat faster and faster with it. Just when Lin Xiaoyu thought that Jiang Yu was going to kiss up. Hey, if you don't close your eyes, you're looking at me so straight. It's still weirdly shy. Jiang Yu said. You still know how to be shy. Lin Xiaoyu really wanted to give Jiang Yu a kick in the ass right now. I don't. Jiang Yu kissed him when he saw this. As a result, Lin Xiaoyu instinctively dodged. Scared? Jiang Yu laughed. No, I was trying to warn you. Don't touch with your paws later. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu's eyes and said stiffly. I'll give you this, since you can't escape. Why don't you close your eyes and enjoy it? Just imagine me as Daniel Wu. Think about it. You're kissing Daniel Wu. That intoxicated feeling, like being on top of the clouds, in the valley of the streams, in the peaks, right? Jiang Yu followed the advice. I'll be damned. You're the only one who's still Daniel Wu. So much for letting you imagine. Then who do you imagine? Lin Xiaoyu asked rhetorically. I imagine your mom. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened for an instant. No, I mean, I just imagined you. Jiang Yu explained. Down the head. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Lin Xiaoyu repositioned her face. Jiang Yu smiled badly at the sight. At least 30 seconds then height can rise Then Jiang Yu kissed him. But, next, ********. You let go. Jiang Yu stammered and shouted. Chapter 10. I'm a man who likes to be a father to others. Because the moment Jiang Yu kissed up he was bitten by Lin Xiaoyu's lower lip. Lin Xiaoyu pressed her hands on Jiang Yu's shoulders. Her head tilted back her head, directly pulling Jiang Yu's lower lip this long. 30 seconds passed. Lin Xiaoyu loosened her mouth. With a bowl, Jiang Yu's lower lip popped back. Lin Xiaoyu, your grandpa it hurts me. You have a disease. Your family kissing so catch. Jiang Yu covered his mouth and frowned. I read on Baidu that you can lightly bite each other's lips when kissing. Lin Xiaoyu glanced her head to the side full of concern. Jiang Yu knew that this woman could lie, but he didn't expect to be so able to lie. Is that gentle for you? You're biting the flesh off me. Jiang Yu felt that if this woman used any more force, she would have bitten through herself. Then I've never kissed anyone, so how would I know? Okay, you are really good. Jiang Yu was truly convinced. Go ahead and bet on the language, Lin Xiaoyu said. Having lost twice in a row, Lin Xiaoyu was very unconvinced. No, who's going to play with you when you're all lousy like this? How did I renege? Didn't I ask you to kiss me? Me. Jiang Yu didn't really know how to retort for a moment. Anyway, whoever wants to play with you, you find them, Jiang Yu said. No, what do you mean no? This bet is all about you and me, which is forcing people to bet. Besides, betting on the language, then you're not obviously bullying people. Jiang Yu continued. Lin Xiaoyu's language was around 130, while Jiang Yu had trouble passing. Unless Jiang Yu was brain dead he would bet with Lin Xiaoyu on language, then bet on the science synthesis. Lin Xiaoyu said undeterred. Hey, why don't you bet me on math? Also, this midterm? Then who is higher? Lin Xiaoyu said. We just finished midterms last Friday, and the grades should be coming out one by one in the next couple of days. Holy, are you not on the wrong medication today? Math you dare to bet on. Jiang Yu was all shocked. Jiang Yu has always been 150 in math, while Lin Xiaoyu usually struggles with 130. What's there to be afraid of? But it's you who said to bet on math. Count me as the winner if it's evenly split. Lin Xiaoyu added. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Hey, are you not figuring out how to cheat again? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Is this woman getting ready to pull the same stunt again and pull some kind of breakup-like stunt? What do you mean by thinking of how to play tricks again? Before it was clearly you who were undisciplined, Lin Xiaoyu said contemptuously. Jiang Yu looked Lin Xiaoyu up and down. You have to say before betting on English. You are so confident that barely can be justified. Their own English is really bad. Cannot go on 90 is not really good to say, but you bet on math is still so confident on a little bit of no reason, right? Gang you math is basically a bright 150, and it's playing normally this time. Wait a minute, you win in a tie. Ha, you got 150 in math? To be honest, Jiang Yu is a little bit of disbelief. Lin Xiaoyu seems to have never scored a perfect score in math before. Does it happen to be full this time? Although the questions were easy this time, full marks should still be a bit of a challenge. Unless you've matched the answer with Qian Xin and the others. This could be said to be the only answer Jiang Yu could think of. Qian Xin is the life member of the class, and his science grades are all okay, but of course slightly worse than Jiang Yu. No, Lin Xiaoyu blushed. How could Jiang Yu not know what was going on when he saw this? No wonder this woman had such a strong bottom. If you're so confident about the answer, then put your own heart in your mouth. If you do not have the right answer, Jiang Yu does still a little panic. In case of a superb play, he directly suffered heavy. I'll give you one more chance to think about it. Aha Rinkiyu nodded her head gently. Don't cheat if you lose this time. Playing tricks is a puppy. Lin Xiaoyu clasped her hands to her chest. Lin Xiaoyu's bet with Jiang Yu was indeed a bit of a gamble as well. People come to give you English notes with good intentions, and you end up with this kind of attitude. Who else can stand it? Alright, then what if you lose? Jiang Yu asked. Since this woman isn't afraid to die, let's make her happy. You say, if you lose, you shout 3 times in front of me. Dad, I'm wrong, I won't dare to cheat again, which must be shouted while I'm awake, and in a loud and clear voice, and have to be done within 24 hours after the math results come out. In order to prevent Lin Xiaoyu from playing tricks, Jiang Yu added a whole bunch of restrictions. Jiang Yu, why are you so disgusting? Lin Xiaoyu frowned. Oh, just allow you to have quirks, but not me? I'm a person who likes to be a father to others. Jiang Yu said. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu lightly biting her lower lip, she looked hesitant. Jiang Yu took the opportunity to add to the fire. That's the bet. If you can afford it, we'll play. If you can't, we'll split up. And if you want to sue your parents, you can do it. It's out of my hands. Thought for a moment. Okay, but my bet has to change. Lin Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose. If you lose, write me an 800-word confession. And when you read it in front of the whole class, you have to cry out vocally while reading it. No, you're a pervert. You still have to be vocal and cry out. Jiang Yu is also convinced. This or where to watch some retarded drama. Then I also have to add you shout. You have to shout while slapping yourself. Lin Xiaoyu, Jiang Yu, are you not going a bit overboard? Jiang Yu, who went overboard first? Lin Xiaoyu, I won't add it then. Jiang Yu, okay, then I won't add it either. Lin Xiaoyu, to reconfirm, the bet is on this midterm math score. Jiang Yu, even split counts as a win for you. Lin Xiaoyu, if I win, you write an 800-word retention letter, read it out in public, and have me reject it. Jiang Yu, if you lose, you shout 3 times in front of me. Dad, I'm wrong, I'll never play tricks again, loud and clear, and make sure it's me who hears it. Lin Xiaoyu, the losing party must fulfill the bet within 24 hours after the math results come out. Jiang Yu, and there is to be no trickery or denial. It's best to write your confession tonight, and get Zhao Mingning to touch it up tomorrow, so you don't have to go up there and disgrace yourself at that time. Lin Xiaoyu gently patted Jiang Yu's shoulder with a faint smile. My future good daughter, please remember your arrogant face right now. Jiang Yu shot back. Not surprisingly, math grades come out tomorrow. Chapter 11, Teasing a Dog and Getting Gored by a Dog. After leaving Jiang Yu's room, Uncle and Auntie, then I'll leave first. Sorry for disturbing you. Lin Xiaoyu smiled coyly. Hypocritical. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and muttered in a low voice. This woman can really act in front of her parents. No. Don't bother. Come and play often in the future. Zhou Qing smiled and replied. Look at how polite other children are. What's wrong with your mouth? Zhou Qing frowned as she looked at the red mark on Zhang Yu's lower lip. Humph. Teasing the dog gets the dog. After Lin Xiaoyu heard this, she turned around and angrily glared at Zhang Yu. After Lin Xiaoyu left. What a pretty little girl. Zhou Qing lamented. Not as good looking as my mom. Hey, brat, cut the slick talk. What's going on with that mouth of yours? Knocked on the edge of the table. After Lin Xiaoyu returned to her room, Lin Xiaoyu's QQ suddenly received a message. Tang Xianxian, Xiaoyu miss you so much. Tang Xianxian is Lin Xiaoyu's junior high school classmates. A pretty little girl. Junior high school is generally good looking with good looking to play with. So Lin Xiaoyu naturally become good friends with Tang Xianxian. After high school, because it is not a school, contact is not so frequent, the relationship will be a little lighter. Tang Xianxian is not a bad person, but I don't know why she always talks in a teary way, sometimes making Lin Xiaoyu a bit awkward. Lin Xiaoyu, you come on. You're afraid I'm not the only one you're thinking about. Lin Xiaoyu was still a bit uncomfortable looking at the QQ message that suddenly popped up. The majority of middle school students play QQ. Until after high school basically all use WeChat. Tang Xianxian, nasty. After a few moments of casual banter, we got down to business. Tang Xianxian, next Saturday, our junior high school classmates intend to get together. The group message it, you certainly will not read. So, Li Mingzhi especially entrusted me to ask you. Li Mingzhi is also Lin Xiaoyu's junior high school classmate, and chased Lin Xiaoyu when she was in school, but Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to take care of him, because he was still young and his mind was not yet mature. Li Mingzhi thought of many ways to get Lin Xiaoyu's attention, and even caught a toad and put it in Lin Xiaoyu's table hole. In the end, this toad was stuffed into Li Mingzhi's collar by Lin Xiaoyu, and from then on Li Mingzhi was honest and never dared to mess with Lin Xiaoyu. But although Li Mingzhi was honest, he didn't give up pursuing Lin Xiaoyu, because there was nothing excessive. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't say much, but overall she was still a bit fed up with Li Mingzhi. In this way, Li Mingzhi chased after him for 3 years. Originally, it was almost graduation. Lin Xiaoyu thought that this matter would dissipate with graduation. But one day Tang Xianxian suddenly says she wants to help Lin Xiaoyu test Li Mingzhi, and if Li Mingzhi passes the test, let Lin Xiaoyu reconsider. Lin Xiaoyu of course disagrees, but Tang Xianxian still ran over without authorization. The result, of course, is that Li Mingzhi can't resist the temptation to get together with Tang Xianli. 3 days later, Li Mingzhi is mercilessly abandoned, and Tang Xianxian concludes that Li Mingzhi is not strong-willed enough to be a man worth committing his life to. This matter had always made Lin Xiaoyu a bit diabolical. Li Mingzhi also because of this incident in the examination more or less affected by some of the results from the second line of score difference of 2 points, and finally have no choice but to go to the same with Tang Xianxian 5. Tang Xianxian, don't be in a hurry to reject it, mister. He is also going this time. If you have time, you can come together. He was Lin Xiaoyu's junior high school homeroom teacher and took good care of Lin Xiaoyu in junior high school. Lin Xiaoyu, it's only Monday, next Saturday dash. Tang Xianxian, it's just that I'm afraid that people don't have the time. That's why I made the appointment in advance, so that everyone can try to get the time together. Lin Xiaoyu, I'll think about it. Tang Xianxian, I know several boys in our class chased after you at that time. You're afraid to go and be embarrassed. Don't worry, several of them have girlfriends and don't drink. There's still me to accompany you. The class teacher is also there. What do you have to worry about? Lin Xiaoyu junior high school class of many boys have pursued Lin Xiaoyu, although Lin Xiaoyu did not agree. But these people sit together, but still let Lin Xiaoyu feel awkward. As if the ex-boyfriends sit at the same table, especially these people's eyes are always if not glancing towards their own body. He had gone there a few times before, making Lin Xiaoyu uncomfortable. If the homeroom teacher hadn't been there as well, Lin Xiaoyu would have found a reason to refuse this time. Lin Xiaoyu, well then, if it's okay next Saturday, I'll go. Tang Xianxian, Mua by the way, you haven't found a boyfriend for so many years Lin Xiaoyu no. Tang Xianxian, you don't want to find one, or you haven't met the right one. Lin Xiaoyu all of them, I guess. Lin Xiaoyu also did not have the kind of old-fashioned thinking that students can only study. Usually in the street to see some lovey-dovey men and women will also be envious. But the boys on the way to school although there is no lack of excellent people, but none of them could give birth to the kind of yearning for love that Lin Xiaoyu had. Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what kind of relationship she, herself, really wanted. Tang Xianxian, why don't you say we're good girlfriends? I'm the same. The guys I've met are pretty good. But there just isn't that spark of collision. The whooshing kind. Lin Xiaoyu, huh? Tang Xianxian, it's the kind of boy. The kind you can fly straight up when you see him. Lin Xiaoyu, flying? Big car driver? Tang Xianxian, hate this is not a description of excitement. Lin Xiaoyu, the ones that can piss me off are the ones that do. A familiar figure unconsciously surfaced in Lin Xiaoyu's mind. Tang Xianxian, Which guy ate a bear's heart and dared to make my baby angry? Lin Xiaoyu, I'm that mean in your eyes. Lin Xiaoyu, day after day your mouth is sweeter than a man's. No wonder you can't find a boyfriend. Tang Qian, nasty. The other side. He Feng, by the way, are you going to the class reunion on Saturday? Zhang Yu, who flung the game? He Feng, didn't you see the group? Zhershan. Gu Tian is also Zhang Yu's junior high school classmates, is a rich second generation. People do not have the kind of rich second generation temper. People are quite righteous. General school inside and outside the people more or less sold him a face. In itself, his family is strong enough to support him to study abroad, but probably his parents are afraid that he will learn the wrong thing, so they forced him to press him to study in the local ordinary high school. Zhang Yu, how did he think of flinging a game? He Feng, I'm not sure. I didn't take a close look. It's been a long time since we've seen our junior high school gang. Let's sit together then. Zhang Yu, okay, I'll look at it then. Day 2. Tuesday. Breeze blew away the precipitation of the night's cloudy air. Lazy sunshine will be sprinkled down. A new day quietly began. Zhang Yu came to school on time as usual. All quiet. Morning study changed to math. Shirley clapped his hand on the podium and said, this class will talk about last week's paper first, and then the midterm paper in the second class. The class representative will go to my office in a while after study hall to take the paper and hand it out. Chapter 12, The Genius Wife. Even though the midterm papers were graded, if you talk about the midterm papers first and then the papers that were handed out last week, surely no one will listen. It is also an educational strategy. Come on, open the paper. Did we go over all the multiple choice questions last time? Shirley looked at the paper then looked up at the class. Who didn't come? He Feng. He Feng's tablemate replied. And that's when Zhang Yu noticed that his good brother, He Feng, didn't come to school today. Shirley frowned and didn't say anything more before he started to talk about the questions. Do we need to talk about this question? No need to talk about it, we'll just look at the next question. Time passes by. Zhang Yu thought about it for a while and decided that it would be better to ask He Feng first to see if he wanted to get out of class in a while and help him make up an excuse first. Unexcused absences were a big deal in high school. Just as Zhang Yu wanted to send a message to He Feng to ask about it, Zhang Yu's cell phone suddenly received a message. He Feng, I'm absent from class today. Don't take a vacation for me. Zhang Yu, *******. Is your old man so dashing now? He Feng, dashing a dick. I hit someone. Zhang Yu, He Feng, I got up late today. Stirrups huge fast. The result from the motorway side of the gap in the green belt. Scampered out of a woman. I directly to the people even with the car dislike the green belt. And now take the people to the hospital to check it out. Zhang Yu, *******. Awesome. He Feng, if Zhang Jiayue questions up, you can just say that I was too late and lazy to come and went to an internet cafe to surf the net. Zhang Yu, He Feng, that jealous Zhang Jiayue, if she knew I hit a pretty little girl, it wouldn't be over again. Zhang Yu, I don't say you hit a woman not on the line. You'll be a late to come. People can believe it. He Feng, believe it or not there's nothing I can do. What if she wants to come to the hospital to see someone? What am I going to do? Go hit another one on the street. Zhang Yu, did you give someone a serious bump? He Feng, look is not a big problem. A few abrasions, but she was flying up. I look strange fear. Or lead to the hospital to check. Zhang Yu, *******. Awesome. You get it first then. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yu class look at the cell phone is still relatively manipulative. Generally will not be found. But the fact that the He Feng is a little funny. You have to ride an electric car, even if you pedal a bicycle, but also can give people bumped up, or even with a car, that pedal is not all pedal to the sparks of fire. This made Zhang Yu genuinely a bit hard to strain, and Shirley also apparently noticed the abnormality in Zhang Yu's expression. Talking about a math problem? This guy gives you pleasure. Don't know that you think you're on hold listening to a talk show. So, Shirley threw the blackboard eraser toward the podium. Zhang Yu, bring me up the cell phone. Zhang Yu secretly said a bad. He Feng, this pitiful thing. This time you have been harmed by you. I've already turned in my own spare cell phone, so this could really hurt if I get caught. Instinctively, Zhang Yu threw his cell phone towards the hole in the table and began to play dumb. But Shirley was not a youngster who had just led a class, and he was more than familiar with these little tricks of the students. Seeing this, Shirley walked directly to Zhang Yu's seat. Take it out. Zhang Yu saw that he couldn't avoid this robbery and took a deep breath. But when Zhang Yu put his hand into the hole of the table, he didn't find a cell phone, but an extracurricular book. After taking it out, Zhang Yu's pupils instantly dilated. Genius petite wife, president. Miss wants to be your stepmother. Whose book is this and how did it end up in my desk hole? Zhang Yu was also shocked. However, Zhang Yu knew what was going on when he saw Zhao Mingning's flushed cheeks with a slight glance from his afterglow. Shirley took the book from Zhang Yu as soon as he could. It's your senior year. You don't listen to class properly. You read idle books. Genius little Stepford wife, president. Miss wants to be your stepmother? What a mess this is. Shirley looked at the title of the book and said in a bad mood. The class also laughed after Shirley read out the title of the book. That's a really awkward title for a novel like this that's suitable for reading under the covers. The content was fine up front. The more the author lets loose and writes more flirty, the later it gets. That said, John Yu's math score is very good. It is okay to not listen in class, but the behavior of playing cell phones or reading idle books in class, which affects other people's listening to the class and brings down the learning atmosphere in the class, Shirley is resolutely not allowed. Come to my office after school. Shirley glared at John Yu before taking the book away. Class dismissed. John Yu, you come, Shirley said to John Yu. John Yu originally thought that Shirley was going to say something about reading extracurricular books in class. Results. Where's Hifeng? Shirley asked. Since Shirley has been a classroom teacher, he has always believed in the saying that the more incompetent the classroom teacher is, the more he likes to contact the student's parents frequently. Normally, Shirley wouldn't easily call a student's parents, so when he saw that Hifeng didn't come, the first thing he did was to find Hifeng's closest friend to ask about the situation. If Jiang Yu didn't know, then make other plans, and finally see what happens before contacting the parents. Hifeng had a fall on his bike. His wrist seems to be dislocated. He said to go to the hospital to take care of it. Jiang Yu said, dislocation, this kind of thing is not the same as a fracture. Do not have to play a plaster? The degree can be light or heavy. Light on the spot to connect on the good. And some of the kind of Chinese medicine massage store. There is no registered ticket or something. Even if Shirley really pursued up, the operating space is also very large. Then why didn't he take a vacation from me? It's not very serious. It should be done a little while back to school. It's just that one-handed riding a bicycle is estimated to go not fast, and so on after the exercise should almost be able to come back. Although Hifeng let Jiang Yu do not have to care, but in order not to want to affect Hifeng's height, Jiang Yu still helped Hifeng a little round. Hifeng's father used to be a soldier, and his style was very tough, and a long stick was played with great vigor. You tell him not to come in the morning, don't take another fall, and turn around and go to my place to make up a vacation note. Shirley said, itself is injured, and then one-handed riding, turn back and fall again. Shirley think about it all scalp numb. Okay, wait, you kid brought your cell phone to school again. Your cell phone is not at my place. Where did you get so many cell phones? Shirley finished and suddenly realized something else. Backup phone. My parents are afraid they won't be able to reach me. No looking in class. Definitely not looking. Hifeng sent it to me before he went to study hall. Jiang Yu said. After Shirley left, Zhang Jiayue came over. Which hospital is Hifeng in now? Zhang Jiayue asked with some urgency. Chapter 13, The Mouthful. Zhang Jiayue was in the same class as Jiang Yu and Hifeng in middle school. As for when the two hooked up, it's hard to say, but they just got together so naturally anyway. Zhang Jiayue had always criticized Hifeng for not even having a proper confession. It's not that Hifeng is not willing to engage in, is that Hifeng think that kind of thing to get up is really too awkward? The key to the object and the two people feel good. Engage in so many forms of what? Hifeng is fine. He didn't fall. So don't worry. Jiang Yu said. It's good that it's okay. Zhang Jiayue just breathed a sigh of relief. Then she felt something was wrong. Then why didn't he come to class? Today and tomorrow the game tripled experience. He went to an internet cafe to help me hang up. Tomorrow I'll find someone to help him hang up. Jiang Yu had already anticipated that Zhang Jiayue would definitely come to ask, so the reason was thought of in advance. It's not that Jiang Yu doesn't want to follow what Hifeng said, mainly because people who are familiar with Hifeng understand that he is not the kind of person who misses class directly when he is late. So Zhang Jiayue definitely can't believe it, and when he turns back to ask 2 or 3 times, Hifeng will definitely have to reveal himself. Ha, playing games? You boys are really good, causing me to worry for half a day. Zhang Jiayue was speechless, but then Zhang Jiayue realized another problem. Then why didn't he tell me? Zhang Jiayue asked with a frown. In the past, if anything happened, Hifeng could be the first to report to her. This time she sent several messages, but Hifeng didn't reply. Telling you isn't going to get you yelled at. And anyway, don't you turn around and tell him I said so. When Zhang Jiayue thought about it, it seemed to make sense. After sending Zhang Jiayue away, Jiang Yu spoke to Hifeng again. Prevent the kid from giving it away again. You said that these boys nowadays are really good, running to an internet cafe to play games in their senior year of high school. Zhang Jiayue huffed at Lin Xiuyue. Who is it? Hifeng? Lin Xiuyue chatted with Zhang Jiayue while collecting her homework. That's not true. Saying what the game triple experience, but also let Jiang Yu lie to lay that he fell on his bike and dislocated his wrist, causing me to worry for half a day for nothing. Zhang Jiayue said. Because Jiang Yu had said that, Zhang Jiayue could definitely only pretend that she didn't know anything, but she was still upset in her heart, so she wanted to find Lin Xiaoyue to spit on her. Results. Just listen to Zhang Yu blind you properly. Lin Xiaoyu skimmed her mouth. Ha? What do you mean? Zhang Jiayue frowned, but after careful consideration, what Zhang Yu said didn't seem to be a problem. Then let me ask you, where is He Feng's homework? If the plan was to go to an internet cafe, why didn't the homework get finished ahead of time and given to you? Or Zhang Yu? Lin Xiaoyu said. Zhang Jiayue thought about it, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. Then I'll ask Zhang Yu again. But Zhang Jiayue didn't take 2 steps before coming back. AI. Show you. Or else you can help me ask. If I go and ask, Zhang Yu will definitely not tell me the truth. Zhang Jiayue shook Lin Xiaoyu's arm and said. Lin Xiaoyu agreed after thinking for a while. Lin Xiaoyu came to Zhang Yu's seat. Where's He Feng? What do you care about other people's He Feng for? Zhang Yu wondered. It's not okay to ask. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Hey, He Feng is someone's Zhang Jiayue's boyfriend. You won't pry your own BFFs, man. Go to hell. You think everyone is as nasty as you? Can't I care about my classmates as a study committee member? Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the good sense to say. Then go ask Zhang Jiayue. I told Zhang Jiayue. Zhang Yu didn't bother to say the same words a second time. You think I'm as easy to fool as Jiayue? What do you mean? Did He Feng go to an internet cafe? Yeah. What about his homework? Didn't he ask you to help bring it here? Lin Xiaoyu then asked. Are you retarded that people don't show up and then the homework is turned in? That teacher isn't a cutie. Zhang Yu spat. You're the one who's retarded. Who has time now for the teacher to check if you've handed in your homework or not? Who can know if I don't write? Lin Xiaoyu said. That means you have to put He Feng's name on it. It's not like there's something wrong with me. This week's special training for English composition. He Feng went to the internet cafe. And didn't you write the composition you left yesterday? Now even if the teacher left homework is rarely corrected, because the general situation is too late to change. Basically the class directly to the answer, right after the lecture. Even if you do not listen to the back of the classmates to ask can make up for it, but not the essay. Although there is no standard answer to this thing, although there is a model essay. And it's something that improves very little. And it's hard to know if you've improved without a teacher's critique. It's a lot of work to criticize one by one though, but after all, it is a key high school. The English teacher with the class is very responsible. Not to give you a score and finished. She is very serious to give you a sentence-by-sentence corrections. That's why this opportunity to criticize essays is rare. If you don't turn it in at the time, the teacher doesn't care if you turn it in subsequently. He Feng, like Zhang Yu, is not very good at English. But unlike Zhang Yu, He Feng didn't start the pendulum, but found ways to make up for it. And although the effect is limited, he treats English seriously. Lin Xiaoyu was so close to Zhang Jiayue, and she knew equally well what kind of person He Feng was. No, big sister. It's just an essay. Is it that important? Besides, if He Feng turns around and explains it to someone's teacher, the teacher will surely give a judgment as well. Zhang Yu said breathlessly. So He Feng didn't go to the internet cafe at all, right? Lin Xiaoyu continued to ask. Although it was true that what Zhang Yu said was fine, and that the teacher wouldn't care if there were special circumstances to find a teacher to explain. If He Feng really missed class because he went to an internet cafe, he would definitely operate according to what Lin Xiaoyu said. Really go for it. Alright, then I'll ask Jiayue to check He Feng's game login records later. A hint of cunning flashed in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. How is this thing? Check? Zhang Yu realized something was wrong just as he finished speaking. Didn't he help you hang the game too? You two always have game friends. Right. Doesn't the game show the last time you logged in? If you delete your friends now, I'm afraid He Feng won't be able to explain it well on Jiayu's side. Lin Xiaoyu said meaningfully. Basically all game buddies now show how long it's been since the last login. I rub. Zhang Yu was shocked. This woman really wasn't easy to fool. But if he didn't fool Lin Xiaoyu as well, this would definitely still be unfinished. Line. Tell you, He Feng cycling was hit by someone. Leg pulled a mouth. Go to the hospital, stitches 2 stitches. Let Zhang Jiayue know. Not again have to be heartbroken crying nose. You know yourself on the line. Do not give, Zhang Jiayue said. Zhang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Then how did you tell the teacher that He Feng dislocated his wrist? Where's the brain? I'll be honest with Lei. Lei's definitely contacting parents. He Feng's dad still thinks that He Feng rides the bus to and from school every day. He Feng rides his bike every day not just to save the money for the bus ride to take Zhang Jiayue out to play. If he lets his dad know that he's in a relationship, he must not give him a broken leg. Zhang Yu pretended to look speechless. When a student suffers a more serious injury during the school day, the teacher will contact the parents in the first instance to avoid some unnecessary misunderstanding. Nowadays, this internet public opinion is really too powerful. And if we are not careful, we do not know what this matter is going to fester into. What with the schools being irresponsible and the teachers failing in their duties, the hat is on. Of course there have been quite a few boomerangs over the years, and now the internet is a lot more sensible. Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have a point when she thought about it carefully. So, just pretend that you don't know anything. Let the two of them settle their own affairs. In order to prevent Lin Xiaoyu from talking nonsense, Jiang Yu added another sentence. After analyzing the stakes so thoroughly by herself, Lin Xiaoyu shouldn't go so far as to talk too much to Zhang Jiayue. Got it. Full of. Lin Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Jiang Yu without any good reason. Lin Xiaoyu was also really speechless. This person really didn't have a word of truth from start to finish. Of course what Lin Xiaoyu didn't know was that what Jiang Yu had told her was likewise not the truth. Chapter 14, A Misadventure. Got the truth of the matter from Jiang Yu's side. Lin Xiaoyue naturally had to go back to Zhang Jiayue's side to deliver the goods. Although Lin Xiaoyue was on good terms with Zhang Jiayue, after all, Jiang Yu had said that Lin Xiaoyue couldn't just sell it to Jiang Yu. So, Autumn Moon, how is it? What did Yifeng do? Zhang Jiayue asked impatiently. Nothing much. Yifeng hit someone, accompany them to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Xiaoyu said. Then why didn't he tell me? Because the one who hit was a girl. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. Lin Xiaoyu explained. Really? It's such a big deal, and you have to unite with Jiang Yu to lie to me. I'm that kind of person. Zhang Jiayue bristled. They boys just like to be smart. Lin Xiaoyu chimed in. Because Lin Xiaoyue had never been in love. So in her perspective, her boyfriend's slight contact with another girl was not a big deal at all. But any girl who has had a boyfriend is not so open-minded. Zhang Jiayue's matter was resolved, and Jiang Yu was finally relieved. Your cell phone. Tablemate Zhao Mingning took Jiang Yu's cell phone out of her own hole in the table. Thanks. At that time, looking at Zhao Mingning's expression, Jiang Yu basically guessed it. Let's just say that this little ninny has a bit of a thing for stealing beans with this hand, and she didn't even notice it herself. If she just took the cell phone away, Shirley wouldn't have stopped until she searched for something, but it's just a pity that she hitched an extracurricular book into it. Turn around and find a chance to make it up to her yourself. But before Jiang Yu could say anything, I'm sorry, Zhao Mingning lowered her head with a red face and said timidly to Jiang Yu. What are you sorry for? Jiang Yu was puzzled. Zhao Mingning took out a copy of The Ordinary World from the hole in the table. I was going to give you this one, but it was too late, so I just randomly drew one for you. It really wasn't on purpose. Don't be angry. I'll treat you to cookies. And by the way, I still have a Coke here. Zhao Mingning said and took another box of cookies and a bottle of Coke out. I can only say that Doraemon lives up to its name. There's really everything in this little table hole. Give her 2 more tables and I guess she could branch out into a small outlet. It's too late for me to thank you. Why are you angry? Jiang Yu reached out and pinched her cute little face. It's good that you're not angry. It's good that you're not angry. Zhao Mingning's frowning brows loosened, revealing a sweet smile. But your book was confiscated by Brother Lei. I'll see if I can get it back for you. If I can't, I'll go and buy one for you on the weekend. Jiang Yu said. No, I have a lot more here. Zhao Mingning said and pulled out several more extracurricular books from the hole in the table. Last month, the intersection opposite the school came to a stall selling books. Old man. Strange what books? When Zhao Mingning did not buy a lot. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The other side. Hospital lobby. Now the hospital hasn't started working yet. Before Yifeng took Tang Qianshan to the emergency clinic to have the abrasions briefly treated, because he was afraid of internal bleeding, so he was ready to wait for the hospital to work and then do an ultrasound. While the chances of getting hit by a bike and bleeding internally are not great, it's not completely out of the question. Since they'd gotten their numbers in ahead of time, the two of them went ahead and sat on a hospital bench and chatted. You haven't told me what your name is? Tang Qianshan asked with a beaming smile at Yifeng. Xin Feng. Yifeng said. Yifeng is a good man, but a not very pure good man. If this matter was within Yifeng's ability, then Yifeng would definitely do it with all his might. But if this matter exceeded Yifeng's ability, then Yifeng would choose to run away at the first opportunity. So when Tang Qianshan asked Yifeng didn't give his real name. One couldn't blame Yifeng. One could only say that the instinctive reaction of ordinary people was basically the same. Tang Qianshan laughed. Yifeng knew what was being referred to and could only accompany it with an awkward smile. It's all been said. I have nothing to do. You leave me a WeChat. If something happens I'll contact you then. Tang Qianshan said. It's better to check. Don't worry when you're done. Wait for me here for a while. I'll go get the money. Yifeng said and stood up. In a short while, Yifeng returned. There were also 2 bottles of water and a bag of bread in his hand. Didn't eat breakfast, did you? Here. Yifeng handed something to Tang Qianshan. Tang Qianshan took the bread. You were gone for a long time. I thought you weren't coming back. How? You haven't given me WeChat until now. And you didn't even leave me a phone number. The hospital is so big. If you get separated, you'll never see it again. Tang Xianxian unscrewed the mineral water and gently took a sip. Tang Xianxian spoke euphemistically, but Yifeng still heard the meaning of the words. Yifeng took a deep breath, then took his cell phone out, cut WeChat to a small number, and then flashed the QR code. Tang Xianxian took her cell phone and scanned it. Then a message popped up. The other party does not have friends who are in regular contact with each other, and it is recommended that the identity of the other party be verified before passing verification. Trumpet ah. Tang Xianxian asked knowingly. I usually use QQ. WeChat is not commonly used. Yifeng said casually with some sweat. Then why don't you add another QQ? Said Tang Xianxian mischievously. QQ. The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched. After that, the two of them just chatted, mostly with Tang Xianxian actively talking and Yifeng passively answering. But for some reason, talking to Tang Xianxian, Yifeng felt both comfortable and tired, not knowing how to describe it at all. If I had to describe it, it's like playing basketball in backpacks. You feel so nervous. Haven't you ever had a girlfriend? Tang Xianxian said, pulling over Yifeng's hand. You're sweating. Yifeng hastily pulled his hand away. Although Yifeng had also been talking to Zhang Jiayue, the two had known each other since junior high school and were more like buddies, while Tang Xianxian gave him a completely different feeling, unlike any girl he had known before. It's not that Yifeng has had less contact with girls, it's that girls of Tang Xianxian's character are really not uncommon in society, but not really on campus. So it makes sense that they wouldn't be very good at dealing with them. Here you go. Tang Xianxian took a pack of tissues out of her school bag and handed it to Yifeng. Thanks. Yifeng took the tissue and wiped his hands. Do you usually rarely talk to girls? Tang Xianxian then asked. And okay, how about you? Now that you have my WeChat, you can often talk to me, so that you won't be so nervous about chatting with girls. If you're too nervous, you won't be able to talk about your girlfriend. Tang Xianxian winked playfully. Chapter 15, Dangerous Women. Ah, good, Yifeng responded. The hospital was quite crowded on Monday, and even though I had registered in advance, I still waited a long time for the ultrasound. Tang Xianxian went in to do it and Yifeng waited outside. Not long after Tang Xianxian came out, I heard the doctor say it's nothing, Tang Xianxian said while wiping the back of her neck with paper. Ultrasound couplers are applied to all ultrasounds, and it can be a little hard to wipe off the sticky mess. It's good that it's fine. When will the results come out? Yifeng asked. Basically, when the results came back with nothing, Yifeng was able to blink and end the ordeal. It's like an hour wait. The efficiency of the hospitals on this side of Dongjiang City is quite high, and now they all print their reports on a self-service basis, so the results usually come out in an hour or so. Xin Feng, help me wipe this side. I can't touch it a bit. Tang Xianxian pointed to the back of her neck leaning down. Usually girls would say, can you help me? But not Tang Xianxian. Oh, Yifeng took the tissue. But then Yifeng felt that it was not appropriate to do so, wanted to refuse, but also felt that the paper towels have taken over, and then refused seems to be not quite appropriate, so can only help with a hard head. Here, lean down a little more. Is that okay? And the faint scent of Tang Xianxian's body almost made Yifeng lose his concentration. That's fine. Thanks. Sit down for a while. I'll go buy some fruit. Yifeng took a deep breath. Can't spend too much time with this woman or something is going to go terribly wrong. This side of the hospital is newly built with all the amenities. There's a big supermarket right in the hospital, and it's easy to buy fruits and stuff, and the prices aren't much different than outside. I just bought oranges and bananas. Yifeng put the bag of fruits on the chair on the ground next to Tang Xianxian. It's not easy to eat other fruits in the hospital, basically oranges and bananas. Tang Xianxian put her cell phone away when she saw Yifeng return. When Yifeng went shopping earlier, Tang Xianxian had been using her cell phone to return messages, basically from teachers and classmates concerned. As for her parents' side, Tang Xianxian didn't go into detail because she was afraid they would be worried, and only said she had fallen. Thanks. Tang Xianxian broke a banana down, but while peeling the skin. Tang Xianxian frowned lightly and stifled a cry. What's wrong? Yifeng asked in a hurry. It's nothing. The wound was accidentally rubbed. Yifeng was relieved to see this. Just now, looking at Tang Xianxian like that, Yifeng thought she was not feeling well again. Let me help you, Yifeng said. Then Yifeng handed Tang Xianxian a peeled banana. Tang Xianxian didn't eat the banana after receiving it, but looked up at Yifeng. What's wrong? Yifeng was puzzled. What are you doing so far away from me? We're not in love. We're still afraid of the teacher seeing us. Tang Xianxian signaled the empty seat next to her. Sit down. Well, good. Yifeng sat down next to Tang Xianxian. Tang Xianxian didn't eat the banana directly in one bite, but bit by bit, bit forward, and when it was almost ready, she started chewing again. Hifeng swept a glance with his afterglow, then he didn't dare to look any further, turning his gaze to the pedestrians coming and going. But soon, Hifeng heard a chewing sound. When Tang Xianxian eats, her mouth is kind of half closed. That is, you look at her as if her mouth is closed, but you can clearly hear her chewing. According to Tang Xianxian's own words, it means that her mouth is relatively small, and it's hard to close her mouth completely for chewing when she eats a little bit more. A well-known female anchor said that the highest level of Teeness is to make others not see that you are Thai, but feel that you are Thai. 30 seconds later, Hifeng stood up. Tang Xianxian looked at Hifeng suspiciously, but when she saw Hifeng lift his pants, she laughed outright. This gave Hifeng a blush. Standing or sitting? Xin Feng, Tang Xianxian said. Hifeng didn't respond. Xin Feng? Hifeng suddenly remembered that his name was now Qin Feng and hurriedly turned around with his hands in his pockets. Well, what's wrong? Hifeng asked. I can't eat anymore. Do you want to eat? Tang Xianxian gestured at the half banana she was holding. This. Sorry. Tang Xianxian understood and took out another tissue from her school bag, breaking off a small section where she had bitten. I really can't eat anymore. It's a bit of a waste if I throw it away, Tang Xianxian said. Hifeng felt a sense of vertigo from overdosing on oxygen, and somehow, he actually picked up the banana. Of course it's not that Hifeng has moved on or anything. A normal person suddenly stumbles upon this kind of thing, that the brain is all confused. Many things simply can't react. It's like when you're on the phone and someone shoves whatever it is into your hand. You basically take it. Meanwhile, the math team office. Hey, Wanner, have you heard? Lei's brother and his class Lin Xiaoyue and Zhang Yu are getting it on. Zhao Hongyan pulled Wang Wan and whispered. Ha? No way. These two kids weren't fighting yesterday. Wang Wan instantly became interested when she heard Zhao Hongyan say this. Who says it isn't? But I heard from my classmates that the two were dating, and Akazuki wouldn't even let them hold hands, so they got into a fight. Well, in high school, the kind of school flower level characters, the slightest breeze, not to say the whole grade, at least a few nearby classes have to be spread all over the place, and Zhao Hongyan has heard all sorts of versions. What's there to say that Lin Xiaoyu broke up with Zhang Yu because he was still watching porn even though he was with her? And what's more, Lin Xiaoyu broke up with Zhang Yu in the end because she found out that in her cell phone, Zhang Yu took a small private video with another girl and then fought with Zhang Yu. The most outrageous one is that Zhang Yu disliked Lin Xiaoyu for farting too loudly, so that's why he broke up. So Zhao Hongyan could only pick the one she thought was credible and tell Wang Wan about it. I've also heard that that girl, Autumn Moon, has a strong nature and broke up with Zhang Yu directly in front of the whole class. Ho, but this news is coming to our class after all. So yeah, why don't we wait for Lei to come back for a while and ask? Okay. At this time, Lei pushed the door and walked in. Lei hadn't cared much about it, but Zhao Hongyan and Wang Wan had been staring at themselves, making Lei a bit squirmy. Sister Yan, is there something on my face? Lei couldn't help but ask out loud. Zhao Hongyan hurriedly came to Lei's side when she saw this. Wang Wan followed suit. Hey, brother Lei, what's the situation with Lin Xiaoyu and Zhang Yu in your class? Zhao Hongyan asked in a low voice. What situation? Lei was confused. These two fought again? I didn't hear about it myself. You don't know about something this big? What is it? Lei was even more confused. These two get laid. Lei was literally filled with question marks now. Where did you get all this gossip? Gee, it's all been passed around our class. Absolutely fabricated. Lei still didn't believe it. I thought so at first, so I made a point of asking several students. Then I'll turn around and ask. Lei felt his people were dizzy. At that time, Lin Xiaoyu wrote on Zhang Yu act, but he saw it with his own eyes. These two people can get along with each other? But looking at Zhao Hongyan's appearance, it didn't seem like she was making a point out of nothing. First period between classes. Math papers have started to be distributed one after another. Chapter 16, sure enough, being in love makes you a retard. An unoccupied corner of the building. Xiaoyu, I dreamt that Hifeng cheated on me yesterday, Zhang Jiayue said to Lin Xiaoyu with red eyes. You, just watch less of those messy movies. Hearing Zhang Jiayue say that, Lin Xiaoyu naturally associated it with what Zhang Jiayue had recommended to her earlier. What's his name split? Then today Hifeng didn't come to class and lied to me. I just went to find Brother Lei to ask for leave and Brother Lei wouldn't give it. Do you think Hifeng really cheated on me? Zhang Jiayue was full of grievances. Lin Xiaoyu had a helpless look on her face. Yesterday, this woman was telling herself how to clean up Hifeng if he cheated on her. And today, with the slightest breeze, she has become this demeanor. It's true that being in love makes you a retard. Don't think blindly, it's definitely fine. Lin Xiaoyu comforted. Because Lin Xiaoyu knew that Hifeng had made up the girl he hit, she didn't take it seriously. Results. I just had a fight with Hifeng. He's really in the hospital with a girl. I asked him to take a picture of that girl for me to see, and he wouldn't give it. Zhang Jiayue continued. There is no such person. So where do people go to shoot for you? You can't just find someone to shoot blindly. That's why Lin Xiaoyu thought that Feng was purposely going along with what he said in order to keep Zhang Jiayue from knowing that she was injured. Just put your heart in your stomach. It's definitely fine. Lin Xiaoyu rubbed Zhang Jiayue's belly confidently. The other side. Feng, you're a big man. What did you say to Zhang Jiayue? Looking at the message sent by Feng, Zhang Yu was confused. Zhang Yu, I didn't say anything. Just that you went to an internet cafe to help me hang up the game. Feng directly sent over the screenshot of his chat with Zhang Jiayue. It was basically Zhang Jiayue's unilateral output, and Feng kept apologizing and explaining. Zhang Yu knew what was going on after a moment's thought. Zhang Yu, *******. I really didn't say anything. Wait. I know. Wait for me for a while. At this time, Zhang Jiayue and Lin Xiaoyu happened to return to the class. Wait for Zhang Jiayue to walk away. What did you say to Zhang Jiayue? Zhang Yu asked as he pulled Lin Xiaoyu. What did I say? I didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoyu was puzzled. You are not saying that Feng hit a little girl and is now in the hospital with someone else? Zhang Yu said. What's up? How did you know? Zhang Yu was convinced. I made it up. Wasn't it you who didn't let me say Feng was injured? Lin Xiaoyu said. Zhang Yu stopped, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. I feel like I've been holding on for half a day, but you've ruined it all with one sentence. Looking at Zhang Yu's despondent face, Lin Xiaoyu seemed to understand what was going on. Is Feng really in the hospital with another girl? Lin Xiaoyu asked tentatively. Nonsense. It's because I'm afraid that Zhang Jiayue will know that she's jealous. That's why I'm asking me to help round it up a bit. Also, you're sick. Haven't you ever been in a relationship? You can just say this kind of thing. Zhang Yu spat. It's not the same as it used to be. Not being in a relationship used to be a positive word. Now it's basically the equivalent of a derogatory word. Of course I've talked about it. Although Lin Xiaoyu had never talked about it, she could only act as if she had in order not to be ridiculed by Zhang Yu. When you were in a relationship and your boyfriend went out alone with another girl, you weren't jealous. Zhang Yu then asked. Why should I be jealous? Lin Xiaoyu's sentence directly gave Zhang Yu a question. Why be jealous is kinda a damn good question. Although Zhang Yu couldn't explain it clearly either. It was the truth. Zhang Yu, no matter what, this is a matter between the two of them. You follow the blind participation in what? Lin Xiaoyu, you're still talking about me. Can I get involved if you don't? Zhang Yu, it was Feng who told me to tell Zhang Jiayue that. Lin Xiaoyu, then I'm still the one Zhang Jiayue asked me to help ask. Zhang Yu, you started this anyway, so go wipe your ass yourself. Lin Xiaoyu, what do you mean I caused this? You are not full of. At first tell me the truth. Can there be this now? Zhang Yu, I tell you the truth? How can I be honest with you? You and Zhang Jiayue good fast two people wear the same pants. I front foot with you to tell the truth. You shall not back foot to me sold. Then what now? Lin Xiaoyu knew that she was at a disadvantage and did not continue to argue with Zhang Yu. How can we do? Was not much of a thing? Zhang Jiayue temper. Feng recognized a mistake. This is not the past. So many years of feelings, but also because of the big point of a thing divided. Zhang Yu did not have a good mood. Just then, Akizuki, your roll. The class rep handed Lin Xiaoyu her math paper. Lin Xiaoyu swept a glance and hurried back to her seat to stuff the roll into the hole in the table. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and guessed as much. Zhang Yu is still 150 in math this time. If Lin Xiaoyu was going to be a 150 as well, she would have started on her mouth by now. Zhang Yu held a folding fan in his hand and walked to Lin Xiaoyu's side with 3 steps. Half of his buttocks pressed on Lin Xiaoyu's desk, and cheerfully opened his mouth. People are happy. Someone is fine. At total arrogance. Math unfortunately loses its front hooves with a father, and she remembers it for a long time. Zhang Yu snapped to open the folding fan. There were 4 big words written on it. Jumper. Guess who this poem is written for? Zhang Yu leaned down and whispered in Lin Xiaoyu's ear. You. Lin Xiaoyu only felt a streak of bruised blood in her chest, suffocating her with raw pain. That's right. Lin Xiaoyu lost again. The rolls were handed out. Zhang Yu is another 150, and Lin Xiaoyu is only 145. Wrong multiple choice question. Why didn't you pick D? Lin Xiaoyu hammered her head twice with force. If you add one more time, my father will tell you about it now. Zhang Yu sat down next to Lin Xiaoyu then rhymed. Cool. That's a coolness that goes straight to the soul. How arrogant this woman was yesterday. How good Zhang Yu was now. Lin Xiaoyu turned away, looking as if she wasn't going to ignore Zhang Yu. Ready to cheat again. Who said before that they wouldn't cheat? It's possible that the judgment is wrong. Wait until the teacher finishes speaking. Lin Xiaoyu said unconvincingly. Next period is the math class. You say you procrastinate, and how long can you procrastinate? If I had known that now, why did I bother? Just surrender and lose half. How good. but since this woman won't shed a tear until she sees the coffin, we're not the ones in a hurry. Just then, Zhang Jiayue walked over again. Xiaoyu, what if Hifeng really cheated? Zhang Jiayue said as she pulled Lin Xiaoyue's arm. My auntie, we've known each other for 6 years. Don't you know what kind of person Hifeng is? Jiang Yu spat. Before he got together with Zhang Jiayue, Hifeng was actually quite flamboyant in his play. But weren't they all still small at that time? Liar. Zhang Jiayue came with a glare at Jiang Yu. It directly gave Jiang Yu a dislike that left him speechless. Chapter 17 runs yuppies. Jiayue, don't be anxious. Things are definitely not like what you think. Lin Xiaoyu comforted. I mean, what if? Little girls in high school love to fantasize, plus read a lot of romance novels, and love to set up some bitter persona for themselves. Summarize in one word. Make. In case, this one was also difficult for Lin Xiaoyu, because Lin Xiaoyu had never been in a relationship in the first place, and had a hard time understanding jealousy, let alone this situation. But, I know a good friend. She's quite professional when it comes to relationships. I'll turn around and ask for you. Lin Xiaoyu naturally thought of her ex-boyfriend Tang Xianxian, who could almost make up a class. Just when Zhang Jiayue wanted to say something else, Gawain walked over with a book. Gao 1 is a very ordinary girl, with no significant strengths and equally no significant weaknesses. If you have to say, it is the teacher's comment that she loves the class. The teacher may have written this for someone else because the kid really couldn't find anything good to say about him. But Gao 1 is a person who does love the class community, and when she is approached about something regarding the class, she basically doesn't say no. Of course, she was also the one who stood up for Lin Xiaoyu yesterday to give Jiang Yu a scolding. After Lin Xiaoyu knew about it, she even sent her a special private message to briefly explain it to her. But of course Lin Xiaoyu definitely couldn't tell people the truth of the matter. Anyway, this went by in a blur. Gaowen didn't come over to find Lin Xiaoyu or Jiang Yu. Instead, they're looking for Zhang Jiayue. Jiayue, here's your book. Gaowen placed an extracurricular book on Zhang Jiayue's table. Zhang Jiayue just glanced at it and instantly became even more tense. Genius Petite Wife, Green Tea Skyfall Tears Down a Perfect Plum. This book also belongs to Zhao Mingning, who has a lot of extracurricular books to lend out. At that time, Zhang Jiayue and Gaowen both wanted to borrow it, so Zhang Jiayue let Gaowen read it first, and now that Gaowen had finished reading it, she brought the book over to Zhang Jiayue. Green Tea Skyfall Hand Tearing Down a Stunning Green Plum? Hifeng is going to let people beat me. I won't live. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu both had black lines on their heads. The title of the book is quite fitting. Then again, being in love does tend to make people retarded. Zhang Jiayue was actually quite normal when it came to things that didn't involve Hifeng. However, it was good that the class bell made Zhang Jiayue stop continuing. As the class bell rang, the students returned to the class one after another, and Shirley began to talk about this midterm paper. Soon it came to the multiple choice question that Lin Xiaoyu had gotten wrong. Come on, let's look at the last multiple choice question. It's not obvious that it's a trap question. There are still so many students who chose D. Raise your hand if you chose D and I'll take a look, Shirley said with the paper in one hand and chalk in the other. So much. Haven't these types of questions been done before? One by one. They don't go to your head. Come on, let's see this question with known conditions. After the speech, the clip of Lin Xiaoyu's ballpoint pen snapped with a sound. Also shattered was her one remaining illusion. After class, don't dawdle. All of you, quickly go down to the drill, Shirley urged. On the second high school side, it's morning study plus 4 periods in the morning, and you'll go down to gymnastics in the second period. Just as Shirley was urging the students to go downstairs to exercise, the class teacher group suddenly received a message. Seniors will participate in the games as usual. Classroom teachers will pick up registration forms from the physical education team. Generally speaking, the only task of a senior is to study, and all other activities have nothing to do with the senior year. I heard that some leaders from the education department came down to visit this time, so the senior class is going to participate in the sports meet this time. All move faster. Lin Xiaoyu, you keep an eye on it. No one is allowed to stay in the class, Shirley said and left the class. This kind of thing is usually the class president's job, but the class president of Jiang Yu's class is a bit of a one-trick pony, so Shirley has something to do that is usually handed over to Lin Xiaoyu, the study committee member. Got it. Most of the students are more obedient. Basically there is no intentionally stay in the class or drill the toilet as soon as the drill starts. Originally, Jiang Yu was also ready to go downstairs to do exercises, but he was stopped by Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu, wait. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. A big job was coming. The woman was also catching a good timing during the inter-drill period when everyone was away. But those don't matter. After everyone has left, Lin Xiaoyu gently closed both the front and back doors. Then he walked over to Jiang Yu. A pair of eyes stared straight at Jiang Yu. I have to say, This one does top as a woman alone. The face was like exquisite, the skin was like white snow, and the eyes were even more like stars, and the moment they looked at each other, it was as if they made people instantly fall into the boundless universe. Jiang Yu Brush Video has seen a lot of beautiful women. There is no lack of exquisite face, but features like Lin Xiaoyu so coordinated, really have not seen a few. For her, the camera's beauty may even be a negative effect. All in all, 1,000 words come together in two. Very moist. If I had to describe it in 4 words, it would be run-of-the-mill yuppie. Just as Jiang Yu wanted to open his mouth. Liar. Lin Xiaoyu stared at Jiang Yu with sultry eyes. I'll rub it in. No 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 no. Don't talk nonsense. When did I lie to you? Jiang Yu was shocked. This woman made it sound like she had abandoned her. Didn't you tell Qian Xin and the others to choose D for the last of the multiple choice questions? Lin Xiaoyu said angrily. What happened was that after the math test, a bunch of people gathered around to check their answers. And then there was a little disagreement on the last multiple choice question, but most of the people chose D. Then they asked Jiang Yu what he chose, and Jiang Yu casually said he chose D as well because he was in a hurry to get to the game. Hey, didn't you not match the answers with Qian Xin and the others? Jiang Yu said with a wry smile. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu put his heart in his stomach at that time after knowing that Lin Xiaoyu had matched the answers with Qian Xin and the others. I asked later. Lin Xiaoyu's mouth stiffened. Then maybe I was misremembering at the time. Liar, liar liar liar, liar. If eyes could kill, this would be Jiang Yu being killed 10,000 times by Lin Xiaoyu. You don't say so much. Willing to bet is good. Jiang Yu said. Go ahead and bet on the language. Lin Xiaoyu said. Oi 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 oi. Cheating again. Mangy dog. You're the mangy dog. Bet on the language. If I win, let's be even. Lin Xiaoyu said in dissatisfaction. Jiang Yu said. You. Lin Xiaoyu's chest rose and fell with her violent breathing, and her shell teeth lightly clasped her somewhat slightly trembling lips. Almost naked anger leaked out from Lin Xiaoyu's body. Chapter 18. You apologize to your father with this attitude? Look, can't afford to play again. Hey, look at this person. You asked me to write 800 words. I just asked you to read a few words. This you are going to rely on. Jiang Yu spat. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Then, BB, I was wrong. I will never play tricks again. Lin Xiaoyu said softly. That's the attitude you get when you apologize to your dad. Lin Xiaoyu's pupils dilated the moment she heard this. Even kind of doubted my ears. What did you say? Lin Xiaoyu said through gritted teeth. If it wasn't he for being unconvinced and wanting to turn the tables, Lin Xiaoyu would want to directly give this some color right now. No, I didn't mean that. I just casually asked. Like if I were to apologize, then I would definitely have a proper attitude and a gentle tone of voice. Of course if you're like that at home, then just pretend I didn't say it. Jiang Yu hurriedly explained. Lin Xiaoyu stared dead into Jiang Yu's eyes and brooded for a minute or so. BB, I was wrong. I'll never pull a stunt again. BB, I was wrong. I'll never pull a stunt again. Is it okay? Lin Xiaoyu said as she forced down the fire in her heart. I didn't realize it before. Your speaking voice is quite nice. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't care less about continuing to be angry with Jiang Yu right now. Keep betting on the language. You lose. Before Lin Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, Jiang Yu directly interrupted. I'm not playing. You. Hiccup. Lin Xiaoyu was directly exasperated to the point of hiccuping. My greatest strength as a person is that I take things as they come. Jiang Yu said slowly and leisurely. No way. Lin Xiaoyu felt herself getting a little angry to the point of incoherence. This bet is all about you and me. How can you force someone to make a bet? Besides, betting on the language, then you're not a blatant bully. Jiang Yu continued. Lin Xiaoyu's language was around 130, while Jiang Yu had trouble passing. Unless Jiang Yu was brain dead he would bet with Lin Xiaoyu on language. Then bet on the science synthesis. Lin Xiaoyu said undeterred. A few high schools on this side of Dongjiang City practiced subject selection, and as a result, so many students messed up on their exams. The second middle school was in a wait-and-see situation before, and finally, seeing this light, it decisively continued the former arts and sciences, commonly known as De One De Li. Normally, Lin Xiaoyu's physics was just a little bit higher than Jiang Yu's, and this time the physics questions were harder, and Lin Xiaoyu didn't have full confidence that she could win over Jiang Yu, but now she was clearly a little bit on top of things. But, not coming. Jiang Yu spread his hands. You're shameless. When did Lin Xiaoyu, who wanted to be strong since she was a child, ever receive this kind of aggravation? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire when she looked at Jiang Yu. How am I shameless? You want me to confess to you that much? Jiang Yu nuzzled. It's not impossible. Who made me in a good mood today? I don't need you to pity me. Lin Xiaoyu said fiercely. No. It's not pity, to be honest, I really quite like you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to write those 800 words ahead of time, even though I know that you'll reject me, but, I still want to say to you, Lin Qiu, I like you, even though at the beginning, I didn't have a particularly good impression of you. I felt that you're a very serious person, and that you're arrogant in your speech, but later on, I found out that you're just you, different from other girls, with a unique charm, Jiang Yu said as he gently grabbed both of Lin Qiu's wrists and looked deeply into her eyes. Autumn moon, you keep flashing in my life, but I still don't know what exactly I feel for you. The word like is too light, love and pity is a bit frivolous, look up and look too far away, so I try to get closer to you. Want to try to see what kind of a person you really are as a way of looking straight into my own heart, but no matter how close I lean, I can only always get a vague figure. I thought that I would never be able to look you in the eye for the rest of my life, but, yesterday afternoon in study hall, I saw clearly, I saw it through and through. You were spirited then, you were writing furiously then, you were in a flurry then, gurgling and chugging, and me, and I finally understood that you, too, were a woman of flavor, a unique and dense smell. I nearly fainted at the slightest sniff. Originally, when she heard Jiang Yu's affectionate words in front of her, Lin Qiu was still a bit flustered, thinking that Jiang Yu really had feelings for her, although there were quite a few people who liked Lin Qiu, and she had received love letters in the past, but for some reason, these words coming out of Jiang Yu's mouth gave her a special feeling, and even caused a hint of panic in her heart, trying to avoid it, but wanting to listen to it, until Lin Qiu heard the last sentence. Lin Qiu instantly understood that she was fooled. And she was fooled again by this person. How can you expect ivory out of a dog's mouth when you're a retard yourself? Jiang Yu, Lin Qiu couldn't hold back any longer and decided that she had to give this some more color. But just as Lin Qiu was about to reach out, she realized that her wrist had been tightly held by Jiang Yu. He wanted to raise his leg, but he realized that Jiang Yu had circled directly behind him. Lin Qiu struggled with her efforts and instead leaned directly into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu expected this woman to say no but definitely want to make a move, so he had prepared for it. Lin Qiu was somewhat of a fighter, but being at a disadvantage with not much of a weight difference, those 3 or 2 strikes wouldn't be able to do much good. You let go of me. Letting go of you isn't out of the question. You'll have to answer me one. What? Yesterday afternoon, did you scurry in your pants pocket or not? Jiang Yu asked softly in Lin Qiu's ear. Ah, Lin Qiu felt like her little universe was on fire. How could there be such a person in the world? Lin Qiu couldn't hold back any longer. A direct bite was placed on Jiang Yu's small arm. Oh! Jiang Yu let out a miserable scream, and that's when the door to the class opened. What are you guys doing? Shirley looked at the 2 people who were hugging each other tightly, and were a bit skeptical of his eyes. Chapter 19, We're fighting. After Shirley picked up the enrollment form, he suddenly remembered that he had left his water cup in the classroom, so he came back to pick it up. Who knew that as soon as he entered the door, he saw such a powerful scene. Seeing Shirley come in, Jiang Yu hurriedly released Lin Qiu, and the panic on Lin Qiu's face flickered. What are you 2 doing? Speak. Shirley looked at the 2 men's silence and then chided them. Before listening to Zhao Hongyan said that these 2 people have catnip, they still do not believe. Now it seems more than catnip. Catnip big. Teacher, if I say that the 2 of us are fighting, do you believe me? Jiang Yu said with a somewhat understated nonchalance. While there are times when this is quite outrageous, it is also true that it is the truth. What do you think? Shirley felt as if these 2 were treating themselves like retards. Math team office. Because the inter drill was over soon, it wasn't good to stay in the class to talk about this kind of thing, so Shirley brought the 2 of them to the office once again. Zhao Hongyan watched Shirley bring in Jiang Yu and Lin Qiu and hurriedly sent a message to Wang Wan. Zhao Hongyan, there's a melon. Come back quickly. Wang Wan, hold off. Wait for me. It's not mandatory for the homeroom teacher to accompany the drill in the 2nd middle school, but Wang Wan usually follows the drill if she's not doing anything. But Zhao Hongyan's resounding 4 words still carry a lot of weight. Besides, the interval was more than half done and there was nothing to do, so Wang Wan backed up her 2 short legs and headed for the school building. At first the teachers' offices were in the administration building, but the 2nd middle school campus is quite large, and the administration building is not really close to the teaching side of the building. Solely later, the classrooms on the top 2 floors of the building were converted into offices for substitute teachers, and the offices over in the administration building are basically empty. For your good sisters to have the freshest melons, Zhao Hongyan certainly pulled out all the stops. Yo, brother Lei, what's going on with these 2? Zhao Hongyan cheerfully said to Shirley. Don't mention it. After I went to the sports team to pick up the enrollment form, I came back and saw that these 2 didn't go to drill. They were sneaking around in the class, and they even closed the door. Shirley didn't have the good sense to say, because the ins and outs of the matter hadn't been clarified. Shirley also didn't characterize the behavior of the two for the time being. Like this. It's really wrong not to go to the drill. Let the students from the discipline inspection department find out about it, and you'll have to deduct your class points again. But the other two kids are usually quite understanding, so maybe there's another reason. Zhao Hongyan said. Humph. Look at you Yen sisters. You're still helping to excuse yourselves even now. Shirley turned his head to the two Jiangyu Linshoyu and said. No. I just casually said. The main thing is that we can't give the children wronged. Now the children one by one study pressure is so big. Lay brother you say right. Zhao Hongyan continued. They're stressed? You are not seeing. As soon as I entered the door, these two unlucky kids were just hugging each other like this. I thought at the time that I was hallucinating because I had been stressed out lately. Shirley felt incredible even now. Ouch. That's pretty serious. Hey. No. Sister Yen. You go ahead and get busy with your business. I have something else here. Shirley suddenly reacted. He was here to deal with Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu's affairs. How did he nag Zhao Hongyan instead? I'm not too busy here. I'll listen and learn from the experience, so I won't be blindsided in case I'm leading a shift and encounter this situation. Zhao Hongyan saw that Wang Wan hadn't come back yet, and quickly said, Brother Lei, you said that you saw these two kids hugging each other with your own eyes at the time. So what did you say at the time? That is, what should you have said before you brought the two of them to the office? Shirley looked at Zhao Hongyan inexplicably. Although Zhao Hongyan usually likes to eat melon and listen to some gossip, but people are not so abrasive. Hey, Sister Yen, this matter, turn around and I'll talk to you slowly. These kids still have to go back to class in a while. Right. Oh, right. Then you speak first and we'll communicate later. Zhao Hongyan could only give up when she saw this. My Wan, that's all I can do for you. And that's when the door to the office was pushed open with one hand. Sister Yen, that question, I finally figured it out. Wang Wan said with a slight gasp. Although Wang Wan had purposely smoothed out her breath at the door, she was still exposed as soon as she opened her mouth. Shirley is not stupid. Looking at this situation, how can he not see what kind of trickery these two people are doing here? Good you Zhao Hongyan? See a lively more and more excessive is it? See I turned back to find how director to clean you up. Although Shirley was also angry in his heart, he still had to be peaceful on the surface. Then Sister Yen, Sister Wan, you guys are busy with yourselves. Shirley said cheerfully. Aha, okay Brother Lei. Then we'll get ours first, and you get busy with yours. Zhao Hongyan said beautifully. Wang Wan sat down and whispered to Zhao Hongyan, I'm not late, am I? It's not late, it's just about to start. Zhao Hongyan took a bag of melon nuts out of the drawer with a twinkle in her eye. I bought them on purpose yesterday. You can't get high on melon seeds, so it's okay to just eat the nuts. All you know how to do is mess with these things all day long. Bad. Shoo, keep it down. I'm telling you guys, take the initiative to give an account now and I can still consider giving you a lighter treatment. Otherwise you'll be directly suspended for a week each. Shirley said righteously. A week's suspension is basically the top of the regular punishment. And usually the kind of fights that are first offenses are at most a 3-day suspension. Teacher, Lin Xiaoyu was also having a headache. Hesitant to know where to start. Look at Lin Xiaoyu ready to tell the truth. Jiang Yu secretly said a bad, if the truth, suspended although not to, but playing this kind of bet, certainly to inform the parents, so that their own mother knows that they let Lin Xiaoyu call dad. Back to the surely have to be hard to clean up their own. Might as well be suspended because of early love. So, teacher, Lin Xiaoyu forced me to get back together with her. Jiang Yu said righteously. Wan Wan directly sprayed 2 melon seeds out. Compound. Shirley took off his glasses and threw them aside, rubbing his face hard with his hands before putting them back on. What a mess. Could it be any more outrageous? When did I ask you to get back together? Lin Xiaoyu quit on the spot. Seeing this, Jiang Yu hurriedly gave Lin Xiaoyu a wink. JY, you go along with me, or we'll both be suspended. Lin Xiaoyu returned the color. Autumn Moonlin, I'm going to go along with you and say I have to be suspended. JY, can you give me some credit? Lin Xiaoyu, I can't, we have to stop together. Sister Yen, what are these two kids squinting about? Wang Wan asked in a low voice. I'd be a god if I could tell. Don't you always read lips? Wang Wan asked next. Zhao Hongyan can be said to have practiced lip reading with one hand because she often eats melons. Then no one is talking with their eyebrows either. Zhao Hongyan stared intently at the two, as if trying to catch any information between their eyebrows. Shirley also noticed the abnormality of the two. A direct slap on the table. Snap. Hey, what are you doing here? When this is what place? Against you two. Today do not give me clear things. I'll call parents. Don't. Brother Lei, you calm down. You should have heard that Lin Xiaoyu and I broke up a long time ago. Jiang Yu was afraid that Lin Xiaoyu would mess up and directly open his mouth to preemptively say, Chapter 20 Fine Drama. Well, then what? Shirley asked. Shirley was listening to Zhao Hongyan and then looked for the class to briefly understand the situation. Although there are all sorts of things to say, the basic message is still the same. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu broke up. Then I thought, you said it's all broken up. Shouldn't we return all the things we gave each other? Jiang Yu continued. So what? Shirley didn't understand how this was related to you guys cuddling together. Then I looked for Lin Xiaoyu to ask me to send her that keychain on the bear. The results of your guess what? She said to give her is her. You say if we talked about a 3 or 5 years. That sent also sent. The problem is that we are a total of less than 2 weeks together. You said let me take a bear. Expensive although not expensive. But I am certainly not willing to. You enter the door. The two of us are there to grab the bear. Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu said the purpose of this sentence is also very clear. Their own time with Lin Xiaoyu together is not long, and now has been broken up. Check the early love. This kind of thing does not tell the past. You cannot say that it is people are broken up. You also give people a suspension of the class. As for cuddling, it was himself who was grabbing the bear at the time. The pot can be said to have been dumped cleanly. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes as she listened to this large section of Jiang Yu's words. This made-up story really came out of her mouth. But this also made Lin Xiaoyu somewhat believe that Jiang Yu could really muddle through this matter. Jiang Yu finished his speech and hurriedly used his eyes to signal Lin Xiaoyu not to mess around and go along with himself. Both of them were fine. Although Lin Xiaoyu understood Jiang Yu's meaning, she was still unconvinced. The good guys have let you pretend, but also want to bear me a bear. Why do you have the right? Which bear? I see, Shirley said to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu reluctantly took the keychain out. There is a very delicate bear hanging from the keychain. Where did you buy it? The jewelry store on the 3rd floor of Victoria International. I don't remember the name of the store. Lin Xiaoyu removed the bear from the key and put it on the table. How much? 234. Jiang Yu's head was really bigger than 2 when he heard Lin Xiaoyu's words, and he hurriedly gave Lin Xiaoyu a wink. Jiang Yu, I have said that this thing is not expensive. You cannot go along with me. You said that this thing is $5. Lay directly to me. This is not the end of the matter. Lin Xiaoyu, I just 234 bought it. Why should I give it to you? JY, I'll give it to you when I'm done. Autumn Moon Lin, I don't. Jiang Yu didn't have anything particularly good to do when he looked at this pig teammate in front of him. Hey, how come the two of you are making eye contact again just from the effort of me looking at this thing? Although Shirley didn't know how this was communicating, but with the experience of coaching for so many years, these two people were definitely not being honest. Brother Lei, my eyes are a bit uncomfortable, Jiang Yu explained. Then I'll rub it for you? Shirley didn't have the good sense to say. No, it's done. But, you said that you two have split up. When did you split up? Shirley looked at the bear in his hand and then at the two people in front of him. Jiang Yu just wanted to reply. Wait, Shirley thought for a moment and added. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and you all answer together. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Yu, last Monday. Lin Xiaoyu, yesterday. Interesting, totally different. Shirley smiled slightly and placed the bear in his hand on the table. Can you explain it? But this was all within Jiang Yu's expectations, because Jiang Yu expected that Lin Xiaoyu would definitely say yesterday. If Jiang Yu had said the same thing about yesterday, it wouldn't have been easy to explain later. Last Monday, I said we do not pull a hand. She did not agree. You said, to get an object, do not kiss even if the hand is not allowed to pull is not too much. I went back and then did not pay attention to her. Jiang Yu said, wait, you don't say, you say. Shirley signaled Jiang Yu to shut up and let Lin Xiaoyu speak. Originally, Shirley wanted Lin Xiaoyu and Jiang Yu to write down everything, but this is not a trial of the prisoner, and there are Zhao Hongyan and Wan Wan watching from the side, even if the matter is clarified. A classroom teacher who treats his students like criminals has a bad reputation when it gets out, so Shirley would like to use this way of one person saying a paragraph, so that the two people reveal the cloven foot, as long as there is a paragraph said that cannot be picked up, because when he first confessed, I didn't even want to agree to him. I didn't reject it because I was afraid of affecting his studies, so I definitely didn't agree when he proposed to hold hands, and after that, he ignored me, and I ignored him, Lin Xiaoyu said. Although Lin Xiaoyu was furious, she also knew that she had to unite her front with Jiang Yu and be consistent now. If the content of the bet was known by her parents, Lin Xiaoyu would likewise not feel good. Lin Xiaoyu's intention to continue shaking off the pot by saying this was also clear. She didn't want to be with him at all, and agreeing to it was just taking care of his emotions. Stop, you continue, Shirley said to Jiang Yu. Dealing with this kind of thing, it's normal to split up, so I think, at the moment she refused to hold hands. We are over, but this woman's heart is small and holds a grudge. What is behind the report of cheating and hitting me? And you are all clear about it. Jiang Yu said. Then why didn't you say anything at that time? Shirley asked next. Telling you at the time, that wasn't looking for a scolding. Jiang Yu explained. Shirley seems to be reasonable for such a day, but it always feels strange somewhere. Lin Qiu Yue, you say. I did get a bit angry at the time, although I didn't want to say yes to him, but the things he said at the time when he confessed his love for me, I thought it was still quite sincere, only to turn around and find out that he was all cheating on me, just wanting to be that nasty. Men are all liars. Lin Qiu Yu spoke with a bit of emotion. Don't bring personal emotions, go on. Shirley was also scolded for this inexplicable. I admit that I did act a bit impulsively at that time, but he didn't say break up either, so I tried to find him to ask for a statement, but it turned out that he still ignored me, and then yesterday. Lin Qiu Yu didn't finish her sentence. Hiss. It's right, and it's all ing right. Shirley threw his glasses aside and squeezed his eye point with his hand. It's really evil. Shirley has been coaching for so many years, but it's the first time he's encountered this kind of thing. In the past, students, in his 3 or 2 sentences will be full of loopholes all accounted for, but these 2 said as if it were true. That's a hell of a thing to say. But, it's not right. It's still not right. Shirley still felt that something was wrong. But the question is what's wrong? And so on. Jiang Yu seemed to say at first that Lin Qiu Yu was looking for him to get back together. Wait, that's not right. You said at the very beginning that Lin Qiu Yu was looking for you to get back together. She has publicly announced her breakup. How can she still look for you to get back together? Shirley suddenly revealed a malicious smile. These 2 little foxes are still too young to show their true colors, aren't they? Now let me break you down one by one. Originally Jiang Yu that would have been prepared with a different set of words, but Lin Qiu Yu didn't cooperate at that time, so it didn't go according to the original, and now Jiang Yu could only lean back towards that. Brother Lei, you say, she has broken up with me. Does she have to return the things I gave her to me? I went to ask her for it and she didn't give it back. Jiang Yu forcefully explained. Shirley looked at Lin Qiu Yue. Jiang Yu also pinched a cold sweat in his heart. This woman at this time do not fall off the chain otherwise it will be a foregone conclusion. If Lin Qiu Yu doesn't react at this time and says that she does want to get back together, then it's all over. Chapter 21 The Little Prince of Student Work. I want to get back together? Go to hell. Lin Qiu Yu said fiercely. Jiang Yu, you don't want to get back together, so give me back my stuff. Lin Qiu Yu, by what right? If you give it to me, it's mine. Jiang Yu, I send you the premise, is that we deal with the object? You do not deal with me, but also take my bear. You belong to the relationship fraud. Lin Qiu Yu, if I had known that you were full of those nasty things, I wouldn't have even said yes at that time. This is my mental loss. Jiang Yu, I just want to hold hands. How am I nasty? Lin Qiu Yu, holding hands and then what? Kissing and then what? This is all unfounded conjecture on your part. Jiang Yu hurriedly gave Lin Qiu Yu a wink, meaning, big sister, aren't you overacting a bit? Then what did you say when you confessed to me? Just say that each other only as a spiritual companion. Did you do it? Lin Qiu Yu said the same while returning a wink, meaning, nasty. Jiang Yu was really going to throw up. If you were half as dedicated as you are, that movie wouldn't be as bad as it is now. One could only say that Jiang Yu and Lin Qiu Yu had a bit of a tacit understanding, but not much. No. Stop. Seeing that the 2 were arguing endlessly, Shirley hurriedly shouted to stop. What's all this? You're saying one thing and I'm saying another. It does seem to make a bit of sense though, but then Shirley thought it wasn't right. You too, aren't you acting a bit too much? Shirley pinched his chin. The young couple caught in early love in the past was not like this. That one of them had deep feelings and was afraid that the other party would suffer a little bit of aggravation. Even the ones that broke up didn't manage to make a scene like this. This is too much. Because of a broken bear? Brother Lei, if you think that the 2 of us are acting here, then I don't have a choice, but I'm also really lazy to break it up with her. Suspend her from class for a few days. Feel free, but she must be the same as me. You can't favor her just because she's a girl, and the stuff must be returned to me. Jiang Yu directly came with a hand to retreat. Speaking of which, originally Jiang Yu would like to say things I do not want, but Jiang Yu see Lin Qiu Yu this look is really a bit of fire. They still do not believe it. So a broken bear they still have to not come over. Yes, stop chanting, but there's no way I'll give you the stuff. Lin Qiu Yu said tit for tat. This gave Shirley the whole won't. The atmosphere was at an impasse. Shirley originally wanted to knock these 2 people, did not really want to suspend with these 2. These 2 children usually quite understand. Academic performance is also good. Because of such a little thing, the grades fell. It is really not worth it. That's why Shirley was a bit uncertain for a while. After 3 minutes of silence, Qiu Yu, why do you care so much about this bear? Zhao Hongyan suddenly opened her mouth and asked, because this is the first time I've received a gift from a boy. Lin Xiaoyu said accusingly. Just blow it off. I know several people chasing you in our class alone. I don't believe you've never received anything from a boy before. Jiang Yu spat. No. I returned all the ones they gave me. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes reddened as she said that. I am not convinced. Believe it or not. Shirley's head was also bigger than two right now. If you say these two are acting, this is too real. And if you say it's real, the plot is too fake. Shirley leaned back in his chair, sat up again, and leaned back in his chair again. Half a day of hesitation. It was no longer a question of how to punish them. If this matter was not handled properly, these two would have to make trouble in the future. Eventually, Jiang Yu, I say you're a big man, a bear. Just give it to her if she wants it. Shirley persuaded. Brother Lei, I'm not a stingy person. This thing is only about $200. It's not like I can't afford to spend it. If I want it I would have asked her for it already. Why only today? Jiang Yu said in a serious manner. Why? You are not seen. She yesterday before in front of the face of the whole class. Brush my face. My temper is good, but not so good. Together when sneaky. Breakup must make it known to everyone, but also said so hard to hear. You say, I will send something back to have a problem with not to mention the 200, or 5 pieces you have to spit it out for me. Jiang Yu last sentence to Lin Xiaoyu righteously said. When Shirley thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. How did I say something nasty? Was what I said yesterday wrong? Did I scold you? Shouldn't we be focusing on our studies now? Lin Xiaoyu directly sent out a chain of 3 consecutive questions. Yes, you set a tall image. What about me? A pure clown? Jiang Yu did not respond positively. Stop. Seeing that the two were in a position to argue again, Shirley hurriedly interrupted. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Yu, since you're the one who initiated the breakup, it's within reason for people to want their things back. Shirley went on to persuade. Teacher, you are right. If it was me who voluntarily initiated the breakup, I really should return the things to him, but I didn't do it voluntarily. It was him who forced me. Lin Xiaoyu said, her body lightly trembled twice, as if she was greatly aggrieved. And I forced you. How did I force you? I broke your mouth and forced you to talk. Just don't let hold hands. Send messages not to return. Meet and greet and ignore. Use cold violence against me. And say that you didn't force me. If not for that, would I have to say it in front of the whole class? Lin Xiaoyu said fiercely and aggrieved. Shirley thought again and hissed, it seemed to make sense. Xiaoyu, then see if this is okay. Don't you just want to keep this bear? How much is this bear? You transfer the money to Jiang Yu, Shirley said. But before Lin Xiaoyu could reply, Wang Wan spoke up. Brother Lei, this getting a date, on the verge of breaking up, you still have to spend money to buy all the things the boys gave you. Isn't this weak? Well, is this appropriate? Wang Wan herself was just planning to watch the fun. After all, it wasn't her turn to be in charge of what happened in the other classes, but Lin Xiaoyu's words just now were really giving her a bit of empathy, which is why she interjected to say one more sentence. When Shirley heard it, it seems like it still makes sense. It's really a public statement. Shirley had done student work for so many years, but it was really the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. If the average teacher might make peace with it and muddle through, but Shirley can't. If he really does it, he can't get over that hurdle in his heart. But trying to break this up, that does seem to be a bit of a struggle. Teacher Shirley is right. Even though you guys broke up, it's really not right to fall in love. And the teacher is doing it for your own good. Zhao Hongyan reminded without a clue. What on its own is right? Shirley froze for a moment and then reacted. Yes, this bear. I confiscated it. This is the evidence of your dating. Save you get up one day and take this thing to see things. Think of something. Senior high school. Put your mind on your studies. Lest I give me trouble. Know it. Shirley suddenly felt that he was simply a genius. Such a complicated problem. And it easily diffused itself. Not bad for you, little prince of student work. Of course Shirley would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood if he knew the truth of the matter. Hearing this, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu were both relieved in their hearts as well. This matter is also finally over. Jiang Yu, got it. Lin Xiaoyu, got it. Although the matter on Shirley's side was over, Lin Xiaoyu and Jiang Yu's matter was not. Chapter 22 Yuet. After that, Shirley then did some irrelevant ideological work for Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu, which basically meant establishing the correct concept of love and whatnot. The two were then allowed to leave. In the hallway, you compensate me for the bear, Lin Xiaoyu said fiercely to Jiang Yu. Retard. Jiang Yu shook his head and said this before heading in the direction of his class. Lin Xiaoyu, of course, refused to do so and directly pulled Jiang Yu's arm. Asterisk. Jiang Yu screamed miserably. Frightened, Lin Xiaoyu hastily scattered her hands. I just gently tugged on you. As much as that? Lin Xiaoyu said with a palpitating frown. Jiang Yu rolled his sleeves up. The small arm showed a dark bruise in the shape of a tooth mark. No, you it, really bite ah. Jiang Yu looked at the black and blue without good breath. Earlier, because of Lei's sudden entrance, Jiang Yu almost forgot that he was still bitten by Lin Xiaoyu. You deserve it. Who made you mouthy? Which one of us has a cheap mouth? Look at this bite for me. Jiang Yu gently rubbed the injured place on his arm. This woman is really black. And then a little harder to give themselves a bite. At least across a school uniform. Which if there is no school uniform solid to this bite, that is really think about it all dare not think. First time I've almost been made to bleed by a girl. I don't care. You have to compensate me for the bear anyway. Lin Xiaoyue turned her head to the side. I compensate you a big head of ghost. This bear is your own make no. You with the beginning of the obedience to me. Lay brother directly to the bear to me. I come down and then pay you back. Where is so many things? Jiang Yu did not have a good temper. For the cooperation between the two just now, Jiang Yu could only give 60 points, not even one more. You didn't bring it up first, now talk about me. Lin Xiaoyu didn't budge an inch. We were hugging, and you're telling me not to say that. So what? That we didn't go to the gym just to have a kiss in class? Where's the brain? Then I don't care. You lose it, you pay for it. Okay, I'll compensate. How much? Jiang Yu is now upset when he sees this woman. He really doesn't want to say more than one more word to her. It used to be +1 life expectancy to look at her. Now it's -1 life expectancy to look at her more. Autumn Moon Lin, 234. Jiang Yu, why don't you grab it? Just so a nail cap big broken thing. More than 200? And which family sells things? Will market 234? You say a 198, I believe it. Makeup all will not makeup still want to blackmail money. Of course Jiang Yu's description was slightly exaggerated. Lin Xiaoyu's bear was not big, almost 7 or 8 centimeters high. The workmanship was very exquisite. Lin Xiaoyu, how am I blackmailing you for money? I was 234 buying it. Lin Xiaoyue's dad is no longer a small boss. So Lin Xiaoyue to buy things are generally preference-based. As for the price, as long as it is not too outrageous, will not care. The average person is usually not expected to spend 200 on such a trinket. Jiang Yu, come on. You tell me which store. If this is really 234, I'll buy you 10 on the spot. Lin Xiaoyue, I don't remember the name of the store. So you come with me on the weekend. Jiang Yu, yes. So what if this thing isn't 234? Lin Xiaoyu, I bought all this a year ago. Who knows how much it costs now? Jiang Yu, I don't know, you blackmailed me for more than 200. Why don't you say that this thing is your great-grandmother passed on to you? When $5 silver to buy it. Lin Xiaoyu, you. Jiang Yu, lazy to say you. Give you $10. The doorway $5 store to buy a random get. Lin Xiaoyu, no. Even if this thing isn't 234 right now, it can't be below 200. Lin Xiaoyu remembers that the small goods store was an imported boutique, and all the goods were not reduced in price or discounted, but everything has an eventuality. So Lin Xiaoyu also dare not guarantee that this thing is now also just right on 234. Jiang Yu, so what do you say if this thing goes below 200? Lin Xiaoyu, then forget it. Jiang Yu, it's over. Lin Xiaoyu, so what do you want? Jiang Yu, if this thing is not worth 200, you go back and write me an 800-word repentance. And review your behavior today. Just for this crap of yours. How many brain cells did I die today? Jiang Yu in front of Lei's face, this passive nonsense. Almost to the CPU are dry smoke. That's really a case of saying the wrong thing and going straight to hell. Lin Xiaoyue, yes. We'll see. Jiang Yu, we'll see. Inside the math team office, Zhao Hongyan and Wang Wan ate melon seeds while reminiscing about the drama that had just unfolded. Luckily it's Lei. If these two unlucky kids were in our class, I guess I'd have a headache. Wang Wan whispered. It is best for classroom teachers that all students learn well every day. Hey, you won't really believe the words of these two kids. Zhao Hongyan's expression became a bit odd as she looked at Wang Wan. What do you mean? These two are acting for Lei. Ha, to be honest, Wang Wan hadn't really seen it. These two look like they're arguing, but in reality they're all covering for each other. We weren't like this when we were in school, Zhao Hongyan said. Zhao Hongyan wasn't the honest kind of student when she went to school. So she was more than familiar with these battles with the homeroom teacher and the mess. Don't say look. Then you can smell that something is wrong with your nose. Then what exactly is the situation with these two kids? Wang Wan was the kind of good and honest student when she went to school. So naturally she couldn't understand the things Zhao Hongyan was saying. That's not something I can say, Zhao Hongyan said. Although Zhao Hongyan knew that these two children were not right, but she could not tell exactly what was going on. After all, it was no longer her version of the year. It's like you haven't played the game in years. You can watch a game and nitpick, but if you really let you go up there and play, you won't know what to do with that equipment. Then should we tell Brother Lei? It's not for Brother Lei to be a cutie. What about cheating? Wang Wan was a bit annoyed. Thanks to her helping these two unlucky children speak before. What do you say to that? And I reckon it's 80% not over. There's a good deal more to come. You said these two kids make a mess. Don't turn around and disrupt your studies again. Can't be affected. When Zhao Hongyan went to school, her head was scolded by the teacher's head every day, and she didn't end up doing well. To be able to come to the second middle school as a teacher, the minimum must be bachelor's and master's both graduated from 985 colleges and universities. And this type of student is basically set in their ways, and a little hiccup won't have much of an impact on their grades. Instead, if you over-intervene, uncontrollable events may occur. Next table. Shirley stared at the teddy bear that Lin Xiaoyu had taken off her keychain. Although Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu's matter was settled, but Shirley still felt that something was wrong after thinking about it left and right. Although Shirley couldn't say what was wrong, it was the intuition from years of working with students that told him that these two people were definitely not telling the truth. But he couldn't find a loophole. If you're going to say it's improvised, it's too good to be true. How can I put it? The repartee was as if the two had agreed in advance to set him up. But these two humanists don't go on just to put on a skit for themselves? It's not right. It's still not right. And so on. Shirley suddenly thought of a very crucial point. Chapter 23 Strategies for Athletics. According to these two men, they had a conflict last Monday and had been talking for no more than half a month. That means that this bear was bought for a month at the top of the day. Why would a bear that you just bought a month ago look so old? Shirley suddenly became enlightened when he thought of this. At this time, Shirley's shoulder was suddenly tapped. It directly gave Shirley a shock. Phew, you scared me to death. Shirley turned his head to Zhao Hongyan who was standing behind him. Brother Lei, what are you thinking? Zhao Hongyan said with a smile. I was wondering. This thing has only been bought less than a month by all accounts. But, why does it look so old? Shirley signaled the bear in his hand. This kind of charm on a keychain is not an ornament you keep at home, and it can easily get old after being worn out in your pants pocket for a long time. People should be this kind of style, like when we were young whole jeans, the back of the dirty bag. You say you spend more than 200 to buy a with the door of the same 5 yuan store. That is not a problem. Zhao Hongyan said casually. When Shirley thought about it, it seemed to be the same thing. Is that really the style of this thing? Is he too paranoid? Shirley wanted to search from the shopping website, but he didn't know what keywords to search, so he could only give up. Hey, Brother Lei, I suddenly admire you even more. Such a complicated problem. Handled it in 3 or 2 times. Zhao Hongyan stood behind Shirley showing an expression of admiration. After this hilarious show, you have to catch the maintenance of the parties involved. Such a wonderful drama. In case the next time you do not give a look, it is not a blood loss of $100 million. Shirley turned around to look at the pretty-faced woman in front of him. That slight smile seemed to have reached Shirley's heart. The person is pretty, but unfortunately has a husband. If he didn't have a husband, Shirley would probably have made a point of getting a funkier haircut. It's just a trivial matter of chicken hair. Shirley felt infinite emotions within his heart, completely ignoring the fact that this woman had just deliberately called for people to watch and delay the matter. Brother Lei, you still like reading this kind of book? Zhao Hongyan suddenly noticed the genius little petite wife, President. Miss wants to be your stepmother on Shirley's desk. Confiscated from a student. Can I borrow it? Take it if you want to see it. Just don't lose it for me. Shirley said. Alright, thanks Brother Lei. Zhao Hongyan smiled at Shirley again, then took the book away. The other side. The results of the ultrasound came back and it was fine when I took it to the doctor. Hifeng was also finally relieved in his heart. But that's a small 2,000 for a piecemeal set. It made Hifeng a little needy. I'll have to discuss the plan to get money with Jiang Yu later. The two of them walked slowly, but without realizing it, they still made it to the main entrance of the hospital. It's time to part ways. Want to come out for a cup of tea together this weekend? Tang Shenshen twisted her head slightly to look at Hifeng. I think we have sports over the weekend. Hifeng said. Then I'll come visit you then. And you can help me borrow a uniform from your school. Tang Xianshen's eyes lit up. Yeah. The field day is usually the loosest time for the school. Basically as long as you have a uniform you can get in. Of course you can't go too far. If you are a 50 or 60-year-old man, even if you wear a uniform, you will still be stopped by the security guards. See you then. Tang Xianshen stretched out her right hand and clenched it into a small fist, signaling that it was an agreement between the two. Hifeng smiled awkwardly and also stretched out his fist to touch lightly with Tang Xianshen. After that Tang Xianshen left satisfied. Hifeng, who had watched Tang Xianshen leave, let out a long breath. It's finally over. What a dangerous woman. Although Hifeng agreed on the surface, he would definitely not let Tang Xianshen come over in reality. If Tang Xianshen really came over, then most likely she could only pounce. Hifeng took out his cell phone. There were several missed calls on his cell phone and several unread messages. More than half of them were posted by Zhang Jiayue. He hastily excused himself by saying that he was playing a game and didn't see it. Then he cut to the WeChat trumpet, blackened and deleted Tang Xian, and then applied to cancel the account. Class. Zhang Yu, what are you signing up for this field day? Qian Xin walked over with the game's enrollment form. 800 or 1,500, just get me anyone. Zhang Yu snorted. I'll quote you 1,500 then. Shouldn't this thing be He Feng's job? Zhang Yu then reacted. Oh yeah, He Feng didn't come. Qian Xin was the life committee member of the class, and it was reasonable that the matter of the games was not under his control. Shirley originally wanted to give this job to Zhang Yu, but recently, Zhang Yu has been making a mess every now and then, and Shirley is a bit uneasy with him. Yeah, but it's giving me a headache. Qian Xin looked at the enrollment form. The boys' side is basically all filled out, and the girls' side doesn't even have a few filled out yet. The boys in Zhang Yu's class are okay in sports. Athletic students on this side of the second grade are not allowed to participate in the games. This leads to the various slugs in Zhang Yu's class killing each other indiscriminately at the games. But because the girls' side didn't do so well, they were fourth every time when the total score was counted. Although Lin Xiaoyue and Zhang Jiayue in the class were also quite strong. But the school, in an effort to get more people involved, has set a maximum of 2 entries per person, with a maximum of 2 people per class per program. So every time it's not easy for the girls' side to fill the program, let alone get points. Zhao Menning, do you want to sign up for one too? You can't sign up for 100, just go and run around casually. Qian Xin said to Zhao Menning next to Zhang Yu. That. Zhao Menning wanted to refuse but didn't know how. Forget it, people don't want to, so don't force them. Zhang Yu voiced out. Just go up and skate around though without asking for a place. But running a countdown is not good for anyone's face. Zhao Mengning is the kind of girl who is more introverted. Turn around and don't give yourself a direct run to cry again. You say it lightly. She does not report. You do not report. At that time I cloak a wig on the chant, and then like the last time so many abstained. Lay brother shall not scold me to death. Qian Xin spat out. Obviously because of this thing touched a nose. You have a good idea. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Asterisk off. No, I'm not talking about you. You're a big and thick man. It's not like you're wearing a wig. Zhang Yu said. So you're coming? I'll be a chicken. I mean to say, those who can do more. Isn't Lin Xiaoyu able to run? Directly let her run all the way. Zhang Yu said. I'll let you bite me. You can't run away from me. You son of a. Substitute runners are subject to disqualification. I just ask you, are the last session, our class and then take a all 4, and was disqualified for what difference? And again, when the time to prepare more hair ornaments, glasses and so on, let Gu Xiaoyan prepared, run through a change of few, crowded eyes who can find, when the time to let Lin Xiaoyue put a little water, do not take the first to take the second, who will pay attention to the second place, right or wrong, line is line, it is such a big thing. Qian Xin's meaning is also very obvious, this pot can't be carried by me alone. Of course Zhang Yu also discovered Qian Xin's concerns. You first let the girls report normally, turn around and let's have a meeting with a few class members. That accident surely can't let you bear the burden alone. That's fine. Qian Xin agreed in a single breath. Quiet class. Let's have the field day as usual on Saturday. Everyone write an entrance slogan each and give it to me before the afternoon study hall. Gu Xiaoyan said as she tapped the blackboard with the blackboard eraser. During the opening ceremony of the field day each class has an entrance ceremony and you need to shout slogans as you pass in front of the stage. This stuff is usually given to students to write in a day or two, but this time it was on short notice, so it was a bit of a rush. Add to that the fact that this stuff is written every year and you mostly end up with the original one, and it doesn't matter that much, to put it mildly. So Zhang Yu didn't take it seriously and casually found a piece of draft paper and waved his pen down. Miss E4, just won't die. 100-year-old corpse. Famous in history. When I finished writing it, I just handed it in. The clock ticked down to the end of school at noon. Zhang Yu arrived at the door of the math team's office, pushed the door and walked straight in. In middle school, you had to yell report first when you came to the teacher's office. But in high school, since several teachers were in one office, if they all yelled report it would disturb the others. So there are no more requirements. Brother Lei. Zhang Yu walked over to Shirley's workstation. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Shirley looked at Zhang Yu with a wary face. The kid hadn't been giving him a lot of trouble lately, so it wasn't like something was wrong again. Wasn't it you who told me to come to the office after school? Zhang Yu said. Shirley then remembered that he had asked Zhang Yu to come to the office by the way because he had confiscated his extracurricular books during the morning study session. Oh, right. Where's my book? Shirley rummaged around in his seat for half a day, but he couldn't find the book. Genius little petite wife, President. Miss wants to be your stepmother. Brother Lei, is it this book? Zhao Hongyan handed the book over. Right. Look at how busy I am. I forgot about it. Shirley slapped his head, then turned around and squared his shoulders. I just realized that your extracurricular dabbling is quite broad. Before giving the book to Zhao Hongyan, Shirley did briefly flip through 2 pages. What's inside can only be described in 4 words. Unpleasant to look at. Of course, with female dominatrix writing, you don't bring in a little bit of scrubs, and that does seem to feel like something is missing. As the ancients said, only by reading a lot of books can one understand the past and present, and know heaven and earth. Jiang Yu said. Shirley looked Jiang Yu up and down, then spoke. It makes sense. Let your parents come over tomorrow, and you'll give them a lecture as well. Don't, Lei, don't make a mistake. Say, where did this book come from? Shirley clasped his hands to his chest. You're going to have to say that this is going to be some sort of the female CEO fell in love with me and all that type of book. Then Shirley thought it was quite reasonable. Isn't it too odd for a big boy like you to look at this kind of genius little stepford wife? Is it hard to be psychologically challenged? Chapter 24. This book is Zhao Mingning's. Jiang Yu said. Zhao Mingning? Why do you have her book? She didn't write her essay quite well, so I looked for her to take a look at it for me, and she said that my essay was too roughly written, and then told me to read this book and learn some of the phrases in it to embellish it. Jiang Yu hurriedly explained. These books are not very nutritious, but the author's writing skills are generally still online. Just this kind of crappy book? Can you make up a more reliable reason even if you do? If Shirley wasn't for Zhao Hongyan and Wanwan being there, Shirley would have wanted to give some of the contents to Jiang Yu. Studying? Studying what? The % hashtag and add in it? This stuff isn't even as believable as saying you learned to dance by watching a scrub video. Lei brother. This you may also really wrong people. Jiang Yu. This kind of female frequency network novels, especially written to the publication, that is a best-selling works. A month less than 100,000. That the wordings and phrases have to pay attention to. I will be simple to turn over. Write really good. Zhao Hongyan said. Zhao Hongyan did read the book with feeling as well. Zhao Hongyan is also considered an old bookworm, and there aren't really many books that she can get into now, and this one counts as one book. That's why Zhao Hongyan made such an extra remark, possibly realizing that she shouldn't be nosy. Zhao Hongyan hastily added another sentence, but it's really not right to read extracurricular books in class. This gave Shirley a whole lot of hesitation. Is it really possible to read this kind of book to learn? It's not a living hell. Shirley briefly cleared his throat. Take a math class to learn a language? So you don't have to learn math? So now you're proud of being good at math. If you got 150 this time, can you guarantee you'll get 150 next time? Your math class is not once or twice. Don't think I don't know. Haven't you heard the story of Fang Zhongyong? When to do something. Shirley was lecturing there, and Jiang Yu just kept his head down and listened. Alright, all so grown up. Go back and think about it. Shirley said. Teacher, the book. Ha, so I've been speaking for nothing for half a day. Shirley said in a bad mood. Shirley confiscated a lot of things, basically in the back of the locker locked. Wait for the end of the college entrance examination unified back to the students. Of course, if the parents come over to ask for it, Shirley will certainly still give it directly. The main thing is that this book is Zhao Mingning's. It's not mine. I can't explain it to people. Jiang Yu had an expression of knowing that he was wrong. So what were you thinking when you borrowed it? It wasn't borrowed. She offered it to me. Okay, take it back. No more reading in class. Ah. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Jiang Yu then picked up the book and was ready to leave. But, wait. Shirley suddenly had the feeling that he had been tricked again. It was that kind of intuition. What exactly was going on? He couldn't say. Reading extracurricular books is right. Have you read this book yet? Shirley asked. Haven't looked at it much yet. In this case, you go back and write me an 800-word after reading essay. Hand it over to me tomorrow, and I'll check your learning results. Shirley pinched his fingers hard. Jiang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. Having a muscle-bound man read a Stepford Wife boss article and have to write an after reading? It was worse than eating a fly. Brother Lei, such a thick book. I'm done reading here. Jiang Yu wanted to struggle a little more. You don't have to read the whole thing. Just read a dozen pages of random writing. Got it. Jiang Yu was ready to go home after putting his books back in his class. Zijin Court neighborhood. The elevator traveled all the way up to the 12th floor. Jiang Yu had just stepped out of the elevator when he saw a very delicately dressed woman. It was Lin Qiuyu's mother Wang Ting. Hello, auntie. Jiang Yu greeted. Hello, said Wang Ting with a smile. But Jiang Yu, who had just left the elevator, had a bright idea and said to Wang Ting, who had just entered the elevator, Auntie, I suggest you take Lin Xiaoyue to get a rabies shot. Then the elevator doors closed. Rabies vaccination? Wang Ting didn't understand what it meant for a moment as she listened to Jian Yu's sudden headless sentence. Originally, Wang Ting was planning to go downstairs to buy a bottle of soy sauce, but the elevator had just reached the first floor when Wang Ting suddenly reacted. A rabies shot? Akatsuki was bitten by a dog. Wang Ting hurriedly pressed the elevator back to the 12th floor again. Wang Ting hurried back home. Lin Xiaoyu was in her room being English words. Wang Ting couldn't be bothered to knock on the door and rushed straight in, rolling up both of Lin Xiaoyu's sleeves and starting to check her body. Mom, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoyu was also confused by her own mother, but Wang Ting checked half a day and didn't find any traces of injury on her daughter's arm. Could it be the leg? Just as Wang Ting was about to jack up Lin Xiaoyu's pant leg, she was forcibly stopped by Lin Xiaoyu. Mom, what the hell is wrong with you? Girl, were you bitten by a dog? Wang Ting asked anxiously. No. I'll tell you what. You don't believe in all those 10-day observation laws on the internet, and you must go to the hospital at the first opportunity to get vaccinated if you are scratched, or bitten by a dog or cat. Mom, I really didn't. Lin Xiaoyu was now nothing but puzzled. Wang Ting's words also managed to draw Lin Xiaoyu's dad, Lin Chang, over. Your mom is right. You can't be careless about this kind of thing. Wait for me to change my clothes and go down to drive. In the future, when you see those wild dogs on the roadside, hide away from them. Don't go up and tease them blindly. Lin Chang said seriously. This rabies is not playing with you. Once you get sick, you don't stand a chance. No, what kind of dog am I teasing for a good reason? I can't even finish memorizing this word. Who are you all listening to? Lin Xiaoyu was simply speechless. Then why did the kid at the opposite house say that he wanted me to take you to get a rabies shot? Lin Xiaoyu instantly understood what was going on. This asshole. If it wasn't in front of her parents, Lin Xiaoyu would have cursed. You can believe his words too. And why do people say that for good reason? He's a psycho. What the hell is going on? Wang Ting said with a frown. He meant to call me a mad dog. Lin Xiaoyu was so angry that she didn't know what to say. She couldn't say that she had bitten someone else. You guys get out. I have to memorize my vocabulary. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Lin Xiaoyu furiously pushed the two out of the room. Hearing that his daughter wasn't bitten by a dog, Lin Chang was relieved. Hey, I thought something was wrong, Lin Chang said and changed back into the clothes he had changed into. AI. Also, you said what's wrong? Your daughter was scolded by others. You as a father did not show anything. Wang Ting looked at Lin Chang and said in dissatisfaction. Then scolding is scolding. Are children fooling around? Lin Chang had always scolded people before, so he didn't think it was a big deal. Why should our child let him scold him for good reasons? I'll find his mom. Wang Ting was furious and was about to go to the opposite door to settle the score with Zhou Qing. Chapter 25, Bitten by a Dog. Lin Chang hurriedly pulled Wang Ting's arm. You come back. Let me ask you, why did people scold you for a good reason? Lin Chang is not believe that there is no reason to just scold people. Anyway, cursing is just wrong. You used to say I was impatient. Look at you. What if it's a misunderstanding? Something like that. You always have to ask your daughter for clarification first. Right, Wang Ting said and prepared to enter Lin Xiaoyue's room. Lin Chang said and pulled Wang Ting back to the living room. Is that meal ready yet? I'm starving. It's broken. I haven't bought the soy sauce yet. Meal time. Originally, Wang Ting wanted to ask about cursing, but Lin Xiaoyu was eating and memorizing with a word book, so Wang Ting couldn't be bothered. He could only signal Lin Chang with his eyes. Lin Chang was also helpless, thought for a moment and spoke. Daughter, we are not in a hurry to study for a while. Watching while eating is not good for digestion. Lin Xiaoyu looked up and blinked, thinking that her dad had a point, then looked down and quickly barreled the rice in her bowl twice. I'm full. After saying that, Lin Xiaoyu stepped on her slippers and clattered back to her room. Hey, why are you eating so little again? This kid. After Wang Ting finished, she looked at Lin Chang fiercely again. Just say you're having a meal. Why are you talking so much? You didn't ask me to say that. Now blame me. Lin Chang saw his wife forcibly dump the pot on himself was also helpless, although the reasoning but also did not dare to talk back, for fear that Wang Ting directly put away the dishes. Okay, what to eat? Day after day a little bit of exercise is not. Die to eat. Did not eat enough? I will peel a radish for you in a while. Wang Ting didn't have the good sense to say. No, hey, that's a rabbit, he can't feed like that. The other side. Zhou Qing brought up the meal. Jian Yu rolled up his sleeves and prepared to feast. Son, what happened to your arm? Zhou Qing looked at the black bruise on Jian Yu's arm and asked with a frown. Bitten by a dog. Jian Yu returned without a good mood. Hey, you kid, what kind of dog can bite like that? Zhou Qing said. After Zhou Qing finished speaking, Jiang Ziyang naturally noticed the black bruise in the shape of teeth marks on Jiang Yu's arm. Jiang Ziyang is Jiang Yu's father. People in the system. Because of the parachute, a small 7-year-old leader. So there is not much motivation. And now it is just mixing day to day. Hastily whispering in Zhou Qing's ear. It looks like a little girl biting. You're so experienced. Zhou Qing sensed a hint of something wrong. No, do you reason? Jiang Ziyang hurriedly denied it. This guy don't end up with a son who didn't do anything and bring the fire on himself. A little girl can just bite people. Look at the bite for our son. No, Jiang Yu, you say who bit them? I'll find their parents. Where is this kind of family? Zhou Qing said furiously. If you have that kind of effort, you might as well take me for a rabies shot. Jiang Yu spat. If this is said to be bitten by Lin Shouyue, and the two families are so close to each other, I don't know what kind of mess is going to happen again. Hey, you unlucky kid. Jiang Ziyang saw this and quickly pacified Zhou Qing. Eat first, talk later. Turn around and say. As soon as something happens you know to turn around and say. Give you that head is twisted into a twist. Zhou Qing did not have a good mood. After eating, Jiang Yu went back to his bedroom to prepare for his lunch break. Jiang Ziyang helped Zhou Qing clean up the dishes in the kitchen. You say this little girl nowadays, her guts are too big. Zhou Qing then spat as she washed the dishes. Jiang Ziyang, times are different. You think it's all like our time. Zhou Qing, times are no longer the same that can't bite. Jiang Ziyang, children well, playing and fooling around to play. Zhou Qing, playing is not a lightweight. Look at our son's bite. The meat is almost bitten off. Jiang Ziyang, not so much. Zhou Qing, what not to? Now it's a bite. What about later? Jiang Ziyang, look, our son didn't say anything. What are you excited about? Zhou Qing, nonsense. My son, I don't care, who cares? Jiang Ziyang, this is not a matter of heartache. You think our son since childhood is not the lord of suffering, that is casually let people bite it. Chocharu, you mean? Jiang Ziyang, this girl may be our daughter-in-law in the future. In the event that the two of them are really together in the future. You say that when you are a mother-in-law, running people to make a fuss, which gives people a kind of what impression? Zhou Qing, our son is going to marry someone like that? No, absolutely not. Jiang Ziyang, then what kind of one do you think our son should marry? Zhou Qing, hey, seriously, I think the girl across the street is quite good, quiet and pretty, and her studies are good. Jiang Ziyang, it's quite good. I think it's quite good. The problem is that people can see our son. Zhou Qing, going on means, it's not in the genes of your old Jiang family. Jiang Ziyang, what becomes the genes of our old Jiang family? Zhou Qing, then how did you trick me in the first place? Jiang Ziyang, I which have cheated. Obviously you take the initiative to send the door. Let's take a look. Which do not want for nothing. Zhou Qing, good old bastard. Now turn the other cheek. Jiang Ziyang, don't. Just kidding. Look at your spatula on the water are dumped all over the place. Turn around and still have to clean up. Chocharu, turning back again. I'll let you return properly. Jiang Ziyang, ouch. Lunch breaks in high school are hard to beat. 1 more minute of sleep would be a great blessing. It's close to school, which is convenient, Jiang Yu stretched and craned his neck. Although there are beds in the school that are specifically provided for lunch breaks, no matter what, a quadruple room is not as comfortable as sleeping in your own home. After arriving at the school, Jiang Yu saw his classmate Zhao Mengning sitting in his seat and staring blankly. What's on your mind? Jiang Yu asked as he sat next to Zhao Mengning. Nothing. The book is back for you. Jiang Yu took the book. Genius little stepford wife, president. Miss wants to be your stepmother out of the hole in the table and let out a long breath as he said to Zhao Mengning. Thank you. Zhao Mengning gave Jiang Yu an embarrassed look before hastily averting her gaze. What are you thanking me for? It's not my due, but can you lend me this book for 2 days? Jiang Yu is really getting a headache now when he thinks about the reading, not to mention whether it can write or not. This is the kind of thing it can't read. Yes, of course I can. You can borrow it for as long as you want, Zhao Mengning said in a hurry. Thanks, Jiang Yu said and put the book into his bag. Seeing that Jiang Yu's face wasn't looking very good, Zhao Mengning wanted to say something. 3 minutes later. At noon. Did he scold you? The scolding doesn't even matter. It's mainly this Yakuza. Well, the main thing is that he asked me to write an 800-word after reading and hand it in to him tomorrow, which I can't write. Jiang Yu fretted. How are you going to read it all in one night? Zhao Mengning was surprised. It says you don't have to read the whole thing, just a dozen pages, or else I'll write it for you, suggested Zhao Mengning. Is it really possible? Jiang Yu instantly came into the spirit, as if he had seen a savior. But we don't have the same handwriting, so you'll have to copy it yourself when the time comes. That's all minor. I'll buy you a drink later. This book is indeed well written, but for a 24K pure straight man like Zhang Yu, it can be said to be a fly dipped in yogurt. But this again dipped in yogurt it is still a fly. Since Zhao Mengning was willing to help, it would naturally be the best. In the afternoon He-feng also came to school. Originally, Zhang Yu wanted to ask He-feng what was going on in the morning, but Zhang Jiayue had been there, so Zhang Yu couldn't speak up. The other side. Show you, help me see which piece is good to use for our class slogan. Gu Xiaoyan sat down in the seat next to Lin Xiaoyue and put a pile of paper on the table. Chapter 26, 3v3 Skirmish. Collected? It's not all together, but it's about the same. Make up your mind and pick one. Last year's slogan was just too long. Pick a shorter one this year. Gu Xiaoyan said. Let's see. Lin Xiaoyu randomly grabbed a few and started looking at them. This one is too common. This one has no momentum. This one is too rigid. This one is too awkward. All copied from the internet. Gu Xiaoyan looked a little worried. This one is not as good as the one she wrote herself. Do you have any good ones here? Gu Xiaoyan poked her head toward Lin Xiaoyue. Gu Xiaoyan laughed out loud directly as she looked at the piece Lin Xiaoyue was holding in her hand. Miss E4, just won't die. 100-year-old corpse. Famous in history. This one is not copied from the internet. How about this one? Lin Xiaoyue said. You go away and pick this one. Brother Lei turned around and skinned me. Let's see who wrote it. Jiang Yu? Gu Xiaoyan's eyes blinked. The last two classes on Tuesday are self-study. So as not to disturb the others from studying, a few class members went into the hallway to discuss the games. Jiang Yu expressed his main opinion on the issue of substitute running, and Yifeng Qian Xin and others also agreed with a clear attitude. Boys toward boys, girls naturally toward girls. Several girls although have objections, but see Lin Xiaoyu did not speak then also did not say anything. Student Lin Xiaoyu, you have to take the big picture into consideration. If you have any difficulties, you can mention it. Everyone will come and help you out. Zhang Yu directly framed Lin Xiaoyu with class righteousness. Originally, Zhang Yu thought that Lin Xiaoyu would argue a couple of sentences. Results. I can. No problem. Lin Xiaoyue agreed with her mouth full. Good. Worthy of being a member of the study committee. With commitment. Then it's settled. Zhang Yu said in a hurry, afraid that Lin Xiaoyu would back out. But I have one request. You name it, and everyone will try to help you out if they can. I request that our class entrance slogan use the one written by Zhang Yu's classmate. Lin Xiaoyu smiled faintly at Zhang Yu. I agree. Qian Xin said. Qian Xin, since he didn't know what Zhang Yu's entrance slogan was written, simply agreed. What are you agreeing to? Gu Xiaoyan disliked Qian Xin with her elbow. Just an entrance slogan. Ha? A yellow poem written by Zhang Yu? Off. You're the one writing yellow poems. Zhang Yu didn't have the good sense to say. But speaking of which, Zhang Yu had counted 1,000 times, but hadn't counted on Lin Xiaoyu. This woman, suddenly coming to such a hand, but now the arrow is in the air, and we can't just let it go. Lin Xiaoyu student, this is the last sports meeting. I hope you don't mix your personal emotions. We all work hard for the honor of the class. We've already taken the fourth twice. We can't take another fourth to combine a 2-star-old fourth. Zhang Yu said in a serious manner. The corners of several class members' mouths twitched to varying degrees. Although Zhang Yu said it is a serious, but this word is really funny. 2-star-old 4. But now say serious things. Laugh out the words is not very serious. Speaking of which, when the second year of high school was divided into classes, Zhang Yu's class 14 had almost no personnel changes, basically just inserting a few girls, and even the class number didn't change. Gu Xiaoyan went back to her class and took out the slogan Zhang Yu had written and showed it to everyone. No, you're also too outrageous. Let's entrance shout this. Brother Lei shall not blow up directly, Qian Xin said after reading it. Yeah, or we can't have Zhang Yu rewrite one. He-feng said helpfully. That's what the other Lin Xiaoyue meant to use. Gu Xiaoyan said. What's the point of the slogan if it's changed to something else? I think it's just fine. The writing is too long. Everyone still has to memorize it. Wasting time. This kind is not only good to remember, but also shouting it out. It can also make a deep impression on everyone. You guys said it yourselves. It's the last session. So if you want to play, you have to play a big one. Zhang Jiayue said helpfully. Seeing Zhang Jiayue also come out to make trouble, Zhang Yu turned his head and whispered to Yifeng. Which gang is your wife in the end? She's only with me when Lin Xiaoyu isn't around. Yifeng similarly whispered. You're no good at this family status either. It's nice to have a position. You'll see when you have a girlfriend. Previously, a few girls had been a little dissatisfied with the group of boys racking up Lin Xiaoyu to run for them, but now they naturally had to rack up for Zhang Yu as well. Mainly this kind of thing. It's not like we're the only ones shouting. The whole class is shouting. There are bound to be people who don't want it. He-feng said. If you don't want to, just vote. Choose a few to write on the blackboard. And when the time comes, the minority will obey the majority. Zhang Jiayue said. The students in the class are always watching the fun. To really vote, 80% can really give Zhang Yu this election. But the problem is, even if it's chosen, Lei's side definitely can't agree. He Feng continued. Then it's your boys' business. You said it yourselves. If there's any difficulty, we'll find a way to solve it. And if we need us girls to cooperate when the time comes, we definitely won't push it away. Zhang Jiayue continued. Wait for us to discuss it. Seeing that he couldn't say anything to Zhang Jiayue, He Feng hastily chose to call a timeout. Then a couple of the boys were in a circle discussing it, and a couple of the girls were in a circle discussing it as well. He Feng, what should we do? Seeing what these girls mean, they actually don't want Lin Xiaoyu to run for them. If we don't agree to the slogan, they will definitely backtrack later on and not agree to run for them. Qian Xin, nonsense. Anyone with eyes can see that. He Feng, but if Lin Xiaoyu only participates in 2 events, even if she takes the first place in all of them, our class score will definitely not be enough for the top 3. There's no one in our class in the throwing category, and there's only one Jiayue in the high jump and long jump. Qian Xin, if we just let it go, it's really ungrateful. It's the last session. Zhang Yu, in this case, didn't Zhang Jiayue say vote? Then let's punch the vote. Let the class all choose the one written by Gu Xiaoyan. No one will have anything to say at that time. He Feng, okay. Qian Xin, success. Gu Xiaoyan, what do you think the boys are talking about over there? Zhang Jiayue, what can we talk about? We must be thinking about how to deal with us. Gu Xiaoyan, what should we do? Why don't I go over and eavesdrop? Lin Xiaoyu, no need. Just those few stinkers of theirs. It's just a matter of agreeing to vote and then mobilizing their classmates to punch their votes. Gu Xiaoyan, huh? Then what do we do? Lin Xiaoyu, if they charge, we'll charge too. There's one more girl than boy in our class, so they won't stand a chance if there's no traitor. After the discussion, several people then came together again. Okay, we agree to vote. He Feng said. Then it's settled. No backing out if you lose. Zhang Jiayue said. After that a few people returned to their classes. As soon as the first study period was over, a few people started canvassing the class. Qian Xin, hey. A moment to vote for the entrance slogan. Everyone choose Gu Xiaoyan wrote that. Remember well. Choose Gu Xiaoyan. Don't give me mess. Who want a mess? I go up as a hammer. Gu Xiaoyan, vote for the entrance slogan in a while. All of them will choose the one written by Zhang Yu. The boys' side is going to rush the votes. We can't let them have their way. At the same time, Zhang Yu walked behind Zhao Mingning. Hey, Zhao Mingning. Zhang Yu patted Zhao Mingning's shoulder. Ha! Zhao Mingning turned around in a hurry. Vote in a while. Choose the one written by Gu Xiaoyan. Remember. Zhang Yu said. Aha! Zhao Mingning nodded obediently. Zhang Yu smiled and stroked her little head before going to inform the others. And this scene also fell into Zhang Jiayue's eyes. Hey! I feel like someone is going to defect. Zhang Jiayue touched Lin Xiaoyu with her arm, signaling her to look towards Zhao Mingning. There was just one more girl than boy in the class, and Zhao Mingning could be said to be a key vote, so if she was pulled over by Zhang Yu, the girl's side would be very passive. Lin Xiaoyu also knew this well. I'll go take a look, Lin Xiaoyu said thoughtfully, then came to Zhao Mingning's side. Zhao Mingning? Zhao Mingning turned around and looked at Lin Xiaoyu dully. Vote in a moment. Elect Zhang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu said to Zhao Mingning. Ha! Zhao Mingning froze, not knowing for a moment whether she should agree or not. All the girls in our class will vote for Zhang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu added. Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't want this, there was no other way now. But I can. Zhao Mingning couldn't even speak well in her haste. She had just promised Zhang Yu before. If she helped Lin Xiaoyu, then she was afraid that Zhang Yu would be angry. If she didn't help Lin Xiaoyu, then the other girls in the class. And at this time, Zhang Yu also saw Lin Xiaoyu beside Zhao Mingning. Zhang Yu couldn't be bothered to inform the others and rushed back. Chapter 27, The Grand Dragon Regiment. What are you doing bullying someone else? Zhao Mingning? Zhang Yu said nonchalantly to Lin Xiaoyu. How did I bully her? I just told her that all the girls in the class will vote for you. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Yu contemptuously. Zhang Yu, can't afford to play? Use this kind of underhanded trick is it? Lin Xiaoyu, oh, like you boys are so righteous. Zhang Yu, then we won't use such despicable means to rack people to vote. Lin Xiaoyu, have you done fewer despicable things? Don't think I don't know what you mean by asking me to run for you. Zhang Yu, what do I mean? I was doing it for the honor of the class. Lin Xiaoyu, class honor? Then I'm still trying to lighten the load of my classmates. Zhao Mingning looked at the two men arguing over themselves, both hating to break themselves in half. Don't argue. You guys don't argue. I'm sorry. Zhao Mingning's voice trembled as she spoke. For some reason, Zhao Mingning suddenly developed a feeling of powerlessness to watch her parents fight. And that's when the class bell rang. Everyone quickly returned to their seats, and Gu Xiaoyan began to write all the several alternative slogans on the blackboard. After writing, our senior class normally participates in the sports meet on Saturday, so let's vote for the entrance slogan, Gu Xiaoyan said as she stood on the podium. Taking names? Gu Xiaoyan couldn't decide what to do, so she could only look at Lin Xiuyue. After getting a sign from Lin Xiuyu, no names, but it's best for everyone to base their thoughts on what they really think and not be influenced by individuals in the class. Gu Xiaoyan said, if they were credited, many boys probably wouldn't dare to mess around and vote for Zhang Yu. If you don't keep track of names, then naturally there are a lot of looky-loos. Lin Xiuyue also expected this. It's anonymous, but if you insist on putting your name on it, that's not impossible. Qian Xian added. The subtext of Qian Xian's sentence is that if all the other boys have written their names, then in the end the votes are different and it's easy to reason out who is the who isn't a young man with a little bit of righteousness, especially boys. You just have to be normally conflicted, and you have to be sensible in front of this kind of boy-girl confrontation. After Qian Xian finished speaking, the class was suddenly chattering again. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could sense the smell of gunpowder permeating the class. But these people also didn't know what Zhang Yu, Lin Xiuyu and the others were plotting, so they could only be like that badger who couldn't find a melon scurrying around. Soon most of them were done writing, but to prevent anyone from overpaying and missing payments, Gu Xiaoyan went to her seat and collected them one by one. It was quickly received here in Zhao Mingning. Ni. Zhao Mingning was clutching the note in her hand. Gu Xiaoyan wasn't in a hurry, so she stood next to Zhao Mingning and watched. Can I abstain? Zhao Mingning asked weakly. No, Gu Xiaoyan replied. Zhao Mingning was on the verge of tears. He was afraid of being isolated by the other girls if he listened to Zhang Yu, but he was also afraid that listening to Lin Xiuyue would lead to Zhang Yu's anger. But one can't keep spending so much time delaying everyone. In the end, Zhao Mingning seemed as if she had made a great determination. Write the 3 big words Gu Xiaoyan on the note. Gu Xiaoyan spat softly after seeing what Zhao Mingning had written. Traitor! Then he jerked the note out of Zhao Mingning's hand. Zhao Mingning kept her head down the entire time like one of those little girls caught in early love, not saying a word. At this point, you guys are the noisiest in the whole building. One of you doesn't go to self-study. What's all the noise about? Shirley entered and chided. When the students saw the homeroom teacher coming, they hurriedly packed up some things that shouldn't be on their desks, and those who were chatting turned around and started studying. They're all seniors, and they still think they're seniors. There are a few days left for the college entrance exams. They don't have a point in their hearts. One by one, they don't have any sense of urgency. After the class quieted down, Shirley also noticed the slogans written on the blackboard, and Gu Xiaoyan, who was standing to collect the notes. What is it? Shirley asked. Teacher, I'll let everyone vote for the slogan to be shouted during the entrance to the field day. Gu Xiaoyan replied. Aha, Shirley answered, and then he began to look at the slogans written on the blackboard, and it didn't take long before he noticed the one written by Zhang Yu. How do you class members check? You can even pick this kind. Gu Xiaoyan didn't dare to make a sound either, but just silently finished collecting the notes and started counting the votes. In the end, Zhang Yu's slogan won by 13 votes. Looks like there are a lot of heirs out there. Gu Xiaoyan took the results to Shirley. Shirley looked at the blackboard and then at the vote count. You class members come out with me, Shirley said with a dark face. Zhang Yu, Lin Xiuyu and the others also stood up when they saw this. Seeing that Li Su had also stood up, Shirley added another sentence. Li Su, you maintained discipline in the class. Li Su himself had stood up, but could only sit down awkwardly. Several students in the class snickered as they watched Li Su's comical appearance. Li Su is the class president of Zhang Yu's class. A very pretentious boy, wearing a black frame glasses, looks very civilized, especially like to snitch. Even Shirley is not very treat him. In fact, if you have the courage to report such things, if you have the courage to say straight to everyone, that is, I sued the teacher, then everyone will respect you as a man. But when you snitch, get caught and are stubborn, or even falsely accuse someone, that rises to the level of a character issue. So basically not many boys and girls in the class were willing to play with Li Su. Originally, Shirley had wanted to re-elect a class president, but first of all, there is no suitable candidate, and secondly, they are already seniors. There is no point in tossing these, so a few other class members are quite reliable, so it does not really matter if there is this class president. Outside of class, Zhang Yu, what's all that crap you wrote there? I've looked for you several times in the past 2 days. Are you not going to miss it now? Shirley looked at Zhang Yu with a serious face and reprimanded. Zhang Yu lowered his head and didn't dare to export a rebuttal. Although it was true that Zhang Yu was wrong to write blindly with his hand, but it wasn't a big deal in essence. It was mainly because Lin Xiuyue had to rack herself up and that's why she got like this. You'd have to pick a random article in the old days, and there wouldn't have been so much at all. And you, Gu Xiaoyan, don't you think too much? Everything is written on the blackboard. If Zhang Yu writes a curse, are you going to write it too? When our class enters, full of nationalism, let the school leaders feel the class culture of our class. Shi Lei then reprimanded. Gu Xiaoyan also lowered her head and said nothing. Teacher, I was the one who asked Gu Xiaoyan to write up Zhang Yu's piece. Lin Xiaoyu spoke out. Originally it was Lin Xiaoyu and Zhang Yu's matter. Surely cannot let Gu Xiaoyan take the blame. So Lin Xiaoyu Shi Lei reprimanded Gu Xiaoyan then also the first time to stand out. You, give me a reason. Shi Lei stared straight at Lin Xiaoyu. Although Lin Xiaoyu had caused him a lot of trouble in the past few days, overall, Lin Xiaoyu was still the type of child who wouldn't just mess around. So Shi Lei still gave her a chance to explain. Teacher, we think it's a waste of time to choose the kind of slogan that's too long and everyone has to memorize it. Although Lin Xiaoyu felt that this reason was also a bit untenable, she could only say it down now. Can't we use last year's? Shi Lei asked. The one our class used in our freshman year, used in our sophomore year, and still used in our senior year. This, Zhang Jiayue said helpfully. So you guys pick one this. Are you guys usually used to heckling with me and think I have too good of a temper? So you think you can do whatever you want in the class? Shi Lei said with glaring eyes. Chapter 28 Dragon Output Pulled Full. Teacher, it's not their fault. This was collectively agreed upon after several of our class members discussed it. Qian Xin said. This kind of thing is a willingness to bet. Since the girl won, we'll admit it. There's a real problem now. And the boys can't just stand around and do nothing. Yo, you guys are quite united in this kind of thing. Shi Lei said. Teacher, it's the last games, and a few of us are trying to impress everyone. He Feng said. Yes, teacher, you said that the freshman and sophomore games. What impression do you still have? The slogan should not be able to remember a single word. Zhang Yu, this slogan is not written well, but when you mention it in the future, everyone will more or less have an impression, and it is also a memory. Zhang Jiayue said helpfully. He Feng secretly gave Zhang Jiayue a thumbs up when he saw this, and the corners of Zhang Jiayue's mouth rose slightly when she saw it. True to form, these two are still more in tune when it comes to uniting their efforts. Shi Lei froze as he looked at a few people, then reacted. You guys are working together to set me up here. After Zhang Yu watched Shi Lei's mood towards himself go down at first, he also spoke up. Brother Lei, we basically didn't split up when we split the arts and science classes. Everyone has feelings for class 14. There are feelings, you write that crap. Shi Lei didn't have the good sense to say. This Zhang Yu does not speak okay. Once he speaks, Shi Lei gas came up again. I'm limited in this level. I can't turn around and let Lin Xiaoyu change it. Zhang Yu continued. Lin Xiaoyu immediately quit when she heard this. Said let yourself change. How to change yourself back? If change and normal, what is the point? If not, turn back to Shi Lei's pressure all to his head. You yourself is a clean choice. Lin Xiaoyu severely condemned Zhang Yu's behavior of being a deserter on the battlefield. So, I'm running 5 programs by myself and you're asking me to change my slogan. Are you good at it? Lin Xiaoyu said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was shocked, although Zhang Yu also knows that his previous means is not very honorable, but no matter how to say it is a pot to eat. You cannot give this pot to smash off. This kind of thing can only be done beforehand. If you say this in advance, then the class teacher will definitely not be able to agree, and the whole plan will be all over. Wait, running 5 programs? What do you mean? Shi Lei suddenly realized a hint of something wrong as well. He had a feeling the unlucky kids wanted to give him the whole big one. There's no telling how much is being kept from me. What the hell is going on? A few people kept their heads down and didn't say anything. None of them are talking, are they? Fine. Then we'll spend today here. A couple of kids. You can't be cured. Eventually. Teacher, we plan to enroll a few random people up there and have Lin Xiaoyu run for them when the time comes. Seeing that she couldn't hide this matter anymore, Gu Xiaoyan opened her mouth to explain. Substitute running. I say, you guys, you're getting out of line. Whose idea was it? Shi Lei said angrily. Mine. Lin Xiaoyu said. Lin Xiaoyu was also angry just now, and only realized after she finished that she shouldn't have revealed the matter of the substitution. So when she saw Shi Lei pursuing the question, she hastened to take all the responsibility first. Just can't be your idea. This gang of unlucky children are almost brought 3 years. Who, what character? Shi Lei have more than that, parents are clear. This kind of feint trick just couldn't have been thought up by Lin Xiaoyu. When Shi Lei finished speaking, his eyes turned to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled sarcastically. Hey, Brother Lei is wise. Ying Ming? I'll give you a kick in the ass for knowing what happens when you substitute run. Brother Lei, this student handbook really didn't write. Then I found someone to inquire about it. Last year when we were sophomores, the first year of high school, there was a class of people running on behalf of the disqualified, and in the end, It was just to disqualify the class from the selection, and there was no substantial punishment for anything. Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu to do this kind of thing. Certainly not the kind of slap on the head to do. Beforehand homework must be done enough. There them. Can you guarantee that our class will be fine even if they get caught? Shirley then questioned. Teacher, I'm the only substitute runner. If you want to penalize it's me. Lin Xiaoyu said. Don't want to miss it. Want to be fired don't you? The more Shirley said, the more fire he got. Lin Xiaoyu is usually quite a sensible child. Why did she start to be a jerk even now? Originally, something like the games was not important to the seniors, and it was only because there was really no other way up there that the seniors were allowed to make an exception. Just deal with it casually, and focus on your studies. One of you is so grown up that you can't tell the difference between a big and a small king. Lay brother. Really not to. That alternative run can still have cheating serious Cheating first time the most serious is detention. Expulsion cannot, even if really caught, at most suspended for 3 days. Jiang Yu explained. Although the penalties for students who break the rules and discipline in the second high school are very strict, these penalties are basically not counted in the file, and the accumulated number of times is enough, or the seriousness of the case will be directly expelled. It is also mainly because the status of some students is sensitive and counting them in the record will lead to some other troubles. If the penalty cannot be imposed in one go, there is a possibility that public opinion will be aroused, something that no school leader would like to see. So basically, no matter how big of a crime you commit, as long as you don't get expelled and graduate successfully, there is no impact on you subsequently. Feelings aren't what you're being punished for, so you can toss them around all you want. If Lin Xiaoyu is really suspended, I'll accompany her for a few days if she's suspended for a few days. Jiang Yu said. Although these penalties as a student are painless for adults, they are still feared as a student. Yo-ho. Thinking quite thoroughly, Shirley was also exasperated and laughed. Then why don't you guys think about the class? Being disqualified for a substitute run is good to hear. It's because it doesn't sound good. That's why we wanted to make it sound that way. He Feng said. Our freshman and sophomore year are the fourth. This year and then take a fourth. This next few classes shall not laugh at us. We can't let our classmates swing for the fences in order not to take the fourth. Zhang Jiayue said. You guys are simply fooling around. Shirley now knew that this was wrong. But for a moment, he didn't know how to retort. At this time Jiang Yu went back to his class and took a piece of draft paper out. Brother Lei, we've all acted out. Lin Xiaoyu's normal taking 2 firsts is 14 points. If we give up the first and take the second, then the 3 seconds plus the 2 top 8s, that's 22 points. With these 8 extra points, we're basically solidly in the top 3, and the probability of us being found out is minuscule. Games on the second school side are 7 points for first, 6 points for second, 4 points for third, and 2 points for all 4 through 8. Shirley frowned as he looked at the dense content on Jiang Yu's draft paper, and Lin Xiaoyu was also very surprised. Originally Lin Xiaoyu thought that Jiang Yu let himself run for him, simply just revenge. I did not expect that this person actually really put a lot of thought into this. Our class was 5 points worse than the third place class 27 last time. Jiang Yu added. I told the people from class 19 to slightly target class 27 in the throwing category. That fat guy from class 27 can't even get into the top 3 in solid ball this time. One way or the other, our class will have at least 2 more points of advantage. Last time, Jiang Yu's class 14 had a small conflict with class 27, which was quite unpleasant, and Gu Xiaoyan was scolded and cried when she went to the other side. As for the 2 big guys in class 19 who reported long jump and triple jump, they were also afraid of breaking their feet and getting hurt, so they reported solid ball instead. Jiang Yu's relationship with the ones in class 19 was okay, and he had heard people talk about it, so he slightly plastered himself in the face. Shirley just stared at Jiang Yu without saying anything either. The 800 and 1500 should be run on the first morning. Lin Xiaoyue takes second in both. The pre-finals of the 100 and 200 are in the afternoon. Lin Xiaoyue only runs the preliminaries. Gao Wen runs the finals, and Gao Wen is reported on the list, so there won't be a problem. And then the next day, the 400 is in the morning, and Lin Xiaoyue takes second again, and that won't attract any attention either. Jiang Yu continued. Gao Wen was about the same size as Lin Xiaoyu, so she basically couldn't tell just by looking at her back. The athletic competition system on this side of the second high school is not quite the same as a normal school. The 800 and 1500 for a typical school are usually spread over 2 days, but the second middle school side put it together in the hope that more people would participate. And if it was split over 2 days, then it's likely that the 800 and 1500 would have the same number of people claiming their prizes. If put together, unless one of those exceptionally good players, the average person is going to have a hard time placing in both events at the same time. This forces you to report different people for 800 and 1500, but for a woman like Lin Xiaoyu, who had regular periods when she looked at it, It shouldn't be too stressful. Chapter 29, Targeting. Listening to Jiang Yu's words, Shirley's frown grew tighter and tighter. Eventually, don't mess around for me. You guys, honestly go back and study, Shirley said and left. After Shirley left, hey, I knew the homeroom teacher would definitely disagree, Gu Xiaoyan said with a sigh. This should be tacit approval from Brother Lei. Qian Xin had a different opinion. Ha? What do you mean? Gu Xiaoyan hadn't reacted yet. If Brother Lei really disagreed, the few of us should be standing in the office right now, He Feng said, disagreeing on the surface. Or maybe he's afraid that the grade director will turn around and find him in trouble, Zhang Jiayue said. Then we? Gu Xiaoyan got excited again when she heard everyone explain it that way. Action. After school. Playground. Maybe it was because the games were approaching and there were more students on the playground than ever before. Some were practicing for the competition events, while others entertained themselves. Chui Yanghao was one of them, because next Friday there is a basketball match with Class 14. As the contracted party, which if you lose then it is not just a simple matter of losing face. Dribble. 2 steps. One-footed jump. One-handed foul. Boo. The basketball hit the back edge of the frame and bounced off. Sure enough, the dunk is still too forced. There aren't many regular high schoolers who can buckle, and the likes of Choi are considered strong. At this point, Chui Yanghao, looking for you to talk. Song Yuanhang took 2 bottles of imported mineral water and handed one of them to Chui Yanghao. Song Yuanhang, class president of the 27th class, plays basketball okay? Average academic performance. Family conditions are good. The family is ready to arrange to go abroad to study. Chat about what? Chui Yanghao didn't take Song Yuanhang's water. Classes 27 through 30 are classified as being striked. The second high school is also one of the top high schools in Dongjiang City, and some people used to go to great lengths to get their children in. Some people can even get a note from the top of the education system. That's why some of the principals of the second high school didn't dare to lose face. These students often come from hard family backgrounds, but they are not good at studying, and they may go abroad after 2 years of study. Getting these students together with ordinary students is afraid of affecting the learning of ordinary students. So the school gets all these people into one class. People call it the strip class. Although there is much less of this now than there used to be, the tradition of the striped class has been preserved. Of course, now the students in the strip class are not all the kind of preparation for going abroad. There are also some ordinary students, but these people study to be a little worse than those in the front of the class. But sports can be more than 1.5 points stronger. Chui Yanghao always looked down on these people in the strip class, although usually also play together. But at most they know each other without much interaction. Change it, Song Yuanhang said. After that the two found a place where there weren't many people. You know those 2 big guys in class 19? Song Yuanhang said. Aha. They all play basketball together. And the school is so big that those who are at a similar level usually know each other. Both of them were originally long jumps and triple jumps, but I heard they changed both triple jumps to solid balls. Song Yuanhang said. What's it to you if someone's class is on their own? It wouldn't have mattered. But I heard. Like, someone in class 14 gave a handout and it was changed. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. I just feel a little sick of being targeted. So I wanted to ask for your help. There are 30 classes throughout the year, and targeting you? Self-serving. Chui Yanghao disdainfully said. Consider me self-serving then. So are you guys willing to help? Song Yuanhang said indifferently. Want us to target class 14 at the games? Choi narrowed his eyes. Exactly. Our 2 classes are brother classes. The senior class has 30 classes, but there are 19 classroom teachers. That means that some classroom teachers take 1 class and some take 2. 2 classes led by 1 classroom teacher are usually called sibling classes. I know, but I heard that your 2 classes clashed in the activity class yesterday. Song Yuanhang said nonchalantly. That's our business too. Chui Yanghao heard the meaning in Song Yuanhang's words. You misunderstand. I don't mean anything else either. I just think that if class 14 takes a top 3 and your class 15 can't even get into the top 10, it's more or less unsightly in terms of face. So what do you want? I'd like you to target them a little bit in terms of staffing. Targeting? How do you want us to target? That's why I'm looking for you guys. Since we're a brother class, I think you guys would have a solution. But I'm just an offer as far as anything else goes. Song Yuanhang shrugged his shoulders. Of course, whether you guys help or not, we'll send 2 cases of water over to you guys when the time comes. Just as a friend. Choi didn't say anything. Song Yuanhang smiled faintly, punched Chui Yanghao's shoulder hard and left. This cop class is real NM retarded. Choi muttered in a low voice. Since people have a lot of money burning a hole in their pockets and are giving away 2 cases of water for nothing, there's no reason not to want it. Zijin Court neighborhood. I give you. Buy pork. You have to look at the time. Just in front of the family selling meat Wu Lao Air. Thief it. You have to tell him I want 2 pounds of 5 flour meat. He this knife down. This more than half are fat. Fong Yuqin said. Fong Yuqin is the deputy director of the neighborhood committee of this side of Zijinyuan neighborhood, a very warm-hearted middle-aged woman. Seeing that Zhou Qing was newly moved here, she took the initiative to bring Zhou Qing to familiarize herself with the surroundings, where to buy vegetables, where to buy meat, chicken and dog things, a brain all thrown out. Then there are still people buying meat from him. Zhou Qing was puzzled. Fong Yuqin clapped her hands together. This you have asked to the point. This Wu Lao are although thieves, but cannot afford to sell the meat good. People that can be personally drive to run the countryside to collect up, and supermarkets sell those frozen meat can be the same. Fong Yuqin said. So it is. So, you go to his house to buy pork, you just say, 2 pounds of pork, do not fat. This do not fat is very key. Do not be embarrassed. And then he went down with this knife. Fat and thin. Just right. Of course the price of the most expensive block 8 hairs. Fong Yuqin said. This kind of thing is not really known to the general public. Zhou Qing complimented smoothly. Just as Fong Yuqin wanted to go on with Zhou Chang, this other precautions for buying pork. A man and a woman and 2 children ran in front of the two. The girl had a stick in her hand and chased after the little boy. Hey, you 2 kids, slow down. Don't fall down. Fong Yuqin shouted at the 2 kids. The 2 kids certainly didn't pay any attention to Fong Yuqin. You say now this little girl, or not a little girl, should have the appearance. One by one the courage is also too big. You see to that boy hit. Fong Yuqin looked at the 2 children fighting in the distance, couldn't help but say, who says it isn't? Hey, I get angry when you talk about this. Hearing Fong Yuqin say this, Zhou Qing remembered the bite on her son's arm again. What's wrong? My family, that unlucky child. The arm was bitten so big a piece of black bruise. Look as that little girl bites. To my heartache, that again with a little force. Meat should be bitten down. Zhou Cheng did not have a good mood. Chapter 30, Your autumn moon was bitten? That's too much. Who says it's not? I asked who did it. This stupid kid did not say, but also flirted with me and said let me take to a rabies vaccine. Give me angry. You tell me what it's all about. Hey, you say, your family across the door of the girl is really good. This little face looks handsome. To whom all smiling. I heard that learning is also times great. And you see that little body. I'll look on. Fong Yuqin originally wanted to say can give birth to a big fat boy, but then thought, he said so a little girl is not appropriate. So again to turn back. A look at the learning is good. My daughter, if I can have half of the family, I am saving old heart. But Zhou Qing didn't notice the small flaw in Fong Yuqin's words either. Yes, looks beautiful, study and good. Look at all like. You say our family Jiangyu. Let such a good girl not with others. Have to play with the girls who are not 3 things. Today was bitten, tomorrow and then scratched. Really think about it are disturbing. Egu, this cannot be. This hands turn back and then move into the habit. We were a child, that kind of point of view only so. Do not turn back to your family. Jiangyu also brought bad. Dots is this side of Zhou Qing Fong Yuqin's era for the common name of gangsters and hooligans. Parent chats generally just like to talk about things in a serious way, when many of them are not at all. But the speaker doesn't mean it. The listener does. Zhou Qing suddenly felt someone behind her, then jerked back. Zhou Qing was little shocked for a moment. Then she said cheerfully to Wang Ting, it's also a coincidence. I was just chatting with Sister Fong about your girl. Zhou Qing had met with Wang Ting in the elevator before, and since the kids were all in the same class, they talked quite a bit. Wang Ting heard all of Zhou Chang and Fong Yuqin's conversation earlier. Originally, when Wang Ting saw Zhou Chang, she wanted to go up and talk to her about Jiang Yu cursing her own daughter, but since I didn't think of how to word it, I just kept following behind. And now Wang Ting seemed to understand why people Jiang Yu scolded his own girl. Wang Ting? Wang Ting? Zhou Qing called out twice when she saw that Wang Ting didn't respond. Wang Ting came back to her senses at this point. Why are you still running away from this walking? Don't be careful and fall again. Zhou Qing then said, what are you doing here? I went to get vaccinated. Wang Ting, who was in a trance-like state, didn't know how this sentence suddenly popped out. You were bitten too? Zhou Qing looked puzzled at Wang Ting. It's my girl. No. Your autumn moon was bitten? Hey, no. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Said Wang Ting and left in a daze. The other side. School playground. And talk about practicing fits. He Feng smacked his lips. The games are important. Jiang Yu moved his body. Jiang Yu also knew about the conflict between his side and class 15. But this appointment was for next week, so he still had to focus on the games in front of him. He Feng reported 100 and 200, while Jiang Yu was 1500, so they could only practice their own. Jiang Yu hummed a little song while running laps on the playground. Although the school has weekly physical education classes, The senior class is basically a warm-up ending free-for-all. Warming up for that amount of exercise is definitely not enough for the games. This long period of time without strenuous exercise is a terrible loss of fitness. Although Jianyu usually played basketball, playing basketball was still a bit inadequate compared to 1500. So Jianyu was also prepared to take advantage of these 2 days to slightly catch up on practicing and recovering. It would be a shame if we don't make the top 8 by then. A little bit of pure flavor 1966 Satoichi. With occasional bad habits, I love to take my life as a pitch. Strolling into the sunset, I absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon. Jianyu grunted as he ran, and without realizing it, he had already run a lap. At that moment a beautiful figure suddenly shuttled by. Shame on you. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu who brushed past him, Jianyu was instantly unconvinced and hurriedly chased after her. Are you on gunpowder? Why do you want to choke me twice when we meet? With these 2 steps of yours, you can't even run as fast as my grandmother, Lin Xiaoyu said as she ran. Not as fast as your grandmother? Then your grandmother's wheelchair would have to be rubbed with sparks. Jianyu spat in his heart. Lin Xiaoyu and Jianyu had similar thoughts. The games were approaching and both wanted to take advantage of these 2 days to recover a little. At first, Jianyu thought that Lin Xiaoyu was saying that her singing was hard to hear, but it turned out to be this. Then Jianyu definitely didn't care. It's not like I'm like you. I'm just going to mix it up with the top 8. And 4th is 2 points. And 8th is 2 points. So what's the point of bothering? There's no point in sportsmanship. Come on, you have the line. With that, the 2 ran side by side. Originally, Jianyu was also thinking of recovering a little and forgetting about it, but looking at Lin Xiaoyu, he was a little fired up again, so he also fought with Lin Xiaoyu. Jianyu, by definition, 1500 was slightly faster than Lin Xiaoyu. After all, you, a boy who is still good at sports, must be much better than those girls. Except for sports students, of course. The kind who train every day certainly can't compare. But then, before Lin Xiaoyu came, Jianyu had already run a lap. It's not fast, but it's a big drain on your physical abilities. This resulted in Jianyu and Lin Xiaoyu being evenly matched, so to speak. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The playground is 400 meters a lap. It was reasonable to say that Jianyu 1500 was already done, but Lin Xiaoyu was still running, so Jianyu followed. But Jianyu was originally in accordance with the 1500 allocation of physical strength, which suddenly more than 1 lap physical, indeed a little unable to keep up. It ended up falling short. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jianyu with a victorious stance. I really threw up. I ran a lap before you came. You don't really think you can outrun me? Jianyu was simply speechless as he watched Lin Xiaoyu put a mouth on herself here. Come on. You win. Don't bother talking to you. With that, the 2 of them picked up their backpacks and headed home one after the other. Here, Jianyu took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag and handed it to Lin Xiaoyu. It is important to hydrate after strenuous exercise. Jianyu saw that Lin Xiaoyu didn't drink any water even after she finished running, so he guessed that the water cup was mostly empty. Jianyu had brought a total of 2 bottles of mineral water, and originally this one was for Hefeng, but by the time Jianyu finished running, where was this kid's figure? So the bottle of water would have to be cheap for Lin Xiaoyu. Although Jianyu usually fought with Lin Xiaoyu, there was actually no major conflict in nature. No, thanks. Lin Xiaoyu instinctively refused for a moment, but still took the water over. But Lin Xiaoyu didn't drink the water after taking it, she just held it in her hand. About a minute later, Jianyu, you're kinda not annoying when you're not, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly said without a clue. Lin Xiaoyu also didn't know what she felt about this boy beside her. To say that she hated it, it didn't seem to be that annoying. To say that she didn't hate it, this person was actually quite annoying. Originally Lin Xiaoyu thought, Jianyu for running just want to discuss themselves, did not think he really is also for the sake of the class, and back really under hard to do a lot of homework, which also led Lin Xiaoyu for Jianyu's impression of a not small change. Then I can thank you for saying the crap of crap. Jianyu spat. Another minute passed. Why don't you drink it? It hasn't been opened. Jianyu saw that Lin Xiaoyu didn't drink it and thought that she resented the water for having drunk it herself. I'm not thirsty yet. Lin Xiaoyu clutched the water in her hand and gulped. Jianyu first revealed a very confused expression, then suddenly came to a realization. Physiological period? Although Jianyu specifically does not know what principle, only know that girls can only eat hot things and drink hot water when they are in physiological period. Lin Xiaoyu was first stunned. Then, Jianyu, why don't you go die? With that, the two jostled their way home. Chapter 31 Bandit Fist. Back home. Mom, I'm back, Lin Xiaoyu said as she changed her shoes. Well, put your book bag down and come over here, Wang Ting said as she sat on the sofa. Lin Xiaoyu vaguely feel that the atmosphere is not quite right, but they cannot say which is not right, as if usually their own mother to talk to themselves is not this way. Lin Xiaoyu re-entered the living room after putting her book bag back in the bedroom. Mom, what's wrong? Did you bite someone else, Jiangyu? Wang Ting said expressionlessly. Once Lin Xiaoyu heard this, her head lowered and her two toes unconsciously drew inward. I'm asking you. Wang Ting slammed her hand down hard on the coffee table. AI. Wife, let's make a deal. Let's talk properly. Lin Chang sat beside Wang Ting and pacified him. Lin Xiaoyu, why are you biting people? Wang Ting said indignantly. Wang Ting was a bit glad that she had calmed down a bit before. If she had just gone straight to someone's house then, it would have really made her scalp numb just thinking about it. His own daughter had bitten someone else's son, and he had run over to quarrel with them in a hurry, and then he had no place to put his face. He rumored that I farted. Lin Xiaoyu said accusingly. Her thing with Jiangyu was really a little complicated. If all said out, I guess their own mom even more to blow hair. So what? I was biting him lightly. Gently. Your Auntie Zhou said. Jiangyu, that arm, the meat almost let you bite down. You give me that it is gently. And even if it is gently, who taught you these stinking problems? And now you dare to bite people. Wang Ting said more and more angry. Don't. Wife, let's not. Lin Chang persuaded. Lin Xiaoyu, let me tell you, if I had to be like you when I was a kid, your grandma would have gotten on with it a long time ago. Don't. We can't learn from others. Lin Chang then persuaded. You, now, go across the street and apologize. I'm not going. Lin Xiaoyu commiserated. Obviously he was the one who made the first mistake. Why should he apologize to him? The more Lin Xiaoyu thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. What did you say? Tell me again. Seeing that these two mothers were about to explode, Lin Chang hurriedly signaled Lin Xiaoyu with his mouth to go back to the house and do her homework. Come back here. Who let you go? Against you. Wang Ting said and tried to get up to chase after her, but she was held by Lin Chang. In order not to disturb Lin Xiaoyu's homework, Lin Chang hugged Wang Ting and went back to the bedroom. Look, what kind of spoiled daughter you've let you become? Wang Ting said angrily. The children are fighting and playing. If there was really something, the other door would have found them long ago. You're making a big deal out of it. Lin Chang said helplessly. It's not right to bite, but in the end it's not a big deal. Biting now, what about later? There is this kind of seedling has to be stopped in time, when the time comes again like your father is, dancing around and giving people a beating. Wang Ting said, just say it, what's the point of bringing up my dad? Nonsense. The previous vacation time, said let your father to bring the child. Well, I entered the door. This dead girl with such a big machete. Ooh. So full of sky swing. I was 2 eyes a black almost past me. Wang Ting said that Hanside learned to gesture twice. Isn't that practicing martial arts to strengthen your body? Oh, I told you to learn how to dance, but you wouldn't let me swing a machete. No, it's pressurized into two different things. Lin Chang wanted to explain, but didn't know how. It's okay if you say your dad was a famous fighter. What do I hear practicing? Some kind of bandit fist. What makes it bandit fist? My dad, that's a niche fist style. It's called that or something. Lin Chang didn't think of it for a moment. Lin Chang's father originally opened a martial arts school. A hand of Fuquan practiced to perfection, but then encountered some bad things. The martial arts school will not open. Lin Chang had an older brother, but this brother was weak and sickly, so he wasn't a material for practicing martial arts. And after being conditioned with herbs, he could only say that he was barely not weak. That's why Lin Chang's father put his hopes more on Lin Chang. I hope he inherits this skill of his. When Lin Chang is also quite rebellious, his father let practice boxing. They just do not practice. A person secretly run to the city to break through. When the relationship between father and son also made quite a stalemate. But later, after Lin Chang became rich, the relationship between father and son eased quite a bit. But you said Lin Chang's father has all the skills. If you just take it into the coffin, it's not worth it. So just go around and find some martial artists to cut their teeth on. Ended up getting arrested for breaking 3 of someone's ribs. Or Lin Chang and Wang Ting went to fish for people. Also lost a good amount of money across the street. Since then, Lin Chang's father has been doing nothing and becoming more and more depressed. Until Lin Chang sent Lin Xiaoyu, who was on vacation. It made the old man's eyes light up straight away. This Fu Hu Quan, which is all about big openings and big closures, roughness and finesse, requires a very high level of stance. And it is said that the founder's experience was summarized from fighting with tigers. Although many people are skeptical about this, thinking that there is an exaggerated element. But the set of Fu Hu Quan, only training the sinews and bones and not the skin, and the middle distance multi-stage swimming fight, still let many martial artists have suffered. And Lin Xiaoyu's condition can be said to be the old man so many years to have seen the most talented. say as 100 years of rare encounter martial arts training wizards is not too much, so that's certainly pouring. There was also the scene that Wang Ting had seen earlier. That is, I went around that day. Or you can just watch, when a vacation is over. Maybe it's just which mountain has made itself a king as a bandit. Wang Ting said. Wang Ting had always wanted to raise Lin Xiaoyu to be that kind of a lady of the house, so she was particularly repulsed by all that Lin Chang's father had taught her, especially that bandit fist thing. If this stuff is going to be really good, why didn't you practice it yourself when you were younger? Although Lin Chang had later expressed his regret for not practicing kung fu with his father back then, Wang Ting scoffed at this. What's the use of practicing that stuff in a society with the rule of law? You still have to pay for beating up bad guys. Besides, if a girl dances with a gun and a stick, she won't be able to get married. That wasn't just once. And then didn't they stop my dad from teaching? Lin Chang said. One time is enough. Otherwise we have a good girl. How come she learned to be like this? Lin Chang said. Hey, how to talk. Wang Ting shone a vicious ring at Lin Chang's belly. Pain, pain, pain. You still talk about our daughter. Look at you. You still think I'm bad-tempered. Lin Chang said in pain. Oh, together now it's on my head. You have to say. These two people who can come together and live their lives together are not usually a good match sometimes. But, I say, aren't we doing something less today? Lin Chang rubbed his bare head. Do what? Have we not eaten dinner yet? Lin Chang said, rubbing his stomach. Hiss, why didn't you warn me earlier? He Feng's house. Son, clean up your bedroom. There's a war veteran coming to our house for dinner tomorrow night. He Ziqiang said to He Feng. He Ziqiang is He Feng's father, but also a standard from the countryside out of the man. When the military, able to suffer, style is very positive. After the transfer has been diligently do the work, that is, the person is too real. There are several opportunities for promotion are given to others, although the average popularity, but everyone mentioned this person, basically will count a thumb. Got it. Tang Xianxian's house. Girl, finish your homework early tomorrow. I'll take you to visit an old comrade, Tang Guochao said. Tang Guochao is Tang Xianxian's father. When the military, good people, like to make friends, which people can talk together. After the transfer of their own tea store, a variety of friends to help out. Business is doing well. I'm going too. Tang Xianxian was a bit reluctant. Waiting all day today without hearing from Qin Feng made Tang Xianxian a bit unhappy. Even if you don't feel anything for yourself, you have to have basic manners. At the very least, one must ask if one has arrived home, or if the wound still hurts, or something like that. What Tang Xianxian doesn't know is that He Feng has long since blacked out and deleted her. Their children are the same age as you, and they are from the second middle school. They study well. You go and learn more from other people's study experience, Tang Guochao said. Although not all the students in the second form are of the type that are particularly good in academics, but since the midterm scoreline is relatively high, everyone just defaults to it. Yeah. Chapter 32, Let Me Bite You Again. After Wang Ting's side finished the meal, she called out for Lin Xiaoyu to eat. Neither mother nor daughter spoke during the meal, just dry sulking. Lin Xiaoyu also went straight to her room to study after eating. Lin Chang didn't have enough to eat, but he had the sense to put down his chopsticks. Not long after, Lin Xiaoyu walked out with 2 rolls. What for? Wang Ting asked as she stared at Lin Xiaoyu. I'll go apologize to Jiang Yu and ask 2 questions on the way. Lin Xiaoyu replied. Well, go ahead. Ding dong. Who is it? Zhou Qing opened the door as soon as she could. Xiaoyu. Come on. Enter. Auntie, excuse me. I came to ask Jiang Yu 2 questions. Lin Xiaoyu gently tiptoed down coyly. It's fine. Zhou Qing said and prepared to move a chair for Lin Xiaoyu. In the meantime, that's more like it. Wang Ting said beautifully. That's happy again. Lin Chang was also really powerless to spit. Nonsense. What's the use of studying even better if that person is a bad character? When you do something wrong you have to apologize. Wang Ting said while peeling an apple. You're in a beautiful mood. So can I have some more? It looks to me like there's quite a bit left in that pot. Of course. Wang Ting said and put the apple into Lin Chang's hand. It's not enough for me to peel it for you again. Lin Chang could only sigh when he saw this. Hey, you say this daughter has grown up, is to understand, childhood that stubborn really can not listen to a word. Wang Ting whispered beside Lin Chang. Jiang Yu, I didn't even sue your mom. What gives you the right to sue my mom? Lin Xiaoyu questioned fiercely at Jiang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu was really getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it when she was writing her homework in her room earlier. He didn't even sue him for disgusting himself, but he sued himself first, and I obviously just bit it lightly. To him this is so serious. A big man how to be so pretentious. Jiang Yu's image in Lin Xiaoyu's mind that had just picked up instantly collapsed. What did I sue your mom for? John Yu looked at this raging woman that was really a head bigger than two. I'll have to talk to my own mom someday, so I don't put any messed up people in. You didn't sue my mom for me biting you? You think I'm like you, getting up all day and loving to snitch? John Yu spat. There are many bad behaviors in student life, topped by suing parents for minor things. Then how did my mom know? How do I know this? Don't accuse people. I just told your mom to take you for a rabies vaccination, but I didn't say anything more. John Yu at that time also just wanted to discuss Lin Xiaoyu, really did not intend to sue the parents. Otherwise at that time, he would have said it directly. When Lin Xiaoyu thought about it, her own old mother seemed to be saying at the time that Auntie Jo said how it was. So who are you to sue your mom? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You this woman how so unreasonable. You do not let sue your mom even if I sue my mom you also have to care. John Yu didn't even know what kind of brain circuit this woman had. This was a quarrel specifically for the sake of a quarrel. You sue your mom, and your mom has to turn around and tell my mom? Will you use your half-filled brain? If I had sued my mom, would my mom have let you in? She would have blown you out long ago. John Yu spat. Lin Xiaoyu seemed to be right when she thought about it. Auntie Jo was so enthusiastic about herself as soon as she walked in the door, and she didn't look like she knew about it. That. Lin Xiaoyu didn't know how to continue on for a moment, but the atmosphere is here, and it seems like it's impossible not to argue. Just so great to go back. This turnaround still do not know how to laugh at themselves. Feeling justified. Right. Coming in with a rage and then having to go back in ashes. TSK. John Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a provocative gaze. You just did it on purpose. Hey, if you're talking about things, I'll talk to you. If you still want to cheat, help me bring the door with you before you go out. John Yu said. Why are you so good at pretending to be a good person? First you say a sentence to my mom. Then you deliberately tell your mom that you were bitten by a girl. When you turn around and your mom talks to my mom, then my mom won't know it's me. Lin Xiaoyu reorganized her language. That's just a guess on your mom's part. Is there any proof? Just don't admit it when you say it. You yourself are timid. You were all accounted for by your mom's blackmail, and now you're relying on me instead. Zhang Yu returned the mouth that Lin Xiaoyu had put on herself before. Directly. Seeing that she couldn't speak to Zhang Yu on this matter, Lin Xiaoyu directly changed the topic. I said you a big man, how can you be so pretentious? I just gently bit it, and it gave you meat that almost bit down. Lin Xiaoyu said. Zhang Yu didn't say anything either. Straight away, he rolled his sleeves up. A ring-shaped black and blue hurricane appeared in front of Lin Xiaoyu. The sudden embarrassment caused Lin Xiaoyu to momentarily get a little tongue-tied. Seems a little serious. Speaking of this, Zhang Yu was a bit angry. It was supposed to be semi-playful. Almost. It's like two people having a snowball fight. You can fight as much as you want without getting angry. But isn't it a bit much to wrap a brick in your snowball? At that moment the door to the room was pushed open. Zhou Qing walked in carrying a chair. You guys are? Zhou Qing was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it a question? I said I was bitten by a mad dog today. She didn't believe me. I'll show her. Zhang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu's face was slightly red. If it wasn't for Zhou Qing being there, Lin Xiaoyu would have wanted to give Zhang Yu a hammer. You child. You give people a good lecture on the topic. Don't chat about all this nonsense. Zhou Qing put the chair down and said to Lin Xiaoyu with a smile on her face. Xiaoyu, you sit. Thanks auntie. After that Zhou Qing exited the room, closing the door in passing. After Zhou Qing left. Say it. Why don't you say it? Zhang Yu put his arm in front of Lin Xiaoyu. I didn't exert any force at that time. This is clearly something you did yourself without knowing how. Lin Xiaoyu forcefully defended. I found that you this woman is really able to rely. Ironclad evidence. Still want to rely. That old rascal are not as able to rely as you. Zhang Yu did not know what to say for a while. At this time Lin Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a novel she had read. There's a plot in there where the cup that the heroine drank from is sitting on the coffee table. And then the male counterpart runs over and licks along the wall of the cup, saying that he's feeling the heroine's flavor, and it's just not too gross. Somehow, Lin Xiaoyu instantly brought Zhang Yu into that male counterpart. So, bah, pervert, nasty. Lin Xiaoyu spat at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, people are blinded. Nowadays women one by one are so unreasonable. You bit me and you're cursing me? After that, Lin Xiaoyu told Zhang Yu what she had in mind. Zhang Yu man was dumbfounded. No, I'm perverted, but I'm not that perverted. Not that I'm not perverted. Oh, you mean, you bit me, and then I gave myself another bite in order to kiss you indirectly. So I bit myself again, and then bit myself like this. That's right. Lin Xiaoyu had an expression like you've been pierced by me. Big sister, can you not be so self-righteous? No? That storyteller isn't even as good as you at pulling your punches. Zhang Yu was speechless. Although Zhang Yu was also horny, he really wasn't as lewd as this. Besides, it's not like we didn't kiss yesterday. Although the results weren't all that beautiful. You give me that arm. What do you want? Jiang Yu was wary. I'll take another bite and you won't know once you compare, Lin Xiaoyu said in a fervent manner. Jiang Yu froze for a full 5 seconds. One more bite for you. Is this something a human being can say? Are you retarded or am I retarded? Why don't you let me take a bite? Chapter 33, I'm afraid it's a bit painful. Meanwhile in the living room. AI. Old man. Listen. What's the commotion? How do these two kids sound to me like they're not studying? Zhou Qing said to Zhang Zhiyong. Zhang Zhiyong is Jiang Yu's father. People in the system. Because of the parachute a small 7-year-old leader. So there is not much motivation. And now it is just mixing day to day. Zhang Zhiyong while scratching his cell phone, said carelessly, the children are willing to do what? You care so much tired. No. These two kids seem to be arguing. Come here and listen. Zhou Qing pulled Zhang Zhiyong up from the bed with one hand. Zhang Zhiyong listened reluctantly. The movement did seem to be unlike homework lectures, but the house is nicely decorated, and the soundproofing is really nothing to write home about. Zhou Cheng and Zhang Zhiyong could only vaguely hear the two children arguing, but they didn't know what they were arguing about. What to do? Or I'll go in and see. Aha. Zhang Zhiyong nodded in agreement. However, Zhou Cheng had just put her hand on the doorknob when Zhang Zhiyong stopped her. You just do this to go inside. Zhang Zhiyong signaled Zhou Cheng with his eyes. Zhou Qing then remembered and hurriedly went to the kitchen to cut up some fruit. Zhou Qing was carrying a tray of fruits, apples cut into small pieces, pears and bananas, and there were 2 pieces of apples with 2 toothpicks stuck in them. Then Zhou Qing opened the door, but the image Zhou Qing had imagined did not appear. Make an auxiliary line here, then connect the EF points and take the midpoint and make a plumb line. Seeing Zhou Qing enter, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu turned back in unison. Auntie is bringing you some fruit. Zhou Cheng smiled sardonically. Thanks auntie. Thanks, mom. After Zhou Cheng put the fruit on the table, she wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. These two kids seemed to really study it. Mom, do you have anything else? Jiang Yu asked. No. Zhou Qing took a deep breath and retreated from the room, taking the door with her in the process. What's the situation inside? Seeing Zhou Qing come out, Jiang Zhiyang asked. There's nothing going on. Well, it's peaceful. Zhou Qing spread her hands out. Jiang Yu, I'm telling you, let's forget about this today. And in the future, you'll tell my mom and your mom less about what happened between the two of us. Lin Xiaoyu said fiercely to Jiang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu said so, is also afraid of Jiang Yu turned back to sue their own mother. After all, they came out before talking to their mother is to apologize. Can't be counted. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with this expression and became irritated. Lin Xiaoyu, so what do you want? Jiang Yu, you let me have a bite too. Lin Xiaoyu, you pervert. Jiang Yu, just bite me. I'm a pervert if I bite you. Lin Xiaoyu, why didn't you say so? You caused me to be scolded by my mother. Jiang Yu, that's what you deserve. Lin Xiaoyu, okay. I'll turn around and tell your mom that you play with your phone in class and watch porn. Jiang Yu, then you sue. Anyway, I'll tell you. I'm just being scolded by my mom. This bite I have to bite back. Lin Xiaoyu, Jiang Yu, why are you so excessive? Jiang Yu, I'm excessive? From yesterday to today. There's no end to it is there. Lin Xiaoyu, I tossed you around? It was clearly you who provoked me. Jiang Yu, hey, I also do not pull with those who do not need. Turn back to your mother. Let your mother to clean up your. Jiang Yu didn't know why he suddenly felt happy in his heart. Lin Xiaoyu, why are you so despicable? Jiang Yu, it's fine if you don't want me to sue. You let me bite back. Lin Xiaoyu's chest rose and fell violently with a hesitant look. In fact, Jiang Yu didn't want to really bite. He just wanted to cure Lin Xiaoyu. This woman was really too arrogant. She bit someone and came to her house to raise hell. That's just not reasonable. Eventually, here, Lin Xiaoyu put her arm up in front of Jiang Yu. Really let it bite. Jiang Yu's tongue licked around his lips. Bare your teeth dash. You can die if you're not disgusted. Come on, look at you like that. You'll provoke me less in the future. If you don't provoke me, I naturally won't sue your mom. Jiang Yu said and broke Lin Xiaoyu's arm down. After all, it was impossible for a big man like himself to really talk to women. It's just a casual gesture to scare her. Can you hurry up? Lin Xiaoyu stared at Jiang Yu with a displeased face and raised her arm back up. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu and blinked his eyes. Hey, this woman is really uneducated. He had decided to let her off the hook himself, and he was still here endlessly. Alright, don't regret it. Jiang Yu said and then grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's arm and rolled up her sleeve as soon as he did so. The crystallized little arms are like a work of art that you can't help but feast on. What are you doing? I said why are you a woman for a while? Jiang Yu saw Lin Xiaoyu's appearance and thought that she was backtracking again. I was biting you but through my clothes. Lin Xiaoyu said as she hurriedly lowered her sleeve again. Come on, spacing out is spacing out. Are you ready? I'm afraid that this mouthful of me is a bit painful. Oh, John Yu laughed evilly. Since you're given a step and you won't take it, don't blame yourself. You hurry up, Lin Xiaoyu said, her body already involuntarily tensing up. We won't take advantage of you either. Jiang Yu looked at the size of the black and blue on his small arm and briefly moved his mouth muscles. Next, one bite. Lin Xiaoyu was in pain and pouted in shock. Jiang Yu? Ha! Zhou Qing, who was sitting in the living room, suddenly heard an unusual shriek coming from inside the room. Miso sat up from the couch. She trotted to the door of Jiang Yu's bedroom, but then quickly returned to the kitchen, grabbed 2 cans of drinks from the refrigerator, and then quickly returned again. Opened the door to Jiang Yu's bedroom. What's the first thing we usually think of when we see an 8? The first thing we think of is 2 times the root 2, right? So let's go ahead and set this string to this one is X and this one is Y. Seeing Zhou Qing enter, the two turned back in unison. Mom, is there something you want? Jiang Yu had doubt written all over his face. Zhou Qing blinked as she looked at the two. Could she be hallucinating? Mom will get you 2 drinks, Zhou Qing said and placed the drinks in her hands on the table. Is there anything else? Jiang Yu asked. Well, it should be gone. Zhou Qing took a deep breath and prepared to leave. But, hey mom, change her cup of hot water. She's physiological, Jiang Yu said in a hurry. Ah, Auntie will get you a cup of hot water, Zhou Qing said and picked up the 2 cans of drinks she had just put down again. Thanks Auntie. Hey mom, I'm not physiologically active. Save me one of that drink. Jiang Yu saw this and hastily beckoned to Zhou Qing. You also drink less drinks and more hot water. Zhou Qing blankly glanced at Jiang Yu without any good humor. After that, Zhou Qing received 2 cups of hot water over for the 2 of them. Thanks Auntie. Thanks, Mom, Zhou Qing muttered in a low voice after exiting the room and closing the door behind her. The boy has some nerve, saying everything out loud, like when they were young. When girls had their periods, they were all too shy to walk, afraid that others would know. Jiang Yu, why don't you go to hell? You're only in your physiological period. Lin Xiaoyu glared at Jiang Yu with big watery eyes. Just now, in front of Zhou Qing, Lin Xiaoyu was too embarrassed to defend herself. Then why can't you drink cold water? Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled. I have a bad stomach. Hardly. Hard to blame for what? Yesterday. Before Jiang Yu could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoyu pounced at him. You go to hell you. Chapter 34, Whoever sues the parents is a puppy. Keep your movements down. You'll invite my mom over again later. Jiang Yu hastily beckoned. This time we're both even. Lin Xiaoyu glared at Jiang Yu with her eyes and said without a trace of anger. Alright, it's even. Jiang Yu said indifferently. No matter what happens in the future, no one is allowed to sue the parents or use some mean and dirty means to hint. Lin Xiaoyu still felt that Jiang Yu did it on purpose. Could be. Whoever sues the parents is a puppy. You're such an adult. Can you not be so childish? Jiang Yu almost couldn't hold back when he heard this childish comment from Lin Xiaoyu. Whoever sues the parents is a puppy. Lin Xiaoyu repeated again. Alright. Whoever sues is a puppy. Lin Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves after seeing Jiang Yu agree. On the white arm, there was a not too deep, not too shallow teeth mark. The size was basically the same as the one on Jiang Yu's arm. Hey, take a look. You can't take it anymore after I just did this. Look at the bite you gave me. Jiang Yu put his arm over to make a comparison with Lin Xiaoyu's. Lin Xiaoyu blushed slightly and put her sleeves down, skimming her face to the side and acting as if nothing had happened. Hey, look. Jiang Yu picked at Lin Xiaoyu's arm. Lin Xiaoyu turned around fiercely and bared her teeth at Jiang Yu ferociously before turning her head back quickly. Jiang Yu laughed lightly at the sight. For some reason, Jiang Yu felt that this woman was quite cute sometimes, and Jiang Yu also got out a message. This woman has a good set of teeth. This hijinks are hijinks, and business is business. Lin Xiaoyu didn't come all the way here to find Jiang Yu to raise hell. The slogan was sent to you. It was changed according to that style of yours. Take a look. Lin Xiaoyu drummed on her phone. Jiang Yu clicked on the chat message with Lin Xiaoyu to take a look. Missy 4, sealing the canon into history. The Great Way ascends to immortality, forbidding the Buddha and God to stop. Asterisk. What you wrote here is also too middle-aged. Jiang Yu expressed his astonishment. It wasn't you who told me to change it. Lin Xiaoyu instantly got a bit of fire back up. Lin Xiaoyu was most annoyed by the kind of person who threw tasks at you that didn't belong to you in the first place. And then after you did it, he couldn't do this or that. You didn't write some centuries-old corpse yourself. So what's wrong with me changing it to your style and writing it as an immortal? Big sister, you change one almost what a mess you are. Jiang Yu covered his forehead. This slogan is like one of those teenagers in the late stages of middle-aged bipolar disease. The oath words to the world. Anymore is not better than that 100-year-old corpse of yours. Lin Xiaoyu said. You still don't believe me when I tell you. Come on. You send this to the class council group and you show everyone. Faulty. Lin Xiaoyu said and sent another copy to that class committee group where Shirley wasn't present and ate all the members. There are 2 class groups, one with a classroom teacher and one without. After sending it, for 5 minutes, no one spoke, forcing Lin Xiaoyu to start a separate roll call. Lin Xiaoyu at Zhang Jiayue. In fact, everyone had seen Lin Xiaoyu's message, but they really didn't know what to say. If Zhang Yu's piece, people would say a word of awesome, then Lin Xiaoyu's piece, an exclamation mark would have to be added after awesome. Zhang Jiayue saw that she couldn't avoid it. Zhang Jiayue, baby, I think the vibe seems a bit much. Although Zhang Jiayue was on Lin Xiaoyu's side, Zhang Jiayue wasn't the kind of person to brainlessly support her own sisters, and would still be neutral when it came to some more serious matters. He phoned, it feels a bit shameful to shout. Qian Xin, I think it's okay, but I feel that the one before Zhang Yu is still more impressive. Gu Xiaoyan, +1. Autumn Moon Lin, how does that change? Turns out no one's talking again. Lin Xiaoyu shone a hammer at Zhang Yu's shoulder. Everyone's talking, and you're the one playing dead. Will you be gentle with me? I'm not thinking about it. Finally Zhang Yu typed 2 lines and sent it out. Missy 4, just won't die. Small towns make questions and seal the canon into history. Zhang Jiayue, it's okay, but I still like the 100-year-old corpse one. He phone, +1. Qianqin, +1. Gu Xiaoyan, +1. Zhang Yu, nonsense, that can shout out only. This lay brother that are not necessarily pass. Lin Xiaoyu, then let's set it as this, and then change it if the teacher says it doesn't work. Tang Xianxian was lying on her back on the bed in the bedroom, her slender little legs wandering back and forth in the air. Not a lot of homework today, a little left to do, so Tang Xianxian decided to play with her cell phone for a while, with the thumbs going up one at a time. The videos were scratched one by one. As for the content of the video, Tang Xianxian didn't look into it at all. She cut her phone back to WeChat and there were no new messages except for the group chat, so all she could do was keep swiping the video. Not a moment too soon, the phone suddenly giggled. New news from WeChat. But when Tang Xianxian took a closer look, it wasn't what she wanted to see. This guy is so rude too. Tang Xianxian was slightly angry. After thinking about it, Tang Xianxian decided to take the initiative to send a message to Qin Feng. Since you won't send it to me, I'll send it to you. Did you go to school this morning? Click send. But all that responded to Tang Xianxian was a dazzling red exclamation mark. Tang Xianxian couldn't believe it, and she confirmed several times if there was something wrong with her network. As a result, the network was smooth, so to speak. He himself has been blackmailed so unexplainably. Rude, just rude. Tang Xianxian was angry, not in the usual way. Ever since I was a kid, I've never been blackballed by anyone. I've always blackballed people myself. One must find this person and ask him or her to his or her face. So Tang Xianxian sent a direct message to Lin Xiaoyu. Business is taken care of. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu had planned to leave. As a result, he suddenly received a message from Tang Xianxian. Tang Xianxian, honey, do you recognize a guy named Qin Feng in your school? Since Qin Feng was wearing the uniform of the second middle school at that time, Tang Xianxian's first thought was Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, I don't know. Why? Tang Xianxian, this guy is an asshole. Lin Xiaoyu, ha. Tang Xianxian, well what are you laughing at? Lin Xiaoyu, your little tips are out of order? In the past, Tang Xianxian used to play those boys in the palm of her hand, and it was the first time that Lin Xiaoyu saw Tang Xianxian scolding a boy like that. Tang Xianxian, what just not what you think. After that, Tang Xianxian briefly told Lin Xiaoyu about what happened this morning. Lin Xiaoyu picture. Lin Xiaoyu sent a screenshot of the two's previous chats. Tang Xianxian, the kind of boy, the kind you can fly straight up when you see him. Because she heard Tang Xianxian herself say that there was no major health problem. Lin Xiaoyu didn't send out some rather redundant words of concern, but just made a small joke. Tang Xianxian, you're annoying. In the meantime, Zhang Yu chatted with Qin Feng this afternoon. Because Zhang Jiayue had been there, Zhang Yu didn't have the chance to ask Qin Feng what exactly was going on in the morning. Qin Feng briefly told Zhang Yu about his situation this morning. Zhang Yu, no, that is now everywhere is a camera. You can run with cash payment people cannot check your records. Then you take money in the hospital did not record it. But also people black cancel account. You also really good. Qin Feng's set of clever maneuvers all gave Zhang Yu a speechless hearing. In a society governed by the rule of law, when it comes to this kind of thing, it's no use running away. You have to find a way to solve the problem. Qin Feng, I was in a panic. How can I think so much? So what do I do now? Zhang Yu, so the ground chant, check is not also nothing. Back a million steps. Follow up really something on the lawsuit chant. At this point, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly looked up and said, Zhang Yu, our school, do you recognize a Qin Feng? Chapter 35, The Jagged Man and the Vixen. What's wrong with this person? Zhang Yu was curious. Somehow the name Qin Feng sounded familiar to Jiang Yu, but he just couldn't recall who it was. It's nothing. You help me ask on your boy's side when you have time, Lin Xiaoyu said. Tang Xianchan asked Lin Xiaoyu to help inquire about this person because she was very angry, but Lin Xiaoyu, a girl, is not the kind of character Tang Xianchan is, so the boys she knows are basically limited to her own class. This person has violated the laws of heaven. Jiang Yu asked. Lin Xiaoyu's relationship with Jiang Yu was, how should I put it, complicated, but it definitely wasn't good either. Since he could make Lin Xiaoyu ask for his help, then this is more than a little serious. A scumbag who cheated my good friend. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Things were complicated and difficult to explain, so Lin Xiaoyu summarized it in one sentence. Good guy. Okay, I'll ask around for you later. It's called Qin Feng, right? It just so happened that Jiang Yu and He Feng were chatting, so they just asked in passing. Jiang Yu, rubbish, do you recognize a Qin Feng in our school? He Feng, *******. Jiang Yu? He Feng, why are you asking that? Jiang Yu, it wasn't me who asked. Lin Xiaoyu asked, saying that this person had cheated one of his good friends. He Feng, you forgot, my nickname is Qin Feng. He Feng Junior High School, often on the internet to tease the little girl, but this kind of thing you certainly cannot use their own real information, so He Feng can be heart and soul to make up what 183 male high school students 8-packed abdominal muscles, the avatar to get a black and white net map. On this kind of Jiang Yu looked at a glance fake things, then also almost caught a rich woman. Then He Feng was treated by Zhang Jiayue and became honest. It seems like that's when the two made their relationship official. That was why Jiang Yu felt that the name was so familiar, but couldn't recall who it was. Jiang Yu, *******, the girl you bumped into, wouldn't be Lin Xiaoyu's little sister. He Feng, mama yeah, you've got to give me a ride. Jiang Yu, ha. You even pulled the plug on people. He Feng, I'm really convinced. Who would have known there was such a coincidence? Jiang Yu, you said that originally we know each other. Turn around and make a friend. You now this is not awkward to live. No you add back to the people. Apologize even. He Feng, you're not pulling it. You're not seeing. This in the morning with that vixen. Eyes are drawn. A come up so imploring to stare at you. See my heart is hairy. Who is a serious girl like this and then I'm not also gave her to buy some fruit. Previously, He Feng had only given Jiang Yu a rough idea of what was going on, and had left out such details. Jiang Yu, ******. You eat half of what people eat. You're two down. Jiang Yuguan's knucklehead shattered all over the place as he listened. But this woman is probably not a good person. What kind of person would give the leftovers of her own food to someone else not long after meeting them? He Feng, just tell me we can't afford to mess with this kind of woman. Jiang Yu, just wait. Let Zhang Jiayue find out and rip both your heads off. If you want to say that you're single, it's okay, but if you have a girlfriend and you're still engaging in this kind of nonsense, it's enough to shoot the girl's side 800 times. He Feng, what should I do? Add it back for people and explain it? Jiang Yu, this is also added what? Turn back more explanation is not clear. Pretending to be dead what do not know on the end. And then again, is not you are not certain. Maybe there really is an asshole just with your trumpet rename. After Jiang Yu finished talking to He Feng, he asked Lin Xiaoyu again, by the way, what did that man do to your friend? Riding a bicycle hit my friend. Well, it's quite complicated anyway. Can't say it in a sentence or two. Lin Xiaoyu looks at Jiang Yu suspiciously after explaining. What's the matter? Any news? Nope. Curious to ask casually. Jiang Yu said calmly. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot live 80% of the He Feng this kid did not run, depending on when this matter leaks. 3 minutes passed. Jiang Yu suddenly realized a problem. No, you women are relying on our house today? And Lin Xiaoyu only reacted after Jiang Yu reminded her. Che, that's going. Whoever sues the parents is a puppy. Lin Xiaoyu also fiercely threw down a sentence before leaving. Walk away without a fight. Hey, Xiaoyu, let's go. Zhou Qing saw Lin Xiaoyu come out of the house and also stood up from the sofa. Well, auntie, sorry for the interruption. Lin Xiaoyu smiled at Zhou Qing and said, hey, Jiang Yu, your classmates are leaving and you didn't come out to see them off. Zhou Qing shouted in the direction of Jiang Yu's bedroom. Auntie, no need, Lin Xiaoyu said in a hurry. And at that moment, Jiang Yu reluctantly sent the room out. Living right across the street from our house. I walked 2 steps to give someone a home delivery. Jiang Yu spat. Hey, you kid, Lin Xiaoyu's house. Hey, can you not look at your fishing video? Usually give your daughter baby no. This has gone for how long? Not come back. You as a father ask or not ask Wang Ting shook Lin Chang who was lying on the bed. You're the one who let it go. And you're the one who resents people not coming back. Lin Chang said slowly and leisurely. Can that be the same? Just apologize. It's been almost an hour. Didn't you hear our girl say when she left? And by the way, she asked 2 questions. This fish is estimated to be 15 pounds. Said it? That's said. And both of the families across the street are institutionalized. So I'm more comfortable with them than I am with you. Hey, can you explain? What do you mean by more at ease than me? I'm her real mom. Wang Ting was instantly unhappy. It's hard to tell sometimes. When Wang Ting heard this, she shone a hand on Lin Chang's stomach. Who knew that Lin Chang had been prepared this time and directly put the quilt over his stomach? Learn to be smart, you. Wang Ting couldn't use any force through the quilt and gave up after twisting twice. If you look at the stance you took when our daughter came back today, I don't know how much trouble you thought our daughter had caused, Lin Chang said while looking at his cell phone. That education child must not be one singing red face and one singing white face. The good guys have let you be. And now you are still complaining about me. Wang Ting wrinkled her nose and said, just your face? Click 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 a change. One person singing 10 people's horns are rich. You less give me poor. Still think I'm a 20-year-old girl. If my daughter isn't back yet, you go up to the opposite door to find someone. Wang Ting said and dragged Lin Chang up from the bed by his ears. Just then, there was a sound of a door opening. Lin Xiaoyue is back. Wang Ting hurriedly pulled Lin Chang out of the bedroom. Chapter 36, Your boyfriend still cheats on you? Wang Ting would not be able to speak at this time, so she could only let Lin Chang speak. Originally, Lin Chan didn't bother to say much, but he couldn't resist Wang Ting putting her hand on his waist. Daughter, what are you doing here for half a day? I stopped by to ask 2 questions. Didn't I say that before I left? And by the way, I also discussed our field day slogan, and we're having a field day on Saturday. Lin Xiaoyu explained. Lin Chang hurriedly gave Wang Ting a wink after hearing this. Meaning, look what I said before. Wang Ting returned a wink, meaning to continue. Ahem. Your mom is also doing this for your own good. Lin Chan didn't know what to say, so he could only bring out the same old rhetoric. I know. At that time I was also in a rage. Now that I think about it, I really wasn't right. Lin Xiaoyu said. Go wash your hands and eat the fruit. Wang Ting was also relieved to see that her daughter wasn't angry with herself. Aha. For fear of the water wetting my sleeves when I wash my hands. Lin Xiaoyu then rolled up both sleeves. Wang Ting just swept a glance and vaguely felt as if there was something on her daughter's arm. Lin Xiaoyu also noticed her mother's gaze, so she hurriedly lowered her sleeves. But this aroused Wang Ting's suspicion even more. Lin Xiaoyu took an apple and prepared to go back to her room to eat it. As a result, he was called by Wang Ting. Autumn moon. Wait, what's wrong, Mom? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly had a bad feeling. What happened to your arm? Wang Ting asked. Seeing this, Lin Chang also came over and whispered to Wang Ting, no, it's all fine. What are you doing? But Wang Ting didn't pay any attention to Lin Chang and then said to Lin Xiaoyu, get the sleeves up. Lin Xiaoyu could only get her sleeves up when she saw that she couldn't avoid it. There was a not-so-deep teeth mark on the small white arm. How did you get it? Wang Ting said with a frown. It was fine when I checked myself at noon. Wang Ting's educational philosophy is that nothing should be done to hurt one's own body, which is the first priority, followed by not hurting others. I went to apologize, and he said I wasn't sincere in my apology, so I bit myself. Lin Xiaoyu unconsciously tiptoed. Liar. Wang Ting chided. Lin Xiaoyu likes to tiptoe when she lies with adults, which Wang Ting is aware of. What are you doing? Not just a bite. What's wrong with you today? You have a temper on me. Tossing the girl for what? People are tired enough to study day after day. You think everyone is like you. Seeing his wife always like this, Lin Chang also a little bit cannot stand. It wouldn't be about a bite. Now it's about her lying. Wang Ting said. That kid has privacy. You can't have to tell you everything just because you're her mom. Lin Chang said. How can a child so young have any judgment of right and wrong? Lin Xiaoyu. What the hell is going on? Wang Ting said. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoyu. Has mommy ever told you that no matter what you do, mommy will forgive you? Only you can't hurt yourself. Wang Ting said. Now in this day and age, the more you pay attention to something, the more it's pushed to you. Wang Ting then often brushed to some children depression, self-harm and whatnot. See, Wang Ting himself is almost depressed. Now the depression comes in all sorts of flavors. It's not like if you look normal, you're normal. And in school, especially in middle school, there were always girls who would somehow do brain-dead self-inflicted injuries that were literally more outrageous than a boy dribbling a ball empty-handed. That's why seeing the teeth marks on Lin Xiaoyu's arm made her mentally nervous. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu was still silent. Don't say it right. Okay, I'll ask across the street. Wang Ting said and headed for the door. Lin Xiaoyu was instantly anxious and hurriedly pulled Wang Ting back. I don't know what kind of mess my own mom would make if she did go. Mom, don't go. I'll talk. Say it. Wang Ting stopped walking and turned around to look at Lin Xiaoyu. I went to apologize and he didn't accept my apology. insisting that he had to be allowed to bite back. Lin Xiaoyu said aggressively. People bit it? Wang Ting first froze, then let out a long breath. It's fine if her daughter didn't do it herself. Wang Ting was also afraid that Lin Xiaoyu would be under a lot of pressure to study and turn around and have any psychological problems. But Wang Ting thought for a second. Hey, what's with this unlucky kid across the street? Mom, you mustn't say anything about this to Auntie Joe across the street. I've made a deal with Jiang Yu to stop this matter. Don't let me get down when the time comes. Lin Xiaoyu pulled Wang Ting's arm and added. He had told Jiang Yu just before that whoever sued the parents was a puppy. And if Jiang Yu knew, he didn't know how he was going to laugh at himself. You see, things have been clarified. And the secret has been told to you. And the lie was justified because I was afraid that you would go across the street and make a scene. Lin Chang said. Am I that kind of unreasonable woman in your eyes? Just as Wang Ting finished her sentence, she felt something was wrong. No, we are in the right. What occupies the reasonable or not? Our neighbors, that the children have said that this matter stops. You still hold on to what not to let go. Lin Chang said and gently pushed Lin Xiaoyu, signaling her to go back to her room to write homework. Lin Xiaoyu understood and hurriedly went back to her room and closed the door. Hey, just you also praise the opposite two mouths. Said people this and that. See how this child education, door to apologize cannot. Have to teeth for teeth. See to our daughter bite. What people are. Wang Ting said angrily. Kids fooling around. Just gently bite that. This kind of playfulness could be far worse than when Lin Chang was young. That's a light bite? Then I'll give you a gentle bite too? Wang Ting didn't have the good sense to say. Jiang Yu at that time, that mouth, although not heavy but also absolutely not light, originally also thought to give Lin Xiaoyu a lesson. Lin Chang lifted his shirt up and patted his round belly. Come. Looking at Lin Chang's belly and the few sparse hairs on it, Wang Ting had a vicious chill. I see you've got an itchy skin again. In Lin Xiaoyu's room, Lin Xiaoyu took her phone and sent a message to Tang Qianqian. Lin Xiaoyu, Qianqian. I have a good friend's boyfriend who has the beginnings of cheating. I want to ask you if you have any suggestions or countermeasures. Zhang Jiayue was suspicious because of He Feng's matter, and it just so happened that Lin Xiaoyue had mentioned it before, so she let Lin Xiaoyue help ask. Tang Qianqian, huh? Your boyfriend is still cheating on you? Now this, I have a friend. I have a classmate. Whatever. Basically defaults to the person himself. Autumn Lin, not me. My friend. Tang Qianqian, this. Is that friend of yours pretty? Autumn Moon Lin, beautiful. Tang Qianqian, is that guy handsome? Autumn Moon Lin, it's okay. Tang Qianqian, are the two usually close? Autumn Moon Lin, it's okay. Tang Qianqian, how long have you been together? Akiyuki Hayashi, it's been years. Tang Qianqian, this. Autumn Moon Lin, is there a problem? Tang Qianqian, this situation. Most likely because together for a long time. The relationship between the two from lovers to brothers. The woman cannot give the man to bring, for example, such as the desire to protect and so on, emotional fulfillment. This emotional lack will amplify the advantages of the other girls, so it will produce the beginnings of derailment. Lin Xiaoyue, what's it going to be? Tang Qianqian, the simplest way is to let her inadvertently put on a pair of two first acquaintance when the kind of youthfulness. A dress is also slightly intimate. Called husband if you call it not export words. You can try to call the brother. Together for so long. Shows that the male party is also very important to this relationship. A little bit to give with some emotional comfort. You can reclutch him to the heart of the hand. Lin Xiaoyue, well, I'll let her try. Chapter 37, Junior High School Classmates. In the meantime, Jiang Yu's bedroom. Jiang Yu lay on his bed and swiped his cell phone. Suddenly He Feng sent a message. He Feng, by the way, Sister Hua asked me which class you were in on WeChat 2 days ago, and I told her directly at the time. Sister Flower, formerly known as Lai Yoshue, was Jiang Yu and He Feng's junior high school classmate. Her name reveals a rich and noble atmosphere, and she is actually $1,000 lady, but she was temporarily transferred to the second year of junior high school. Jiang Yu Junior High School. That school is not much good, but the reappointment of a particularly famous old teacher as a homeroom teacher. So the 3 teachings, 9 streams, all people want to put the child into the inside. This led to the class from the top of the thousands of girls, down to the hooligans, all kinds of children. The personnel structure is very complex, but it is this complex structure but maintains a skillful balance. 3 years basically did not make any trouble. When Li Yoshue was first transferred here, she was of course treated very kindly. In middle school, but anyone who wasn't one of those very withdrawn students didn't have a nickname. So a bunch of boys chased after Li Yoshue's ass and called her Yosi, Yosi, Little Yosi, the masterpiece accent from certain godly dramas. Of course it was also middle school when people had little knowledge of family backgrounds and whatnot, and more often than not, they were still willing to hang out with good-looking students, especially girls. Lai Yoshue is not only good-looking, but also with such a rich and noble gas. For these young boys who are not deep in the world simply has a fatal attraction. Previously has been in the greenhouse of Li Yoshue, just turned to which has seen this kind of situation. Just came to the second day was angry cry. The classroom teacher, after all, is a returning teacher and still has a couple of tricks up her sleeve, spotting the problem at a glance. The boys who were up in arms and screaming then stood in a line on the blackboard and read one by one the checks they had written. But how can this kind of thing go away so easily? Although not call Li Yoshue Xiaoyushi anymore, but change to call people flower girl, or that kind of masterpiece accent. In the end, the intolerable Li Yoshue in less than a week of enrollment, and one of the boys fought, but also beat the other person cried, and Li Yoshue's nickname changed from flower girl to flower's sister. Just a quiet, introverted little girl, hardwired to be outgoing. Let's just say that circumstances can really change an individual sometimes. Since then, Li Yoshue also completely let herself go, and later had a good relationship with Jiangyu Hifeng and others. Jiangyu, Li Yoshue? She didn't go to West Sea City to study in an aristocratic high school. Back then, whether it was Dongjiang City or Shihai City, there was only the term noble high school, not noble junior high school, or else Li Yoshue wouldn't have been able to get a class with Jiangyu and the others. Hefrown, yeah, just her. Jiangyu, put a good noble high school not to study. Run to our Thai place to live and suffer. The brain has bubbles right. Hifeng, that's unknown. Maybe people just ask casually, or maybe they have a crush on you. Jiangyu, pull back. To crush early what to go. We were talking about a person who does not refuse. Hifeng, if you really came to the rescue at that time, Han Chaiyun would have transferred to another school. Jiangyu, she was not an accident. After chatting with Hifeng, a posting message suddenly popped up on Jiangyu's phone. Jiangyu usually seldom go on the bar. Usually the bar's message is to push all kinds of advertising news and whatnot, and this time it was a private message. Evening Breeze Diary, do you have Will's Adventures in a Drift? Words 55 through 57? Will's Drifting Adventures is a very old comic, supposedly inspired by Robinson Crusoe and then created. The story is okay, but the style of drawing is really old, but also all black and white, so basically not many people read it. But this manga could be considered Jiangyu's enlightening manga. Jiangyu loved it, and Jiangyu used to try to share it with his classmates and whatnot, but no one seemed to be interested. When browsing the posting bar before, I stumbled upon someone begging for resources, so Jiangyu also posted 2 resource sharing posts by hand. But this Will's Adventures in Drifting 55 to 57 is a bit scrubby and pornographic, so the whole link hangs up. Later, when someone wants resources, Jiangyu is directly sent to the email, and certainly not many people want resources. Kick the crippled chili good leg wildly, yes. Give an email and send it to you. Jiangyu, the screen name is middle school time to take, and then has been too lazy to change. After that Evening Breeze Diary emailed itself, and Jiangyu sent her the zip ad attachment. West Ocean City, Eastbound International. East Prospect International is an upscale neighborhood in Shihai City, but because the name is often criticized, it always feels like the building was built by a sketch actor. Li Yoshue lay on the bed, her slender fingers tapping on the cell phone. Li Yoshue, baby. Are you really going to transfer to the 2nd grade and stop thinking about it? Han Chaiyun, aha. Li Yoshue and Han Kaiyan Jr. 2nd and 3rd year is a class. Originally 2 people have a general relationship, and even the words have not said 2 sentences, but because they all go to this side of the city of the West Sea to read the aristocratic high school, the family situation is also relatively similar. So later on it is also familiar with it. Li Yoshue, it's been almost 3 years, right? That thing you still can't let go of When Jiangyu and Han Chaiyun's matter. Li Yoshue also knows, but it is really hard to comment on this matter if you are not a party to it. Han Chaiyun, there's nothing to put down and let go of. Just want to go back to see him. When that happened, Han Chaiyun had a moment to even raise the idea of dying with Jiangyu. But also, I was young and didn't know any better, so it does seem a bit funny now that I think about it. Li Yoshue, if you just look at it, next Saturday isn't the junior high school reunion. He'll definitely be there then. If you just want to see, how can not see? Our junior high school classmates, a phone call about it. If he Jiangyu dared not come out, to Li Yoshue's character, it is estimated that all can directly kill to the home to arrest. That's why Li Yoshue felt that Han Kaiyan definitely wasn't just looking around this time when she transferred back to school. Han Chaiyun, Li Yoshue, seriously, all these years, Jiangyu really didn't send you a single message again. In fact, Jiangyu had wanted to send a message to Han Chaiyun to explain, but he really didn't know what to say, so he simply pretended to be dead. Han Chaiyun, Li Yoshue, this person is also too much. Turn around and I'll help you scold him. Han Chaiyun, forget it. He didn't do anything wrong. Li Yoshue, but what if you go back and he has a girlfriend? You're not inquiring about it first. Han Chaiyun, I just wanted to see him. As for anything else, I didn't think about it. Li Yoshua, okay. Mom, next week I want to go back to Dongjiang City with Han Kaiyan. Ri Yoshua rubbed her eyes in her pajamas and came to her own mother's bedroom and said, Chapter 38, Assuming You're Cheating, because the door was left open. Li Yoshua just walked right in. Li Yoshua studied in an aristocratic high school and was planning to go abroad to study at a university in the future. So high school classes were not important to her. Going for a couple days? Lian asked. Lian, female, 36 years old, the daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Xinyo Energy. Pretty face, exudes a strong woman's temperament, divorced for some reason in earlier years, has not been married again for so many years, and Xinyo Energy has been treating her as a successor in the cultivation of the group, although there is some opposition within the group, but also within the scope of the controllable. I don't know. We'll see then. Ri Yoshua mischievously walked over to Rian and took her arm and shook it. Li Yoshua is almost the same mold as Lian, and at first glance she thought they were sisters. Although Li Yoshua is Lian's daughter, Lian is only 18 years older than Li Yoshua. Okay, be safe. Rian closed the email interface and turned around to touch Ri Yoshua's face. Then can I sleep with you tonight? Li Yoshua pouted. All much grown up. Well okay. Good. Go wash up. Lian laughed. The time came to the next day, Wednesday. Before the sun rises and the moon sets, the lights in the classroom seem like starbursts in the sky. Once fall is over, the days grow shorter, the nights longer, and the temperatures gradually begin to turn cooler. Jiang Yu came to school as usual. Good morning. Zhao Mingning greeted Jiang Yu with a smile. Morning. Jiang Yu lazily returned. This sleep is really not enough. The most valuable part of the senior party is time, especially sleep. This is for you. Zhao Mingning put the written reading on Jiang Yu's desk. Thanks. Jiang Yu wanted to reach out and pinch her little cheeks, but it didn't feel right, so he retracted his hand again. Seeing Jiang Yu's dazed look, Zhao Mingning pulled a bar of chocolate from the hole in the table. Do you want a chocolate to refresh yourself? Zhao Mingning said as she smoothly took out another bag of coffee. I still have coffee here. No need. Hatch. Jiang Yu snorted. Math team office. Hatch. Jiao Hongyan snorted. Sister Yen, this is because she didn't rest well last night? Shirley asked cheerfully. Do you need to get you a cup of hot water? Thanks. Jiao Hongyan wasn't polite, taking the cup out and placing it on the table. I was late reading the novel yesterday. Yesterday, Jiao Hongyan was reading the book Genius Petite Wife, President. Miss wants to be your stepmother, and she was seeing the wonderful part. But Jiang Yu came over and took the book away. Then Jiao Hongyan was tickled so he had a good search. Generally, such books are available in existing electronic versions before such physical books. But then, Jiao Hongyan went back and searched all night and didn't find it. There's a book that has the same title as this one, but the content inside is so completely different it's almost heavenly. So Jiao Hongyan thought it might be this kind of pirated book, which had changed its title in order to prevent copyright disputes, and she started searching for relevant episodes based on her impression. After half a day of searching, still nothing. In the end, she had to go to all the major book groups, posters and whatnot for help, but so far no one had replied. This mess was tossed around until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Shirley helped Jiao Hongyan receive a cup of hot water and put it on her table. Thank you. Jiao Hongyan smiled faintly, then whispered to Shirley, Brother Lei, you summarize, lend me a copy. Ha! Shirley froze for a moment. He said to himself, why Jiao Hongyan came so early today. Generally the homeroom teacher needs to be there a little early, and the other teachers just need to be there by 8 o'clock. If you don't have classes, it's not a problem to be even later. There's not a lot of money for full attendance on the second grade side. For Jiao Hongyan, it was usually the limit to not be late. Jiao Hongyan didn't say anything either, just staring at Shirley with a smile on her face. No, it's already Wednesday and you haven't written last week's summary yet. Shirley was actually a bit reluctant. The second side of the middle school requires teachers to do a weekly summary of teaching. This thing you say whether it is useful or not, that's a matter of opinion. Some people feel that this stuff is a boost for teachers as well. However, some people feel that this is a complete formalism and adds burden to the teachers. Teaching summaries are usually turned in on Wednesday for the previous week and are usually written in 500 to 1,000 words. Ha 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 ha. Jiao Hongyan laughed in embarrassment. Jiao Hongyan school days is, until the last day never write homework, to the last day directly to the miracle of the kind of students. Originally, Jiao Hongyan had planned to write it last night, but it wasn't because finding a novel had delayed it. Here, take it easy and copy. Shirley had a bit of a headache, but still handed Jiao Hongyan his summary. Summarize this thing. It is not the same as homework. If you write this exactly the same, you will be recognized at a glance. And this is also the reason why Shirley is not too reluctant. Of course Jiao Hongyan felt that this kind of thing, the director, is just a formality. Shirley will not read one by one. the dull class ended with a pleasant bell. Between classes, Zhang Jiayue and Hifeng leaned their backs against the wall of the aisle outside the class. Hifeng, what if you cheat one day and I catch you? Zhang Jiayue said sultrily to Hifeng. I wouldn't have cheated. Hifeng gently took Zhang Jiayue's hand. I said what if you cheated? There are no what ifs. Then suppose you cheated. If I did cheat, it would be on you. Good you Hifeng, the cheating object is me. Then who did you get together with? Say, maybe one of your cousins. Or cousins? Asterisk 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 you. Zhang Jiayue had spent so much time with Lin Xiaoyue that her mantra was infected. At that moment a teacher suddenly passed by. Zhang Jiayue instinctively wanted to shake off Hifeng's hand, but it was clutched tightly by Hifeng. Not our class teacher. Hifeng whispered in Zhang Jiayue's ear. Phew, scared me to death. Zhang Jiayue felt her face getting a little hot at this time. And all of this happened within Jiang Yu's line of sight. I can only say that this relationship is still interesting to see other people talk about, although sometimes also envious, but this kind of thing cannot be forced, and I do not know what my future girlfriend will be like. At this time, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yu. Homework, obscure. Jiang Yu muttered in a low voice. What did you say? When I say Yossi, it means good. Jiang Yu explained. Nervous. However, when Jiang Yu handed in his homework, he suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have handed in his reading to Shirley yet. So, Jiang Yu went to the math team office. Shirley was in the middle of grading his homework and let Jiang Yu put his things down, so he let Jiang Yu leave. But, hey, Jiang Yu, Zhao Hongyan called Jiang Yu back. Ha? Jiang Yu looked at Zhao Hongyan in confusion. Zhao Hongyan hesitated and finally, it's fine, you go back. Zhao Hongyan originally wanted to find Jiang Yu to borrow that book, but in the end, she thought better of it. Oddly enough, Jiang Yu didn't know what Zhao Hongyan was trying to say. Shirley to the hands of the things busy, and then picked up the Jiang Yu handed over the masterpiece. Originally wanted to taste a little. The result is only read not a few sentences on the goosebumps. A shiver. Hello dash. Zhao Hongyan walked over at the sight. Brother Lei, what good things are you peeking at? Zhao Hongyan laughed. What a good thing. Diaphragm me to death. Don't believe you take a look. Shirley pushed the after reading to Zhao Hongyan. Zhao Hongyan picked it up and read it. This Jiang Yu wrote this? Aha. This child's writing can be Zhao Hongyan couldn't help but praise. Come on, you really don't want to praise. This kid will float once you praise him, Shirley said as he took a sip of tea. Brother Lei, if you don't want to see it, I'll take it over there and read it first, and give it to you later. Nice guy. Watch it then. It's a novel that you read for a while, and if you put it down for a while, you don't really want to read it as much. But yeah, that's post-reading drama, or the semi-transparent kind. And to Zhao Hongyan heart this craving hooked up. Look at the Zhao Hongyan heart with the cat's claw like. This unlucky kid, why don't you write it? The hero saw the heroine lying on the same bed with his dad. And then what? And then what? Chapter 39. Class. That said, why aren't these science grades out yet? I've heard that there seems to be a problem with the system used to enter it, and it keeps getting stuck. So is the split out yet? The scores should all be out. A lot of people in the next class went to ask for their grades. Then why don't we go and ask too? Go ahead. I wouldn't dare. Just the old lady in physics has a bad temper. The other two teachers are pretty nice. At this time, Zhang Jiayue came over to Lin Xiaoyue's side. Hey, why don't we go and ask too? Zhang Jiayue whispered. Lin Xiaoyu organized the homework in her hands. There's no rush. I guess, it should be out in a couple of days. Mainly this score is not out of the heart is not solid Hifeng said. This time if I get higher than him, he will take me to a good place. Zhang Jiayue said. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and suddenly had a good idea. Okay, then let's go ask later. In the meantime, Hifeng, is the girls' program full? I want to change the program. He Shanshan walked over to Hifeng and said. He Shanshan, the class is one of the few girls in the second year of high school when the class is divided into the girls. Tall, pretty, general academic performance. People are more introverted. The class in addition to a few girls play especially good. Basically very little to do with other people. Previously, because Hifeng was away. That's why Shirley handed over the enrollment to Qian Xin. And when Hifeng came back, the job naturally returned to Hifeng's head. Well, okay, but you have to hurry up. I'll send the list to the sports team in a few minutes for gymnastics. Hifeng said. The list cannot be changed after it is sent to the athletic team. Where are the boys? Here. Hifeng took out the other report and understood. What? You still want to enroll in the boys program? I'm just asking off the top of my head. I don't remember it being a table last year. Last year? Don't remember. Hifeng thought about it, but still couldn't remember. Who usually pays attention to this stuff though? If only the girls in our class could report as full as the boys. He Shanshan looked at the two tables in comparison. Then you mobilize more. He Feng laughed. Come on, you boys can't even talk your way out of this. It's even more impossible for us. He Shanshan put her watch down and continued. 200 Gao when reported. Well, change my 200 for 400. Okay. Third period between classes. Zhang Jiayue dragged Lin Xiaoyue to the chemistry and biology groups to ask for the grades. Hey, what's going on between you and Zhang Yu? Zhang Jiayue couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiaoyue and Zhang Yu relationship is not very good, but specifically because of what Zhang Jiayue also do not know. Asked He Feng. He Feng said he is not too clear. Just said to see the two also fought. So when Lin Xiaoyu asked about the grades, she specifically asked about Zhang Yu's grades, which made Zhang Jiayue a bit curious. It's nothing, but you mustn't tell him about me asking him about his grades, and you mustn't tell him about his grades either. Lin Xiaoyu said mysteriously. Okay. Zhang Jiayue wanted to ask why, but saw that Lin Xiaoyue wasn't planning to say anything, so she didn't ask. Push open the door to the physics group. Teacher, we want to check our midterm grades. Lin Xiaoyu came to the physics teacher and whispered. What are you checking for? We won't know when the papers are handed out. This old lady had a bad temper, and Lin Xiaoyu and Zhang Jiayue knew that, so it wasn't a big surprise to touch a snub. Since I can't ask for a grade, I'll have to go back. Lin Xiaoyue and Zhang Jiayue had just walked out of the door of the physics group. Hey, Xiaoyu, let me tell you something. Jiao Hongyan hurriedly called Lin Xiaoyue to a halt. Teacher, is something wrong? Lin Xiaoyu wasn't surprised to see Jiao Hongyan appear in the physics group. According to the words of the head of the grade, this is an idle person, hanging around, all the offices wandering around. You cannot see the master burning coal in the boiler room, but you can see Jiao Hongyan. Of course there is no boiler room on this side of the second grade. It's just such an analogy. Jiao Hongyan took 2 regular classes in math, and both scores are still good. When the assembly was held, she was asked to share her teaching experience, and she was directly the children learned it on their own, which had nothing to do with me. And the angry grade level director made her stand outside the office door for more than an hour. Mainly Jiao Hongyan used to be the grade director's student. If it was anyone else, then they couldn't make people stand for punishment. Jiao Hongyan glanced at Zhang Jiayue. Oh, then I'll go back to my class first. Zhang Jiayue hurriedly left with a sense of humor. Wait for Zhang Jiayue to leave. Hey, Autumn Moon, did you just ask for a physics grade? Aha, but the teacher didn't let us check. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. This way, I'll ask for you, and you, do me a small favor. Jiao Hongyan said mysteriously. What favor? Didn't your brother Lei confiscate a book before? It seems like it was borrowed by Zhang Yu from your class Jiaomingding. It's called Genius Little Stepford Wife, President. Miss wants to be your stepmother. Can you help me borrow it but don't say that it's borrowed by me? Jiao Hongyan said. As a teacher, if you confiscate any extracurricular books from your students, it's normal to read them in passing, but if you take the initiative to borrow this kind of book to read, it's a bit unserious, and it's a loss of authority as a teacher. Yes, no problem. Lin Xiaoyu agreed in a single breath. Hey, whose grades are you asking besides yours and Zhang Jiayue's? He Feng and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu? Jiao Hongyan was a bit surprised, but after careful thought, it didn't seem that surprising. But these two kids seemed to have more fun than she thought they would. Nothing, just the 4 of you. Aha, Lin Xiaoyu said. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu wanted Jiao Hongyan to help ask Chen Xian and Gu Xiaoyan, but in the end, she didn't have the heart to say anything. Class. Last class period of the morning. As we approach the end of the school day, most of the attention spans begin to fail as well. Sleepiness and hunger swept through his body. Zhang Yu could only barely keep his spirits up by swiping his cell phone. At this time, Zhang Yu's posting account received a private message. Evening Breeze Diary, you sent me that. I finished it. Any other recommendations for similar comics? This author behind the drawing of those are also this style, but the feeling or worse meaning. Maybe Jiang Lang talented. I am now in class. If you want to see I back to hair you. Evening Breeze Diary, so you're a student. Kicking the crippled chorizo good leg wildly, senior year. Evening Breeze Diary, still taking classes senior year? Kick the crippled chili peppers good leg, it means we're working hard. Evening Breeze Diary, what's your major? Mad kick the crippled spice good legs, electrical automation. Evening Breeze Diary, science and technology. Internship? Kick the crippled chili's good legs wildly, not yet. No more. I'll listen to the lesson first. Diary of an Evening Breeze, ha. Except for some of the more specific majors, who decent people still take classes their senior year. After all, Zhang Yu hadn't been to college, and in Zhang Yu's perception, college should be similar to high school, basically just more free activities in general. Wait until the end of school. Jiang Yu opened his phone and found another message from the posting. Evening Breeze Diary, you can come to my place if you haven't found an internship yet. Mad kick the crippled spice good leg, forget it. Don't want to get karma wasted. The Evening Breeze Diary, at AV? I can help you stamp the internship chapter. Without this cannot graduate. Oh. Mad kick the crippled chilly good leg, that's okay. Diary of an Evening Breeze, you're a cripple? You, how do you talk to this person? And, you post this Weibo a name? Most people's WeChat nicknames are not the same as their other accounts. Unless they are WeChat Junior. Evening Breeze Diary, get used to it. You, nice guy. Diary of the Evening Breeze, I've seen the ones you mentioned that he drew later. And they really aren't as good as the first one. You, vomit ho? Have you seen them all? It's not easy. I can't believe I'm in the same boat. There are exceptionally few people who have read this comic, let alone liked it. Evening Breeze Diary, besides the ones he painted, are there any others in a similar style? You, I still have his apprentice's drawing, but it's a physical book, not Chineseized, and I don't think there's an electronic version online. Evening Breeze Diary, what do you think of the lack of Chineseization? You, use translation software. Evening Breeze Diary, can I borrow it? You, how can I borrow here and give you one shot at a time? Evening Breeze Diary, you mail the book. I'll read it and return it to you. You, what if you don't give it back to me? I'm all about commemorative editions, and you shouldn't be able to buy them abroad now. Evening Breeze Diary, I can give you a deposit up front, 2,000 for a copy. You, what a big deal. Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? Diary of an Evening Breeze, I'll take it all. You, or forget it. I see that we have the same IP. Should not be far away. I'm in Dongjiang City this side. You want to have time to come over to play? Let's find a cafe. I'll be there to bring the book. Jiang Yu casually politely declined. It's basically the equivalent of saying I'll buy you dinner someday. Diary of the Evening Breeze, you're not afraid that I'm a bad person. You, it's okay, I'm not a nice person either. Just as Jiang Yu returned the message, Lin Xiaoyu came to Zhao Mingning's side. Zhao Mingning, can you lend me your copy of Genius Little Stepford Wife? Lin Xiaoyu said. Ah, it's fine. Zhao Mingning hurriedly took out 3 books. It's all in the Genius Stepford Wives series. Lin Xiaoyu picked it up and looked at it, but none of them seemed to be the one Zhao Hongyan wanted. Mang Ning, didn't you have a book on what to be a stepmother? The one that Brother Lei confiscated at the time. Lin Xiaoyu thought about it. The full name of the book she couldn't seem to remember a bit. She only knew that the title was a bit shameful. Ha, you mean this book? Zhao Mingning took out the book. Genius Little Stepford Wife, President. Miss wants to be your stepmother. Chapter 40, you bought fresh vegetables today. Yes, this is the book. Lin Xiaoyu said. Well, this one. I have at most 2 more days before I'm done. Can I wait until I'm done before I lend it to you? Zhao Mingning asked weakly. It was as if instead of someone borrowing a book from her, she was borrowing a book from someone else. Ha, this. If it was Lin Xiaoyu looking at it herself, it definitely didn't matter. The main thing was that Zhao Hongyan wanted it, and if it was 2 days late, the science results would probably have come down. If Lin Xiaoyu hadn't gotten the book, she wouldn't have been too kind to go directly to Zhao Hongyan. So, why don't you take a look at something else for the next 2 days and let me read it first? Lin Xiaoyu said. Zhao Mingning wanted to refuse, but was too embarrassed to do so. Just as Zhao Mingning gave up her refusal and was ready to lend the book to Lin Xiaoyu. Hey, on what grounds? People haven't finished reading it themselves. Why should they lend it to you? Why are you so overbearing? Jiang Yu turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoyu and said. Originally Lin Xiaoyu came to borrow books. Jiang Yu did not take it seriously. But look at this situation, that is not to borrow books. That is to find things. Oh, they let you read it before they've finished it themselves. There's no such thing. And it's not like you won't be given a loaner. Either you read the other 3 books first or you wait 2 days. What's more, this kind of book inside the word are particularly small. Zhao Mingning usually read half a week. This book and a large part of the book did not read. 2 days to read. I guess go back to homework, have no time to write. On this you cannot. Coupled with the fact that Zhao Mingning chose to help herself when she chose her slogan yesterday afternoon. She was labeled as a traitor by Gu Xiaoyan's gang. That's why Jiang Yu felt that Lin Xiaoyu was here to find trouble. The tone was naturally less polite. What business is it of yours? Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the good sense to say. Why don't I have anything to do with it? It's just not okay for you to bully my tablemate. How am I bullying her? I'm not having a good discussion with her. Then how come you're not done when they've clearly rejected you? Look at the 2 men having a fight. Zhao Mingning hurriedly handed the book to Lin Xiaoyu. Don't argue. I'll borrow. Zhao Mingning said anxiously. But, Jiang Yu stood up and pressed the book onto the table with one hand. No loan. Jiang Yu, don't be like this. Zhao Mingning grabbed the corner of Jiang Yu's coat and shook it gently. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu and squeezed out a smile unconvincingly before leaving. Noon. Zhou Qing happened to bump into Wang Ting when she was buying groceries at the market. Wang Ting is down to pick up the tofu. Before the grocery shopping, tofu bought and forgot to take. This meal is almost ready to remember. After that the two made small talk as they walked back. Originally, Zhou Qing wanted to praise Lin Xiaoyu, wasn't it, for the sake of comparison? So she said how Jiang Yu was bitten by a girl, and then said how good Lin Xiaoyu was. It wasn't clear whether Zhou Qing had a problem expressing herself or Wang Ting had a problem understanding. Wang Ting then felt that Zhou Qing was shading herself. Sister, don't the children all say that this has passed? Why are you still holding on to it? Wang Ting said with some displeasure. What Lin Xiaoyu said to Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't forget, but Zhou Qing, who was unruly one moment and uneducated the next, really made Wang Ting a bit taut. Ha? What passed? Past what? Zhou Qing was confused. My family Xiaoyu, last night went to your house to apologize. Not all let your family Jiang Yu bite back. Ha? You don't know about this? Wang Ting also froze. Wang Ting's educational philosophy. The child's secrets can be interfered with outright, but must have the right to know. Children are still young. The concept of right and wrong is not fully formed. Sometimes need parents to help timely correction. Otherwise some problems such as the outbreak of the time will be too late. You have to say that you don't want to delay your child's rest if you have a short lunch hour, so you should always ask for a night's worth of time. That's why Wang Ting acquiesced that Zhou Qing was aware of her daughter biting his son. This half-assed rambling is just sidetracking myself, but in Zhou Qing's philosophy of education, as long as it is not that kind of principled error, the child does not want to say will not force the child to force to say. That was why Zhou Qing was not at all clear about all this mess between Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu. I don't know. Zhou Qing froze. His sis. Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Well, just pretend you don't know anything. Wang Ting hurriedly looked for a remedy. Originally, Wang Ting thought that Zhou Qing would not be able to not know about this, so she thought that it didn't matter if she said it, but if people didn't know about it, wouldn't that be the same as promising her daughter that she hadn't done it? No. What you mean is that it was Autumn Moon who bit my child on the arm, and then this bastard bit it back. Zhou Qing seemed to understand what was going on. Hey, you bought this vegetable fresh today, that bastard kid. I'll clean him up when I get back, Zhou Qing said angrily. Sister, the children said that this matter ends here. There's no need for us as parents to mention it again, isn't there? Wang Ting hurriedly persuaded. Don't worry, I will definitely give him a deep lesson today so that he will never dare to bully your family Xiaoyu again. Zhou Qing finished talking and walked backwards on her two legs towards home. Usually in small conflicts, the parent is oriented towards the other kid. Hey, sis, don't. Where's my tofu? Where did I put my tofu again? Wang Ting froze for a moment as she looked at her two empty hands. Wang Ting returned home. Why did you go for so half a day with this one tofu? Lin Chang poured himself a glass of water. I ran into Zhou Qing across the street, so I casually chatted. After Wang Ting cut the tofu she bought into cubes and put it into the pot, she turned to Lin Chang and said, Hubby, this is how it is now. After that, Wang Ting briefly told Lin Chang what had just happened. Husband, I don't think my daughter will be angry with me. You this? How can you talk without thinking? Lin Chang was also speechless. That's not her. While adults have no quality, children have no education. I thought I was scolded, and then said, and again, I thought she knew. That child was bitten so heavy a bite. When parents do not ask a word. Wang Ting forced herself to explain. Thought you people are like you. The child what secrets to pry clearly. I do not know what to say you good. And it's not your fault. How is this blamed on me again? A sudden mouthful of cauldron was snapped at Lin Chang. I was smart when I was young. It's not like I was stupid for 3 years once I was pregnant before I became stupid. Wang Ting thought back carefully. Wasn't she purely retarded just now? If they say that, they must really not know. Otherwise how could they say something like that for good reason? You should be 30 years old if you keep being stupid. So what do you think we should do now? Our daughter won't be angry when she finds out. That's not good. Or should I go ahead and apologize to her now? Although Wang Ting has quite a few flaws, her strengths are equally quite numerous. Apologizing to your child is something that many parents are afraid they won't be able to do. See for yourself. It's not much of a big deal in and of itself. And those two people seem like the kind of parents who are open-minded. Opposite the door. Jiang Yu, come out here. Zhou Qing loudly scolded. Mom, what's wrong again? Didn't I already tell you about my language grade? Jiang Yu saw that his mother was suddenly so furious and hurriedly walked out from the room. But Jiang Yu couldn't think of a reason for his mom's anger even after half a day of thinking. Aside from her own English and language grades, generally mom is still relatively calm. Did you bite someone else? Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu Run was dumbfounded. Chapter 41, Educate her mom for her. Why does this Lin Xiaoyu talk like a fart? Yesterday it was shelved with the vow of whoever sues the parents and the puppies. It's not even a day old and it's leaking. Why is that mouth looser than the waist of a pair of cotton pants? Did you bite? Zhou Qing questioned. Mom, she was the one who bit me first. Look at giving me this bite. Jiang Yu hurriedly rolled up his sleeves to show that he was the victim. So people come to apologize and you give them another bite. She didn't come to apologize. She came to demonstrate. And I wasn't trying to bite. She made me bite. Are people crazy enough to chase after you and let you bite them? Yeah, I've always thought she wasn't quite right mentally. I think you're itching to make up stories for me again. Originally, Zhou Qing wasn't that angry, but as soon as she heard that Jiang Yu was full of stories again, the fire immediately came up. It wasn't that Zhou Qing didn't believe Jiang Yu, it was mainly because most normal parents, after hearing Jiang Yu's remarks, probably wouldn't believe them. My dear mama, you still blame me for making up stories. The problem this honestly you do not believe nah. Really she had to let me bite. It's not that Jiang Yu is dishonest. This sometimes too honest may not be a good thing. You never know which comes first, tomorrow or your mom's slap. Stop right there. Mom, didn't you say yesterday that she was uneducated? I bit her at best to educate her for her mom. Jiang Yu forcefully defended. It was fine if Jiang Yu didn't speak. The more he spoke the more angry Zhou Qing became. You educate? People need you to educate them. I'll educate you first today. Zhou Qing didn't know that Lin Xiaoyu had bitten her at that time, so she said that. That's when Zhang Zhiyong came back. Zhang Zhiyong had just opened the door to his room when he saw Zhou Qing chasing Jiang Yu all over the house. Daddy, stop my mom before she turns around and falls again. Meal time. You say the child is also big. You also a handful of years old. You cannot still be like a child. Turn back to marry a daughter-in-law. You also chased after the two of them to run all over the house like words. Zhang Zhiyong speechless. Look at you, this son learned into what kind of bullying people, a little girl. Hey, people, Lin Xiaoyu ran over to apologize to him. Our son said what cannot have to give people a bite. You as a man's chest it. So small-minded later can become what climate? Zhou Qing said angrily. Mom, she just really didn't come to apologize. And with that attitude, I'm lucky I didn't blow her off the spot. Hey, Zhou Qing was furious but didn't know what to say. Could only signal Zhang Zhiyong. Zhang Zhiyong, although helpless, but also cannot care about his wife. So he opened his mouth and said, after all, you're a boy. People are girls. You let a person well. Dad, there is a price to pay. No. Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves and displayed Lin Xiaoyu's masterpiece. But after a night's rest, the black and blue had dissipated a lot. Hey, then why did they bite you for good reason? Zhou Qing did not have the good sense to say. Didn't you say before that the unsavory woman needs any more reason to bite? Hey, you're itching to get out of your skin again, aren't you? Dad, look, son, tell me properly why people bite you for good reason. Jiang Zhiyong asked. Lin Xiaoyu, the child Jiang Zhiyong also met several times. Quite a polite child. According to reason cannot do so out of the ordinary things. So Jiang Zhiyong felt that it was 80% that Jiang Yu had provoked people. Oops, I was fooling around with her before. Grabbed both of her wrists and she bit me when she couldn't afford to play. Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu also wanted to be honest. But this couldn't be saying that he had made her call his father and then humiliated her. If you ask me, you just deserve it. Zhou Qing said indignantly. Hey mom, how can you be so double standard? Just because she's Lin Xiaoyu, then I'm still your own son. First of all, this biting is wrong, but when people make mistakes, you have to follow them, don't you? Zhou Qing said. Wasn't it you who told me to learn more from others? Jiang Yu muttered in a small voice. What did you say? Zhou Qing frowned. Nothing, I also did not force. But also just fooling around. I want to be the same as her. Also give a bite this. Her mom shall not directly blow up. Jiang Yu said. You really didn't give anyone anything? Zhou Qing looked at Jiang Yu with a look of disbelief. Don't worry. Your son still has a light hand. Daughter, mom will tell you something. Wang Ting hesitated for half a day and decided that she should tell Lin Xiaoyu about this first. What is it? Lin Xiaoyu said carelessly. Lin Xiaoyu was still wondering how she could borrow that book from Zhao Mingning. When mom was buying groceries today, she accidentally told Auntie Zhou across the street about what you did yesterday. Wang Ting finished carefully looking at Lin Xiaoyu's expression. It's fine. Lin Xiaoyu felt something was wrong just as she finished speaking. Mom, did you tell Auntie Zhou across the street? Mom, didn't I tell you that this matter ends here? Why are you still talking about it? Lin Xiaoyu had an unhappy face. Mom was wrong. Is it serious? This is something that you can say it's serious, but it's not. And you can say it's not, but it's more or less serious. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. It's not serious. At most, it will be ridiculed again by Jiang Yu. That. No big deal. That's okay. Hey, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make you something delicious. Wang Ting said with some embarrassment. Most parents choose to make it up to their children elsewhere after doing something wrong. Since it wasn't a weekend either, it was too much of a delay to go out to eat, so I had to choose to make it at home. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu saw her dad giving himself a gesture. Braised pork ribs. Lin Chang is so think. His wife's cooking. The daughter has long been tired of eating. Rather than give up such a good opportunity, why not leave yourself, and then take the daughter out on the weekend to improve the food? Lin Xiaoyu had a black line on her head. Otherwise, let's eat braised pork ribs at night. You want to eat braised pork ribs? Wang Ting felt a little strange and twisted her head to look at Lin Chang, and Lin Chang was just bearing his bowl of rice. Nothing out of the ordinary. Aha! Lin Xiaoyu nodded. That's fine. Mom will make you braised pork ribs tonight. Wang Ting said happily. Lin Chang secretly gave Lin Xiaoyu a thumbs up. Lin Xiaoyu could only roll her eyes helplessly. After eating, Jiang Yu went back to his room for a lunch break. Zhou Qing was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, and Jiang Zhiyong had wanted to go back to his room to squint for a while, but was forced by Zhou Qing to pull him over to help. You said that this kid nowadays, how much it worries the adults. Zhou Qing said. It's all the same, kids are naughty. You're a senior in high school. You're still a kid. You think you're in 3rd grade, and you're biting people. That's good. Zhou Qing stuck the chopsticks in her hand into the chopstick bucket. Not angry. Not angry. That's not people. Cho you first bit our son. Jiang Zhiyong gently touched Zhou Qing's back. You say that this girl, Autumn Moon, is also really, how can she just bite someone? That's not hygienic anymore. Jiang Yu would probably have to have a head full of question marks if he heard that. Jiang Zhiyong. By the afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu came to school and had planned to borrow another book from Zhao Menning, but instead Lin Xiaoyu found the book Genius Little Petite Wife, President. Miss Wants to Be Your Stepmother appeared in her desk hole. Mostly, Zhao Mingning put it there herself. Chapter 42, A Gift for Lin Xiaoyu. During the afternoon activity class, Lin Xiaoyu took the book and went to Zhao Hongyan to change her grades. Yes, this is the book. Zhao Hongyan's eyes lit up like a treasure after she got the book. Then she handed Lin Xiaoyu a small slip of paper with her grades written on it. But Lin Xiaoyu, who got the results, was a bit unhappy. Although Zhang Yu's science synthesis test was good this time and should be considered to have overplayed his hand, but calculating Lin Xiaoyu's total science synthesis score this time was still 2 points higher than Zhang Yu's. What Lin Xiaoyu thought at first was that if she was higher than Zhang Yu in science, she would continue to bet with Zhang Yu so that she would be invincible. Although doing so was a bit less than frank. But against someone like Zhang Yu, the one who suffered from being too frank was himself. But now, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu thought that after Zhang Yu knew that he had told his parents about the matter, he would definitely come to the classroom to find himself and humiliate himself. But then, this one didn't. At first Lin Xiaoyu thought that Auntie Zhou across the street hadn't told Zhang Yu about this. However, looking at Zhang Yu's eyes, looking at his own eyes obviously with fire. Not like he did not know the appearance. At noon more than likely be his mother scolded. Do you think it's not good that people don't even come after them like this? And then they end up treating them like this. However, if I don't continue to gamble, I'm really not happy about the 2 previous losses. This also forced himself to call out to his father. Thinking about it makes me angry. The hesitant Lin Xiaoyu didn't go back to her class after learning the results, but decided to go downstairs to take a casual walk and move around. Under the school building, during the activity sessions, the girls played badminton with their badminton rackets while the boys mostly went to the playground. Lin Xiaoyu was walking when she was suddenly stopped by someone. Lin Xiaoyu, wait, I have something to say to you. Li Su stood in front of Lin Xiaoyu and took a deep breath. Li Su, male, class president of class 14, wearing a black framed glasses, looks very civilized, more like to snitch. Many students in the class do not treat him. In many novels, the class president and the study committee member are CPs. Li Su had likewise always liked Lin Xiaoyu, but he just felt that Lin Xiaoyu must not be able to see herself, which is why he had not been bold enough to pursue. Now that he saw that people like Zhang Yu could succeed, plus now that Lin Xiaoyu had broken up, so Li Su had some unusual thoughts. Lin Xiaoyu had a bad feeling as she looked at Li Su who suddenly appeared. It wasn't the first time she'd experienced this sort of thing. It was all too familiar. Lin Xiaoyu, I like you. Lin Xiaoyu just wanted to open her mouth to refuse. A figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Xiaoyu. Dude, don't like it for now. I'm looking for her for something urgent. Zhang Yu said as he grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's wrist. What do you mean don't like it yet? Li Su was confused. Can this confession still be cut off? Originally, Zhang Yu wanted to find Lin Xiaoyu to theorize after the first class in the afternoon, but he was afraid that he wouldn't have enough time to play it out, so he changed it to the activity class. As a result, Lin Xiaoyu went to look for Zhao Hongyan, letting Zhang Yu pounce. This said coincidentally, the somewhat upset Zhang Yu was about to go to the school supermarket to buy something. but he happened to run into Lin Xiaoyu downstairs. "You're coming with me," Jiang Yu said fiercely to Lin Xiaoyu. "I don't." Lin Xiaoyu could think with her toes to know what Jiang Yu was looking for her for. "Jiang Yu, people are numb." "What the hell do you mean I do not? It's crowded. A big crowd. I'll save you some face," Jiang Yu said in a serious manner. "Jiang Yu, since we broke up, I'll be decent and stop pestering people." Li Su thought he was handsome and pushed down his glasses with his index finger. "Sorry, we're getting back together." Jiang Yu finished speaking and yelled at Lin Xiaoyu in a low voice. "Go!" Originally, Lin Xiaoyu did not want to go with Jiang Yu, although both of them were not good things in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, but compared to going with Li Su, it was still Jiang Yu who was a little bit more agreeable. Then, a reluctant Lin Xiaoyu was just pulled away by Jiang Yu. Li Su watched Lin Xiaoyu being pulled by Jiang Yu in an unoccupied corner. His back teeth were clenched in anger, but he could only watch the two of them being so face-to-face mushy. "Where's the face? Where's the face? Who swore yesterday and rushed to my house, saying whoever sues the parents and whoever sues the puppies? Ha! This is only how long? Half a day. You are a mouth or an ass ah. A word cannot hold, is not it? Come, you see, you give me bite like this. I sued my mother, did not. You? What about you? I just bit you a little bit, and you have to sue your parents. Come on, even if your mom forced you to say it. What did you say? You came to my house to apologize to me? What about your apology? What about your apology? And I do not agree to apologize. Have to bite you a bite. I was how to say. I am not saying that this is forget it. You have to let me bite back. And now it has become I bullied you. How can you be so good at pretending to be a good person? You were born in the present is really talented. You should be born in that ancient palace. Jin Huan have to give you as a maid. Who can play you ah? Also, who sued the parents who puppy? How many times you said this? I help you count. We said when you said 2 times. Before leaving and emphasized once. 3 times. Come on, tell me. Who's the dog now? Ha? Lin Xiaoyu. Speak. Lin Xiaoyu leaned against the wall. Her head twisted to the side. Her hands crossed in front of her thighs, with the look of an aggravated little daughter-in-law. Mute. I told you to talk. Talk. Only to see Lin Xiaoyu suddenly turn her head, glaring at Jiang Yu with a face full of anger. It's a big deal to lecture yourself for 20 minutes. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? So, woof. Lin Xiaoyu called out. Jiang Yu's pupils instantly dilated. Was he being angry and hallucinating? Woof woof woof. Lin Xiaoyu stared with a pair of big watery eyes, her mouth pursed upwards, her 2 cheeks slightly bulging. Put. Jiang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Xiaoyu, you won. Your entire ING family won. Jiang Yu clasped his head with both hands, then swung his small arms into the air with an incredulous expression. Jiang Yu had a deeper understanding of a phrase at this moment. I can't believe I'm speechless. Even a player who was so good at verbal attacks like Jiang Yu didn't know what to say at this moment. Jiang Yu knew that this woman had no lower limits, but he didn't expect that she could be so bottomless. This ING all learn dog barking. This fight still how to quarrel. That ING is the gods come also cannot win the quarrel. Jiang Yu was truly impressed, but this can't just be left alone. Jiang Yu opened his phone's Taobao after he returned to his class and started searching for a dog leash. Don't you like to bark? I'll make you bark properly. But soon Jiang Yu realized, the content that came out of this search was odd, not quite what Jiang Yu had imagined. Then I realized I should have searched for pet leashes. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to choose a black one, but then thought, if a girl wears it, is it better to be pink? And see, the price is not expensive. So, buy both of them. Math team office. Teacher, I want to ask a question. Li Su took the paper and came to Shirley. Which way? Shirley put down his hand and turned around. Although Shirley was a little bit not treating Li Su, he was definitely still treating things equally in terms of teaching. This, I didn't understand too much in class. Is that I first draw the function, and then find the tangent line to this point, said Li Su, pointing to the question on the paper, and his own solution. It's like this. Look, isn't this the way to ask for the intersection point? Shirley patiently explained. Oh, I see. Thank you, teacher. Li Su nodded thoughtfully. Any more questions? Nope. Okay. Goodbye, teacher. Li Su turned to leave, but didn't take 2 steps before walking back. What else? Shirley asked as he watched Li Su return and opened his mouth. Teacher, I just saw something that I feel I need to report to you, Li Su said as he pushed down his glasses. Chapter 43. What is it? Shirley frowned slightly. Although Shirley was also a bit annoyed with Li Su's sniping, there were times when he did need Li Su's help to understand the situation within the class. When I went to the school store to buy something just now, I saw Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu behind the administration building, and the two of them chatted alone for almost 20 minutes. Then you set aside and watched for 20 minutes. Shirley's expression was a bit odd. While it's true that it's counterintuitive for this boy and girl to be alone in school for 20 minutes, it's even more counterintuitive that you get to watch from the sidelines for 20 minutes. No, I went shopping. The store was crowded today and the line was longer. When I came back I saw that the two of them were still chatting, so I guess it must have been almost 20 minutes, Lee Soo explained. Then did the two of them do anything more intimate? Shirley asked. Not when I saw it, but these two were standing pretty close to each other facing each other. Although Lee Soo didn't make things up out of thin air, this kind of avoidance of lightness could easily give rise to infinite blind thoughts. So you suspect him of 2 dates. That's not true, just feel that they are like this. A little irresponsible to the class. They are like this if they are encountered by the students of the disciplinary department or encountered by the director of the teaching staff. It will definitely cause misunderstanding. At that time maybe we have to deduct the points of our class again. There is something that can't be said in the class. They have to run alone to a place where no one is there, Lee Soo said. Lee Soo's speech, which he thought was full of emotional intelligence, made Shirley roll his eyes in his heart. A mouthful of a class for the sake of the class. You think so much about why you did not go up to stop suspecting people dating straight say on the line, but also to engage in these have not. In that case, did you hear from the class that the two of them had been together for a while before? But they seem to have broken up recently. Shirley touched his chin. Most of the classmates are following blindly. He too is a member of the class committee. I believe that they could not possibly make such a low-level mistake. It should be that there are more activities recently. Walking slightly closer, so that classmates misunderstand. If the teacher does not feel at ease, I'll go to slightly more understanding. If there is really such a seed, I as the class president must be stopped in time, Lee Soo said righteously. Shirley felt a little sick to his stomach even listening to this. This was said as if you were thinking more about the two people. Since people are just chatting and not doing anything else, let's observe first, Shirley said. Although this side of the second middle school also has an article that prohibits boys and girls from interacting too closely, but Shirley is not very recognized for this kind of thing. You cannot say that because the two of them have a slightly better relationship, you can give them a punishment. At the very least there has to be a definite romantic relationship, or romantic behavior, such as holding hands and a host of other physical contact. Well, teacher, then I'll go back first. Goodbye teacher. Although Lee Soo's purpose was not fully accomplished, doing so to make Shirley suspicious was enough. After Lee Soo left, "Hey, brother Lei, this kid from your class talks funny too," Zhao Hongyan said cheerfully. "How interesting." Shirley turned his chair around and crossed his legs. "Well, it's not much." Zhao Hongyan didn't know how to say such words. However, Zhao Hongyan's eyes twinkled and suddenly thought of a fun one. "Brother Lei, dare you make a bet?" "What's the bet?" Shirley was curious. "Do you believe that this Lee Soo likes Lin Xiaoyu from your class?" "Him? Shouldn't be able to." Shirley thought for a moment. This Lee Soo was indeed quite annoying at times, but to say that he liked Lin Xiaoyu, he really didn't see it himself, and he hadn't noticed any hints of early love before. "Hey, Wan, are you coming or not?" Zhao Hongyan wanted to pull Wang Wan on as well, but Wang Wan made a face at Zhao Hongyan. "Slightly, I'm not going to take your bait. There are a few boys in his class who don't like Lin Xiaoyu." When Zhao Hongyan thought about it, it seemed to be true. "No, Sister Yen, you who plays with you." Shirley was also happy. "If you want to say that, that's not nonsense. Which boy doesn't like pretty little girls?" However, Shirley felt that Zhao Hongyan shouldn't be aimless either. "Hey, Sister Yen, you said Lee Soo likes Lin Xiaoyu. Why? How do you see it?" Shirley asked. The meaning of Lee Soo's words. Shirley is not a little cutie. Shirley can hear it, but this like Lin Xiaoyu, Shirley really did not find. "Humph, it's an intuition as a woman. You guys just watch." Zhao Hongyan nuzzled her mouth. Afternoon dismissal. With the games not too many days away, most of the students with programs will be practicing on the playground after school. Today, Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu each ran their own way, and neither of them spoke to the other. And on the other side, the high jump and long jump field, Zhang Jiayue enrolled in the triple jump and high jump. These two women's events are not something that anyone but a gym student would even intentionally practice. Basically, if you can jump, you can place without training. And Zhang Jiayue was able to get a lot of points for the class every time with this. Zhang Jiayue a boost. 1 step, 2 steps, jump, ouch. Zhang Jiayue knelt directly on her side in the sandbox. "Jiayue, are you alright?" Hifeng rushed over. "It's fine. It's just that my foot seems to have twisted a bit," Zhang Jiayue said with a frown. "Let's see." In order not to disturb the other students practicing, Hifeng first helped Zhang Jiayue out of the sandpit and came to the open space next to the ground. "Don't you?" Zhang Jiayue saw Hifeng taking off her shoes and hurriedly spoke out to stop it. But Hifeng didn't listen to her. Instead he just helped her take her shoes off and started massaging her ankles. Zhang Jiayue turned her head to the side with a red face. "It shouldn't be sprained. How is it?" Are you more comfortable? Yifeng said with concern. Aha. Zhang Jiayue nodded but still didn't dare to look directly into Yifeng's eyes. 5 minutes later. Yifeng, you, don't even mind mine Zhang Jiayue couldn't help but ask out loud. Speaking of which, Zhang Jiayue also regretted a little bit. If I had known, I would have changed to a new pair of socks yesterday, and I've been wearing this pair for 3 days now, right? So shy. He must be thinking in his mind right now how he stinks. What's there to dislike about this? Yifeng said as he lifted Zhang Jiayue's foot slightly higher and sniffed it with his nose. The smell seems to be a bit strong. Zhang Jiayue instantly turned red at the base of her ears. You're annoying. Ignore you. Zhang Jiayue put on her shoes and was about to leave. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding you. Or you can smell mine? Mudzokai. Disgusting. Zhang Jiayue said in disgust. Sad. I don't even mind you. You mind me. Then you take it off. Zhang Jiayue wrinkled her little nose. You really need to smell it. You take it off. I'll smell it if you do. Yifeng took off his shoes when he saw this. However, all that could be seen was Zhang Jiayue flying up to give Yifeng's shoes a kick in the face before pulling her legs out and running towards the school gates. Hey, you! Yifeng stood in place for a moment, not knowing what to say. Chapter 44. I swear. Back home in the evening, Lin Xiaoyu went back to her room to do her homework after dinner. Not long after, Lin Xiaoyu's phone screen lit up. It was a message from Zhang Jiayue. Zhang Jiayue, baby misses you. Lin Xiaoyu, go away. Zhang Jiayue, I'm telling you, I'm humiliated today. Lin Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Aha! After that, Zhang Jiayue told Lin Xiaoyu about practicing the triple jump just now. But of course the part about kicking Yifeng's shoes away at the back was selectively ignored by Zhang Jiayue. Lin Xiaoyu, disgusted with you. Not changing your socks for 3 days. Zhang Jiayue, oops, I forgot. Lin Xiaoyu, disgusted. Zhang Jiayue, hey, do you think Yifeng really loves me? He doesn't even mind if I'm like this. Lin Xiaoyu, just you still suspect people of cheating. Zhang Jiayue, hey, do you think Yifeng will be a foot fetishist? Lin Xiaoyu, sweating on soybeans. Look at the other two people sweet and sweet, and then think about their own afternoon by Zhang Yu scolded. That is really the more you think about the more angry. He also thought of letting him off the hook. Now it seems unnecessary. You can't afford to be the least bit soft-hearted when dealing with people like that. Not one iota. Science. Ha. The other side. Ha-oo grunted Lin Chang as he lay on his back naked with his eyes closed. Little brother, are you still satisfied with today's service? Wang Ting sat on her knees on Lin Chang's body and helped him push his back. Lin Chang can be said to be a regular customer of the bath center. But where a larger bath center, Lin Chang will have a member. Granted. Every time it's just a matter of getting a tie or something to ease the fatigue. But Wang Ting was definitely not happy about it. You say you're just getting a massage every time. But just in case you see the new technician is pretty one day and come up with a package for a couple thousand. Right? Wang Ting also knew what Lin Chang's virtues were when he was young. And if he cared too much, he certainly wouldn't be able to get by now. However, Lin Chang may be because he was too dashing when he was young and gave himself an overdraft. And now he shivers when he moves his legs a little bit. And he's not much interested in that area. And it can even be said that it's a burden. But this kind of thing, not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. Wang Ting is also afraid of Lin Chang in case of a whim. Turned back and then infected with what messy disease back. This man ahead. A lot of things are not really good to say. Solely Wang Ting taught herself the craft. After all, Wang Ting was also an outstanding graduate of a well-known art school. And this learning ability was still there. Every day can be said to be clearly organized for Lin Chang. And Lin Chang actually really just went for a massage every time. So it was natural for Wang Ting to be so ed up. Do not leave home can enjoy not very authentic Thai massage. Life is not happy. Is this technician sometimes service attitude is not very good? You're not bad for a little sister. Lin Chang grunted. Look at you beautiful. Hey, today I bumped into Zhou Qing. People still say, our daughter looks so beautiful. How come she didn't go art? Wang Ting said while pressing. Wang Ting had also talked to Lin Chang about this topic before, but Lin Chang was adamant at the time, so there was no follow-up. At home, they listened to Wang Ting in small matters, but Lin Chang still had the final say in big matters. This afternoon when buying food, Wang Ting happened to meet up with Zhou Cheng again, and naturally Zhou Qing talked about how to teach Zhang Yu a lesson at noon, and by the way, she talked about Lin Xiaoyu. It also happened to be a conversation with Zhou Qing, which is why Zhou Cheng brought the topic back up again. Over 600 points to go art. Crazy. Lin Chang grunted. Lin Chang's understanding of art students is still basically stuck in the time when he was young. Only students who are not good at school go to the arts. You just don't see. Good cultural lessons to go art is the advantage. You see those stars now. One by one, what cultural level? Our daughter, if she learns a performance. Not yet debut. That tops the spotlight. Wang Ting said. Now debut. Beautiful is just the admission ticket. The key has to be able to hype point. Can sing and dance. High IQ is no longer rare. And good academic performance can be said to be the rarest and most positive flashpoint. Those what learning variety show. Scripted flavor is too strong. Really give a college entrance examination paper. All have to reveal. In fact, Wang Ting has always had a movie dream, just that she doesn't have the chance now, so she also hopes that Lin Xiaoyue can fulfill the dream that she failed to accomplish. Wang Ting was very beautiful when she was young, not worse than those stars, just that time the general environment is really bad. Not you accompany the director to have fun can get resources. Wang Ting had a schoolmate at that time, can be said to lie all the way through, and finally did not fire. The body is still messed up. People almost commit suicide because of depression. Wang Ting is not the kind of woman who is particularly conservative in her thinking, or else she would not have been able to marry Lin Chang. Wang Ting only felt that the price she paid was too high and that she would not necessarily be able to get a return, so she gave up. But it's different now. In the information age, as long as you're capable and good enough, that money can be said to be chasing you. There are some unseemly deals to be had, but the options have become so numerous that you can refuse. Unlike in the old days, when you refused, you might not be able to eat this bowl anymore. Plus, Lin Chang's family is thick, and it's basically impossible for his daughter to be corrupted by money, which is why Wang Ting has this intention. It's just a shame that Lin Chang doesn't agree. So who are the people who walk the art? Lin Chang said. Lin Chang was also considered a land boss when he was young, so he knew some things in depth. What kind of people are they? Didn't I study art before? Wang Ting said with some anger. Just because you are also studying art, you look at the few women in your class with you, which I did not. Lin Chang said this before realizing that it was wrong, and quickly stopped his mouth. Nothing? Wang Ting stopped her hand movements. Nothing, you continue to press. Anyway, I definitely do not agree with our daughter to go to art, and this is the time. It is too late to go to art. Lin Chang tried to diverge from the topic and muddle through, but Wang Ting didn't eat his words. Which one of those girls in our class? Which one do you have? Nothing. Wang Ting asked. TSK, they're all your classmates. I don't believe you don't know. This kind of thing. Lin Chang really couldn't say. Nothing? Wang Ting asked again. Lin Chang had a bit of a headache, and he himself had a cheap mouth. Talking nonsense, which I haven't invited to dinner. Lin Chang forced an explanation. Wang Ting heard this and directly twisted the flesh on Lin Chang's waist to turn him over. Ouch, 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 ouch. You say it properly. Wang Ting looked at Lin Chang with an aggrieved face. It's what you think, but it's not like you don't know what kind of person I was when I was young. Lin Chang looked at Wang Ting's appearance. He quickly sat up and held her in his arms. But since I married you, I haven't looked for a woman even once. On this point, you can trust your husband. Really? Wang Ting bit her lips slightly and looked at Lin Chang with a complicated expression. Really? I swear. Lin Chang's words just fell. Rubbing it in. The lights went out. The bedroom was dark. Chapter 45, Power Outage. I've said I won't let you just swear. Wang Ting shined a blow at Lin Chang's chest. What a mess. Is there a blackout? Lin Chang spat. Although Lin Chang was a businessman, he didn't believe in those things. Lin Chang got out of bed and pulled open the curtains, and the opposite building was still brightly lit. Is it just my building that has a power outage? If it was a circuit overhaul, there was no advance notice in the homeowners group. Tripped? It's not like there are a couple appliances on. No electricity bill? Help me take a picture with my cell phone, Lin Chang said to Wang Ting. Then Lin Chang opened the closet, rummaging in a bag. The family's electricity card, water card, some important and infrequently used things. Basically put here. I guess there's no electricity bill. Lin Chang took the electricity card out of his bag. At this point, Lin Xiaoyue walked in with her cell phone's flashlight on. Mom and Dad, is the power out? The light from the flashlight hit Lin Chang brightly. You put on some clothes. Wang Ting shone a slap at Lin Chang's back. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyue also hurriedly shot the flashlight's light to the side, and Lin Chang hurriedly looked for a piece of clothing to put on. After that, Lin Chang took his electricity card and swiped it at the meter in the building. Has it come yet? Lin Chang asked. Nope. That's strange. Shouldn't there be backup electricity? Lin Chang looked at the card in his hand. Could it be demagnetized? Nowadays, you basically have backup power just in case this happens. Backup electricity? Wang Ting froze for a moment. The power went out 2 days ago. I thought it was tripped, so I took my card and swiped it. Oh yo, my goodness. Tripping is pushing that electric gate. What kind of card are you swiping, yo? Lin Chang slapped his forehead. So what now? Wang Ting commiserated. At home, like electricity, water, gas and so on, it has been Lin Chang to get. Wang Ting is not very clear. Pay the bill. Lin Chang said and tapped his phone to start paying the bill. Now our online payment. Do not have to run the business hall. It is very convenient. If the previous that can only dry anxious no way. But, system maintenance in progress. Please pardon the inconvenience. After that, Lin Chang gave customer service a call, and that side said that the system was temporarily maintained, but it was expected that it would definitely be fine in less than an hour. The power went out in the house and now this can't be paid. Back at home. You say you don't have any common sense here. Lin Chang was somewhat helpless. Then it's not like I've ever gotten it. I don't know. Wang Ting just stared straight at Lin Chang, not waiting for Lin Chang to speak. Are you going to yell at me? No. What am I yelling at you for? This preemptive strike by Wang Ting directly confused Lin Chang. In the past, it was Lin Chang who said something, slightly louder. Wang Ting said you yell at me. Now it is good. Not waiting for their own words, directly to a are you ready to yell at me? Who tops this one? This is too unreasonable. Although Lin Chang was sometimes bad-tempered, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to lose his temper with his own wife and daughter. On the contrary, Lin Chang especially despised that kind of person. Only those who are incapable will take it out on their wives when they are angry outside. Then you don't even yell at me when I do something wrong. Wang Ting blinked her eyes with a shy face. Who made you my most adorable wife? Lin Chang wrapped Wang Ting in his arms with a sweet look. But, before you two get all mushy, can you tell me where the candles are in our house? Lin Xiaoyu really couldn't watch this awkwardness anymore. It was a bit snoozy. Only then did Lin Chang and Wang Ting notice Lin Xiaoyu. Ahem. Lin Chang coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, but his hand was still wrapped around Wang Ting. Well, we don't seem to have candles in our house. Wang Ting thought for a moment. The last time I used candles for fear was 10 years ago, when it was still over at the old house. This kind of thing, if Wang Ting hadn't bought it, then she definitely didn't have it at home. I'll go down and buy two, Lin Chang said and prepared to change his shoes and go downstairs. What candles to buy? How much it hurts your eyes to read with candles. Wang Ting said, when I was a kid, I didn't always read books with candles lit. How many pages have you read in total? Wang Ting said breathlessly. You have the nerve to talk about reading books with your junior high school education that you almost didn't finish. So what do you say? Let our daughter sit there and wait. Find a random hotel. Where are the hotels in our neighborhood? Lin Chang said. Before Wang Ting's family had a relative come over to visit, Lin Chang said to find a hotel for the neighborhood, but the results of looking all over the place, and finally drove hard for more than 10 minutes to find one. It's also strange that there isn't a hotel in such a big place. Then drive and find it. Wang Ting didn't have the heart to say. That living man can still let his urine suffocate him. No. People's customer service said that within 1 hour the system will be maintained. Let's go to find a hotel. Wait for us to go. And then come back. All how long? Lin Chang said. So what if it's an hour and the system hasn't been maintained yet? Wang Ting said. At this point, if I can't, I'll go to our opposite door's house to write first. There's quite a lot of homework today, Lin Xiaoyu said after thinking for a while. After being scolded by Jiang Yu for so long this afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu was very upset. She had to get the scene back or else she wouldn't be able to sleep well in this sleep. Lin Chang was a little hesitant. Although Lin Chang is quite assured that the opposite two families, but his own daughter to run to other people's homes every day. It is not the same thing. This does not invite people to be annoyed. It's okay. Wang Ting agreed painfully. After that Lin Xiaoyu knocked on the door of Jiang Yu's house with her homework. Auntie, sorry, Lin Xiaoyu said coyly. Autumn moon. Come on in, Zhou Qing said with a smile. Auntie, the power is out at my house. My dad said that the system that pays the bills is under maintenance right now and I can't pay the bills either. So can I come here and do my homework for a while? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Of course, Zhou Qing said and was ready to help Lin Xiaoyu move her chair. Auntie, it's too embarrassing. I'll do it myself. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly took the chair from Zhou Qing. Just like that, Lin Xiaoyu carried a chair into Jiang Yu's room. Jiang Yu froze for a moment as he looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who had suddenly entered. Didn't he or she just tell mom at dinner in the evening not to put any messy people in? Why is this woman coming over again? No, can you have some sense of boundaries? How to scurry to my house every day? Change tomorrow, I'll give you an extra bed. You directly live in my house. Jiang Yu was speechless. Then you can't come every day even if you're visiting relatives. The power is out at my house. Otherwise you think I'd be willing. Lin Xiaoyu gave Jiang Yu a blank look. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu did not intend to come. Mainly because she still had to talk to Jiang Yu about betting on the science synthesis, and she would not have a chance to do so after 2 days when the test papers were sent down. Since it was a power outage at home, Jiang Yu couldn't say anything more, so the two of them began to write their own homework. Chapter 46, I didn't touch anyone's wife. Bedroom. The girl from the house across the street said the power was out at her house. Come over and do some homework. Zhou Qing stepped on her slippers and returned to her bedroom. bringing the door closed with her hand. Well, I heard that. Jiang Zhiyong turned a page of the book in his hand. Zhou Qing came to Jiang Zhiyong's side. With his hand pressed on the book he read, indicating that he first do not look, and then quietly said, Hey, you say, Autumn Moon, this girl every day to run to our home is not a matter of today our son just told me, do not put that mess of what people are put into, said that all disturbed his learning. It is not in the people, said Autumn Moon it. In fact, Zhou Qing quite liked Lin Xiuyu, but for some reason, it felt as if her son wasn't very fond of people. Humph, disturbing studies? I think he's beautiful. If I had a beautiful female classmate running to my house every day back then, Jiang Zhiyong suddenly didn't know how to continue the sentence down. You what? Zhou Qing's gaze began to turn unkind. No, it's if you were young and ran to my house every day. Before Jiang Zhiyong could finish, Zhou Qing directly added a sentence. Then the police uncle will arrest you. The two are 4 years apart. Jiang Zhiyong is in high school and Zhou Qing has not yet graduated from elementary school. What, just arrest me? I'm such a decent person. What's the point of arresting me? Jiang Zhiyong spat. Hey, can you take this claw of yours back before saying you're serious? Zhou Qing slapped Jiang Zhiyong's hand that was resting on her body and groping around. It's not like I'm groping someone else's wife. Hey, you still want to touch someone else's wife? Zhou Qing directly removed Jiang Zhiyong's hand on her body. I just said that. Virtue? Hey, you say the opposite, two mouths in the dark. It is not a matter of course. Cannot first give call our home. Zhou Qing said, got up and was ready to wear slippers. With this power outage and the daughter coming over to her side, what are the two adults going to do? Hey, you come back. You go now without stirring up people. Jiang Zhiyong hurriedly snapped the book in his hand to one side and pulled Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, stirring up what? Jiang Zhiyong, what did you say about stirring things up in the dark? Zhou Qing instantly reacted as well. Zhou Qing, hey, you think everyone is like you, with that in their head. Jiang Zhiyong, what do you mean it's all that stuff? You think carefully, even if you can't pay the bill. Now that the meter has a backup power, we have that neighborhood. This high-grade neighborhood will not have? Zhou Qing, maybe they don't know. I'll sue them. Jiang Zhiyong, how many years have people lived here? How could they not know? Chocharu, so? Jiang Zhiyong, the 80% is trying to find a reason to spend the daughter. Now may be to the critical moment. You go is not a pure method. This person to the middle-aged, on a whim is not easy. Zhou Qing, humph. It's not easy to get up on a whim. So may I ask, how many times a week does your old man get up? Zhou Qing put her hand, which was compared to a microphone, to Jiang Zhiyong's mouth. Jiang Zhiyong, what are you pulling me for? I'll tell you. That is, I'm still young now. You wait for another 5 years. When you lie on me, I don't even take a look at you. There are you regret. Jiang Zhiyong said and pinched Zhou Qing's nose with his hand. Zhou Qing, I think I heard that 10 years ago. Jiang Zhiyong, when you compare it to 10 years ago, did I come down on this frequency? Hey, seriously, how many times do I have left this week? Zhou Qing opened her cell phone's memo and looked at it. Chocharu, nope. In order to prevent Jiang Zhiyong from over-injuring himself, so the two agreed on a number of times per week. Jiang Zhiyong, what's gone? It's only Wednesday. Chocharu, yeah, you finished this week's credit last week, and that time yesterday was all on me. Zhou Qing smiled and patted Jiang Zhiyong's shoulder. Her own next few days would finally be able to have some leisure time. Jiang Zhiyong, then take another credit today for next week. Zhou Qing, not even a door. With your credit, all the taxes in Goosetown will be received 50 years later. Jiang Zhiyong, no, it's still 5 days. Zhou Qing, I don't care. We agreed. Up to 7 times a week. A handful of years old. As a recreation. Forget it. You still do it as a career. The body can stand it? Jiang Zhiyong, I think I'm physically okay. Zhou Qing, I said I. Zhou Cheng slapped Jiang Zhiyong without any good humor. In the meantime, can you not look at that crappy cell phone of yours? Wang Ting slapped Lin Chang in the stomach. Then what am I doing without looking at my cell phone? Lin Chang reached out to tug at the covers and grabbed twice for nothing. Hey, it's not easy for my daughter to be away. Wang Ting came to Lin Chang's ear and gently blew a breath. What about the daughter who wants to come back halfway? How could Lin Chang not know what his wife meant? Just come back. Hey, I'm your wife. Why do you make it sound like cheating? You let me take a breather until the weekend. I've been walking on shaky legs for the last 2 days. That's a lack of exercise on your part. You're right. Starting tomorrow, I'll work out. When I'm done, Lin Chang said with conviction, I'll stop my period when you work out. Hey, where's that energy you had when you were young? Pushing around for 10 minutes a week. Is there any energy? You're not afraid that I won't be able to resist going out looking for a man that day? Then you be safe. What attention to safety. Wang Ting froze for a moment, and after she reacted, she directly pounced on Lin Chang. I'm not done with you. Jiang Yu's bedroom. Diary of an Evening Breeze, is it in? You, aha. Diary of the Evening Breeze, I can't even search for whatever apprentice you're talking about. You, it's true. Don't believe me, I'll send you a picture later. Evening Breeze Diary, are you free this weekend? You, ha? Diary of an Evening Breeze, I'll see you this weekend. John Yu was just being polite at the time, but he didn't expect this person to play for real. You, I might have something to do this weekend. Evening Breeze Diary, it's not like your mom won't let you go out, is it? Ha 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 ha. Evening Breeze Diary was originally looking for some comic resources, but it turned out that the more I talked to Jang Yu, the more interesting I found the man. He's a little kid and has to act like an adult, so he can't help but tease more. You, what the hell? Evening Breeze Diary, hey, how old are you anyway? You, 22. Diary of an Evening Breeze, I don't believe it. You must be underage. Post a picture. You, it's all personal. Evening Breeze Diary, that sends a voice. You, it's not convenient for me. Evening Breeze Diary, the voice is too scared to post. You're not still in elementary school, are you? Ha 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 ha. You're being outrageous. So I'll do my homework first and talk to you later. In Jiang Yu's perception, high school was similar to middle school, and college should be similar to high school as well, just with more free time than high school. Who knows the real college life? Just as Jiang Yu was about to put down his cell phone and continue with his homework, can you not look at that crappy cell phone of yours? Lin Xiaoyu said in dissatisfaction at Jiang Yu. I wonder if it's common to all women that they don't like the men around them looking at their cell phones. Chapter 47, Study hard if you don't dare. Hey, how do you so righteous it? This my home, do not want to stay to me out. This day by day where some of the stink. Jiang, you are convinced. Have you finished your homework? Just look at your phone. Be careful, I'll sue your mom. Lin Xiaoyu stared at Jiang Yu fiercely, obviously harboring a grudge over the afternoon's events. Hey, what did we say before? Whoever sues the parents is a puppy. Jiang Yu emphasized. Woof, Lin Xiaoyu softly barked. This kind of thing is more humiliating the first time, and then it doesn't matter when you get used to it. Hey, no, I said you have the strength, and give me this set. Okay, then you sue to go. Turn around, I also sue your mom. Jiang Yu's head is big. That's fine. Then you learn to bark like a puppy too. Lin Xiaoyu said with full concern. Jiang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Can you have some face? Although Jiang Yu sometimes had quite no limits, he hadn't been this bottomless. At this time, a message came from Lin Xiaoyu's phone. It was Gu Xiaoyan who asked about the games. Lin Xiaoyu then briefly returned. You're still talking about me. Why don't you do your homework yourself holding that broken cell phone dislike? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu's appearance and instantly became unhappy. I'm back with the news. Nonsense. I just didn't return the message. This is business for me. In Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, she returned the message to talk about business, and Jiang Yu returned the message purely for idle chatter. Hoping that I'm just stranded here making small talk. Jiang Yu asked rhetorically. Okay, how about this? Let's both put our cell phones on the table. You come back when I have a message, and I come back when you have a message. Lin Xiaoyu proposed. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. What kind of path is this? Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, you are not saying that you are also talking about business. Business is still afraid of people watching. Do not dare to put away the phone. Peace of mind to write homework. Write and then say, got it. Good boy. Lin Xiaoyu contemptuously looked at Jiang Yu. What can't I let you see? I am upright and not afraid of shadows. Feel free to look. Jiang Yu said stiffly. I'm not talking about looking, it's the message being returned by the other party. Lin Xiaoyu emphasized again. No, how am I supposed to get back to you with those messages? Aha, mine is all about the games. It's the same for whoever answers back. What's yours? Lin Xiaoyu said indifferently. Jiang Yu was a bit speechless for a while. If you don't dare. Lin Xiaoyu smiled faintly, pulled open Jiang Yu's drawer and put Jiang Yu's cell phone in. Study hard. I don't know what temperament others have. Anyway, Jiang Yu couldn't endure this kind of thing. Yo, what wouldn't you dare? Come. Jiang Yu also laughed. First things first, you can only reply to messages. You can't go through the history chat records, and you can only reply. You can't send on your own accord. Lin Xiaoyu added. Jiang Yu hesitated now. Jiang Yu was not a reckless man. Surely it was impossible to be hooked by Lin Xiaoyu's excitement. Originally he had planned to do so just now. Who knew that this woman had plugged the loophole so quickly? Jiang Yu also said to take a look at the private chats between the girls. Listening to those online, the content is quite explosive. Coming or not? Lin Xiaoyu asked as she nudged her mouth. It's fine. Jiang Yu agreed. Returning the message must also not be perceived as abnormal by the other party. Lin Xiaoyu then added. This was also to prevent Jiang Yu from messing up. You're also a bit too harsh. I don't know those people in your buddies. What am I going to say when the time comes? Jiang Yu expressed his disagreement. I got caught as a punishment. This is not the same as a bet, where someone loses and someone wins, and the loser does the punishment. But this is where it is possible for both people to do the punishment, and it is also possible for neither to do the punishment. What punishment? Jiang Yu asked. Well, like this. Lin Xiaoyu removed her hairpin. You lose. Take this to school tomorrow and wear it for a day. The hairpin Lin Xiaoyu is wearing today is a khaki-colored flat X-shaped hairpin that is very simple. No, that's a little too gross for you. I'm not a pervert. A big boy wearing a girl's hairbrush is not a pervert. If you don't like this one, I'll go back later and find you another one. Lin Xiaoyu said. What about when you were discovered? Jiang Yu asked rhetorically. I've been found out. I'll wear a double ponytail all day tomorrow. Lin Xiaoyu said. Nowadays, girls have either short hair or a single ponytail. You have to wear a pair of ponytails, which is really kinda shameful in school. Nowadays, it's usually cosplay or some movie or TV show that shows double ponytails. Jiang Yu immediately disagreed. So you say, since the penalties that people are proposing to us are not very big, we can't go too far. So, you lose. You take out the socks you padded inside. Jiang Yu said. What socks? Lin Xiaoyu froze for a moment. After Jiang Yu signaled with his eyes. Why are you so nasty? How am I nasty? Allow you to pad, not allow people to say ah. Jiang Yu unconvinced. I wouldn't have padded my socks. So you padded your fall pants? Asterisk 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 you. Hey, how do you so hypocritical it? You look at our class that a few with you about the same height of the girls, who people like you like ah. People are still fatter than you. You are also too exaggerated. Everyday papaya as a meal ah. Jiang Yu said. The uniforms of the second form were all of those loose-fitting versions, and it was true that there was still something to be said for being able to wear such loose-fitting uniforms in a bulging manner. Before Jiang Yu a few people also talked about it. Anyway, no matter what other people think, Jiang Yu does not believe it. Che, don't believe you. Lin Xiaoyu almost blurted out. What? If you don't believe me, look at my medical report. I'm going to be found out. I'll show you the medical report. Lin Xiaoyu said. Yes, but there's one more thing to add. You can't take the initiative to end the chat. Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu is also afraid of Lin Xiaoyu play bad. Their side if they come to a what news. You directly I am now busy back to say. That is not directly invincible. If her side was all girls discussing the games and whatnot, she couldn't possibly say the same thing herself. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu agreed with alacrity. The two then put their phones on the table and exchanged their unlock codes with each other. In the meantime, Tang Guochao stood in front of He Feng's house with a carton of milk in his hand, and Tang Xinshen followed behind with a bag of fruits. Ding dong. The door opened. Aya, long time no see, Tang Guochao said excitedly to He Ziqiang. It's been a long time. He Ziqiang was equally excited. He Ziqiang after his discharge from the army to mix in general, so with these old comrades and so on contact less. It's got to be almost 10 years. Who says it isn't? Quick quick quick. Enter. No need to change shoes. He Ziqiang hurriedly took the things in the hands of both Tang Guochao's father and daughter. At that moment, Tang Guochao suddenly frowned and turned to Tang Qinshan in dissatisfaction. Greetings, why so rude? Usually her own daughter is very understanding. Why is she like a log today? And it was only then that Tang Qinshan came back from her surprise. Hello uncle. Of course Tang Qinshan wasn't the only one who was surprised. There was also He Feng who was standing beside He Ziqiang. He Feng's eyes glazed over as he looked at Tang Qian's figure. Is the world really that small? This woman could be her dad's war buddies. Daughter. Chapter 48. He Feng's mother was not good with words, and after a brief greeting, she was in the kitchen preparing the meal. The years are unforgiving, and in the blink of an eye, the children are all so big one by one. Tang Guochao lamented. Yes, Qianshan is really getting prettier and prettier. Is it stressful to study? He Ziqiang echoed. Hey, I'm sure my academic performance is not as good as your He Feng's, but I can still speak for myself. After Tang Guochao finished his speech, he said to Tang Qianshan, this is your He Feng's brother. When he was little, he even took you to fly a kite in the plaza. He has no impression. Don't quite remember. Tang Qianshan looked at He Feng slyly. Cold sweat ran down He Feng's face as he watched. The child will be how old? Not to mention them, I do not remember. In my impression, with your kid in addition to drinking nothing else. He Ziqiang said. Ha 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 ha. Soon He Feng's mother had all the meals prepared. When comrades are reunited, it's natural to have a drink. Halfway through the wine, this atmosphere is getting up. That parents chatting is nothing more than reminiscing about the past. But with the kids around, a lot of things aren't too good to talk about. So the chatting comes back to the two of them. Is Qian studying literature or science? I and her mother's intention is to let her go liberal arts. But this girl said nothing is willing. Said what memorization of things to memorize cannot go in. Have to go to science. And now the score is just enough to align. you have to go to the liberal arts. How still can not go on a 211, said Tang Guochao. This kind of thing, it's better to follow the child's wishes. In case it gives you the slip to stop learning, it's not more troublesome, and she'll just have to be left to it. Old Tang, not much else to say. My family this kid, science is not bad. Xian if there is not know the question. Although ask him, a moment to let him add your WeChat. He Ziqiang said. Tang Xian didn't counter or stared at Yifeng with sultry eyes. What's wrong with you child today? Your uncle he is talking to you. Tang Guochao reached out and pulled Tang Xian's arm. His Tang Xian suddenly frowned tightly, as if she had touched a wound. Hey, what's wrong with this kid? He Ziqiang asked in a hurry. Hey, this girl is so adventurous that she let someone hit her on her bicycle yesterday. Tang Guochao finished and gently rubbed Tang Xian's arm with concern. Is everything alright? Lao Tang. You say the child is injured. You let at home more rest. When we cannot get together, you make a mess. He Ziqiang embarrassed. It's fine. Just a few scrapes and a trip to the hospital didn't hurt. At that moment, Tang Xian suddenly spoke up. Brother Yifeng, can I add you on WeChat? Yifeng couldn't help but shiver. That's a clear nod to myself. Yes, of course, Yifeng said through clenched teeth. If it were usual, Yifeng would have given up. But not this time. The weekend is the games. Now let his dad clean up a meal. Then how to run. Then Tang Xian directly took out her cell phone and flashed her QR code. And Yifeng had no other way but to scan with his cell phone. After adding friends, brother Yifeng, this wouldn't still be your trumpet, would it? Tang Xian said meaningfully. No, the big one. I usually use this one. Yifeng felt a great deal of pressure. He Ziqiang and Tang Guochao looked at these two kids playing dumb riddles here, and also looked at each other. But they didn't really know much about young people's affairs, so they didn't bother. Whine over. Lao He, do you remember what you told me when we were in that? What did I tell you? If I have a daughter and you have a son, our two families will be. Tang Guochao's two fists touched each other. Ha 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 ha. Yes said that. Your kid even said I took advantage of you at that time. He Ziqiang slapped his thigh and laughed. At that time, He Ziqiang joked with Tang Guochao, saying that if he had a son in the future, and Tang Guochao had a daughter, they would marry each other. So now that the kids are grown, what do you say? Old Tang, you're overdoing it. This drinking capacity of yours really hasn't grown at all over the years. He Ziqiang laughed and pointed a finger at Tang Guochao. Don't you care how much I didn't? Just tell me if that was a fart you made back then. He Ziqiang, have always been a spit and a nail, but the problem is that the children don't agree. It's not like we were in that era when arranged marriages weren't practiced. He Ziqiang waved his hand. Who doesn't agree? Your Yifeng doesn't agree? Do you think my Qian is not good enough for your Yifeng? He dares. Your family Qian is so pretty. If it really works out, it's this kid's good fortune. The key is your family Qian. Qian, what do you think of your brother Yifeng? Tang Guochao turned his head to Tang Xian and asked. But Tang Xian didn't answer positively. I agree, Tang Xian said quietly. Look, Tang Guochao spread out both hands. People's girls are thin-skinned. When you ask like this, they definitely can't drop your face. He Ziqiang also knew that Tang Guochao was drunk, and what he said could not be taken seriously. But, Uncle I really think brother Yifeng is quite good, Tang Xian voiced out. Look, Tang Guochao spread both hands out again. Qian, what exactly do you see in this silly boy? He Ziqiang was a bit confused. If you want to say your son is handsome, it seems to be SOSO. If you want to say money, your own family doesn't have much. If Tang Guochao hadn't been his comrade in arms, He Ziqiang would have suspected that these two might have ulterior motives. Uncle, I've heard my father talk about you before. You're a man of integrity. Under your education, brother Yifeng will certainly not be bad. A person who has a bad style and sees things differently, even if he's good enough, he's not worth committing to for life. Tang Xian said. Look, Tang Guochao spread both hands out again. Daughter, this you count right. Yifeng this kid. Other uncle dare not guarantee with you, but character is absolutely no problem. If he dares to mess around, uncle break his legs. He Ziqiang said confidently, and Yifeng was now itching to find a crack in the ground. Uncle, that. Tang Xian didn't finish her sentence. Good, then this matter uncle will make the decision. But then, now you are both in senior high school. You still have to focus on your studies. When senior high school is over, after the college entrance exams, the two of you can officially date. He Ziqiang said. Yifeng had been completely dumbfounded when he heard this. You were just sold out by your old man? That's too rash. And what the hell is the path of this woman across the street? 10 years ago, Tang Xian may not have any impression, but Yifeng is more or less the same. When she was flying a kite in the square, this woman fell on her own. sat on the ground and cried. His own dad thought he had tripped someone up and went back to give himself a beating. But how could Hifeng not connect this woman in front of him with the little kid who sat on the ground and cried back then? After all, it was 10 years ago, so when Hifeng was in the hospital, he didn't have the slightest impression of Tang Qianqian's name, and it was only after his parents mentioned it that Hifeng barely remembered something. Chapter 49 Upward Pressure. Hifeng wanted to say something, but he was afraid of spoiling his dad's fun, and Hifeng didn't know what to say now. 2 rounds of wine. After the meal was basically finished, Hifeng's mother brought up some fruits. Tang Qianqian took 2 bananas and handed one of them to Hifeng. Thanks, you eat. Hifeng politely declined. Do I still have to eat half of it first? Tang Qianqian winked playfully. I don't know why, but looking at Hifeng's embarrassed appearance, Tang Qianqian didn't seem so angry anymore. Hifeng cried out for help in his heart. Where the hell did this pop up such a leprechaun? That's way too much intensity for a pairing. Give it to you and you take it. So petty. He Ziqiang said unhappily at the sight. Hifeng could only take the banana when he heard this and smiled sardonically. After 2 parents chatting like this, and Tang Qianqian just stared at Hifeng. Looking at Hifeng was like sitting on pins and needles. Generally speaking, you can't go straight to your room when you have guests in the house and your parents won't let you leave. Most parents, though, will tell the kids to go to their rooms and play after they've pretty much eaten. And he Ziqiang was completely high and had long forgotten about it. Brother Hifeng, I want to go for a review on the weekend. Can you accompany me? Tang Qianqian suddenly spoke up. A choking feeling of wearing a sweater backwards rose in Hifeng's mind. This wouldn't be a case of her not feeling well. This would be a case of her trying to force herself to talk about what happened yesterday. But Hifeng couldn't say it now. Where are you not feeling well? Or I'll drive you there tomorrow. Tang Guoqiao turned around and said with concern. It's not uncomfortable. It's just a bit uneasy and I want to go back on the weekend. Tang Qianqian said. Qian, if you're not feeling well, let's go to the hospital now. This kind of thing can't be delayed. He Ziqiang said. Uncle, there's really no discomfort. Brother Hifeng, do you have time on the weekend? The 2 parents' eyes looked at Hifeng at the same time. I have a field day on the weekend. Hifeng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then I can wait for you in front of your school, and when it's over, you take me on your bike. Is that okay? Tang Qianqian then pressed on. If this kind of thing came out of Tang Qianqian's mouth, it would be tasteless, so it could only be said by Hifeng. Although Hifeng was unwilling to say it, Tang Qianqian couldn't possibly let Hifeng just pretend to be stupid and muddle through. Don't say it? There are ways to make you say it. Hifeng, what the hell is going on? Hearing this, He Ziqiang also heard that something was wrong. Hifeng felt like his mind was a complete mess. If he could, Hifeng really wished he was possessed by Jiangyu for a bit right now. This making up nonsense was really not good on its own, especially when the opposite side was a vixen. Hifeng, who had nothing to do, eventually ruffled and explained everything. Looks like there should be no hiding from this belt. Fruity, Qianqian was hit by you. He Ziqiang rubbed his head and stood up. When I was a kid, knocking someone over or hurting them was a serious matter, and beatings abounded. It was also because my family didn't have much money, and I did it in the hope that people would stop pursuing me. But now that everyone is better off, there's a lot less hitting kids for that sort of thing. And when He Ziqiang did this, anger was half of it, and the other half was also done to Tang Guoqiao. Your own son bumped into someone else's daughter. You as a father can't have no indication at all. Not to mention the daughter of one's comrade in arms. Dad, I took to the hospital to check. My whole body was checked. Nothing is wrong. Hifeng hurriedly explained. Then why didn't you tell me when you got back? I have a sports meeting on the weekend, and I'm afraid you'll get angry and beat me up again, which will affect my gameplay then, Hifeng said in a hurry. Tang Qianqian looked at He Ziqiang stood up, also hastily voiced out. Uncle, Brother Hifeng did take me for a checkup. I was quite fond of Brother Hifeng at that time. I thought he was quite responsible. I wanted to look for him to chat after I went back, but it turned out that he deleted my WeChat. It was the first time for me to be deleted by someone's WeChat. That's why I was a little bit angry. That's why I just said that kind of words. I'm sorry. Uncle, you don't be angry. This inadvertent addition of fuel to the fire is most deadly. As expected, after Tang Qian finished, He Ziqiang's fire is rubbing upward. If not for the guests in the house, He Ziqiang estimated that he would have to draw out his belt. What's wrong with you? Hifeng didn't know how to explain for a moment. You can't say you're afraid of being blackmailed for any subsequent mess. I'm a bit of a self-starter, and Brother Hifeng might be feeling a bit disturbed. Tang Qianqian explained. Ah, right. Hifeng didn't seem to have any other way to speak now except to go along with what Tang Qianqian said. Tang Qianqian's sudden help in speaking for Hifeng was a surprise to Hifeng, who had originally thought that this woman was going to continue to add fuel to the fire. Disturbing you? In case people Chen is not feeling well after going back. Where to find you? He Ziqiang has always educated Hefeng that a man has to be responsible for what he does. And this is why he Ziqiang is so angry. Me. Brother Hefeng left me his name in class. If I'm really uncomfortable, I can look for him at school. Brother Hefeng is actually quite responsible. He just feels like he has that for me, and doesn't really want to talk to me. Tang Qianqian explained. Old he, don't get excited. Let the children handle their own affairs. The children are also so old. Right and wrong can handle themselves. Tang Guoqiao for his own daughter's explanation. Certainly do not believe. But this kind of thing is not good to say anything more. Can only secretly point to Hefeng a sentence. He Ziqiang heard, then sat down again. As for the meaning of Tang Guoqiao words, I am afraid that is not drinking. He Ziqiang cannot hear. Qian. This kid has been a bit mute since he was a kid. He's not very good at interacting with girls, so you take it easy. He Ziqiang said to Tang Qianqian. As long as you don't mind me. I'm still thinking of asking brother Hefeng more math questions in the future. Tang Qianqian said with a satisfied look and a smile. No problem. If he dares to be a little bit impatient, you'll find uncle and uncle will clean him up. He Ziqiang assured. Hefeng was also relieved to see this. By the looks of it, at most, he would be scolded badly tonight, and the belt should have escaped. The chat after that was then filled with peace again. Old Tang, why don't we take the child for another checkup tomorrow? He Ziqiang was still a bit uneasy. Uncle, I'm really fine, Tang Qianqian said. Old he, just ride a bike and hit it. Can be much of a thing? Just arm has a few abrasions. Not serious. A few days will be fine. Besides, Hefeng is not brought to do a full body checkup. Tang Guoqiao said. It's a good thing it's an arm. If it was a face shave, a little shave is a little shave. Anyway, when the time comes, your Hefeng is in charge. What kind of father are you? After that the two adults proceeded to chat. Hefeng took Tang Qianqian back to the bedroom. Chapter 50, You're perverted. Aren't you? Nothing more to say. Thanks. Hefeng clasped his fist at Tang Qian. No matter what, people did speak for themselves, and they did feel quite sorry for them before. Liar. Tang Qianqian looked at Hefeng slyly. No, I was thinking, you have to say that you came from the sidewalk side. Then I'm sure there's nothing to say. You scampered from the motorway side, and stuck a vision blind spot. I thought you were blackmailing. Liar. You just kept staring at me at that time. It gave me too much pressure. I was also out of caution at that time. That's why I didn't dare to report my real name. And it's not really a lie. My screen name used to be Qin Feng. Liar. Really didn't want to cheat you. Or I would have run away when I withdrew the money. I had a hard time saving up some money for you to spend. Don't believe you see. I am now WeChat Alipay adds up to a total of 216. Hefeng family conditions in general, plus usually buy something for Zhang Jiayue and so on, can save a small $2,000 is actually quite difficult. The money had been intended to take Zhang Jiayue out and give her a little surprise. So can I call you brother liar from now on? Hefeng people stupid. You this chat span is also too big. That title seems a bit less than favorable. Hefeng smiled awkwardly. Then I'll call you brother cheat from now on, Tang Qianqian said after a moment's thought. After that the two of them just had a chat in the bedroom so much. What kind of books do you usually like to read? Tang Qianqian asked. 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. Put. Tang Qianqian laughed lightly, then pulled a book from Hefeng's desk. Plum? I'll go up there and give you a whack. Hefeng had an embarrassment attack when he saw the title of the book. Last month, there was a book vendor at the intersection across the street from the school, selling all kinds of strange and weird books. Hefeng saw that quite a lot of students in the class had bought it, so he went along and bought 2 books as well. One book is this one, and the other is in the same series as this one, and the titles are kind of weird. These 2 books are quite interesting. Originally Hefeng wanted to go back to see if there was something else, but as a result, that bookstall was thrown out by the city police in the afternoon. Deceitful brother is a different person and reads a different book. Tang Qianqian opened the book and flipped through it briefly. God TM cheated and lied to his brother. Hefeng heard goosebumps. I bought it in passing at the time, and I didn't bother to look at it when I came back. Hefeng said, so does brother cheat have Qingmei? Tang Qianqian suddenly looked up at Hefeng. I don't really get it. Just girlfriends? Any girlfriends? Tang Qianqian asked after him. No, this side of the school doesn't allow early love. There are a few girls who play well. Hefeng said. It's not that Hefeng doesn't tell the truth. He doesn't dare to tell the truth. In case Tang Qianqi's temper comes up and backstabs himself with a hand, telling his dad that he's messing with someone at school. In fact, he'll just get a beating, mainly because he'll have a field day on the weekend. If you suffer because of this and the class ends up just a few points short of your own, then you do apologize for the efforts of the others. so what Ifong was thinking was to muddle through the games anyways. Tang Xianxian today wore a light yellow loose long sleeve printed with cartoon patterns, a white JK pleated skirt, and tall black leather boots. Tang Xianxian's dress style is the kind of dress style that boys really like in girls. As we all know, the aesthetics of boys are still quite different from those of girls. Tang Xianxian closed the book in her hand, then sat down beside Hifeng, the corner of her skirt gently resting on Hifeng's leg. So what does Brother Deception think of me? Tang Xianxian looked at Hifeng with a slight tilt of her head. Quite good. Hifeng felt his breath become a little short, not even daring to look at Tang Xianxian. So do you want to try and chase me? It won't be too long yo. Senior year now. I think. Hifeng pitched in. If it were someone else, Hifeng would have long been a psychopath and run away. But this is the daughter of his own dad's comrade in arms. Hifeng can't talk about it, and he can only talk about it with a stiff upper lip. Tang Xianxian laughed and stood up again. You might as well eat me. Hifeng muttered in his mind. No, I just thought. Well, you're so pretty. There must be a lot of guys after you. Before Hifeng could finish his sentence. Liar brother, do you have a girlfriend in school? That's why you don't want me to go to your school. Tang Xianxian interrupted. No, where did I get a girlfriend? Hifeng's cold sweat was running down his face. Hifeng's dad is the kind of relatively old-fashioned parents. Even if Tang Xianxian, the two families are considered to be half-joking to determine the relationship. Their own dad still said to wait for the college entrance exams are over, before allowing the two to officially dating. If his dad knew that he had been looking for a date since middle school, he wouldn't be able to keep at least one of his two legs. Hifeng's father was the loss of uneducated back then. That's why Hifeng's study is so important, but also hope that his son is eager to be a dragon. Although Hifeng also knew that it was impossible to keep this kind of thing under wraps. But as long as the end of the college entrance examination, as long as you can do well, even if your dad knows, it does not matter. Really, if you have a girlfriend, I'll go talk to my dad about it. They were originally joking just now. I don't want some misunderstanding between you and your girlfriend because of me. Tang Xianxian said sincerely. No really, if you want to come for the weekend, I'll pick you up then. Hifeng said through clenched teeth. Yeah, said Tang Xianxian mischievously. Hifeng didn't tell the truth, and Tang Xianxian saw it at a glance, but didn't break it down. So what if he has a girlfriend? What kind of man can't pry himself out of the way, just in time for the weekend to see what kind of person his girlfriend is? Because both kids still have school tomorrow. So Yi Ziqiang and Tang Guochao's side ended it hastily. Cab. Dad, you just sold me ah. Tang Xianxian held Tang Guochao's arm and pouted. Hey, you dead girl. It's not because you like people that I'm saying this. Tang Guochao shone a light flick on Tang Xian's brain. Well, when did I say I like people? Tang Xianxian pouted. Then tell me if you like people. Knowing a daughter is not like a father. Tang Xianxian can understand what it means with one look. Tang Guochao wasn't sure at first, but then after trying it out, he was sure of what he was thinking. Me, I'm your father. What I don't know about that little twist in your stomach. Daddy, silly girl, not a moment too soon. Girl, it's this kid who likes to hide when things go wrong. Do you really think it's okay? Tang Guochao said. What Hifeng deleting the micro letter means, Tang Guochao can naturally see, so more or less a little bit upset, but in Hifeng's home also just point Hifeng a sentence, and did not show it, probably didn't want to burden the family. Tang Guochao frowned and didn't say anything. Looking at the condition of Lao He's family, it seems that they are not very rich. Tang Guochao does not dislike Yi Ziqiang's family is poor, but just think that it is a bit of a pity that this person did not develop. So dad? Tang Xianxian looked up into her dad's eyes. But first things first, no delaying your studies. Tang Guochao pinched the tip of Tang Qianlian's nose. Tang Xianxian had planned to do her homework first when she arrived home, but without writing 2 questions. He took his phone out and tapped on the chat conversation with Lin Xiuyu. Prepare to share the day with Lin Xiuyu. As for Hifeng, after being scolded by his dad, he was very depressed as he lay on his bedroom bed, and after thinking about it, he decided to send a message to Jiangyu. Wanted Jiangyu to help with ideas. The other side. You're perverted, aren't you? Why do you keep staring at my feet? Lin Xiuyu shrank her feet under the chair and said fiercely to Jiangyu. Chapter 51, Epilepsy. Jiangyu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. How can that come out of your mouth and make me look so lewd? Lin Xiuyu wore a pair of light gray sweatpants today with a pair of white XX bear slippers and socks that had 2 khaki striped white socks. The last time Lin Xiuyu came over she was wearing outdoor shoes, and this time slippers. With these socks, you can basically tell new and worn at a glance. You just can't wash them anymore. You said the power was out at your house, and you came over here to do your homework with a new pair of socks. That little mind yo. That's why Jiangyu looked twice more. Not that Jiangyu had any special fetishes. I was looking to see if you women have to have size 42 feet. Jiangyu said. Go to hell. Your feet are only size 42. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Lin Xiaoyu's size 37 feet are actually on the small side compared to her 175 height. Foot size is not the same as shoe size. Some people prefer to wear shoes one size larger than their foot size. Others prefer to wear 2 sizes larger. Lin Xiaoyu prefers to wear 2 sizes larger, or 39, except for sneakers. Plus, with this XX bare slippers, the soles are going to be 1 size larger than the average slipper, which is what creates some of the visual illusions. At this time Lin Xiaoyu's cell phone lit up. It was a message from Zhang Jiayue about the games. Zhang Yu took his phone and looked at the message. His face suddenly became a bit odd. He phone? Foot fetish? Hey, what are you doing? Agreed not to go through the chat logs, Lin Xiaoyu said and was about to snatch the phone over. But Zhang Yu definitely couldn't let Lin Xiaoyu have her way. Who flipped through your chat logs? See for yourself. The last one you guys chatted about was this. Zhang Yu stopped Lin Xiaoyu with one hand and showed the contents of his phone to Lin Xiaoyu with the other. Lin Xiaoyu face slightly red. Really, with this dead woman's chat records really cannot stay one. All the words of the tiger and wolf. Luckily, today's chat was fairly normal. Those chats used to be a real pain in the ass. So when Zhang Yu mentioned it, it still caused Lin Xiaoyu to have some instinctive reactions such as grabbing the phone. You go back to yours, don't BA with your fingers, Lin Xiaoyu warned. Although Lin Xiaoyu had deleted the previous chat records, she was also afraid that there would be omissions, and then let Zhang Yu see what he shouldn't see. Thinking about it made her scalp numb. You think I'm like you, just knowing how to play tricks every day? Zhang Yu bristled. This girl's private chat is a bit of a powerhouse. Seriously, Zhang Yu actually wanted to accidentally scratch his thumb downward, but on second thought, he let it go, saving this woman from being endless. Since it was about the games, Zhang Yu simply returned it and left it at that. At this time, Zhang Yu's cell phone screen also lit up. Evening Breeze Diary. Kid, did you finish your homework? Lin Xiaoyu took the phone and forced a smile. Little kid? Who is this person? A netizen. Don't bother, Zhang Yu said. But Lin Xiaoyu definitely wouldn't listen to Zhang Yu. Male or female? Lin Xiaoyu then asked. I don't know. You add people on WeChat if you don't know. A book lover who reads comics. Just happened to have a connection so I added it. Zhang Yu explained. Why did she call you a brat? Lin Xiaoyu felt that this title was generally not something a man could say. You 100,000 reasons just write your homework. Zhang Yu didn't have the good sense to say. At this point, Evening Breeze Diary, where's the picture you said you'd send me? Photos? What photos? Lin Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Zhang Yu and blinked. What picture? I don't know. Previously, Zhang Yu said that he would turn around and send the Disciples cartoon to others, but now Zhang Yu was confused for a moment and didn't think of it at all. And the chat logs just show the Evening Wind Diary line. Evening Wind Diary. I don't believe it. You must be underage. Send a picture. So it couldn't help but make Lin Xiaoyu make some associations. You wouldn't be. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Yu with a disgusted expression. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you woman think of something healthy in your head? Zhang Yu was also shocked, looking at Lin Xiaoyu's expression. How could he not guess what was going on in her head? Lin Xiaoyu skimmed her mouth, then opened Zhang Yu's browser. Hey, what's going on? What did we say? And playing tricks. Zhang Yu hastily voiced out to stop it. Who played a scoundrel? Then people want photos. What should I do? I can't go to your photo album to find it. In case I turn out something messy, then dirty my eyes again. Lin Xiaoyu said in a serious manner. Okay, so play it right. Wait for a while for you to come with the news. Zhang Yu pointed a finger at Lin Xiaoyu and said. But Lin Xiaoyu nudged her mouth in disbelief. That's quite a clean search record you have. Oof. Nowadays, browsers not only save browsing history but also search history. It's not appropriate to look at the browsing history, but it's okay to click on the search box and passively look at the search history. However, Zhang Yu had been used to surfing the internet without traces, so he didn't let Lin Xiaoyu find out anything. After that, Lin Xiaoyu just found a random picture of her abs from the internet and sent it to the opposite side. When posting photos, he was able to view the most recent pictures, so Lin Xiaoyu simply scanned them. Basically they were all screenshots of the game, which was a little bit of a small disappointment for Lin Xiaoyu. Photo. Diary of an Evening Breeze? Hey, you're revealing yourself. She's suspicious. Zhang Yu said. Suspicious of what? Did she think that the person she was chatting with wasn't herself? Lin Xiaoyu said. That's not even a reveal. So what do you call a reveal? She has to show exactly what it means to not be chatting in person. Lin Xiaoyu said and sent another message back. Sister, can I see yours? You're shelding a seizure? Zhang Yu man was numb. It's really not your own Microsoft, so you can toss it around. That's still better than you being teased by people as a child. Lin Xiaoyu said. Not a moment too soon. Diary of an Evening Breeze, images. It's a photo of exposed calves, the bath towel half covering them seductively. You, it's no fun. It's a net map at first glance. Diary of an Evening Breeze, video. The content is still the exposed calf, but it's gone from a picture to a video with an accompanying quote. Kid, is it good? Asking you, is it good? Lin Xiaoyu tried to suppress the upwardly curved corners of her mouth, feeling as if she was going to be unable to strain herself the next second. Your home call didn't. Can you go back to having a seizure? Jiang Yu is really just speechless. Opposite this person is also outrageous. To send this as some kind of mess. Like this comic how there are not a few normal people, which have not known long to send people like photos. You, it's nice to look at. Sis, how old are you today? Evening Breeze Diary, 30. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't hold herself together any longer. You pick up, a sister who's around older than you. Maybe people say less. Ha 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 ha, I threw up. I talked to her about the manga before. You're the one who's having a seizure here to pick up people. Okay. Jiang Yu now wanted to directly blow this woman out of his room. Don't call people sister either. Call them great aunt instead. Ha 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 dash Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her eyes laughing into a crescent moon. And that's when Lin Xiaoyu's phone screen lit up again. It was sent by Li Su. Li Su, Xiaoyu, are you there? I have something to say to you. Don't go back. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly stopped her smile and pressed down on her own cell phone with a speed as fast as a Sichuan opera face change. Chapter 52, Creamy Chocolate Sweetheart. No. Jiang Yu's hand, placed on the hand that Lin Xiaoyu was pressing the phone on. You don't reply to him, and in a while, you can also ask me not to reply to one. Lin Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said, what Li Su wanted to say could be figured out with his toes. The thought of Li Su saying something meaty to himself for Jiang Yu to see. We agreed before. There are messages that must be returned. Just now Hair Epilepsy is quite happy, right? Jiang Yu smiled faintly at Lin Xiaoyu, then broke her hand away and took away the phone. Because he had exchanged passwords before, Jiang Yu directly unlocked the screen of Lin Xiaoyu's phone, and then returned. Lin Xiaoyu, you said. Li Su, these words, I would have liked to say to you face to face, but I'm afraid I don't have the courage to say it. Xiaoyu, I want to say to you, you are my creamy chocolate sweetie? See you, my creamy chocolate sweetie. Jiang Yu pouted his chin, his head shaking like someone from a certain populated country would do when speaking, and said idly to Lin Xiaoyu. Ah, Lin Xiaoyu was so embarrassed that her toes went numb. It's almost more humiliating than reading a personality signature to your face. Li Su, this person is sick. Confession is confession. Say these nonsense things for what? Seeing Lin Xiaoyu turn around, Jiang Yu used his hand to barrage Lin Xiaoyu, signaling her to look at her to reply to the message. Hey, look, maybe I'll miss it in a couple of sentences. Look, this face melting open wide feels a little cozy. I won't look. I won't look. I won't look. You take it away. You take it away. Lin Xiaoyu was simply going crazy, and in her heart, she silently cursed Li Su 800 times. I'll mess you back up if you don't read it. Jiang Yu, why are you so annoying? It's not the time for you to be mad just now. That person is doing what the heavens are doing. In the future, do things to give yourself some leeway. Jiang Yu said smugly. Lin Xiaoyu, do you really like me? Li Su, really? Lin Xiaoyu, Jiang Yu and I would like to eat the Black Forest with half coconut from Sundials tomorrow. DS is a dessert store on this side of the second middle school, and the half coconut Black Forest is one of his recent hot new products, which is actually just a very small chocolate cake topped with a layer of coconut. At 28 a serving. It's not cheap and it's not expensive. Li Su, huh? Jiang Yu? Him? You guys. Li Su, people are confused. Let yourself buy breakfast for you and your boyfriend? Of course Li Su would never have imagined that the person he was chatting with right now was actually Jiang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu, do you know that you love the house? Li Su, Xiaoyu, don't joke. Li Su felt that Lin Xiaoyu just now must be joking with him. This love house is also too outrageous. Although now there are some pretty little girls who do play big in private. But Li Su felt that Lin Xiaoyu is certainly not that kind of person. Lin Xiaoyu, it seems you don't like me very much either. Li Su, no. Xiaoyu, not only do I like you, I love you. I can buy you whatever you like. Anything. Li Su, it's just that I've never been able to figure out where exactly Jiang Yu is better than me. Lin Xiaoyu, what do I tell Jiang Yu to do? He never asks why. That's the difference between you two. Good night. Li Su, Xiaoyu, I'm really serious about what I'm telling you. Li Su, I really think that you and Jiang Yu is not suitable. You are so excellent. Of course, not that Jiang Yu is not good. Just think that there is a big gap between you. Completely two worlds of people, walking together are full of violations. So even before the class are spread all over, I still do not believe that you really give Jiang Yu together. Li Su, Xiaoyu, don't worry. What Jiang Yu can do, I can definitely do 100 times better than him. Li Su, I really hope you'll give me a chance. Li Su, I can bring you breakfast every day if you give me a chance to chase you. Li Su sent a lot, but never received another reply. Eventually, Lee Soo, good night, sweet dreams, hey, turn around. Jiang Yu cupped Lin Xiaoyu's chin and turned her face around. Jiang Yu also didn't realize that his physical contact with Lin Xiaoyu had suddenly become more frequent, and it was very natural. Before Jiang Yu would feel awkward when he pinched Zhao Menning's face, but Lin Xiaoyu would not at all. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoyu puckered her mouth in dissatisfaction. How come I didn't realize that you, a woman, had so much charisma before? Good guy. Look at this for Li Su's fans. Jiang Yu put the phone in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu then didn't quite understand. He himself just casually sent a few sentences, and Li Su directly began a small composition, just like a demon. Although Jiang Yu had liked girls and chased girls before, it really wasn't like this. It wasn't like all the girls in the world were dead. Why are you so down on your head? Still letting people bring you breakfast? Lin Xiaoyu, who had finished reading the chat log, frowned and glared at Jiang Yu, not even knowing what to say. I'll tease him. He is the brain has a bubble. Also, not to have such a big bubble can really give me with Jiang Yu paused for a moment. You really don't say. He wants to really bring me. Then I high and low have to shout him a big brother. This chest is really stronger than me. The kind that brought breakfast to the goddess's boyfriend as well. Jiang Yu had only seen it in the segment. Haven't really seen this kind of elite boiled goat in reality. Get off your head. You still have the nerve to talk about my lower head. Look at what kind of you just sent me back. My creamy chocolate sweetie, ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu disgusted Lin Xiaoyu again. This media address directly caused Lin Xiaoyu to get goosebumps. Jiang Yu, go to hell. Lin Xiaoyu raised her foot and kicked at Jiang Yu. What if he really brings it to me tomorrow? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head and asked. Bring it on. If you don't eat it for me, can you not go down on your head like that? No? How big a thing is it? You don't want it to be over. Jiang Yu said indifferently. Then you send him back when the time comes. I don't want to talk to him. Lin Xiaoyu bristled. Nice guy, this is commanding on. You really think I'm your boyfriend? Jiang Yu spat. It wasn't you who got me into trouble. Hey, seriously, if this cake was from me, would you eat it or not? Jiang Yu suddenly had a twinkle in his eye. Eat? Why not? You won't like me. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Shucks. Narcissism. You see, you don't like Li Su, so you don't eat the cake he sends you. But I send you a cake and you eat it. Doesn't that mean you like me? Jiang Yu deduced in a serious manner. Then why did you send me a cake? Why don't you send someone else? Do you like me? Lin Xiaoyu asked back. So I didn't send it. I'm saying what if? Jiang Yu spread his hands. Like this, if you give it away, I'll eat it, and if you actually do give it away, I'll take it and feed it to the dogs. Lin Xiaoyu smiled slightly. You're a wicked woman. That dog will be poisoned if he eats the chocolate. You. Lin Xiaoyu was convinced. What kind of brain circuit is this person? Just then, Jiang Yu's cell phone screen lit up. He phoned, good brother. Something big has happened. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly picked up Jiang Yu's phone when she saw this. Chapter 53, the gamble continues. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu picking up her own phone, Jiang Yu grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's wrist and proposed. Hey, I think your previous proposal is good. Otherwise you don't reply to this one, and I won't reply to the next one. How about it? Jiang Yu said this because he had an ominous feeling when he saw this message sent by Hifeng. Humph, it's late. Lin Xiaoyu revealed a haughty little expression before she started to message Hifeng back. You, what's wrong? Hifeng, just the Tang Qian I hit yesterday is the daughter of my dad's comrade in arms. You, ha? Hifeng, yo, gave me a big head. Today my father asked people to come to the house to drink. I was stupid. You, so what do you do? Hifeng, what can I do? All explained but the problem is, my father drunk. Give me two directly fixed doll marriage. You, ha? Hifeng, if this crazy Zhang Jiayue finds out, she won't be finished with me. TSK, 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 this is what men are like. One thing in front of them and another behind their backs. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Hifeng's dissatisfaction with Zhang Jiayue's address. Come on, you girls privately call me Can as if you can have good words. Jiang Yu spat out. You, so you didn't refuse then? Hefrown, how can I refuse? You, didn't your dad control you pretty tightly? Hifeng, so my father said, let us finish the college entrance examination, and then dating. The problem is that this woman is now sticking to me, and must come to our school on the weekend to watch the games. I will have to pick up people to go. You say I this now what to do? Jiang, you are speechless. Hifeng, this kid is usually quite witty. How now become a stupid then? This obvious way of speaking habits are not their own. This cannot see If he were himself, he would have taunted by now. Where would he be so polite? Actually, Hifeng couldn't be blamed. If it was usual, Hifeng would definitely be able to notice it. But this was really a bit of a rush, and a lot of things were overlooked. What should I do? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu. You go on back How do I know what to do? Jiang Yu just knows that he can't say it now, or else Lin Xiaoyu will turn around and tell Zhang Jiayue. That's really the end. Wait. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly realized a hint of something wrong. Hiss. Although the name Tang Qianqian is not much rare, but it is not so bad that the probability of renaming is not high. I am afraid. That is to say, this Tang Qianqian can't be the Tang Qianqian she knows. Didn't she say yesterday that she was hit by someone on a bicycle? You'd have to get help from Lin Xiaoyu otherwise. He phoned, Lin Xiaoyu? How can people help me? It's good that they don't follow that Zhang Jiayue to condemn me. It's okay. I'll beg her when the time comes. He phoned, good brother. I knew you were the most reliable. What just begged you? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu back to these messy tot. Then what can I say? Or else you can turn around and tell Yifeng that I was the one who took your cell phone and talked to him just now. Lin Xiaoyu said with full concern. If Jiang Yu really said that, this Yifeng kid would have to kill himself. How do you plan to help? Jiang Yu asked. However, if Lin Xiaoyu really intended to help, the chances of fooling Zhang Jiayue over would be a bit greater. Help what? Why would I help? Lin Xiaoyu shrugged her shoulders. You didn't intend to help. What the hell was that thing you returned? Jiang Yu was also human numb. Then you didn't beg me. Insidious. Extremely insidious. Okay, I beg you. Help. For the sake of his good brother. Jiang Yu had no other way now. That's it? So what? I still have to shell out too for you. Jiang Yu said in dissatisfaction. It is not that Jiang Yu is stingy, but mainly because this money out of the suffocating cheesy. Lin Xiaoyu bristled. So what do you say? I'm warning you not to go too far. In this case, we haven't come down from the science exam yet. Let's bet on the science exam. If you lose, you can say out loud to me 3 times. Mom, I'm wrong. I'll never speak out of turn again. Lin Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Before Lin Xiaoyu was still thinking how to let Jiang Yu continue to bet with himself. If he said directly, this definitely one T come. I didn't expect Yifeng to deliver just the right opportunity. What is this mess? Directly to Jiang Yu whole speechless. This woman how to be so careful. The past even if, but also endless. Revenge. This is revenge for you, pure and simple. Jiang Yu pointed a finger at Lin Xiaoyu. Yes, I'm just retaliating. Just say if you're going to answer. Lin Xiaoyu nodded her head and admitted it graciously. Yes, Jiang Yu said through gritted teeth. Yifeng, you're such a good brother to me. You can surrender and lose half anytime. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. What about when you lose? Jiang Yu asked rhetorically. Hey, now you're the one begging me for help. Lin Xiaoyu said in dissatisfaction. No, then there is no wager. You directly let me call. It is not finished. Still bother this effort. What bet? Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu thought about it and it seemed to be true. Then why don't you just scream? I'm listening. Lin Xiaoyu sat up straight. Hey. We just agreed that you would help if I agreed to the bet. You're playing tricks again. Mangy dog. Jiang Yu dissatisfied. You're the mangy dog. The result is the same anyway. What's the difference? Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Lin Xiaoyu's words suddenly made Jiang Yu realize that there was a hint of something wrong. You, read the science grades? No. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes involuntarily averted. Really? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu suspiciously. Lin Xiaoyu knew that she couldn't hide it, so she had to say, read the chemistry and biology ones. It's not like you don't know what kind of temper the physics teacher has. Although Lin Xiaoyu had asked about her physics score, Lin Xiaoyu hadn't even told her about Zhang Jiayue's score yet in order to make a bet with Jiang Yu. And even if Zhang Jiayue had really said something to Yifeng, Jiang Yu definitely wouldn't be able to ask from Yifeng. So Lu, chemistry and biology, together I'm 8 points higher than you. Lin Xiaoyu continued. So you think you have a solid win? Jiang Yu blinked. That's not even confidence anymore. That's already a bit inflated. Jiang Yu is good at physics, only a little worse than math. Aren't you more or less underestimating yourself when you have to say 8 points higher and think it's a sure win? Do you think I can't win? Lin Xiaoyu said. If you think you're a sure winner, why are you afraid I'll mention the bet? I was afraid you'd come out with something nasty again. Disgusted with me and copying my ideas? What's wrong with that? You also have a weird fetish for being a mom to people. Jiang Yu responded. You think they're all like you? With that kind of disgusting quirk? This is pure revenge on my part. Lin Xiaoyu spat lightly. Chapter 54. Not only are you a woman who can't play around, you're also careful. Jiang Yu said. You can afford to play. Don't cheat if you lose this time. How I shouted at that time. How you shout back. Lin Xiaoyu said with full concern. What about if I win? Jiang Yu asked. If you win, you win. Little kid. Still thinking of winning. Naive. Lin Xiaoyu's heart is very disdainful. The results have come out. You can still win. This is not a ghost, Or so, if I win, you buy a new leather plunger. According to the back of your father's head, pull 3 pull not down, without me watching. This is simple, right? You then cheat, I do not know. John Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu's dad is bald. Usually that kind of bald fat guy has a bunch of folds on his head, but Lin Xiaoyu's dad's is pretty slick. After meeting in the elevator yesterday, for some reason, John Yu suddenly had such an idea. Do you think this plunger can be sucked up when you pull it on your head? What a mess you've got here. How do you think you can't lose anyway? John Yu asked. Could be. The grades were already known, so Lin Xiaoyu felt it didn't matter. Although the bet was quite disgusting, John Yu had also said that he didn't need to watch, and even if he took a step back and really lost, he wouldn't know if he didn't do it, so Lin Xiaoyu felt that there wasn't much of a reason not to agree. The two then verified some details to prevent the other from playing tricks. It's basically a tiebreaker counting Lin Xiaoyu as a winner or something like that. At this time, Lin Xiaoyu's phone screen suddenly lit up. Tang Qian, honey, there's something particularly interesting today. Tang Qian? The girl the phone hit seems to be named Tang Qian. Ha, it can't be that coincidental. John Yu picked up Lin Xiaoyu's phone. Lin Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Tang Qian, the guy who bumped into me yesterday was he Feng from your class, and lied to me that his name was Qin Feng. A big liar. Lin Xiaoyu, what a coincidence. How did you know? Tang Qian, his dad and my dad are comrades in arms. Went to his house for dinner today. He was looking at me straight in the eyes, laughing me to death. Lin Xiaoyu, aha. Tang Qian, hey, tell me what he's like as a person. Lin Xiaoyu, the physical education committee of our class. I don't know him very well. He's not bad, right? Tang Qian, does he have a girlfriend? Autumn Moon Lin, it shouldn't even count. Since Tang Qian asked this, it must be that he Feng side didn't tell the truth to Tang Qian. So Jiang Yu surely can't give this kid a slip either. Tang Qian, meaning there are a lot of flings? Lin Xiaoyu, I'm not sure. It should simply be that the relationship is better. Tang Qian, this guy is pretty interesting. Lin Xiaoyu, what? Like people. Tang Qian, yeah, love at first sight. Lin Xiaoyu, that's a bit hasty of you. Tang Qian, do you think he'll agree if I go after him? Autumn Moon Lin, it's hard to say. Tang Qian, what if it's you? If you're a guy and I'm chasing you, will you agree? Jiang Yu suddenly didn't know how to reply. Previously, he phone told Jiang Yu that chatting with this woman was a bit stressful, and Jiang Yu still didn't believe him. It does seem like the opposite side of the line is a bit strong right now. How can your average little high school girl wave like this? Jiang Yu twisted his head and glanced at Lin Xiaoyu, and Lin Xiaoyu was also looking at herself with a smirking expression. That's just a hard thing to say, and if you agree back, you're sure to be laughed at by Lin Xiaoyu in no uncertain terms. You'll definitely be suspected if you go back and disagree. So, Lin Xiaoyu, if I were a guy, I wouldn't need you to chase me. I'd chase you. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the message sent by Jiang Yu, and her expression changed from a smirk to disdain. Ha, man, Lin Xiaoyu said softly. I haven't even met her. How else am I going to get back? Jiang Yu spat. Tang Qian, ha. Originally, Jiang Yu thought that after Tang Qian returned a ha, this matter would be muddled through. Who knows? Tang Qian, honey, where did Xiaoyu go and how did you get her phone? What? Jiang Yu was shocked. Can you even tell? Jiang Yu felt that he had done his best. Lin Xiaoyu's chatting habits, although he didn't understand them, but his own words back were basically kind of ambiguous. Who does not have ups and downs every day? You want to be able to judge because of this is not the opposite side of the person is too hasty, right? Lin Xiaoyu, what do you mean? I don't get it. Jiang Yu wanted to struggle a little more. Tang Qian, honey, don't struggle. You're definitely not my Xiaoyu. Are you her cousin? Cousin? Boyfriend? It's not polite to peek at other people's cell phones. Phew. Jiang Yu let out a long breath and threw Lin Xiaoyu's phone onto the table, indicating that he had given up. Lin Xiaoyu didn't pick up her phone to reply to Tang Qian's message. Instead, she put her hair card in her hand and handed it to Jiang Yu. You wear it yourself or I'll wear it for you, Lin Xiaoyu said smugly. Earlier the two had set a punishment for whoever was found not to be the person doing the punishing, and now that Jiang Yu had lost, Tang Qian had made it very clear that Jiang Yu really had no room to maneuver either. Go away. Don't wear it until tomorrow. Jiang Yu wasn't the kind of person who couldn't afford to play around. It's just that it's a bit hard to lose for no good reason. You wear it first. I'll see if it looks good, Lin Xiaoyu said with a smile. Asterisk 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 off. Jiang Yu turned around in a depressed manner. Lin Xiaoyu stood up directly at the sight. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you move. Lin Xiaoyu pinned the haircard on Jiang Yu's head and briefly adjusted the position. Well, it's not bad. You'll wear this tomorrow. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the hairpin on Jiang Yu's head. Hey, no, can you let me die without me acting so obvious? In the end, which sentence let her suspect me? John Yu again in his mind to review again. Still feel that what he said is also no problem. At most, the opposite side might feel like they're having a bit of an off day, but no more than they suspect it's not them. And that wasn't even a suspicion anymore on her part. That was a certainty. Because I wouldn't be able to talk bad about others behind their backs, Lin Xiaoyu said. It was true that Lin Xiaoyu rarely spoke ill of others behind their backs. Except for Zhang Yu, of course. Where did I say anything bad about He Feng? It doesn't count when you say he's having a fling. Which I said. You're not obvious with that hint. It's not like people are little cuties. Lin Xiaoyu said. I really threw up. This all counts. Zhang Yu was all convinced. Zhang Yu said so at that time. Originally was thinking to give Tang Qianshan kind of a He Feng not so good impression. Let Tang Qianshan give up He Feng. The result, this can be a crack. And isn't this woman across the street a little too sensitive? Why not count? Lin Xiaoyu said. Hey, how come I don't believe it? You usually just don't say a single bad word about others behind their backs. Zhang Yu still felt that this matter was outrageous. You think everyone is like you. Besides, those before you she is at most suspicious. The problem is in the last sentence. Lin Xiaoyu said. Since they want to die with a clear conscience, we are not a petty person. What do you mean? Zhang Yu wondered. She said, so what if it's you? If you're a guy and I'm chasing you, would you agree? But any normal girl would reply. Baby sticker, Lin Xiaoyu explained. Zhang Yu clasped his scalp with his hand hard. Who the hell would have thought that posting chicken hair posting? Chapter 55. Who is a decent girl who seduces others like this? Contrasted with Tang Qianshan, He Feng, this is not just pure stupid then. This later be glued, but also not let this girl to play dead. After that, Lin Xiaoyu messaged Tang Qianshan back. Lin Xiaoyu, baby, just now my cousin took my phone to play games. I've already cleaned him up. Tang Qianshan, that's so? Your cousin is so funny. Ha 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 ha. Of course Tang Qianshan knew that Lin Xiaoyu didn't tell the truth. If he was a cousin, how could he be so familiar with your class? But since Lin Xiaoyu wasn't going to say anything, Tang Qianshan couldn't be bothered to ask more. After that, Tang Qianshan chatted with Lin Xiaoyu about some other things and then ended the chat hastily. That was when Zhang Yu's cell phone lit up again. Lin Xiaoyu then took Zhang Yu's phone again. He Feng, have you told Lin Xiaoyu? You said so, and Lin Xiaoyu said she agreed to help. HORF, that's great. But you're telling me in detail the specifics of your relationship with that Tang Qianshan, from the time you bumped into her. He Feng, huh? Didn't I tell you about earlier? I forgot. He Feng, isn't there a chat log? I accidentally deleted it. He Feng, then I'll retell it to you. Zhang Yu couldn't bear to cover his eyes with his hands. This gap between people really isn't that big. Lin Xiaoyu has already said this. Big brother, you can at least be a little skeptical. After that, He Feng told Lin Xiaoyu what happened. Again, you boys are so down. Especially when she heard He Feng eating someone's leftover banana. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but spit as well. It's none of my business if he gets off his head. Zhang Yu said innocently as he laid down his head. You're more down on your head. I thought you don't badmouth people behind their backs? Zhang Yu said. That's why I'm talking about you boys being really down on your heads. Lin Xiaoyu said. Then you didn't just cuss me out. Aha, but I said it to your face. Zhang Yu didn't really know how to argue for a moment. He Feng basically told Lin Xiaoyu what had happened. I know. I'll discuss it with Lin Xiaoyu tomorrow. It shouldn't be a problem. He Feng, okay, thanks, my good brother. After ending the chat, Lin Xiaoyu put Zhang Yu's phone off the screen and placed it on the table. Isn't that what's her name Tang Qianshan your little sister? Zhang Yu said. Yes. You're still talking about others He Feng. Your little sister as if she's something good. Zhang Yu said. Who's a decent girl seducing someone like that? A slap in the face won't make a difference. If you boys are strong-willed, no matter what others do, it won't affect you. Although Lin Xiaoyu did sometimes look down on some of Tang Qianshan's practices, but after all, they are all good sisters, and sometimes it's really not good to say anything more. And everyone's personality is different, so with this kind of thing, you can't just say you're right and someone else is wrong. This matter is also clear to you. What are you going to do? Tang Qianshan is your little sister. Then you can't not care about Zhang Jiayue's death. If she knows it can't blow up directly. Zhang Yu said. Don't worry. Just have He Feng pick people up normally when you get there. Lin Xiaoyu said confidently. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu's phone lit up again. Zhang Yu just wanted to bring his phone over, but after seeing the content of the text message, he put his hand back. A beautiful and attractive young woman, a call from home. This your mom? The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. Yes, Lin Xiaoyu nodded. After Lin Xiaoyu saw the message, she didn't pick up her phone to reply to the message either. You give your mom this note. My mom took my phone and changed it for herself. Lin Xiaoyu said. No wonder your brain isn't quite right either. Jiang Yu spat out. Who in their right mind would take their daughter's cell phone specifically and change such a note to themselves? Asterisk 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 you. You're the one who's not in your right mind. But this also made Jiang Yu suddenly a bit curious. Then what did your dad note to your mom? Jiang Yu asked. How do I know? But I know it's my medical report. You most likely won't be able to see it. If you retain it, I'll stay with you a little longer, said Lin Xiaoyu smugly. Get the hell out of here. You're especially charismatic when you're showing off. Go away, remember to wear a hairpin tomorrow. Lin Xiaoyu stood up and patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, smiling. Good riddance. But just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to leave, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly saw 2 pages of densely written draft paper, pressed by several books. Lin Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Jiang Yu seemed to have told himself yesterday that the 800 words for his confession had been written a long time ago. It couldn't have been written as a confession to myself. So Lin Xiaoyu had dabbled and pulled out the 2 pages. Hey, how can you just go through other people's things? Jiang Yu hurriedly raised his voice to stop it, but it was also already a step too late. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu was full of joy and wanted to mock Jiang Yu. As a result, after reading clearly what was written on the draft paper, Lin Xiaoyu's joyful heart instantly fell to the bottom. Jiang Yu, do you still want to lose face? Arguing and making drafts. Lin Xiaoyu instantly widened her eyes. That's right. What was written on these 2 pages wasn't a confession, but the words Jiang Yu had admonished Lin Xiaoyu with during the afternoon activity class. It's like playing a game where you were looking at the opposite side of the operation thinking it was a master, and then realized that it was actually scripted. Who stipulates that you can't make a draft if you're quarreling? In order to coolly spray Lin Xiaoyu a meal, Jiang Yu that must have done enough homework, so he could scold Lin Xiaoyu in the afternoon without any power of retort. Down head, down head, down head. Lin Xiaoyu said and rushed out of the room with her draft paper and homework. Jiang Yu reached out to grab Lin Xiaoyu's arm, but inadvertently grabbed it. Hey, Xiaoyu, your house is calling. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu come out, Zhou Qing said cheerfully. Well, Auntie, I'm sorry for disturbing you, Lin Xiaoyu said politely. Hey, you're a polite kid, Jiang Yu. Well, Zhou Qing just wanted to call out to Jiang Yu to see them off, but she realized that the 2 of them were already standing at the door. You give me this stuff, Jiang Yu whispered. I'm not giving it. It's proof that you bullied me. What, just me bullying you? Can you have some face? This kind of thing, sometimes it was even more shameful than confession, especially if it fell into Lin Xiaoyu's hands. It would definitely be another big deal in the future. Lin Xiaoyu didn't reply back, but came loudly. Jiang Yu, you don't need to send me. Thank you for giving me the questions. You. Then Jiang Yu watched Lin Xiaoyu leave. After Lin Xiaoyu left, the hopeless Jiang Yu could only go back to his room. But, son, what's on your head? Zhou Qing said with a frown. Jiang Yu then realized that Lin Xiaoyu, this dead woman's hair card, was still on his head. Jiang Yu hurriedly reached out and took off the thing on his head. Pen cap. I didn't pay attention when I was just doing the questions, Jiang Yu said and went back to his room. A pen cap? Zhou Qing frowned. Bedroom. AI. Old man. I just seem to have blurred my eyes. I saw that child Xiaoyu's hair card. It seems to be worn on our son's head. Zhou Qing directly confiscated Zhang Zhiyong's book and threw it aside. Chapter 56, A New Day. Just wear it. Zhang Zhiyong looked helpless and reached out, ready to take the book back, but it was stopped by Zhou Qing. What do you mean just wear it? What is your son doing wearing someone else's hair card for a good reason? Zhou Qing did not have the good sense to say. Probably thought it looked good. Hey, I say your old man can rely on a little bit. We gave birth to a son. You think you gave birth to a daughter? Zhou Qing wanted to go up and slap Zhang Zhiyong. If you wear it only when you think it looks good, it's a much bigger deal. And who says only girls can wear hairpins? Alright, then I'll find one for you too. You can wear it to the unit tomorrow, haha, Zhou Qing said and started rummaging through the drawer. Hey, what are you doing? You do not just suspect that people two objects it. How big a thing? Zhang Zhiyong face helpless. What do you mean how big a thing? We are a son. The opposite side is a daughter. Really out of the matter. The opposite side of the Wangting will not be directly to mess with our family, Zhou Qing said. In fact, Zhou Qing for Jiang Yu early love is against. But if this person is Lin Xiaoyue, then it is not impossible. But Lin Xiaoyue her mother Wangting, Zhou Qing these days contact down. Feel that this person is a little rowdy. Do things furtively. If anything happened, the two families would have fallen out. You are worrying about the sky. If I say, it is the children fooling around. You think like we used to be, feudal superstitious, with the little girl to say a few words, are with the violation of the laws of heaven is? Zhang Zhiyong said. In Zhang Zhiyong's time, not to mention playing together, you just talk to the little girl more than 2 words, that the whole school has to spread. No people have to shame you 2 words, thanks to the feudal superstitions of those days, or you wouldn't know how many little girls you'd have to plague. Then to put it this way, you are a woman of great merit. Don't give me a hard time. We're talking about our son. You believe me. There's nothing. Your husband's eyes are the lens. Any subtle movements can't escape your husband's eyes. When I say that these two kids are fine, they're definitely fine. Jiang Zhiyong confidently hugged Zhou Qing over and said, "It's really okay? It's really okay." The other side. Lin Xiaoyu sat at her desk, the pen in her hand gently rotating. In front of you is Jiang Yu's masterpiece. Down head. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but spit as she looked inside. At first, Lin Xiaoyu was indeed angry, but for some reason, from the second time she watched it, Lin Xiaoyu's mindset underwent some subtle changes, so much so that when she watched it for the third time, Lin Xiaoyu's face suddenly reddened a bit. Frightened, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly stuffed her things into a drawer and went to the bathroom to wash her face and comb herself down. Day 2. Thursday. In the early morning hours, sanitation workers are doing the last of their tail cleaning work, and these people, I'm afraid, are the first ones to start working in the whole city. Ds cake shop. I'll have 2 half coconut black forests. Li Su pushed down his glasses and said to the waiter, usually cake stores are open after 8 o'clock, but Ds is open at 6 o'clock because it's close to the school and a lot of students come over to buy breakfast. I'm sorry, the half coconut black forest hasn't been sent over from the headquarters side yet. Is it okay to change it to something else for you? The waiter said. Half coconut black forest, which is a more complex process, is delivered directly from the headquarters side, while the store can usually only bake some regular pastries and breads. Change? Forget it. Li Su thought for a while and eventually chose to give up. Since Lin Xiaoyu said she wanted to eat half coconut black forest, buying something else on her own would definitely leave a bad impression on her. Class. The students began to sparsely walk into the classroom, because he was now closer to school. Jiang Yu came to school much earlier than usual. He saw Jiang Yu coming and had wanted to come over, but it was preempted by Lin Xiaoyu. Rascal! Lin Xiaoyu stared at Jiang Yu. How am I lie? Jiang Yu tidied up his collar, and the collar else was exactly Lin Xiaoyu's khaki haircard. You said this Hey, you said you'd let me wear it for a day, but you didn't say where you'd let me wear it. Lin Xiaoyu told Jiang Yu to wear a hairpin to school today, but didn't say where to wear it. Although Jiang Yu also wanted to directly other pants waist, but feel a little obscene, don't in other places, but also afraid to give her accidentally folded, so it is worn in the position of the collar. Didn't you yourself say before that betting should be rigorous? You're not rigorous yourself. Who are you relying on? Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Yesterday, Lin Xiaoyu was only thinking about betting on the science synthesis, so she forgot to add restrictions to this as well. Mangy dog, you still have the nerve to talk about me. If you didn't play tricks, I should be holding your little hand right now, Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu was naturally referring to the fact that the last time Lin Xiaoyu said she would be her girlfriend, but played the breakup scene in public. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu just staring at herself slyly, Jiang Yu added, of course if you don't want to play anymore, I can return the hair card to you right now. Although wearing it on the neckline was not as shameful as wearing it on the head, it still felt awkward. Lin Xiaoyu hummed arrogantly and left without comment. After Lin Xiaoyu left, Jiang Yu sat down, but then He-Feng came over. Originally, He-Feng wanted to talk about Tang Xian, but it turned out that the other hair cards on Jiang Yu's collar attracted his attention. What the hell are you wearing on your chest? He-Feng looked at Jiang Yu's collar and said strangely, lapel pins. Jiang Yu sat down and started packing. This thing can be a necktie? He-Feng raised his eyebrows, and deliberately took out his cell phone and searched on a certain treasure. After determining that this thing wasn't a necktie, don't you pull it? This is a little girl's hairpin. Take it down and I'll take a look at it. He-Feng said as he was about to reach for it, but it was blocked by Jiang Yu with his hand. Don't you move. You turn around and break it for people. Jiang Yu spat, just the way Lin Xiaoyu's expatriate love was. If he really broke it for her, he didn't know what he was going to do again. When He-Feng saw this, his eyes suddenly became lewd. Hey, say, who is this girl? From our class, from the outside class. Although He-Feng looked at this hair card as quite familiar, but specifically cannot think of whose, as if it is a certain girls in the class. Although Lin Xiaoyu had also been wearing this hair card for a few days, but generally boys who would pay attention to who wore what hair card would at most have a vague impression. Lin Xiaoyu's. Jiang Yu returned without any good humor. You guys again? He-Feng looked at Jiang Yu, and then at Lin Xiaoyu, who had returned to her seat not far away, and suddenly didn't know how to ask this. It's not because of your, Jiang Yu said. Chapter 57, who begged you to get back together? Say nothing. He-Feng directly hammered on Jiang Yu's shoulder. Good brother, I'll buy you a drink later. One drink and I'm out. Hey, it's not a brother, I just had a little incident. This hand is really not generous, or else high and low to arrange a luxury spicy hot pot for you. Hifeng said with some embarrassment. Jiang Yu then remembered that Hifeng had spent a lot of money by bringing Tang Qinshin for a checkup. Remember to make it up to me when you're generous later. That's a must. But Hifeng suddenly thought again as if something was wrong. What does Lin Xiaoyu helping out have to do with you wearing a hairpin? Jiang Yu definitely couldn't tell Hifeng about last night's incident directly. Otherwise, not to mention the drinks, it would be lucky if this kid didn't slaughter himself. If Hifeng knew that he had chatted with Lin Xiaoyu for half a day last night, then he would probably more or less have to make Jiang Yu suffer. She is not with me on Monday, and then yesterday regretted, but also to find me back. I what people are. Then to her refused. We are not seen women, relying on their own a few points of beauty as if they ate us. Hey, we do not eat this set, Jiang Yu said. It's not uncommon for guys to blow awesome between themselves. Although Jiang Yu and Hifeng were on good terms, Jiang Yu hadn't told Hifeng about many of the things that Jiang Yu had done with Lin Xiaoyu. That's why Hifeng thought even now that Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu were really together before. Tough. Hifeng gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up. It's not because of your boy this matter. Then I look for others to help. They can help for nothing nah. And then you sold your color? Hifeng looked at Jiang Yu suspiciously. What, just sell out? I told her I'd think about it when this is over with you. Then she got me this thing to wear for fear I'd get hooked up with some other little girl. In high school, many girls like to give their boyfriends, get a bracelet, leather band, hair card or something to wear, as a way to swear sovereignty. In that case, people Lin Xiaoyu is quite attached to you. But it's also strange. What exactly do people see in you? Hifeng stared at Jiang Yu and scratched his ears. Although Hifeng and Jiang Yu have a good relationship, but Jiang Yu can be with Lin Xiaoyu and now let people chase after the compound. Really let Hifeng a little incredible. Not much else to say. Last month, there was an outside class, looking like a fresh meat, came over to send Lin Xiaoyu a love letter, and Lin Xiaoyu didn't even pay attention to it. Zhang Jiayue also recited to Hifeng for a long time, saying how people are so handsome, making Hifeng still a little uncomfortable. Girls don't like it when guys look at pretty girls, and guys actually likewise don't like it when girls look at handsome guys. It's just that guys generally don't show it. Some of those girls, who have boyfriends and are still starstruck, are hard to understand. Although Zhang Jiayue was also a star chaser, the fact that she didn't chase male stars made Hifeng feel slightly better. If you're going to nag me like that, then I can't help you with this favor. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Don't. Brother you, you're my own brother now. Hifeng hurriedly massaged Jiang Yu's shoulders. After casually chatting about something else, Hifeng planned to leave. Hey, trash. Jiang Yu called Hifeng to a halt. Ha, are you a foot fetishist? Jiang Yu asked. Having read Lin Xiaoyu's chat with Zhang Jiayue earlier, he couldn't help but make Jiang Yu a little curious. Ha, foot fetish? Whose foot fetish? Yours? Hifeng was dumbfounded. Asterisk off. Diaphragm me. Jiang Yu said in disgust. Hifeng, is that one on Jiang Yu's collar Lin Xiaoyu's hair card? Zhong Wei came to Yifeng's side and asked in a low voice. Zhong Wei is a very ordinary boy in Jiang Yu's class. There is no advantage. There is no disadvantage. Hard to say the characteristics. Is that this person walking posture is very strange? Walking arms do not move. The foot is light to take and put. But also what sound? The whole person is like floating. Give a person a kind of sneaky feeling. Of course if you want to insist on a flaw, it's that the kid is a bit of a gossip. Ha, how did you know? Lin Xiaoyu hasn't been wearing this for the past 2 days. Then you're still observing really carefully. Hifeng said with some disgust. What's the situation with him too? Zhong Wei asked next. If you want to know, ask Jiang Yu. How would I know? Not to mention Zhong Wei coming to ask. Even if Qian Xin came to ask, Hifeng couldn't possibly tell people. Between classes, Jiang Yu popularity is not bad. See Jiang Yu collar don't such a thing. Naturally many people over to ask. Jiang Yu of course all replied in the same uniform manner as back to Yifeng's. The other side. Because the system was fixed and the grades were entered without any problems, the papers for science were handed out. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu wanted to go to Jiang Yu and enjoy the fruits of her victory, but she was stopped by Gu Xiaoyan. Xiaoyu, is Jiang Yu collar else your hair card? Gu Xiaoyan came over to Lin Xiaoyu's side and said, Ha, how did you know? Lin Xiaoyu was puzzled. Of course he said it himself, and he also said. Gu Xiaoyan then told Lin Xiaoyu about Jiang Yu's set of words. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened for a moment. Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in anger, but on the surface she could still only send Gu Xiaoyan away in a peaceful manner. An unoccupied corner. Lin Xiaoyu cornered Jiang Yu. You're sick. Who begged you to get back together? Can you have some face? Lin Xiaoyu said angrily. Then when people ask, I have to give an explanation. I can't tell people about the mess we both made last night. Jiang Yu said with a helpless face. Lin Xiaoyu, can't you just say you bought it yourself? Jiang Yu, I'm a big boy. Buying a hairpin for a good reason? I'm not a pervert. Lin Xiaoyue, you said you couldn't buy it for your girlfriend? Jiang Yu, then do you want it if I give it to you? Lin Xiaoyu, I don't want it. Jiang Yu, look, if you don't want it, who else will? Lin Xiaoyu? Lin Xiaoyu was instantly wound up by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, our mouth is stupid. Can't say. You know how to say. You explain it to others. Okay, I won't talk to you about this first. The science results came out. How many are you? Lin Xiaoyu saw that it was impossible to break it up and also directly change the topic. It's definitely more important to get revenge than that. Although Lin Xiaoyu had known about Jiang Yu's science results for a long time, she still had to act like she didn't know, just in case Jiang Yu was playing a trick. 252, said Jiang Yu. I 254. You lost. Call it. Lin Xiaoyu said with a slight tilt of her head. The questions haven't been told yet. What's your hurry? Physics had a question that was wrongly decided for me. I should still have 5 more points. Jiang Yu said. There was a 10-point question that Jiang Yu used a different solution. The process was fine, but the result was accidentally miscalculated, and by all rights it should have gotten half the points. But when the teacher judges the paper, he or she first looks at the answers, and if the answers are incorrect and the process is different from the standard answer, he or she will just give it a 0. Chapter 58, Calling Don't you dare cheat. Scream. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly had an ominous premonition. Jiang Yu's physics was good. If he said this, then this matter was 80% true. That's why Lin Xiaoyu made Jiang Yu's heart to do the punishment even more urgent now. You didn't wait for the math to finish speaking before you called. You're being too double standard. Jiang Yu of course refused. Call hurry up. Call urged Lin Xiaoyu with a frown. Originally, Zhong Wei heard that there seemed to be an argument over here, so he went up to take a look, but as a result, when he listened a little closer, the voice seemed to still be Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu, but when he got a little closer, he heard Lin Xiaoyu's sentence. Call mommy. Come on, call mommy. Zhong Wei was directly shocked in his heart. No wonder Lin Xiaoyue can look at Jiang Yu. These two people play so big in private. Zhong Wei was afraid of being discovered by the two men and ran straight back to his class in a puff of smoke. The last row in the class. The last row in the class is arguably the most complicated place in the entire class. It's also where the gossip is most widely circulated. Hey, do you guys know why Lin Xiaoyue can look at Jiang Yu? Zhong Wei said mysteriously. Seeing Zhong Wei's side of the trail, the surrounding students instantly gathered around. Why? Jiang Yu has a good character? Because Jiang Yu can tease? Neither. Zhong Wei paused for a moment. Do you guys know what Jiang Yu calls Lin Xiaoyu in private? What? Call Lin Xiaoyu ******* play that big? I also just accidentally heard it. It seems like the two of them have a conflict. Lin Xiaoyu asked Jiang Yu to call and Jiang Yu didn't want to call it. Zhong Wei continued. I'll go. Jiang Yu, this is too bottomless. Seriously, if Lin Xiaoyue was my girlfriend, I'd have even less of a bottom line than he does. Holy, then all I can say is that you're awesome. Don't you pull that much, just say, let you call Lin Xiaoyu's mother in private. Lin Xiaoyu gave you a girlfriend. Do you call it or not? And you have the nerve to say that people don't have a bottom line. It's not just Lin Xiaoyu. I think whoever we have is pretty good too. If they were to be my girlfriend, This boys chat. As soon as one of them starts flirting, the whole atmosphere is out of control. Just as Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu were arguing, unbeknownst to them, the rumors in the class had gotten more and more outrageous. Although Lin Xiaoyu still wanted to force Jiang Yu, the class bell rang. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu could only trot back to their classes as well. This is a math class. Hurry up. One by one. Dawdle. Shirley frowned and urged. Jiang Yu was just about to enter the classroom when he was stopped by Shirley. Hey, what's on your collar? Shirley asked. Lapel pins. Jiang Yu replied. What a mess. Pick it for me, Shirley said with a frown. Okay. Jiang Yu hurriedly took off his hairpin and pinned it to his sleeve. The last class period of the morning. Although Lin Xiaoyu has been asking Jiang Yu to fulfill the bet, but Jiang Yu is biting that there is a problem with the awarding of the paper. Wait for the afternoon physics class. The teacher will talk about the paper after the talk. So there wasn't much else Lin Xiaoyu could do. Hey, Xiaoyu, look at me. It's not just Jiang Yu who can scream. I can too. Zhong Wei came to Lin Xiaoyu's side and muttered in a low voice. Called what? Lin Xiaoyu frowned and took a sip of water from the kettle. Zhong Wei called softly with a red face. Put. Cough. Lin Xiaoyu almost choked a mouthful of water directly into her lungs. What did you just call me? You're crazy. Somehow, Lin Xiaoyu directly stood up and left her seat. In the meantime, hey, Jiang Yu, What do you call Lin Xiaoyu in private? A couple of the boys in the class came over. The matter of Jiang Yu privately calling Lin Xiaoyu's mother was getting more and more outrageous, so people felt that instead of aimlessly guessing, it would be better to seek confirmation from the person concerned. Jiang Yu had a strange look on his face. What do you guys mean? I heard someone say that you call Lin Xiaoyu MM in private. Is that true? Who said that? It's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yu said breathlessly. Someone said they heard you two chatting, and Lin Xiaoyu said that she told you to call MM. I threw up. She was saying that her feet were numb and asked me to pinch her feet. Jiang Yu said fussily. Ha? Numb feet? The crowd was greatly disappointed. So did you pinch her? Dirty. I still want her to pinch me. Jiang Yu didn't have the good sense to say, hey, it's no fun. What's going on in your heads all day? Less unhealthy stuff. This was already outrageous. So basically, if there was a slightly more plausible explanation, people basically just didn't believe it. Jiang Yu's explanation naturally reached Lin Xiaoyu's ears. Lin Xiaoyu just skimmed her lips at this and didn't comment on anything. But news has a lag. Zhao Hongyan's side of the news was still in the stage of Jiang Yu getting back together with Lin Xiaoyu. Brother Lei, Brother Lei, Brother Lei, there seems to be a new situation with Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu in your class. Zhao Hongyan said to Shirlei. It's not that Zhao Hongyan intentionally wants to spread gossip. The main thing is that this matter, even if Zhao Hongyan doesn't say it, Shirlei has to know sooner or later. Ha? Shirlei directly turned into a question mark face with big and small eyes. The other one on Jiang Yu's collar is Lin Xiaoyu's hair card. You can't have not even noticed this. Zhao Hongyan said directly. When Zhao Hongyan said this, Shirlei seemed to remember that Jiang Yu did seem to have a thing that he didn't know what it was pinned to his collar. Can't be. Shirlei frowned. Previously, when doing ideological work for the two, the attitude of these two children were quite sincere, and they should not be so unintelligent. If you ask me, there's this kind of seedling, we have to deal with it urgently. In case old Hao catches it, it won't be a good idea. Zhao Hongyan added another sentence. I'll find out later. In the meantime, in the hallway, I heard that Lin Xiaoyu asked Jiang Yu to pinch her feet and was disliked as a result. Why don't you dislike me? Zhang Jiayu said as she pulled Feng's hand, her head slightly raised to look at Feng. As the saying goes, this happiness is all about contrast. It's not that you have more of this stuff, it's that no one else does. You tell me. Feng looked at Zhang Jiayu with a doting expression. Well, I want you to say, because I like you. Feng unconsciously hugged Zhang Jiayu tighter. Well, you're the best. How good is it? Super. Super good. Then mouth it. You go away. The first class of the afternoon was physics. Chapter 59, Can you not call Lin Xiaoyu mom? The physics teacher quickly went over all the papers. The students then proceeded to study hall, and those who had questions, took their papers and went up to the questions. Because there was a problem with the judgment of one question, Jiang Yu also went up with the paper. If it was usual, Jiang Yu would definitely not bother. But now this question was about seniority. Lin Xiaoyu watched Jiang Yu go up with the rolls, and she herself hurriedly took the rolls and went over. Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't have a question she wanted to ask, Lin Xiaoyu was also curious if Jiang Yu was telling the truth when he said that there was a problem with the awarding of that question. The physics teacher looked at it and it was really fine except for the miscalculated answer. So with a wave of the red pen, he directly added 5 points to Jiang Yu's paper. However, the physics teacher also told Jiang Yu that the grades were locked after they were entered and could not be changed individually. The only way to change it is to re-enter it all. In other words, in the system, Jiang Yu couldn't add these 5 points. Wait until class is over. An unoccupied part of the corridor. See, I told you that the judgment was wrong. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a teasing face. What's the point of judging wrongly? The points are already set and you can't add them up. Lin Xiaoyu said. Mangy dog. Mangy dog. The two men suddenly spoke in unison. No, let's score. According to the facts, the fact is that my physics synthesis is higher than you this time. Jiang Yu are convinced. Ironclad. This woman actually still want to rely. This 5 points are physics teacher in front of Lin Xiaoyu's face personally added, and not their own writing. Yeah, and I'm going by the facts, and the facts are that on the report card. You're 2 points below me. The roles you were told about were misjudged. Who can prove it? In case it's you who didn't write this question at all, made it up later, and then pretended to go to the teacher to get you extra points. Lin Xiaoyu said. School grades lock up after entry for this same reason, and students have played this ruse before. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yu didn't hold back and directly exploded. Is it that you want to rely again? Lin Xiaoyu said fiercely. No, you think I'm the kind of person you're talking about? Jiang Yu's blood pressure came up. It is not that Jiang Yu cannot afford to play. If you really lose, this call is also called. People before the call is also quite painful. But the problem this one clearly won. You say you don't fulfill the bet even if it's not, but also let yourself admit defeat. This is very difficult to accept. Don't say so much right now. You fulfill the bet first. Although Lin Xiaoyu also knew that Jiang Yu wasn't that kind of person, she could only think of him as that kind of person now. There can only be one winner in something like a parley. Impossible. Jiang Yu refused. You call or you don't call. I'm not calling it because I just didn't lose. Fine. No call, right? Lin Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves and stared at Jiang Yu with a deadly gaze. What? You still want to do it? Ah. Come. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with his eyes suddenly unconvinced. Little. Cannot cure you can get. Do it? Cheap death for you. If you don't scream, I'll scream. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly had a particularly good idea. What's your name? Jiang Yu suddenly had an ominous feeling. From now on, I'll call you son in class. Lin Xiaoyu said triumphantly. Lin Xiaoyu, I'm warning you, you need to have some face, you don't take things to the extreme. Jiang Yu man was dumbfounded. This kind of thing again, how is also two people private mess even if you this to go out to proclaim is not too much. What's more, it was hard to stop that rumor in the morning, and with Lin Xiaoyu messing around so much, there was no telling what kind of mess she was going to make. By then your own image will be ruined. In high school, people generally still cared about their reputations. Then you scream. If you scream, this matter will be over. Lin Xiaoyu clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Jiang Yu with a defiant face. Having been forced to call her father by Jiang Yu before, Lin Xiaoyu really couldn't swallow this breath, or else she couldn't be so persistent. You're not purely disgusting yet. Jiang Yu manages to go numb. Then stay out of it. I'll give you one last chance. No, can you use that pig brain of yours? If you're going to mess around in class like that, what will people think of you? Can you fall in line? Jiang Yu still tried to resolve this conflict through peaceful means, but Lin Xiaoyu didn't give Jiang Yu a chance. I don't care, my good son. Lin Xiaoyu finished with a slight smile before turning around and walking in the direction of her class. Second period between classes. Jiang Yu stretched. This class is really a headache. There is a day and a half after the games. Not much else. At least every day do not have to get up so early. Can be considered to be able to take a good rest. Jiang Yu. Zhao Mengning gently poked Jiang Yu with her finger. What's wrong? Which question you don't know? Jiang Yu turned around and thought Zhao Mengning was asking for a question. No, that, you got back together with Lin Xiaoyu? Zhao Mengning bit her lip after asking, her eyes staring at Jiang Yu's collar. Originally, Zhao Mengning had wanted to ask in the morning, but as a result, she hadn't had the heart to do so, although Shirley had told Jiang Yu to take off his hair card before. In order to prevent Lin Xiaoyu from picking a fight, Jiang Yu waited for Shirley to leave and then put it back on. Well, sort of. That. Zhao Mengning's face grew redder and redder, and her entire body stammered, her hands and feet not knowing where to place them. Jiang Yu looked confused at Zhao Mengning's appearance. What's wrong with this girl again? Zhao Mengning held her tongue for half a day. Finally, so can you, not call Lin Xiaoyu mom? What the hell? Jiang Yu was stunned. No, who are you listening to here? Jiang Yu said with a bit of a headache. I heard from those class boys this morning, and they said that Lin Xiaoyu agreed to be your girlfriend because you called Lin Xiaoyu's mom. Jiang Yu reached out and shone his hand on Zhao Mengning's little head and knocked it. So outrageous rumors you believe is not stupid. Jiang Yu is also convinced. This little girl how to listen to the gossip only half of it. It was no wonder that this little girl, Zhao Mengning, had looked at herself with strange eyes before. It hurts, all knocked silly by you. Zhao Mengning covered her head and pouted. After that, Jiang Yu explained the same rhetoric he had explained to the boys to Zhao Mengning again. So that's how it is, Zhao Mengning said thoughtfully. Study hard. Those messy things, listen less in the future, Jiang Yu said. In fact, Jiang Yu can also vaguely feel that this little girl has a good feeling about himself. In fact, Zhao Mengning looks quite cute, but it is really too small. Really that, it feels very guilty. Zhao Mengning herself was significantly smaller and had skipped a grade, so everyone in the class basically treated her as a little sister. But just when Zhao Mengning still wanted to say something to Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu came to Jiang Yu's side. A sense of foreboding surged through Jiang Yu. Chapter 60, Lin Xiaoyu is the highest in our class. Lin Xiaoyu smiled faintly, then said in a commanding tone, Son, go buy mom a bottle of water. Your ass. Although Jiang Yu had already been mentally prepared, when Lin Xiaoyu really said it, to be honest, Jiang Yu was still disgusted. Son, good boy. Lin Xiaoyu patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and gave him a smug look before leaving to go back to her seat. Lin Xiaoyu brought her own water bottle every day, so she didn't even want Jiang Yu to buy water. She simply came over to discuss Jiang Yu. After Lin Xiaoyu left, Zhao Mengning's eyes became increasingly strange when she looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. No, she's sick in the head. Just ignore her. Jiang Yu was also convinced that this woman was really coming. Luckily, it wasn't too loud, and it seemed like only himself and Zhao Mingning heard it. Do you get shy every time you scream? Zhao Mingning asked quietly with a red face. Holy, I wouldn't have called it. Jiang Yu suddenly felt how this matter was indefinable. No, we must find Lin Xiaoyue to break this matter up, or this will still be a problem in the future. But just when Jiang Yu wanted to find Lin Xiaoyu to argue, but he was mysteriously pulled out of the class by Qian Xin, an unoccupied corner. What is it? Jiang Yu asked as he looked at Qian Xin's strange appearance. How did you and Lin Xiaoyu hook up? Qian Xin asked in a low voice. Qian Xin has liked a young girl in class 12 since his sophomore year of high school, but hasn't had the courage to pursue someone. And Jiang Yu chased Lin Xiaoyu, can be said to have given Qian Xin a great encouragement. Since Jiang Yu can be successful, then he should not be bad. But how to pursue this is another problem. Qian Xin has always been the kind of big personality. If you ask him to make friends with someone else, that's fine. If you want to talk about dating, that's a double whammy. That's why he's looking for Jiang Yu to get some lessons. Jiang Yu saw Qian Xin pull himself out and thought he was about to say something serious, such as about the games or something. The result is this. Speak. Qian Xin said with a pleasing face. Why are you also interested in gossip? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Qian Xin used to just like to follow along, as if he wasn't that interested in all the messy gossip. Curious? Tell me about it. Qian Xin likes that little girl has always been a secret, because of embarrassment, so also no one to say. In high school, many people are still shy about this, and that's the more people like to cajole others. Instead, the more afraid they are of being cajoled by others. What? You have a favorite little girl? Jiang Yu was curious. No, where do I like the little girl? I am just curious about how you guys this good on. You guys this confidentiality work is also too good. The beginning of the class actually who do not know. Qian Xin said. Pure curiosity? Jiang Yu still felt a bit strange. Pure curiosity. Quick, tell. Qian Xin affirmed. How do I tell you this? It just came together so naturally. Originally Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue were not together. You let Jiang Yu now make up. That really can not make up. Then have you written any love letters to Lin Xiaoyu? Qian Xin then asked. In Qian Xin's impression, chasing girls should have to have a relatively special love letter? Jiang Yu usually often writes some messy things. Surely love letters are also written particularly well. No, big brother, now who writes love letters? When licking dog people that look slightly better little girl, from childhood to the good words, listen to the ears are cocooned. You write love letters to people when toilet paper are too choked. Jiang Yu spat. But while you're at it, I did write 2 pages of curses to Lin Xiaoyu. Cursing her. The Qianqing people were dumbfounded. What kind of high-end play was this? Ask Lin Xiaoyue if you don't believe me. For what? Although Qian Xin felt that Jiang Yu was bull **** ting again, but seeing as he was saying it with such certainty, then it should be a fervent story as well. And Jiang Yu, this person, usually those ideas are evil. Maybe this is really some new set. I give you, that women are guilty of ing. Oh scolding, the more beautiful women, the more ing, the more oh scolding, you a little bit better for her. She felt that you cheap, you instead give her scolding on. She felt that you have a forced, charismatic, you say that those who ride the ghost fire of the yellow hairs, open mouth full of nationalism. Why behind the little girl with why a more than a pretty, is the reason. Jiang Yu said in a serious manner. Originally Jiang Yu was Lin Xiaoyu diaphragm half a day. So when he spoke he more or less brought a bit of personal emotions, but also wanted to take the opportunity to scold Lin Xiaoyu out of anger. How did you curse then? Of course it's how hard to hear, believe it or not. Just the 2 pages I wrote for her to scold her. She has to take it out and read it once every night before she goes to bed. Remember, the more beautiful the woman, the more she is, and our class counts Lin Xiaoyue as. Jiang Yu patted Qian Xin's shoulder and went back to his class. Only Qian Xin was left alone frozen in place, carefully digesting what Jiang Yu had just said. After returning to his class, Jiang Yu saw a circle of people surrounding Lin Xiaoyu's seat for some reason. I'm sick of it. Alright, this kind of thing is about striking first. If you don't disgust her, it's her turn to disgust you. So Jiang Yu directly beside Lin Xiaoyu, pressed her shoulder and came in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, my creamy chocolate sweetie. This sentence was sent by Li Su to Lin Xiaoyu last night, and at that time, it really did give Lin Xiaoyu a disgusting enough. After Jiang Yu finished saying this, Lin Xiaoyu was not as angry as Jiang Yu expected. Instead, he turned his head to look at Jiang Yu with an incredulous expression. Of course equally unbelievable was Shirlei who was sitting next to Lin Xiaoyu. The moment Shirlei turned his head, Jiang Yu man was confused. Blow up. Pretty blown up. The next lesson is language. But it turned out that the language teacher's child was sick and took a leave of absence. So it was changed to self-study. And as a class teacher, Shirley must come to the class to keep an eye on it if he is not doing anything. It turned out to be just the right time for Lin Xiaoyue's question. So Shirley sat next to Lin Xiaoyue and told her, when the teacher talks about a problem, no matter which one he talks about, people will come over to gather around and join in the fun. So it just happens to enclose a vision blind spot. Otherwise, even if Jiang Yu had any more conflicts with Lin Xiaoyu, that wouldn't be enough to engage in this kind of stuff in front of the homeroom teacher. Jiang Yu looked at Shirley's features that were fast twisting together. A million ways to explain it flashed through my mind, but none of them seemed to work. You are? Shirley looked at Jiang Yu and then at Lin Xiaoyue beside himself, his eyes glaring. Lei, do you like the new nickname I gave you? Sweetie, said Jiang Yu sardonically. What do you think? Shirley took a deep breath. Chapter 61, We're Not Back Together. Math Team Office. Since it happened to be a study session, Shirley brought Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu back to the office so that he could deal with these two. Zhao Hongyan and Wan Wan are also in the office. Before, Shirley may feel a little awkward to train students in front of these two people. After the first few times of refinement, Shirley is feeling a little used to it. Shirley leaned back in his chair and looked at the two men in front of him. Shirley already couldn't remember how many times these two had come to his office. How many times this week? Ha? Are you done? What's here to stay comfortable? Can't leave. Hey. Or you two directly move the table and chairs up it. But also back to what class? In the future in this study forget. Really can't. I'll give you two my position, Shirley said with his elbow on the table and his hand against his chin. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu kept their heads down and didn't speak. A look of admitting fault with a good attitude. Make a mess. I don't do anything all day. Just deal with you two this forget. This time and ready to tell me a story. And after the good and then divided. Hey, you two last time how to give me a guarantee. Shirley said. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu still kept their heads down and didn't speak. Let's talk about it. It's just a dry spell here. Shirley changed his stance. Jiang Yu, you speak first. No, Lin Xiaoyu, you speak first. Jiang Yu, this ghost ideas. Shirley also no. Let him start ahead. Lin Xiaoyu definitely have to go along with the fabrication. And Lin Xiaoyu saw this and hastily signaled Jiang Yu with her eyes. What to do? Jiang Yu returned a wink, biting the bullet and not getting back together. Shirley looked at the state of the two, and immediately quit. This how a little bit of inattention. This is another exchange on. Ha 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 ha. What's with the eye rolling? Come on, you two turn your backs. No more communication of any kind for me. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu could only stand back to back when they saw this. Alright, tell me, what's going on with you two? Shirley crossed his legs. We didn't get back together. Lin Xiaoyu said. Did not get back together? Didn't get back together. How did your hair card get to Jiang Yu's hands? Don't tell me that you purposely went to buy an identical one. Shirley asked. Lei brother, after your enlightenment, we two privately apologized to each other. Said the words open up, it's okay. Originally there is the intention to get back together. But then consider what you said. Now is really not the time to fall in love either. So we made a simple agreement. That is, before high school graduation, no one is allowed to fall in love. Jiang Yu said. Shut the hell up. Did I ask you? Shirley directly interrupted. Brother Lei, you didn't ask me if I purposely went to buy an identical one. Jiang Yu said with some aggravation. From now on, I'll let you talk and you'll talk again. After Shirley finished speaking, he said to Lin Xiaoyu again. Lin Xiaoyu, you say, how did your hair card get to Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu put the words or handed into this. Lin Xiaoyu to react again, not to come that not a little cute. I'm not sure how to react to this. I was afraid that other girls would look for him. That's why I gave him the hair card. Lin Xiaoyu said this on her lips, but in her heart, she cursed Jiang Yu. This person is definitely doing this on purpose by not saying this himself and having to give himself the word to say it. But Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but follow Jiang Yu's words down the line right now, because if the truth is told, it is bound to involve all the things that were said before, and the whole thing is too much trouble to explain. To speak, it is estimated that we have to start from the beginning of Pango's opening of the sky. What's more, the fact sounds more bull ***** than a lie. So now this is no way out of the situation. As the saying goes, it takes a million lies to make up for one lie that follows. What the hell? Shirley kind of didn't understand the meaning of what Lin Xiaoyu said. What does this have to do with other girls looking for him? Lei brother, a look at you on the school time did not engage in the object. That little girl put their own leather band hair card bracelet or something to the little boy to wear. Is the meaning of the oath of sovereignty it? Zhao Hongyan explained with a smile. Ha, there's still this kind of saying. Shirley, who had never been in love, really didn't know these doorways. Shirley thought for a moment. Still think this whole thing is weird. You have to say that Jiang Yu was afraid of Lin Xiaoyu to be snatched away. That Shirley thinks it is normal. You say that Lin Xiaoyue is afraid of Jiang Yu to be snatched away. This is not more or less also outrageous. Although Jiang Yu's looks were okay, it wasn't to the point where he was particularly handsome, just slightly above the average student. Then the boys in the whole school who were more handsome than Jiang Yu couldn't be said to be everywhere, but they were definitely not in the minority. So, Lin Xiaoyue, just like him, you're still afraid that he'll be snatched by someone else? Shirley said. AI, brother Lei, the way you say that, where is he Jiang Yu worse? Zhao Hongyan said, and Shirley realized the problem in his words. I didn't mean it like that. I just think this thing it just doesn't make sense. A philosopher once said, falling in love is essentially the process of two people who are not very good at all, fearing that the other person will be snatched away by someone else. You think that people Jiang Yu is not worthy of Lin Xiaoyue, but other people Lin Xiaoyue may be precious. This everyone has their own unique flashpoints. We are looking at the students from the point of view of a teacher. It is difficult to look at the full picture. Zhao Hongyan added. It's not like I'm saying I'm not worthy. Being stirred up by Zhao Hongyan like this, Shirley didn't know what to say now. Probably felt like talking too much. Zhao Hongyan added. Oops, why am I nagging you? I'm not done with this at hand. You guys go on. You guys go on. Shirley reorganized his language, but after being stirred up by Zhao Hongyan, the momentum from before was a little weaker. Come on, I'll take it as you guys aren't getting back together. So what do you mean when you call Lin Xiaoyu that creamy whatchamacallit? Jiang Yu, you say? Shirley asked. We originally agreed that no one would fall in love, but as a result, someone confessed to Lin Xiaoyu yesterday. You reasonably said that it would be good to just directly refuse and walk away. She also chatted with the person for a couple of sentences, and I was a little bit uncomfortable in my heart when I heard it. That's why I purposely said it that way just now. It's similar to what happened when she sent me the hair card. Jiang Yu explained. Really? Agreed not to fall in love. But I heard that yesterday in the activity class. You two talked downstairs alone for 20 minutes. What did you talk about? Shirley then asked. Talking about what can be alone for so long since we're not together. It's just that yesterday's activity class our class Li Su confessed his love to Lin Xiaoyu before we had a fight. That's why there was the matter of handing out the cards today. And when I said that just now, I actually said it on purpose to Li Su. Jiang Yu explained. Originally, Jiang Yu didn't want to give Li Su up, although he said that Li Su was a nasty person, but it wasn't to the point of suing the teacher. It's just that in this case, you certainly can't muddle through without saying something. You can't say that you bit Lin Xiaoyue. Lin Xiaoyue sued her mother sued her own mother, and then you forced Lin Xiaoyue into a corner and sprayed her for 20 minutes. Hard to blame. Shirley frowned. Hardly? Jiang Yu suddenly sensed something. Nothing. After that, Shirley asked something else, but in the end, nothing was asked. So Shirley could only symbolically say some more words of warning before releasing the two back. Chapter 62, Being a Cutie for Lei Again. Cheat. In the hallway. Isn't it not good for you to sell this to Li Su? Lin Xiaoyu said with a frown. Students have the unspoken rule of students that they don't sue their teachers, and any snitching is frowned upon by all. Although Lin Xiaoyu also looked at Li Su in a bad light, she still felt that Jiang Yu's behavior just now was a bit excessive. Humph. Sell him? Maybe they sold him to us a long time ago. Jiang Yu spat. Originally, Jiang Yu also felt a bit sorry for Li Su and was prepared to turn around and give him some compensation, but now it seemed unnecessary. What do you mean? Lin Xiaoyu didn't think about it for a while. Do you remember what Lei said after I finished at that time? Said what? Lei said something about it being hard to blame. Jiang Yu said. Hardly? Lin Xiaoyu somewhat failed to understand. You think under normal circumstances, after I finish speaking, what should Lei say? Should Lei say, I'll turn around and look for Li Su to understand the situation, and then blah blah blah. If you lie to me how to do it, right? Jiang Yu analyzed. Seems like it. Lin Xiaoyu really hadn't paid attention before, and after Jiang Yu's analysis, it seemed like what Shirley, the difficult monster, had said was indeed a bit strange. Shouldn't his phrase no wonder, if expanded, be no wonder that Li Su would know we've been talking for 20 minutes? You mean? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly dilated. Brother Lei said before that he heard how it was, so it's 80% that he heard it from Li Su. Jiang Yu affirmed. This villain, Lin Xiaoyu said indignantly. It's not the first day you've known he's a villain. Then this matter is just forgotten? Lin Xiaoyu was still a bit unwilling. Or else, even if you go to confront Li Su, do you have any evidence? Just based on Brother Lei saying that it's hard to blame? Let's even go back and ask Brother Lei who told him. Do you think Brother Lei will say? Jiang Yu said. This man is despicable. Alright, don't be angry. Just ignore him in the future. Jiang Yu gently hammered Lin Xiaoyu's arm with his fist. Lin Xiaoyu let out a long breath and calmed down. Although Jiang Yu was also more annoying, he wasn't this annoying. Math team office. How many points do you give these two kids for this story today? Zhao Hongyan whispered to Wang Wan. What do you mean? These two unlucky kids are giving Lei brother as a cutie again. What about cheating? Wang Wan secretly stuffed 2 melon seeds nuts into her mouth. It's not like it's the first time. Just watch the show and be done with it. Hey, I don't think there's anything wrong with what they're saying, and it's also that what's his name Li Su from their class. What's his name? Although Zhao Hongyan said this, Wang Wan still felt that the two didn't look like they were lying. If it was a lie, the level of this lie was too high. Wang Wan felt that she was unable to hear any cracks. Hey, what kind of look are you giving your husband? Zhao Hongyan asked. What a look. It shouldn't be like this, Zhao Hongyan said looking at Wang Wan imploringly. Those crystal clear eyes seemed as if they were about to precipitate droplets of water. Ha, the oil is killing me. Wang Wan instantly got goosebumps. I'm not giving you an example here. You're thinking right now about what these two kids look at each other. Wang Wan felt that it was a bit strange after Zhao Hongyan prompted her like this, but it's logical to say that if it's not the case, why say so? Since they don't have a good feeling for each other, there's even less need to cover it up. Wang Wan was still a bit unconvinced by what Zhao Hongyan said, feeling that this was a complete overinterpretation on Zhao Hongyan's part. Interesting is interesting in this. I am now this every day, watching these two children, more than catching up with the drama. You just watch. Tomorrow will continue, Zhao Hongyan said confidently. Although there are evening study halls on the second middle school side, they are in the library, and only resident students can attend them, also considering that it's too late for walk-ins to be safe on their way home if they attend them as well. After school, traffic was heavy in front of the school, and the students were striding towards home with a sturdy pace and the joy of fatigue on their faces. After about 20 minutes, the crowd in front of the school became less crowded and thinned out like early winter leaves. Jiang Yu was about to go home when he saw two sneaky figures on the side of the road constantly surveying the students coming and going in an obscene manner. Jiang Yu went up for a kick. Asterisk 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 which Yakuza kicked me, Zhang Hailong roared angrily, but after seeing clearly who the visitor was, he quickly turned into a smiling face. Worry, so it's you kid, Zhang Hailong said. Zhang Hailong is Jiang Yu's junior high school classmates. School when people send nickname Water Ghost, but this nickname is really Tutu, after no one called. But then someone privately called Zhang Hailong Green Turtle. Jiang Yu was a bit curious but didn't bother to ask in detail. Instead of going to high school and taking the kind of 2+3, Zhang Hailong went straight to a barbershop as an apprentice. I've heard that it's not a bad time to be in the business. What are you sneaking around for? Jiang Yu also saw clearly at that time that it was Zhang Hailong, so he kicked. Unlike these classmates in high school, middle school has a more complex staffing structure and plays bigger jokes on each other and whatnot. A kick in the ass is nothing. My brother Long is going to look at an object, Wang Tao said. Just you are talkative. Zhang Hailong shone a kick on Wang Tao's butt. And this my disciple. Zhang Hailong ruffled his bangs in what he thought was a handsome gesture. Wang Tao was an apprentice taken by Zhang Hailong and usually followed Zhang Hailong's ass. Yes, where are you hanging out now? There's a pretty baby over in Newtown where I'm the hair director. In barbershops nowadays, there are 8 hair directors for 10 masters. Craftsmanship is not good. That name is made up of a foreign name. The new town is not far from this side, but it's more or less the same distance. Awesome. Your disciple just said you came over here to do that what? Jiang Yu asked. Hey, he just blurted it out. Ha, master, you're not saying. Wang Tao muttered in a small voice. It comes across as not very smart. What to say? Zhang Hailong shone another kick at Wang Tao's butt. No, what kind of object did you kid run over here to find? These two managed to amuse Jiang Yu. It's not looking for a date. It's just getting to know each other to make friends. Who can't use who in the future? Zhang Hailong defended. No, but any girl who can get into the second middle school. Which one of them doesn't have eyes in the sky and can look at you? Jiang Yu said. The second high school in Dongjiang City is one of the top 2 high schools. Although not all students are the kind of outstanding. But compared to Zhang Hailong, this kind of high school did not read or strong out of a large section. Hearing Jiang Yu said so, Zhang Hailong is not angry. But not Zhang Hailong and Jiang Yu relationship is how good. Is the junior high school this group of people? Speak basically like this. 2 calculating also cannot mix together. Hey, this is what you said. These people into the university to the community certainly do not see us. But now it is not necessarily. I got a new motorcycle. Next week to the goods. Then to this a ride. You just look at it. Zhang Hailong said. This yellow hair and Ghostfire are quite a match. Chapter 63, WeChat. Mannequin. You're still fooling around. Hey, if there are any pretty little girls in your class, remember to introduce me to them. And then the motorcycle will lend you a ride. Pull back. You'd better take a good look at yourself. Jiang Yu said. By the way, our class is talking about singing and gathering together next Saturday. Are you going? Zhang Hailong said. I'll see then. By the way, I heard that it's Gu Tianfling's bureau. He's fighting with Wan Jiahao again. Wan Jiahao is also a rich second generation like Gu Tian. Only the family background is slightly worse than Gu Tian. The two junior high school has been not very deal with. He's only ignoring Wan Jiahao right now. This time it's because he heard that Han Chaiyun seems to be back. And looking at this situation, he intends to offer his attentions. Zhang Hailong snorted, full of disdain and jealousy towards the second generation rich. It's only Thursday, and to start making appointments for next Saturday's event can only be described as attentive indeed. Han Chaiyun? Jiang Yu frowned. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, your kid was awesome back in the day. Don't. Let's not mention what happened back then. Jiang Yu had a headache just talking about this. Although it couldn't be considered his own fault at the time, he did feel quite sorry for the other person. Han Chaiyun. I heard that Han Kaiyan is now that is a watery spirit, so I can only say that your brat was really uneducated back then. Zhang Hailong gloated. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Yu didn't have the good sense to say. Maybe people still remember old times. Asterisk. Off. You go on and have a good look. Talk to you later. Go or don't go. Remember to give a message back from the group. When Jiang Yu left, Zhang Hailong continued to search for pretty little girls with Wang Tao. 5 minutes later. Your two light bulbs are out of breath. Half a day without looking at a pretty one. Zhang Hailong shone a kick on Wang Tao's butt. This person is almost finished, and I didn't see a single favorite. Brother, I'm humanly confused. Wang Tao commiserated. High school students are in school uniforms during the school year, and when that wanker pours out, it's really dizzying to watch. Coke bought you a drink for nothing. Zhang Hailong didn't have the good sense to say, brother, are we still watching? What are you looking at? The people have all left. Back. Zhang Hailong turned around and prepared to leave after saying that. But, hey, brother, look at that. Wang Tao suddenly pulled Zhang Hailong's arm and pointed his hand towards a short distance away. Ha! Zhang Hailong twisted his head and couldn't help but burst out. Asterisk. Awesome. Brother, what about us? Nonsense. Follow it. After saying that, the two of them followed. Near the intersection, the two men stopped the little girl. Hey, pretty girl, get to know each other and make friends. Zhang Hailong tilted his head and ruffled his hair in what he thought was a handsome manner. Ah, Zhao Mingning exclaimed, unconsciously taking a step back. That's right. The one that Zhang Hailong and Wang Tao stopped was none other than Jiang Yu's deskmate, Zhao Mingning. Zhao Mingning left a little late today because she was on duty. Maisie, don't be afraid. My brother is not a good person. No, my brother is a bad person. And no, my brother is not. Well, my brother is a person. Wang Tao said pitifully. Zhang Hailong was so angry that he kicked Wang Tao a long way. The mouth is dumber than even that foot. Classmate, I see that you are quite eye-catching. Add a WeChat. Zhang Hailong said. I don't have WeChat. Zhao Mingning took a wary step back. Although Zhang Hailong was dressed very handsomely, this kind of handsomeness, the barbershop smell was very heavy, and in Zhao Mingning's mind, this kind of dress could basically be equated with a delinquent teenager. Not to mention this kind of person, even if it is an ordinary student, Zhao Mingning will not easily give people their own WeChat. Then add a snap. Zhang Hailong took a step forward. I don't need QQ. Zhao Mingning took another step back. That aggrieved little expression. See Zhang Hailong heart are going to melt. Really brother's little North Pen. In the future brother but want to hurt you. There were a few boys around, but those boys were basically watching from afar, looking as if they should be somewhat hesitant to come over and help. If Zhang Hailong had some overzealous behavior, there was a high probability that these boys would come over. But for now, they are more of a debate and a wait and see. Then leave a phone number. Zhang Hailong took another step forward. I don't have a cell phone. Zhao Mingning took another step back. Mayor, stop it. I just watched you pull out your cell phone. Zhang Hailong took a big step forward. When Zhao Mingning took her cell phone out to look at the time earlier, it just happened to be seen by Zhang Hailong, or else she might have really been fooled by this budding appearance. But this time, when Zhao Mingning stepped back, he took a step into a tree pit, and his entire body lurched to the left rear, directly planting himself. Oops. All of a sudden, a slender but strong arm pulled her back with one hand. It's Lin Xiaoyue. Lin Xiaoyue appeared in front of Zhao Mingning as if she was like a savior who had mercy on the living. The kind of light that shone all over his body nearly mesmerized Zhao Mingning's eyes. Add mine. Lin Xiaoyue tugged Zhao Mingning with one hand and displayed her WeChat QR code with the other. Asterisk. An expert. Zhang Hailong couldn't help but burst out, and after realizing that it was inappropriate, he hastily added, I mean, you're pretty too. Zhang Hailong's craftsmanship in doing hair was okay, and he usually came into contact with more women who had a high demand for their appearance and styling. Although there were good-looking women, these women were too social. and Zhang Hailong was not too old, so he still preferred the more tender ones. I used to cut the hair of high school girls, but those high school girls themselves are average, without makeup, and a nerdy atmosphere. It's hard to make people feel attracted to them, but the girl in front of him gave him a completely different feeling, especially this later one. That was his idea of the perfect high school girl. Although Zhang Hailong was tempted to add both, he had to set up a persona of being dedicated and deeply in love. So in the end, he chose to only add Lin Xiaoyu as. Then surely you have to pick a big watermelon to pick it up. Lin Xiaoyu tried hard to make her expression normal, but she still couldn't help but show some disgust when she looked at someone like Zhang Hailong, and it was this Sue's loathing that fell in Zhang Hailong's eyes. It was an unparalleled misogynistic face, active and fiery on the inside, cold and misanthropic on the outside. What a rarity this is. Classmate, I would like to treat you to a cup of milk tea. I know it might be a bit presumptuous, but, Zhang Hailong looked into Lin Xiaoyu's eyes and began to stutter in his speech. We're going home now. Is it okay if I talk to you when I get back? Lin Xiaoyu said expressionlessly. Oh, yes, of course. The other side. Lin Xiaoyu's father, Lin Chang's spare cell phone received a friend request. Chapter 64, Prelude to the Class Reunion. After sending away Zhang Hailong and Wang Tao, the two just happened to have a section of the road running alongside them, so they walked together for the session. He doesn't look like a good person, Zhao Mengning said weakly. Although Lin Xiaoyu had helped Zhao Menning out, Zhao Menning was still a bit worried. If, because of herself, Lin Xiaoyu got to know some unsavory people, Zhao Menning felt bad in her heart. It's fine. Lin Xiaoyu smiled faintly at Zhao Mengning. Anyway, it wasn't her own tweets that were given, so of course nothing happened. Lin Xiaoyu came home so late because of the sports meeting and went to the playground to practice for a while. Lin Xiaoyu is not what indiscriminate good people. If in exchange for the people who do not know or not much friendship, the probability is that she will not care. Of course, the opposite side of the overexcited behavior. Lin Xiaoyu, at most, out of humanitarianism to help report a police. Although Jiang Yu didn't fulfill the bet, Zhao Menning had after all lent herself the book, and she owed her a favor. Thanks. Zhao Mengning timidly glanced at Lin Xiaoyu. It's not just guys who like soft and cuddly girls, but many girls with stronger personalities as well. So Kunawada ruthlessly rua a bit Lin Xiaoyu heart still quite like this cute little girl, although she last time as a traitor. It's nothing, you helped me before, Lin Xiaoyu said. Ha, the book in my desk hole. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhao Mengning's confused look and explained again. It's fine. Thanks. Zhao Mengning's face reddened again as she spoke. In Zhao Mengning's subconscious mind, borrowing a book or anything else couldn't even be called a favor. Lin Xiaoyu almost laughed out loud at Zhao Mengning's adorable appearance. But soon it was time to part ways. Alright, if those two harass you again, you can tell me again. Don't be afraid. Be careful on your way, said Lin Xiaoyu as she waved her hand at Zhao Mengning. Well, good. Zhao Mengning also waved her hand at Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu's house. After eating, Jiang Yu first wrote his homework for a while, then saw that the group was sending out messages, so he glanced at them in passing. Outstanding graduate of the 3rd experimental high school. Of course there is no such thing as an outstanding graduate in junior high school, and the name of the group was simply because the one Gu Tian had started before was too earthy, so Wan Jiahao changed it to this one. Although Gu Tian was upset, he was too lazy to bother with Wan Jiahao because of this small matter. Gertrude, let's set next Saturday at High Tech Times. High Time is a mass-market KTV, and despite its period name, because it has been renovated twice, the facilities inside are no worse than those new KTVs popping up nowadays. The consumption level is normal. The service quality is not bad. Basically it is the first choice of entertainment for many students or young people just working. Zhang Hailong, Boss GE Street. Of course Boss Go has the final say. Wankaho, is Han Chaiyun coming over then too? Wan Jiahao took a word to point out Gu Tian for a moment. It means you're not trying to chase after Han Chaiyun. So you're treating everyone to a classy KTV like Higo era? So you're not being very sincere here. It was fine to pretend, but spending a small amount of money to pretend to be a big pussy, Wan Jiahao, would not allow it. This time high and low had to make Gertrude bleed more. Wan Jiahao, like Gu Tian, is also a small rich second generation, but the family background is slightly thinner than Gu Tian. Wan Jiahao is the kind of more flamboyant character. Junior high school has been Gu Tian pressure head. In fact, has long been looking at Gu Tian is not good, just in the way of everyone is a classmate. Usually play together, so it is not good to show it. Then there was a time when we went out to play. We had agreed to AA, but it turned out that Wan Jiahao wanted to act like a pussy, so he settled for the girl's money. Of course it would have been fine if this whole thing had just ended, but when Gertrude found out, she tied up all the boys as well. In the end it amounted to 2 A's against 2 A's for Gu Tian and Wan Jiahao. and because there were more boys, Gu Tian also had a little more than Wan Jiahao. You said that Wan Jiahao wanted to pretend in front of the girls, but in the end, Gu Tian so messed up. This is not a pure clown. In fact, Gu Tian did not mean to target Wan Jiahao. Is that we come out to play? Play a happy. Wan Jiahao nodded the girl's side. Some boys may not feel comfortable on the mouth of two sentences, and then Gu Tian thought, as the class president, cannot be the boys' side of the not forget it, we do not pay money. Not all happy. Things came to this. Wan Jiahao, although a little angry, but not to the seizure. Mainly later there are boys take this matter in Yan Wan Jiahao, which makes Wan Jiahao taught. In middle school itself, people are not very mentally mature. Since then, Wan Jiahao has been working against Gu Tian, but wherever he can make Gu Tian uncomfortable, there will be him. Wan Jiahao, Gertrude, if you pay half, we'll go to the money leopard. Gertrude wasn't the kind of person who went up in arms at the slightest provocation. Although the leopard is a national chain, but the difference between the operation of each region is quite large, and Dongjiang City this side belongs to the operation of the good. Catering and entertainment in one line. Consumption is naturally not low. Wan Jiahao, that's fine. I'll listen to Boss GE's arrangement. Spending a few $1,000s to discuss Gu Tian, Wan Jiahao can still afford it. Zhang Hailong, I heard that the Division University side opened a Max. That also has a box. Our store manager went there once last time. I heard it's okay. Now engage in activities. Consumption is not much more expensive than Haisong. Zhang Hailong was not helping Gu Tian, but simply wanted to show off that he still knew such a place. Gertrude, let's see. Within moments, Gertrude sent the location link to the group. Gertrude, connection. Gertrude, let's set it here. Next Saturday night at 6:30 p.m. Turn around and I'll write a slightly more detailed notice. And try to bring family members if you can. Zhang Hailong, remember to bring family members at Yizi. Yizi was number 1 in Jiangyu's junior high school class and in the top 10 for the whole year. A literate and weak little girl. Not tall, quite good looking. In these good studies inside is also considered a high value. Later on, he went to the rocket class of Normal University affiliated high school, which is also known as the top class, as long as the play is stable, basically equal to the level of half-step Tsinghua University. Yizi, huh? It's not a good idea for us to have a class party. Zhang Hailong, what are you afraid of? We are all equal to your mother's family. When the time comes, let Bosco make a sample first at Gu Tian. Vanguard, Bosco split up a long time ago. Where do you think this party came from? Vanguard disgusted Gertrude again. The other side. Tang Xianxian's house. Tang Xianxian was lying on the bed, her white calves swaying back and forth in the air. Tang Xianxian, honey, look at the relief. Ha 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 ha. Tang Xianxian, picture. The content is a large-scale photo of Gertrude. The picture shows Gertrude topless with antlers mounted on her head and a Christmas-themed collar around her neck with a small golden bell hanging in front of it. Looks like a Kos reindeer. Chapter 65, Can I bring my family? Suli, that's disgusting. Suli and Gu Tian were both in the 4th grade, but they weren't in the same class. How can people say it? The character is not bad, looks okay, but Suli is the kind of slightly wide garlic nose. Without looking at the nose can have 90 points upwards, but once you add the nose, then only 85. The two were good for a while before, then Gertrude broke up with her for some reason. The reasons for something like a breakup are usually pretty complex, and it's unlikely that you'll split up over one or two things, or for one or two reasons. Of course, having green hair on your head counts for something else. Tang Xianxian, when I told him to break up, it felt like his tears almost fell, but unfortunately my phone was out of battery, or I would have filmed it and sent it to you. Suli was pissed off after being dumped, and Gu Tian didn't even give a clear reason why it didn't feel right. It's not cheating the cutie. Yet. Originally, Suli thought that Gu Tian had another lover outside, so she was ready to seamlessly give herself away. So she looked for Tang Xianxian to help mess things up. Who knew Gertrude didn't even have a date? Tang Xianxian is so screwed up that he just happens to be good with Tang Xianxian. So in order to get back at Gu Tian, Suli asked Tang Xianxian to dump Gu Tian, wanting him to taste the bitterness of lost love as well. As for the photos, they were manipulated by Tang Xianxian's own normal play. Suli, damn scum. Serves him right. Tang Xianxian, well baby, not angry. You see, the revenge also help you report. The world of men are the same. Next time don't be so emotional. Suli, but I still yearn for a sweet relationship. Tang Xianxian, sweet love comes at a price yo. Suli, hey, sister Qianxian, what do you think Gu Tian's reaction will be when I send this photo to him? Tang Xianxian, you can't see how he reacts. You'd better find a chance to send it to him face to face. Suli, that's a great idea. Tang Xianxian, also, are you going to the class reunion next weekend? Suli, go by the way, Li Mingzhi, they are not discussing the finalization of the place. Has not been decided. Tang Xian, not sure. The group seems to be chatting. The third class family. Mingzhili, the party is scheduled for Saturday night at 6:30 max in box 17. Down to about 150 per person. The numbers have been counted. If you can't make it, try to say hello in advance. Pei Yong, what can't come? All come, can't see once a year. Pei Yong is Lin Xiuyue class of sports students. Gifted. The first year of junior high school has been close to 1 meter 9, and the body is very strong, especially like rugby, but because the country does not have this aspect of the soil, so junior high school did not finish the run to go abroad. It's not easy for Pei Yong to go back to his country, so naturally he wants everyone to come. Li Niangchul, don't mess around. Some people may indeed have temporary commitments. Tang Xian, can I bring my family? Li Niangchul, sure, you're even. Tang Xian, why I'm even? Li Niangchul, you have too many family members. They all came and couldn't sit down. Tang Xian, screw you. I meant for Lu Zhe to bring his family along. Tang Xian, at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe was the first in Lin Xiuyue's junior high school class, and the top 3 in the whole grade, and he later went to the rocket class of the normal university-affiliated high school. People not only study well, looks also sunny, to anyone is a gentle attitude. Is the body slightly worse? Basically the class slightly popular a cold. He will have to be hit. The class was also up Lu Zhe and Lin Xiuyue coaxing, but Lin Xiuyue to Lu Zhe and not cold. Although admittedly people learning is really better than their own, but according to Lin Xiuyue's statement, is that small body? He went up to a whack on the frame can give him a break. Lin Xiuyu still likes guys who are slightly more masculine, but not the muscular kind. Of course then again, Lu Zhe is also one of the few Tang Xian missed targets, so Tang Xian was kinda concerned, but it could also be that Tang Xian was already famous at the time, so Lu Zhe didn't get hit. Hearing that Lu Zhe had also found a girlfriend, Tang Xian naturally wanted to take a look. Pei Yong, ********. Lu Zhe is in a relationship. Then we have to bring it here then. Luz, my girlfriend is a bit of an introvert, so I'll ask her, and if she wants to come, I'll bring her over then. Luo Mengmeng, there's no autumn moon sister to look at. Luo Mengmeng, deputy general manager of the new Yao group Luo Wenxian's daughter. People look very cute. Personality is also the kind of quirky character. Basically the class is a cute little sister. Of course, the class also do not know her background. Although the study is now only upper middle level, but jumped over the 2 grades, the results in the original grades are still among the top, because Luo Mengmeng's father and Li Yashue's mother were both in the same company. The two had known each other since childhood, but in the beginning, Luo Mengmeng's father was a henchman of Li Yashue's mother. That's why Luo Mengmeng was bullied by Li Yashue when she was a child. But now that the top management of Xin Yao Group has changed, Luo Mengmeng naturally doesn't need to look at Li Yashue's face anymore. Lin Xiuyu, Mengmeng stop it. Lu Eyes, it's definitely closer than Akazuki. Tang Xian, Lu Zhe, I can take a screenshot. When the time comes to send it to your girlfriend. With a girlfriend, that's definitely the most beautiful girlfriend. Lutz, ha 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 ha, maybe I'm more objective as a person. Li Mingzhi, Tang Xian. So among those ex-boyfriends of yours, who was the most handsome? Li Mingzhi saw Tang Xian molesting Lu Zhe there, so he helped Lu Zhe in and young Tang Xian. But Tang Xian doesn't get hit either. Tang Xian, that must be our class president sir. Li Niangchul, then I can thank you for giving me such a high rating. Luo Mengmeng, at Lin Xiuyue's sister Xiuyue, other people lose have one. You didn't find one. Pei Yong, Xiuyu or don't bring family members. This brought over. Our class boy's heart will not be broken. Suli, people haven't even said anything yet in Autumn Moon. Why do I hear this heart of yours seem to be broken? Pei Yong, I shattered what? When the time comes to 2 boxes of wine. Really bring it. Let him see the strength of our mother's family. Li Mingzhi, don't. We all know what strength you are. Let's just have a small gathering this time. If you want to drink, wait for the 2 of us to drink alone. Pei Yong, yes. Back to Jiang Yu's side. Gu Tian was also a bit fired up by Vanguard's squeezing. Gu Tian, it's been a long time since I've seen you, so let's all sit together and catch up. Jia Hao, you'll remember to bring your family members when you get there as well, so that those girls in our class will regret going. Wan Jiahao chased a lot of girls in the class when he was in school, basically as long as it is a good looking. Wan Jiahao has chased. This is going to be hilarious to bring the current object. Wan Jiahao, mine was split up long ago. If you want to make an appointment a month in advance, then I'll definitely have to bring it with me. And don't you say that my ex-boyfriend is still a bit similar to Fishy Sister. Fishy Sister original name Yu Xiangwei. Junior high school when the class study committee, because of the harmonic fish flavor, so nicknamed Fishy Sister. In Lai Yoshue did not turn over before. Is Jiang Yu junior high school class flower? The two had a bit of a falling out over the confession in the first place. Yu Xiangwei, long time no see. Mr. How low profile ah? If put in the past, that is not also have to spend $3,000 to hire a bringover. 3,000 is a sensitive price. And the subtext is self-explanatory. Wang Jiahao was the one who chased Yu Xiangwei in the beginning, and Yu Xiangwei hates the kind of people who like to pretend, so she gave them a rejection. In the past, it was not popular to be a scumbag, it was popular to be a dedicated and affectionate persona, so Wang Jiahao still pursued even after being rejected. Getting annoyed with Yu Xiangwei says she already has a favorite. Wang Jiahao asks who it is and Yu Xiangwei casually says Zhang. It would have been the end of the matter if it had come to this. Chapter 66, You have a girlfriend? Who knows that Wang Jiahao's brain is not working well, and after failing to pursue Yu Xiangwei, he turns to pursue Yu Xiangwei's best friend Deng Yuqi. It was also Deng Yuqi who was also second only to Yu Xiangwei in terms of face value at that time, and naturally became Wang Jiahao's second choice. Deng Yuqi, nicknamed Big Calculation Sister, in addition to good looking seems to have no advantages. People are not stupid, but I do not know why. Sometimes speak and do things as if there is no brain. Wang Jiahao is actually quite handsome. If he had pursued Deng Yuqi from the beginning, Deng Yuqi would have most likely agreed directly. But Wang Jiahao chased Yu Xiangwei first, and Yu Xiangwei and Deng Yuqi were especially close, so Deng Yuqi could only refuse. Not to mention that if you chased Yu Xiangwei first and then chased yourself, wouldn't that mean that Deng Yuqi was not as good looking as Yu Xiangwei? Although most of the students in the class thought that Yu Xiangwei was slightly prettier, Deng Yuqi didn't think so in her heart, so she had more or less the same opinion of Wang Jiahao. Plus, Deng Yuqi also knew how Yu Xiangwei had rejected Wang Jiahao at that time. So later when Wang Jiahao pursued Deng Yuqi also said she liked Zhang Yu and wanted to discuss Wang Jiahao a bit, but the stunt gave way at some point. In middle school, the reputation stinks and you basically can't get a date in class, so much so that later on, whenever Wang Jiahao pursued a girl, it was inevitably sorry, I like Zhang Yu. This gives Wang Jiahao directly get skeptical of life. A rich son of a rich family, looks quite handsome, chasing anyone who cannot be chased, to who is not confused. It was only after graduation and chatting away that Vanguard realized this. So until now, Wang Jiahao and Yu Xiangwei liked to stab each other twice whenever they spoke. Wang Jiahao, fishy sister. This $3,000 is for you. You'll play my girlfriend when the time comes at Yu Xiangwei. Yu Xiangwei, beautiful. After disgusting Yu Xiangwei, of course, Wang Jiahao couldn't let Zhang Yu off the hook. Wang Jiahao, at Zhang Yu don't play dead. When Han Chaiyan comes over too, you won't say a few words. Although Yu Xiangwei's matter had nothing to do with Zhang Yu throughout, Wang Jiahao had always felt that the two were more or less catty, and every time he stabbed Yu Xiangwei, he incidentally had to bring a couple of sentences to Zhang Yu. Yu Xiangwei, Wang Jiahao, aren't you going a bit overboard? At that time, Han Kaiyan transferred to school, although the main reason is Zhang Yu, but there is also a small half as Yu Xiangwei's credit, coupled with the previous use of Zhang Yu as a shield. Make Yu Xiangwei has always felt quite sorry for Zhang Yu, so seeing that Wang Jiahao was disgusted with Zhang Yu, he directly stood out. Wang Jiahao, still protecting it, you don't really like people. I heard that people's leg brother's current little object is beautiful. I'm afraid that they can't see you yo. Zhang Yu's nickname in the class at the time was Legs. This thing is also very outrageous. When Zhang Yu buy a water cup wall has a person playing golf black and white logo. It was supposed to be the guy crossing his legs and then the cue was more than in the middle of his legs. But this black and white logo at first glance looks like it has grown another leg in the center. Those boys in middle school love to make yellow noise. So the nickname Brother Legs was pressed on Zhang Yu. The most outrageous thing was that Deng Yuqi really ran over to Zhang Yu at that time and asked him if he was gifted in that area. Angry, Zhang Yu wanted to show her on the spot. Yu Xiangwei, Zhang Yu, you have a girlfriend? Wang Jiahao, if you say so. This kid must be pretending to be dead. I'll help you aid it. Zhang Yu speak. Play dead again and play voice for you. Zhang Yu, where did I get a girlfriend? Sweating soy. He Feng shouldn't say much about Zhang Yu's situation in the class. So it was probably Zhang Jiayue who talked about it when she was chatting with a few girls, and then let Wang Jiahao and the others know about it. Wang Jiahao, so many girls in our class liked you at that time. And finally you picked a wildflower and hid it from everyone, treating our classmates as outsiders. Yu Xiangwei, if you have one, bring it here. It's crowded. Deng Yuqi, bring what in case you bring it here and let Mr. How pry it away. Where can people go to cry? Deng Yuqi was on good terms with Yu Xiangwei, but this time, she didn't follow Yu Xiangwei's words. Wang Jiahao, oh yo, you're lifting me up. It's all about other people prying me. Who can I? Wang Jiahao, pry? Yu Xiangwei, if it's not convenient to bring it here, at least send a picture. People easy have sent pictures of their boyfriends. Wang Jiahao's previous sentence. Jiang Yu's current mistress is very beautiful. I'm afraid she can't look at you. Yo. It kind of irritated Yu Xiangwei. So Yu Xiangwei also wanted to see what kind of one Jiang Yu had found. This woman. Yu Xiangwei. Jiang Yu also had a bit of a headache. At that time, Yu Xiangwei took himself as a shield. Jiang Yu also knows. But this kind of thing, if you say that, it seems like you are pretentious. So Jiang Yu was quite helpless at that time. Later, because this stunt has spread up, Yu Xiangwei also felt a little bit sorry for Jiang Yu. So she looked for a few girls who had been confessed by Wang Jiahao to discuss, and bought a gift for Jiang Yu as an apology. But these few people didn't know what Jiang Yu liked. Just go to Yifeng and ask him what kind of things boys usually like. Yifeng thought the guys were fooling around and said an airplane cup. As a result, these girls, gathered together, cannot come up with a complete brain. Really believe the words of Yifeng, this pitiful thing. Really put together money to Jiang Yu bought an airplane cup. At that time, Jiang Yu people were numb. You say this thing, you cannot give people back. This thing has not been used by Jiang Yu. Anyway, pinch feel okay, so just put home as a decompression ornaments placed. Of course this was the first time Jiang Yu had received a gift from a girl other than his birthday. Jiang Yu, fishy sister, really did not. You do not listen to Zhang Jiayue their blind rumors. Our class that. I just a little better relations with others. They simply do not see us. Zhang Hailong, I'll tell you what. I might bring a thief holler pretty then and scare you to death. Zhang Hailong popped out of nowhere, hoping to get everyone's attention. Wang Jiahao, Odio, you're still stumped. Send a picture first. Zhang Hailong, just got on the chat. I'll shoot you guys later. Vanguard, just don't be a tea seller. Zhang Hailong, you're just jealous. Vanguard, I'm jealous of you? Jealous of your green hair? Zhang Hailong? Zhang Jiayue, at Wang Jiahao, sooner or later you're going to get a beating for that mouth of yours. This person, Wang Jiahao, doesn't have a gate in his mouth, and sometimes Zhang Jiayue can't even see past it. Zhang Hailong was green this thing. We listened to a private pleasure. Have to say in the group, this is not intentionally let people down. He also privately called people green turtles, and Zhang Hailong knew that he had to blow up even more. Zhang Hailong, it's not like you haven't been beaten before. This time Sister Flower is coming over too, so you'll be able to compete with others then. Since Wang Jiahao disliked people's lung pipes, then Zhang Hailong definitely had to dislike them back. When Lai Yoshue turned around, chasing after people's asses and calling them flower girls, the tens of thousands of family house called ferociously. The one that was beaten by Li Yoshue and cried is also Wang Jiahao. In fact, it is not to beat and cry. At that time, Li Yoshue pressed Wang Jiahao on the ground, his knees on his waist, his arms behind his back to break upwards. People who have been so whole know that it is quite painful. Lai Yoshue itself is in the air, but can be said to be a little bit of residual force did not stay. According to the break to go, it directly gave Vanguard a painful cry. This is also the origin of Lai Yoshue giving Wang Jiahao a crying fight. This incident is also a stain that Vanguard will never be able to shake off. You'd say it was actually fairly common to get hit by little girls in middle school, but you'd have to say you got hit and cried, and that really wasn't a lot. Then surely Wang Jiahao can't just let it go. Chapter 67, I'm a little nervous. Suddenly swindling 2 more chapters to prove I'm still alive. After Wang Jiahao lost such a big man, he shook people to prepare for a big fight with Lai Yoshue. As a result, someone privately told Wang Jiahao about Lai Yoshue's family background, and in the end, Wang Jiahao could only give up, and the matter was left unsettled. After all, Wang Jiahao was actually a second-generation renter in the end, and was certainly no match for the granddaughter of the chairman of Xin Yao Group. Seeing that the atmosphere of this chat was starting to go wrong, Gu Tian hurriedly stepped forward. Gertrude, let's all go about our business. Let's get all the talk out of the way now. We won't have anything to talk about at the party. After Gu Tian finished, Zhang Hailong bragged again. Zhang Hailong, no more talk. The girl gave me a message. You guys wait for next weekend. Chen Wanting, I'm having hot pot with my friends at the big copper pot. Do you want to come? Wang Ting gave Lin Chang such a beautiful daughter. Lin Chang, that must be precious. Afraid that Lin Xiaoyu was harassed or bullied by others. So there's this contingency plan now. If someone forced Lin Xiaoyu as WeChat, Lin Xiaoyu could get out of it by showing the WeChat QR code of Lin Chang's spare phone from the photo album. Of course Lin Xiaoyu had grown up so much that this emergency plan hadn't been used before. This is arguably a first. Since it is an emergency plan, surely you cannot use the name of Lin Xiaoyu. As for the name of Chen Wanting, with Lin Chang that is more or less still a little bit of origin. Zhang Hailong, that must. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Although Zhang Hailong felt that this sudden eating of hot pot was a bit abrupt, but after all, he had chatted for a while before and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Even if you go and get ripped off when you get there, you can take it. You're trying to ask a girl this pretty to dinner with you in society, and that's not enough money to call someone out. Chen Wanting, I have a little sister over here, so call that friend of yours too. Zhang Hailong, huh? Zhang Hailong is actually a little reluctant. Good brothers usually blow together awesome, okay? Really have a sister. That can only be temporarily uncooked first. Chen Wanting, there are two of us on our side. If you're alone. Lin Xiaoyu talked to Lin Chang about the general situation when she got home. So Lin Chang also knew it was two people at that time. Since we are dealing with trouble, of course we should deal with it thoroughly. Zhang Hailong, that's fine. Although there was still some reluctance. But since people had said so, in case he said something else, and they directly did not allow him to come, then would he not be at a bloody disadvantage? Zhang Hailong hadn't even gone over yet, and the entire person had already turned into a dog-licking mentality. But once he thought that he could bring such a beautiful girl over to the party next week, Zhang Hailong's heart was in a springtime blossom. Big copper pot is a copper pot shabu shabu. Business is pretty hot, and if you come on a weekend and don't make a reservation in advance, there's basically no room. Previously, Lin Chang sent Zhang Hailong the positioning and box number on WeChat. Zhang Hailong then brought Zhang Tao directly over. Brother, I'm a little nervous, Wang Tao said as he carried 4 cups of milk tea. Milk tea was of course also bought by Zhang Hailong. The first date, of course, to give the opposite side to leave a better impression. Get lost if you're nervous. Zhang Hailong didn't have the good sense to say. Originally, Zhang Hailong did not want to bring Wang Tao over, but as a result, this kid arrived at the door with a cowering look, and looked like a drop. Being ferocious by Zhang Hailong, Wang Tao stopped talking. When you go in later, talk less, Zhang Hailong cautioned. Today was supposed to be Zhang Hailong's home turf, and if he was screwed up by Wang Tao, Zhang Hailong would have the heart to kill Wang Tao. Wang Tao hastily nodded his head when he saw this, but for some reason, there was always an ominous premonition in his heart. Then Zhang Hailong took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the box. As it turned out, the beautiful figures of the two beauties he had imagined did not appear. In their place were 5 burly men, 2 of whom were bare-chested and tattooed with ferocious beasts of some kind. Sorry, Zhang Hailong hurriedly shouted his apologies and backed out. It resulted in a kick in the ass. The burly man who kicked him, after entering the room, he slammed the door behind him. Sitting in the center was a bald man who first wiped his hands on a wet paper towel, then jammed his throat and spat on the ground, then said, "Sit." Zhang Hailong and Wang Tao could only sit down trembling at the sight. Big brother. You drink no milk tea, Zhang Hailong said as he pushed the milk tea that Wang Tao brought over forward. Lin Chang didn't bother with Zhang Hailong and directly opened the door. You're Zhang Hailong and you're Wang Tao. Zhang Hailong nodded. You two little brats are the ones harassing my daughter. Lin Chang narrowed his eyes. Chapter 68 The Black Forest of Half Coconuts. 3 hours later. Lin Xiaoyu's house. Tell me about you. How grown up are you? You're still acting like a little kid. Wang Ting said in disgust as she helped Lin Chang rub the tattoos on his body. Then I've been preparing this job for my whole life. You have to let me use it once. Lin Chang said cheerfully. Regardless of anyone else, he was having a pretty good time today. As the saying goes, a man who dies is a teenager, and who hasn't had a middle child. When Lin Chang was young, he fantasized about how he would clean up after his daughter if she was bullied in the future. As a result, Lin Xiaoyua has been strong since she started going to school, and the average person doesn't even dare to mess with her easily. Plus she knows a little bit of boxing and kung fu, not to mention being bullied. It's good that she doesn't bully others. This also led to Lin Chang not being able to utilize the ideas in his head. It's not easy to grab a chance, so you definitely have to show it. Virtue. You didn't give people anything, did you? Wang Ting didn't have the good sense to say. Don't worry, my old buddies have their hands full. In the past, when he was fooling around, Lin Chang did not do a lot of messy things, and it was not easy to scare a few brats. Hey, wife, I'll tell you, at that time, my eyes just froze, and that kid directly shivered. Lin Chang said somewhat smugly. Wang Ting rolled her eyes and didn't answer. Then I told that kid to eat the meat. He actually asked me for chopsticks. I gave him a look, and Lao Er directly grabbed his hand and stuck it in the frying pan, scaring the kid to tears. It's a lawful society now, don't mess around. Wang Ting shone a slap at Lin Chang's back. Oops, I know, this is not just to scare him. I can really put people's hands to the frying pan nah. And then he fished out a few slices of meat for him to eat with his hands. At most go back to the hands of the hot a few blisters. Lin Chang said proudly. Look at what you can do. I do not still have to praise you. Wang Ting was speechless. A handful of years old and still engaging in this kind of childish stuff. You still say it. Didn't you like me like this when you were young? Hey. Hiss, you lighten up. That won't rub off. You don't rub hard. Lin Chang suddenly called out. Slap. Wang Ting shone another slap at Lin Chang's back. When can you go wash this off of you? It's ugly as hell. Wang Ting said without a trace of humor. Washing doesn't hurt yet. So what do you think about when you get a tattoo? It's just that it hurt too much when I got the tattoo. That's why I didn't finish it. Lin Chang said. Lin Chang when he was young is also the kind of spirit of the boy. By some of the influence of the film and television, to see people tattoo handsome, so he also went to get the results because too much pain, so it will not be done. Then you were preparing to tattoo an old hen on your body back then? Wang Ting snapped harder on Lin Chang's back again. What old hen? This is a dragon. The dragon of that blah blah blah. Lin Chang said breathlessly, just with this claw alone. And a dragon. It's a hen that can't lay a good egg. Wang Ting pursed her lips. Back then, Lin Chang didn't have much money, and the tattoo artist he found was a 2-bit artist. Usually with something like a tattoo, once you've decided on the design, you just set a big frame from the head or torso and tattoo it. This person was good to start directly from the paw, and as a result, Lin Chang couldn't stand it after just tattooing a paw. In fact, the bigger the kind of man, the more afraid of pain he was, which was one of the reasons why Lin Chang didn't want to practice martial arts with his father. When Lin Chang afraid of other people's jokes, the study of tattoo stickers, when the influence of those kooky movie and television can be said to be a generation, but that generation's parents are generally very old-fashioned. Many people have the idea of tattooing but do not dare to the fact that the tattoo stickers on the market from the type of quality are not able to meet the needs of these people. In this way, Lin Chang accidentally really because of this thing earned their first bucket of gold. For the back into the real estate laid the foundation. What a mess. Lin Chang didn't have the heart to say, hey, how long has it been since you went over to the factory? Wang Ting suddenly came up with a sentence. Wang Ting in the mouth of the factory refers to the West Sea City side of the garment factory. This factory's benefits in general, but the location is in the development zone in a very key position. As the development zone has grown over the years, land prices have gone up. Old 4 is watching. How many years old brother? Won't mess around. The old 4 are fine. But, hey, my eyelids have been throbbing for the past 2 days, so take some time to go around. Wang Ting frowned. There were some things that Wang Ting couldn't say outright. Lao Si is a very righteous person. Otherwise Lin Chang cannot rest assured that the field to him to take care of. But this person's shortcomings are also here. 2 righteous people as a leader. It is easy to suppress the people under him. The other side. I'm traveling next Tuesday. Zhang Zhiyong held Zhou Qing's waist with both hands. Gone for a couple days? 3 days, training and learning. Zhang Zhiyong said. Your leaders are really good. So many youngsters. Sending you to train and learn. Zhou Qing was dissatisfied. Before the training and learning that is basically equal to the public travel, are scrambling to go. Now the training and learning that is really training and learning. A little better to listen to the class. A little more outrageous that is also required to take notes. And finally have to take the test. You're a natural that no one wants to go. Zhang Zhiyong actually went for the leader this time. There's no way. Everyone else can't get away. It's almost the end of the year. Those youngsters have to go out for inspection every day. These old guys, they can't write 2 words well. They can't let that pregnant wife from our section go. Zhang Zhiyong explained. Come on, you're the one who can do it. I'll pack your stuff. Just go away for 3 days. No packing. That's how many times I'll be gone this next week. Hey, go away, go away. You really should study hard. Save your mind from being filled with some every day. Hey, wait, don't you? Day 2, Friday. As the day dawned, the breeze carried a slight coolness, cupping the young people's clean cheeks and releasing their ideals. 1,000 strands intertwined into a vast river of stars, guiding the country's future direction. Ds Cake Shop. Hello, I'd like 2 half coconut black forests, Li Su said as he pushed down his glasses. Yesterday, Li Su didn't get the half coconut black forest because it was out of stock, so Li Su came back today. Hello, that's 56, the clerk said with a smile. Li Su scanned the code to pay, just as the clerk was about to load up the 2 desserts. Hello, can I have another large spoon per serving? Li Su asked. This side of Sandigas is now one of those forks and spoons that have individual plastic packaging. That is, the front part of the spoon is a fork for ease of use. The kind of big spoon that Li Su was talking about was the kind that used to be put there in a box without individual packaging. Because some people hate the lack of hygiene, the default when packing will be to give forks and spoons that are individually wrapped. But these forked spoons are a bit small, and some people still like to use the big spoons that they used to have. So the big spoons have always been available as well. Okay, the clerk said and added a spoon to each dessert. After that, Li Su took the 2 desserts and found a place where no one was. Then, Li Su opened one of the copies. He tucked the small spoon with the package inside into his pants pocket before placing the large spoon in his mouth and sucking it delicately, making sure his saliva wrapped around every corner of the spoon. Sucking and sucking, Li Su couldn't help but show a mesmerized look and didn't know what he was thinking. After that Li Su put the large spoon that was fully wrapped in saliva into the package. Originally, Li Su wanted to do the same to the other portion, but after much hesitation, Li Su gave up and just replaced the small spoon with a large spoon. After arriving at the class, Li Su put the half-coconut black forest that had sucked on a spoon on Lin Xiaoyu's desk and put the other on Jiang Yu's desk. Chapter 69, Early. After Jiang Yu came to the class, it was a bit strange to see the dessert on the table. Whose stuff is this and why is it on your desk? Could it be some little girl with a crush? It doesn't have a little card or anything. Previously, Jiang Yu also received a small gift from the girls, usually attached to a small card written in the meat of the words. The former do not understand, but also in the class to show off everywhere. And finally to the other girls to make them cry. Also wrote a check because of this. Just as Jiang Yu was holding this dessert strangely, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly scurried over, holding a look-alike snack in her hand. You bought it for me? Jiang Yu asked. You're sick. Look at the trouble you've caused me. Send it back to Li Su yourself. I'm annoyed just looking at him. Lin Xiaoyu put the cake on Jiang Yu's table without a good mood. Speaking of this, Lin Xiaoyu came to be angry. You say you are not idle, nothing to flirt with people, and as a result, you get yourself into a fishy situation. Asterisk. He really bought it? Jiang Yu man was shocked. Jiang Yu was just joking to make fun. So he said that. Who would have thought that this person actually came true? Not only bought a copy for Lin Xiaoyu, but also really brought a copy for himself. There's really nothing to say about this pattern. Jiang Yu would call it the innate boiling goat sacred body. I should have known to make a short video to document my life. You boys are really more outrageous than one another. Lin Xiaoyu has seen many outrageous boys, although this Li Su is also outrageous, but in Lin Xiaoyu this is not the most outrageous. That's fine. You put it here. I'll send it to him when I'm done eating. Jiang Yu said and unwrapped his share. Why did his family change to this kind of spoon again? Jiang Yu used to be a regular customer of this pastry store, but Jiang Yu's mom disliked this kind of cutlery without independent packaging, thinking that whoever comes and goes grabs it. It is very unhygienic. So before there is no independent packaging, it is all about buying back and taking the family spoons to eat. Of course if Jiang Yu had bought and eaten it himself, it wouldn't have been as elaborate. What do you mean you finished eating and sent it over to him? Give it to you and you eat it? Why are you so down on your head? Lin Xiaoyu was simply speechless. Then why can't I eat what people give me? People are sick. Sending you a cake for a good reason. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to go up and give Jiang Yu 2 hits when she looked at him in this manner. Just kidding. See how excited you are. Besides, how much it hurts people's self-esteem if you send them back. Jiang Yu closed the package. Jiang Yu was actually just taking a look at what was inside, not really planning to eat it. Throw it away then? I'm not eating it anyway, and you're not allowed to. Isn't it a waste of food to throw it away? That? Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have vaguely guessed Jiang Yu's thoughts. Brother Lei shouldn't have eaten breakfast yet. Although Jiang Yu didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of it was already self-evident. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she heard that. If it were someone else, Lin Xiaoyu would definitely feel that there was something wrong with doing this. But once she thought of Li Su suing her for blackmail yesterday, Lin Xiaoyu felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Then you come with me, Lin Xiaoyu said and pulled Jiang Yu towards the math team office. Hey, what's wrong with me going with you? Besides, Lei isn't even sure to come now. Let's wait until morning study is over. Early morning study hall. In the math group office, Lei was looking at the lesson plan while drinking hot tea. The rules vary from school to school. In some schools, students have to yell out a report before entering the office, but in others, they don't. Jiang Yu's side is not necessary, mainly because the students come in and out. All shouting reports easily affect other people. Brother Lei, you haven't eaten breakfast yet. Jiang Yu came over to Lei's side and said cheerfully, have something to say, have a fart. Lei now looked at Jiang Yu as enough of a headache. Not to mention also followed a Lin Xiaoyu. These two people together will not be good. Li Su bought 2 desserts for you and asked us to help deliver them. Jiang Yu said and placed the 2 desserts on Lei's table. Bought it for me? Lei said with a frown. Said to see you day and night for the class to work quite hard. So on behalf of the students to express a little bit of heart. Of course, he is self-funded, not with the class fee. Jiang Yu explained. Then why didn't he come himself? He is afraid to come yourself you do not want. Jiang Yu continued, hoping that if you come, I have to collect it. Lei turned his head, his fingers lightly tapping on the desktop, wanting to see what kind of good fart Jiang Yu was holding back again. That's not true. The main thing is that I have thick skin. I come. If you do not want, I will eat for you. Anyway, the classmates of the heart you received on the line. We have this relationship thing who eat is not the same. Jiang Yu heatedly smiled. It is not that Jiang Yu is reckless. After all, this math 150 is put here, so usually the relationship with Lei is quite good, and sometimes there will be some harmless jokes. In high school, Basically anyone who can call a single subject a good grade in the class doesn't have a bad relationship with the teacher of the subject. You don't give me poor. Is there anything else? Nothing, hurry back to me. It's fine. Goodbye, teacher. After saying that, Jiang Yu was ready to leave with Lin Xiaoyu. Hey, wait, how's this for two? It's not appropriate for you to eat much alone, Jiang Yu said and incidentally glanced at Zhao Hongyan who was not far away from Shirlei. Get lost, don't cause me any trouble lately, you hear me? Shirlei first glanced at Zhao Hongyan, who was pretending to read a book, and then glared fiercely at Jiang Yu. Got it. Outside the office. Hypocritical. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu and couldn't help but roll her eyes and snort. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu's intention was to just say that it was Li Su who gave it to the two of them, and then let the homeroom teacher teach Li Su a lesson, but Jiang Yu felt that, after all, this matter is also a joke of his own before. You so screwed up. It seems that he is too not a person. Then you have to give people a chance. Jiang Yu said. Lei is not a little cutie, and still can't guess. Then let's see how Li Su himself explains it then. Doesn't he like to snitch? So he likes to say it so much. Let him say it properly, Jiang Yu said. Although this matter was more or less unorthodox, Jiang Yu actually wanted Shirlei to knock Li Su in his heart. But if these two people knew about Li Su's disgusting behavior in the morning, then this matter could not be passed so lightly. After rejoining the class, Jiang Yu returned to his seat to tease his tablemate Zhao Menning. Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was stopped by Qian Xin in a sneaky manner. Hey, Autumn Moon, ask you something, Qian Xin whispered. Ha? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Qian Xin in confusion. That is, did Jiang Yu ever write you 2 pages of cursing you? Qian Xin stammered and asked. Qian Xin is not retarded. It is impossible to believe what Jiang Yu says, but love is something that always makes people become blind. So Qian Xin hesitates and decides to come and find Lin Xiaoyu to ask for confirmation. It was fine if Qian Xin didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, Lin Xiaoyu thought of the day before yesterday when Jiang Yu blocked himself in a corner and cursed for 20 minutes. Thinking about it, Lin Xiaoyu's cheeks couldn't help but blush a little. Lin Xiaoyu from childhood to adulthood are the kind of standard quasi other people's children. No matter where are all the stars in general. That is, Wang Ting is usually at most a heavier tone of reprimand a few sentences. When had she ever been scolded like this? But for some reason, every time Lin Xiaoyu remembered what Jiang Yu had said at that time, she would be angry mixed with a hint of inexplicable excitement at the same time. Qian Xin looked at Lin Xiaoyu's reddened cheeks, and his pupils instantly dilated. Is there really an argument for that? Chapter 70 Unique Game Understanding. Qian Xin likes a young girl in class 12, but never knows how to pursue her. I used to be poisoned by some pain literature, and thought that for this kind of thing, I would have to prepare a very top-notch love letter anyhow, and open the girl's heart at once. But Qian Xin was not good at writing these things, and what he found on the internet was even more of a mess, which is why he went to Jiang Yu for help yesterday. At that time, Jiang Yu was also in a fit of anger, which was why he said it so casually. But in Qian Xin's impression, Jiang Yu had always been the kind of person who had especially many evil ideas. After seeing Lin Xiaoyu's reaction, it even made Qian Xin confirm what he had in mind. This high-end player really has his own unique understanding of the game. Nowadays, there are those love letters for sale on the internet, the kind of beautifully packaged greeting card-like things. It's not like the old days when you just found a random piece of homework paper and wrote it. Qian Xin love letter has long been bought. It is the content has not been written. If you want to be melodramatic, you really can't get it right. But if you want to curse, who doesn't know a couple of silky little streaks? Qian Xin went back to his seat and took the love letter out, then put pen to paper and started writing. Guan Xin, WCNM, do you know you're just a JG? Let's just say Qian Xin does have his own unique understanding of cursing. Math team office. Sister Yan. I don't like sweets. You take it and eat it with Sister Wan. Shirlei put the 2 cakes on Zhao Hongyan's desk. Yo, a piece of your class's students giving you a piece of their mind. It's just so cheap for me too. Wan said cheerfully. If only that Li Su from your class was really that kind. Zhao Hongyan put down the pen in her hand and turned around. Zhao Hongyan's words made both of them freeze. When Shirlei thought about it carefully, it seemed like there was indeed a problem. Recently, in the selection of excellent classroom teachers, Shirlei has been busy with this matter, so he did not react at the first time. Usually the selection of outstanding classroom teachers is in the second half of the semester, but the second half of the senior year is unique, so a lot of the work is moved to the first half of the semester. Seeing that both of them were looking at themselves with a puzzled expression, Zhao Hongyan continued, this is obviously what people Li Su gave to Lin Xiaoyu and Jiang Yu, and the two of them didn't want it, so that's why they brought it over to your old man. Ha, can't be, or else whoever's buying 2 of the same dessert, Zhao Hongyan said. Why did this Li Su buy breakfast for these two? Wang Wan asked. Hey, you guys didn't see before there was a very hot segment on the internet. It's the kind of thing where some licking dog buys breakfast for the goddess and the goddess's boyfriend. And doesn't Li Su like Lin Shouyue? Zhao Hongyan said with vigor. No, Sister Yan. This is too much of a stretch for you. How could there be such a person? That's all just made up on the internet shooting segments. That paragraph all comes from life. Don't believe me? Call your class Li Su over and ask. Just then, a teacher walked in. Brother Lei, Sister Yan, old Hao wants you to go to the faculty office. Got it. Good. Office of the head of grade. Come, sit. Hao Jianzong poured a glass of water for the two. Hao Jianzong's original name was Hao Jiangang, but when he became a teacher, he changed the name from Steele to Zhang. Zhao Hongyan when she went to school. Hao Jianzong is her homeroom teacher. When Zhao Hongyan in the class high melon seeds, there was no less than Hao Jianzong scolded. After graduating from college, Zhao Hongyan back to his alma mater as a teacher. Would have liked to think of Hao Jianzong in office in front of him to get high on melon seeds, angry at him. Who knows? Just came not half a year. The original grade director's health failed early retirement. The result of seniority enough. The ability of Hao Jianzong became the new grade director. There was also a special warning sign on the math team's wall. No melon seeds in the office. Once the two were seated. Lei, have you any ideas about the recent selection of outstanding classroom teachers? Hao Jianzong said. There's nothing to think about. Do your job well and follow the leadership arrangements. Lei said. This outstanding classroom teacher. The school leader's side was originally prepared to give it to those old teachers. The age is up and they're about to retire. Hao Jianzong crossed his fingers in front of the table. They deserve a lot of credit for the school being where it is today. Lei agreed. But I talked to them, and they're not applying to anyone this year, so now they're leaving 2 spots open to come. Hao Jianzong continued. There are a total of 2 key classes in the second middle school, 1 in arts and 1 in science. Basically, the class is full of 985, and 2 classes can produce 10 or so Qingbei every year. The pressure of leading such a class is palpable. It makes sense to give an outstanding classroom teacher. But then, over the years, the teaching force has also been gradually rejuvenated, and many young teachers do not subscribe to those old humane ways. Plus, to be able to come to the second middle school as a teacher, the minimum must be the bachelor and master are 985 high school students, and there are even 2 Qingbei back. These people themselves are high-minded and think that you old teachers, that is, you were born early, and if you play fair, you really don't know what's going on. But surely the school has to seek stability and can't really hand over key classes to these young teachers. So there were some not so positive rumors going around the school. Surely the old teachers had taught for so many years that they must not have cared to be talked about. But school leaders can't just ignore it. That is why the school has given up 2 places this time. And it can be said that it is taking care of the sentiments of the young teachers. Of course you can't keep people from applying for this kind of thing. You can only say that it's a good idea to have the head of the grade level mediate and get them to voluntarily give it up. It's also about wanting to give young people more opportunities. Hao Jianzong added. Not bad for a veteran. Lei echoed. The school leader even asked me about it yesterday, and I recommended you to the leader. Thank you, Director Hao. Lei said in a hurry. This excellent class teacher not only has a bonus, but also affects the evaluation of titles later. If there is an opportunity, Lei definitely wants it. I've written application materials every year before, but every year I've run with it. This stuff says it's a fair competition selection, but it's really all internalized as well. Because this thing is different from other professions, there is no marking of a quantitative assessment. Previously, it was said that it was linked to the academic performance of students, which led to some teachers overemphasizing grades, which is contrary to the founding philosophy of the second form. There have even been some unethical things that have happened to teachers. So nowadays, most of the time, the selection will be made with reference to the teaching ability, working ability, interpersonal relationship, and the degree of recognition of the students, under a comprehensive examination. The summary is that if the leader thinks you can do it, you can do it. There's not much else. Just wanted to have a brief chat with you to see if you have any ideas, any difficulties at work. The children are older. What we say can be understood. Say it is management. In fact, it is just to be friends with them. So I do think that this job is actually quite interesting. More communication with the children can make their own mentality also become younger. Lei said. If only everyone could think like you. Okay, there's nothing else to do. So go ahead and get busy, and turn around and make your application pretty. Okay, then thanks to Director Hao as well. Wait for Lei to leave. Zhao Hongyan, you stand up. Hao Jianzong slapped the table. Chapter 71, lost a bet with a student. Hao Jianzong's moment scared Zhao Hongyan, and she directly stood up from the sofa. Is not you behind the back chewing the tongue? saying that people Lu teacher jumped cha-cha-cha to the excellent teacher took. It wasn't Zhao Hongyan who first said this, but it did come from Zhao Hongyan. Jumping cha-cha-cha is what those of advanced years nowadays, when they were young, did as a social dance, also with a slight hint of immodesty and pejorative connotations. Zhao Hongyan when she went to school is the kind of class gossip, eat snacks, in addition to learning everything to do students, then no less than let Hao Jianzong headache. I wasn't the one who said it first. Zhao Hongyan commiserated. It wasn't you who said that. You gave people a blind rumor everywhere, Hao Jianzong said angrily. If this matter had been said by someone else, Hao Jianzong would definitely not be angry. The main thing is that we all know that Zhao Hongyan used to be Hao Jianzong's student, and Zhao Hongyan's words and actions to a certain extent also represent Hao Jianzong's attitude. Hao Jianzong and Lu teacher are in the same group of teachers, and Hao Jianzong when the classroom teacher, an excellent classroom teacher have not taken. Plus, the school leaders are going to distribute the 2 slots to regular classroom teachers this time. This sequence just has to make anyone with a heart think more. On the contrary, it was not convenient to talk to Zhao Hongyan directly about these things. Zhao Hongyan is not a classroom teacher herself, and she simply chats about this with others for fun. And it is precisely because she is not a classroom teacher herself that she feels it doesn't matter what she says. What do you do personally? Every day not to put the mind on teaching, a day up to engage in these crooked. The school made a mess. There is a little bit when the teachers like, put your parents. Well, you are also soon to be a parent of the people. Every day so dangling. After letting your children also learn to be like this? Hao Jianzong previous training Zhao Hongyan training used to, almost ready to let Zhao Hongyan call the parents over. Zhao Hongyan lowered her head and didn't say anything, quietly getting lectured. And, this, what is this? Hao Jianzong put the teaching summary written by Zhao Hongyan on the table and tapped it hard with his fingers. Isn't it copied from someone else's Shirley? Aha, you still have the face to 'em? When you were in school, as a study committee member you took the lead in copying homework. Now that you're a teacher copying your colleagues' summaries, are you trying to piss me off? Hao Jianzong didn't know why the more he said the angrier he got, feeling as if he was 10 years younger all of a sudden, returning to the time when he was a class teacher. Seeing that Zhao Hongyan lowered her head and didn't say anything, Hao Jianzong took a deep breath. How's getting you ready to be classroom teacher ready? I don't think I'm much of a classroom teacher, so you're just going to hang around for the rest of your life? Hao Jianzong look at Zhao Hongyan this hanging appearance on the gas, obviously very smart, just do not do anything on the heart, really blind that talent, although the classroom teacher's salary is quite high, but will add a lot of responsibility. If you are an ordinary substitute teacher, a lot of things do not matter. Then if you are the classroom teacher, do some things are not very suitable, and Zhao Hongyan is not short of money, so naturally not interested in being a classroom teacher. But before the vice principal personally asked Zhao Hongyan's situation, with or without the class and so on, Hao Jianzong is not clear about the meaning of the vice principal. But Hao Jianzong guessed that the vice principal is trying to make Zhao Hongyan as a class teacher. How can I bring up my students if I can't be a good student myself? Then can't you learn from the good? Look at Shirley, and then look at you. You're wandering around with your head in your hands every day. If ordinary people, Hao Jianzong certainly will not tell people these, mainly because Zhao Hongyan is his former student, so some words are really cannot hold back. Letting her come with Shirley is also hoping that Zhao Hongyan can learn more from Shirley properly. What? You put the air in the vice principal's car tires. Hao Jianzong's pupils instantly dilated. I made a bet with a student earlier and lost. Then, Zhao Hongyan said with some embarrassment, stand at the door for me, and get the hell out of here when the bell rings. Hao Jianzong felt like he was going to have a heart attack if he kept talking to Zhao Hongyan. No wonder people's vice principal personally asked, he or she also, and what a good thing. The original is that you give people car tire air release. It's outrageous, as far from the world as you can get. It's amazing that this is something a female teacher in her 20s could do. Actually, the thing is this, whether it's a regular high school or a major high school, there's always that maverick student. To put it bluntly, they are assholes. It is not that the key high school is all good students. After all, there are elite jerks within that jerks, smoking and drinking and fighting every day, but the grades are still good. These people are the worst to manage. Coupled with good grades, many teachers just look annoyed, but there's not much you can do. People do not make a big mistake. You cannot give people discouraged. There are several of them in Zhao Hongyan's class, not to mention Zhao Hongyan, even the class teacher's words. People do not listen. On one occasion, the guys were caught by the vice principal for smoking in the restroom and one of them was given a disciplinary action. The guys were so pissed off that they took the opportunity to deflate the tires of the vice principal's car. The vice chancellor's house is not far from here, so he usually commutes to work by bicycle. and the traffic is so bad over here that driving isn't really as fast as biking. But this daily tire deflation is not an option. That's why the vice principal had the security department add 2 more monitors to the area where the bikes were parked. In the past, they couldn't catch anyone, but now anyone who dares to mess around is directly shot clear. After these few assholes know, they definitely don't dare to do it. But this breath can't be swallowed, so they get together to discuss it, and the result happens to let Zhao Hongyan hear it. Zhao Hongyan said, "It's not a big deal. You don't dare. I dare." Those assholes naturally didn't believe it. Then Zhao Hongyan said, "Then make a bet. As long as the next big test, the average math score of our class increased by 7 points, she will go to the vice principal of the car tire gas." When these assholes heard this, they came straight to it. Spontaneous study groups were formed to help the class with math. In the end, it was a real deal. It's true that it's easy for you to say that 1 or 2 people will improve by 7 points, but it's not easy for you to say that the average math score of a class will improve by 7 points, plus the fact that in itself, everyone's grades aren't that bad, and it's not at all the same concept for you to improve by 7 out of 60 points as it is to improve by 7 out of 100 points. Zhao Hongyan, after seeing the results, also happy directly to the vice principal of the car tire gas for 3 days, and Zhao Hongyan's behavior was thoroughly recognized by these jerks. Originally, they thought that Zhao Hongyan was just a mouth high, but they did not expect people to actually do what they said. Later they all privately called Zhao Hongyan Sister Stick. Didn't it used to be popular to stand on a stick, which means to be the boss? So calling Zhao Hongyan Stick Sister is also a recognition of her strength. This is why the meeting at the time to let Zhao Hongyan share teaching experience. She said directly, "Are the students themselves to learn, with their own nothing to do with? The main this is really not much to do with. And again, even if there is a relationship, this kind of thing, you are not good to say straight." Chapter 72, A Love Letter. But the vice principal wasn't angry when he found out about it. As the saying goes, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. It doesn't do you much good to have a teacher who blows his or her load but can't get the students' grades up. It doesn't matter if he gets his tires deflated every day if it really makes the students' grades go up. So instead, the vice principal particularly appreciated Zhao Hongyan. The young teacher did have some young ideas. That's why he wanted her to be the class teacher and take a class to try it out. Seeing that how Jianzong was getting angry, Zhao Hongyan lowered her head and left the grade-level director's office. Outside the office, Brother Lei, why haven't you left yet? Zhao Hongyan looked at Lei who hadn't left yet and said in confusion, "It's not about wanting to wait for you." Lei laughed. Lei originally intended to go first, but thought that the two came together. Their first to go is not too good, so just wait for Zhao Hongyan at the door. As a result, this wait really made Lei eat a big melon. "I didn't quite hear it, but I heard it. You'd better go back first. Old How made me stand here for punishment," Zhao Hongyan said with her head hanging down. To do other people? How Jianzong certainly cannot let people stand. That How to say is also a teacher, but also work together with colleagues. You must not let people have an opinion so engaged. The main thing is that Zhao Hongyan used to be How Jianzong's student. How Jianzong see Zhao Hongyan this look is really angry, but also a disguise to the vice principal and explanation. If you have been in the system, you can also see that this is also actually helping Zhao Hongyan. Penalty stand. Director, how this is too much. And not a student. What is the problem next time to correct? Which has a penalty stand. Lei said so on his mouth, but his heart was happy. Let you stay in the office and eat your own melon before. Now well, you've become a melon yourself. Zhao Hongyan nudged her mouth in defiance. Seeing this, Lei continued. How long did Director How ask you to stand? To the ringing of the bell. My goodness, it's still a long time, or else I'll go back and get the water cup for you. Lei said with a smile. Zhao Hongyan angry teeth itchy. How can she not see that Lei is flirting with himself? But she does not have too good a way. Lei brother, you first busy you go. Turn back to let the old How to see me punished station also gossip with people and have to say me. Alright then, I'll go back first. Lei said with a forced smile. This is another excellent class teacher. And to see Zhao Hongyan suffer, Lei heart cannot mention how happy. Activity lesson. Since the games are tomorrow, today's drill was cancelled to overhaul equipment and whatnot. Class 12 entrance. Hey, classmate, can you help me give this to your class Guan Xin? Qian Xin said furtively. Originally Qian Xin wanted to hand over the love letter directly to Guan Xin's hands, but hesitated for half a day or didn't dare. Don't look at Qian Xin looks big and thick. You let him fight okay? You really let him talk to the girl he likes a couple of words. He two legs are shivering. The girl looked at Qian Xin with a bad smile and then went back to her class. Guan Xin. A love letter from Qian Xin in class 14 for you. The girl put the love letter on Guan Xin's desk. Ha! Guan Xin directly made a blush upon hearing that. Guan Xin was the kind of standardized good girl. Different from Lin Xiaoyu's kind who was just good on the outside. She was the kind of downright good girl, with a rather introverted personality. There are a lot of people who like it, but there really isn't much to pursue. It led to a situation that she didn't know how to deal with either. A few of the girls around them saw this and gathered right around. The second middle school side of the relationship check is strict. Relationship although cannot say there is no, but also really not much. So a girl in the class receiving a love letter can be big news on the boring school road. Guan Xin saw everyone gather around and hurriedly shoved the love letter into the hole in the table. Guan Xin. Receiving a love letter isn't something to be ashamed of. Just show it to everyone. A girl coaxed. That's right. Don't worry. We'll never sue the teacher. What on suing the teacher? People are just sending a love letter. Our Xin Bo hasn't agreed yet. Hey, what are you doing? People don't want to show you guys. You guys are still forcing them to show you guys. Is it fun? It's not curious. Forget it if you don't show it. During the school year, many students with weak temperaments are vulnerable to this kind of soft bullying. In fact, people do not intend to bully people. Is simply to put together a lively, but it will have a small impact on the person concerned. And this kind of thing, you also have no way to get angry, or else someone will certainly say that you are pretentious. So many times, you just have to admit it when you come across it. Although this kind of thing is not so bad as to make people depressed, it still leaves a shadow more or less, and it may still be uncomfortable to think about it many years later. However, Guan Xin was relieved to see that someone had spoken up for her. But, if you don't show it, I'll sue the teacher. You can either show it to us or show it to Sister Wan. Your choice. Qin Kai said. Qin Kai, the class president of class 12, usually often mixed with those mongrels in class 13, and he was one of those caught smoking by the vice principal before. Because of the punishment given, Wang Wan has always wanted to replace Qin Kai as the class president, but after casting her vote twice, it was Qin Kai who was the highest, so Wang Wan could only let Qin Kai continue as the class president. Qin Kai, you're sick. Qin Kai didn't pay attention to the girl who scolded him, but instead sat on the table in front of Guan Xin, his hands in his pants pockets and one foot stomping on Guan Xin's table. But Qin Kai whistled at Guan Xin, take it out or you'll sue the teacher. Guan Xin was so angry with Qin Kai that tears were rolling in her eyes, but she was afraid that Qin Kai would really sue the teacher, so she could only take out the love letter that Chen Xin had sent. Although Guan Xin, as the recipient of love letters, is not really at fault, but many girls will have an inexplicable fear of teachers. This kind of thing is known by the class teacher, will certainly be called to talk, so Guan Xin is still very afraid if Qin Kai sued the teacher. Guan Xin carefully opened the love letter after, began to read the contents inside, while the surrounding students even instantly surrounded Guan Xin's seat. But it wasn't the fleshy love words that caught everyone's eye. Guan Xin, WCNM, WC death you blood M, do you know you are a cheap G? Guan Xin looked at the powerful content inside the love letter, and instantly her eyes froze, and her hand holding the love letter couldn't stop trembling. Guan Xin, who had never encountered such a thing, suddenly felt so helpless, and when the surrounding students saw what was inside the love letter, one by one, they couldn't hold their breath. There were even people who read out the inside of the love letters. Ha 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 ha, WC death to you blood M. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. Ha 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 ha. How much of a grudge must this be? Damn. Happy old man. The contents of the love letter and the laughter of the surrounding classmates directly shattered Guan Xin's mental defenses. It caused Guan Xin to fall straight onto her desk and cry. Woo woo. Chapter 73, The Love Brain is like this. Qin Kai frowned and jerked the love letter over. After seeing what was inside, Qin Kai kicked the boy who had just laughed the loudest in the ass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Our class is being stepped on and bullied, and you have the ing face to laugh. After saying that, Qin Kai walked out of the class door towards the direction of class 14, and a few boys in the class who usually played with Qin Kai also followed. Qin Kai is a jerk, but something is really on. Class of 14. Chen Xin sat in his seat at a loss for words. Originally, the inter drill was not drilled. Chen Xin should go down to play ball with Yifeng and them, but because of the love letter, Chen Xin wasn't really in the mood to go down and play, so he just sat in class and rambled. I don't know what Guan Xin's reaction will be when she sees the contents of the love letter. Zhang Yu, don't you dare pit me. The more Chen Xin thought about it, the more nervous he became, and a little regretful, and his legs began to shake unconsciously. Shouldn't he or she still write something more conventional about his or her confession? What if Guan Xin couldn't understand what he meant and really thought he was cursing? The more Chen Xin thought, the more chaotic his brain. Even wanted to directly call Guan Xin out to talk to her face to face to make it clear, but after countless times of simulation in his mind, Chen Xin still felt that he did not have the courage to face Guan Xin. In fact, It is not that Qian Xin really do not dare to face Guan Xin. The main thing is that there is no acceptance of the courage of failure. As the saying goes, do not confess will not fail, do not face nothing happens. Although he confessed, as long as he acted as a good shrinking violet and didn't give Guan Xin a chance to reject him, then he could keep fooling himself. But what if Guan Xin agrees? Am I going to pull her hand? What if I leave a bad impression on her? The more Qian Xin thought about it, the more nervous he became, until the desk on the ground in front of him was kicked away. There was an unspoken rule of engagement when you went to school that you didn't usually get into other people's classes. The class is like a barrier protecting the students in the class. It is the fights that are usually called out and rarely cause trouble in the class. However, there are exceptions. Qin Kai directly rushed into class 14, kicked away the desk on the ground in front of Qian Xin, directly grabbed Qian Xin's collar, and gripped him out. Qin Kai, what's gotten into you? The girls in the class screamed. Qin Kai, what are you doing? Qian Xin tried to break free from Qin Kai's control. Go apologize to Guan Xin for me. Don't force me to do it. Qin Kai said nonchalantly. Most of the boys in class 14 who had a temper went down to play ball, and the rest of the boys who really got into trouble were worse than pussies. The boys on Qin Kai's side were also going to play, but none of them went because they wanted to read Guan Xin's love letter. Plus, the jerks from class 13 were on good terms with Qin Kai, so they directly gathered over a whole bunch of people. This led to even less students in Zhang Yu's class daring to stand up for Qian Xin. But, Qin Kai, what are you doing? Do you want to be expelled? Gu Xiaoyan stepped forward and grabbed Qin Kai's wrist, trying to break Qin Kai's grip on Qian Xin's hand. Gu Xiaoyan, get the hell out of here, Qin Kai said nonchalantly. They're all on the same floor, and the ones who usually have more images basically know each other. The old school rule in the second high school was that regardless of whether it was right or wrong, if you fought you would be expelled. In the earlier years when bullying was common in schools, this school rule did protect the students in the school and provide a happy place for everyone to study without fear. With the gradual improvement of the legislation behind it and the development of self-media, it is good to curb the breeding of school bullying. Another thing happened later. There are also residents on the second middle school side, and before that, they were all in 6 rooms, and one dormitory person got into trouble with another dormitory person. As a result, 4 or 5 people from the other dormitory rushed in and beat them up. Turns out his roommates were just all watching and none of them came up to help. The follow-up of course was that the ones who did the hitting were fired. But the incident has also led to extensive discussion among the entire school community. Many people condemned those who stood and watched, calling them apathetic, all of them being roommates who spent time together, and managed to watch and do nothing. But some people feel that we all got in with great difficulty, and can we do right by ourselves and our parents because of the help that led to their expulsion? The two sides argued as a result. The school had several meetings over the matter, devoted to it. Students have organized several debates privately. After discussion, the school still feels that teaching students should first teach them to be human beings, and that they should not be cultivated into apathetic learning machines. Students educated in this way will only be treated coldly in the face of injustice suffered by others in society, which is what the school does not want to see. A good student does not only need good grades, but also has his or her own sense of right and wrong, responsibility, and social commitment. School rules should also be designed to better educate students, not to shackle them and deter them from doing what they think is right. This school rule was later corrected to read that picking fights with off-campus personnel was grounds for expulsion. School fights range from probation to expulsion, depending on the severity of the situation. Fighting on campus ranges from a demerit to dismissal, depending on the severity of the situation. Of course, this is all disciplinary action, such as writing a check, suspension, calling a parent, or whatever collateral punishments are not written into the school rules, and basically you can't get away with these things if you're disciplined. Qian Xin watched Qin Kai scold Gu Xiaoyan when he also came to a bit of fire. It doesn't matter if you call yourself names. It sure doesn't matter if you call your friends names. Qin Kai, watch your ing mouth. The three just pulled and froze. In fact, Qian Xin is usually the kind of courageous people. Wrong to apologize is no big deal, but in the face of Guan Xin he is really a little scared. Especially listening to the side said. Guan Xin also cried, "Class, Zhang Yu, where are you? You come back quickly." Lin Xiaoyu took her cell phone and secretly sent a message to Zhang Yu. "Missed me?" Zhang Yu casually pauperized. "Qian Xin from our class is fighting with Qin Kai from class 12. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't care less about messing around with Zhang Yu at this point. "Ha? What's going on?" "I don't know exactly. I heard it was. Anyway, come back soon." For some reason, the first thing Lin Xiaoyu thought of when she encountered this kind of thing was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu didn't go to play ball. Just now he went to the school supermarket to buy a bottle of drink. And after receiving Lin Xiaoyu's message, Zhang Yu quickly hurried to his class. Although Lin Xiaoyue had spoken in a very general way, Jiang Yu had basically guessed a general idea. Qian Xin. I'll give you one last chance. Go apologize to Guan Xin. Qin Kai said as he tugged on Chen Xin's collar. Qian Xin didn't say anything. Qin Kai suddenly yanked so hard, which instead caused Gu Xiaoyan to fall to the ground without standing still. Qin Kai, I'll TM you to death. Seeing that Gu Xiaoyan had been brought down by Qin Kai, Qian Xin also came to fire. Just as Qian Xin was about to make his move, Jiang Yu scurried out. It shouldn't be too late by the looks of it. Jiang Yu wrapped his arms around Qin Kai's neck from behind and pulled him aside. Mr. Kai, this wave is my pot. Listen to what I have to tell you first. Although Jiang Yu was not a gangster, he had a decent relationship with Qin Kai and those gangsters in class 13 because they played games together. After that, Jiang Yu began to explain to Qin Kai. Money big TMA. After Qin Kai heard that the love letter writing curse words were a casual joke made by Jiang Yu, he directly broke into a curse. It's the kind of thing no sane person can understand. Love brain is like this. This also shows that Qian Xin is sincere like well. If not sincere like, that also cannot do out so retarded things. Jiang Yu also has some headaches. Who would have thought that what he said casually in anger at the time, but instead turned into a pot to buckle their own head? This to find who to say. It's amazing that someone actually believes something so outrageous. So our class is letting people bully us for nothing? After Qin Kai knew the truth, although he wasn't as angry, there was no way this could end like this. Apologize for sure. You have to let people prepare for it. Jiang Yu then said. Could be. After that, Qin Kai left with that oozing huge gang. In the meantime, excellent classroom teacher. Excellent classroom teacher. Shirley hummed a little song as he prepared his application materials. Chapter 74, Who told you to do this? In a short while, Zhao Hongyan walked in with her head hanging down. Yo, Sister Yan. Back, Shirley said cheerfully. Zhao Hongyan wrinkled her nose. Originally, Zhao Hongyan didn't want to take care of Shirley, but she still came to Shirley's side. Brother Lei, you didn't tell anyone else. Zhao Hongyan was naturally referring to the fact that she had been punished. It's humiliating enough for a student to be penalized, let alone a teacher. How can it be? I don't have that kind of mouth. I was just joking with you. Don't take it personally. Shirley said this on his lips, but in his heart, he thought, you think everyone is like you. A loudspeaker, blaring every day. You're right. It's not good to have too many mouths. You can't go around blindly in the future. After hearing that Shirley didn't tell his embarrassing story everywhere, Zhao Hongyan was also relieved. Brother Lei, you're busy. I still have to rewrite my summary from last week. Copying homework, such things, not to be found naturally peacefully, was found. Then rewrite is certainly no escape. Just then, Wang Wan came in angrily with a piece of paper. Wang Wan directly slapped the paper on Shirley's desk. Look at what the boys in your class have done. After Guan Xin was angry and cried, the class told Wang Wan the first time. Wang Wan, after seeing the contents of the love letter, that is even more angry. And Qian Xin was no longer a student in his class, and it was not his turn to control, so Wang Wan had to come to Shirley. Little boys, make a mistake once in a while. There's no need to be like this. Shirley was also speechless as he looked at Wang Wan. It's as if the boys in your class haven't written love letters to anyone else. It's a big deal. Just mediate and conciliate. Why get so worked up? This thing that Qian Xin bought was quite exquisite in appearance. So when Shirley first looked at it, he instinctively also thought that it was a love letter written. Unnecessary? Very necessary, Wang Wan said nonchalantly. Shirley froze for a moment as he looked at Wang Wan, then picked up the love letter and began to read the contents. Guan Xin, WCNM, do you know you're just a JG? The things in here. The corners of Shirley's mouth twitched even as he looked at them. Chen Xin, this front writing is still considered restrained. The back into the state. Direct output pull full. Through the handwriting can be felt Qian Xin at the time of exuberance. Shirley looked confused. What the hell is going on here? Sister Wan, this must be a misunderstanding. Shirley said. The children in his own class. He knows himself, although Qian Xin is sometimes a jerk, but he is not so bad as to do such a bad thing. Misunderstanding? You tell me how it's a misunderstanding. Combined with the fact that the boys in your class like the girls in our class, and when the girls in my class don't agree, the boys in your class retaliate with such bad behavior. You tell me what kind of behavior is this? Wang Wan said nonchalantly. Wang Wan also heard it from her classmates. Usually this is the kind of thing that the students in the class like to talk about in the direction of exaggeration, and it was Wang Wan's first time dealing with something like this, so she didn't have much experience. Usually some messy things in the class. Qin Kai basically gave the solution, and usually not pass to Wang Wan here. Can pass to Wang Wan here. That thing is generally not small. How does Shirley look at this matter and feel that it is outrageous? Sometimes the classroom teacher knows the students better than even the parents. So Shirley still didn't believe that Chen Xin could do something so bad. Since Shirley had said so, Wang Wan couldn't say anything more. I'll go. Shirley was directly startled when he turned around. Zhao Hongyan came over at some point. Sister Yan, aren't you writing a summary? Shirley said breathlessly. Zhao Hongyan also really want to write, but you put next to chat so exciting. Who can write into ah? There's no rush to summarize. I guess I'll be leading a class next year as well. I need to learn the experience of dealing with student conflicts before it's too late, Zhao Hongyan said in a serious manner. Looking at the face of this woman with a melon-eating face, Shirley was also speechless, and could only say that Director Hao was still punished lightly. At this time, there happened to be a student who came to deliver something, so Shirley asked her to call Chen Xin over. It wasn't long before Chen Xin arrived at the math team office. Did you write this? Shirley pushed the love letter in front of Chen Xin. Aha! Chen Xin nodded. Why did you write this kind of thing? Shirley then asked. At first, Shirley thought that it might be a prank by someone, and that the fall was deliberately written by Chen Xin. At that time, he saw that Wang Wan was also angry, so Shirley didn't say it straight at that time. Who knows? This thing is actually really written by Chen Xin. Chen Xin kept his head down and didn't say anything. Do big men dare to do things that they don't dare to do? Do you know how bad this behavior of yours is? I'm giving you a chance to explain. If you don't cherish it, call your parents over to deal with it. Shirley warned. Chen Xin still didn't say anything. Chen Xin naturally dared to do it, although a little angry with Zhang Yu. Angry that he gave himself a bad idea, but now it is impossible to directly give Zhang Yu sold. I just don't understand. You a big man, how to have the nerve to bully others, little girl. Who let you do this? Originally Shirley just blurted out such a sentence. After all, this sentence is quite common in dealing with student work. No matter who made a mistake. Basically was a who let you do this. But after saying that, Shirley suddenly seemed to realize something. Such an outrageous thing doesn't seem like something Chen Xin could do, but rather it's a bit like another person's technique. Get Jiang Yu over here. Shirley's words just fell. Hey, brother Lei, you're looking for me. Jiang Yu pushed the door and walked in. Just now, Jiang Yu finished talking with Qin Kai. Naturally he had to find Chen Xin to say that he apologized. But when he learned that the homeroom teacher had asked Chen Xin to go to the office, Jiang Yu knew that the homeroom teacher must know about this matter. In order to prevent the situation from expanding further, Jiang Yu then took the initiative to come to the office. You still have the face to give me a heave-ho? For some reason, Shirley's stomach was full of anger when he saw Jiang Yu right now. Say, was this another one of your ideas? Shirley pointed at the love letter on the table and poked it hard. Jiang Yu picked up the love letter and briefly looked at it, and instantly, he too had a head full of black lines. Himself then was saying that the girl are owed scolding, but also did not let you so scolding ah. One could only say that Jiang Yu's understanding of cursing was not quite the same as Chen Xion's. Chen Xion's understanding of cursing was still stuck on greeting people's 18 generations of ancestors. Lay brother, this matter right, although it is not my idea, but with me more or less also a little bit related. At that time it was like this. Chapter 75, Shirley's suspicion. After that, Jiang Yu briefly explained it to Shirley. Why do you get up one day and be so idle? You and Lin Xiu, you two people make a mess even if it's not enough. Now you also encourage other students to make a mess. Jiang Yu, do you still want to miss it? Shirley was even more angry on the surface, but actually in his heart, he was relieved. And now it was more of a show to Wang Wan as well. Chen Xin, after all, is not subjectively malicious, but also all misled by Jiang Yu. Just give a little punishment and this will go away. Not to the extent of a disciplinary action. Otherwise, Chen Xin is a big deal. To a lesser extent that's insulting. To a greater extent it can all be considered bullying. Brother Lei, this matter is indeed my fault, but to hard count it, it's also a good thing. In this way, Chen Xin and Guan Xin won't be possible. Both of them can study in peace. Jiang Yu explained. Otherwise, if you turn back to the two sneaking around, don't you still have to worry about it with Sister Wan? Slap. Shirley slapped his hand on the table. It's against you. You're still greasing me here. While Shirley said that, he also glanced at Wang Wan, who was blushing. Jiang Yu also knew that he would definitely be scolded for saying this, but he couldn't help but say it. Otherwise Chen Xin, this matter is not so easy to pass. After all, this send love letter thing can be big or small. It has also helped to spread the fire. After Shirley and casually trained Chen Xin a meal, the general meaning is that now is not the time to fall in love. Should put the mind on learning. Let's stay up to follow Jiang Yu fooling around and so on. Go back to write a review tomorrow to hand over. And then to Guan Xin face to face to apologize. If there is a next time how. After that, he was sent back. After all, this kind of thing can be big or small, and it's a student in his own class now, so sure Lei doesn't want to make things too ugly. Look at Qianxin after he's gone. Brother Lei, then there's nothing else. I'll withdraw first as well. Jiang Yu hammed and hawed. Wait, stand there for me. Sure Lei's eyes narrowed. What other instructions does Brother Lei have? Although Jiang Yu accompanied a smile on his face, he was on the verge of crying in his heart. That help with spreading the fire comes at a price. Okay, you kid. Love master? And also others on the idea, turn around to open a class. Lecture. Let me also listen to it. Not so much, not so much. Jiang Yu said as he compensated with a smile. No? Do you still think you've done a good thing? I'm telling you, you're abetting. Jiang Yu, why is your heart so black? Letting someone write that kind of thing for a girl. What's in it for you? Sure Lei proceeded to reprimand. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Now even if he pretended to be dead, this shouldn't go away so easily. So he began to explain. Lei brother, I was also no way that you say Qian Xin asked me how to write a love letter. What should I do? I cannot really teach it. Turn back Guan Xin brain fever really agreed. That is to harm him. In fact, I subjectively want to tell you directly, but in all fairness, when you go to school when you encounter this kind of thing will sue the teacher it. Generally except for that kind of extreme. Under normal circumstances, no one will sue the teacher for this kind of thing. Hoping to still rely on me. Sure Lei said this on his lips, but in his heart, he was actually a bit moved by Jiang Yu's words. Although Sure Lei also thinks that finding this kind of thing is the first time you should tell the teacher. But if he encountered this kind of thing in high school, most likely he wouldn't tell the teacher either. Not to rely on you. You think, even if you take a step back. I didn't say anything to Qianxin at that time. Wouldn't Qianxin go to someone else, or go online to find a guide? Then in the end Qianxin will definitely still have to confess to Guan Xin. Then I can't just stand by and watch my good brother go astray. Still going astray. I think you are the biggest astray, Sure Lei said without any good humor. To change the usual, Sure Lei certainly will not give Jiang Yu so much opportunity to speak. Long ago opened the training. Mainly have to give Wang Wan's side an explanation. So let Jiang Yu said so much, to explain things clearly. Otherwise, even if Jiang Yu was given a bad scolding, Wang Wan would definitely still have a problem with Jiang Yu in her heart. Lei brother, my intention is actually good. I said so. Under normal circumstances, Jian Xin certainly will not write love letters to Guan Xin again, and then curse words, he will not write. Even if written also dare not send. This matter also ends here, both to stop Qian Xin confession, but also to prevent Guan Xin was disturbed, but also did not affect the relationship between me and Qian Xin. One arrow, three birds with one stone. Who can know that Qian Xin so tiger? Looking at you, I still have to give you an award, Sure Lei said and stole a glance at Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan wasn't that angry anymore, he took a deep breath. The whole thing was just a misunderstanding. 2. Brother Lei, I promise you, there will definitely be no next time, Jiang Yu said with conviction. It looks like this should be the end of the matter. Alright, go back and write one. Sure Lei originally intended to let Jiang Yu write a review of this matter even, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Xiuyue push the door and walk in. Before he saw Lin Xiuyue, Sure Lei always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't tell. But the moment he saw Lin Xiuyue, Sure Lei suddenly remembered, and seeing Lin Xiuyue come in, Jiang Yu's heart thumped. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Jiang Yu saw Lin Xiuyue come in and quickly spoke out. You wait. Sure Lei saw that Jiang Yu wanted to run, so he felt more and more that there was something wrong with the two of them. Jiang Yu instantly felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly gave Lin Xiuyue a wink. JY, how did you get in here? Lin Xiuyue, I came in to take a casual look. Lin Xiuyue had just followed Jiang Yu here. Only she didn't come in with him and had been waiting outside the door. At that time, when Qian Xin and Qin Kai clashed, it was Lin Xiuyue who called Jiang Yu back to deal with it. And now that she saw Qian Xin come out for half a day, and still didn't see Jiang Yu come out, Lin Xiuyue felt that it was a little bit inappropriate if she was so indifferent, so she thought of coming in to take a look. Jiang Yu are going to vomit blood. Feelings you have nothing to come here to walk. How much leisure Sure Lei couldn't sit still when he saw that the two of them started making eye contact again as soon as they met. Hey, what's going on with you two? You're all browbeaten when you meet. What are you exchanging? Tell me about it. See the two men after they stopped communicating. Don't say it, okay? Then I'll say, Lin Xiuyue, Jiang Yu told Qian Xin that he wrote 2 pages of curses for you. Is that true? Jiang Yu, you're not allowed to speak. Sure Lei even predicted Jiang Yu's behavior. Jiang Yu's mouth opened when he saw this, but in the end, he did not make a sound. Aha. Lin Xiuyue replied. Can you bring it to me? Sure Lei then asked. Okay, Then is it okay if I bring it over to you this afternoon? Lin Xiaoyu said. If you take it over in the afternoon, there's no point. These two little foxes can't be caught as long as they're out of this door. 1 noon is enough time for these two little guys to conspire. In fact, if it was any other student, Shirley would most likely be too lazy to care. But not these two. Shirley always had a feeling of being teased if anything these days, which made him very unhappy. Shirley feels that most of the problems are in these two people. Not one time to the two people whole subdued. Also really think that he is good to fool, day after day to give himself here in the drama it. So, in that case, you guys write down roughly what's inside. Shirley drew 2 pieces of draft paper out and handed them to the two of them. Lin Xiaoyu, you go over there and write it. Zhang Yu, you write it here. Chapter 76, Offensive and Reasonable Reasons. Zhang Yu was about to say something, but when he saw Lin Xiaoyu sneakily compare a 3 to himself with her hand, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. Zhang Yu guessed that Lin Xiaoyu used her hand to compare 3, meaning that it should be the 3rd paragraph. Inside the 3rd paragraph, Zhang Yu was mainly writing about some trivial matters in the class, such as sending and receiving homework. Spouting Lin Xiaoyu has a lot of things to do and so on. Even if Shirley knew about it, it wouldn't be harmless. Soon the two were done writing. After Shirley took the draft paper, he gently shook it. Every day you make up stories for me. I can't cure you too. Zhang Yu, look at your writing. It's as good as a dog's. Look at what someone else, Lin Xiaoyu, wrote. Shirley spat out a sentence, then began to read the contents. But the more Shirley looked at it, the more wrong it became. Originally, Shirley was trying to prove that Zhang Yu had never written any of those whatchamacallit curses to Lin Xiaoyu. After all, how does this sort of thing sound like bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Just proving it would quickly break down both men's mental defenses. But if the two wrote something that expressed more or less the same meaning in its content, then he or she had misjudged the two, and the matter would end there. But, now there was a situation that Shirley had never envisioned. It's just that these two write like their mimeograph texts, almost even with the exact same punctuation, and both wrote the whole thing under their own watch, and there was no copying. This is just off the charts. Shirley's entire body was stunned. If you say that this is not rehearsed in advance, Shirley really does not believe it at all. Who's a good person to carry something like that? You would have to say that it was written by Zhang Yu himself, so it wasn't unusual to be able to mime it out. But what was the situation on Lin Xiaoyu's side? In fact, the paragraphs that Zhang Yu had written for Lin Xiaoyu had already read them a dozen times. Plus Lin Xiaoyu was originally better at memorizing things, and she had memorized the previous content a long time ago, which is why she was able to write them exactly the same. This is also the reason why Lin Xiaoyu gave Zhang Yu more than 3. But of course, it is also because the first 2 paragraphs have some more sensitive content that is not convenient to show to Shirley. Shirley took a deep breath. Let's talk. If we can't talk today, both of you will call your parents over. Shirley pushed the 2 pieces of draft paper back to the two. Zhang Yu briefly looked at it. Brother Lei, there seems to be no problem. It is not written the same. Zhang Yu had just finished speaking when he seemed to have vaguely realized that there was a problem. I just can't understand. You two get up one day, do not study, put aside for me to perform drama. Well, farce. No, this. Zhang Yu's head instantly went big. This is outrageous. Before Zhang Yu saw Lin Xiaoyu come in, he guessed that it was going to be bad, but he didn't think it could be bad like this. And now Zhang Yu didn't know how to round it off. Lin Xiaoyu this writing, just like copying according to their own. This ghost explains clearly. Cannot say that he just went up to her body. How could Zhang Yu not understand how in the world Lin Xiaoyu did it? Could it be that she could still be the roundworm in her stomach that had become a spirit? Come on. I see how you are still ready to sophistry. Zhang Yu, you cannot put your mind more to study with a use. You day after day hold these things, what is the use? But also with people Lin Xiaoyu together, think they day after day plan seamless. I tell you, you are lifting up a stone on feet. Come to say it, before those things are how it is. All 1.5 give me a clear explanation. Shirley pointed his finger at Zhang Yu and said nonchalantly. Although Shirley wasn't sure what was going on before, but all in all, he just felt that it was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Just as Zhang Yu was frantically burning his brain cells, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. Teacher, I actually have this passage memorized. Memorized? Memorized it. Shirley's eyes instantly widened. What are you doing memorizing this kind of thing? Write these less than 400 or 500 words. Who has nothing to do with eating to memorize this kind of thing? And it's still a curse word. It's not pure psychopathy. Refreshing. Lin Xiaoyu unconsciously tiptoed. Boost. Shirley didn't know if he was crazy or if the world was crazy. Watching this kind of thing to refresh his mind? Whenever I'm tired of studying, I take it out and look at it, and I memorized it after reading more. Lin Xiaoyu explained with a red face. Shirley had never heard such an outrageous and reasonable reason. Directly to Shirley whole will not. A time actually do not know what to say. Watching this kind of thing can refresh your mind. Shirley was still a bit unconvinced. Every time I look at it, I get angry, and then I get motivated to study again. Lin Xiaoyue continued, turning anger into motivation to learn. How high must this be? Innate scientific research saint body? Although Jiang Yu didn't believe in it, he still hoped that Shirley would believe in it for a bit. In fact, what Lin Xiaoyu said wasn't entirely correct, mainly because this thing was like eating spicy food. Although it was painful, it was addictive. Lin Xiaoyu was pretty much in the same situation, basically never been scolded with such harsh words since she was a child. So when she experienced it for the first time, she would be more or less on top of it, so she always wanted to take it out and watch it, to experience that kind of adrenaline rush. And even Lin Xiaoyu, at a certain moment, would have the idea of letting Jiang Yu scold her again. Of course this evil thought was ruthlessly strangled by Lin Xiaoyu when it first arose. For some reason, Jiang Yu had a feeling of being sexually harassed when he knew that Lin Xiaoyu had taken the words he had scolded her with and performed a full recitation of them. The feeling was too strange to be weird, too strange in the extreme. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a very odd look, meaning, you're psychopathic, aren't you, carrying this kind of thing? Lin Xiaoyu returned a wink, meaning, you're the psychopath. This is evidence that you bullied me. And Shirley now had even more words in his stomach, not knowing where to start. Half a day of thinking. Hey, I'm just wondering, what are you doing writing this for someone else? Lin Xiaoyu, Shirley said with a frown. Shirley feels that these two people are full of problems, but he can't pull out any of them. Brother Lei, it's mainly because she usually chews her hair too much, but for a fart, I can't afford to get into a fight with her, so I just wrote it down as a vent, and as a result, she saw it the other day and snatched it away from me. Jiang Yu explained. And you have the nerve to say that there's something you can't say to your face. You have to write nasty things in private. I'm disgusting? Hey, just tell me you collect an English assignment. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue directly gave Shirley a dry spell with this bickering of truth and falsehood. Stop. Shut up. That's enough about you two. I'm in a bad mood. If, you two, no matter what, let me sneak into the office again. I don't care what the reason is. Get the hell out of here and go home and reflect. Shirley now had one has four big. He didn't want to tell whether the two were lying or not, or who was right and who was wrong. All he wanted now was for the two to get the hell out of there right now. Got it. The two men bowed their heads and spoke in unison. Scram, Shirley added angrily, after getting out of the office. Can you stay away from me in the future? I'm annoyed just looking at you right now. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a disgusted face. It was a big deal, but it was almost complicated by this woman. You still have the nerve to talk about me. If you don't instigate Qian Xin to scold others Guan Xin, there can be this. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with the same look of disgust. Lin Xiaoyu had just finished speaking when she saw Qian Xin waiting for the two of them outside the door. Qian Xin, you should play less with certain people in the future. Be careful of being brought down. Lin Xiaoyu said and even gave Jiang Yu a blank look. Qian Xin didn't pay any attention to Lin Xiaoyu. Instead, Jiang Yu, you punked me. Chapter 77, do you still believe in him? If it wasn't for the fact that Qian Xin was usually on good terms with Jiang Yu, Qian Xin would have started cursing by now. What, I'll just pit you. This time it's just you kid picking up the pieces. A blessing in disguise. Jiang Yu said. What? What do you mean? Qian Xin frowned, not understanding what Jiang Yu meant by that. Do you think you could ask someone's little girl out if you usually do? Qian Xin thought for a moment. Enough. The shy kind of girl in high school. You'd have a hard time asking someone out on your own unless you were incredibly handsome. That's not the end. You want to usually about people. You are to say out of flowers. People girls shy and coy, also enough to be able to come out with you, but now it's different. Jiang Yu then said. How different? Qian Xin's expression began to ease a bit. I'll give you that. Chasing girls isn't afraid of a headwind. It's the lack of opportunity. Just like playing the game. People full of blood shrink tower. You are not good to kill. You a headwind. People take the initiative to fight with you. This is not the operation space. Think about it. Normally you don't come out because you are wary of you and know that you are going to plot against her. But you are now against the wind and you are asking her out to apologize. Which doesn't make her less wary. And the opportunity for this operation doesn't come. Can it work? Qian Xin was a bit moved by Jiang Yu. You wanted directly about people Guan Xin. That must be more than half also enough. You have to even Guan Xin's little sister together please. Even if Guan Xin is not willing, but her little sister in order to give Guan Xin out of anger, will certainly fling Guan Xin to go. They do not like to engage in this set of girls. Their own bull asterisk 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 love did not talk about it. It's good to give other people the idea. This, Xian Xin was still a bit hesitant. Usually words have not said 2 sentences, just happened again such a thing, and now directly about people out to eat. Chen Xin this cheek is indeed a bit unable to carry. Jiang Yu couldn't help but add more fire when he saw Chen Xin hesitating. Hey, Lin Xiaoyu, if Zhang Jiayue and He Feng have a fight, and He Feng wants to apologize and treat you two to dinner, and Zhang Jiayue doesn't want to go, what do you do? Can this be the same thing? Lin Xiaoyu froze for a moment, always feeling that what Jiang Yu said seemed to make some sense, but it didn't seem to make much sense. How is not the same thing? I give you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After this village without this store, and so after 2 days, people are vigilant and come up, then you most likely no chance. You think, even if you give people face-to-face to apologize, you think people can eliminate the knot on your heart. The more that kind of introverted girls, the smaller the circle of socialization. The experience of the matter is also less. You write those things, like a thorn in her heart, you now do not seize the time to pull out. This thorn can slowly grow into the flesh. Jiang Yu then urged. Although Jiang Yu's words were justified, but Mei Chen Xin was really too low grade in this aspect of chasing girls. Just simulating the scene in his mind was scalp-numbing. But what do I say when I ask someone out? Chen Xin was worried that he wouldn't know what to say when he asked someone out. In middle school, everyone's resistance to awkwardness is generally low, and being alone with people you don't know very well makes you uncomfortable if you don't say something. Everything to me to push on the line. I'll do a good job of evil. Other than that there is no need to prepare too much. When the time comes Guan Xin will certainly bring a little sister. You do not have anything to talk about. That little sister of hers can have a lot of want to ask. Then I'll try. Chen Xin's eyes began to turn eager to try. Chen Xin, you still believe him? Seeing that this atmosphere was getting more and more wrong, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly opened her mouth. Faith. Chen Xin nodded firmly. Then you're really hopeless. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Chen Xin with a speechless face. Why doesn't this man ever learn? Afternoon dismissal. Gu Xiaoyan, who was about to go home, was stopped by Qin Kai. Qin Kai had one hand in his pants pocket and was holding a gift box in the other. What's the matter with you? Gu Xiaoyan said with a wary face. Qin Kai craned his neck back and forth twice and threw the gift box at Gu Xiaoyan. Sending you. Qin Kai said and twisted his head. Junior high school when the jerks like to stagger. All day up a kind of skyboss. My oldest 2 frame. And after high school more like the kind of cold and melancholy pretentious model. Get a black and white avatar. Circle of friends and then post some pain text, as if abandoned by the whole world. Qin Kai is basically this kind. Can't talk about any good guy, but not too bad. Just like to deliberately pretend to be indifferent and less talkative for the sake of handsome. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to come over and apologize to Gu Xiaoyan. After all, when he clashed with Chen Xin today, he accidentally pushed Gu Xiaoyan down, and Qin Kai was more or less apologetic in his heart. This apology, Qin Kai really can't say. So he asked someone to buy a gift outside the school and send it to himself, so he can give it to Gu Xiaoyan. But Gu Xiaoyan couldn't understand what Qin Kai meant, and Gu Xiaoyan was the kind of typical good student who didn't like yellow hair, so she even had a natural resistance to Qin Kai. Nervous, Gu Xiaoyan looked at Qin Kai's departing figure and muttered in a low voice. Originally, Gu Xiaoyan wanted to leave directly, but without taking 2 steps, she returned to pick up the gift box from Qin Kai. After Jiang Yu returned home, Xiao Yu, when your cousin comes over later, open the door for him, Zhou Qing instructed as she was busy in the kitchen. Got it, Jiang Yu echoed. Jiang Yu's cousin's name was Lin Yi, and since he was a child, Zhou Qing had never allowed Jiang Yu to play with his cousin. According to Zhou Qing's words, their house, even that door panel was crooked. Lin Yi's father was a professional peacemaker. The young ones will help people to calm things out, and then older, opened a small restaurant. Someone wants to trust relations and gifts and so on, do not know how to operate. They will look for Lin Yi's father to help make full arrangements. Of course, to take a part of it. This kind of thing is mainly about word of mouth. Things are done beautifully and covertly. Naturally no worries about business. On the workplace to save money, down to the sick hospitalization. Children go to school. In Dongjiang City, as long as the money is in place, basically there is no Lin Yi father cannot do. Lin Yi's mother was a professional model. It is the kind of money to collect money to help people play mahjong. The card skills are good. Because Zhou Qing does not like these messy things, so the parents' generation passed down the mahjong hall directly to the mother of Lin Yi to take care of. Usually come are some old customers, because do not draw the table fee, only charge the seat fee and tea money, so although there are many people, but in fact the revenue is not as high as imagined. Lin Yi's mother was usually too lazy to take care of it, and more often than not, she still helped some of the broad wives who lost their eyes to find a venue to make money. Parents like this, that Linny is naturally no better. From this scribbled name can be seen, parents do not pay much attention to him. When I was a kid, my parents didn't care about me, so I just hung out and skipped school. And Zhou Qing, who was a sister-in-law, also acted as a mother to a certain extent. Although Zhou Qing didn't really like Linny at that time either, but after all, he couldn't ignore his sister's son. Later, because of some things, Linny was Zhou Qing severely beaten. Linna gassed directly to the city of West China Sea. For a long time there is no news, but Zhou Qing listened to Linna mother set up. Linna nothing, alive, over there with people partnering to engage in bars and so on, and then did not how to manage. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. John Yu went forward to open the door. Yo yo yo, what's up, little brother, long time no see, I'm your brother, remember me? Lin gave Jiang Yu a hug as soon as he came up, looking at his cousin who was dressed in a hip-hop outfit with an unknown pattern tattooed on his neck, like a new age rapper style. Jiang Yu immediately pinched a cold sweat in his heart. If this were before, his mom would have broken his legs. This your sister-in-law, Linny introduced after hugging Jiang Yu. It was only then that Jiang Yu noticed the woman with heavy makeup following Linny. Looked like a little familiar. Seems to be a small net read out of COS. And then because it was blown out of the private life of the chaotic retired from the network, they used to pay attention to. Chapter 78, Can I borrow you for a couple days? Shaolin is here. Come in and sit down. Jiang Zhiyong greeted. Zhou Qing also came out from the kitchen when she heard the sound. Although Zhou Qing had already admonished herself countless times in her mind that she must be calm and not lose her temper. But the moment he really saw Lin Yi, an urge to blow him out on the spot still rose. Seeing that his wife's face looked a bit off, Jiang Zhiyong hurriedly put his hand on Zhou Qing's back and smoothed it. Zhou Qing also barely managed to squeeze out a stiff smile. Just come, what else to bring? Jiang Zhiyong said politely. Ha ha ha, my sister-in-law has been looking at me poorly since I was little. If this comes over empty-handed, I'm afraid that my sister-in-law will give this great nephew of mine a direct blast out. Linny said with a smile. It's not because you didn't learn when you were a kid, Zhou Qing said without a trace of anger. I know that my sister-in-law is good to me, so even if you disown me as your great nephew, there's no way I'll disown you as my sister-in-law. Linny continued. Come, sit down and talk. Jiang Zhiyong greeted. After sitting down, Jiang Yu poured tea for the two. This one is? Jiang Zhiyong asked as he gazed towards the girl dressed somewhat alluringly beside Linny. Look at my brain, my girlfriend Chen Kuxin. Just call her Kuxin. Linny replied. Good day uncle. Chen Kursen said with a smile as she snuggled up next to Linny. After a few brief pleasantries. Earlier, I heard your sister-in-law say that you weren't busy over there in West Sea City. Why did you suddenly come back? Jiang Zhiyong said. In fact, it is just a casual chatter between family members to ease the atmosphere, but there is no other meaning. Oh, that side of the field is basically stabilized. My brother and I also got one over here. I should have come over a long time ago to make a series of visits, but it's true that there have been a lot of things going on lately, and now that that side of the business is open normally, there's basically nothing going on. Linny replied. How's business? Well, good. Or this side of Dongjiang City people's spending power is strong. Just open those days are full. Now as the working day people are also quite a lot. If it is not afraid of my sister-in-law to beat me, I want to let my little brother directly do not read over to do with me. Lin smiled and said, Dongjiang City, this side of the bar is still mostly the old-time style. The old times does not mean that the decoration of the soil, but go to the business KTV style, to luxury decoration to improve the grade, relatively more attractive to those business people. And Linny opened this kind of as the new era style, mainly to attract contemporary young people, similar to the Kayan Bureau and so on. More young people, naturally, there will also be earth boss consumption. Business is fine as long as it's good. When you're out in the community, it's still important to get your money's worth. Making money and all that is secondary. The important thing is to be happy. Sister-in-law, are you happy? Linny asked rhetorically. This also all of a sudden really gave Jiang Zhiyong asked. The ordinary life? It seems that there is nothing happy. There is nothing unhappy. I can't compare with you youngsters. Too happy blood pressure can't stand it. Jiang Zhiyong said cheerfully. Ha 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 ha, that's true. Hey, little brother, bring those 2 boxes of mine over for me, Linny said to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu handed the box to Linny. After Linny unwrapped it, it was a tea set, as well as a box of tea leaves. Knowing that sister-in-law's husband likes to drink tea, this is something I asked someone to specially get from the place of origin, Linny said. It's good that the thought is there. It's not convenient for us to accept things that are too valuable, Jiang Zhiyong said. Jiang Zhiyong usually had a hobby of drinking tea, so as soon as Linny took something out, Jiang Zhiyong knew that it was expensive. There's been a lot of honesty going on now. Not as strong as in previous years, but it still catches a few every year. This kind of thing is not on the weighing no 2 or 2 8. On the weighing of 1,000 gold cannot top. So more is not as good as less. In case people begged you to do things, is also a trouble. This is not to send you. Is that I have too many things? There is no place to put it, so it will be put in your first, and so on back I will come back to get it. Of course, you usually want to use it casually. Do not have to be polite with your great nephew. This tea is also this year's new tea. You go back to taste it. It is really good. And you can rest assured that I come this trip, not to ask for you to do things, is simply want to my sister-in-law, come to visit the elders, Linny said. Linny had said his words to this point, so Zhang Ziyong really couldn't say anything else. Although it is said to be placed here, it is actually tantamount to giving it to Zhang Ziyong. Zhang Ziyong didn't answer positively, but rather, it seems that you're really developing well here in the field. Fortunately, now this era, we're still not mixing food, and this is for my sister-in-law's cosmetics. This thing we do not understand. Business friends sent, said what's the joint limited. Linny then took out a makeup gift box too. Don't look at the size of the box. The contents of this are usually just 3 or 2 bottles. The efficacy is blown out of the water. This formula, that technology, but the actual efficacy of that would be a matter of opinion. How nice for your girlfriend to keep this. Zhang Ziyong politely said. No, she is accustomed to use which brand will always use which brand. Do not need other. But you can give my sister-in-law say a word. This thing must be kept for their own use. Do not turn back to shed, and then send to others. Linny said. In the past New Year's Eve, that box of milk have to go around several times. Expensive key wine and so on, are not willing to drink themselves, are kept to give away. Nowadays this trend is quite a bit better, but there are some particularly expensive things that the older generation still doesn't want to use. See what you can do. I'm this old. What kind of makeup do I use? Take it all away in a while. Zhou Qing served the meal while lecturing. Ha ha ha. Linny wasn't annoyed and still looked like he was smiling. After that a few people ate and chatted. Zhang Yu did not talk much throughout the whole process. Zhang Yu always felt that his cousin's girlfriend seemed to be some kind of small net red, as if it was called something like meow sauce, but was not too sure, and remembered that it seemed to be a cause to come in the past, but then changed its style, and Zhang Yu didn't brush up to it much again. It is not that after changing the style is not good looking, mainly because now this internet, there is no lack of beautiful women, the lack of beauty with characteristics, like a certain undead saintly body. Do not wear uniforms will not have that flavor. As for the later revelation that his private life was chaotic and whatnot, Zhang Yu also just swept a glance without paying much attention to it. Perhaps Lin Yi had also noticed Zhang Yu's abnormality. Then he turned his head to Zhang Yu. Little brother, why are you always staring at your sister-in-law? Suddenly a sentence, directly to Zhang Yu asked blind. This kind of words, how to answer are not twisted, even if you truthfully, but after all, old staring at the cousin's girlfriend is not polite. I'm sure I'll be scolded by my own mom later. But one couldn't say nothing. Just as Zhang Yu was about to truthfully explain that he suspected that his cousin's girlfriend was an internet celebrity he was following, Lin Yi, who had been laughing and joking, suddenly turned serious in his face. Lin Yi slapped his girlfriend's ass with his hand and stared at Zhang Yu with narrowed eyes. I like it. Why don't I lend it to you for a couple days? Looking at his cousin's serious expression, in an instant Zhang Yu's cold sweat came down. The air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Zhou Cheng and Zhang Ziyang's expressions also turned not so good. Chapter 79, Bring it on and call it again. Seeing that everyone's expressions weren't very natural, Linny instantly reverted back to his previous grinning appearance. Just kidding, the atmosphere in your house is too depressing. How much mental pressure must my little brother be under every day? Linny said cheerfully. John, you people are numb. You can really my own brother this kind of joke can be opened casually. Will die To be honest, Zhang Yu's legs were a bit weak just now, but for that matter it was also ribbed hard twice by Zhou Cheng. After that, Linny didn't make any more rather excessive jokes. That's fine. If I stay any longer, my sister-in-law should get tired of me. Linny stood up with his girlfriend. Which words? Your sister-in-law is not also worried about you. So adult. Usually try to let the elders save a little. Zhang Ziyang said. I still have to drive in a while. I'll go wash my hands first. Little brother, which one is your towel? Linny asked as he walked into the restroom. The outermost one. Come over and hold it for me. I don't want to use it wrong. Linny said. Zhang Yu was first stunned, then understood what his cousin meant and hurriedly walked into the bathroom. When Linny saw Zhang Yu come in, he slipped something like a membership card to Zhang Yu. Call me ahead of time when you come to play. Scratch this card if I'm not there. Don't let your mom know. Linny lowered his voice and said. Zhang Yu looked at the 3 words on the membership card and thought. Zinti Andy. The junior high school reunion seems to be booked here next week. It can't be that coincidental. Out of the bathroom. Alright, your sister-in-law and sister-in-law. You guys rest. I'll leave first, Linny said and opened the outer door. It turned out to be a girl standing outside the door. You are? Hello, I'm looking for Jongyu, Lin Xiaoyu said with some restraint. To be honest, Lin Xiaoyu was a bit subdued by this gangly aura of Lin Yi's, which was why she seemed a bit formal. Little brother, your girlfriend is looking for you. No, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly denied upon hearing this. Little brother, you can eat this usually Linny turned back to Jongyu with a grin on his lips. Bedroom, how that cousin of yours is just as annoying as you, Lin Xiaoyu said with a red face, obviously a little nagged by what Linny had said. Who is a good person to say such light words when they meet and the key people don't even know each other? That person of his is just like that, Jongyu said somewhat helplessly. This cousin of his own is the kind of gangster character that, after getting acquainted, one can realize that this person is actually not bad, and he's too square for that circle and probably won't make it. You won't become like that in the future, Lin Xiaoyu asked. My mom would have to break my legs if I turned out like that. When I was a kid, I sneaked out to play with my cousin, but I was beaten up by my mom a lot. Hey, Lin Xiaoyu, turn around and ask you a very serious question. Jongyu suddenly stared at Lin Xiaoyu with a serious face, giving Lin Xiaoyu an uncomfortable stare. His heart thumped and his expression became equally serious. Well, you say, do you like me? Jongyu asked. Lin Xiaoyu first froze, then almost wanted to put her shoe print on Jongyu's face. You're crazy. I like you. Lin Xiaoyu was simply speechless. He thought he was going to ask something serious, and made himself weirdly nervous. You don't like me. You run to my house every day, and your house has a power outage? Jongyu raised his eyebrows. What's with the power outage? The games are tomorrow. I'll go over the process with you, Lin Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. The two of them then went through the flow of the games. Because Lin Xiaoyu had to run many events for her, so many things had to be planned in advance. After the process is right to make sure it's okay. Hey, how exactly did you plan that Hefeng thing? Jongyu asked. If we let Hefeng really bring that Tang Xianxian over, we'll have to make a scene then. Lin Xiaoyu, what ha plan? Jongyu, what the hell do you think? When the time comes, you'll really let Hefeng bring the people here. Lin Xiaoyu, or what? Losing that you're still Zhang Jiayue's little sister. You just stood by and watched your best friend's man get pried away. Lin Xiaoyu, what can I do then? Hey, can't you talk some sense into that little sister of yours? Lin Xiaoyu, how can I persuade? People are not yet born with Hefeng fixed doll marriage, wearing open pants when they play together. And then I told people, you two are not suitable. The reason? Is it just straight to say, Hefeng has an object, better than you are beautiful. You'd better give up. Holy, this is being said by you. Zhang Jiayue seems to be the third party as well. This is not the kind of drama inside a dog-blooded drama where the hero and heroine are temporarily separated and the mistress succeeds in getting on top. This Zhang Jiayue is the main palace transformed into a mistress. Who can withstand this? No. Then at least Zhang Jiayue is your little sister. Having known you for so many years, Lin Xiaoyu, that Xian is still my junior high school classmate. Jongyu, hey, let's just say, if, right now, between these two, you can only be good with one of them, who do you choose? Lin Xiaoyu, can't choose. Jongyu, then who are you leaning towards? Lin Xiaoyu, tend not to. Jongyu, then who do you want Hefeng to be with? Lin Xiaoyu, I. Jongyu, you can't hope that the three of them will sleep together. Lin Xiaoyu, I yuck. Nasty. Jongyu, so who do you want Hefeng to be with? Lin Xiaoyu, I definitely still want Hefeng to be with Jiayu. Jongyu, that's not it. This is actually you a few words of the matter. Not so complicated. You help your little sister to enlighten. Enlightenment is not finished. Your relationship is so good. She cannot give you face. Really cannot. Just say that you actually see on the Hefeng. She can still with you to steal pain. You let go. You say just say. You pinch me for what? Pain death. Me. Because you deserve it. Lin Xiaoyu said with a glare. Jongyu, just kidding. Is this kind of thing something that can be used as a joke? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jongyu with some annoyance. Jongyu didn't know what kind of anger she was angry about, so he quickly changed the subject. Jongyu, hey, let's talk about things. Simple things, let's not make it complicated. Lin Xiaoyu, it's not as simple as you think, and Xian herself likes this, which is so easy to persuade. Jongyu, like what? Like prying other people's objects? Lin Xiaoyu, I wipe Lu, this is also a strange woman. That is should let Hefeng lead over. I also see what kind of demonic spirit this is. Jongyu is also stunned. This woman's hobby is afraid to be a bit niche. When the time comes, you stay away from her. Don't move up whenever you see a pretty girl. Lin Xiaoyu warned. Jongyu, look at what you're saying. If I take her down, Won't this phone thing be solved? Can you be a little bit of shame? All to you. She, hey, you mean how to get on the pole to others as a dog. Lin Xiu, you are convinced. These men how a one big head small head long reverse like. Jiang Yu, in a hurry, still saying you don't like me. I shucks. I'm sick of looking at my best friend's ex-boyfriend's diaphragm every day. And anyway, if you dare to move over there then, I'll sue your mom. Sue my mom again, huh? Hey, don't scream yet. Jiang Yu said and took out a box from the drawer and handed it to Lin Xiu. What's this? Lin Xiu opened the box and found a pet leash inside. Before Lin Xiu a playful learned dog barking, to Jiang Yu directly whole speechless, so go back to buy a pet leash. Put this on before you call. Jiang Yu said as he was about to put the leash on Lin Xiu's neck. I purposely picked a pink one for you. Jiang Yu, Chapter 80, The Games. You keep it down. You're inviting my mom again. Jiang Yu, who was lying on the bed, persuaded. Lin Xiu rode on top of Jiang Yu gasping for air. If it wasn't for the fear of moving too much, Lin Xiu really wanted to give Jiang Yu a good look. Get back in your seat. Tell me you're so cranky when you get up this day. Who will want you in the future? Jiang Yu rubbed his arm and spat. It's up to you. Lin Xiu gave Jiang Yu a blank look without any good manners. Hey, getting down to business. You really don't intend to care about Feng's matter. When the time comes, you'll just purely watch the show. Jiang Yu said. Why don't you care? I didn't ask Feng to pick up the people normally at that time. This kind of thing can't be avoided. Since it can't be avoided, it should be directly confronted. Jiawei at the very least has to know what means Chen Chen used. Otherwise Chen Chen's side or feelings are starting to heat up. Jiawei's side still make little sex. Just so that Jiawei can also properly learn from others. Lin Xiu explained. After all, Tang Qianqian is Lin Xiu's best friend. Lin Xiu still know her quite well. Coupled with both parents know each other, there is no place to hide. And Zhang Jiayue sometimes really can make of Lin Xiu sometimes cannot see. If you keep on doing this, sooner or later you will have to give Feng a chance to run away. So Lin Xiu thinks it won't do any harm to let Zhang Jiayue learn from Tang Qian, and Lin Xiu doesn't think Tang Qian can really pry Feng away. It's hard for a long-lasting relationship to run smoothly, and the more things you've experienced together, the stronger the relationship becomes instead. It was hard for Jiang Yu to disagree with what Lin Xiu said. Neither spoke for several minutes after that. Just staying quiet. A look of age. Not a moment too soon. You're fine with 800 even with 1500. Jiang Yu asked. You still know that you care about me. Lin Xiu's mouth turned away, revealing a haughty expression. Who cares about you? I'm afraid you'll drop the ball when the time comes. Che, let's go. After saying that, Lin Xiu glanced at Jiang Yu and got up to leave. Saturday. Perhaps the games dispelled the usual haze of studying, and it seemed that the air exuded a tantalizing sweetness that made the coming and going of the students relaxed and refreshed. Because of the games, there was no need to get up as early as usual, but probably because of the biological clock, Jiang Yu still woke up at the right time, so there was nothing to do, so he came to school early. Good guys, all coming so early. Jiang Yu couldn't help but lament when he came and realized that there were already quite a few people sitting in the class. However, Jiang Yu soon discovered a somewhat strange person. Zhang Jiayue. No. Jiayue. What's this? Preparing for a costume dance party? Jiang Yu forced himself not to laugh out loud. Jiang Yu, can you say less? Lin Xiu blared at Jiang Yu. Okay, I'll shut up. Jiang Yu saw that Zhang Jiayue's expression wasn't looking too good and hurriedly said, since he had asked Feng to bring Tang Qianqian over, then Lin Xiu definitely had to check in with Zhang Jiayue in advance. So Zhang Jiayue purposely got up early in the morning to start makeup, but Zhang Jiayue has never gotten this kind of thing. Cosmetics are also used by mom. Tutorials are also temporary online to find. So it's drawn as this. It's fine Jia Yu. When Gu Xiaoyan comes in a while, let her help you with it. Lin Xiu comforted. Because Lin Xiu was going to run for her. Gu Xiaoyan's side prepared makeup stuff and helped Lin Xiu paint it when the time came to prevent revealing the cracks. When Gu Xiaoyan arrived, the three girls went to the restroom to drum up a fight. When she came out again, although Zhang Jiayue looked a lot smoother than before, Jiang Yu still felt that it looked strange. Anyway, if Zhang Jiayue walked down the street like this, Jiang Yu would be a bit unrecognizable. As the time drew near, the students all went downstairs and headed for the playground. Because the high school is basically a chair, it is not convenient to move up and down the stairs, so it is the use of plastic benches received from the physical education team. Usually the class will go to a few boys to move, and the other students just need to be seated on time. Sports events are basically the same process. The entrance ceremony, and then the leader's speech. Because the seniors decided to participate in the games on a whim, there was no entrance ceremony. Just sit in your seat and watch. The senior program is basically focused on the first 2 days. in order to also get the seniors to compete quickly and then go back to studying. The games hadn't even officially begun. The students were chattering and clamoring, and the bustle was comparable to a food market. Class 14 area. Which class are you in? Shirley frowned as he looked at Tang Xinshen, who was wearing the uniform of the second middle school. There are only so many people in a class, so it's impossible for a homeroom teacher not to recognize them. Brother Lei, my sister, caught over to take pictures of our class, He Feng hurriedly explained. Tang Xinshen also cooperated by raising the camera hanging around her neck. Net fooling around. Shirley pronged a glance at He Feng and didn't say anything more. The campaign itself is rather loose, so there's no point in blowing people away. After taking a seat, the boys' side was up in arms as usual, while the girls' side basically started to fight for Zhang Jiayue. Seeing that Zhang Jiayue's mood is a bit off, Lin Xiaoyue quickly spoke out to appease. He Feng has no choice. Otherwise Tang Xinshen would have directly sued He Feng's father, and it would have been more difficult for you guys to endure it and get over it. I know. Zhang Jiayue bit her lip and said. So looking at He Feng sitting with Tang Xinshen, he didn't say much. After the entrance ceremony, the flag will be raised and then the leaders will make speeches. Once the school leaders finish their speeches, the games officially began. Please check in quickly at the check-in area for the senior girls 800-meter pre-final. Please, listen to the shouting on the loudspeaker. Checkpoints. 800 meters 2 groups changed to 1 group. You just run normally. Remember to take the second. The 2 in the morning are your project. When you report your name, you report your own. Don't report the wrong one. Jiang Yu admonished. When the second middle school side of the sport takes a place, when the teacher registers the number plate on your chest, he also needs you to provide the name of your class, just to catch the substitute runners. Although Jiang Yu felt that this kind of thing was just a cover-up, almost every year, he could catch a couple of sizable cuties whose numbers didn't match the reported names. The most outrageous thing is that last year, he even caught a senior who was running for a senior. Got it. Lin Xiaoyu said and lightly jumped twice, doing warm-up exercises. Normally the 800 meters are run in 2 groups, ranked by final time, but because there were so few senior girls enrolled, they were combined into 1 group. There's also class 27 Wu Tingting who has also signed up for the 800. You run your own at that time, don't get angry with her. Jiang Yu added another sentence. Not many girls are good at sports, and basically whenever they are good that's basically a broken lead. Plus gym students aren't allowed to play sports. So if Lin Xiaoyu didn't grab it, then the first place would basically be Wu Tingting's. Although Jiang Yu knows that Lin Xiaoyu and class 27 Wu Tingting have contradictions, but specifically do not know how. Anyway, this semester just started that we'll hear is quite a big mess, said Lin Xiaoyu. I pry her man or something. It's the kind of thing where the gossip is all over the place, and everyone is just listening for the fun of it, and no one cares what the truth really is. You talk a lot, Lin Xiaoyu said with a frown, clearly not wanting to chat about Wu Tingting. The match was about to start, so Jiang Yu didn't say much. Cheer up, Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smug expression, probably because she was afraid that Jiang Yu would notice, so she turned around and walked towards the checkpoint. With a gunshot, the game is officially on. Class 27 Wu Tingting took the lead, followed by Lin Xiaoyue. By the end of the lap, the pair had a good lead over the large group behind them. Soon it was time for the final 100-meter sprint. Wu Tingting directly increased her speed, trying to distance herself from Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu followed suit and boosted her speed to keep up. Wu Tingting ran faster and faster, afraid that Lin Xiaoyu would overtake her at the end. As a result, in a hurry, a carelessness himself tripped himself straight to the ground. This time it was Lin Xiaoyu's turn to be dumbfounded. With all the people watching, you can't fight a fake match and stop and wait for her to get up. Chapter 81, I'm lucky if I don't slap her twice. With that, Lin Xiaoyu was forced to pocket the first place, but because there was just too much of a lead, Wading got up and continued to run and ended up taking a 7th place as well. After making the registration. No, big sister, what are you doing? The two of you are so far away from the large group behind you. Why are you following so closely? Jiang Yu's head was so big. First place is going to get a lot more attention than second place, which can seriously affect the substitute running program behind it. It's the kind of race where basically no one cares who comes in second. Students talk amongst themselves and at most ask what class the first is in. How did I know she suddenly fell? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with a defiant face. Originally, Jiang Yu was 2 sets of programs. Option 1 is that Lin Xiaoyu substitutes for the 800 and 1500 and the 400, and then enrolls herself in the 100 and 200. Option 2 is that Lin Xiaoyu enrolls herself in the 800 and 1500 and then substitutes for the 100 and 200 and the 400. The advantage of option 1 is that 800 and 1500 are in the front. As long as you take a top 8 muddle through, Lin Xiaoyu behind the 100 and 200 can run at full speed and can compete for the first. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Sprints are prone to accidents compared to long-distance running. Jian Yu preferred the first option. After all, it did not affect Lin Xiaoyu's personal honor. But in the end, Lin Xiaoyu chose option 2, which had the advantage of being more secretive. As the sprints were divided into pre-finals and only the first in the group was taken into the final, Lin Xiaoyu only had to run in the preliminaries. And after she got first place, the finals let the girls in her class who had originally signed up run. That way the risk of getting caught is greatly reduced. But the downside is obvious. You have to give up individual honors, which means you can't take first in your own event. And you're easily recognized in the sprint preliminaries behind you if you take first in the event ahead of you. Seeing that Jian Yu didn't say anything, Lin Xiaoyu added, "So what now? Now it's 2 choices. Either follow the original plan, or let Lin Xiaoyu at 1500 also take the first place, and just call it a day. And the later plan is just cut out." But 2-1 CS are certainly not as high as 2-2 NDS with a bunch of top 8 points. In addition to running, the original plan was for Lin Xiaoyu to participate in the high jump and long jump. But now that class 27 Wu Tingting had fallen, their class had lost 4 points at once, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to stop now. However, Zhang Yu was a bit worried about Zhang Jiayue. Hearing Yifeng say that Zhang Jiayue had twisted her foot when practicing long jump before, although it was not serious, he was afraid that it would affect her performance in long jump and triple jump. It's better to proceed with the original plan. Zhang Yu thought twice before deciding to continue with the plan. As the saying goes, a horse can't get fat without nightshade, and a man can't get rich without cross-currency. What can be accomplished by cowering? If all goes well, we might even get a first, not to mention a top 3. Just do it and be done with it. Just then, a few girls from class 27 gathered around, tripping someone up without a word of apology. Wu Tingting goes back and blames Lin Xiaoyu for all of her fall, saying that Lin Xiaoyu tripped her on purpose. Although the playground is also monitored, the pixels are so low that it's a struggle to recognize faces, let alone see small movements. There was no point in checking the surveillance, so that's why these girls came straight over to find Lin Xiaoyu. Seeing that the opposite party was coming from a bad place, Lin Xiaoyu's expression also went cold. "What does it have to do with me if she fell herself?" Lin Xiaoyu said, "Dare to do it. I advise you to come with me now and apologize and don't make a big deal out of it. Or else, how about otherwise? I'll tell you. I'll count my temper as good if I don't slap her twice. Tell Wu Tingting to me, if she dares to throw dirty water on me again, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Xiaoyu pointed at the opposite girl's nose and said. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu looked like she was about to fight at the drop of a hat, Jian Yu hurriedly stepped forward to pull her back. Calm down. They're all watching. We'll talk about it later." At that moment Tang Xianxian, who was passing by, pressed the shutter button on the 2. "Hey, are you pretending to be your mom? Really think that we in class 27 are so easy to bully? The last time you came to our class to make trouble and didn't take care of you, you still think you're really something?" That girl continued to shout. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, Jian Yu hurriedly pulled the somewhat uptight Lin Xiaoyu away. "What the hell was going on between you and that Wu Tingting at that time? I remember her boyfriend seemed to have even written you a love letter." Jian Yu asked. Jian Yu had started to think that the two were just having a small conflict, but now it seemed like this conflict wasn't small. "Can't talk to you." Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to talk, Jian Yu didn't pursue the matter further. Soon the senior men's 800 was finished as well, and it was the senior women's turn to check in for the 1500. It used to be that the games 800 and 1500 were split over 2 days, and then they were scheduled together in order to get more students involved, just forcing you to not be able to sign up for both events together. That's why Jiang Yu only quoted 1500 at that time. But for a woman like Lin Xiaoyu, whose physical ability was other than normal, running in a row was not much of a problem. But since it was interspersed with sprints for the lower grades, it wasn't like there wasn't a little break. 1500 will start soon. Cheer up. Jiang Yu slapped his 2 hands against Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders to cheer her up. With the sound of a gunshot, the game officially began. The 1500 only has 1 set, and it's also the pre-finals together. There were a lot of people at the start, and Lin Xiaoyu had wanted to rush to the front first, but I don't know who pushed me on the way to accelerate, messing up the rhythm and nearly switching off. That's why Lin Xiaoyu could only follow the latter half of the large group to make adjustments first. After the first lap, Lin Xiaoyu felt that the adjustment was almost done and started to pass forward. By the second lap, Lin Xiaoyu had reached the front of the large group. By the third lap, Lin Xiaoyu was already behind the first echelon. On the fourth lap, Lin Xiaoyu came to the second position according to the plan, and kept a considerable distance from the first place, in order to prevent the previous accident from happening again. However, Lin Xiaoyu ended up registering the first place. Big sister, what are you doing? Second, take second. Jian Yu simply didn't know what to say. I was taking second. That teacher insisted that I was first. I explained. She didn't listen. She insisted that I was first. Lin Xiaoyu, who had just finished running, was now dizzy. Ah, my big baby, the one in front of you is lapped. Use your head. That speed of hers, does she deserve to be first? Ha! Lin Xiaoyu was also dumbfounded. It is almost impossible to get lapped at sports meets, except for the men's 3,000 meters. Usually there is really no one. The project is directly abandoned. After all, no one wants to humiliate go up to be the penultimate. Although Lin Xiaoyu also felt something was wrong at that time, the intense physical exertion also made her unable to think that much, and both 1,500 and 3,000 are focused on not pulling the strings, which causes Lin Xiaoyu to think that the one in front of her is first place. Lin Xiaoyu also had, for the first time, the feeling of being so stifled even though she had clearly taken first place. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's expression with a look of mixed feelings, Jiang Yu was not in a good position to say anything more. After all, people had taken 2 firsts. This was all something worth celebrating, and it was not good to make it look like this now. It's fine. Have a good rest. Class 27 has 4 points less, and normally it can't be compared to us. Jiang Yu soothed. That's when the tuba sounded again. Please check in quickly at the check-in area for the senior boys 1500 meter pre-final. Please. Jiang Yu went to check in, and Lin Xiaoyu didn't go back to her class even though there were no more events behind her, but instead watched Jiang Yu compete on the playground. With a gunshot, men's 1500 meter pre-final. Official start. Chapter 82 VU 50. Jiang Yu felt that the pace wasn't right just as soon as he started. The men's group competition than the women's group is much more intense. Originally Jiang Yu planned to take a top 8 mixed 2 points on the good. The front just need to follow the army to maintain physical strength, and so on the final stage of the sprint. At this pace, it's a question of whether you can keep up, not to mention preserving your stamina. Is it because you're not in good shape today? But the arrow had to be sent. Jiang Yu could only run hard now. Jiang Yu, cheer up. Lin Xiaoyu helped Jiang Yu cheer from the side of the track. Soon it was time for the final lap. Jiang Yu is currently in 9th place. The 8th place goes to Lu Zihong of class 15. Because classes 14 and 15 have gym class together, they are also physically tested together. Therefore, Jiang Yu knew that under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to run away from Lu Zihong. Therefore, Jiang Yu scrambled his last bit of strength to run next to Lu Zihong. Brother Hong, VU 50, make way for me. Jiang Yu's words were almost squeezed out of his mouth, but instead of slowing down after hearing this, Lu Zihong directly began to accelerate and quickly pulled away from Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu somewhat regretted that he had known to say 100. Jiang Yu himself had let off some steam from talking and had no more strength to catch up, so his final ranking was only set at 9th place. After the match, a somewhat deflated Jiang Yu collapsed directly onto the playground. Cough 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 dash. My mouth is sore, and it's hard to swallow spit. And that's when a pair of arms wrapped around Jiang Yu's armpits and forcefully lifted him up. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you let me rest for a while. Just a while. Jiang Yu said with a frown. You can't just lie down after running. Take a walk. Lin Xiaoyu used her arm to hold Jiang Yu. The thing about having to walk after a long-distance run was there when Jiang Yu ran 1,000 meters in junior high school. Jiang Yu had always felt that this thing didn't make sense. People are dying of exhaustion and you're letting them skate around. You let me rest for a while first. Just a while. Jiang Yu stammered under his breath. But Lin Xiaoyu was unmoved and forcefully helped Jiang Yu to skate. Passing by, Tang Xianxian once again pressed the shutter on the 2. Not far away, Lu Zihong looked at the 2 people strolling on the playground and froze, feeling that he had won, but it seemed that he hadn't won, and a kind of inexplicable hard feeling surged to his heart. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu felt slightly better. Damn, is also a ghost. This year how all reported 1500. That 800 are not much people. I knew I reported 800. Jiang Yu feels that he is overplaying today, running that the heart is quick to jump out. The result is to get a 9th place, which who can accept it? Originally before the game, Jiang Yu thought how he could also get a 5 or 6. The 2 points is stable cannot line. On the contrary, the 800 meters, Jiang Yu class on a random to make up the numbers, but also almost into the top 8. No swearing, Lin Xiaoyu said. Moncler Outlet Online. Lu Zihong, this person is really careful. Brother, a game. A broken 8th let me how. Have said VU 50. You feel low, we can talk again. And not the top 3. A broken 8th. What is the use of your class took? Classes 14 and 15 often play together because they have gym class together, and because they are equally strong, they often defy each other. And Lu Zihong is basically opposite Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu shooting a little more accurate. Lu Zihong physical fitness is better, usually also 55 open. Once, Jiang Yu went to the restroom. The average men's restroom is a row of urinals. Unless it's rush hour, they don't usually go on next to each other. As a result, on that day, There were so many empty ones, but Lu Zihong had to choose the one next to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu then twisted his head to take a look. Originally, it was nothing to take a look at, but Jiang Yu didn't know what to think of and didn't hold back a smile. Then Lu Zihong felt that Jiang Yu was mocking him. In school, this aspect of teasing was more serious for a boy than outright saying he was ugly. You can call me ugly, but you can't call me small. Lu Zihong felt that his dignity as a man had been trampled on. Later on, Jiang Yu could clearly feel that when playing, the intensity Lu Zihong put on himself was significantly greater than before. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu said that Lu Zihong had a small heart. Why should people let you? There's nothing you can do if your skills are inferior. Lin Xiaoyu bristled, not agreeing with Jiang Yu's words. My auntie grandmother, we can be the same thing. Look at you girls cider some things. You take a first even sweat is not much. I run life is almost gone. Take a ninth, is also evil. How to report 1500 this year. Jiang Yu spit out. In general, most of the girls in key high schools are sparse in sports. And if they were to switch to an average high school, it wouldn't be so easy for Lin Xiaoyu to take first place. School store. Our class Jiang Yu 1500 ninth. Laugh me to death. He Shanshan said with a smile as she held Cui Yanghao's arm. Keep your voice down. Class 15 Cui Yanghao said with a frown. If I were to say, if you guys want to mess with our class, just wait until the end to report our class as a substitute runner, and make it so complicated by making me go through our class's enrollment form. He Shanshan added. He Shanshan and Cui Yanghao were in the same class in their first year of high school, and they have been dating since then. Sophomore class division. He Shanshan divided into class 14, because class 14, in addition to a few individual inserted, basically the whole class reserved. So He Shanshan, this outsider, is very difficult to really integrate into it. So even though on the surface it's a peaceful mess, He Shanshan still prefers to hang out with those from her senior year, because He Shanshan had reported the 400. Jiang Yu's plan to run for them was known to He Shanshan. At that time, Song Yuanhang of class 27 approached Cui Yanghao to target class 14. So Cui Yanghao asked He Shanshan to get the enrollment of the class personnel. This was also the reason why He Shanshan went to Yifeng to change the project when the deadline was near. He Shanshan herself was better at memorizing things, and there were only a few people in the class who could take names. So He Shanshan took a look at it, jotted down the key people and items, and turned her hand to write them down on a piece of paper and gave them to Cui Yanghao. Although the two classes have conflicts, but in the final analysis, it is also a brother class. It is normal for brothers to fight with their bare hands, but if you take a weapon, the nature of that can change. And in the final analysis this was also a matter between class 27 and class 14, so there was no need for him to get involved too much. Sell Son Yuanhan's face. Other than that, we have nothing to do with the rest. The matter of the replacement run, you do not tell Son Yuanhang, Cui Yanghao said. And Zhang Wei, who was also in the school supermarket, was shocked in his heart. He had heard the conversation between the two of them, He Shanshan and Cui Yanghao, word for word. This is big news. We have to hurry and tell Jiang Yu. Because of Zhong Wei's trait of walking without sound, it resulted in not drawing the attention of the two from the time he arrived until he left. After Zhong Wei left, He Shanshan Cui Yanghao, two people also choose things check out ready to go. Hey, so do you guys need any help with the basketball game next Friday? He Shanshan asked. No, you don't have to. Choi wanted to defeat class 14 in a dignified manner, but he didn't want others to talk behind him. He Shanshan skimmed her mouth and didn't say anything. Although there was no more project, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu didn't go straight back to their class, but strolled around the playground while chatting. Although there were also disciplinary students who drove away the loiterers on the playground, they were basically all acquaintances, so they just said hello and passed. Although Jiang Yu had slowed down, Lin Xiaoyu was still holding Jiang Yu's left arm, and Jiang Yu didn't squeak, letting her hold it like that. Hey, Jiang Yu, which university do you want to enter in the future? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Haven't thought about it. It depends. Anyway, the farther away from home the better. What about you? Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. My mom wanted me to stay in the province. So what do you think of yourself? I don't know. Chapter 83 Big Boss Teaching Director. The two just had a conversation. The time went by in the afternoon. In the afternoon, it was mainly the men's sprints, which had nothing to do with Jiang Yu, who couldn't be bothered to sneak around. Yifeng participated in the sprints and made the finals in both the 100 and 200. Although there was little hope for the top three, the guaranteed points were there. In itself, Zhang Jiayue was preparing to bring water to Yifeng. As a result, she happened to see Tang Xinshen taking pictures of Yifeng, who had just finished running, and was instantly jealous. And Yifeng also saw Zhang Jiayue. It would have been fine if Yifeng hadn't seen Zhang Jiayue, but this sight made Zhang Jiayue instantly tense up. Zhang Jiayue threw the water to the ground and twisted her head. Seeing this, Hifeng couldn't care less about Tang Xianshan beside him and hurriedly chased after him. Zhang Jiayue's mind was confused and she didn't know where she was going, and she entered the lab building by mistake. The laboratory building has not been used much since it was built. Those experiments and so on. Basically, the teacher puts the video in class to talk about the PPT, and it is not possible to really let you get on the hand to do, unless there are some open classes, to cope with a little. The lab building is the closest to the playground, and its biggest role is to act as a restroom for a bit during peak drill times. Seeing Zhang Jiayue and Hifeng both enter the experimental building, Zhang Yu and Lin Xiuyue followed suit. In itself, the two were hanging around the playground, and seeing a problem on Hifeng's side certainly couldn't be taken for granted. Third floor of the laboratory building. Jiayue, I have nothing with her. Nothing makes you smile as much as you do. It's not a photo shoot. Although the two were arguing, the conflict did not escalate. Zhang Yu and Lin Xiuyue, who were secretly hiding at the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it not too good for us to just eavesdrop like this? Lin Xiuyu whispered to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and pulled out a handful of melon nuts from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xiuyu. Lin Xiuyu almost lost her breath at Zhang Yu's genius move. You're invincible. So are you going to eat it? Eat? Lin Xiuyu wrinkled her nose. 5 minutes later. Hey, look, hugging together, is it going to be a kiss? Lin Xiuyu said. You keep your voice down. That's basically what happened to male-female relationships in middle school. No matter what kind of conflict, as long as it's a hug, it basically dissolves a big part of it. Just as the two were peeping with nervous excitement, a middle-aged man with a big belly came out of the restroom. What's going on? The head instructor chided. Because this side is closer to the playground. Many people come here to use the restroom, and there are usually more students on the first floor, which is why the director of instruction purposely came to the third floor. The director of instruction let out a bellow, staring Hifeng and Zhang Jiayue, who were in the middle of their love affair, so much so that their souls almost flew away. This kind of thing is numbing for anyone. Hifeng couldn't care about anything else and pulled Zhang Jiayue's hand and ran. As a result, Zhang Jiayue's legs were a bit weak from the shock, and she accidentally fell a bit. Seeing the director of instruction getting closer and closer, the two men's hearts were even more in their throats. Take off your shoes. Take off your shoes. You quickly give me your shoes. Zhang Yu urged at Lin Xiuyu. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Xiuyu was shocked, completely unaware of what Zhang Yu was going to do. But now Zhang Yu couldn't care less and forced one of Lin Xiuyu's shoes off, then threw it at the head instructor. Boo! The head instructor was shot straight in the head. It didn't do much damage, but it still gave the head teacher man a dry hump, and when he came back to his senses again, where else were Hifeng and Zhang Jiayue? Hifeng had long ago taken Zhang Jiayue and ran away from the fire escape. The main reason was that the incident happened suddenly, and Zhang Yu really couldn't think of a better way, so he came up with this plan. Move! And after Zhang Yu threw Lin Xiuyu's shoes, he shouted in a small voice and then ran down the stairs as well. Only Lin Xiuyue, who was left with one bare foot, froze in place with a handful of melon nuts in her hand. The director of instruction quickly came to Lin Xiuyu and grabbed her arm. What class are you in? Teacher, can you give me the shoes first? Lin Xiuyu stammered. Which class are you in? The head instructor didn't pay any attention and continued to bellow. Principal. Lin Xiuyu glanced behind the head teacher and suddenly said. The head instructor also involuntarily froze at the news. It's this frozen moment. Lin Xiuyu quickly pulled her arm out of the head teacher's hand. The returning instructor was ready to continue his grip when he did. Lin Xiuyu shone the melon nuts in her hand at the director of instruction's facade. Then the whole thing scurried out like a rabbit. Blah blah blah. The director of instruction looked at Lin Xiuyu, who had already run away, and spat fiercely. The second is basically a good student. That is, those gangsters, see him basically do not dare to make a mistake. Have not seen the guts so big. He is still the first time this is so teased by people. That fire wasn't normal. The head instructor picked up the shoes on the floor. Wait. The head instructor muttered in a sullen whisper and left. Class. Zhang Yu. Stop right there. Lin Xiuyu gasped and glared at Zhang Yu as she chided. No. Big sister. Calm down. Zhang Yu was now looking at Lin Xiuyu's appearance with a growing headache. The two had circled the desk several times already. In itself, Zhang Yu thought that Lin Xiuyu would definitely go to the playground to settle the score with himself, so he went straight back to his class. I didn't realize that Lin Xiuyu went back to her class first to change her shoes because one of her shoes was in the hands of the head teacher. There are lockers in the class, and each person is assigned one, and Lin Xiuyu usually puts a pair of sneakers in her locker and changes into them when she's in gym class or something. Luckily, though, there was a spare pair in the locker, or slipping around campus with one bare foot wouldn't be such a big deal, so the two just happened to run into each other like that. Zhang Yu, you're still a human being. Lin Xiaoyu was so angry that her body was trembling uncontrollably. When I think of Yifeng pulling Zhang Jiayue to run, and this accident after the accident he slipped away and left himself there, Lin Xiaoyue has a nameless fire in her heart. Although the two of them are not a couple, but even if they are just ordinary friends, this is too unorthodox. Big sister, the situation was urgent, so what do you say? Yifeng is my good brother, and that Zhang Jiayue isn't your bosom friend. If you let the director of instruction catch them, these two won't just be suspended from class, Jiang Yu hurriedly explained. Although Jiang Yu also knew that his behavior at that time was inappropriate, it was also because he really couldn't think of any better way to deal with it at that time. Why don't you throw your own? Hey, people are either contribute to the work or contribute to the effort. The idea I come up with, props also I come up with, together with you on the side to watch the show, Jiang Yu explained. Then you ran off alone. What if I get caught? The more Lin Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier she became. I'm not suing you to get you to run. I just didn't hear it. I really said that. Even if you did. Look, I'm not responding. Can't you just pull me? Hey, how did Zhang Jiayue fall? I'll pull you a bit and make you fall too. Don't we both have to be finished? Jiang Yu explained. I am also angry by you. You move your pig brain. The laboratory building have surveillance. You can run away. Back to the director of the teaching staff to check the surveillance. We all have to be finished. This is no longer a suspension to write a check can pass. Lin Xiaoyu said angrily. Chapter 84, you're really kicked in the head by a donkey. Scamming again, trying to go along with one shift a day. I've been to the security section. The pixel paste is like a mosaic, and all the boys in our school are clear 3 millimeters. If he can catch me, then I'll count him out. Jiang Yu explained. There was a hard and fast rule about hairstyles on the second form side, and all the boys had to be kind of inch-haired. Not to mention from the CCTV, it's usually impossible to tell the difference without a closer look. Of course, girls are also given several standard hairstyles. Although it is a hard and fast rule, there are always some geniuses who try to avoid the check by all means. But for people like Jiang Yu, they were too lazy to toss it. A little ugly is a little ugly. No harm done. Can you not be so selfish? If you can't be caught, what if you catch me? Lin Xiaoyu said. We're such good friends. You're not going to give me up. Besides, how to catch you? With the broken shoes you left behind. Others are Cinderella and Prince Charming. You are Lin Xiaoyu and the head teacher? If he really takes the shoe and looks for you all over the world, I still think it's quite romantic. Jiang Yu said. You're sick. Romance you big. Well, Lin Xiaoyu was so pissed off that she was about to explode. And, who's Cinderella and Prince Charming? Is that right? An old, middle-aged man with a shaved head, holding a girl's shoe, looking for someone all over campus. It's scary how you think about it, alright. I'm just kidding. You turn back to find a casual glasses with. Really do not recognize. You believe it or not. You bring a glasses home. Your mom to see you have to look at 2 more eyes. Jiang Yu said. The difference between Lin Xiaoyu wearing glasses and not wearing glasses was quite big, and she felt like a completely different person. This was the key to Jiang Yu's belief that the replacement run would work. What about Jiayue? Zhang Jiayue is painted like a ghost today. You don't even know if her own mother would recognize her. Not to mention the director of instruction. Lin Xiaoyu heard Jiang Yu say this, and her heart was barely considered relieved. But the eyes were still looking straight at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was looked at by Lin Xiaoyu and his heart was furtive. 3 minutes later. Apologize. No. What on apologize? Jiang Yu man was confused. At that time you went to the office to find Xian Xin, and then Xian Xin came out. I see that you did not come out. I am not to go in to find you. How about you? As soon as the accident threw me to run. You or a person? At that time, because Lin Xiaoyu had called Jiang Yu back to deal with Xian Xin's matter, she was a bit anxious to see Xian Xin come out and Jiang Yu not come out. You still have the nerve to say, you that went in is not purely to add to my mess. Originally lay brother are going to let me go. The result of the fart almost by you to complicate things. The scene at that time, Jiang Yu now think of it all scalp numb. Don't say anything else. Just tell me what happened and how I did it. How you did it. Lin Xiaoyu said indignantly. Jiang Yu knew that he was a bit unreasonable, so he didn't want to force himself to continue arguing. Okay, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Alright, it's all over when you just talk about it. Or else. Jiang Yu was speechless. Buy me a meal and this will be over. Lin Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose. Okay, really convinced you. The school gate spicy hot pot. $30 or less to choose your own. Okay. In high school, if a good buddy treats you to a $30 bowl of spicy hot pot, that high and low is worthy of a righteous father. Lin Xiaoyu listened to people are stunned. Please girls eat spicy hot. You dare to beg a little more. I don't. What do you mean you don't? Then what do you say to eat? Jiang Yu was also shocked. $30 of spicy hot cannot. What else? Lin Xiaoyu, I want to eat grilled fish. Jiang Yu, you look like grilled fish to me. Lin Xiaoyu, you. Jiang Yu, 2 people baked fish a meal shall not be more than 150. Where is the money? Because of their different family backgrounds, their consumerism is still quite different. 150 is enough to buy 2 cheaper game skins. But to Lin Xiaoyu, 150 wasn't much different from an ordinary person's 15. I didn't even ask you to compensate me for my shoes. Eating you a meal of grilled fish is stingy. Do you know how much my shoes cost? Lin Xiaoyu said indignantly. How much? Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Lin Xiaoyu did not mention this. Jiang Yu almost forgot. But how can he be considered to be helping people to do things? The money for the shoes will have to be counted on the head of that he phone kid. 2,700. How much? Jiang Yu was almost about to curse after hearing this. You blow your MA grade it. A pair of broken shoes 2,700. Brain by the donkey kicked. I bought it online with a purchase record. I'll show you. Lin Xiaoyu said and was about to show Jiang Yu the purchase record. I still really don't believe it. Although Jiang Yu had a hunch that what Lin Xiaoyu said was true. But now even if he died, he had to be an understanding ghost. He wanted to see what shoes 2,700. And if you let he phone pay for this money, this kid doesn't say whether he can get it out or not. Even if he can get it out, he will have to slaughter himself. Lin Xiaoyu finally found the order after half a day of rummaging through her phone. No. Lin Xiaoyu gestured for Jiang Yu to look. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air after reading it. You've really got a donkey in your head. Lin Xiaoyu, you're the one whose brain has been kicked by a donkey. Jiang Yu, in this case, you also don't pull this and that. Your precious shoes. I'll wait for the games to finish and find a way to get them out for you, okay? Lin Xiaoyu, I don't want it. Jiang Yu, what do you mean you don't want it? Lin Xiaoyu, who knows who all has been worn? I'm too diabolical. Asterisk 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 big sister. Just your broken shoes. Or 1 foot. Who wears them? Jiang Yu really couldn't understand this pretentiousness of Lin Xiaoyu. I don't want it anyway. Today is blackmailing me. Jiang Yu sort of understood. How to blackmail you? I didn't ask you to pay for your shoes. Treat me to a grilled fish and this will be over. Okay. Grilled fish is grilled fish. After eating this matter will be turned over. No more mentioning it in the future. Jiang Yu was slightly headstrong. After all, there was no time to think a lot of things through in that situation. Had I known the shoes were so expensive, I would have thrown my own at the time. The brand of Lin Xiaoyu's shoes, Jiang Yu have never seen, although not so much as to think that it is a stall goods, but also did not think that can be so expensive. Seeing Jiang Yu agree, Lin Xiaoyu took a small printer out of the hole in the table. This kind of printer is connected to a cell phone for use, and usually prints the kind of handcards that are handy for memorizing words at odd times. Soon the 2 leaves were printed. Lin Xiaoyu took a pen and signed Shirley's name on it with alacrity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yu was stunned as he looked at the scene in front of him. In Jiang Yu's impression, Lin Xiaoyu was the image of a good student, a good girl, who was at loggerheads with any evil. I didn't realize she was into this kind of stuff. Right now Jiang Yu's heart was like the line from the Chen Pei Si and Zhu Shi Mouskit. I didn't realize that you, a guy with thick eyebrows, had betrayed something or other. While things like forging a fake note are prevalent in middle school, high school is generally more strictly regulated, and it's easy to get caught forging a fake note. And while the content and timing of leave notes were basically handwritten in middle school, not in high school, all but the signature had to be printed, and there was a fixed template just to prevent forgery. Don't tell me you don't dare. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with narrowed eyes, as if she was ready to kick Jiang Yu over if he dared to act like a good student. You are not afraid. What I do not dare. Is that you this bold enough fat? Forging Lei's signature is not afraid of being caught. Jiang Yu said. Chapter 85, I have a use for my money. You play with your cell phone in class every day and you have the nerve to talk about me. I play with my cell phone with you. This forged leave can be the same level of severity. And also, I look at you this proficiency. High and low must also be a recidivist. Usually not less dry it. Jiang Yu said. Che, when have you ever seen me take a vacation? Lin Xiaoyu herself hadn't taken much time off, but she hadn't done much to help others sign leave slips in junior high school, as well as posing as a parent's signature on test papers. There used to be those assignments where you had to get your parents to sign the paper after the test. Many of the students who failed the test were afraid to get their parents to sign it, so they had to go to their classmates. Impersonating a parent's signature is an essential skill for almost every study committee member. At first Lin Xiaoyu was also reluctant, but couldn't resist the snotty students in the class, so she finally agreed. Although this skill is rarely used once you are in high school, you are still skilled at showing your hand occasionally. And where did you get this? Jiang Yu was naturally referring to the template for the leave slip. To hell with you. Earlier, Shirley gave Lin Xiaoyu the USB flash drive to print the volume. And then Lin Xiaoyue saw the fake note template in the USB flash drive and copied it by hand. Lin Xiaoyue shook the leaf slip, then said, "Alright, let's go. Big sister, what time is it? Are you that hungry?" Jiang Yu looked at the time. It was only 4:30. Who goes to eat grilled fish at 4:30? Hungry? What hungry? You said before. If that thing of mine is really 234, you buy me 10. Let's go to see it first, and then eat grilled fish. Shoes don't need to be compensated by you. You can't run away from this one. Today, I'll cure you of this mouth. Lin Xiaoyue was naturally referring to the teddy bear that was confiscated by Shirley. Asterisk 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 still have to eat big. Let me tell you, I don't have that much money. Jiang Yu said. One bear 234, 10 is still over 2,000. Che, you think I'm like you? Just compensate me for one when the time comes. Not a single one. I'm weighed down to 200, and I can't eat grilled fish if I buy that whatchamacallit. You're fooling the hell out of me. You've got at least a couple thousand in your kitty. Who told you that? Jiang Yu was shocked in his heart. Such a private matter. This woman could know about it. Then you don't care. If Jiang Yu's family condition was average and didn't have much money, Lin Xiaoyu definitely wouldn't have been able to make such an excessive request. But knowing that Jiang Yu had money, so Lin Xiaoyu didn't have any psychological burden. As for why Lin Xiaoyu would know that Jiang Yu had money, it was also the time when Yifeng had basically spent all his money because he accompanied Tang Xianxian for a checkup. The money was originally intended to take Zhang Jiayue out. Later, Yifeng talked to Zhang Jiayue about this matter, and Zhang Jiayue was a bit moody. Who else could be happy when the money to surprise yourself turns out to be spent on another woman? Look at Zhang Jiayue, interest is not high. Yifeng said Jiang Yu, that boy has money, a small treasury of thousands, when it is not possible to find him to borrow some, and then slowly pay back. Zhang Jiayue definitely disagreed, but seeing Yifeng say so, she was still a little happy in her heart. Later, when he chatted with Lin Xiaoyu, he talked about this matter, which was why Lin Xiaoyu knew that Jiang Yu had money. Just this once, I still have a use for my money. Jiang Yu revealed a pained expression, as if my money is useless. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. In the meantime, security section. The head instructor took the shoes, looked at the security footage, and fell into deep thought. Guan Xin, Guan Xin. Chen Xin came in front of Guan Xin. You guys chat. I'll go back first. Seeing that Chen Xin seemed to have something to say to Guan Xin's best friend directly ran away. Hey, Chen Xin wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. At that time, Jiang Yu gave Chen Xin an idea based on the premise that Jiang Yu defaulted to the idea that Guan Xin's BFF should also be of the same character as Lin Xiaoyue or Zhang Jiayue, so he asked Chen Xin to invite the two of them to have dinner together. As it turns out, who knows, things come in groups, and Guan Xin's best friend, her personality is even more shy than Guan Xin. When he saw Chen Xin coming over to find Guan Xin, he slipped away first by himself. Guan Xin didn't say anything either, just quietly looking at Chen Xin, which made Chen Xin more and more nervous. I'm sorry. Chen Xin stammered, unable to think of a single one of the lines he had memorized earlier at this moment. Guan Xin didn't say anything either and just waited quietly. So, can I, please, buy you a meal? Chen Xin felt like he hadn't even been this nervous when facing the director of instruction. Guan Xin was a bit surprised. No, I didn't mean that. No, I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to apologize. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Chen Xin said. Good. Guan Xin's promise suddenly made Chen Xin even more at a loss for words. Have you ever wanted to eat? I can do both. Then let's either go eat, have grilled fish. Good. Brother Lei, are you free tonight? Zhao Hongyan said to Shirley. What are Yan's instructions? Nothing. Wanted to buy you dinner. Invite me to dinner? What do you want? The summary isn't written again? Shirley was wary. Look at what you've thought of me. I want to try to lead a class next year. This is not to invite you to a meal and learn from your experience. Zhao Hongyan said. Yo, figured it out. Before Director Hao also wanted me to persuade you. I refused. If I had known I would have agreed. But also let the old Hao remember my personal favor. Shirley joked. It's not that simple. I'll turn around and give old Hao a word, and say that you gave me half a day of thought work before I figured it out. Don't. I can't afford that. Ha 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 ha. Okay, then take my car after work later. Good. Qin Kai had just come out of the school supermarket with those jerks from class 13 and saw Gu Xiaoyan face to face. Qin Kai had no intention of ignoring Gu Xiaoyan, but who knew that Gu Xiaoyan had stopped a few people? Qin Kai, this is returned to you. Thank you for liking me, but I don't want to fall in love yet. I hope you can study hard too and meet that right person in the future. Gu Xiaoyan returned the gift that Qin Kai had thrown to her at that time. Qin Kai's brain didn't react for a moment as he took what Gu Xiaoyan handed over, but the jerks around him got excited all of a sudden. Qin Kai was also considered the boss within a few people, and the boss was being sent a good guy card to his face. Who could endure this? There was an uproar on the spot. Oh, Mr. K, that's tolerable. Dash. So that's the type you like. Tell your buddy and he'll introduce you to any of them. I thought K always liked that kind of type pussy with big tits and a nice ass. Mr. K, got a good guy card. Come on, tell us a few words. Qin Kai himself is the kind of big brother personality. By the side of the little brother so uproar. Only feel a hot blood straight to the sky. Brain buzzing. Qin Kai took a step forward and grabbed Gu Xiaoyan's hair. Gu Xiaoyan, who the hell do you think you are? Qin Kai grabbed Gu Xiaoyan's hair and pushed hard. Get the outta here. Gu Xiaoyan stumbled and nearly fell. And then the tears flowed uncontrollably, obviously frightened by Qin Kai's expression. And Qin Kai left with a few class 13s after he finished, because it looked like Qin Kai was really angry. The others didn't continue to coax. Not a moment too soon. After Qin Kai calmed down, he also knew that he had just gone a bit overboard. Although being sent a good person to look at for no reason did make people a bit angry, but he didn't know why he was suddenly so angry just now. It was only when Qin Kai returned to the class area and opened that gift Gu Xiaoyan had returned to him that he realized what was going on. At that time, this gift, Qin Kai was entrusted to people outside the school to help buy. At that time only said that it was sent to the girls. That side on behalf of the buyer thought that Qin Kai was ready to confess his love. So it was in accordance with the confession of the gift to prepare. Which is why Gu Xiaoyan misunderstood. Who would have thought that Qin Kai was just trying to get an apology gift? Victoria International. It was Jiang Yu's first time coming this way. Looking at the size of the mall, Jiang Yu also kind of understands why a broken trinket can sell for more than 200. If it wasn't for Lin Xiaoyu leading the way, Jiang Yu himself wouldn't have come to this kind of place to spend money. It didn't look like a place for ordinary people to spend money. Soon the two of them arrived at the jewelry store that Lin Xiaoyu had mentioned. Look, Lin Xiaoyu said as she pointed at the price tag sign. Jiang Yu fixed his eyes on it before revealing a pained expression of being about to be popped with gold coins. Okay, count me out. Bye. Che, look at you like that. This wait for the end of the semester. I'll ask Brother Lei for it. Just buy me one of these. Lin Xiaoyu said as she held a bracelet. 78? You woman is that kind? Jiang Yu asked a little incredulously as he looked at the price tag of the bracelet in Lin Xiaoyu's hand. Jiang Yu also thought that this woman is ready to find ways to blackmail themselves a little more. Like sort of want something else. Surely to choose the price almost 200 or so. Chapter 86, the feeling of trampling you under your feet. Didn't you say that you only have over 200 left? I'm afraid that you won't have enough money to eat grilled fish in a while and then sneak away by yourself. Lin Xiaoyu squeezed Jiang Yu, obviously still holding a grudge against Jiang Yu's previous behavior of throwing himself away and running away. To be honest, Jiang Yu threw his shoes. Lin Xiaoyu was not very angry, but Jiang Yu threw himself alone and ran away. At that time was really to Lin Xiaoyu angry enough. Hey, let's make a deal. We won't mention this after we eat the grilled fish. It's not even eaten yet. Hiss. After checkout, Jiang Yu looked at the small ticket thoughtfully. What time is it? Jiang Yu asked. Just 5 o'clock. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoyu replied. We seem to have traveled across. Jiang Yu showed Lin Xiaoyu the small ticket. The time on the small ticket shows 3 o'clock. Strange. Lin Xiaoyu looked away. Originally, this jewelry store was an imported store, and the machines at the checkout were all imported equipment. The time is also a foreign time that is automatically acquired. Cutting to the Chinese interface also still gets the foreign time. The staff did not know how to get the domestic time automatically, so they had to set the time manually, but because of a mistake, it was 5 p.m. Which should have been 1700 hours, but the staff manually entered it as 1500 hours. This resulted in the time on the small ticket being consistently 2 hours slower than the actual time. And nobody cares about the little ticket when they buy something in general, let alone the time shown on it, which is why this error has held up for so long. But this also gave Jiang Yu a new idea. After that, Jiang Yu looked for a milk tea store, deliberately letting people adjust the time to 4 o'clock in the afternoon out of the small ticket, because that kind of chain milk tea store was definitely not willing to engage in this. So Jiang Yu looked for several, and finally found one that was willing to adjust the time. At first Lin Xiaoyu was still a bit confused. Then Lin Xiaoyu also suddenly figured it out. You're such a chicken thief. Lin Xiaoyu skimmed her mouth as she held the milk tea. This is called being prepared. Jiang Yu handed Lin Xiaoyu the small ticket for the milk tea. Bring it with you every day during this period of time. Maybe you'll need it someday. Got it. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Jiang Yu did this. Of course, in case he was really caught by the director of instruction one day. This thing could be considered an alibi anyways. Although Jiang Yu still felt that it was unlikely that the director of instruction would be able to catch himself just by checking the CCTV, there was always an eventuality in everything, so it was always better to be careful. It's a little early for dinner. Solely the two of them wandered around the mall. Hey, Jia Yue said she wants to treat us both to dinner, Lin Xiaoyu said as she looked at her phone. Yifeng just told me that too. Yifeng had actually discovered Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu who were peeping from the sidelines when he was getting cozy with Zhang Jiayue, but at that time, he could only let the two of them watch the fun because he was focused on appeasing Zhang Jiayue. As for helping to delay the director of instruction, it must have been a favor from the two as well. That's why he was thinking of inviting Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu for dinner. How did you get back? Lin Xiaoyu then asked. I say next time. I thought you were going to use this as an excuse to save money on a roasted fish. Lin Xiaoyu smacked her lips. I would like to, but I'm afraid that the two of them are now in this financial situation. It's hard for them to eat on their own, and they're still inviting the two of us. Jiang Yu helplessly said. Ha, Yifeng is basically hollowed out because of the Tang Qianli checkup, and Zhang Jiayue usually spends a lot of money, and even more so, she didn't save any money. Yifeng actually has a bit of an opinion on this, but Zhang Jiayue spends a lot of her money on Yifeng, so Yifeng can't really say anything, and can only privately spit with Jiang Yu. In fact, cannot all blame Zhang Jiayue, mainly Zhang Jiayue usually play with Lin Xiaoyue. Lin Xiaoyue family conditions are good, usually treats to eat, send gifts are not cheap. Zhang Jiayue return gift certainly cannot be too shabby, plus Yifeng bought a lot of things. This resulted in Zhang Jiayue's family being quite a bit better off than Yifeng's, but often had little money in her wallet. But this kind of thing, Jiang Yu definitely wasn't good enough to talk too much to Lin Xiaoyu. Wandered around a bit more. I'll give you a pair of shoes. Under $1,000, take your pick. Jiang Yu's heart tip trembled when he said this. Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't care, but with more than $2,000, Jiang Yu's heart did still feel a bit overwhelmed. It would be murder to lose over $2,000 of your own money. Jiang Yu's most expensive pair of shoes is only $1,200. Usually cannot afford to wear, but $2,700 is too expensive. Completely beyond Jiang Yu's affordability. $1,000 is basically already Jiang Yu's limit. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to say $500, but felt that Lin Xiaoyu, this diaspora strength, 500 shoes should be mostly unwilling to wear, so he said $1,000. And it's all hard-earned money that you earned back in the day. Jiang Yu Junior High School, when a variety of search software is not as convenient as it is now, Jiang Yu rely on selling practice book answers, as well as exams for the test or something, no less than black money. Junior high school, the gang of rich second generation is still very willing to spend money. Later, things were exposed, by the mother severely cleaned up, after the honest, but still save a lot of family money. But it is this $1,000. When he phoned this kid has money, he turned back to find him to reimburse half of it should not be too much. Look at you like that. Lin Xiaoyu bristled. I'm giving you today only, tomorrow I'm backing out. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes before she walked into a clothing store. Well, does it look good? Lin Xiaoyu stood in front of the mirror and stomped her foot. You don't just look at it. Is it comfortable to wear? Jiang Yu casually responded. Of course it's comfortable. It feels like stepping on you. Lin Xiaoyu said smugly. I really am. Jiang Yu didn't even know what to say. Not a moment too soon. Big sister, haven't you chosen yet? Lin Xiaoyu took Jiang Yu on a shopping spree, directly giving Jiang Yu people are shopping numb. Shopping with a woman can be considered one of the top 10 contemporary tortures. Forget it, it all feels average. I'm telling you, today only, no more after this. Then forget it. That's what you said. Not that I won't buy it for you. As you said, either you contribute or you contribute. I couldn't just watch Jiayue get caught by the director of instruction at that time, so the credit is half for one person. Lin Xiaoyu said indifferently. You woman really impressed me today. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Ha, hey, no, you didn't intend to have it, and you tried half a dozen times, because it makes me happy to see your heartbroken expression. Lin Xiaoyu skimmed her mouth, revealing a smug expression. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. This woman was truly just absolutely amazing. Just then, hey, look if that's not Qian Xin and Guan Xin. Lin Xiaoyu disliked Jiang Yu with her elbow. Chapter 87, The Boldness of the Real. Asterisk, you're being gentle. Look. Jiang Yu fixed his eyes on it. Hey, it's really true. Quickly, hide. Don't get caught. Big sister, we're putting aside to cheat on each other, but we're still hiding. Jiang Yu was also speechless. Why don't you go to hell? The two of them sneaked out and were bumped into by the two of us. How embarrassing. Lin Xiaoyu said. Just then, Qian Xin also saw the two. Hurriedly, He waved at the two men. This time, Jian Yu and Lin Xiaoyue couldn't pretend that they didn't see anything, and could only walk up face to face. What a coincidence, Jian Yu said. Yes, 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 Qian Xin said. Are you guys planning on coming over here for a bite to eat? Too? Aha, Qian Xin said as he pulled Jian Yu aside. Brother you help. Qian Xin whispered. Don't you have an appointment here? How else do you want me to help? Jian Yu was confused. We only said a total of 3 words along the way. I'm dying of embarrassment, Qian Xin said. Boys like Qian Xin, who hadn't talked much to girls, could easily talk themselves to death. Plus Guan Xin also talks less. It just created a very weird scene where the two just walked the whole way, neither one talking. No, then you chat instead. A chatterbox like Jian Yu was definitely unable to empathize with Qian Xin. Even if it didn't amuse the little girl, it wasn't cold. I don't know what to talk about. Other Jian Yu can teach. This kind of thing is about an understanding. Jian Yu is really not good to teach. Plus Guan Xin is also the kind of shy character. This is simply the opening is hell of a difficulty. But the fact that Guan Xin could be so generous to come out with Qian Xin alone also made Jian Yu slightly surprised. What are you guys planning to do? Qian Xin asked. Eat grilled fish. Come along then. It's just as well we're planning to eat something. My treat. No, who brings such a big light bulb on a date? And brings 2 of them? Brother you, please, help. We're too awkward here. I'm afraid Guan Xin will never come out with me again. Originally, Jian Yu was referring to himself and Lin Xiaoyue as light bulbs, but it turned out that Qian Xin interpreted it as, Jian Yu disliked the 2 of them as light bulbs. Well, that's okay. People had said their words to this point, so Jian Yu was too embarrassed to refuse anymore. After learning that she was going to eat grilled fish with Qian Xin and Guan Xin, Lin Xiaoyue was a bit reluctant. What's the point of following the 2 of them when they're out? Didn't you plan to peep just now? How good it is now to sit across the street and look at it openly. Jian Yu said. You're perverted, aren't you? You're the one peeping. You didn't just have to hide. Say it again. Fine, I'll stop. And besides, it's a treat, so it's a waste not to go. I knew it, cheapskate. After that the 4 of them looked for a grilled fish restaurant. Originally Qian Xin was planning to sit next to Jian Yu, but ended up being kicked in the calf by Lin Xiaoyue's light, and then he sat across the room, next to Guan Xin, with a red face, because none of them had any contraindications. Qian Xin casually ordered a set meal for 4 people. How did you guys come out? School shouldn't be over yet, Jian Yu asked. The first day of sports is usually the first day of school at the regular time, and the following days are less strict. Lin Xiaoyue was able to forge a fake note. And how did these 2 get out? We came out the back door, and a grocery cart came in at exactly 5. Qian Xin said. This door is connected to the cafeteria, and usually only vegetable and garbage trucks go in and out. The food in the cafeteria on the second middle school side is usually delivered once a day to ensure freshness, but it's human to be selfish. This afternoon's food is definitely cheaper than the morning's. It's not much cheaper, but nay, the volume is so high that you can gouge out a lot of money every day. So the food that was supposed to be delivered at 5 a.m. was rescheduled to 5 p.m. and they're all left over from other people's picks. And while they're not bad, a lot of them aren't in great shape either. Of course this is something that the students, even if they know about it, can't do anything particularly well. It's not like there's a problem with food safety after all. And it's not the same person who picks and delivers. School this group of students living in the cafeteria every day. They found this law. All there is bold. Quietly follow the vegetable truck out. The driver of the vegetable truck also know. But because some people gave the cigarettes, so also turned a blind eye. There are 3 types of resident students on this side of the second high school. One that only takes naps. The second is the one that goes home on Saturday night, takes a day off on Sunday and comes back on Monday. The third is a full day at school. For those who are in school all day, it is not that the school does not allow them to go out, but they have to ask for a leave of absence, and they also have to explain the reason and the time of the absence, which is very troublesome in short. So for the third type of resident, some of them would sneak out on Sundays following the vegetable trucks, go to internet cafes to surf the internet all night, and then go back to school early on Monday morning. Although there were also bed checks at night, it was the kind of thing that you could always muddle through if you wanted to. You guys are also bold and aren't afraid of getting caught, Jian Yu said. Jian Yu also knows that there is a backdoor this thing, but Jian Yu does not live in the school, so he has not gone, just heard people talk about it, but no matter what they feel that the risk is very high. In fact, at that time, Chen Xian just wanted to show off in front of Guan Xian that he could get out of the school without going through the front door. It did seem a bit scary afterward, and the consequences of this were indeed a bit severe if some school leader caught it. Why did you guys suddenly come over here to play today? Jian Xin hastily changed the subject. She's got a brain cramp and had to blackmail me for a meal of roasted fish. Jian Yu spat. Ha? Who made you apologize to me? Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the good sense to say. After Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, Jian Xin and Guan Xin's expressions suddenly turned subtle. What, I'll be sorry? Jian Yu immediately felt a wave of headache. Why is that always so ambiguous to you? Lin Xiaoyu just wanted to explain what happened this afternoon, but realized that it wasn't quite appropriate to give Jian Xin and the others this kind of thing. So only one sentence can be added. You're just sorry anyway. There really wasn't much of a way to say this kind of thing explicitly, and Jiang Yu was too lazy to make up another reason to force an explanation. Okay, even if I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoyue heard this and immediately quit. What do you mean even if it is? The big money didn't let you spend. Let you ask me to eat a grilled fish and still push back. Stingy you. Seeing the two of them talking halfway through this cloud, Jian Xin suddenly had a bold guess. There are only two possibilities for the average man to be sorry for a woman. Can it be that Jiang Yu has turned Lin Xiaoyu green? But if it's true that Jiang Yu has made Lin Xiaoyu green, and Lin Xiaoyu can still calmly come out to eat with Jiang Yu, then Lin Xiaoyu's heart is also too big. The Lin Xiaoyue in Jian Xin's impression was not that kind of person, so that leaves only one other possibility. It won't be Jiang Yu knocked up Lin Xiaoyu, right? Of course, if Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu knew what Jian Xin was thinking in his heart, they would probably have to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Jian Xin looked at the expressions on the two men's faces, and the more he looked at them, the more he thought it was possible. The big money that Lin Xiaoyue was talking about, the money for the shoes, was also mistaken by Jian Xin as money for the abortion. Getting people's stomachs big and not giving them a grilled fish even if they want to eat one. Jiang Yu shouldn't be such a person either. I don't think we've run into anything lately and we're short on cash. Jiang Yu, if you are short-handed recently, you can tell me. Jian Xin hesitated for half a day and finally said, Ha? Jiang Yu heard directly the size of his eyes question mark face. What's this all about? If Jiang Yu knew the bold speculation in Jian Xin's mind, he would probably have to give him a thumbs up, which was indeed bold. A few people in the back of the room were also chatting away, but Jian Xin didn't say a word to Guan Xin the whole time. The whole thing for Jiang Yu was also quite speechless. You're inviting people to dinner. What are you always talking to us about? Hey, Jian Xin, teach you a trick. Jiang Yu suddenly said. Chapter 88 Brother Lei is nothing. Ha? Jian Xin froze for a moment. Jiang Yu stretched his hand out, palm up, then said to Lin Xiaoyu, put your hand up. What for? Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what Jiang Yu wanted to do. You put it up first. Although Lin Xiaoyu had doubts, she still put her hand on it. Then, look, this isn't it. Pulling a girl's hand is as simple as that, Jiang Yu said in a serious manner. 3 seconds later, Jiang Yu, you're going to die. Lin Xiaoyu pulled her hand out with a face full of disgust, then rubbed it hard on Jiang Yu's clothes. Jian Xin and Guan Xin, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table, couldn't help but smile as well. But it was a small joke that lightened the rushed atmosphere between the two a little. Guan Xin, although Jian Xin is the one who apologized to you today, but half of this matter is also my responsibility. I was just joking casually. I hope that you can forgive me while forgiving Jian Xin. I'm here to apologize to you as well. Jiang Yu said. No. Guan Xin hurriedly smiled and waved her hand, signaling that she didn't take it to heart. Previously, Guan Xin and Jiang Yu had barely crossed paths and hadn't even spoken. But after a short period of contact, it felt like this person was actually quite good. Hey, what do you think Brother Lei's face would be if he saw the four of us eating grilled fish here? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly said. After Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, Jian Xin and Guan Xin tensed up almost simultaneously, and Guan Xin's body was shaking like a sieve. Lei brother. Jiang Yu want to shine Lin Xiaoyu ahead to a hammer. They are not easy to get the atmosphere to relax. You have a sentence all ruined. There is something wrong with the same. Who have nothing to do out of the gathering also mentioned the class teacher. What are you afraid of? Brother Lei is nothing. You let him come. Jiang Yu didn't have the good sense to say. Jiang Yu, back, turn back. Jian Xin stammered. Ha? Jiang Yu first froze, then turned back, then stood up with a mischievous movement. ***** chicken feathers. After realizing that he had said the wrong thing, he hastened to add. No, Lei, what are you guys? Looking at the four people in front of him, Lei couldn't help but frown. Let's come out for a meal, Jiang Yu said. The four of you? Lei felt something was wrong. Oh, Lei brother. Jian Xin is not to Guan Xin apologize it. Just want to invite Guan Xin to eat a meal, but just two people to eat then a little inappropriate. So it called me and Lin Xiaoyu. and itself I also want to give Guan Xin an apology. So together, Lei brother, you and sister Yan also want to eat grilled fish it, or add 2 chairs together, Jiang Yu said with forced composure. Seeing that Jiang Yu spoke with such confidence, Lei didn't think much about it. It's best if you do. Hurry back after eating. Lei gave a painless warning before leaving with Zhao Hongyan. After Lei and Zhao Hongyan left, the 4 of them let out a long breath almost simultaneously. I ran into my homeroom teacher while eating out. Even ghost movies don't dare to do that. At that time, when she saw Lei and Zhao Hongyan come in, Guan Xian's heart was about to jump out of her chest. Jiang Yu, you're awesome. Guan Xian's heart palpitated even now. Awesome? You don't know. He's usually like this. Not a word of truth comes out of his mouth. Lin Xiaoyu spat. You still have the face to say that about me. If I don't say that, the 4 of us will wait for our parents to be called. Jiang Yu responded. Lei and Zhao Hongyan casually found a Korean barbecue restaurant and sat down. The 2 had also planned to eat grilled fish, but since Jiang Yu and the others were there, they changed it to grilled meat. You're not even angry when they fool you like that, Zhao Hongyan suddenly said. Lei just felt that these 4 people were not right, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Seeing Zhao Hongyan say that, she began to think back carefully. If it's an apology, shouldn't Lin Xiaoyu sit with Guan Xin? Zhao Hongyan said. At this time, Lei also finally reacted. If it's an apology, boys sit on one side with boys and girls sit on one side with girls, and it's usually couples that sit like they do. Lei fire rubbed up. These little buggers, especially Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu, you're playing with yourselves like monkeys every day, once or twice, and you're still addicted to it, aren't you? It's so infuriating. But facing Zhao Hongyan, Lei couldn't say he didn't see it in order to maintain his image. Wouldn't it make you look incompetent if you said you didn't see it? And how to teach her about leading a class? So it was only fair to say. So you are talking about this. Forget it. You see Guan Xin, the child is scared into what kind of our class that a few leather how to scold can be. But that little girl, I am afraid that I say a few more words, and then give people scared out of what a problem. Back to one's sister will not look for my trouble. Some things, let's just pretend we didn't see. Lei said and waved his hand in a calm manner. Worthy of being brother Lei, no wonder director Hao asked me to learn more from you. I still see the problem a bit shallow, Zhao Hongyan said. Listening to Zhao Hongyan's compliments, Lei's face was more complacent, and the anger that he had just borne subsided. Not bad for you, the little prince of student work, the future great classroom teacher. The other side. Qian Xin, can you lighten up? Guan Xin whispered. Chen Xin then realized that he had grabbed Guan Xin's hand at some point. Sorry. Qian Xin apologized in a hurry after he let go. When he saw Lei and Zhao Hongyan come in just now, Chen Xin was too nervous and somehow grabbed Guan Xin's hand. But because the table was in the way, Lei didn't notice. Looking at the 2 people who were in a hurry, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but have a bad smile on their faces. And the expressions on the 2 men's faces made Guan Xin blush even more. The grilled fish tasted good. As the grilled fish became less and less common, a few Guan Xin and a few others came alive. From not saying a word in the beginning, to initiating conversation. Our class president. Sorry, Sikin said hesitantly. She had heard about Qin Kai giving her a head start, but this kind of gossip always spreads in all sorts of ways. And there was also the one that said Qin Kai had given Chen Xin a beating. So Guan Xin also wanted to apologize to Qian Xin, but didn't know what to say. You said Qin Kai it's fine, didn't fight. Jiang Yu said. That's okay, but I'm also sorry for the trouble. Sikin said. What are you apologizing for? This matter itself is our problem. Jiang Yu said. There's also the fact that our class president isn't actually a bad person. Well, just, Guan Xin didn't know what to say about this. The general idea was that he didn't want this incident to cause a few people to think badly of Qin Kai. Jiang Yu could certainly understand what Guan Xin meant. I heard that he even bullied you in class and you still spoke for him. Jiang Yu said. Qin Kai forced Guan Xin to take the love letter out of the matter. Jiang Yu also heard, this kid is also idle leg pain. To say, this matter Qin Kai also has the responsibility. Otherwise this matter is not possible to make such a big deal. Chapter 89 Deduction of Penalty. When Qian Xin heard this, he was instantly anxious. How did Qin Kai bully you? No. Guan Xin saw that Qian Xin was in a hurry, and then she herself was in a hurry and spoke with a crying voice. Qian Xin, don't be anxious. After that, Jiang Yu roughly told Qian Xin what he knew. It's not too far off from the actual situation. So that's how it is. Qian Xin was relieved to hear that. Jian Xin heard Jiang Yu say that Qin Kai bullied Guan Xin and thought how. This person also has a bubble in his brain. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but spit out a sentence even after hearing this. No. Guan Xin wanted to explain. But it was also true that she didn't know how to explain. Qin Kai is the kind of macho personality with a jungle vibe. And it's not that annoying if you're used to it. Don't worry, we're on good terms with Mr. Kai. It won't be because of what happened to you whatsoever. Jiang Yu roughly knew Guan Xin's worries. Just how to say it. Jiang Yu and Qin Kai's gang often play games. The relationship cannot be said to be much better, but it is also not bad. It's not that Jiang Yu is willing to play with them. It's really that the number of people who play games in this kind of key high school is already small. And the number of people who happen to play the same game is even smaller. Sure enough, after Jiang Yu finished speaking, he saw that Guan Xin's expression did ease up quite a bit. Guan Xin was most worried that because of herself, it would cause Qin Kai to cross paths with a few people. Of course, just as a few people were eating grilled fish, Qin Kai led a large group of people to the area of 14, only to run into people from the discipline inspection department checking on people. Check people. The student from the discipline department shouted, holding a small notebook. Raise your hand for class 14. Usually in sports, to prevent people from running around, there is a minimum number of people in the class area, usually half the class size. If the number of people in the area is less than half, the appropriate number of points will be deducted. Generally, people are all head down and muddle through, and they won't really be deducted points because of this. But because class 14 has a deeper conflict with class 27, Song Yuanhang spoke to the discipline inspection department, so the investigation was more serious this time. Not enough people. 3 points deducted, the disciplinary student said. Gu Xiaoyan hurriedly stood up from her seat as soon as she was anxious. You wait, there's enough people in our class. But looking at the sparse number of people in the seats, Gu Xiaoyan was also a bit tense. This was too much difference. Shirley went to the playground in the afternoon and went back to the office after going around the playground because he had been preparing the materials for the outstanding teachers. Usually if the teacher is not in the class, it's Lin Qiuyue, Qian Xin, He Feng, and Zhang Jiayue who are in charge. And Jiang Yu usually helps out, but it just so happens that all of these people aren't there yet. Although Li Su is the class president, no one in the class listens to him at all. This causes the class to be like a wild horse out of control, and they don't know where to go to fool around. The people from class 15 wanted to come over to help make up the number, but they were held down by Cui Yanhao. After all, people from class 27 had just moved 2 boxes of sparkling water over in the morning, so this face still has to be given. Gu Xiaoyan is almost anxious to cry. A top 8 only 2 points, this time to be deducted 3 points. If the final ranking win the difference between these 3 points, how to do? Classmate, help accommodate. Will you? Gu Xiaoyan begged. Every class is as accommodating as you are. Wouldn't it all be a mess? I'll deduct these 3 points. The student from the discipline inspection department said that he was going to start writing it down in his book, but suddenly there was a kick in the ass. Class 14 raises its hand. Qin Kai said. The people Qin Kai brought here all put their hands up. Is it enough? Qin Kai asked. The students from the discipline inspection department looked at Qin Kai and his group and the corners of their mouths twitched. Although Song Yuanhang was the one who sought his help, he could not afford to offend Qin Kai's gang because of this. These guys are also known to be jerks in school. It's not as bad as hitting someone, but if they want to disgust you, they have ways to do it. Qin Kai came over to look for Gu Xiaoyan, but it turned out that he just happened to see the checking of people, and he had wanted to wait for people to finish checking before looking for Gu Xiaoyan. As it turned out, I just happened to see this man deliberately looking for trouble, so I helped out. Alright, let's forget about it this time. Next time I won't be so nice. The students from the discipline inspection department threw down a scene and left, starting to check the classes behind them. Gu Xiaoyan turned around and went back to her seat when she saw Qin Kai coming over, obviously not wanting to have any more interactions with him. Qin Kai walked straight to Gu Xiaoyan's side, then sat down. For today, count me as owing you a favor. Qin Kai was referring to the matter of scolding Gu Xiaoyan just now. Gu Xiaoyan didn't talk after Qin Kai finished, and didn't even look at Qin Kai. Knowing that he was not interested, Qin Kai got up and left. Brother Hang, there's not much I can do about Qin Kai's sudden disruption. The student from the discipline inspection department said to Song Yuanhang. It's fine, I don't blame you. The game currency has been charged for you, Song Yuanhang said with a smile. How embarrassing. Thanks then. After the students from the discipline department left, Brother Hang, Wu Tingting is arguing with Li Yue's gang again. A student from class 27 ran over and said, Got it. Song Yuanhang frowned. Today, Wu Tingting's fall resulted in a painful loss of first place, especially to Lin Xiaoyue of class 14. Wu Tingting said that Lin Xiaoyu tripped her on purpose, And Li Yue's gang said that Wu Tingting fell on purpose because she couldn't run anymore and was afraid of losing to Lin Xiaoyu, and then planted the evidence on Lin Xiaoyu. The two cliques were already at odds with each other, and now that this has happened, they are even more quarrelsome. Regular classes are actually fine. Strip classes like 27 are very cliquey. When there's nothing going on, there's barely any peace. But when there's the slightest hint of trouble, you just watch. And everyone's family background is so hard that no one is spoiled. And they don't even care about being expelled and discouraged or anything. After all, studying well or badly doesn't actually change the trajectory of these people's lives. Being the class president in a class like this and still having everyone be convinced is not something that can be done simply with financial resources. Before, Wu Tingting could still say you can do it, but it turned out that this time, Li Yue was 1503rd, so she naturally spoke hard. As for whether the person who 1500 pushed Lin Xiaoyu's hand at that time was Li Yue, it was unknown. In fact, also Song Yuanhang is not willing to care about this crap. Sometimes there's not much that can be done. The grilled fish was soon finished. What are your plans in a while? Jiang Yu asked. Let's. Why don't we watch a movie together? Chen Xin could be said to be trying to find ways to spend more time with Guan Xin. Jiang Yu had a black line on his head. What kind of era is it to take a girl to the movies? What's the point of this kind of activity where there's no interaction at all throughout? I shouldn't be too good. Seekin said somewhat apologetically. What time is it after the movie? Can people's girls be the same as our boys? Jiang Yu spat. Generally speaking, it's okay for boys to come home a little late. But if a girl comes home late, her parents will be anxious to death. And if she tells them in advance, they probably won't agree to it either. At this time, Chen Xin suddenly saw a scratching store across the street. It's rare to come out. Or let's go catch dolls. Chen Xin proposed again. Chapter 90, Catching Dolls. I can do both. Lin Xiaoyu echoed. It won't take much time. Chen Xin said and also secretly looked at Guan Xin, wanting to see Guan Xin's reaction. Catching dolls didn't take much time, so Guan Xin was too embarrassed to refuse. Yeah. After changing the coins, a few people started catching dolls. Chen Xin handed the coins to Guan Xin, and Guan Xin hurriedly smiled and waved her hand. I'm not very good at it. It's okay. I'll teach you. It's easy. Look. The other side. You look at you stupid Jiang Yu couldn't even bear to look at Lin Xiaoyu catching dolls. You're smart, you do it. Lin Xiaoyu said unconvincingly. Jiang Yu stepped forward. Woo hoo hoo hoo. Slap. Jiang Yu pressed the button. Woo hoo 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 hoo. A doll fell down the passage. Gotcha. Jiang Yu held the doll and gestured at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu was instantly even more unconvinced, so she proceeded to start scratching. As a result, I didn't catch a single one of them. There weren't many coins left in his hand. You do it. Lin Xiaoyu handed the rest of the coins to Jiang Yu. As a result, Jiang Yu grabbed half a day, except for the one at the very beginning, and didn't grab any of them. On the contrary, on Chen Xin's side, he grabbed a dozen or so and then went to the front desk to exchange them for a big doll. These big dolls are just over 100 when you buy them normally. Nowadays, the kind of slightly bigger stores that catch dolls allow you to redeem the dolls you catch for something. Usually some bigger doll or something as well. Then came a very dramatic scene. Guan Xin was holding a doll that was almost half a man tall, while Lin Xiaoyu was holding a palm-sized one. The coins over here are 2 yuan apiece. Chen Xin exchanged 100 of them at that time and gave 50 to Lin Xiaoyu and Jiang Yu. It's not that Chen Xin is a big spender. For one thing, it's a treat that certainly can't be too shabby. And for another, it's high school. Basically there's no place to spend money. And the general family conditions are okay for students. This is basically the richest at this time. And so on. When you go to college and spend money on a lot of places, instead of being so generous. In terms of battle results, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu's side was indeed a bit overwhelming. Look at people. Lin Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger at Jiang Yu. You still have the nerve to talk about me. It wasn't you who played blindly in front of you all to waste. Jiang Yu spat. It was mainly Chen Xin's treat. And even though Lin Xiaoyu was upset, it was not good for her to spend her own money to exchange some coins to continue playing. Caught one for 50 coins? Chen Xin also smacked his lips as he looked at the two's battle results. Guan Xin also pursed her lips to keep herself from showing some other expression. Jiang Yu also didn't want to respond to this awkward question. So he said, it's getting late. Withdraw. Okay. Although Chen Xin was still a bit attached to the idea, he could only agree. After putting Chen Xin and Guan Xin in a cab, Lin Xiaoyu pulled Jiang Yu and headed for the mall. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Yu asked. Keep grabbing. No. My car is all hit. Jiang Yu signaled that he had already used the taxi software to get a car. Cancelled. The two rejoined the store where the dolls were being caught. Big sister. Still catching being pitched is not enough. The two of us are back to do charity to come. John Yu helplessly said. Go ahead and change the coins. I'll change that big one too. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the good sense to say. Looking at Guan Xin holding so big a doll back, and their own only the size of the palm of such a one, is really a little angry. Do not believe that their luck is so bad. I'm not changing. If you want to play, you change yourself. John Yu said. Why are you so stingy? You said you'd treat me to grilled fish, but it turns out that the grilled fish was all on the person Qian Xin. Lin Xiaoyu said with a frown. It's not that I'm stingy. 50 coins to catch one is hard enough. Then change 50. Turn around and then one can't catch. To me, I can't sleep at night. John Yu said. 50 coins a doll cannot catch the equivalent of the Hero Alliance rank 10 even kneeling. This too who have to be difficult half a day. It is not the matter of how much money. Forget about picking on you. I should have known to let you buy me shoes. Lin Xiaoyu said indignantly. It's fine if you want to buy it now, but today only. John Yu said. John Yu finished speaking but froze Lin Xiaoyu. The guy who wouldn't give $100 is willing to give 1,000? Seriously, you don't have a fever. Anyway, the opportunity is only this time. You love it or not. And, you turn yourself. I can't turn. I'll sit there and wait for you. Call me when you look good. John Yu said. It's not that John Yu is generous. The main thing is to give Lin Xiaoyu's so expensive shoes thrown away. It is indeed a little bit sorry for people. And then one more. Also compensated for the shoes. To prevent this woman from taking this matter again in the future, spend money to buy a clean. Otherwise, this woman will mention it to her mom one day, and it will be hard enough for her. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Yu. Her eyes kept flickering as if she was thinking about something. Eventually, okay, big sister, haven't you looked at it yet? Zhang Yu really had a big head. This woman was really inked to buy things. Lin Xiaoyu tried several pairs, and none of them seemed to be very satisfactory. Eventually, is 1200 okay? Lin Xiaoyu asked in a somewhat embarrassed whisper to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu bought with both eyes closed. Buy. 1000 is out and I don't care if it's 200 more. It's just another baked fish treat. Although with 200 more, Lin Xiaoyu could have come out on her own, but then the feel of the thing would have changed. Get me a pair of this 39. Lin Xiaoyu said. Lin Xiaoyu chose a pair of high-top AJs. Sneakers and low-top board shoes will generally choose a size larger than their foot size. High-top shoes will generally choose 2 sizes larger. High-top shoes are small and easy to pressure the instep. High school is generally still more favorable Nike Audi. Wait until the university is basically what cheap to wear what. Lin Xiaoyu quickly changed. Well, good for you. You didn't even look. Lin Xiaoyu said in dissatisfaction. Don't look. My heart hurts. Zhang Yu cast his head to the side. Look. Look. Lin Xiaoyu saw this and jumped directly in front of Zhang Yu, making Zhang Yu forcefully look. Okay, let's see. Well, does it have to be this pair? Zhang Yu looked at the shoes on Lin Xiaoyu's feet and raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Lin Xiaoyu spun back and forth on her toes. Isn't this the men's model? We are unisex. Both men and women can wear it. The waitress hurriedly explained as soon as she heard this, fearing that the two would not buy it. The pair of 1200s at Zhang Yu's house was exactly the same as the pair on Lin Xiaoyu's feet. Zhang Yu used to buy shoes online, and then people did not say that the counter shoes are not the same as the online e-commerce models. So Zhang Yu would like to see what is the difference between these counter AJ and their own online 6 or 700 buy. Have bought a pair. Not to mention, this Nike counter shoes, under 1000 is really ugly. Slightly better looking, basically have to be 1000 upwards. Wearing a period of time feels as if it is different. But Zhang Yu is not specialized in playing this, so which is not the same cannot say. It may also be a psychological effect. It's okay, Zhang Yu said. After that, Zhang Yu took the small ticket to pay. After paying, you also didn't say you supporting domestic production. Zhang Yu spat as he walked out with Lin Xiaoyu. Cut. Lin Xiaoyu nuzzled her mouth. In Lin Xiaoyu's concept, cell phone clothes and so on, support for domestic can, but shoes cannot, because the counter in the domestic shoes is really ugly. Although there are a lot of good style online, but a look at the price, but also feel that the quality should not be too good. So Lin Xiaoyu's shoes are basically foreign brands. Hey, would your mom scold you if she knew you spent so much money on me? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly asked. What's with the cursing? I earned all this money myself before. Zhang Yu said. You earned it? How do you earn it? By doing chores for parents? Lin Xiaoyu asked. When I was a kid, because all those part-time jobs out there didn't dare to ask for minors. Basically most kids earned their pocket money by helping their parents with chores. I don't play those childish games. Look at you Cal. Then tell me how you earned it. Lin Xiaoyu then asked. Zhang Yu is also not good to say that he is selling practice book answers and making black money by giving people a substitute exam. So, Help classmates' parents insert advertising card. Is the kind of through the water? Locks. Housekeeping the kind of small card. Inserted into the doorway on the line. The kind of step building. A layer of 10 cents. Legs have to run broken. A day is to earn a 30-40. Daytime running building. The evening to the square to sell water balloons. The morning sometimes go to the morning market stalls to sell vegetables. A holiday up early and late, but also to earn 1,000 yuan. So, what you're stepping on is not a shoe. It's the fruits of my hard labor for a holiday. Really? Lin Xiaoyu said as she looked at Zhang Yu. Lie to you for what? Sell water balloon money is good, but then sell too many people. Competition is too fierce. Run the building is not stable. This job is not every day. The morning market stalls are stable, but then to collect health fees. I sell too little. Can't afford to. There is no way to engage in. There is a period of time there is really no way. I have also picked up bottles. Zhang Yu added. I don't know why, but Lin Xiaoyu's nose was sore from what Zhang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu had never lacked pocket money since she was a child. So when she heard Zhang Yu say this, there was an inexplicable hard feeling in her heart. Not a moment too soon. Let's go back and return the shoes. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Chapter 91, Beware of him selling you out. There's no point in recycling what's been given away. Wear it, Zhang Yu said. On the way back, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes unconsciously swept towards her shoes, and she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Back home, Lin Xiaoyu flopped down on the bed and opened the shopping mall, her slender little legs swinging in the air. In itself, she was quite happy when Zhang Yu gave her shoes, but hearing Zhang Yu say that the money to buy the shoes was earned from him working so hard made Lin Xiaoyu feel a little bad inside, so she also wanted to choose something to give to Zhang Yu as a return gift. But what do boys like? Or should she ask Hifeng? If Zhang Yu had known that Lin Xiaoyu had such a dangerous idea of asking Hifeng what boys liked, he would have stopped her at the first opportunity. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was picking through them all, her phone received a message. Zhang Jiayue, Xiaoyu, I won't live. Lin Xiaoyu also had a black line on her head when she looked at the message. Lin Xiaoyu, bow. What's wrong? Did Hifeng bully you again? After that, Zhang Jiayue gave Lin Xiaoyu a general overview of the matter. After Zhang Jiayue came home today, her mom told her to go to the vegetable market under the building to buy eggs. After buying the eggs, Zhang Jiayue was going to go home, but she saw someone who looked like Hifeng, so she looked at him a little more. At this time, an old lady took the risk of bumping into Zhang Jiayue, and as a result, the old lady herself fell down and then insisted that Zhang Jiayue had bumped into her. Look at the old lady lying on the ground dry and howling. Zhang Jiayue is also not used to her, also lying on the ground to follow the howl. To that old lady angry stretching legs to kick Zhang Jiayue also do not care, is howling. There was a circle of watchers around. Then an older man came out to speak for Zhang Jiayue, condemning the old lady, saying he saw the whole thing and it was the old lady who hit Zhang Jiayue. After this older man started, several people around him chimed in that they had seen it too, and then the old lady went gray. Zhang Jiayue got up from the ground and gave that uncle 2 eggs, and also patted him on the shoulder and came to say, righteousness, uncle. As a result, the next second Zhang Jiayue bared her large teeth and retracted them, because Hifeng ran up to that uncle and came. Dad, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you, because he heard that the market is good here. So Hifeng's father brought Hifeng over to see, but also want to see the leisure time, can make a living to subsidize the family. Zhang Jiayue knows that Hifeng's father controls him strictly, so the two can only pretend not to recognize each other even when they face each other. Eventually Hifeng left with his dad. Lin Xiaoyu, I thought Hifeng's father found out about you too. It's nothing to worry about. Zhang Jiayue, how nothing? That what Tang Qianqian, and is to go to Hifeng's home to eat, and is to take pictures of Hifeng, to his father's impression of how good, and I, lying on the ground, rolling, and also his father stuffed 2 eggs. Wow, I do not live. When Lin Xiaoyu heard this, she also had a black line on her head. Zhang Jiayue is a bit of a social cow Lin Xiaoyu is aware of, but this kind of public lying on the ground and rolling around. In addition to her, it is estimated that no one can really do it. Lin Xiaoyu, you are talking to Hifeng, not his father. Hifeng likes you not just fine. Hey, how about letting you observe today? Lin Xiaoyu let Hifeng bring Tang Qianqian over at that time. Just want to let Zhang Jiayue also more observation of learning to learn. Sometimes Zhang Jiayue that kind of work, not to mention is Hifeng. Lin Xiaoyu sometimes see the head also big. Zhang Jiayue, listen to it, it's too meaty. What's all that I'm going to vomit when I listen to it. You don't know, that woman's name is Hifeng. Feng Gigi I really can't stand it. Lin Xiaoyu, that's because you think it's meaty. People boys like this, you learn more, don't get up all day dogman. In Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, Tang Qianqian's behavior of teasing men is comparable to a textbook. It's always right to copy accordingly. Zhang Jiayue, but I can't call out. Lin Xiaoyue, practicing in the mirror. A couple of meaty sentences won't be a piece of meat less. Zhang Jiayue, then, I'll try tomorrow. After talking to Zhang Jiayue's side, Tang Qian, honey, what did you do this afternoon? Lin Xiaoyu, teacher is looking for me for something. What is it? Tang Qian, nothing. You weren't there in the afternoon. Nor was he Feng. And your classmates dragged me to play truth or dare. Lin Xiaoyu, the boys in our class are like that. If you don't want to, just ignore it. Lin Xiaoyu had thought that Tang Qian was going to talk to her about He Feng's girlfriend, but it turned out that Tang Qian didn't. Since Tang Qian didn't say anything, Lin Xiaoyu definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mention it either. Tang Qian, neither did I. I had quite a good time. And your class president was interesting enough to let me take a lot of pictures of him. Lin Xiaoyu, Li Suo, Tang Qian, aha. Lin Xiaoyu, you'd better stay away from him. No one in our class likes him much. Tang Qian, huh? Okay, then I won't shoot him tomorrow. At Lin Xiaoyu's words, Tang Qian didn't even ask why. Tang Qian, picture. Tang Qian, picture. Tang Qian, look, how about a shot for you? Lin Xiaoyu, what how could I be that mean? Tang Qian sent over 2 photos. One was when Lin Xiaoyu got into an argument with someone from class 27. Jiang Yu pulled her, while Lin Xiaoyu had one hand being pulled by Jiang Yu and the other hand pointing at the opposite person's nose. But of course the opposite person certainly wasn't captured in the picture. The other one is Jiang Yu finished running 1500. Lin Xiaoyue framed Jiang Yu slipped in the playground. At first glance thought it was Lin Xiaoyue holding Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu a weak face. Lin Xiaoyue expression is a little bit of small smugness. Tang Qian, no I think it's so handsome, so powerful. I would have liked to wash these 2 out and give them to you. Lin Xiaoyue, well, that's fine. Hey, by the way, why don't you send me all the pictures you took for our class when you're free later? Tang Qian, okay. Lin Xiaoyu, love you thanks. Tang Qian, you come less. Hey, those 2 photos I sent you, is the one next to you called Jiang Yu? Lin Xiaoyu, well, what's wrong? Tang Qian, did he used to be in the 3rd grade? By former, Tang Qian meant middle school. Lin Xiaoyu, it seems like, you know? Tang Qian, I don't know. I've seen one side. Do you remember? When I was in junior high school, our class Chi got caught looking for someone to take the test for him. In fact, Tang Qian has not seen Jiang Yu. Only today with Jiang Yu's classmates to play together. Asked the name of the boy with Lin Xiaoyu. Learned that it is called Jiang Yu. Suddenly remembered some things in junior high school. Lin Xiaoyu, well, it rings a bell. Tang Qian, he's the one who gave the substitute exam and charged people a lot of money. Lin Xiaoyu, Tang Qian, he seemed to be quite famous at that time for substituting for exams. Lin Xiaoyu, no way. Tang Qian, but I heard that he is earning all kinds of black money. And he also introduces the boys in our school to each other and collects the introduction fee from them. So if you are so close to him, be careful of being sold by him someday. Lin Xiaoyu, it shouldn't be that bad. Lin Xiaoyu felt that although Jiang Yu was a bit out of tune, he was actually not bad in nature. Tang Qian, and there's a rumor about him. Lin Xiaoyu, what? Tang Qian, when there was a girl in their class who liked him. As a result, he sold that girl to someone else. That girl was still the first time. Said she cried for a day. And the next day that girl transferred to a different school. I remember that girl was called Han something. I can't think of it. Lin Xiaoyu, Tang Qian, but that's what I've heard. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, Shi Hao and his guys have a pretty bad reputation for him. You'd better be careful when you play with him. Lin Xiaoyu, could it be a rename? He's actually okay. Tang Qian, maybe. After talking to Tang Qian, Lin Xiaoyu sat up directly from the bed. Thinking back to Jiang Yu's open-mouth lies, his stingy appearance, and some of his usual behavior. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Jiang Yu was most likely the one Tang Qian was talking about. Lin Xiaoyu, who had planned to write practice questions after choosing a gift for Jiang Yu. Now her mind was like a mass of paste. She couldn't write at all. She really didn't want to believe, and couldn't believe, that Jiang Yu was that kind of person. The moment she thought that the money Jiang Yu had given her to buy shoes was most likely obtained from Jiang Yu tricking some little girl into selling her first night, Lin Xiaoyu could not sit still. This can't even be described as scum anymore. Eventually, Autumn Moon, what are you doing? I'm going across the street to ask a couple questions. Chapter 92. Jiang Yu's house. Hello auntie, I'm looking for Jiang Yu to ask 2 questions. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhou Qing and unconsciously tiptoed. Well, come on in, Zhou Qing said enthusiastically. As a result, before Zhou Qing could help, Lin Xiaoyu moved a chair and headed towards Jiang Yu's room. Zhou Qing looked at Lin Xiaoyu and took a deep breath, muttering in a small voice, still not taking herself as an outsider. Room. Knock on the door before entering the house. No manners at all. And why did you come over again? Jiang Yu had a nodding head as he looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who suddenly opened the door and came in. This woman comes and goes into her room like she's in the marketplace, with no sense of boundaries whatsoever. What if you are doing something you don't want to be found out about someday? And after losing her own shoes, this woman doesn't know which way she's jerking off again. Lin Xiaoyu put the chair down first after entering the room, then closed the door behind her and stared at Jiang Yu with her back against the door. Jiang Yu looked at the chair and then at Lin Xiaoyu. Question? Jiang Yu asked tentatively. Lin Xiaoyu had no intention of sitting, and moving the chair was only for fear that Zhou Chang would suddenly bring a chair in for herself. Did you used to be in the 3rd middle school? Lin Xiaoyu asked, leaning her back against the door. Yeah, what's wrong? Jiang Yu wondered. Did you give a substitute test for someone from our school? Lin Xiaoyu then asked. You know all this? Hey, isn't the 4th middle school junior high school also down in the new campus? Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu side of the middle school. Middle school is middle school. High school is high school. Generally very few have both middle school and high school. For middle school at that time, although both high school and middle school, but is divided into 2 campuses. The old campus is older. It's a junior high school, but the faculty is stronger. And before it was strictly by district. Basically everyone in the city who had a little bit of a connection wanted to stuff their kids in there. After the new campus was built, the high school moved there first, and the middle school followed later. Seems like it. Then you guys didn't catch up with the good times. Right. I heard that the new campus of the 4th middle school was built well. You guys seem to be the last class in the old campus. Jiang Yu said. We're in the penultimate session, and there's another session below us. Lin Xiaoyu said. That's because I misremembered. Jiang Yu rubbed his chin. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly reacted that she had been led astray by Jiang Yu again. What was she doing talking to him about this? How much do you charge for substituting a test? 300 in a single subject. Child's play. But then it doesn't work anymore. Jiang Yu said. You're kinda honorable. What's wrong with that? I'm kind of paying for knowledge. Since the matter of the substitute exam was true, then what Tang Xianxian said in the back was more than likely true as well. That's why Lin Xiaoyu's eyes became mixed when she looked at Jiang Yu. AI. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Jiang Yu was staring at Lin Xiaoyu's heart, as if he had done something to her. So it's also true that you introduced us to boys at school. Ha? Who told you that? Jiang Yu also had a head full of questions. Isn't that true? Yes. Jiang Yu, you are a scum. Lin Xiaoyu said through gritted teeth. Yes. Hey no. Jiang Yu was also confused. How is it that I introduced a person to adult scum? There was a girl in your class who liked you, and then you sold her first time to someone else on the basis that they liked you, didn't you? Lin Xiaoyu then questioned. Asterisk. Big sister. Who did you hear that from? Isn't that true? True farda. So outrageous rumors you believe. Brain bubble it. Jiang Yu was stunned. Where did all these outrageous rumors come from? Although Jiang Yu denied it with all his might, it didn't dispel the doubts in Lin Xiaoyu's heart. Lin Xiaoyu, did that girl later transfer to another school? Jiang Yu, I don't even know which girl you're talking about. Lin Xiaoyu, surname Han. Jiang Yu, asterisk. Han Chaiyun? Lin Xiaoyu, Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't know exactly what the person's name was, but Jiang Yu said so it should be her. Jiang Yu, I threw up. Is that what's going around out there now? Lin Xiaoyu, what the hell is going on? Jiang Yu, I can't talk to you. Jiang Yu, I really misjudged you. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lips as her body trembled lightly, looking at Jiang Yu with a look of contempt tinged with loss. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu, who was working on a problem, couldn't stand being stared at anymore. I'm so convinced. Come on. I'll tell you. Although Jiang Yu was also too lazy to explain these things, it was obvious that if he didn't explain himself, this woman would have to stare at himself like this for the rest of the night. Sit. Jiang Yu gestured at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu sat down. You turned 50 for me first. Jiang Yu said. Ha? Lin Xiaoyu didn't understand what Jiang Yu meant. You turned first. Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't understand what Jiang Yu meant, she still turned. After that, Jiang Yu opened his speech. At that time it was like this. I was at the same table with Han Chaiyun. At that time I didn't know that she liked me. And then your mom in junior high school for you to do did not do that kind of nutritional breakfast. Just what roughage oatmeal and so on. The giant hard to eat that kind of a thing, once it declares itself nutritious, is bound to be not very tasty. Haven't seen any junk food that doesn't taste good. At that time, Zhou Cheng did not know where to watch a TV program, said how good the nutritional breakfast, and woke up early every day to do for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu would be most worried about eating breakfast every day. Although Jiang Yu had protested, it had no effect. This stuff is a hunger frenzy if you don't eat it, and it affects your mind if you do. Home to bring breakfast. That certainly does not give the daily breakfast money. I would not be small treasury by my mother end of it. You let me rebuy other food every day. I do not give up. At first I am not eaten directly. Want a hard to top to noon. The results are not yet to noon. I began to this starry-eyed. It is really can not top. My desk mate is one of those standard milk breads every day. And I was joking and said we should switch. And then she agreed. Han Chaeyeon's family is too busy to take care of her. So she basically has bread and milk every morning. Han Chaeyeon herself likes Kongwoo. And then when Kongwoo wants to trade his mom's loving and nutritious breakfast for her milk bread, she assumes that Kongwoo likes her too. I was well liked in the class, although she was usually not very active. But because the two of us swapped breakfast every morning, those people coaxed her to call her sister-in-law. The mouth grows on others. I cannot help. Then do you like her? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Not like that. Scum. Lin Xiaoyu lightly spat. Zhang no. So what can I do? Switch with others. And others won't switch with me. Several people in the class with Zhang Yu especially good relations, also tasted Zhang Yu's mom did this thing. Give the unanimous evaluation is not like human food. Lin Xiaoyu scum, bullying people because they like you. Zhang Yu, no. I also asked her to come. She said that the taste is okay. This is called the rational allocation of resources, each to their own needs, and my mother to do things. In addition to not delicious no shortcomings. Lin Xiaoyu, you really don't know she likes you? Zhang Yu, I didn't know at first, but I felt it later. Lin Xiaoyu, scum. Line. You want to think I this is scum? Then even if I am, I continue to tell you. And then a girl in our class do not know because of what quarrel with her. As if because she said to defend my words to come. And then that girl said, you do not think Zhang Yu really like you? How? And then said that he is actually treating you as a garbage can. And anyway said a whole lot of. Meaning that the breakfast is difficult to eat so that it is thrown to her to eat. It means that the breakfast was hard to eat. That's why it was thrown to her. Because before someone asked up Zhang Yu why with Han Kaiyan change breakfast. So Zhang Yu then also explained. He felt not delicious. So with Han Kaiyan change, the results of this group of people will add oil and vinegar to the mess. Said what to others as a garbage can. At that time, Han Chaeyeon was the one who argued with Yu Xiangwei. Which is why it was said that Han Chaeyeon's transfer to another school was also half of Yu Xiangwei's credit. Yu Xiangwei would be on good terms with Zhang Yu then. Because the junior high school gang were basically all mouthy. And those who were on slightly better terms often made jokes that seemed excessive to others. Seeing Yu Xiangwei talking about Zhang Yu like that, Han Kaiyan was a bit uncomfortable hearing it in her heart. So she spoke out to defend Zhang Yu, and then the two just got into a fight. Moreover, Yu Xiangwei was pretty and had a lively personality. And those girls in the class were basically all toward Yu Xiangwei. The junior high school gang's style of speaking was definitely not as gentle as what Zhang Yu had told Lin Xiaoyu. There was no profanity, but it was pretty aggressive. For example what? You like to be a trash can for people so much. Next time let Zhang Yu throw the leftover cigarette butts in your mouth too. The guy next to me was singing along and saying something about burning love. A group of people were talking and heckling. Of course, Zhang Yu does not smoke. Is the previous play up with the gang? Pretending to mean a little. Facing the siege of Yu Xiangwei and the others, not to mention an introverted girl like Han Chaeyeon, you'd be uncomfortable with anyone else. Chapter 93, Substitute Examinations. I was playing ball in the playground. Then I came back to see her lying on the table crying. I thought it was a conflict with someone. Consoled a couple of sentences and she ignored me. So I left it alone for a while. Then when I found out what was going on, I tried to explain this to her face to face, and she hasn't been in school since the next day. And then when it was further on, it was the teacher who said she transferred to another school, and I thought it was all transferred. And there was even less need to explain this kind of thing. The person you like doesn't like you at all and treats you like a trash can, which is hard for anyone to bear. However, it is difficult to bear. The average person encountered this kind of thing. Basically, we joke around, fooling around a couple of times, and finally people give an apology, and give each other a face will be over. But for the kind of introverted little girl who doesn't usually talk much, it's tantamount to the sky falling. And this itself is not much of a big thing, just a quarrel between students, who do not go to school when a quarrel. If Han Chaeyeon does not transfer to the school, maybe people will forget the next day. Who cares about this thing? But the bad is bad. Han Chaeyeon transferred to the school, which will directly let this matter spread. Think about it. When you were in school and your good buddy told you that a girl in class XXX was being bullied by a boy and transferred to another school, didn't you wonder what was going on? And that will be the students chatting about a gossip like to add vinegar, plus Zhang Yu that will also introduce people to the object, spreading the word on the flavor. That's why it's been rumored. Scumbag. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Other than scum, Lin Xiaoyu could no longer think of any other words to describe Zhang Yu. Scum is scum. At the very least it's better than that what you said about tricking a girl into selling her first night. What's all that about? Jiang Yu was also speechless. Out of this file, Jiang Yu has not been called to the class teacher's office. Jiang Yu Junior High School is more skin. So the class teacher thought it was Jiang Yu how to bully people to come. You don't say. The homeroom teacher doesn't believe it. Even Yu Xiangwei doesn't believe that Han Kaiyan transferred to another school because she had a fight with herself, and also thought that Jiang Yu was privately bullying her. Moreover, Yu Xiangwei and the girls were also looking at Han Chaiyan as a classmate, and they basically spoke without swearing, which was already very restrained. If they were to argue with an outside class, the tactics would be completely different. So Jiang Yu actually had a bit of a problem with Han Chaiyan at the time. After all, this was simply an unmitigated disaster for Jiang Yu. The two of them had nothing to do with themselves, and they didn't force her to switch with them earlier. Finally, the teacher saw from Jiang Yu's mouth cannot ask out what things. The Jiang Yu mom also called over to understand the situation. Zhou Cheng also naturally knew that Jiang Yu gave the breakfast she got up so early in the morning and worked so hard to make to other little girls to eat every day. What other parent could be angry with you? A clean-up Jiang Yu naturally cannot run away. But since then, Jiang Yu's breakfast has also finally returned to normal. Although Jiang Yu's description was very true, Lin Xiaoyu still didn't really dare to believe it given that this person usually didn't have a single word of truth coming out of his mouth. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu looking at herself with suspicious eyes, Jiang Yu was also speechless. You still think that I usually have no truth in my mouth. The problem is that if I tell the truth, do you believe it? Lin Xiaoyu's face was not so ugly when she saw Jiang Yu say that. Hotel. The formalities for enrollment have been completed. The homeroom teacher said that it's at the field day now, and next Tuesday, you'll be able to enroll. Uncle Zhang said. Aha. Han Chaiyan sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Dongjiang city. Your dad's a little pissed off about that. Aha. Then what about the introduction fee you charge for introducing boys to our school? Lin Xiaoyu then asked. Big sister, you're still talking. It's all because there's a guy named Chi Hao in your school. No, Chi Hao isn't in your class. Aha. Asterisk 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 this. No swearing. You still say it. You think I would like to introduce it? I was substituting for the test, cool as hell. I'll let this ruined. At that time, it was like this. At first, it was Wan Jiahao in Jiang Yu's class who asked Jiang Yu to take the test for him. Jiang Yu was originally reluctant. After all, he had never engaged in this kind of thing, and was also a bit scared. But the price given by Wan Jiahao was too high, coming up to 500. 500 was a lot of money for a middle schooler at that time, so who could resist? Even though it was risky, Jiang Yu did it. At that time it was Jiang Yu who wrote Wan Jiahao's name and school number on the roll, and Wan Jiahao who wrote Jiang Yu's name and school number on the roll. Jiang Yu's parents for Jiang Yu is the kind of free-range education, but also do not look at Jiang Yu's report card. Fully give trust. Jiang Yu said how many exams is how much, and even if you don't do well on a test or two, your parents won't blame you. At the time it was a substitution of only one math subject. Jiang Yu also wondered what was the point of substituting a subject, and just like that, his total score was still lower than usual, and then Wan Jiahao said his classic How-style theory. That is, you only need to get a particularly high score in one subject, so you can go home and tell your parents that you didn't allocate your time well. You studied all of this subject, and didn't review the other subjects, so that even if you did poorly in the other subjects, you would be spared a beating. When Jiang Yu heard it, it made sense. Then Jiang Yu gradually grew bold, but if he always took the test for his own school, it would result in his grades being too poor and he would be easily called to his parents. So Jiang Yu started taking the test for outside schools. Because this side of the junior high school is not much joint examination, each school is each test. The time is basically different, so it gives Jiang Yu ample room to maneuver. When it's time, it's usually just a matter of taking a half day off saying you have a stomach ache or something. Since Jiang Yu's grades were good, the teacher wouldn't be too suspicious. And many schools have exams on Saturdays and Sundays so as not to take up teaching time. So in many cases you don't even have to take a vacation. Jiang Yu only for the test math, physics and chemistry, biology because Jiang Yu always forget how to write some words. That is, clearly know what the answer is, but just suddenly how to write this word is forgotten. So their own results are not so stable. And if there's an option, chemistry can be left out of the substitution, as much as possible, and only math and physics will be substituted for the test. Jiang Yu in order to be safe, but also not what people are on behalf of. Basically physical and chemical can test to 60 or 70, and then he helped him mention 95 or so. Math can test about 90, help him mention 115 upwards by himself. This side of the middle school math are 120 full marks. Those who do not move more than 10 points in a single subject, Jiang Yu does not have the courage to take the test for them. Moreover, Jiang Yu had the ability to get a perfect score, but he usually didn't get a perfect score. A perfect score was too eye-catching and easy to be discovered. So generally there is no superb question then. John Yu will intentionally put the last question of the answer intentionally calculated wrong. The answer is calculated wrong step right. Basically 2 to 3 deductions. And each person also substitutes a maximum of one subject. It's nice to be spared a parental beating. Although most junior high schools are also installed monitoring. But monitoring this thing is mainly to catch cheating. Substituting for the test if you do not look carefully, really cannot see. And the general teacher will not think that there are really people who dare to be so big. And even if there was a class in the exam room, or knew each other, but this kind of thing, everyone basically just ignored it, and no one would be nosy. Originally to this also peace and quiet. John Yu is also considered to earn a lot of money. But then, do you remember the midterm of the first half of your junior year? When the math paper went wrong and there was a question to prove what holds true, and it didn't prove anything at all. Lin Xiu, you must have forgotten about it a long time ago, but Jiang Yu could always remember it. Jiang Yu's mom used to beat Jiang Yu, basically with her hands. This is one of the few times that she copied the guy. Chapter 94, look at the legs. Usually when a question is wrong, if it is discovered, a teacher will come to the test center to notify the correction, and as a result, when the test is over, only a teacher will discover it, and by then it is too late to notify. So it's just a matter of ruling on the meaning of the original question as expressed. It's if you end up answering, therefore blah 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 holds, then you're asking for a point here. The correct answer should be, therefore blah 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 doesn't hold. But in general for middle school questions that ask you to prove that it holds true, the basic answer is something holds true, where it doesn't. So basically everyone is forcing the proof to stand. Jiang Yu was also seeing this kind of question for the first time at that time, and because he couldn't prove it, he wrote therefore blah 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 doesn't hold. Although Jiang Yu is very confident in math, but also afraid of mistakes, in case this question is wrong, and then deliberately put the last big question of the last question intentionally miscalculated. The result of the score is not enough 115, not the signboard smashed, so the last big question was written normally. This led to Jiang Yu substituting for the test to become the only one in the whole grade with a perfect score. Junior high school questions are simple. A better junior high school. A turn of the head to throw down, not to say smashed 4 full marks in math, 2 at least no problem. But as it turned out, this time there was only one perfect score in the whole grade because of a question. So how could that go unnoticed? At a time like this, you lay low, and this will go away. It turned out that Qihao himself had found Jiang Yu to take a substitute exam not to cope with his family, but to make a bet with someone else. At the time it was something like, aka, I don't usually learn, just learn to you guys up easily or something like that. It's the same as, you don't have much power and you still want to act tough, so you hire a substitute trainer. The one who bet with him was not convinced when he lost the bet, so he said Qihao was cheating and wanted to check the surveillance. Schools in general don't allow anyone to check surveillance, except for lost items, fights, and verifying cheating situations. Basically, as a result, that kid also shafted and insisted on checking, and in the end, it really gave him a chance to find out. Well, that's good. Substituting for a test is a lot worse than cheating. It was a big deal all of a sudden. Unsurprisingly, Qihao gave Jiang Yu a confession later. Then Qihao was also hospitalized by his parents' mixed doubles and I heard he took half a month off. As for Jiang Yu's side is also sure to be called parents. But good thing Jiang Yu's dad to half a day of relations, and finally did not give disciplinary action. But even so, Jiang Yu was severely cleaned up by his mom. In order to make Jiang Yu remember, guys are used. Jiang Yu has been honest since then, and no longer dares to give a substitute exam. What does that have to do with you introducing boys from our school to each other? Lin Xiu asked. Nonsense. Lack of money. Didn't I like a girl in our class at that time? I wanted to give someone an expensive gift. Jiang Yu said. Who? It's not like you recognize it. You go on. Substitute test was found after. My mother put my small treasury also to end. This is not no money. And then your school, those who are not afraid of death actually come to find me to substitute test. Then I certainly do not dare. And then chat up. Our school who looks good. And then I asked if you want me to help you to ask for a button number. Jiang Yu has always been a cunning rabbit with 3 holes. And that money can't be put in just one place. But Zhou Qing's wave of confiscation of illegal gains still makes Jiang Yu's energy hurt. Jiang Yu had been scared of being poor before, so he had always had the habit of saving money, and only the amount above the safety line would be used for spending. After a wave of confiscations, there was still enough money over the safety line to buy gifts for the girls, but you couldn't afford to fill up the game yourself after buying gifts. In fact, Zhou Qing confiscated Jiang Yu's money has no other meaning. Not reluctant to give Jiang Yu spend, is afraid if Jiang Yu hands too much money, and then learn bad, or break into a bigger trouble. Jiang Yu childhood trouble, like, the kind of small casually owned pocket, the general kind of pocket cannot, more or less a little weight, A few more spare bucks in this hand and it's going to turn the world upside down. Then I gave him my number, and he transferred me 30 bucks as an expression of gratitude. In middle school, if you said you had a date, people thought it was just like that, but if you said you had a date at another school, no matter what you looked like, everyone thought you were awesome. It's just amazing anyway. A lot of people like to pretend with this as well, and a lot of them don't really get along at all. They just get to know each other and make friends. And I'm not to make money to introduce people to the object. Then it is also a coincidence. Our friends and friends of friends. People open their mouths. You are embarrassed to refuse. People turn back to express their gratitude. Then I'll accept it, not to seem more pretentious. And then there are a few people looking for me to help, but in total did not introduce how many. Because of the substitution test, know a lot of people from outside schools, and are the kind of family conditions are good. Whoever blew awesome, said that he picked up a girl on the side of the 3 middle schools, that other people are also moved, and then look for John Yu to help introduce. John Yu also made a little bit of money by the way, but you do this kind of thing. In their own school's reputation that is certainly not good, but John Yu was only concerned about making money. At that time also did not think so much. That's so. Lin Xiaoyue was thoughtful. Not a moment too soon. Nope. Then you lied to me that you bought me shoes with all your hard-earned money, causing me to feel guilty for half a day. I'll be damned. Liar. How am I lying to you again? I've really done the ones I told you about. John Yu said, although those John Yu had done it, but it might be a bit different from what Lin Xiaoyu thought. At that time, John Yu 4 or 5 grades of elementary school, junior high school began to substitute after the examination naturally do not see the small amount of money. Sell water balloons. Originally business is okay. The result is that 2 more children. Itself, we agreed to a uniform price. I did not think that the children over there do not talk about the rules. Price wars, low prices. Jiang Yu angry, and no more selling, so they started hitting people with water balloons, and ended up giving them a crying fight to bring their parents over. Then the water balloons couldn't be sold, but then more people sold them and they didn't make much money, running the building, when it was 10 cents a layer, originally to help the good brothers home hair, but their own run is really too tired. They found a lot of children, give them to open 0.5 cents a layer. As a child are not much money, but also a lot of people just figure a novelty, race each other. Running is quite positive. John Yu and his good buddy then acted as supervisors and sat down to count the money, but because of the large number of people, soon the surrounding neighborhoods were given out, and it was necessary to expand outward, expanding farther and farther, because the place is not familiar with almost lost to a child, gave my best buddy's parents a scare, so they wouldn't let me get it. Selling vegetables is not their own sell. John Yu is also afraid of selling out of money, so it is to help people watch the stall, $10, 2 hours, even yell with selling, because John Yu is small, and clever, many people are still quite willing, but then because the morning cannot get up also yellow. As for picking up bottles, John Yu certainly not possible to rummage through the garbage cans, and drink bottles cannot be sold for any money, so John Yu find a barbecue stall, take people drink out of the beer bottles. Those adults also think it is quite interesting, but also willing to give John Yu, but those bottles, although sold to consumers, are not likely to be taken away by consumers after drinking, so they generally go to the barbecue stalls by default. Then the owner of the barbecue stall said that Jiang Yu stole his bottle, so he called Jiang Yu's parents over. Go back to Jiang Yu's mom as again to Jiang Yu as another meal to clean up. Jiang Yu this matter was super unconvincing at the time. Their own with the ability to want, how can be counted as stealing? But from that day on, Jiang Yu's daily allowance was $1 more. Of course in order to not want to affect his image in Lin Xiaoyu's mind. These were definitely not to be told to Lin Xiaoyu. Hey, what did you mean when you just asked me to transfer 50 to you? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Money. You outside to listen to a storyteller shall not pay a money. I'm this crackling a speech. To you for nothing. Lin Xiaoyu's entire body was stunned. Chatting and charging for tea. Xianshan was right. You really do earn any black money. What do you mean by black money? You just say that my story is worth 50. This story you can hear elsewhere. Besides, you ran over to wrong me for half a day. I didn't let you compensate me for the mental damage fee. Even if you pick up, you still have the nerve to say that I used to be more than well behaved so that you can say what? What to cheat a girl to sell her first night? What kind of stuff is that? Jiang Yu said. Just you. Still good. Do you know how to write the word good? And if it is not you every day full of talk, not a word of truth, I will believe it. Jiang Yu, so I'll let you be wronged for nothing? Lin Xiaoyu, I'm not turning you 50. Jiang Yu, that's money for listening to stories. Lin Xiaoyu, what do you want? Jiang Yu, tell me about your middle school days and we'll be even. My middle school. Well, Lin Xiaoyu blushed. I spent my middle school just flat out. Jiang Yu, hey, playing tricks again. So what do you say? Lin Xiaoyu, why don't I buy you breakfast tomorrow? Jiang Yu, who cares about your crappy breakfast? Lin Xiaoyu, then you say. Jiang Yu, how about this? You show me the leg. Chapter 95, we're studying. You're perverted, aren't you? Lin Xiaoyu froze for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yu with a look of disgust mixed with looking at trash. It wasn't that Jiang Yu was perverted. It was that Jiang Yu was really curious. Lin Xiaoyu had always been in long pants and had never even changed into shorts for a long run. Normally, even sweatpants can affect running performance, coupled with the fact that Lin Xiaoyu was so good at sports, and a little too good. So Jiang Yu suspected that Lin Xiaoyu shouldn't be one of those little elephant legs, and that's why she was embarrassed to wear shorts. Jiang Yu, how am I a pervert? After that, Jiang Yu told Lin Xiaoyu about the speculation in his heart. Lin Xiaoyu, you're the one with little elephant legs. Jiang Yu, show me then. Lin Xiaoyu, no. Jiang Yu, in that case, I'll close my eyes and it's okay if you let me touch it. Lin Xiaoyu, playing around for a while. Here. Lin Xiaoyu put her hand out. What for? Jiang Yu rubbed his arm. Give you a pull, and don't mention today's events in the future. Lin Xiaoyu said with a red face as she turned her head aside. You're retarded. Right. Who cares about pulling your tie hand? You. I don't care. I want to see the legs. Before Jiang Yu's words fell, the door to the room opened. Zhou Chang walked in with 2 bottles of water. Mom, why don't you knock as well? Jiang Yu said breathlessly. Their own mother how also with Lin Xiaoyu is. They turned back to the door to hang a cue card. This day by day, how dangerous I forgot. What did you just say to look at? Zhou Qing also heard a ruckus in the room and was a bit uneasy, so she came in to take a look. I told her to read the questions properly. Day after day the questions are not readable. Jiang Yu said. You give people patience with the questions. I see. Is there anything else you need? I'll get you 2 bottles of water. Zhou Qing said and put 2 bottles of water on the table. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Yu said. Thank you, Mom. Lin Xiaoyu's brain suddenly shafted and she followed suit, realizing that she had said it wrong and then hurriedly said with a red face. Thank you, Auntie. This child. Zhou Qing laughed lightly before leaving, after the door to the room closed again. And you thanked Mom for being on it, ready to give me a wife. Jiang Yu laughed. Beautiful. I'll recognize my aunt as my godmother and I'll be your sister. You're going to be my sister in a few months. Humph. I'm going to be your sister anyway. Well, then, good sister. Show the leg. You pervert. In the bedroom. Hey, don't look. Zhou Qing took the magazine away from Zhang Zhiyong's hand. What again? Zhang Zhiyong looked helpless. What else? Do you know what your precious son does? Zhou Qing said worriedly. What for? People too are not studying yet. Studying for what? I hear your precious son wants to see someone else's autumn moon's legs. Ha? Zhang Zhiyong wondered if his ears had heard wrong. I just came out and the 2 of them closed the door to the room. Now what? Zhou Qing said. You mustn't have heard it wrong. How is it possible? Zhang Zhiyong still didn't believe it. Zhou Qing, it's possible that I heard it wrong, but what if I didn't? Zhang Zhiyong, that, look just take a look chant, are so adult, curious is normal. People Chiu you did not say unwilling. You anxious on, I in his age not to mention look, I. Zhang Zhiyong spoke and realized that he couldn't seem to continue on. Chocharu, you what? Zhang Zhiyong, nothing. Rest. Zhou Qing looked at Zhang Zhiyong suspiciously. Oh, when you went to school, you caught a pretty little girl and told her to look at the legs? Zhang Zhiyong, no, how do you make me sound like a hooligan? Zhou Qing, then what do you think our son is doing looking at other people's Chiuyu's legs for good reason? Zhang Zhiyong, then look at a leg and what can be done? May also be a joke to make fun. Not much big deal. Zhou Qing said sonorously. How is it not much of a big deal? Now first look, then look happy. Can't help but start touching. Then, let me tell you, the consequences are unimaginable. Zhang Zhiyong, stop. You are what a mess. But also see happy. Oh, our son is a hooligan. See others girls show a leg. Have to go up to touch. That is not sick. Zhou Qing, this gene of your old Jiang family is really hard to say. Think about what you were like when you first met me. Zhang Zhiyong, hey. She too with us too comparable. We were on a blind date. Itself is to run to the marriage. Zhou Qing, just like you. It's not a blind date either. Zhang Zhiyong, so you mean to say, I'm an old hooligan who gave birth to a little hooligan. Zhou Qing, I don't know if our son is a little hooligan, but you are indeed an old hooligan. Zhang Zhiyong, got it. Then you say, according to your high opinion, what should we do? You go over with me and listen. In case something goes wrong, we'll rush in and snuff out any hint of evil in the cradle. Zhou Cheng made a wave of her hand in the shape of a sword. If you want to go, you go yourself. I am not going. Zhang Zhiyong drew the magazine back and turned around, not wanting to pay attention to Zhou Qing. Are you going or not? Seeing this, Zhou Cheng stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Ziyong's ear. Go go go, you're being gentle. Hurry up. Hey, wait, if you go over there like that, how are you going to explain it if they suddenly open the door? So what do you say? You prepare some fruit. Okay, look. Lin Xiaoyue clenched her sweatpants to reveal the shape of her calves. Really? So thin? Did you tug on the skin as well? Although he didn't see what was inside. Just looking at the outline also made Zhang Yu unable to help but marvel. The corner of Lin Xiaoyu's mouth couldn't help but rise, then loosened her clenched sweatpants. Your legs aren't thick. Why are you so afraid of people looking at you? Zhang Yu was a bit incomprehensible. Those with good bodies can't wait to go straight to the street in a bikini. And you're really wasting it by wrapping yourself up tightly. Why does a good figure have to be shown to others? Lin Xiaoyu had worn shorts before, but she could always feel the gazes of the people around her sweeping up her legs, making Lin Xiaoyu uncomfortable. Since then, Lin Xiaoyu hasn't worn shorts or skirts. Not long after, Zhang Yu suddenly had a bold guess. You're not supposed to have leg hair, are you? Why don't you go to hell? 1 minute later. Kiwi? Zhang Yu said. What kiwi? Lin Xiaoyu didn't react for a moment. Not a moment too soon. You're the kiwi. You're dying. Lin Xiaoyu was convinced. Where did this person get up all day with so many disgusting adjectives? Many girls do not have the hard texture of hair on their arms and legs as boys do, but there is still a layer of fluffy hair. Not unlike sweat hair, which at first glance looks like the layer of hair on the outside of a kiwi. The more Lin Xiaoyu didn't let Zhang Yu look, the more curious Zhang Yu became. Hey, tell you something, Zhang Yu said mysteriously to Lin Xiaoyu. What? Lin Xiaoyu had a wary look on her face. I actually have leg hair. Zhang Yu doesn't wear shorts much either because he has hairy legs. It's normal for guys to have leg hair, but if everyone has it, it doesn't really matter. But some guys don't really have any leg hair at all, and their legs are as smooth as a girl's. It's embarrassing to stand with people in shorts. So, Lin Xiaoyu didn't understand why Zhang Yu was telling himself this. I'll show you mine. You show me yours, Zhang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. How could someone be perverted like this? Don't you dare get any more perverted. Look at you day in and day out. Who wants to play with you? Zhang Yu rubbed his arm, obviously appreciating Lin Xiaoyu's punching and kicking. You deserve it. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the good sense to say, and can you run to my house less often when you're fine? My mom has learned from you. Zhang Yu was dissatisfied. What do you mean your mom has learned from me? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. My mom started not knocking when she comes into my room now, and she didn't learn it from you. You. Lin Xiaoyu almost lost her breath at Zhang Yu's anger. I've heard of children learning from adults, but this is the first time Lin Xiaoyu has heard that adults can learn from children. Hey, do you have any more questions to ask? If not, get lost. Zhang Yu didn't have the good sense to say. Oof. Lin Xiaoyu stood up without a good mood and was about to leave when she suddenly paused again. What again? I'll give you a present in a couple days. What is it? You'll see when the time comes. Can you be that kind? Let's call today even, and no one will ever mention it again. Okay. Just then, the two heard a rustling outside the door. What sound? Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. Lin Xiaoyu also seemed to vaguely hear someone talking. Zhang Yu went to the door and put his ear to it. Lin Xiaoyu saw this and also posted up. Zhou Qing, hey, how come there's no movement? Zhang Ziyong, people to study it. To what movement? Zhou Qing, study just a little bit of movement. That turning over the rolls no sound. Zhang Ziyong, turn the volume that only how big sound. This solid wood door originally sound insulation is good. Zhou Qing, you said it shouldn't really be touched. Zhang Ziyong, how can that be? Zhou Qing, or I'll just carry the fruit inside. Zhang Ziyong, you wait. Now children have self-esteem. In case you really see what. How embarrassing. Zhou Qing, then you can't just leave it alone. Zhang Ziyong, wait a little longer. Chocharu, wait a little longer, it's time to reach inside the dress. The other side of the door. Zhang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu, seeing his dad and mom talking more and more outrageous. Soon the words of the tiger and the wolf are about to pop out. Zhang Yu hurriedly also learned from his dad and mom and pressed his voice and said, Mom and Dad, we're studying, we didn't touch it. Did you hear me? Studying, not touching it. Zhang Ziyong said to Zhou Qing. As a result, Zhang Ziyong realized that something was wrong only after he finished speaking. Chapter 96, next time, I'll rub yours. The two of them hurriedly ran back to the bedroom, red-faced. You say you, I said not to go. You have to go. This is good, right? Shame bigot. What people say we did not hear. We too said, but people heard everything. Zhang Ziyong complained. Hey, this brat, angry me, know that we are at the door. Do not know to open the door, but also we study it, did not touch. Hey, really angry me. I think he is just itchy skin. Zhou Qing is now bashful and angry, rolled up her sleeves and wanted to find Zhang Yu trouble. AI. People's Cho Yu is still here. Jiang Ziyong hurriedly pulled Zhou Qing back. When autumn moon leaves, don't stop me. I have to give him a good beating today. Purely owe him a beating. I'm so mad at him. Also angry you. You listen to what you just that said are some words, but also stretched clothes. My goodness. You are really dare to say. I hear our bashful panic. People Cho Yu listen to how to think. Two old hooligans. Jiang Ziyong is now also a burst of speechless. Then how could I have known that these two little guys were eavesdropping on us in turn? Zhou Qingren was about to be exasperated. Hey, don't hold that fruit there. Put it here for me to eat. Eat, just eat. After Lin Xiaoyue left, Zhou Qing came to Jiang Yu's bedroom with a dark face. Mom and Dad, what are you guys doing? Next time I'll move 2 chairs and you guys can come in and listen. Jiang Yu was speechless. Hey, you brat. It wasn't you who had to let other people's Cho Yu show you her legs. Do we have to worry so much? What are you doing looking at other people's Cho Yu's legs for a good reason? Zhou Qing said indignantly. Look at the leg? Oh, we were fooling around. She fell down when she was 1,500 today. I wanted to see how her wound was doing, but she insisted that I was going to be a hooligan. I'm really convinced. Jiang Yu feigned a helpless expression of being misunderstood. Jiang Yu is also helpless. Cannot say. Because Lin Xiaoyu wrongly accused himself of cheating the little girl to sell his first night, coupled with his own curiosity about Lin Xiaoyu is not a small elephant legs, so as compensation to ask to look at Lin Xiaoyu legs it, this has to be explained from the beginning to explain to the monkeys years and months. If you end up dragging the breakfast out again, you can't be sure that your own mom will have a temper and give you a couple of strokes. Sometimes there is no way to be honest about this one. She's okay. Nothing much, just rubbed some skin then, Jiang Yu said. Zhou Qing let out a long breath and glared at Jiang Yu. Then again, Mom, how grown up. Still pickpocket the door to eavesdrop. Say it all let people laugh. Jiang Yu helplessly said. It's not because you don't let people worry about you. Zhou Qing said angrily. Alright, the son is still studying. Jiang Ziyong hurriedly pulled the tough-talking Zhou Qing away. Back in the room, Lin Xiaoyu then began to write the questions, and after a set of papers was finished, Lin Xiaoyu stretched her back. Then she saw the dolls that she had caught with Jiang Yu today sitting on the table. Lin Xiaoyue thought for a moment, then copied her fists to shine a fierce output at the doll. Bitch you to death. You to death. You to death never mind. Then Lin Xiaoyu's eyes rolled. Take out your cell phone. Lin Xiaoyu, are you okay? Jiang Yu, what can I do? Lin Xiaoyue, that's okay, but so are your parents. And eavesdropping. Jiang Yu, you don't say me. If I were doing my homework at your house, your parents would hate to come in through the door. Lin Xiaoyu, my parents won't. If you don't believe me next time you come to my house. Jiang Yu, okay, just watch when the time comes. Lin Xiaoyu, hey, has another girl ever gone to your house to do her homework before? Jiang Yu, there is. Lin Xiaoyu, you touched someone? Jiang Yu, I'm sick. What am I doing touching people? Lin Xiaoyu, why else would your mom say that? Jiang Yu, how would I know? Lin Xiaoyue, you definitely have a history. Jiang Yu, yes. I touched people and rubbed down their loaches. Lin Xiaoyu, are you evil or not? Jiang Yu, don't you jump. Rub yours next time. Lin Xiaoyu, you go to hell you. Jiang Yu directly gave Lin Xiaoyu a bad chill as she spoke. Guan Xian's house. Where did that come from? Guan Xian's mother frowned at Guan Xian as she pointed to the large doll sitting in the closet. Guan Xian, because she was afraid that her parents would find out, quickly went into her bedroom when she got home and hid the doll. But it was still discovered by Guan Xian's mother. From a classmate. Why send you? Birthday present. Pa dash. A loud slap landed on Guan Xian's face. Lies. Guan Xian lowered her head and didn't say anything. Send it back to me tomorrow. Got it. When Guan Xian's mother leaves, Guan Xian's father walked in with a teacup. Girl, you see your mother in order to accompany the study. The work or quit is in order to be able to let you feel at ease to study. Senior high school is just the time to be critical. If this time is distracted, the loss is not worth the gain. You used to be a very understandable child. Can't make a mistake at the critical time. Got it? Guan Xian's father shook Guan Xian's shoulder. Got it. When Guan Xian's father leaves, Guan Xian's tears eventually flowed. Guan Xian's grades are not particularly good, but not bad. Basically in the school is also a medium level. 211 a little reluctant, but a better double non or just pick. Guan Xian's parents always wanted her to do better, but Guan Xian had worked hard, and she envied the smart kids who could learn everything in one go, while she herself often needed to put in more effort than others. Even so, parents continue to. Guan Xian didn't understand, never understood, why her parents were like this. Growing up, hobby classes filled her after school hours. while everyone else was having fun. She was taking hobby classes that she wasn't even interested in and didn't know why she was taking them. When I got to middle school, there were endless Saturday and Sunday classes to make up. Guan Xin had always wondered why other people's children could have so much fun, while she herself would be pulled away by her parents just to watch them play for a while. As for falling in love, that was a luxury Guan Xin couldn't even think about. In fact, Guan Xin's parents are not the kind of parents who don't know anything about education. On the contrary, they also have a set of their own educational logic. They would take Guan Xin on trips around the country to sample a variety of cuisines. In their eyes, such relaxation is enough and meaningful, and the rest of the time should be devoted entirely to studying. But for Guan Xin, these were not what she wanted. She just wanted to have more fun with her peers. That's all. Day 2. Sunday. As the music of the games played, the childish faces of youthful vigor bustled and filled the entire campus again. School supermarkets. Who do you think is the best looking in our class? He Shanshan asked. Of course you are, Choi said with 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water in his hand. Besides me? He Shanshan looked at Chui Younghao with a smile on her face. Except for you. Well, Lin Xiaoyu, I guess. Chui Younghao's sentence made the smiling He Shanshan unable to laugh at once. She looks good, you go over with her. He Shanshan finished huffing and turned her head away. You bread. Chui Younghao's head was a bit confused in the morning, and he didn't even react to why He Shanshan was angry. Lin Xiaoyu had just arrived at the class area. Yo! Your father bought you new shoes again. He Shanshan thought of what Chui Younghao said and couldn't help but stab Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's mind was also confused in the morning, so she said Then Lin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that it wasn't right. The shoes she was wearing were bought by Jiang Yu yesterday. Ah, no, sick as hell. Rushing around so much this early in the morning. Who messed with you? Lin Xiaoyu frowned, and wondered what He Shanshan was guilty of here this early in the morning. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyu still had things to do and was too lazy to bother with He Shanshan. After that Lin Xiaoyu went to the bathroom with Gu Xiaoyan. Not a moment too soon. You're really good at this makeup. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu and said to Gu Xiaoyan, since we're going to start the substitute run, we're going to help Lin Xiaoyu redress in case people recognize her. The face makeup as a whole was going for that little fresh style, and then there was a headband change, lensless glasses, and a simple kind of khaki-colored hair card. Indeed, it is a bright spot for Jiang Yu. Not that Lin Xiaoyu was not good looking before. It is just that now this is more in line with Jiang Yu's aesthetics, that the boys must still like to be a little better behaved. Chapter 97, Ordinary Friends. It's Autumn Moon's family's own foundation, that's good. Gu Xiaoyan was clearly satisfied with her work as well. Well, looking like this is a bit feminine. Jiang Yu nodded. Lin Xiaoyu bared her teeth at Jiang Yu. Of course she could hear Jiang Yu's words. Grouping I saw, 100 and 200 you should not have much pressure. A little water. 400 your group has a 21 class. I heard that the speed is okay, then you run normally. Do not be careless. Jiang Yu said. Got it. Lin Xiaoyu held up her glasses. Although there was no prescription, it was still uncomfortable to wear. After that the game was officially on. All of these sprints end quickly, and there are basically no surprises. Jiang Yu just a 1500. Yesterday run is finished. No project today. He phoned in addition to yesterday's sprints, and today's relay. Previously, the school side of the idea was to get as many people as possible to participate in the games, and the plan was that the relay would also take up individual places. But this led to some liberal arts classes where there weren't enough boys in the class itself, and the normal events were not enough to enroll in all of them, not to mention this relay, so it was changed again to not occupying. Jiang Yu class sprinting on Yifengcan, others are not very good, basically also went up to make up the numbers, ended up third in the group and couldn't make it to the finals. I feel like we really have a chance if you go, Yifeng said to Jiang Yu while breathing heavily. Here, water. Jiang Yu handed the water to Yifeng. UN or junior high school that will be. Yesterday 1500 almost did not give me a run for my life. Now have not slowed down. You also let me on the 4x4. After the run people directly be carried away. Yifeng took the water and took a sip. At this time Zhang Jiayue came over. Brother Fengfeng, said Zhang Jiayue in a whiny voice. Following Tang Xianxian's example. Put, cough. Yifeng directly spewed out a mouthful of water. Luckily, Jiang Yu dodged in time and didn't get caught in the wave. Zhang Jiayue, you don't have a fever. Yifeng wiped his mouth with his hand and looked at Zhang Jiayue with an incredulous expression. I came to bring you water, how can you talk about people like that? Zhang Jiayue looked at Yifeng with the kind of mesmerized expression where her eyes could be stretched, her hands cupping the corners of her coat as she swayed back and forth. Hiss Zhang Jiayue, be normal, diaphragm me to death. Zhang Jiayue's maneuver made the sweaty hairs on Yifeng's arms stand up. Hearing Yifeng say that, Zhang Jiayue quit as well. People Tang Xianxian like this. Yesterday to you happy. I just diaphragm you. Dog man, dog man, dog man. Zhang Jiayue finished huffing and turning her head away. Hifeng hurriedly went after him, also known as Hifeng. The corner of Lin Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. Who says otherwise? Zhang Yu echoed. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to withstand Zhang Jiayue's behavior. Class. Since no one can be left in the class during the games, and there are people from the discipline department who will check regularly, the class is usually empty. Still angry? Hifeng asked. Zhang Jiayue, who was snuggled in Hifeng's arms, shook her head. I studied in the mirror for a long time yesterday, and my eyes were cramping up. Zhang Jiayue looked at Hifeng slyly. What are you learning this for? I saw people like Tang Xianxian. I thought you liked it, so I learned it. Zhang Jiayue said. Fool, you are who you are. You don't need to emulate anyone. The real you is the most attractive. Then I'm afraid of being outclassed. You'll always be the only one in my heart. I won't compare you to anyone. Understand? Hifeng hugged Zhang Jiayue and shook her. Aha! Zhang Jiayue nodded happily. And I told Tang Xianxian that you're my girlfriend, and we're doing this because we're afraid of being found out by our parents. She expressed her understanding, and you can see that she didn't even follow me today. Then wouldn't it be better if you didn't let her come? Zhang Jiayue still minded Tang Xianxian a little. It's not helping with the pictures. She's quite a pro with that camera. So, okay. The two snuggled for a while. Then do you still like it when I call you dogman? Zhang Jiayue looked up and asked. Zhang Jiayue directly gave Hifeng a whole won't. This, I knew it. You lied to me again and said you liked the real me. Hypocrisy. Wait, there's someone. Hifeng heard footsteps outside and hurriedly pulled Zhang Jiayue into a crouch. From the discipline inspection department? Zhang Jiayue asked in a small voice. It seems like, Qian Xin? Hifeng wasn't sure. The two tiptoed out of the class. Class of 12. Guan Xin. Guan Xin. What's wrong? Qian Xin said somewhat anxiously. This, give it back to you. Guan Xin took the doll out and reluctantly handed it to Qian Xin. This made Qian Xin even more anxious. What's wrong? Did I piss you off somewhere? I saw you today, but Brother Lei was right next to me and I didn't dare to go over to you. Qian Xin hurriedly explained. Guan Xin shook her head. In the end where I did not do well. You say good? Qian Xin wanted to go and grab Guan Xin's arm, but was afraid that Guan Xin would get angry. So he made an empty grab and put it back. The more Qian Xin did this, the more Guan Xin was saddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. And Qian Xin was even more anxious like an ant on a hot pot, completely lost his temper. Or did someone say something to you? Tell me who told you. I'll go and confront him. No matter what happened. I'm true to you. Really, I won't lie to you. If there's something wrong with me, you tell me. I'll definitely change. Qian Xin was already anxious to be incoherent. Guan Xin quietly looked at Qian Xin, tears flowing down her eyes. Isn't it not good for us to just watch? Zhang Jiayue whispered to Yifeng. What then? Zhang Jiayue's eyes rolled. Then, cough cough dash. Zhang Jiayue burst into a coughing fit, giving Qian Xin and Guan Xin both a fright that almost scared their souls. And Qian Xin subconsciously protected Guan Xin behind him. Asterisk scared me to death. How did you guys come up here? Qian Xin let out a long breath after seeing the visitor clearly. You still say that? You guys scared us to death just now. We thought the discipline inspection department was coming up. Zhang Jiayue said mischievously. When Guan Xin saw Hifeng and Zhang Jiayue, she hurriedly turned around and dried her tears with her hands. Pissed off your girlfriend? Zhang Jiayue asked. No, ordinary friends. Qian Xin even glanced at Guan Xin as he said it. Between couples, it's normal to quarrel. Hifeng and I quarrel almost every day, right? Zhang Jiayue finished glancing at Hifeng. Hifeng had a black line on his head. Was this something he could show off? You guys chat. I'll leave first. Guan Xin gently pulled the corner of Qian Xin's coat twice, then was about to leave. But it was Zhang Jiayue who got in the way first. Quarreling is fine. Cold War is not. If you don't make some things clear, the misunderstanding will only get deeper and deeper. If you also like Qian Xin, then you shouldn't give up this relationship so easily. Zhang Jiayue said sincerely. Guan Xin watched as Zhang Jiayue pursed her lips and hesitated before finally deciding to spill the beans. Chapter 98, The Brave Enjoy Falling in Love. Your mom hit you. Qian Xin's speech trembled a little with heartache after hearing that Guan Xin had been slapped. Hey, what do I take it for? Isn't this normal? Zhang Jiayue said. Qian Xin, Guan Xin, you think you guys like this You do not believe to ask Hifeng. If his father knows that I too like this, not to mention a slap, that are directly with a stick to his legs broken. My mom although not as powerful as his father, but compared to your mom is still more than enough. That I too are not as good as it. Zhang Jiayue said. But Guan Xin is a girl. Qian Xin said. Relationships don't discriminate between men and women. The brave enjoy falling in love. If this bit of risk is too much to face, then this relationship can indeed end early. But this doll is quite pretty, Zhang Jiayue said and picked up the doll that Guan Xin had also given to Qian Xin. The brave enjoy falling in love. Guan Xin followed with a small mutter. Growing up against the odds, she never knew what bravery was. Being in love doesn't mean degeneration. It can also be mutual supervision. Zhang Jiayue continued. Just as Zhang Jiayue was about to unfold her views on love, she was covered by Hifeng. Shu, the discipline department is here. Hearing Hifeng say that, Qian Xin and Guan Xin also crouched down in a hurry. Brother, aren't we going to go in and take a look? What are you looking at? What if someone is there? Points deducted. Doesn't deducting points offend anyone? No deductions then. What if we don't withhold the transmission to the teacher? Remember, when the teacher is not there, someone is also when no one is there. It's all knowledge. Learn it and go. Wait for the discipline department to leave. The four got back on their feet. This doll, Chen Xin said as he looked at the doll in his hand. Guan Xin's expression was also complicated. It's too eye-catching to put it in the class. Or you can bring it back to the dormitory first. Zhang Jiayue said. It's too weird to put it in my dorm. Qian Xin said. It is quite common to see dolls in girls' dormitories. But if you put one in a boys' dormitory, you'll be laughed at for a whole year. Or you can send it home. Hifeng said. It can only be this way. Qian Xin also looked helpless. Checking people out, let's go downstairs first. Zhang Jiayue looked at her cell phone and said. I'm going to the bathroom. Hifeng said. I'll go down too. Qian Xin said. Then we'll go down and wait for you at the entrance of the building. After that Zhang Jiayue went downstairs on Guan Xin's arm, and Hifeng and Qian Xin went to the restroom. In the toilet. How did you and Guan Xin get together? You weren't before. Hifeng didn't finish his sentence. Thanks to Zhang Yu, Qian Xin said. Chen Xin had briefly explained the matter before. You're really lucky. If a normal girl, you're like that. It's good that she doesn't hate you. Hifeng said. Yeah, it's her mom and dad. Just be careful in the future. Hifeng comforted. By the way, is Zhang Yu lacking money recently? Qian Xin suddenly asked. He would lack money? In Hifeng's eyes, this kid Zhang Yu was more refined than anyone else. If you want to say that he lacked money, Hifeng wouldn't believe it. Yesterday when we ate grilled fish, Lin Xiaoyu kept saying that Zhang Yu was sorry for him, and then also said that the money didn't need to come out of Zhang Yu or something. I guess it's not that Zhang Yu got Lin Xiaoyu pregnant, Qian Xin said. ******, you really dare to make a blind guess. Hifeng was also shocked by Qian Xin's bold idea. Anyway, if Zhang Yu is short of money and he's too embarrassed to tell me, you tell me. I can still shell out a couple thousand. Qian Xin said. Okay. Seeing how serious Qian Xin was talking, Hifeng was also a bit skeptical. After the two left, Zhong Wei walked out of the toilet cubicle with a face full of shock. Zhang Yu knocked up Lin Xiaoyu. No wonder he's all distracted today. Zhong Wei not only walks without sound, its own sense of existence is also very low, comes with sneaky qualities, often go to the problem, to the teacher suddenly can be startled. Zhong Wei told Zhang Yu this morning that he heard what Cui Yanghao said to He Shanshan yesterday. That is, how the games will target his class. But Zhang Yu think, a grade 30 classes, you have to engage in targeting. What is the use? Not a problem. As for Cui Yanghao and He Shanshan being together, Zhang Yu felt even more ripped off. He usually didn't see these two talking, so Zhang Yu didn't take it seriously. It was also Zhang Yu's distracted appearance that made Zhong Wei even more convinced that what Qian Xin had just said was true. Next time you just say it's what you drew in the lottery. If you're still unsure, you go to Zhang Yu. He can make up a detailed account of the causes and consequences for you, and it's enough to deal with the parents. Zhang Jiayue said as she held Guan Xin. Zhang Yu would have to cry if he knew that he had such an image in Zhang Jiayue's mind. He, is good. Guan Xin said. Guan Xin and Zhang Jiayue didn't know each other well. Guan Xin didn't even go out of the classroom much between classes, and the two rarely even met. But it was impossible to resist the fact that Zhang Jiayue was the kind of character that was super self-centered. Soon the two became acquainted. At first glance I thought they were good girlfriends who had been together for years. Class 14 area. Lin Xiaoyue was called away by her teacher for something. Tang Qian, who was originally sitting with Lin Xiaoyu, then sat beside Zhang Yu. Do you have any impression of me? Tang Qian asked to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. You went to our school to take the test for me at the time, and I just happened to be in the seat next to you, and you even asked me if I wanted to see your answer card and charged me $30. Tang Qian said with a smile on her face. No impression. Zhang Yu thought for half a day but couldn't recall it. At that time, When Jiang Yu went to take the test for the test, sometimes it was to make a little extra money by the way, but if it was a particularly beautiful girl, even if the age was far away, he should be more or less a little bit of an impression. At that time, next to Jiang Yu was not Tang Xianshen, but one of Tang Xianshen's little sisters. After the test, they talked to Tang Xianshen about this matter. Of course, for Jiang Yu's evaluation is not very positive, so Tang Xianshen was still quite impressed at the time. It's fate to meet again. Add a WeChat? Tang Xianshen said. Okay, Jiang Yu said and pulled out his cell phone. Although Lin Xiaoyue said to Jiang Yu before, not allowed to add Tang Xianshen's contact information, but the visitor is a guest, but also busy to help take pictures. People take the initiative to mention up. If you do not add, it seems how pretentious. And Jiang Yu didn't think that adding a contact could do anything. Can't she still eat herself along with the Wi-Fi? After adding WeChat, Tang Xianshen was dragged to play games by the other students in the class. And at that moment, Zhao Mingning suddenly came to Jiang Yu's side. Aren't you afraid that Sister Qiuyu will get angry? Zhao Mingning whispered to Jiang Yu. Ha? Jiang Yu had a question mark on his face. Zhao Mingning signaled Tang Xianshen, who was not far away, with her eyes. I saw you tweet her. What does this have to do with Lin Xiaoyu? Jiang Yu asked. You guys, aren't you together? Zhao Mingning's eyes blinked. Who told you that? Jiang Yu clenched his fist and used the knuckle of his index finger to knock on Zhao Mingning's forehead. It hurts. Zhao Mingning looked at Jiang Yu with milky ferocity. It's all going to be knocked silly by you. Then I'll rub it for you. Jiang Yu reached out and gently rubbed his hand on Zhao Mingning's forehead. Seems to have gotten a little smarter again. Jiang Yu, Chapter 99. I'm going to report it. Academic Affairs. Thump. Enter. Director Wang. Hao Jianzong walked in with a pile of materials. Come, sit. Wang Jun signaled Hao Jianzong to sit down and chat. Wang Jun is the director of instruction at the second middle school and is responsible for everything other than studying. He is in charge of everything from the smallest grooming check to the largest study abroad application. That Shirley you recommended to me before. I took a look at him. He has a strong working ability and a serious attitude. And the vice principal's side is also very satisfied. Wang Jun said. Usually the outstanding classroom teacher is internalized, but explicitly still have to choose a little. So it is those internalized to prepare the material a little more adequate, and the other accompanying runners casually fooled around to pretend. Although Shirley is a chaperone every year, the material is still written very seriously, so it is quite impressive to Wang Jun's side. Vice principal? It's like this. Recently a few schools are going to have a teacher exchange seminar. When that time comes, we need a teacher to go on stage to give an open class, and by the way, to share teaching tips, especially the piece of student work, and the vice principal means that he wants to choose one from this year's outstanding classroom teacher to go. Aha! Hao Jianzong nodded in agreement. What do you think of this Shirley? Wang Jun asked. Wouldn't it be safer to go with an older teacher for this kind of exchange? He is younger after all. That's what I meant. So I was wondering if I could ask Shirley to prepare an open class so that the vice principal and the others could listen to it first before making a decision. Okay, I got it. Well, there's nothing else. You get busy, Wang Jun said. Hao Jianzong was just about to leave, but he saw a shoe sitting on Wang Jun's desk and joked about it in passing. Shoes for your daughter? Wait, I remembered. There's another thing. After that, Wang Jun briefly told Hao Jianzong about what he encountered in the experimental building. What kind of behavior is this? This is no longer simply early love. This is disrespectful. This is a gang crime. Bold and lawless. Wang Jun was furious when he thought of yesterday's incident. Now this student has too much guts. This, throwing shoes? Hao Jianzong was also surprised. If he hadn't heard it from Wang Jun's own mouth, he would have thought it was a story made up by someone. At least 4 people. I must pursue this matter to the end and never condone it. Moreover, I reckon it's your senior class people who did this. I don't believe that the senior class people can be so bold. Wang Jun's finger pointed hard on the table. Senior no grasp time to study, which have time to engage in these. Most likely the sophomore people do. You see our grade 13 class those people. Sophomore time also dared to give the vice principal tires deflated. Now not also every day obediently study, but I go back to help you ask. If there is news to time to sue you. Aha. Alright, nothing else? I'll leave first. Hao Jianzong said. Nor is Hao Jianzong trying to speak for anyone. Mostly, if this really happened in his grade, he, the grade manager, would be to blame. Okay, Wang Jun said with a sullen face. Obviously the fire that had been raised because of this matter had not yet gone down. Near the end of the afternoon. What's the next line in the Judeo-Christian phrase? High schools usually like to play this kind of solitaire with ancient poems and texts, where the previous person asks a question, the next person answers it, gets it wrong or goes over time, does a penalty, truth or dare or something like that. and if they get it right, they continue to ask questions to test the next person. But this surely can't be out of the top sentence and let you answer the bottom sentence. It's basically out of the bottom sentence and testing the top sentence of the sentence that follows. Come on, Jiang Yu, Judas Peepa, what's the next line? The countdown is on. Hey, Jiang Yu stop playing. He Fong pulled Jiang Yu. Judas loot. Hold 2 loots invisible. You guys play first, I have something to do. Hey, cheating aren't you? I have all the questions ready. I went to the sports team to see. Our class is now 2nd overall. The senior program has finished competing. No surprise, this is the final ranking. He Fong said. Wow, Zhang Jiayue exclaimed. How to say? Is this wave of mine a plan that can be described as perfect? Once Jiang Yu heard the second, he was also a little bit proud. Number 1, that class score is too high to compare to others no matter what. And number 2 is already beyond everyone's expectations. Hey, what's the point of your plan if we're not all working together? Lin Xiaoyu said with dissatisfaction. I know it's the result of everyone working together. I'm not happy. What can you do if you praise me twice? Jiang Yu said. Just you. 2 more compliments and you should float up. Lin Xiaoyu skimmed her mouth. Why don't we get together for dinner tonight? Qian Xin proposed. He Fong, I can. Zhang Jiayue, I can do it too. Gu Xiaoyan, I can do it too. Lin Xiaoyue, it's okay. Jiang Yu, let's go. Zhang Jiayue, hey. Qian Xin. Why don't you call Guan Xin too? Jiang Yu, Guan Xin even if. Let's chat in case we chat late. She is embarrassed to leave early. Go back to her parents must have opinions. Zhang Jiayue, it seems so. Just as several people were excitedly preparing to go out for a good meal after school, the tuba suddenly blared, broadcasting 2 messages. Senior Class 14 disqualified for serious violations. Senior Class 14 disqualified for serious violations. The loudspeaker's announcement froze the excited few momentarily. Listen guys, are we being disqualified? Zhang Jiayue stared in a bit of disbelief. What's going on? Lin Xiaoyu also frowned. It must have been reported. Zhang Jiayue said. It's not idle. Qian Xin added. Originally, the game's ranking this kind of thing is not very important. That is, Jiang Yu's side of the whim, a little bit to get our senior, in exchange for ordinary people are lazy, not to mention the second, that is, the first and what can be done. I'll go ask Chui Yanghao. He Fong said and stood up. Not a moment too soon. Choi said it wasn't him. He Fong said. Are you stupid? If he did it he wouldn't be able to admit it. Zhang Jiayue said. It won't be. I saw the look on his face. He was surprised too. He Fong said. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and sent a message to Song Yuanhang. A reply was soon forthcoming. Song Yuanhang, I'm not you. I'm not that underhanded. Although Jiang Yu didn't like Song Yuanhang, he was indeed a person who still dared to act, and if he really did it, there was no need for him to deny it just based on the relationship between the 2 classes. Immediately afterward, a few people fell silent. You guys just have a good time fooling around, causing the whole class to follow and lose face. Li Su said in a salty manner. Li Su, don't you dare to talk there. Zhang Jiayue said angrily. 2 hours ago, faculty senate corridor. Lu Shiwen, who had just walked out of the faculty office, saw Li Su and casually asked, Li Wook, what are you doing over here? The homeroom teacher asked me to deliver something. What about you? Li Su asked. I'm asking something about school registration. Lu Shiwen said. Lu Shiwen is also a member of Senior Class 14, but for some reason she was transferred from her sophomore year, but her school registration wasn't transferred, so although she was able to attend classes over here, she still had to go back home for the college entrance exams. This time, Lu Shiwen also came to ask about things related to school registration. Oh, then I'll leave first. Lu Shiwen smiled at Li Su and waved her hand before leaving. I know what you mean, but it's too late for you to get ready to leave the country, and I think you'd better have your parents contact me. This is studying abroad, not traveling, and then busy this point of time are not there. Wang Jun held the office's landline phone in one hand and poked hard at the notebook with a pen in one hand. Every year we come across a couple of particularly odd students, and this year it was a student who contacted his parents to study abroad on his own, and the parents didn't care about the whole thing. The director of instruction also had a headache of who was on the hook in case something happened, so it was definitely better to contact the other parent. Just then, thump, enter. Teacher, I have a situation I want to report to you, Li Su said as he pushed his way in. Wait for me first. Wang Jun just put the phone down and didn't hang up. What is it? Wang Jun asked. Teacher, I would like to report that there is someone who violated the rules of substitution running in the sports meeting. Li Su pushed down his glasses and said, Substitute running? You go to the sports team. Wang Jun frowned. I suspect that it's someone in the sports team who is deliberately covering up, Li Su said. Wang Jun had a bunch of things. Like this small matter is really lazy to manage, but people have come over. No matter is not good. Well, which class are you going to report? Wang Jun said after thinking for a moment. Class 14, Chapter 100, New Students. Which specific programs? The women's program almost always has problems. Okay, I got it. Goodbye, teacher. Wait, what class are you in? What's your name? Class 27, Song Yuan Hang. With the tournament disqualified, a few people were a little down in the dumps, and the potluck was definitely off. After Shirley came, Li Su even made a special effort to report to Shirley. Originally, he thought that Shirley would definitely have to reprimand a few people. The result was surprising. Shirley just said that he knew and didn't mention the matter again, let alone reprimanding a few people. After school, this person is really idle. Zhang Jiayue was still a bit angry. Do you think there's a possibility that Li Su reported it? He Feng hesitated for a moment, but still said the guess in his heart. I don't think so. No matter what, they're all in the same class. What good would it do him to report it? Gu Xiaoyan said. Forget it, the games are just a joke in itself. It's best if it's a success. It doesn't matter if it's not. Let's go. Jiang Yu consoled. After separating from a few people, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu then walked together in the direction of their home. Tough for you to run half a day for nothing, Jiang Yu said to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu nuzzled her mouth, and it was also a rare case that she didn't bicker with Jiang Yu. Instead, he talked to Jiang Yu about something else. You've really given up on English then. I didn't give up on English. English gave up on me. You come less. You English new try hard. 211 still have hope. There's a time in your life when you have to have it, and a time in your life when you don't have it. Jiang Yu sighed. As long as you can get to the top 10% of the province, you can go to a book. High school as long as you learn well. Basically it is still very easy, but 211 is really a little difficult to rely on effort alone. More or less have to bring a little bit of talent. The background is set up as it was before education reform. There was no streaming in the middle school exams, and basically everyone who finished middle school was going to high school, and only a very small percentage of people would go to technical schools. Jiang Yu's current score can be 4 or 5 10 points higher than the first line, without that kind of major mistakes. Basically stabilized a book, but that kind of non-remote areas of 211 and 985, your English plus 20 or 30 points is also enough to choke, unless the language is also mentioned. Jiang Yu's language is better than English, but also good limited. The two subjects can be said to be difficult, so Jiang Yu was not very motivated to study. I'm just going to muddle through until I graduate. Matters of fact, young age, getting up all day old. Lin Xiaoyu was dissatisfied. I'll give you that. This study is essentially chasing the little girl. That little girl is not cold to you. How do you put down the hard work to chase is also useless. You have that effort, might as well chase after other little girls. You forced to chase. This didn't chase. Other little girls also ran away. The loss is not worth the gain. Jiang Yu spat. This English is learning is really heartbreaking. Jiang Yu had also asked some of his classmates to teach him how to learn English before, and then realized that people just had words they didn't know and could probably guess what they meant. As for Jiang Yu, a piece of reading comprehension with 3 or 5 unrecognized words basically makes the piece useless. It's called not having a gift for language. On the contrary, in math, Jiang Yu looked at that question, swept a glance, and the answer could probably be masked out. A bunch of crooked reasoning. Lin Xiaoyu bristled. Hey, look how hard I memorized words before. Look at those who are good at English. When did they ever memorize words? Jiang Yu spat. Why wouldn't I carry it? Except you didn't see it when I did. Your kind of 130 plus is beyond the realm of ordinary humans. No, you can't even be considered a typical human anymore. Jiang Yu vaguely remembers that Lin Xiaoyu once took a 142 in English, which is much harder than a perfect score in math with 140 plus in English. How to talk. I don't know why. Lin Xiaoyu always felt how Jiang Yu's words of this compliment sounded awkward. Jiang Yu turned around and looked at Lin Xiaoyu for a moment. Seriously, you're a no-show away from being a god. Hey, aren't you evil? Between the fact that you still have to take a now, so you can only be considered half immortal. So I'll call you Lin half immortal from now on. Asterisk. Q. With that, the two jostled their way into the neighborhood. Monday is still the games though, but because the seniors went back to class early for study hall because of the 2-day delay. Originally, seniors were excluded from the games, but isn't there some policy now, roughly, to get students to be more physically active, to cope with the above? That's why the senior year was also temporarily allowed to participate in the games. Originally, it was said to be a class, but after all, there is still a sports meeting outside. You let the students pay attention to listen. Many students cannot listen to it, so it was changed to a self-study Q&A. Of course, this kind of self-study Q&A is not the kind of pure self-study. Basically is the teacher to speak on Friday to stay a bunch of papers. You are willing to listen, not willing to listen to review. The other cannot disrupt the classroom order on the line. There is no strict on and off the classroom time, relying on the teacher's own decision. How much fun the games were having, and how much pain they're in now. Jiangyu only felt his scalp numb as he looked at the test papers piled up in front of him. When there is a field day, the teachers of all subjects are like crazy, handing out papers like they only used to study his subject. Going back 2 nights ago, Jiangyu wrote a little, but it was a drop in the bucket for this sea of questions. I'll just have to work extra hours today. The clock is ticking down to Tuesday. Class of 14. There's going to be a new student in our class today. Male, female? Female. What does say about looks? I don't know. Hey, I'll tell you what. Most of the senior transfers are pricks. That doesn't see it. You think senior year is such a critical time. Change a new environment. Familiarize yourself with new classmates. Adapt to the new environment. That can have no effect on the grades. Normal parents who would be so screwed up. Seems so. So I say, this girl, you do not hold too much expectation. Most likely is the kind of fat pig. Long with the dinosaur is also. Rely on the family has a few stinking money blindly. Was beaten in the original school cannot stay. And then the family spend money to transfer over. It's not good to get into our school just by spending money, is it? Maybe the family has connections too. Asterisk. Then why did you get our class? Why not those classes in the back? I'm afraid I'll get hit again. If you can get these classes in front of us, then the family's connections are probably a bit hard. Being in a class with someone like that mustn't be disgusting. Both eyes closed. F button pressed to the bottom and you're done. Asterisk. You have strong tastes. And what if it's a beautiful woman? You don't say it's a pretty girl. I'd eat it straight away even if she was a normal looking one. Do you want me to give you a present pull? Asterisk. Your ass off. Soon the class bell rang. The crowd flew back to their seats. Shirley walked in with a girl with short hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a pretty face. Quiet everyone. We're going to welcome a new student to our class to spend the rest of high school with us. So welcome. The class applauded. Asterisk. Pretty girl. A little something. Holy, really, so handsome. I'm a girl in love. You're going overboard if you're even trying to steal from us. What's the point of grabbing it? In case the person is T. Can a lesbian take in the flavor? What's wrong with lesbians? Lesbians eat your family's rice. T. Can you karma it right away? I want someone to sit next to me. Why don't you karma? Brother, didn't you say you wanted to eat it straight away? Get you a knife and fork or a small spoon. Asterisk. Off. Watching the class talk showed no signs of stopping at all. Shirley pressed down with his hand. After seeing that the effect is not obvious, Shirley's face sank. Then he slammed the blackboard eraser on the podium twice with force. The class fell silent. You can introduce yourself first. Shirley smiled at Han Kaiyan and said, Hello everyone, my name is Han Chien. Han Chien said expressionlessly, There's not much point in these chapters, so I'll just post them all together. Volume 1, Hello, classmates, concludes, and Volume 2, Come Rain or Come Shine, opens soon. Chapter 101, Apologizing. Han Chien stopped making a sound after she finished speaking. Shirley froze for a moment. The general student's self-introduction will at least say more about some hobbies and interests, and then say that he is very happy to study with everyone. Please take care of more or something like that. It's not often that she's as brief as she is and only introduces her name. Why don't you sit in the empty seat at the very back first? The seats will be readjusted next week. Shirley said. Good. Han Chien said and walked towards the last row of the class. And the class applauded again. Asterisk has a bit of a nice voice. I just don't know what I like. And I don't say anything about introducing some of my hobbies. I don't know what I like. I sure don't like men. So just die. I'll go. Why should I? People Linqiu, you can look at Jiangyu. Why can't they like me? Ha. Dreams are everything. It was obvious that the boys were excited. Senior suddenly turned a small beauty. No, is a big beauty, is a normal boy are excited. Even if you cannot chase. Look at the eyes. Originally, Jiangyu also bared a big teeth in that eye. It heard people introduce themselves as Han Kaiyan. Jiangyu also thought really coincidental with their junior high school table a name. As a result, when Han Chien's gaze met with Jiangyu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. It can't be her. Jiangyu instantly lowered his head. Although Jiangyu also knew that it wasn't of much use, people still instinctively had this ostrich mentality. After class, He-Feng sneakily came over. Hey, is it regret? Han Kaiyan liked you so much in junior high school. You treated people so well at that time. Hey, I heard that she's still a rich woman. The kind whose family has assets of over $100 million. He Feng said, Han Chayan's family assets are not only over 100 million, but for the general impression of high school students, basically over 100 million is already the top of the sky. Jiang Yu's scalp was not normally numb right now. Shoo! Jiang Yu lowered his head to signal He Feng not to speak. To be reasonable, in Jiang Yu's impression, Han Chayan was the kind of girl whose name was a bit earthy, who wore a pair of ugly to explosive white sneakers every day, and whose hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, with bangs covering her eyes, who spoke with a bit of a strange voice, and who hardly ever spoke much at all. This who can relate her to the beautiful rich girl she is now. Almost all of the students in Jiang Yu's junior high school class had nicknames, but Han Chayan didn't, which was enough to show how inactive she was in the class. I said that at that time. Why did Sister Hua ask which class the two of us were in? I thought she was going to switch over, but it turned out that she was asking for Han Kaiyan. He Feng stroked his chin. You boys are talkative too. See what you're saying? If I don't say it, she won't go and ask someone else. You can't hide it. He Feng raised his eyebrows at Jiang Yu, signaling him to look that way. Jiang Yu turned around. Then he saw Han Chayan walking towards him. He Feng patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, meaning to seek his own fortune, and then left. Han Chayan walked over to Zhao Mengning's side. Hello classmate, can I change seats with you? Han Chayan said to Zhao Menning. The voice was clear and cold, and although it was asking for advice, it seemed to be filled with a magic that could not be refused in it. This, Zhao Mingning didn't dare to look at Han Chayan, and could only look at Jiang Yu in an aggrieved manner. Although Jiang Yu usually didn't help others with ideas, but it was really his turn. Direct authorities. Jiang Yu really didn't know how he should face Han Chayan. If you want to say you don't dare, it's not so much, it's just kind of all over the place. Extraordinarily uncomfortable. Jiang Yu was the type of person who had a hard time whenever he was cold, but Jiang Yu talked a lot and basically never got cold no matter who he was with. With the exception of Han Chayan, Jiang Yu really didn't know what to say to her. Can't we just tell people that we're switching breakfasts? And that's when Lin Xiaoyue walked over. No, if everyone sat wherever they wanted, the class wouldn't be in chaos. Lin Xiaoyu said in a serious manner. My name is Lin Xiaoyu. I'm the study committee member of the class. If there's anything in study or life, you can look for me. Lin Xiaoyu stretched out her hand when she finished speaking, and Han Chayan reached out to shake her hand when she saw it. Sorry, Han Chayan said softly. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. The students in the class dropped what they were doing and peeked over, but luckily nothing happened after that. Han Chayan gave Jiang Yu a meaningful look before returning to her seat. Jiang Yu let out a long breath and secretly gave Lin Xiaoyu a thumbs up, and Lin Xiaoyu returned a gesture of contempt. For some reason, Lin Xiaoyu disliked this girl the first time she saw Han Kaiyan. Although she was beautiful and didn't provoke herself, Lin Xiaoyu just didn't like it and couldn't say why. At this point, Jiang Yu, someone is looking for you. Jiang Yu got up and walked out of the class when he heard that. After seeing who was looking for him, Jiang Yu laughed lightly. The games are over. You didn't come over here specifically to mock me. I'm not that idle. Let's borrow a step. Song Yuanhang said. The two found a place where no one was around. Say what you have to say. It's time for class. Jiang Yu said. I know who reported your class. What's the point of knowing? Is there any evidence? The sports meeting was over, and Lei didn't say anything, so Jiang Yu was too lazy to care about the haves and have-nots. There is. Song Yuanhang said and played a recording for Jiang Yu. Teacher, I have a situation I'd like to report to you. Just wait for me. What is it? Teacher, I'd like to report that there was a substitute runner at the games. Asterisk. Jiang Yu heard it right away. The voice was definitely Li Su's. Li Wook has one of those somewhat effeminate Cockney voices that are very recognizable. The other voice sounded like the Dean of Instruction. Where did you get this? No need for you to care. Song Yuanhang said indifferently. Wait, is your class 27 playing so big now that the faculty office is putting bugs? Jiang Yu was shocked. Don't you talk nonsense. Jiang Yu's statement gave Song Yuanhang a fright as well. At that time with Wang Jun said to study abroad that student is 27 class. His cell phone has been open call automatic recording function. When Wang Jun did not directly hang up the phone, so the two people's conversation content was recorded. Originally, this kind of thing would not normally be cared about, and coincidentally, Li Su threw dirty water on the heads of the people in class 27. Even if he was ready to leave the country, this anger could not be endured, so he sent the recording directly to Song Yuanhang. Song Yuanhang was also angry. He prided himself on being a bright and open person, and as a result, someone had impersonated him to do this kind of thing. So he definitely had to find this person out. But this voice, he just sounded as if he had an impression. But he didn't know who it was. That's why he came to find Jiang Yu. Since it was reported to class 14, then most likely there was a conflict with class 14. John, you should be able to hear who the owner of this voice was. Just send me the recording. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. John, you said. Yes, but there are conditions. On what terms? At 800. Your class Lin Xiaoyue tripped our class Wu Tingting. Have her apologize to our class Wu Tingting, and the recording will be given to you. Song Yuanhang said. Although Song Yuanhang also wanted to find this person out, things certainly couldn't be given for nothing, and in doing so, kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only would the person impersonating himself be uncovered, but he could also maintain Wu Tingting's relationship with himself and ease the internal conflicts within the class. And if Lin Xiaoyue admitted that she was the one who tripped Wu Tingting, Li Yue's gang wouldn't be able to continue to hold this up. You're not making any sense. It would have been your class that fell. What's it got to do with us? I don't care who's right and who's wrong. All I want is an apology. Song Yuanhang said. That's when the class bell rang. You decide for yourself. Song Yuanhang said and left. Strange. Let Lin Xiaoyue apologize. Why don't you just go to her and find me for what? Jian Yu muttered in a small voice. In fact, Song Yuanhang initially wanted to go to Lin Xiaoyue, but Lin Xiaoyue's impression in class 27 was really a bit of shrewdness, and the scene of Lin Xiaoyue's trouble in class 27 last time was still fresh in Song Yuanhang's mind, and Song Yuanhang was afraid that if he went, he would be scolded by Lin Xiaoyue pointing at his nose. That's why he retreated to Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu also knew what Lin Xiaoyue's character was. She just wouldn't admit when she was wrong, let alone being right. Meanwhile the class. Hey, that new guy in our class seems to be running towards Jiang Yu. This kid Jiang Yu is so lucky. I'm just afraid that he can't afford this blessing. You didn't see what Lin Xiaoyu was looking at just now. Hiss, what the hell is going on with these two? I've heard they're together, and then they say they're not. Whether they're together or not. My god. People, Jiang Yu got Lin Xiaoyu pregnant and you're still obsessing about whether they're together or not. Zhong Wei said. Recess. What? Let me apologize to Wu Tingting. Are you capable of saying that again? Lin Xiaoyu asked with a frown. Wait, just hear me out. Lin Xiaoyu's reaction gave Jiang Yu a shock as well. Jiang Yu also didn't know why Lin Xiaoyu reacted so strongly when he mentioned Wu Tingting. No wonder Song Yuanhang did not directly find Lin Xiaoyue. His own message. Lin Xiaoyue, all this reaction. You let alone Song Yuanhang. You say. Lin Xiaoyu stared at Jiang Yu, as if she was going to dismantle Jiang Yu if he didn't give her a reasonable explanation. It's like this. Didn't our class get reported for a substitute run? And Song Yuanhang knows who did it. What if he's making it up? He has a recording in his hand, but I don't know where he got it. I listened to it. It's Li Su from our class. Li Su. I'm going to find him. Lin Xiaoyu said angrily. Although the games didn't matter to others, it was different for Lin Xiaoyu, who took on almost all the women's events in order to get a ranking. Looking at it was easy, but only Lin Xiaoyu herself knew how exhausting it was. Other people work hard for half a day, only to be stabbed in the back, or their own class. This who cannot be angry. Lin Xiaoyu then wanted to question Li Su face to face as to why. Jiang Yu pulled Lin Xiaoyu to a stop. You come back. What's the use of you going now? What can you do if people don't recognize you? Lin Xiaoyu stared at Jiang Yu indignantly. 1 minute later. Why didn't you grab his cell phone then? Rob a cell phone? Jiang Yu's eyes glazed over. You usually say that your brain circuit is different from others. Look, your brain circuit is even weirder. Okay. No, I'm just asking. The games are over. It's not like it has to be how it is. Originally you're not wrong. If you're not willing to apologize then forget it. Jiang Yu said. What about the recording? This, I can't discuss it with Song Yuanhang again. Jiang Yu grinned and said. Just apologize. Right. Lin Xiaoyu asked again. It should be. But don't force yourself too much. There are other ways if you don't apologize. Jiang Yu also didn't want to force Lin Xiaoyu to apologize. It doesn't matter. It's just an apology. That. I'm going to find Wattinger in the afternoon between classes. I'll go with you then. Jiang Yu didn't feel comfortable with Lin Xiaoyu going alone. He was afraid that Lin Xiaoyu would make a big deal out of it. And Jiang Yu was also curious as to what kind of conflict there was between Lin Xiaoyu and Wu Tingting. Wasn't it just that Wu Tingting's object was pursuing Lin Xiaoyu before? As to make it like this? Jiang Yu was puzzled. Afternoon recess. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu arrived at the entrance of class 27's class as scheduled. Song Yuanhang held a gently fanning folding fan in his hand and stood in the aisle gesturing slightly at the two men. Jiang Yu was annoyed with Song Yuanhang's hypocritical sissiness. Of course Song Yuanhang was annoyed with Jiang Yu's villainous face. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to nag Song Yuanhang slightly, but Lin Xiaoyu directly entered class 27. That's why Jiang Yu also hurriedly followed him in. Just see Lin Xiaoyu walked to Wu Tingting table, kicked open the chair in front of the seat, hand snap a slap on Wu Tingting's table, two arms so leaning on, with contemptuous eyes condescendingly looking at Wu Tingting. Wu Tingting, I've come to apologize to you. Jiang Yu was stunned. With Lin Xiaoyu's stance, this was not to apologize. It's here to provoke. Chapter 102, Control Your Man. Right now. It was neither right nor wrong for Jiang Yu to stop Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's words caused everyone in the class to look at Lin Xiaoyu. In itself, these people in class 27 are rowdy. As soon as they heard that there was something to see, those who stood outside chatting also quickly returned to their shifts. Even the next class came in to watch the fun. Lin Xiaoyu, what the do you mean? Wu Tingting coldly said to Lin Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Apologize to you? I'm sorry, when you were looking for people to block me, I should have stood still and let you guys beat me. Let you guys beat me hard. I shouldn't have fought back. I shouldn't have punched you guys into a pig's head. I shouldn't have pissed my pants for you. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'm coming here today to apologize to you. And the next time you look for people to block me, I promise to go easy on them. I won't wet my pants again for you. Lin Xiaoyu stood in front of Wu Tingting's desk and said condescendingly to Wu Tingting with her hands propped up on the desk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. 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 What can I say but awesome? Crooked day. Is that so exciting? Damn. Laugh me to death. Before Wu Tingting did not say to Lin Xiaoyu cleaned up. So it is so cleaned up. Bared her a shua. I said that at that time. Why did Wu Tingting take a leave of absence? It turned out to be recuperating from her injuries. Ha 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 ha. Incontinence is not a good cure. I said why does she smell like a all day long? Ha, and you came over to smell it. If it were any other class there might be a little bit of common ground, but with this heavily cliquish class, everyone is basically just watching the fun. The class was going crazy with your words, giving Wu Tingting anger. Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Xiaoyu, WCNM, do you want to die? The furious Wu Tingting stood up and grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's collar. Jiang Yu just wanted to step forward to stop it. Loosen up, Lin Xiaoyu said faintly. Lin Xiaoyu's sentence was like a douse of cold water on Wu Tingting's head. It made her seem to remember something and forced her to calm down. In the end, Wu Tingting could only indignantly loosen Lin Xiaoyu's collar. And Lin Xiaoyu looked at Wu Tingting and smiled teasingly. Lin Xiaoyu you wait for me. You wait. This is not over. Wu Tingting let loose with harsh words. Aha, next time remember to drink less water. The class laughed again at this. There was even some uproar about wearing a diaper next time or something. Wu Tingting was so exasperated that she felt a little dizzy for a while. To be honest, Jiang Yu's entire being was in a state of confusion, and in order to prevent the situation from escalating further, he hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaoyu, who was a bit uptight, away. Mom, I said 27 class on your opinion why so big? You last time to come also like this reasoning you this is also a little too much. There is something to say in private. Jiang Yu saw Lin Xiaoyu at that time that situation. Really a little scalp numbness. Besides, you are heavenly contradictions. There is no need to be like this in front of the whole class. Now who do not want a little face? Not to mention that they are all girls. Thanks to this is a key high school. Everyone's temperament is relatively speaking, or relatively good. You want to change into a poorer high school. You're so screwed, which does not ruthlessly give you a wave of class cohesion. When Jiang Yu was in junior high school, if someone dared to be like this, they wouldn't even want to leave the classroom vertically. This door-to-door provocation is too much. If he had known that Lin Xiaoyu was such an apologist, Jiang Yu would have said nothing to let her come. This is too much. How did I go overboard? If she dares to do it, can't I say it? And, Song Yuanhang, where are the things? Lin Xiaoyu said to Song Yuanhang who walked over. Song Yuanhang sank his face. Is this how you apologize? It's not that you said you just need to apologize. You didn't say what you want to apologize for. If you think it's not enough, I can go on, Lin Xiaoyu said. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu and smacked his lips straight. He thought that Lin Xiaoyu was just latching onto himself, but he felt that she was latching on to everyone. No wonder she asked herself to repeat the original conversation with Song Yuanhang before, so she was looking for loopholes here. There was nothing Jiang Yu could do about Lin Xiaoyu relying on her, let alone Song Yuanhang. Song Yuanhang couldn't utter a single word for half a day as he was choked. You don't talk nonsense. Stuff. Lin Xiaoyu put her hand out and said to Song Yuanhang, now give Song Yuanhang also racked, but the recording cannot find the person who planted himself without giving. However, it was a good thing that Song Yuanhang had intended this to be a surprise for Wu Tingting, so he didn't give Wu Tingting a word in advance, or else this matter would have to be counted on his head. Song Yuanhang took a deep breath, then took out a USB flash drive and put it in Lin Xiaoyu's hand. Your class 14's style of doing things. Song, have seen it today, don't you? She's her. This is purely her personal behavior. Please don't raise it to class, Jiang Yu said in a hurry. Lin Xiaoyu heard this and stepped on Jiang Yu's shoes accordingly, and also gave Jiang Yu a blank look without any good manners. obviously dissatisfied that Jeonyu didn't unite with her. Jeonyu is also very helpless. You are lie into this. How do you unite with you? You do not want a face. I also want it. Who apologizes so wrote On the way back, Jeonyu didn't hold back and asked about Lin Xiaoyu and Wu Tingting. Then Lin Xiaoyu roughly told Jeonyu about it. Previously, Wu Tingting had quarreled with her object because of something, and then the two of them were in a cold war, neither of them ignoring the other. I don't know why Wu Tingting object brain pumped suddenly came over to pursue Lin Xiaoyu, and also wrote Lin Xiaoyu a love letter. The two classes would have been at loggerheads then because of the games in their sophomore year of high school. After Lin Xiaoyu knew it was Wu Tingting's object, she went to find Wu Tingting in order to avenge Gu Xiaoyan. Gu Xiaoyan was there because of a little friction in the sophomore sports and went to class 27 to argue with someone, which was nothing more than that someone from class 27 fell down while running, and then someone saw that it was someone from class 14 who intentionally pushed the person how so-and-so. Gu Xiaoyan itself is to go to the theory, explaining that it is impossible to be pushed by their own class. How? As a result of the 27 class is purely emotional output. Even Gu Xiaoyan ancestral graves are to dig out. Directly to Gu Xiaoyan scolded cried, back to the class after lying on the table and cried for an afternoon. It is said that at that time it was Wu Tingting who cursed excessively. At that time, because the teacher intervened, the matter ended there, and Lin Xiaoyu, even if she knew about it later, was not in a good position to help Gu Xiaoyan out again. It turned out that the object of Wu Tingting was given just the right opportunity. Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what kind of trashy novels or dramas she had watched that time. After going to class 27, with one hand, he slapped the love letter that the object of Wu Tingting had written to him on Wu Tingting's desk. Then say it out loud. Wu Tingting, please control your man. Wu Tingting, what a temper. Opened her mouth on the spot. Wu Tingting swearing is basically that traditional dirty talk, shaming plus ancestral grave demolition in one line, which is usually still very lethal. As a result, Lin Xiaoyu didn't spar with Wu Tingting either. Straight away, he picked up the love letter that Wu Tingting's subject had written to him and began to read it aloud. Chapter 103 The Origin of Conflicts. This was what made no matter how vicious Wu Tingting's curses were, they all paled in comparison, because no one was listening at all. Everyone was listening to the content of the love letter that Lin Xiaoyu was reading aloud. Reading about that kind of needy place, the class even laughed along. Wu Tingting was so infuriated that she almost fainted with both eyes. It's just a strange shame. It wouldn't be her Wu Tingting if she just let this go. The conflict did not continue to escalate at that time because the teacher came suddenly. But after school Wu Tingting pulled a few little sisters to give Lin Xiaoyu a block. Girls from other schools are cowering in fear if they are blocked by 4 or 5 spiritual little sisters. But the school rules of the second middle school are relatively strict, and Lin Xiaoyu doesn't believe that they dare to really make a move. So naturally she's not afraid. After that it was just another brouhaha. If you want to talk about shrewdness and rascality, who can be more rascally than Lin Xiaoyu? Within a few words, Wu Tingting had a little sister who was too angry to take it anymore and came up to give Lin Xiaoyu a slap on the face. Lin Xiaoyu, because she didn't think they really dared to make a move and wasn't on guard, dodged a little too late and was slightly scraped in the face by her nails. It's really just a white mark, but Lin Xiaoyu felt the pain coming from her face and thought that she had been broken, and went straight into berserk mode. There isn't a girl who doesn't care about her face as long as she's a girl, let alone one of those pretty little girls. It didn't matter how many people were on the other side of the room. They just went up and started ing with them. Wu Tingting, these few people don't look like the kind of little sister, but there is no experience in fighting. Used to bully others, our older siblings to the side of the station, scared the opposite side of the trembling, let them bully at will. But when faced with Lin Xiaoyu, who more or less knew a bit of kung fu and had relatively rich experience in actual combat, even 4 or 5 people were beaten without any power for a while. Of course, although Lin Xiaoyu was angry, she more or less retained her senses and didn't lay her hands on him. As for the one who was beaten and urinated on, it wasn't Wu Tingting either, but a little sister that Wu Tingting had brought with her. At that time, they were going to block Lin Xiaoyu, and that little sister said she needed to use the restroom. Then everyone suspected that she was trying to get out of the fight, so she ended up not making it to the restroom. Being so frightened by Lin Xiaoyu, and then falling to the ground, he ended up not holding his breath. Out of this, the parents definitely stepped in. After all, Lin Xiaoyu also fought back. So it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong, because it wasn't like you were stuck in a dead end. There would have been room for you to run. If you run away, certainly the other party is fully responsible for no say. You hit back, although people first hand, but they just hit you a little. You give them a bruised face, indeed also a little too much. But after all, this kind of behavior of picketing classmates to block people is also bad. It doesn't look good on anyone's face if you make a big deal out of it. If you really pursue this, you'll all be on probation, if not expelled. so both parents were sort of dignitaries, and after a private chat, they reconciled. At that time, Wang Ting also took Lin Xiaoyue to the hospital. The results of other doctors are also very speechless. Said, if you are so delicate, the future face with a layer of plastic wrap, but Wu Tingting's side of the face was swollen. This is really no face to go to school. Simply take a leave of absence to rest and recuperate. Though the matter came to an end with parental mediation, but the two of them, Lin Xiaoyu and Wu Tingting, were definitely not convinced by anyone either. Wu Tingting had known that Lin Xiaoyu was so good at fighting. She had called a few boys from outside the school at that time, and if Lin Xiaoyu had known that Wu Tingting was so resistant to beatings, she would have hit a little harder then. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion after hearing this. My goodness, you've got a hell of a life. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu wasn't actually that impulsive today, but for some reason, the more she looked at Han Kaiyan, the more annoyed she became. Wu Tingting has kind of hit the nail on the head with this one. So you're saying that there was something wrong with what I did then? Lin Xiaoyu huffed. This return hand is no problem. But you because Gu Xiaoyan thing to 27 class trouble. Why bother? Sophomore games that thing. Lay brother was not also mediated at that time. The other 27 class also sent someone to us to apologize. You still go to trouble. Did she, Wu Tingting, apologize to Gu Xiaoyan? It's not like Wu Tingting was the only one who cursed. So many people cursed and it's okay to send two people to apologize? We all give each other face. Jiang Yu didn't know what to say. Lin Xiaoyu's explosive sense of justice. It was really hard to refute. You can give it if you want to. I'm not giving it. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and walked into the class. It's really hard to empathize with a lot of things when you're not a party to them, too. But all day today, Lin Xiaoyu was affected by Han Saiyan's influence, and her temper was a bit bad. Just as Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue went to class 27 to make a mess, Xianxin intends to go to a bathroom. He ended up running into Guan Xian coming back from the bathroom side. The two rubbed shoulders. Guan Xian gently pulled Qian Xian's hand. Qian Xian was surprised, suspecting he was mistaken, and looked back, just in time to see Guan Xian smile sweetly at herself. This directly caused Qian Xian to have a jolt. It was that feeling of being cool to the sky. Having a favorite who just happens to like you too can be the best thing about high school. Math team. Right. I'm Guan Xian's mom. It's fine. I just came over to try to find out how Guan Xian has been doing lately. Guan Xian's mom said to Wang Wan, don't you have my phone number? Just call and say it next time. How troublesome for you to come all this way. Wang Wan said as she smiled and poured a glass of water for Guan Xian's mom. In fact, Wang Wan's meaning is that you call for this kind of thing. Don't come to school directly. Most teachers still don't like it when a student's parents come directly to the office to see them. No trouble. Guan Xian's mom obviously didn't hear the meaning in Wang Wan's words. Guan Xian, this little girl is quite good. Just do not like to talk much. The grades are quite stable, but after school or have to strengthen the physical exercise. This sports performance is a bit poor, because sports don't affect college entrance exam scores, except for sports specialists and those who get national level 2 athletes. Most high schools basically don't pay much attention to sports. Although the physical education teachers have gotten fitter and more active classes have been held over the years, the students' performance in sports has not changed significantly. Well, it's whether she has any recent signs of early love. Guan Xian's mom then asked. This instantly gave Wang Wan a question. The fact that Qian Xian did that at that time was a bit odd, plus the two of them didn't make it in the end, not to mention the fact that the parents looked like the type of thing to force. So Wang Wan really didn't want to give Guan Xian's mom this thing to say. If you give people a whole lot of stress, it's not going to end well. A bigger headache of being a classroom teacher than encountering oddball students is encountering oddball parents. No. Guan Xian, this little girl is well behaved. Wang Wan said. That's good. Chapter 104, I'll deal with you when I get back. Add an extra chapter as you go along. Last study session. Jiang Yu turned on the class's multimedia equipment. Then he plugged in the USB flash drive that Song Yuanhang had given him. It's just a very small audio file in there. Jiang Yu first found a headset and listened to it himself. After making sure it's okay, unplug the headphones. Click on replay. Teacher, I have a situation I'd like to report to you. Just wait for me. What is it? Teacher, I'd like to report that there was a substitute runner at the games. The audio was cropped to remove the last line where Li Su planted Song Yuanhang. Song Yuanhang was also afraid of causing some unnecessary misunderstandings. The class exploded at that. Who? It. I'm so convinced. Hey, listen. Why does this voice sound like our class Li Su's? You're bloodthirsty. Li Su immediately retorted. Next. Jiang Yu. What are you doing? Don't disturb everyone studying. Li Su shouted at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu just looked at Li Su with playful eyes before saying, "You seem to be in a bit of a hurry." Although the recording alone can't be a solid hammer that Li Wook reported it. But everyone is not a cutie. But we're not cuties. We know what's going on. I'll go find the homeroom teacher, Li Su said as he was about to get up and go find Shirley. Just then, the homeroom teacher walked in. "What's the point of arguing? Where do you get so much time to argue all day long? Have you finished your papers?" After Shirley finished speaking, he noticed Jiang Yu on the podium. "Ha, Jiang Yu, why is it you again? What are you doing?" "Teacher, someone gave me an audio of a report of a substitute runner from our class sports meeting. I'll play it for everyone to listen to and see if we can find this person out," Jiang Yu said as he clicked the play button again and let the audio play again. Shirley also frowned straight away when he heard it. "Give me down. Sports meeting? What sports meeting? Still thinking about the sports meeting? Useful. High school extra credit. Put your mind to me on learning. What is important cannot handle it," Shirley scolded. Jiang Yu saw this and hurriedly pulled off the USB flash drive, then turned off the multimedia. Shirley naturally also heard that the person who reported inside the audio was Li Su, but after all, his own class substitution running was at fault first. Li Su reported that although it was inappropriate, it was not right in itself. In fact, most of the students in the class didn't feel much about being disqualified from the games because it didn't have much to do with them. But this Li Su thing does indeed still sicken most people. So throughout the study, there was a lot of whispering. Shirley maintains order and fires several times. Li Su could also feel the eyes of his classmates constantly glancing towards him. This made Li Su clench his teeth. Li Su didn't know where Jiang Yu's recording came from. Li Su carefully recalled the scene. He purposely avoided the crowds when he went to the registrar's office, and he didn't meet anyone when he came out of the office. The report didn't even leave his real name, so the whole time he went to report himself, apart from the director of instruction, he had only met Lu Shirwan from his class. Eliminate all possibilities. Then the one that remains can only be the truth. It must have been Lu Shirwan who snitched. It was likely that Lu Shirwan hadn't left at that time and had overheard her conversation with the director of instruction. Then Jiang Yu used some audio synthesis techniques to create this audio. That must be it. Lu Shirwan. Li Su was that typical type of bully. He didn't dare to directly find Jiang Yu in trouble, but Lu Shirwan he still dared to bully. And he had discovered a secret about Lu Shirwan. The secret of why Lu Shirwan transferred to this side of the world. This secret is a wound that will never leave Lu Shirwan's heart. After school, Chen Xin had planned to go to the cafeteria, but he saw Guan Xin carrying her school bag and preparing to go home. Somehow, Chen Xin followed with a brainwave. The two just walked side by side toward the school's entrance. "You aren't living in school?" Seekin asked. "Sending you off." Chen Xin blushed. Guan Xin couldn't help but smile. Being in love is not the same as being married. Relationships are based on feelings. Getting married is weighing the pros and cons. That's why love at first sight is far better than love over time. And two people can easily come together as long as they can see eye to eye with each other, with absolutely no reasoning whatsoever. And the so-called day-to-day life gives birth to a deep heartbreaker most of the time. Plus the kind of good girl with no emotional experience basically develops a sense of dependence after sharing a strong stimulus with a particular guy. Guan Xin could vaguely sense that she felt differently towards Chen Xin, a feeling that frightened and delighted her. The two just walked along, the backs of their hands brushing lightly because they were close together. This made Chen Xin's heart itch. In the end, he didn't hold back or grabbed Guan Xin's hand. Guan Xin didn't refuse and let Chen Xin pull like this. It's not noticeable because it's crowded at the end of the school day. In this way, the two of them were getting closer and closer to the entrance of the school, and their speed was getting slower and slower. It's even on the verge of staying put, just as the two were about to part reluctantly. At this point, a hand suddenly grabbed Guan Xin's arm, forcing the two apart first. "Mom!" Guan Xin turned around and exclaimed. A loud slap was flung at Guan Xin's face immediately afterward. "Pop, I'll clean you up when I get back." Guan Xin's mother pulled Guan Xin and headed for the door. Chen Xin looked at the scene in front of him. The whole person panicked, and completely do not know what the hell he should do now. Trying to explain, but not sure how. He wanted to go after her, but he was afraid that Guan Xin's mother would see him beating Guan Xin again. It would be nice to be possessed by Jiang Yu for a bit at this time. Right, looking for Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu's idea was bad, he had it no matter what. Achoo! Jiang Yu, who was walking home, sneezed. Just now after school, Jiang Yu went to class 27 first and returned the USB flash drive to Song Yuanhang. Of course the content of the recording. Jiang Yu must have backed up himself first. When he was almost at the school gate, he saw Chen Xin looking around with a cell phone. Jiang Yu instinctively also took out his cell phone and looked at the time, then realized that Chen Xin had popped himself several voices. Jiang Yu's cell phone, whether in school or not, is a mute state. Is afraid of forgetting to adjust that day? The class suddenly rang a little. At this time, Qian Xin also saw Jiang Yu and rushed over. Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu, help, Qian Xin said. ********. Big brother, you fall in love. And not me, but also how can I help? You guys wanna go out to eat again? I will not follow. Jiang Yu spit out. You can be a light bulb once, not every day. Qian Xin then gave a general account of what had just happened. Mainly, Chen Xin couldn't have imagined that Guan Xin's mom could suddenly appear at the school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said anything to take Guan Xin's hand. Hearing Qian Xin finish, Jiang Yu felt a wave of headache. Love is such a beautiful thing. Why let you two talk about it so much? Chapter 105, enough. For this, it's useless for you to look for me. You have to go to the temple. Jiang Yu said. The temple? Go ask those immortals and see if there are any that can do this for you. Jiang Yu said breathlessly. Brother Yu, you're my own brother. Help me out. Treat you to dinner. I can give you money if you're short of it. Qian Xin was already nervous. Seeing Jiang Yu say that made him even more nervous. The body began to shiver. It directly gave Jiang Yu a fright. *******, don't shake. You're looking at me strangely scared. Jiang Yu was afraid that he would suddenly draw over. I didn't shake. In this case, you go back first. Do what you need to do. What is the situation on Guan Xin's side now? It is not clear. You also don't send a message to Guan Xin first. Wait for Guan Xin to come tomorrow. See what's the situation, and then think of a way. Jiang Yu said. Honestly, pulling a hand is just, it's not like we're sleeping together anymore. At most a beating. It feels as if these people have never been beaten up by their parents when they were kids, as to be so scared. But then again, it is true that Jiang Yu's mom never hit Jiang Yu in the face. Jiang Yu hadn't gotten into a lot of trouble when he was a kid and was basically used to being beaten up. The kind of kids who haven't been hit much by their parents are really scared about this kind of thing. Can't messages be sent either? Qian Xin asked. Are you stupid? After this happened, Guan Xin's cell phone must have been confiscated. If you send her a message, you're not bumping into a gun. Jiang Yu said speechlessly. Got it. After leaving the school gate, Jiang Yu saw Lin Xiaoyu, who was waiting for no one by the roadside. Who are you waiting for here? Jiang Yu laughed. Not waiting for you anyway. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Then the two headed for home together. That Han Cheyenne didn't look for you again? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. What did she want with me? People don't just run to you. Running to me to do what? So senior not read it. Just to come over to find me trouble. That is not sick. Well, Jiang Yu said. The second high school itself is a key provincial high school. A perennial book rate of 90% or more. Sometimes the first book rate in science can reach over 95%. Though there's also a bit of statistical glamour in it. The kind of borrowing that you do, where you're enrolled in your hometown, but you're studying over here, and then you have to go back when you take the entrance exams. These people go to the first grade. Well, when the statistics are done, you count as a student in the second grade, and if you don't go to the first grade, then I'm sorry, there's no one in the second grade for you. But these loans are only a small part of the picture, and the second school side is still strong overall. Basically, stepping into the gates of a second secondary school is tantamount to getting a letter of acceptance from a first-class institution. That's why those with money and connections are trying to shove their kids this way. At first, Han Cheyenne turned around. Jiang Yu did think that it was running to himself, and then thought about it. It's not like there's something wrong with people. It may be purely for the sake of taking the university exams. After all, this side of the educational conditions and learning atmosphere are better. It's just a coincidence that you're in your own class. Who let you bully people so much in the first place? Lin Xiaoyu smacked her lips. How do I bully her? As soon as she transferred to another school, she gave me a bad reputation. I haven't said anything about her yet, like what you guys are rumored to be over there, cheating girls to sell their first night. That's all what's so messed up. I don't want to be ashamed of it. Jiang Yu said. Although Jiang Yu said that, Lin Xiaoyu could still sense that Jiang Yu cared a little about Han Cheyenne. Back home, Lin Xiaoyu didn't know why, but she felt annoyed and went back to her room without much dinner. After writing her homework for a while, Lin Xiaoyu still felt annoyed, so she took out her phone and started swiping. As a result, I can't swipe the video. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that Zhang Jiayue had sent herself a horror movie earlier. I think it's called A Splinter. Although the title of the movie made her feel a bit bored, Lin Xiaoyu thought about it for a while and was still ready to find it and watch it. Jiang Yu first started frantically writing homework when he got home. In a short while Jiang Yu's mom had the meal ready. Where's my dad? Jiang Yu asked. Normally, his dad would be back by this time. Your dad is on a business trip. Gone for 3 days. Zhou Qing said. Jianyu then remembered that a few days ago, Mom and Dad had talked about it, and Dad was on a business trip this Tuesday, as if it was a study or something. KTV. The heart is beating its love like a blazing fire. You're laughing, the crazy one is me. Wu Tingting sang as she held the microphone while tossing her head. Today, because she was humiliated by Lin Xiaoyu, she was really angry. Plus Wu Tingting's parents didn't care about Wu Tingting, so Wu Tingting pulled a few of her little sisters out to sing. Wu Tingting got tired of singing and flung the microphone towards the couch. Picking up the glass of wine on the table, he took a sip and then pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. Tiger, Sister Ting. That Lin Xiaoyu you told me about. I checked it out. You'd better not move. Do you know who his boyfriend, his father, is? Wu Tingting's temper flared up when she took a look at the words. Wu Tingting, I don't give a damn who her father is. Just tell me if it can be done. Wu Tingting was so humiliated by Lin Xiaoyu today. She definitely couldn't act like nothing happened, but thinking that Lin Xiaoyu was more or less a bit of a handful, she certainly couldn't handle it with her own little sister. Originally, Wu Tingting first went to find Qin Kai, but Qin Kai did not care. Wu Tingting also thought that Qin Kai also liked Lin Xiaoyu. The two therefore also had a little verbal argument, and finally Wu Tingting had no choice but to contact the off-campus. Tiger, not her dad. Her boyfriend's dad. Wu Tingting, where the hell did she get a boyfriend? Tiger, from our school. You don't know. Wu Tingting, don't you give me any pussyfooting around. One word. Can you do it? Tiger, her boyfriend's father is a hand in our development zone. Move to accident. I advise you really do not move her. Wu Tingting, off NM, SB stuff. Tina Wu just blacked out and deleted the person. Usually with blowing their own how powerful, even such a little bit of small things cannot do. What TM a hand? All are excuses. Tang Qian, ex-boyfriend. What for? Li Myung-chul, don't joke. What is it? Li Mingjie was pursuing Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu didn't agree. Then Tang Qian took it upon herself to launch a will test on Li Mingjie. As a result, Li Mingjie didn't resist the temptation to be with Tang Qian, and then the will test was over, and Tang Qian dumped Li Mingjie. So in private, Tang Qian is always called Li Mingjie ex-boyfriend. At first Li Mingjie also twisted, but listen to more. Also get used to it. Tang Qian, can't find you to chat if there's nothing to do. Li Myung-chul, of course. Tang Qian, you wouldn't still be thinking about our family Qiaoyu. Li Myung-chul, haha. Tang Qian, okay, ask you something. Is the development zone Siping side going to be demolished? I heard that the house price has gone up a lot in the past few days. Li Myung-chul, I'm not sure about that. Tang Qian, isn't your dad in charge of that side of the business? Ask for me when you have time. Li Myung-chul, it's not good for me to ask about your lordship's business. Tang Qian, don't let you help for nothing. Don't you want to know how Qiaoyu is doing? Li Myung-chul? Tang Qian, I've been at their school for the past few days. Yo, Li Myung-chul, don't even think about it. It's impossible. Tang Qian, alright then, come out and sit down sometime. Li Myung-chul, okay. Guan Xian's house. Pop, pop, pop. 3 loud slaps. Say, who is he? Which class? Guan Xian's mother shouted at Guan Xian. Guan Xian lowered her head and didn't say anything, tears flowing straight down her face. Guan Xian's father looked heartbroken, but didn't dare to speak up because of his own wife. Alright, your wings have hardened. From tomorrow onwards you'll stay at home. I'll find his parents. Guan Xian's mother said angrily. Enough. Guan Xian suddenly raised her head and shouted. Chapter 106, so wild? What did you say? Guan Xian's mother was surprised because it was the first time she had heard Guan Xian talk back to her. I said I've had enough. You've had enough. Who do I work so hard for every day? You've had enough. You've had enough. Fine. You haven't had enough. So get out. Guan Xian's mother scolded. Originally, Guan Xian's mother just wanted to scare Guan Xian. Who would have thought that Guan Xian directly opened the door to the room, and after going out, she gently closed the door again. Seeing this, Guan Xian's mother opened the door of the room again as soon as she saw it and shouted at Guan Xian outside the door. Leave and don't come back. Then he threw the door shut with a thud. What are you doing? Seeing this, Guan Xian's father hurriedly tried to go out and look for Guan Xian. But, you let her go. I'll see how stiff her wings are now. Guan Xian's mother panted, obviously furious. Lin Xiaoyu's house. Lin Xiaoyu curled up into a very comfortable position and watched the movie intently. My leg. My leg. The heroine wakes up with a start, looks at herself empty from the waist down, and breaks down and cries out. This made Lin Xiaoyu unconsciously shrink her legs as well. The heroine struggled to crawl to the door because of her missing lower limbs. Just as she was about to open the door and escape, bam, 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 there was a knock on the door. Listening to the sound of some sort of rustling and grinding outside, the heroine hastily covered her mouth with her hand. fearing that she would make the slightest sound. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Bam! 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 Only this time the knock was a little strange. Click! The door opened. No! It's the door to your own room. Lin Xiaoyu felt a wave of cold air rush straight to her heavenly soul, and her whole body jumped up from the bed with a miso. What is this dead girl doing? Wang Ting looked at Lin Xiaoyu in dissatisfaction after she pushed the door in. Only after seeing clearly that the visitors were her own mom and dad did Lin Xiaoyu pat her chest and let out a long breath. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Lin Xiaoyu was simply frightened by her own mother suddenly opening the door, because Lin Xiaoyu's grades have always been good. Her parents don't restrict Lin Xiaoyu from looking at her cell phone. You won't be afraid of your parents seeing you on your cell phone like many students are. You this dead girl. Knock half a day door not open. I have something temporary with your father to go out for it 2 or 3 days. You these 2 days outside to eat. Eat well, money there it. Wang Ting said as she straightened her clothes. Ha, so late? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Well, but nothing much, just take care of yourself. Go to bed early at night. Don't stay up too late. Wang Ting admonished. Good, out the door later. I told you that my eyelids were always jumping the other day. Something must be wrong. Wang Ting said. Seeing that Lin Chang didn't respond, Wang Ting continued. I told you that old 4 is unreliable, and I can't let him manage the factory this time even if I say so. Alright, go see what's going on first. Lin Chang said with a frown. Lin Chang had just received news that the garment factory over in West Sea City was on fire, so he now needed to fly there overnight. Wang Ting wanted to go with him because she was relieved. The benefits of the clothing factory there are general. Itself does not point to him to earn money, mainly used to take up space. The field is not big, but covers a lot of land. The city is going to develop over there. It cannot bypass Lin Chang's this garment factory. When the time comes if the land acquisition, you're kind of idle land with this kind of effective field. In the compensation of this piece is certainly not comparable. It said the fire was caused by a worker smoking, but it had been extinguished, and although a batch of goods was burned, the damage was not great. But Lin Chang had been worked over before, so he was uneasy and definitely had to go over to see for himself. After her parents left, Lin Xiaoyu continued to watch, but after being scared by Wang Ting that one time, as soon as someone knocks on the door of the hostess's room, Lin Xiaoyu then felt someone knocking on her room door. The more you look at it, the more scared you get. Who wouldn't be scared when halfway through this kind of ghost movie, the parents suddenly have to leave for something, and there's only one person left at home? But the episode does look kind of good, so the more scared you are, the more you still want to see it. I don't know if I've read it without realizing it, and when I watched things in high school, I basically started at 2 times speed, so the horror was quite a bit more than normal watching, not to mention doubled. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu was going to continue writing her homework, but his eyes darted unconsciously toward the door. It always feels as if there is something unclean in the house as well. It messed with Lin Xiaoyu's mind. In the end, Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, knocked on the door of Jian Yu's house with his homework. Ah, Autumn Moon, come on in. Hello auntie, my parents aren't home. I'm a bit scared. Can I come to your house to do some homework? Lin Xiaoyu said coyly to Zhou Qing holding a pile of papers. Yes, of course. Zhou Qing smiled as she welcomed Lin Xiaoyu in. Seeing Zhou Qing trying to help Lin Xiaoyu move her chair, Lin Xiaoyu quickly said, Auntie, I'll do it myself. Jian Yu had been concentrating on the questions when the door to the room was suddenly opened. Mom, can't you just enter the door before? Well, how come it's you again? Jian Yu looks at Lin Xiaoyu, who is dressed in pajamas, and raises his eyebrows. What? The power is out at your house again? No, Lin Xiaoyu said as she put her chair down and closed the door behind her. Come on, in the future, this chair can be put in my bedroom, and you don't have to come back and forth every time. Jian Yu said speechlessly. Lin Xiaoyu threw the rolls towards Jian Yu's desk. Jian Yu glanced at the roll, then at Lin Xiaoyu. Looking for me? To ask English questions? What's this? Ask what questions? I'll supervise your homework. Lin Xiaoyu said with a straight face. Asterisk 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 big sister. You're not sick. Jian Yu was also stunned when he heard Lin Xiaoyu's righteous reasoning. It's almost 9 o'clock at night, and you come to your own house to supervise your homework? Is this something a human being could do? Did you miss your English paper again? How do you know? You go and copy your homework every morning. Don't think I don't know. Lin Xiaoyu said. This homework because sometimes, the teacher will suddenly collect the change. If you messed up, it is easy to accident. So Jian Yu was sometimes too lazy to write, so he went to class earlier to copy a little. So, Jian Yu was still confused, and he wasn't the only one copying homework. There's so much yuppie homework in 2nd grade that you'll have a really hard time getting it all done unless you're working on it all night. It's the kind of student who gets exceptionally good grades and sometimes has to copy more or less. And those teachers do not have a little forced in their hearts. They say that they do not set up a lot. You a volume of his one. That adds up to not much. And then there's that even worse one that sends out assignments for days at a time. Says he'll let you plan and take your time. And then he forgets the next day. And I don't know if he's really forgetting or pretending to forget. And then he starts leaving new assignments. But when it comes to speaking, she can't forget a role. It is said that the burden is reduced. But in fact, it cannot be reduced at all. Auntie asked me to help you with your English when I'm free. Lin Xiaoyu said. Jiangyu, when did I tell you? Lin Xiaoyu, if you don't believe me, go ask your mom now. Jiangyu, that must have been just a polite remark with you. And you took it seriously. Lin Xiaoyu, I don't care. Anyway, if you don't want to, I'll turn around and tell your mom that you don't want me to make it up to you. Jiangyu, okay. Jiangyu only felt the pain mask welded to his face now. Cab. The heart is beating is love like fire. You're laughing, the crazy one is me. Vomit. Stop the car. Wu Tingting got out of the car and held onto a tree on the side of the road and began to vomit, not knowing how much she had drunk. Originally let Lin Xiaoyu humiliated today. Wu Tingting was angry. Looking for Qin Kai. Qin Kai does not care. Looking for the external school, but also be pushed around, which makes Wu Tingting even more angry. So in the KTV time did not drink less. Vom dash. Sister Ting, are you alright? Xia Ying said while helping Wu Tingting pat her back. Xia Ying was considered Wu Tingting's little follower, and was also in class 27. Vomit dash. Sister Ting, why don't we send you home? Xia Ying said. Return to what home? The next game continues. Zinti Andy, today no one is allowed to return. Dare to return in the future, also don't follow me Wu Tingting to mix. Wu Tingting waved her arms and said, although Xia Ying was the only one around. Then what, they are 4 people out today. Wu Tingting too crowded for 4 people to take one car, so they took 2. The other 2 are from other schools. After all, the second middle school, even if it is a striped class, those girls can be like Wu Tingting. Such a wave there are not many. Most of the girls are still the family, even if they give quite a lot of pocket money, but they also control the strict, because those 2 were from other schools. Wu Tingting naturally still had a better relationship with her own class, so Wu Tingting was in a car with Xia Ying. Wu Tingting felt a little better after she threw up. Just as Wu Tingting was about to get back in the car, suddenly I noticed a girl on the side of the road crouching on the ground, hugging her legs and crying. I don't know why Wu Tingting looked so angry, going up to someone and kicking them down. Xia Ying was startled and rushed forward to stop it. Sister Ting. Xia Ying pulled Wu Tingting while apologizing to the little girl who was kicked down. Sorry, got drunk. But Wu Tingting feel not yet relieved, loudly scolded. You put aside this crying and Emmet. Dead man? Guan Xian sat on the ground and looked at the woman in front of her who was dressed like a little Teiyukai with some fear. Chapter 107. May I? After Guan Xian came out of her house, she walked so aimlessly on the street, probably because of her habit of living, and without realizing it, she walked to the vicinity of the school. Think about how hard you usually study and how hard your mom and dad are on you. Guan Xian just couldn't help herself, so she squatted on the ground and cried. And then she met Wu Tingting, who got out of the car and vomited. Sister Ting, from our school. Xia Ying whispered to Wu Tingting, because Guan Xian was wearing the uniform of the second middle school. She was very recognizable. From our school? Wu Tingting's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, squatting down to Guan Xian's front, cupping Guan Xian's chin and shaking it back and forth twice. Quite good looking. Which class? Guan Xian had been well protected before, and basically never came into contact with people like Wu Tingting. Previously, when Wu Tingting came to class 12 to look for Qin Kai, Guan Xian had seen her a couple of times, and the only thing the 2 of them had said was that Wu Tingting had asked Guan Xian to help call Qin Kai. Surely Wattinger doesn't remember. Wu Tingting long although beautiful, but does not look like a good person, the standard evil female supporting face in the TV series, so at that time to Guan Xian impression is quite deep. 12, class 12, Guan Xian said shakily. It's only ing 12, old man 27. Wu Tingting said proudly. It feels like the dice are comparing sizes. I'm 27 older than you 12, so I'm better than you. Guan Xian looked at Wu Tingting and didn't dare to speak. Call Sister Ting. Wu Tingting said drunkenly. Ting, Sister Ting. Guan Xian called out in a small voice. Okay, from now on you're my person. TMD. Sister Ting will take you to fly woohoo, Wu Tingting said as she lifted Guan Xian, who was sitting on the ground, up. Then Wu Tingting was about to pull Guan Xian towards the cab. Guan Xian was also scared and started to struggle, directly pissed off Wu Tingting again. Don't move. Move again and hit you. Wu Tingting said as she was about to swing her palm up to hit someone. The kind of good girl in school. For the kind of punks may be okay, but especially afraid of this kind of little too much girl. Or drink too much. Guan Xin didn't dare to move when she was so intimidated by Wu Tingting. He was eventually dragged into a cab by Wattinger with a tug. Although the driver felt a little strange, he saw that Guan Xin didn't struggle either, so he didn't care anymore on the principle that it was better to do more than less. Don't be afraid. We're from class 27. We won't do anything to you. We're not bad people. Xia Ying whispered in Guan Xin's ear, trying to calm the somewhat shivering Guan Xin. Of course Xia Ying knew that her words didn't seem very convincing, but the second middle school uniform draped over Xia Ying's outside put Guan Xin slightly more at ease. Soon the cab was ringing with that again. The heart is beating is love like a blazing fire. You're laughing, the crazy one is me. Jian Yu's house. Lin Xiuyue, look at this definite clause like this. Lin Xiuyue, it's okay if you don't know this word. Let's read the next sentence first. Lin Xiuyue, so according to the article this question should be chosen A. Lin Xiuyue, A and D certainly do not choose. In B and C to choose. At this time even if we really cannot see what to choose. According to the principle of options 1:1:1:1:1. Let's count how many be in front of us. Is not already enough. Then this question should not we choose C. Known that this question to choose C, we take the answer. Return to read the original text again. Jian Yu, let's estimate the answer first. It's almost this long. Almost 1:7 visually, so let's do the auxiliary line to prioritize the one with a 30-degree angle. JY, this one takes this one. This one returns to take this one. And then simplify. Jian Yu, this kind of multiple choice questions don't hard count. The answer to bring back which is right to choose which chant. You have to hard count is not impossible. He is so. Just when the two were serious about their homework, the door to Jiang Yu's room was suddenly pushed open. Your grandpa's old illness again. I have to go to the hospital to accompany the bed. These days can't take care of you. You eat well outside by yourself. The milk is put on the table for you. I can't care to heat it up for you. Heat it up by yourself. The milk pot is put on. I'll come back tomorrow to wash it. Zhou Qing finished seeing Lin Xiuyu sitting next to Jiang Yu and added, finish your homework and send people back earlier. Jiang Yu's grandpa is old, and this heart disease is also an old problem. Almost twice a year. Got it. After Zhou Cheng left, is your grandpa alright? Lin Xiuyu asked. Nothing's wrong. It's an old problem. Basically it's committed every year. Jiang Yu said. That's okay. Fortunately what? Fortunately, look at my mom now like this. Not all learned from you. Jiang Yu suddenly said indignantly. Learn something from me. Lin Xiuyu froze for a moment. What about walking through the city gates? Saying come and go. Do you know what is called knocking on the door? That are no privacy? In case I am doing something I don't want people to find out someday? Jiang Yu said with a displeased face. For example? Lin Xiuyu looked at Jiang Yu with a very strange look. His for example. Change your clothes. Jiang Yu said. You're not a girl. Lin Xiuyu bristled. Then the boys deserve to show you guys. Jiang Yu was dissatisfied. In fact, it's not that Zhou Cheng forgot to knock on the door, but she just felt that these two children have been coming and going a little too often lately. Plus Lin Xiuyu is pretty and more or less uneasy, but her own father's side is hospitalized, and her own sister is unreliable, so she can't help it. However, seeing that the two of them were indeed doing their homework, Zhou Cheng was quite relieved in her heart. It may indeed be true that I am overthinking this. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiuyu tossed a couple of words at each other before going back to their homework. Soon the homework was pretty much done. Drinking milk or not? Jiang Yu asked. Jiang Yu drinks fresh milk every night to supplement his nutrition. Zhou Cheng would warm up Jiang Yu when he was there. Supermarket kind of fresh milk is not the same as pure milk, although it is a little more expensive, but more nutritious. But there will always be an inexplicable fishy smell after the heat. Jiang Yu is actually more willing to drink ice, but Zhou Cheng always ignored Jiang Yu's feelings by saying that drinking ice was bad for the stomach. I don't drink. Lin Xiuyu shook her head. My physiological period is next week. Lin Xiuyu rolled her eyes. She knew what Jiang Yu wanted to say. These guys, as soon as they see a girl not eating something cold, they think they are on their physiological period. Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then went to the dining room to put the milk from the table back into the refrigerator, and brought over 2 bottles of chilled ones from the fridge, handing one of the bottles to Lin Xiuyu. Although Zhou Qing urged Jiang Yu to warm it up before drinking it before leaving, Jiang Yu directly chose to ignore it. That kind of bottled fresh milk was sterilized and could be consumed directly. It's not bad. Taste it. Drank it. It's so fishy. Lin Xiuyu took it and looked at it. The iced one is actually okay. Jiang Yu said and then unscrewed the cap of the bottle and finished the milk in it in 2 gulps. Lin Xiuyu also unscrewed the cap of the bottle when she saw this, and took a small sip, as if the ice was indeed not very fishy. But maybe it's also a slightly more rapid drink. A little dribbled out of the corner of his mouth. Paper 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 dash Lin Xiaoyu put her hand down on her chin to prevent it from running down while she patted Jiang Yu with one hand, asking him to find paper for herself. Jiang Yu froze for a moment as he looked at Lin Xiaoyu, then hurriedly drew 2 pieces of paper and handed them to her. After Lin Xiaoyu wiped it, she threw the paper into the trash can. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu then put one of his elbows on the table, leaned on his face, turned sideways, and stared at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu was a bit uncomfortable by Jiang Yu's look. "What are you always looking at me for?" "Seeing you pretty," Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu blushed, didn't make a sound, and continued to write her paper. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then spoke. "I'll go. You won't believe it." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu turned her head, looked at Jiang Yu, and asked softly, "So am I not pretty?" Lin Xiaoyu gave Jiang Yu a confused question. "No, hey, what was I going to say?" Lin Xiaoyu turned her head to write her own paper while Jiang Yu just looked at her. Suddenly Jiang Yu remembered. Hey, look at the time. This woman really has no compulsion at all. If she doesn't sleep, she still has to sleep herself. Lin Xiaoyu was still writing her paper as if she didn't hear what Jiang Yu said. "No, big sister. It's 11:30, plan to stay at my house," Jiang Yu continued. Lin Xiaoyu stopped her pen, turned her head to stare at Jiang Yu, the pencil in her hand gently resting against her chin, hesitated for half a day, and finally slowly squeezed out 3 words from the corners of her mouth. "May I?" "So, mugging, free swag through and through, plus 1 more at 8 p.m., straight face." Chapter 108, Why Are You So Horny? Lin Xiaoyu's sentence "can I?" directly made Jiang Yu freeze. Half the time, he didn't understand what Lin Xiaoyu meant by that. "What do you mean it's okay?" Jiang Yu revealed a very confused expression. "Stay at your house." "Who? You? Aha. In that case, it's getting late, and there's a class tomorrow, so what exactly do you want to do? You can just say it." Jiang Yu took a deep breath and said, "It's whether I can stay at your house tonight." Lin Xiaoyu said with a red face and averted gaze, somewhat embarrassed. "I have a white blue. You ate the wrong medicine today." Jiang Yu all suspected that Lin Xiaoyu was not possessed by something. No, still not right. This woman is definitely up to something. But Jiang Yu thought again. She's a girl. What can she attempt? Really that? He can still lose out. "You live in my house." "Your parents?" Jiang Yu asked in disbelief. What parent would approve of a girl not going home in the middle of the night and having to stay at a boy's house? "My parents aren't home. They went out," Lin Xiaoyu said. Jiang Yu stroked his chin meaningfully. If, hypothetically, taking a step back, the woman was sick, it shouldn't be a problem if she just wore it herself. Jiang Yu was lying when he said that he wasn't heartbroken, and he was also lying when he said that he wasn't panicking. Anyway, Jiang Yu definitely did not believe that such a good thing as Lin Xiaoyu coming to his door for nothing could fall on his head. Plus, I don't know much about it, so I'm still a little scared. I've heard that if you catch that disease, your whole life will be over. Of course, if Lin Xiaoyu knew what Jiang Yu had in mind. Inside, the heavenly beings were at war for half a day. Jiang Yu also decided to go out on a limb. Went straight to the drawer in Mom and Dad's room and got a little threaded umbrella out. Lin Xiaoyu first froze, then hurriedly stood up and backed against the corner. You. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, don't do anything, or I'll sue your mom. The two families are, after all, opposite each other, and Lin Xiaoyu hadn't even thought that Jiang Yu would be so bold. And of course Lin Xiaoyu hadn't thought that Jiang Yu's old mother would suddenly have something to go out. If he really got spermy today and used force on himself, the consequences would be unimaginable. If I had known, I would have gone to Zhang Jiayue and been ridiculed for being ridiculed. Although Lin Xiaoyu knew some boxing and kicking, she was obviously not that confident at this time. Lin Xiaoyu's reaction directly confused Jiang Yu. "You, what the hell are you up to?" Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu and raised his eyebrows. After some explanation, the two finally realized what was going on. "I threw up, causing me to be excited for half a day for nothing." Jiang Yu was speechless. "I'm convinced. Why are you so horny?" Lin Xiaoyu was also speechless. "I am colorful? A woman, a little bit of color, ran to a man's house at night, said to stay overnight, but all normal men think so well, and you what suddenly came to a sentence, that I'm not beautiful? All give me asked confused. I thought seduce me it. I'm sick I seduced you. Nasty, filthy, despicable, shameless, nasty." Lin Xiaoyu didn't know why she suddenly said that sentence at that time. There's actually some changes in personality and stuff when you're doing the questions, versus when you're not. You're just usually the most boisterous person, and you get quiet when you do your homework. So some of the questions you ask her at this time may not get the same answers as usual. Row. I'm you say so a bunch of what the hell. Now you hurry up, where to go back to? Jiang Yu speechless. but Lin Xiaoyue didn't move a muscle. Jiang Yu, hey, what do you mean? Seeing Jiang Yu's current appearance, Lin Xiaoyu knew that Jiang Yu would more than likely not touch herself tonight, so she was emboldened. Lin Xiaoyue, you can die if you let me stay at your house for a night. I'll give you half a day of lectures on roles for nothing. Jiang Yu, ******. I didn't give you a lecture on the topic? Hey, I'm just wondering why you just had to stay at my house today. Lin Xiaoyu, I told you, I watched a horror movie today. Jiang Yu, and then what? Lin Xiaoyu, I'm scared. Jiang Yu, what are you afraid of? Lin Xiaoyu, afraid of ghosts. Jiang Yu, just you? Lin Xiaoyu, afraid of ghosts? My goodness, just you being this ferocious every day. That ghost should be afraid of you. Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything either and just stared at Jiang Yu with a huff. It didn't work out in the end. Okay, hey, wait, no, why don't you go to Zhang Jiayue's house? You two are good with sharing an umbilical cord every day. Why don't you go to her? Jiang Yu suddenly thought of an unreasonable place. I'm afraid she'll laugh at me. Lin Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said. Lin Xiaoyu also wanted to go over to Zhang Jiayue. The horror movie itself was sent to Lin Xiaoyu by Zhang Jiayue. If Lin Xiaoyu went to Zhang Jiayue at night, she would still be laughed to death by Zhang Jiayue. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyu has always been that kind of very strong character. Also do not want to let others see themselves so vulnerable and weak side. So also do not quite want to go to its other close friends. What's more, when Jiang Yu's mom left it was already very late. It's a big night. If you go to someone's house, their parents may be asleep. How disturbing. Originally, Lin Xiaoyue thought. Anyway, Jiang Yu's old mother is at home. He is over here to make do for a night, and wait for tomorrow to slow down over it. This kind of ghost movie, basically is to see at the time scared. After a little slow 2 days, basically nothing. Then you are not afraid that I will laugh at you? Jiang Yu asked. Have you laughed at fewer jokes? Lin Xiaoyu asked rhetorically. Eventually, really convinced, Jiang Yu compromised. After that, Jiang Yu took a set of those disposable toiletries that his dad took back from the hotel on his business trip to Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu was also confused at the time, just thinking about Lin Xiaoyue living in his house. He forgot that her house was right across the street from his own. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to say it, but she was afraid that Jiang Yu wouldn't go over there with her, so she didn't mention it. Washing up. This is my mom's face wash. This is mine. Forget it, I'll get you a new one. Jiang Yu took a new face wash out of the drawer. Lin Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed, but seeing that Jiang Yu had already opened the face wash right out of the package, she took it as well. This is a disposable towel. You can use it. Soak it in water first when you use it, and just throw it directly into the trash when you're done. Jiang Yu went back to the bedroom after introducing it to Lin Xiaoyu. Next, Lin Xiaoyu tied up her hair first and washed her face with water first before she started applying the cleanser. But when Lin Xiaoyu had just closed her eyes, suddenly, endless feelings of fear came to her like a tsunami. Previously, Lin Xiaoyu had mocked the fact that some girls were afraid to close their eyes in the shower, and she now felt that feeling in a tangible way. Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu shouted. Jiang Yu thought what was wrong and rushed to the restroom. What's wrong? It's fine. You just stand at the door, Lin Xiaoyu said. Although Lin Xiaoyu was still scared, Jiang Yu's voice somewhat reassured her. Scared me to death. I thought something was wrong with you. Jiang Yu was helpless. After washing her face, Lin Xiaoyu started brushing her teeth. Personal habits are different. Jiang Yu was used to brushing his teeth before washing his face, and Lin Xiaoyu was used to washing her face before brushing her teeth. Even as Lin Xiaoyu brushed her teeth, she kept looking out the door to see if Jiang Yu was still there. After washing up, the two returned to the bedroom. Jiang Yu took out a quilt from the closet and threw it on the bed. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly voiced out, "You sleep on the floor." Although Lin Xiaoyu knew that Jiang Yu would not touch her tonight, if she really slept with Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu was still a little scared. "What, I sleep on the ground? You have a problem. Take it for you. Heating only after a while. Cool at night. A thin bed. A slightly thicker bed. You look at your own cover. You're delicate. Turn back and catch a cold." Jiang Yu did not have a good mood. "Then where do you sleep?" Lin Xiaoyu asked. "I'll sleep in my mom's room," Jiang Yu said. "Don't you?" Lin Xiaoyu was planning to do the same at first, but when she just washed her face, her eyes closed, and that feeling of fear instantly came up. A feeling that those who hadn't experienced it simply couldn't understand. That's why Lin Xiaoyu was a little less daring to sleep alone now. "What do you mean I don't? Then where do you think I'll sleep?" Jiang Yu was also confused. "You sleep on the floor," Lin Xiaoyu said with some embarrassment. *********. Lin Xiaoyu, I warn you, don't go too far. This my house. Jiang Yu is also shocked. This kind of words, how this woman has the nerve to say it. He gave her the bed is already enough to give face, but also sleep on the ground. Why don't you let me stand at the door for you to stand guard? I'm scared. Lin Xiaoyu pursed her lips in resignation. Then why don't you sleep on the floor? Lin Xiaoyu also knew that her request was a bit excessive. So, Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, her mouth slightly open, hesitated for half a day, and finally summoned up her courage, as if she had made a great determination. Brother Jiang Yu, said Lin Xiaoyu softly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiaoyu's sentence directly made Jiang Yu tense up. Tang Xian Xian, that's set. Not only Zhang Jiayue learned, Lin Xiaoyu will also learn some by ear. Chapter 109, you can't climb up here. Okay, you sleep on the floor. Lin Xiaoyu said softly with her toes together and her eyes looking at her toes. Lin Xiaoyu's sudden little womanly mannerisms directly gave Jiang Yu a dry break. Jiang Yu took a deep breath to calm himself down. Lin Xiaoyu, you've won. You've won completely and utterly. I'm really convinced. After that, Jiang Yu made himself a floor by the bed. Jiang Yu sighed. He hadn't slept on the floor for a bit of years. Hopefully he wouldn't get up tomorrow with a backache. Then Jiang Yu took a look towards the bed without any good reason, only to see Lin Xiaoyu staring at herself accusingly. Jiang Yu looked helpless, then turned around and went to the bathroom. 10 minutes later. Jiang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly sat up from the bed and called out softly to the outside of the bedroom. But no one responded to her. Jiang Yu, are you there? Lin Xiaoyu put on her slippers and came to the bedroom door. Her voice was also a little louder, but still no response. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip and looked at the dark living room outside, as well as the faint light coming from the bathroom door and the cracks in the floor, and took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. Taking a big step forward, he came to the bathroom door, knocked on the door. Jiang Yu, are you in there? Lin Xiaoyu's voice was a little shaky. The result is still no response. All at once that feeling of dread swept over him again. Frightened, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly ran back to the bedroom, then shouted in the direction of the bathroom door with a sobbing voice. Jiang Yu, don't scare me. If you intentionally scare me, I'll never ignore you again. But this time, Lin Xiaoyu's shout was answered. Big sister, I'm Ting. I'm pooping. Have you never taken a before? Know what pooping means? I don't want to talk when I'm pooping. Jiang Yu said through gritted teeth. Then what took you so long? Lin Xiaoyu asked weakly. Can't I be constipated? Some people like to chat with people when they go to the toilet. But for someone like Jiang Yu who is a bit constipated, he himself is not very fluent. And then chatting with people on that is even more on the wrong side. In itself, Jiang Yu is not constipated, but as soon as he drinks that fresh milk, he gets constipated. But after drinking it, Jiang Yu will obviously feel that his resistance is much stronger than before. So between a strong body and constipation, Jiang Yu chose the former. So, why don't you have a voice? Big sister, what kind of sound do you need to poop? Jiang Yu was about to vomit. Not everyone grunts, okay? Then, I'll wait for you at the door. Lin Xiaoyu once again came to the door of the bathroom, as if she was afraid that Jiang Yu would suddenly disappear. Jiang Yu was so hard right now, mega hard. In itself, Jiang Yu was not fluent, and when he thought that Lin Xiaoyu was still listening outside, he became even more fluent. What kind of ing quirk is this? Liking to hear people go to the bathroom? Next, click. Lin Xiaoyu let out a soft cry. It was as if he had touched something by mistake. Lin Xiaoyu, turn the lights on for me. Jiang Yu felt his fists harden. Sorry. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly helped Jiang Yu turn on the lights. Just now, when Lin Xiaoyu leaned her back against the wall, she accidentally leaned against the switch and ended up turning off the lights for Jiang Yu. But these several switches, Lin Xiaoyu did not know which one was the light, so she pressed them all on. At one point the ventilation fans, bath bombs and everything were on. Originally, this kind of thing should be all in the bathroom interior, outside to stay a light switch, but I do not know why. Jiang Yu cousin's dad, it is necessary to get a set of outside, but also with the decorator stubborn half a day. Lin Xiaoyu, seeing that she seemed to have pressed the wrong buttons, Lin Xiaoyu closed them again one by one towards the drop. Finally looking at the light coming from the crack in the door floor, Lin Xiaoyu let out a long breath. It seems to be working. Lin Xiaoyu, turn off the bath heater for me. Jiang Yu felt like he was going to cook if he stayed a little longer. Jiang Yu, who eventually had no intention of pooping, opened the bathroom door with one hand. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoyu saw Jiang Yu come out and hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eyes either. Lin Xiaoyu, you win. Returning to the bedroom, Jiang Yu didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Xiaoyu and directly laid down on the floor bunk he had made, and Lin Xiaoyu gently climbed into bed. Not long after the lights were turned off. Jiang Yu, what again? You can't climb up here at night. You know, Lin Xiaoyu said weakly. Jiang Yu finished and stopped paying attention to Lin Xiaoyu. It's just hard. Jiang Yu usually sleeps without pajamas, sometimes even, but Lin Xiaoyu was in her own home, so she definitely couldn't let herself go too much. This sleeping without pajamas is so habitual that sleeping in them by chance is really hard. It took a lot of effort for Jiangyu to brew up sleep. Just when Jiangyu was in a daze and about to fall asleep, Jiangyu suddenly felt his face being touched. All of a sudden, it gave Jiangyu a mental fright. Just that sudden touch to the face when you're fast asleep is really scary. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After turning on the lamp, Jiangyu slapped his forehead. Big sister, big sister, big sister. I have such a big bed. Such a big bed. You sleep in the middle instead. Also, why are you touching my face when you're sleeping fine? I'm really convinced. Jiangyu was going crazy. Jiangyu's bedroom was also a double bed, but Lin Xiaoyu slept on the side of the bed, on the side that was next to Jiangyu's floor bed, and it was the kind of sleeping on her side. So one arm drooped from the bed to the outside, because there are nightstands. So the position of Lin Xiaoyu's arm was right where Jiangyu's face was. The confused Lin Xiaoyu knew that it was her own problem, so she could only glance her head to the side and let Jiangyu reprimand her. Jiangyu let out a long breath, turned off the table lamp, and laid down again. It's hard to get back to sleep after a shock, but studying during the day is so stressful. Jiangyu brewed for a while, and sleepiness set in. Just as Jiangyu was about to enter dreamland again in a daze, suddenly, Jiangyu felt as if he had been hit head-on by a dump truck loaded with goods. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cough cough cough. Crouch. Groove groove groove. I'm ing dash. Even for a moment it gave Jiangyu the illusion that he was going to cross over. Jiangyu grunted and pushed the pile of meat off of himself. Then get up and turn on the light. No, big sister. What the hell are you doing? Jiangyu looked at Lin Xiaoyu who was sitting on her floor bunk with a messy hairstyle. The whole thing was going crazy. Now he is aware of why this woman today to rely on their own home. This pure tonight did not intend to let himself live. Lin Xiaoyu originally slept in the middle of the bed, but because he was scared, he leaned towards Jiangyu's side. Leaning in, I reached the edge of the bed again. Lin Xiaoyu originally liked to sleep on her side, and he was afraid that if he was lying on his side, his hand would reach out and touch Jiangyu again, so it's just lie down and sleep. When she was in a daze and almost asleep, Lin Xiaoyu habitually rolled over to resume her side-lying position. Then there was this flip, right off the bed. But luckily the edge of the nightstand was one of those leather soft corners, so it didn't knock his head or face or anything. Lin Xiaoyu straightened her somewhat messy hair and didn't dare to look at Jiangyu's eyes, so she could only lower her head and whisper, I'm sorry. Jiangyu took several deep breaths to calm himself down once again. Then Jiangyu directly threw his quilt onto the bed. Lin Xiaoyu was instantly anxious when she saw this. Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 110, I need to go to the bathroom. Seeing as many of you don't know, to restate, normally, it's still a guaranteed 12 noon shift every day, with additional shifts as appropriate. You shut up, Lin Xiaoyu. I'm warning you for the last time. I'm in a bad temper right now. You can sleep. If you can't, get the hell out of here. Jiangyu was usually a good-tempered person, but was more or less a bit of a wake-up call, especially the kind that wakes you up when you're fast asleep. It's really annoying. And twice, although Lin Xiaoyu was reluctant, she saw that Jiangyu seemed to be really a bit angry, so she could only let Jiangyu sleep beside her. However, Jiangyu slept very close to the side of the bed, so it made Lin Xiaoyu feel slightly more at ease. Not a moment too soon, Lin Xiaoyu crawled to Jiangyu's side. Jiangyu, are you asleep? Lin Xiaoyu whispered in Jiangyu's ear. Lin Xiaoyu was so angry at Jiangyu that she started to bare her teeth. What's wrong again? There are mosquitoes. I'll be damned. It's ing months. Where are the mosquitoes coming from? Sleep okay. You listen. Then Jiangyu listened carefully, buzzing, as if there really are mosquitoes. So there it is. What can it be? Noisy. Big sister. Then you do good. You let that mosquito sucked full. It is not noisy. As every month more flow point okay? Jiangyu head is big. Sleep a day up were so many broken things. It's a good thing you were born in the city. If you were born in the countryside, you wouldn't be alive. Play a little, okay? Lin Xiaoyu said in a resigned manner. Why are you so petulant? I'm sorry. Jiangyu couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xiaoyu, you're really my sister. You're my own sister. Okay, I'll get up and fight for you. But something like a mosquito is annoying. You can feel it around you as soon as you go to sleep. But as soon as you get up and turn on the light, it's instantly nowhere to be seen. Jiangyu got up and searched for half a day but couldn't find anything. So he looked at Lin Xiaoyu. While Lin Xiaoyu was somewhat embarrassed by Jiangyu's look, she pulled the quilt upwards with two hands to cover half of her face, leaving only a pair of watery eyes outside. Looking at Jiangyu, seeing that Jiangyu was still looking at herself, Lin Xiaoyu again shrunk her little feet, which were exposed and wearing white socks, under the quilt. Jiangyu was also stunned at the sight. Asterisk 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 me. You're stranded being cute. Get up and look for mosquitoes. Ha? Oh. Lin Xiaoyu also hurriedly came out from under the covers and started looking for it. Not a moment too soon. Hey, 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 over there, fly swatter, Lin Xiaoyu said, pointing at the mosquitoes on the wall. Jiang Yu copied an exercise book and went up to a booklet. This culprit of disturbing dreams has also changed from a three-dimensional creature to a two-dimensional one. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. Jiang Yu showed the corpse of the mosquito from the exercise book to Lin Xiaoyu. So big, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. Luckily it was killed, or else a bite from such a big mosquito would probably bulge a big bag. The two returned to bed again. My Miss Lin, is there anything else? Jiang Yu forced out a smile and said to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head in embarrassment. Jiang Yu's face changed. Then sleep. The two lay down again with the lights off. After tossing and turning like this once, Jiang Yu fell into that state where he was obviously sleepy, but just couldn't sleep. It's a feeling experienced by people who are annoyed, massively annoyed, but haven't done a thing about it. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had to attend classes tomorrow, Jiang Yu was going to skip sleep and just get up and do the problems. After a lot of effort, Jiang Yu finally got his sleepiness brewing again. Just as Jiang Yu was once again preparing to enter dreamland beautifully, that familiar voice sounded again. Jiang Yu, are you asleep? F***K. 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 Lin Xiaoyu, you have a problem. Do you really think that I don't dare to hit you? Jiang Yu said through gritted teeth. That's the best-tempered person who can't stand up to that kind of tossing and turning. I want to go to the restroom. Lin Xiaoyu said weakly. You want to go to the restroom, then you go. What? I still have to get you a basin? Jiang Yu clenched his fist hard. I'm scared to be alone. Lin Xiaoyu also thought about going alone, but it was dark outside, and she didn't know where the living room light was in Jiang Yu's house, so she was a little scared. Jiang Yu snapped his scalp hard. Then turn the lights on. Go! Jiang Yu accompanied Lin Xiaoyu to the door of the bathroom. After Lin Xiaoyu entered the bathroom, the door didn't close, but pressed a crack. Jiang Yu, you're right outside. Don't go, Lin Xiaoyu said with some fear. Big sister, can you hurry up? What time is it? Don't you have classes tomorrow? Jiang Yu was about to vomit. Several of Shirley's classes tomorrow, and there's no way to sleep in class then. Sleeping in class may not matter to some good-tempered substitute teachers, but it certainly doesn't matter to the homeroom teacher. Jiang Yu stood in front of the sanitation entrance trying hard to try and calm himself down, but then there was a clatter. After coming out, Lin Xiaoyu didn't dare to look at Jiang Yu and directly ran towards the bedroom in small pieces, but instead, Jiang Yu yanked the pajamas from behind. Hey, did you wash your hands? I forgot. Lin Xiaoyu had just forgotten because she was scared and because Jiang Yu's urging, so she rushed back to the bathroom to wash her hands again. After the two re-entered the bedroom, Lin Xiaoyu, I'll warn you one last time. If you dare to make even the slightest bit of noise to disturb me, even if it's just that much, you'll absolutely regret it. Absolutely. I promise you that. No kidding. Jiang Yu pointed at Lin Xiaoyu's nose and warned seriously. Lin Xiaoyu nodded as she looked at Jiang Yu with big watery eyes in resignation. Turn off the lights and go to bed. This time, Lin Xiaoyu didn't make any more noise, and her breathing quickly stabilized. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was sleepy at this moment, staring at the ceiling alone. Jiang Yu before is very sleepy. Sleepy to the explosion. Even if they can not sleep, but still very sleepy. But Lin Xiaoyu, this dead woman, a burst of clatter directly to Jiang Yu la spirit. Who the hell is going to sleep? Now Jiang Yu's mind was full of clatter. It made Jiang Yu want to take a cold shower to calm down. Jiang Yu turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who seemed to have already entered dreamland, really getting angrier the more he looked at her. I wish I could give her 2 hard hammers. After staring like this for almost 20 minutes, Jiang Yu's sleepiness finally came back. Just when Jiang Yu was about to close his eyes in a daze, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly opened. It gave Jiang Yu a jolt of fear. I don't seem to be sleepy anymore, Lin Xiaoyu said weakly. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu began to laugh out loud, and he didn't know why he was laughing. Crazy, all crazy. Jiang Yu felt like he was already being tortured by Lin Xiaoyu to the point of delirium. Chapter 111, DJ Euro. Just as Jiang Yu was tossing and turning with Lin Xiaoyu, on the other side, school dormitory, Qian Xin was lying alone on the bed, and when he saw that the bed checker had left, he took his cell phone out from under his pillow. This side of the second middle school is not closed management, so the management of cell phones for students living in the school is not so strong, as long as you do not jump face in the face of the dormitory management or bed checking people on the line. Because Jiang Yu said Guan Xin's cell phone was most likely taken away by her mom, so Qian Xin didn't dare to send a message to Guan Xin, and could only look at the two's last chat log and fume. The chat logs consisted of saying good night to each other. Hey, 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 hey. This puts you in a hurry. It's nice to see a little more. Xin. Aren't you going to watch? I can't. You guys watch. Xin said without looking back. A European and American masterpiece with a strong female lead. Xin didn't reply, still looking at his cell phone in a daze. What's wrong with him today? Stupid for doing problems? I told you there's been too much homework lately. Can your family make people stupid by doing questions? Maybe it's a lost love. He's not getting on with class 12 Xin. Yeah, it's over so soon. Who cares about the others? Come on, come on, come on. Let's watch us. Soon, the single-scene European and American mega hit begins. You fast forward and pull right into the center. Don't you? Just practice your English listening. I practiced your ass off. Xin was chagrined. If he hadn't taken Xin to catch the doll, if he hadn't pulled Xin's hand, wouldn't things have turned out like this? When he thought of the slapping Xin received because of his own harm, Xin felt so sad in his heart. If only he could take the punishment for her. I don't know how she's doing now, and if she's hurt from the beating. Without realizing it, tears were building up in his eyes. But soon those tears returned the way they came, because as the movie begins, the voice of Yesie's even Fakir then filled every corner of the dormitory. This made Xin unable to feel sad no matter how hard he tried to recall the bits and pieces of himself and Xin. The high and booming voices of the movie's hero and heroine seemed to tear apart any emotion that doesn't match the moment. The students in the dormitory also went crazy over it, letting out bursts of evil laughter. And the other side, Xin was wearing a school uniform. The bar is not allowed to enter. But because Tuesday itself is not many people, marketing to Xin to find a dress to put on also blended in. All you handsome men and women, let's raise our hands above our heads and get high together. The DJ sold out the stage to get the crowd going. Xin sat on the sofa of the card seat, quietly looking at her cell phone, the chat records of herself and Xin fuming. It seemed out of place in the lighted surroundings. Does he, really, not care about himself at all? Xin had been expecting Xin to send her a message. But her expectations didn't seem to be answered. Although she also wanted to send Xin an unsolicited message, she eventually gave up and just stared at the chat logs of the two of them. Although the message bar on Xin's cell phone kept popping up with messages from her parents, Xin didn't click on any of them to read them. Xin had wanted to think back to the previous points in detail, but her thoughts were disturbed by the sounds around her. Xin took Xin in his arms and said fondly, "This is a love letter I wrote to you." Xin opened the love letter and took a look. The love letter reads. Xin looked up at Xin in surprise. Only Xin looked at Xin's eyes and said with deep emotion, "Baby, let's raise our hands above our heads and get high." Okay. Xin saw her mom walking quickly to her face. Then mom yelled, "Suchan." Then he raised his hand and snapped a slap that landed on Xin's face. Suchan. Snap. Snap. Seekin ran away in fear. But her mother was right behind her. Just when Seekin was panting and thought she could escape, she saw her mother suddenly open her arms parallel to the ground, and then she spun like a gyroscope. Shout as you turn. Then Xin watched as this DJ Euro, her mother's incarnation, approached her frantically. And by himself, he can't run this DJ Euro at all. Xin shook her head vigorously, trying to shake this mess out of her mind. And at that moment, Wu Tingting, who was bobbing her head to the music, suddenly stopped and snatched Xin's cell phone. Wu Tingting narrowed her eyes at the two's previous chats. Good night, late hammering good night. Wu Tingting directly deleted Xin's WeChat from Xin's cell phone. Xin was a little anxious, but didn't dare to go up and take the phone back. After deleting it, Wu Tingting threw Xin's cell phone casually, then wrapped her arms around Xin's neck and said loudly in Xin's ear, "Sister child, sis told you, men are all ing stinking SBs. Get as far away as you can. Come on, shake it up." Wu Tingting said and pulled Xin up to start getting high. Xin was a bit formal at first, but after being force-fed 2 glasses of wine by Wu Tingting, she also let go a bit, and although she didn't dance in a group like Wu Tingting, she began to shake her body to the rhythm of the music. 857-857-857-857. Soon, for bunny girls with lighted signs in their hands, the one in the forefront had a bottle of wine called something unknown on a tray in her hand, and came to the front of the card seat where Wu Tingting was. That's when DJ picked up the mackerel wind as well. Thank you for supporting Sister Ting in Cardinal 7. I wish Sister Ting a fun and enjoyable evening. Boo, boo. 2 salutes went off. Tina Wu held one of those guns that fired white paper cards, 1 foot on the card table, and fired it into the air. Ho 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 ho. After playing with it twice, Wu Tingting shouted at Guan Xin, "Call Sister Ting." Sister Ting. Guan Xin whispered. Louder. Sister Ting. Guan Xin shouted. Then Wu Tingting handed the paper card gun to Guan Xin. Guan Xin didn't dare to play with this kind of thing and quickly waved her hand. Wu Tingting looked at Guan Xin like this and raised her hand to hit Guan Xin. So Guan Xin could only be forced to take it and start firing white paper cards to play with it as Wu Tingting requested. Because Wu Tingting a few people had already had a drinking session, the price of the wine ordered was high, but not much. Marketing was also looking at Wu Tingting's side of the wine going down slowly, so he came over. Sister Ting, do you want to ask some young masters to come over and drink with you? They are all new and well behaved. Get lost. ING men are all stinking SBs. What are you looking at? You get lost too. Wu Tingting cursed at the marketing that accompanied the smiling face. That marketing didn't dare to offend this god of fortune, so he left in a hurry. In fact, Wu Tingting used to just dislike his dad and didn't really have any prejudice against other men, and it turned out to be because of that thing with Wu Tingting's ex-boyfriend. At that time, the two were supposed to be in a cold war, not yet divided, and people went after Lin Xiaoyue, and wrote love letters to Lin Xiaoyue, and he didn't even write love letters to himself. Even more outrageous things, Lin Xiaoyue took the love letter written by Wu Tingting's ex-boyfriend and humiliated herself in front of her, and at that time, she really gave Wu Tingting mad. Wu Tingting found her ex-boyfriend afterward, so that her ex-boyfriend went to bring people to clean up Lin Xiaoyue. Cleaned up. This matter is over. As a result, her ex-boyfriend Bang, to Wu Tingting kneeled down, and also begged Wu Tingting not to find Lin Xiaoyue trouble. Wu Tingting looked at her ex-boyfriend this kind of soft egg appearance, then the brain directly buzzed sound. You're giving it to a woman who can't stand it. Then Wu Tingting hated all men. Come on, drink, let loose and play today. Woohoo! Guan Xin had never drunk alcohol before, and after a few cups, she couldn't do it and cried directly. Woo woo! Wu Tingting looked suddenly furious and reached out to hit Guan Xin. As a result, Guan Xin jumped straight into her arms. Sister Ting, I envy you. Why are they all the same age? These people can be so dashing. Why can they stay out all night? Why is it that if they come home half an hour late, all they face is their mother's curses? Why? Envious chicken hair. Follow your Sister Ting to mix. Sister Ting will take you to fly. Hold back for me. Wu Tingting pushed Guan Xin away and pointed at Guan Xin's nose. Guan Xin wiped the tears on her face with her hand, then picked up a wine glass on the table and drank it straight down. Wu Tingting also raised her glass and shouted, come on, men are all ING stinking SBs. Cheers! Just as Wu Tingting and Guan Xin were playing madly over here, Wang Wan sighed as she looked at her cell phone. A phone call, from Guan Xin's mom, also on the subject of multi-heroine or single heroine that many people are concerned about. I'm also a little new to this and not quite sure how this stuff is defined. And this book isn't one of those traditional cool books where the label is added on a whim. The plot is all set in advance. Say more and afraid of spoilers, this book has been broken twice, so it is not so concerned about the book's performance. Just want to write down the story that the heart wants to write down, and will not say that because of the people who like the single heroine more, or like more heroine more, change the direction of the plot. Also some people feel like reading with high blood pressure because basically all the characters that appear in the book have more obvious flaws. Even the whole staff does not seem like any good guys, not as perfect and pure as the male and female main characters in other books. So I still hope that you don't bring into any of the characters in the book, and you can think of them as your classmates in high school, and look at it with a mindset of listening to the gossip, and you'll be happy. And finally, thanks for your support. More bull ******. Plus one more later. Chapter 112, waiting for me to shake people. Doesn't that classroom teacher get any personal time? Wan really wanted to just hang up. What time is it? Can't you talk during the day? But out of the professionalism of a classroom teacher, Wan still picked it up, and squeezing out a very friendly voice, he said, Mama Guan Xin, what can I do for you this late? Teacher, do you know where our Guan Xin has gone? Guan Xin's mother asked anxiously. Guan Xin's mom's words directly gave Wang Wan a fright that made her sit up from the bed. Didn't Guan Xin come home? For a classroom teacher, there is nothing more nerve-wracking than a missing student. Guan Xin came out of the house, out of the house and then she never came back. So have you called the police yet? Reported. We were about to check the surveillance. Want to see if there are any clues from your side. Guan Xin's mom spoke with a huff, not knowing if it was because she was angry or scared. You guys go ahead and check the surveillance. I'll ask on my side for you first, and keep in touch if you have any news. Wang Wan said. After hanging up, Wang Wan then began to get dressed. What are you doing here? Wang Wan's husband asked. There's a student missing, and I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. The class president, Qin Kai, probably knew more about the situation of the students in her class than she, the homeroom teacher, so Wang Wan also asked Qin Kai at the first opportunity. And of course, Qin Kai didn't know where Guan Xin had gone. Dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a slamming door scared the hell out of Qian Xin's group of housemates who were watching a movie. Hastily, he put his cell phone away. If the resident director caught them watching a movie on their cell phones after lights out, or something this exciting, everyone would be screwed. In the past, we used to have a system where cell phones were handed over to the dormitory manager and signed for when they were used, but after all, it's not a closed administration, and many residents have asked walk-ins to help bring their cell phones home, so it's not very effective at all. Then the school didn't care. If you want to pay it, the host will keep it for you. If you say my family is poor and can't afford a cell phone, the host will believe you anyway. However, cell phones can only be used to contact your parents, and if the resident manager catches you playing with your cell phone in the dormitory, it will still be confiscated. If you use it after you confiscate it, you'll have to go to the hostel and sign for it. As for watching something unhealthy, although it won't be broadcast over loudspeakers, there should be a corresponding penalty system, but it seems that we haven't seen anyone being caught so far, so it's not too clear exactly how it will be penalized. Bang, bang, bang. The slamming of the door quickly turned into kicking with his feet. After the door opens, *********. Qin Kai, you're ing sick. Where's Qian Xin? Qin Kai asked with a sullen face. Qian Xin sat up straight from the bed. The water room will wait for you, Qin Kai said and twisted his head. *********. Qin Kai TM is getting more and more pretentious. Say it to Qin Kai's face if you dare. Qian Xin, don't go. I don't believe that Qin Kai still dares to rush in and beat people up. It's fine. You guys continue to watch yourselves. I'm going to have a chat with Qin Kai, Qian Xin said. We'll go with you. No, nothing's wrong. You guys stay away, Qian Xin said. Anyway, if you need something you just yell for us. Aha. After saying that, Qin Kai went out of the dormitory and closed the door behind him. Is Qian Xin okay? Do we really not need to go over and take a look? What to look at? Fight to be expelled count who? Qian Xin is also a retard. If Qin Kai dared to rush in and beat people, how do we all account for the reason? Out of the outside you dare to do it. Hard work to get in. The last year. Get out of the way. Sick is not. Although the rules of the school have been changed now, and it's not a case of being expelled once you do it, people are still afraid. After all, it's not easy to get in. Water room. There's no surveillance in the water room. I used to press it, but somehow it always broke down. And then I didn't care. Qin Kai saw Qian Xin come over, directly yanked Qian Xin's collar and lowered his voice. What did you do with Guan Xin? Qian Xin lowered his head and didn't resist. He thought that Qin Kai knew that he had caused Guan Xin to be slapped, so he wanted to help Guan Xin out. And if that was the case, Qin Kai beat himself up, and Qian Xin took it for granted. Speak. Qin Kai continued to growl as he lowered his voice. Qian Xin lowered his head and remained silent. Qin Kai saw Qian Xin like this, and thought that Guan Xin had an accident, and directly used his knee to shine on Qian Xin's stomach. Where the hell did Guan Xin go? Going somewhere? What do you mean? Qian Xin suddenly looked up at Qin Kai. Qin Kai froze for a moment at Qian Xin's reaction. Sister Wan said Guan Xin didn't go home. Qian Xin's pupils instantly dilated. Hurriedly, he pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Guan Xin, but all that responded to him was a bright red exclamation point. She deleted herself? Although Qian Xin had expected this outcome, when it actually happened, Qian Xin still panicked. Cell phone, your cell phone, Qian Xin said anxiously to Qin Kai. It didn't work, didn't get back to me, Qin Kai said. The first time Wan contacted Qin Kai called and sent a message to Guan Xin. Qin Kai loosened Qian Xin's collar. Qian Xin suddenly leaned limply against the wall as if he had lost his mind. What's going on with you guys? Qin Kai looked as if Guan Xin's disappearance had nothing to do with Qian Xin, so he then asked. Qian Xin hesitated for a moment, then told a general story of what happened. Asterisk. Qin Kai listened and whispered, then pulled out a box of cigarettes and took one from it and lit it up for himself. Qin Kai, because he had a good relationship with the gang that checked the dormitory, so a lot of things, but also able to secretly hide. If other students to bring these, that is basically nothing good. Although the hostel manager also checked personally, Qin Kai naturally had his own methods. After taking 2 puffs, Chin Kai glanced at Chen Xin before pulling out the cigarette case and lighter and handing them to Chen Xin. Help yourself. Chen Xin never smoked, but this time he also took over. After pulling one from it and lighting it, cough cough cough. Chen Xin obviously couldn't smoke, and after gently inhaling, he choked and coughed on himself. Chin Kai laughed lightly at Chen Xin's appearance, then took out his cell phone and swiped it. The two just stood against the wall, not going back to their dorms or talking. But soon Chin Kai noticed something strange about the circle of friends. Wu-Ting-Ting, men are stinky, images. Donggang City, Zinti Andy Club X. The accompanying picture was a selfie of Wu-Ting-Ting with Guan Xin. Wu-Ting-Ting drunkenly wrapped her arms around Guan Xin, while Guan Xin's face was flushed, and the two of them compared scissor hands to the camera. Wu-Ting-Ting? Why is Guan Xin hanging out with Wu-Ting-Ting? Chin Kai said with a frown. Because Chin Kai and Wu-Ting-Ting girls are almost considered to be people along the way. So although they are not in the same class, but sometimes they also play together, and also have contact information with each other. Guan Xin? Guan Xin, where is it? The moment Chen Xin heard this, he was instantly energized. Zinti Andy. Chin Kai showed his cell phone to Chen Xin. I'll go find her, Chen Xin said and ran outside. But the door to the dormitory building was locked. Chen Xin's movement of pushing the door also alarmed the hostel manager. Hey, what are you doing? Not sleeping, the hostess reprimanded loudly. Teacher, my stomach hurts. I want to go to the hospital. Chen Xin pretended to have a stomachache, but the hostel manager is obviously also an old man. Cannot be so fooled by Chen Xin. Call your parents for a bellyache and have them pick you up. Usually if something is really wrong, it's okay to contact the homeroom teacher in addition to the parents. But obviously Chen Xin didn't dare to call Shirley with this kind of thing. So even though Chen Xin was upset, he could only hang his head and go back up the stairs. When he passed by the water room, he saw that Chin Kai hadn't gone back, so he walked back in. Give me another one, Chen Xin said in a disoriented voice. If something bad happened to Guan Xin because of himself, Chen Xin would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. Guan Xin would normally never cross paths with Wu-Ting-Ting's gang. This time Chin Kai didn't pass the cigarette case to Chen Xin, but asked, want to get out? Chen Xin's eyes lit up when he saw Chin Kai say that. Do you have an idea? Chin Kai threw his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out with his foot, spit toward the ground again, craned his neck twice, and then said, wait for me to shake people. Chapter 113, A Bold Plan. Soon two Class 13 students came to the water room. Oi! These two students, Chen Xin also recognized, but did not know what their first names were, only knew that one was called Rat and the other was called Pout. Rat used to be nicknamed Rat. Rat, as the name suggests, is the rat that your middle school teacher used to say that one rat spoils the broth. Then the nickname was changed to Rat because it was so disgusting. Rat was arguably the most notorious of the several jerks in Class 13. It's not that this person is such a bully, it's that this person does everything but study every day, and that's how he manages to be 40 or 50 points above the first book line. Who do you change who was not angry? Jiang Yu was looking at him to see that he could take more than 90 in English, and felt that his efforts were like feeding a dog. Rat was in the same middle school as Jiang Yu, but not in the same class. In middle school this kid was particularly fond of being A and was chased almost every day. He knows he's smart. Yes, literally. So also especially like to show IQ with others, as a way to show their superiority. When I saw people's little girls writing questions there, I went over to talk to them. Stupid little bitty, still writing, can you learn to understand? Pick F. You believe me, pick F. Pick F, go straight to the cockpit. Toot dash. For such a person, Jiang Yu felt that it was a miracle that he managed to survive until graduation. His mom thought he was ADHD and took him to the hospital, but everything tested normal, just more energetic than normal, naturally. Then I don't know where I got a used motorcycle, and on weekends, I ran to the outer ring road to race for thrills. This kid before driving without a license has been nothing. The results of a while ago, the driver's license will soon be down. The motorcycle was the traffic police detained. At that time, the traffic police also saw that he was a student, so they impounded the motorcycle, and there was no other punishment. But this motorcycle impoundment of his is also interesting. The car was impounded and his hair was shaved, which indirectly led to the hair of the few of them in Class 13 who used to hang out together. This story is also old and interesting. At that time Jiang Yu listened to the joy of a classroom. Pouty is the one who likes to fight, and usually kids who like to fight are rebellious and disobedient. But Pouty is one of the few kids who likes to fight but is also obedient. Why is it called pouting? Is that junior high school will not all popular what standing stick is to be the boss, and then if someone to stand the stick of this person to overcome, it is called pouting stick. That will pouting son on a daily basis to find each school famous people. With people dating, almost all junior high school all beat up. But high school basically doesn't play games as childish as stand-up sticks anymore. So Pouty doesn't know who to call if he wants to go play high school. Then I heard that there is a female martial arts god in the 4th middle school of others. A kick can give a person's arm broken. And then Pouting's son went to go to fight with someone. The result is just into the school gate by the female martial arts god's minions indiscriminately beat. And later the main body over. And then by the other girl pointing to her nose and scolded, saying that his muscles have grown into the brain and so on. No shortage of jokes because of this. Originally, Pouty wanted to go in sports. But in itself, he was okay in culture. So his family didn't agree in any way. When he got to high school, because of the school rules, Pouty was definitely not allowed to go out and get into trouble. So he had to go to a boxing gym or something over the holidays. After the two came, Shin Kai roughly explained the situation. The dormitory on this side of the second high school, the original is only 1 or 2 floors with window guards. And then because a student because of too much pressure to study, jumped from the 5th floor, scared school leaders put window guards on all floors. But that student was also great. Jumping from the 5th floor actually didn't hurt, just a broken arm. He was nicknamed Jumping Brother. There's no way you've never heard of the legend of the Jumping Brother as long as you're staying. So it's not feasible to say that window flipping is by definition not feasible. However, there is only one window in the entire building that does not have window guards. That's the window facing out from the hostel room. At the time, because the school as a whole was installing window guards, it was said that some of the less sturdy ones on the 1st and 2nd floors should be replaced as well. The one in the hostel room was removed at the time, but never installed again. And the hostel manager sometimes also with the patrol of the security guards, through the window to steal quietly drink a couple of cups, so the window guards of this window has not been installed. Shin Kai's plan was that Rat and Pout lured the hostess out. Then Xian Xin flipped out the window of the hostess's room. I can only send you out of the dormitory. You'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Shin Kai said. Oi, another penalty to carry. Rat said excitedly. Shin Kai's gang were jerks. But students who weren't jerks usually didn't have this much guts. And Xian Xin was still considered a good student in the traditional sense after all. Shin Kai's plan. Xian Xin listened to it and broke into a cold sweat. Sneaking into the resident's room in the middle of the night and flipping out the window of the room would make my head spin just thinking about it if I got caught. What about being caught on surveillance? Xian Xin asked. It doesn't matter if you don't get caught, Shin Kai explained. The resident manager will definitely check the surveillance when the time comes. The dormitory surveillance is independent, and I've said many times that I want to change the surveillance, but I haven't done it for various reasons. The surveillance over at the school security room is connected to a server, and the surveillance on the dormitory side is local, which means it is possible if the surveillance on the dormitory side breaks down someday, or some surveillance records are deleted by operator error. Although the big things can't be suppressed, some small things can still be operated. It's also a small mindset of some of the people in charge inside the school. The hostel manager checked the surveillance and found that someone slipped into his room and tumbled out of the window. Surely not dare to report it, which if reported, the job will certainly not be able to keep. This is a major dereliction of duty. Wages are generally quite a bit higher on this side of the 2nd grade than elsewhere, and no one can afford to part with them, especially if they are older. So the odds are that the hosts will pretend nothing happened. So, what if it's in the papers? Xian Xin asked with some fear. You're on probation, and a few of us get demerits. Shin Kai said. In fact, this kind of thing, because it also did not cause a particularly bad impact, basically will not be on probation. At most a demerit. Shin Kai said only the worst results. It's probably just as well that it hit the fan and the school leaders wanted to make an example of it or something. And to be honest, when you're a student, this kind of punishment, except for being directly expelled or persuaded to leave, is basically a scarecrow. Even with a penalty, it doesn't really matter if you're honest behind you and don't make any big mistakes. Look at Xian Xin a little hesitant. Shin Kai shrugged his shoulders. Forget it if you don't dare. Back. Wait. Xian Xin gritted his teeth. Eventually the impulse of the love brain overcame reason. Although Xian Xin and Guan Xin close contact not a few days, but Xian Xin like Guan Xin but like for a long time. You only have 1 minute. The window structure is the same as the dormitories. If you can't pull it you can snap the handle upwards. Remember to restore the window to its original position after you go out. Shin Kai admonished. Asterisk 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 who let you use my water glass? Give me the ing water glass. Who's using your water glass? This is mine. Don't you move me. The hostess hears a commotion outside and rushes out to check it out. Rat and Pout saw the hostess come out and ran upstairs while pretending to fight. While it's possible to lure the host out in other ways, the host usually comes out and locks the door to his room first thing, so only a student confrontation can keep him from locking the door in time. Moreover, the second middle school because the punishment for fighting is very heavy, so the two just pretend to fight. Even if they are caught, they can say that they are robbing things to fool around, also not to back disciplinary action. Even if Qian Xian's matter was reported, they, as facilitators, would at most be given a demerit, but of course Qin Kai would definitely be given a major demerit. And that's if Qian Xian didn't keep his mouth shut and gave up a few people. Otherwise, it's a stiff upper lip that it happened to coincide, and the school can't discipline a student on a brainstorm without clear evidence. Sure enough, the resident manager saw a fight and couldn't lock the door in time to follow. Qin Kai, who was hiding in the toilet on the first floor, signaled Qian Xian with his eyes. Qian Xian gritted his teeth and drilled into the hostel's room, and Qin Kai craned his neck in the direction of the hostel manager chasing the man, hoping to help Qian Xian stall a little longer. Chapter 114, The Best Bubble Noodles. After the host chased the man up to the fourth floor, where was the man? Then he went back to the first floor while cursing in a low voice, only to see Qin Kai at the entrance of the building. What are you doing? Don't go back to bed yet, the hostess reprimanded. I heard a commotion and came out to check it out, Qin Kai said. Which dormitory? What's your name? Do you want to get demerits? The dormitory manager proceeded to reprimand. There are only so many students living in the dormitory. The dormitory manager basically looked familiar. But if you want to say what is called, which dormitory, that really is not to say. And the demerits don't help over here. But if you get 10 demerits, you can get the hell out of the dorm and you won't be allowed to live there. But the demerits reset every semester. So basically I haven't seen anyone actually get kicked out of the dorm because of it. Come up and see for yourself, Qin Kai said as he was about to go upstairs. The hostess froze for a moment. There were students who dared to talk to him like that. Arrogant. Too arrogant. How can I be this hostess in the future if I don't give him demerits for this? Come on, don't you go. The hostess grabbed Qin Kai's arm and was about to yank him towards his room. Qin Kai also stood motionless. It was a 3-minute stalemate. 305. Qin Kai craned his neck. He had dragged himself out long enough, and if Qian Xian hadn't gotten out yet, there was nothing he could do. In fact, Qian Xian had already tumbled out when the hostess had just arrived on the first floor, and sent a message to Qin Kai. But the hostel manager happened to be on the first floor at that time, and Qin Kai didn't look at his cell phone, so he didn't know. When the hostess saw Qin Kai say that she released his arm, 2 demerits, and it's going to happen again, the hostess warned. Still 2 points, Qin Kai said, craning his neck. There is only so much power in the hands of the hostel manager, and it's not like he can deduct as much as he wants. He has to follow the school rules as well. Of course it's not okay to lie about this kind of thing. And if you get caught lying you get 10 points straight away and you can just get the hell out of there. Get back to bed. Qin Kai turned around and went upstairs with a light grunt. Although the hostel manager had caught Qin Kai, the 2 boys who were fighting in front of him were not caught. By all rights, this should have been the way to get the 2 caught. It would have delayed the situation even more, and the hostel manager would have probably stopped checking the surveillance once he had caught the people. But after all, it's an impromptu idea, and many times there's no way to think through every aspect. The resident manager went back and started checking the surveillance. But checking, suddenly the whole thing froze. For he saw, not long after he had gone out, a student stooping and slipping into his room. The hostess felt a rush of cold air go straight to her head. He got up in a hurry and rummaged back and forth in his room, but there was no sign of any students. He walked back and forth across the room anxiously, when suddenly he looked toward the window and seemed to think of something. Let's just say, someone's not going to be able to sleep tonight. Now that's 2 situations. One is to report it to the school and wait to be expelled. This has been a major incident for the hostess. The other pretends to know nothing, and if the students are at peace with each other, then all is well with the years. If something goes wrong, then he will also take a considerable portion of the responsibility. But to put it bluntly, in fact, the most serious consequence is not still being fired, and it's not his turn to pay for the damages. After Qian Xian exited the dormitory, he saw a security guard patrolling. And only after the security guards had all passed did Qian Xian dare to lean slowly towards the school's wall. When he reached the wall, Qian Xian found a dead end of the surveillance and flipped over. Hiss! Qian Xian covered his arm and gritted his teeth. Because I wasn't paying attention while going over the wall and got my arm cut by the fence on the wall. Qian Xian rolled up his sleeve and looked at it. His arm was not scratched, just a red mark. I have to say that the quality of the uniforms in the second school is really good this time. This way the school uniform didn't even break. After that Qian Xian took a cab and headed to Xintiandi Skyline hotel room. Since Skyline was the closest star hotel to Xintiandi, Xiaoying placed the drunken Wu Tingting here first. Since Wu Tingting had already thrown up before, plus she hadn't eaten anything since then, she should be fine. Xiaoying looked at Wu Tingting who was already asleep and let out a long breath. then said to Guan Xin, "Want to go get something to eat?" Okay. Guan Xin nodded. "There's nothing to eat now. Why don't we go to a convenience store and eat instant noodles?" Xia Ying asked. Okay. Guan Xin nodded. The two then went to the convenience store across from Xintiandi. This 24-hour convenience store seemed to be the only one around that was still open. "What flavor do you want?" Xia Ying asked. "Braised beef noodles it is," Guan Xin said as she sat down and held her forehead with her hand. Apparently Guan Xin also drank a little too much. However, it was also good that in the end, Wu Tingting got high on her own and didn't continue to dunk Guan Xin, or else it was expected that Guan Xin would have to do the same as Wu Tingting. "Braised beef noodles are everywhere. Why don't you try a different flavor? I think this is good." Xia Ying held the bubble noodles in her hand and shook it to signal Guan Xin. Good. After that the clerk gave the two men bubble noodles. "Sister Xia Ying, you don't seem to be drunk at all," Guan Xin said as she looked at Xia Ying with a red face. "I'm okay with drinking." Xia Ying smiled. Usually, Wu Tingting went out to go crazy and especially liked to bring Xia Ying with her. Just because it was hard for Xia Ying to get drunk, Wu Tingting drank too much on her own, and Xia Ying was able to take care of her. "So envious of you guys." Guan Xin pouted. "There's nothing to envy. Everyone has their own life. If you can't change it, learn to enjoy it." Xia Ying brought over 2 more bottles of yogurt, unscrewed one of the bottles, inserted the straw and handed it to Guan Xin. "Thanks," Guan Xin said as she took the yogurt. "A lot of people are looking for you on my side. Should I help you back?" Xia Ying pushed her cell phone to Guan Xin, because Wu Tingting posted that friend circle. Soon a bunch of people approached Wu Tingting to ask about Guan Xin. It turned out that Wu Tingting was too drunk to even look at her cell phone. So these people started contacting Xia Ying, who got up one day with Wu Tingting. Various missed calls, WeChat voice, video calls. The messages are even more numerous. Guan Xin also panicked. Suffice it to say, how much fun I had then. How scared I am now. Not only that, but Guan Xin thought of something else. "Where is your own cell phone?" Guan Xin hastily touched her own pockets, but found them empty. Oops. At that time, Wu Tingting didn't know where she had thrown her cell phone. Seeing Guan Xin in a hurry, Xia Ying took Guan Xin's cell phone out of her clothes pocket. "It seems to be dead." Oh, scared me to death. Guan Xin put her cell phone on her chest and said with a palpitating heart. After that, Xia Ying helped Guan Xin ask the clerk for the charger. But Guan Xin didn't have the courage to turn on her cell phone even though she had charged it, because she knows her mom and dad must be looking for her like crazy. The thought of my own mother being fierce. Guan Xin then trembled with fear. It wasn't long before the bubbly was ready. Guan Xin sniffled and started to eat. The flavor is nothing like the instant noodles I've had before. I don't know if it was because of the psychological effect, but Guan Xin felt that this bowl of instant noodles was extraordinarily delicious, and it could be said that it was the best bowl of instant noodles she had ever eaten. But because of this, Guan Xin ate very slowly, afraid to finish the bowl of instant noodles. "It's like the last meal on death row. Not good?" Xia Ying asked. "Should I get you another one?" Guan Xin shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "It's delicious." At this point, a cab pulled up to the entrance of Xintiandi. Then out of the car came a teenager in a school uniform. Xia Ying gently patted Guan Xin. "Wasn't looking for you." Guan Xin looked up and froze, then ran out in a huff. Qian Xin. Chapter 115, The Stage Play of Youth. Qian Xin heard someone call out to him and hurriedly turned around. Guan Xin? An unspeakable emotion surged through Qian Xin's heart. Guan Xin ran to Qian Xin and instantly jumped into Qian Xin's arms. The tears could no longer be held back and burst forth like turbulence. "It's okay, Qian Xin said while stroking Guan Xin's hair. "Qian Xin, I'm so scared, really scared." "It's okay, everything will be okay." Qian Xin hugged her tightly. Xia Ying saw the two tightly embracing each other, a slight smile, whispered "really good" and then left. The grand stage play of youth. Even if you are not the main character, you will applaud the people on the stage. And Qin Kai, who was leaning his back against the wall of the water room with one foot on the sink, spinning his lighter in his hand, couldn't help but laugh softly before muttering in a small voice, "Should be here by now." Romance does not need to be carefully prepared. Often in the moment of decision, will be overflowing with love. The bystanders dip a little. You can listen to the sound of happiness. Chen Xin and Guan Xin just hugged each other tightly, not knowing how long they hugged each other, until Guan Xin stopped crying and her breathing became steady. Guan Xin raised her head slightly and looked into Qian Xin's eyes. I don't know why, Guan Xin suddenly felt so scared that Qian Xin suddenly came. I have to say, the popped finish does have a lot of backbone. Just as the two were snuggling up to each other, a sedan pulled up in front of Zinti Andy. 3 men got out of the car. Wang Wan, class 12 teacher, and Guan Xian's parents. Qian Xian unconsciously pressed Guan Xian's head into his arms again when he saw this. At this time Wang Wan also found Qian Xian on the roadside. Qian Xian, Wang Wan shouted. Guan Xian heard it was her homeroom teacher's voice and turned around to look, but she saw not only the class teacher Wang Wan, but also her own parents following her. Guan Xian's mother rushed up and was about to hit Guan Xian, but luckily she was stopped in time by Wang Wan. At this time Guan Xian's father couldn't stand it anymore and started to argue with Guan Xian's mother. Before Guan Xian's mother beat Guan Xian, although Guan Xian's father was heartbroken, Guan Xian's mother did make a lot of sacrifices for the family, so he tolerated it. But this time, he almost lost his own daughter, which a big old man can't bear. In the end it was Wang Wan who took the 2 kids and Guan Xian's parents to find a restaurant to sit down and have a good chat. What parent wouldn't be angry watching their daughter being taken to a bar in the middle of the night, her little face flushed with drink? Being scolded by himself is not angry, and I do not know what a person in that head down giggling. Originally, Guan Xian's mom thought that Qian Xian had brought her daughter out, but then she realized that Qian Xian had also come out to look for her daughter. Looking at Qian Xian was not as unpleasant as when they first met, but they still didn't like it much. Things were all said and done, and the parents and teachers must have all disapproved of early love. So Qian Xian and Guan Xian both made promises on the spot as well. After that, Guan Xian's parents want to take Guan Xian home, but Guan Xian is afraid that her mother will beat her so she won't agree. Finally, under the repeated assurances of Guan Xian's father, Guan Xian reluctantly got into the car with her parents. After Guan Xian's family left, "How did you get out?" Wang Wan asked to Qian Xian. "From the school over the wall," Qian Xian replied. "I mean, how did you get out of the dormitory?" Wang Wan then asked. Qian Xian now wanted to give himself 2 mouths. Had he known to say that he happened to be out surfing the internet today? Qin Kai helped himself so much, and he couldn't give him up. Seeing that Qian Xian didn't say anything, Wang Wan then asked, "Who told you Guan Xian was here?" Qian Xian still didn't say anything. Qin Kai? No. Qian Xian just wanted to say no, but suddenly reacted to the fact that if he said no, it would be the same as admitting it, and then hastily shut up. "I knew it was him." Wang Wan let out a long breath. Qin Kai, of course, told Wang Wan about Guan Xian being near Zinti Andy after Qian Xian left. Plus, both were residents, so it was inevitable that there would be some association. Although I don't know exactly how Qian Xian came out, but there must be Qin Kai involved in it. You should lessen your dealings with him in the future. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she didn't say anything else. For Qin Kai, Wang Wan doesn't like him much either, but there are some things in the class that he does still need his help mediating. Originally Wang Wan wanted to take a taxi to send Qian Xian back to school, but then thought, now it is not the same thing to send back. Bring back to their own home is not the same thing, so can only open a room in the hotel. Then Wang Wan used her cell phone to book a hotel online that was closer to the side. Hotel. The standard rooms are gone. Now there are only king-size bedrooms. The front desk of the hotel saw that it was a man and a woman who came, and it was directly a standard conversation. A king-size room then, Wang Wan said. ID. The hotel receptionist said. Because Chen Xian didn't have his ID card with him, Wang Wan could only take out her own ID card. Both of them. The hotel receptionist continued. He doesn't live. Just me. In the middle of the night, Wang Wan was too lazy to pull the wool over his eyes. The front desk of the hotel couldn't do anything about it when they saw people saying that. Once the room was opened, the two went upstairs. You talk about this student nowadays, so young and not learning. Maybe it's the woman's old cow. Hey, fight or bet. You say the guy comes down first, or the girl. Since you're looking for one of those more affordable hotels, usually several of them have front desks on the first floor, so when they're on night duty, these guys like to sit around and crickets the occupants of their rooms on a big night. Okay, then you rest quickly. You can still sleep for almost 3.5 hours. Set the alarm. Don't be late tomorrow. Wang Wan admonished. Got it. Thank you, teacher. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you later. Qian Xian said with some embarrassment. It's fine. You don't have to care. Hurry up and rest. I'm leaving. Wang Wan went downstairs after placing Qian Xian, walked out of the hotel and looked at the empty street. Wang Wan tightened the clothes on her body and couldn't help but speak as well. That's nice. Wang Wan would like to have some of these moments etched in her mind than the unruffled moments on her own way to school. Would also like to have a boy who would rise to the occasion for himself, though not as dramatic as the dramas that play out. Often the ordinary relationships are also more able to move people. The one in your own house is probably sleeping like a dead pig by now. When Guan Xin returned home, although her mother didn't do it again because of her father's obstruction, a scolding couldn't escape. It's basically those what? Don't want to die. People pull you go. So adult. Don't know what is dangerous is not it. Be abducted to sell how to do. What parent wouldn't be angry when this happens? Guan Xin didn't cry this time. The alcohol came up, and even looked at her mom there and giggled. To Guan Xin's mother's exasperation, she almost did a double take. What parent can't be angry when they discipline a child and see that the child is not only not afraid, but also giggling? But luckily Guan Xin's father pulled Guan Xin's mother away in time and then sent Guan Xin back to her room to sleep. 5 a.m. Zijin Court neighborhood. Hey, how did you come back? Aren't you studying? Zhou Qing stood at the entrance of the building looking at Zhang Ziyong in front of her surprised. There was a sudden problem at that venue for the study, and then the study was cancelled for now. Then you didn't tell me in advance. Zhou Qing complained. I saw that you were in a hurry, so I didn't tell you. What happened to your father? Zhang Ziyong asked. That's it, the usual. So you don't need company at night? You don't say. Linny, this child has really grown up. Came over in the middle of the night and said that he would pick up my class. I was uneasy at first, but then I realized that this child is really quite good now, and knows a lot more than he did when he was a child. Zhou Qing said. Linny is Zhang Yu's cousin, Zhang Yu's great-aunt's son, before he brought his object to Zhang Yu's house for a meal. At that time, Zhou Qing's impression of him was still not very good, but this time, there was a lot of change of opinion. Let's go into the elevator first. Zhang Ziyong put his arm around Zhou Qing and entered the elevator. Hey, by the way, your studies have been cancelled. Why don't you stay over there for a night instead? Don't they provide accommodation over there? Zhou Qing said. The venue and the accommodation are together, and they have been tugging at each other there. And in the end, I don't know what's going on, so I'll go first, Zhang Ziyong said. Then you'd rather just find a place to stay by yourself. Don't get tired in the car in the middle of the night. You still think you're young. I can't help it. A good back means you can sit still. And that's quite a lot of staying one night and saving $2. Travel reimbursement for Zhang Ziyong's unit is based on the day. You can go for full reimbursement or fixed cost. If you choose fixed cost, the savings are your own. But the fixed fee is certainly quite a bit less than the full reimbursement. The two models are also designed to accommodate both the young and these older guys who are getting on in years. Young people generally like full reimbursement. Go out on business trips certainly cannot be compromised. That the accommodation and food certainly cannot be too bad. But the older ones, who don't have any feelings about this, basically go with fixed costs and want to be able to save more for their children to spend. Some business trips, such as study trips, are provided with accommodation, while others are not, such as some visits to surveys. After all, business trips are hard work, and the leaders at the time, in order for all of us to get a little more oil, so regardless of whether or not to mention the provision of lodging, business trips are reimbursed for lodging expenses. Later, to engage in clean government, this leader was taken down, but he made some rules and regulations did not move. This kind of thing, you do not go out and talk nonsense, and no one will deliberately screw you, who will be too little money. That's how this system has been perpetuated now anyway. In fact, many organizations have their own hidden benefits that you wouldn't even know about if you weren't from that organization. Soon the elevator went up to the 12th floor. When you get home, hey, what are you doing? Zhang Ziyong said as he saw Zhou Qing come to the door of Zhang Yu's room. I'll take a look at my son. Zhou Cheng placed her hand on the doorknob of Zhang Yu's room. Don't you wake up your son, Zhang Ziyong said breathlessly. I'll just take a look, Zhou Qing said and gently opened the door to Zhang Yu's room. Chapter 116, just a sip. The door to the room opened. Zhou Qing took a cursory glance and closed the door, but suddenly felt that something was wrong again. Just opened the door again. Strange, why are there two people on the bed? Did you bring your classmates back? With that, Zhou Qing had a bad feeling, because she vaguely saw that it was a classmate with long hair. Zhou Cheng wasn't sure, so she turned on the flashlight of her own cell phone and shone it slightly. After determining that it was a girl, Zhou Qing's brain buzzed directly, but the next second, something that made Zhou Qing even more unexpected happened. Lin Qiuyue, your grandpa. Zhang Yu got up in a daze, then rode on Lin Qiuyue's body, picked up the pillow in his hand and started smashing it. After being tossed around by Lin Qiuyu all night, Zhang Yu was already a light sleeper. Zhou Qing opened the door to Zhang Yu had actually woken up. Then Zhou Qing turned her cell phone on the flashlight. In a flash, he gave Zhang Yu a shake, but Zhang Yu didn't think it was his own mother who came back, and thought it was Lin Qiuyue who made a demon again. As a result, Lin Qiuyu also woke up after being tossed around like that, but when she woke up, she saw Zhang Yu riding on top of her, and had to cover her head with a pillow, and thought that Zhang Yu was beastly, and then her whole body started screaming. Then the two began to tear themselves apart, tangling together on the bed. It's a straight-up handful of martial arts action sequences. Jiang Yu was originally writing on Lin Xiaoyu, but as a result of being pulled like this, he was directly pulled to lie on top of Lin Xiaoyu. With their faces so close, Lin Xiaoyu thought that Jiang Yu was going to kiss herself, and she was anxious. Then he pushed Jiang Yu's face with his hand and ended up stabbing a finger in Jiang Yu's mouth. Directly salted Jiang Yu. The foreignness coming from her fingertips caused Lin Xiaoyu to feel a wave of nausea, and she hurriedly pulled her fingers out. And Jiang Yu was disgusted and instinctively poo-pooed it. Spittle directly crashed onto Lin Xiaoyu's face. Lin Xiaoyu was going crazy and pinched Jiang Yu's thigh. Hiss! Jiang Yu cried out in pain, and then not to be outdone, he also pinched Lin Xiaoyu's thigh as a response. Zhou Qing were stunned. Looking at this out-of-control scene in front of them directly lost their bearings and froze in place, completely at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, Zhang Jiyan came over in time to turn the lights on, which ended the farce. After that, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu first simply tidied up their clothes, and then briefly explained. What happened last night? Auntie, I'm really sorry, Lin Xiaoyu said somewhat apologetically. Hey you girl, what's there to be embarrassed about? Although Zhou Qing said this on her lips, she didn't have a clue in her heart. These two little guys really don't want something to happen while the adults are away, do they? But just looking at this morning, it shouldn't be. After that, Jiang Yu first apologized to Miss Lin, and then accompanied people back to her house to change their clothes. After all, he had misunderstood people himself. Of course, while changing his clothes, Jiang Yu stood at the door of Lin Xiaoyu's bedroom. By the time he came back after changing his clothes, Zhou Qing's breakfast was almost ready. Standard breakfast in 3 pieces, milk and egg bread. The milk was warmed, the eggs were fried, and the bread was toasted briefly. Zhang Jiyan went back to his room to rest first because he was really tired from the car ride. Eggs and bread Lin Xiaoyu ate, but milk Lin Xiaoyu sip. Really fishy, cannot swallow. People who are sensitive to the smell can't really stand it. Originally, with cold fresh milk, this flavor wasn't very noticeable, but once it was warmed up, it was infinitely more amplified. But for Jiang Yu, although it was a bit fishy, it was still acceptable. So, Lin Xiaoyu kicked Jiang Yu with her foot, then he signaled Jiang Yu with his eyes, meaning to help me drink. Originally, Jiang Yu just got up. That will get up is quite serious, but rested half a day, but also slowed down. Plus itself is also misunderstanding people Lin Xiaoyu. So look at Lin Xiaoyu is not so bad. Jiang Yu returned a look, evil or not, you've drunk it all. Lin Xiaoyu, help. JY, if you don't want to drink it, you can leave it. When I was a kid, it was rude to go to someone's house to eat and have leftovers. Usually you have to eat as much as people serve you. And Lin Xiaoyu is in that mindset now. Lin Xiaoyu, you drink it for me. JYU, I don't. Lin Xiaoyu, please. JY, what's left is left. Zhou Qing came out of the bathroom and froze for a moment when she saw the two of them frowning. Did you leave the window open at night and get caught in the wind? Seeing how Jiang Yu refused to help, Jiang Yu's old mom also came out. So Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, then took a big gulp of the milk in the bowl. After drinking it, he hastily winked at Jiang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu, hurry up. Mom, we're going to school then, Jiang Yu said. This early? Zhou Qing said as she glanced at the time. The school gates should just be opening now. Aha! The two got into the elevator just in time to meet the great-aunt who was in charge of cleaning in the morning. The milk was so fishy that originally Lin Xiaoyu had a mouthful left in her mouth and was ready to go outside and spit it out. I ended up spraying in the elevator when I couldn't hold it in. Put. Asterisk. Don't scare me. Jiang Yu was directly startled when he saw Lin Xiaoyu in this manner. This don't give drink accident. If I had known I would help her drink. It shouldn't be an allergy. To be reasonable, it should have been an allergy last night. Then the cleaning aunt also looked at the two with a very puzzled and unsure look. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Auntie didn't say anything either. She just silently used the mop to dispose of the milk that Lin Xiaoyu had sprayed out. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to explain, but she didn't know how. This even made Lin Xiaoyu's earlobes blush a little. Walking to school, tell me about you. Don't drink if you don't want to. Just don't drink a milk. My mom can still have a problem with you. What? Jiang Yu spat. Jiang Yu also understood the mentality of going to someone's house to eat something that couldn't be left in the bowl. However, at that time Lin Xiaoyu had jet that out. Really give Jiang Yu startled. Jiang Yu also thought that their own mother to the milk under something. You can die if you help me drink, Lin Xiaoyu said in dissatisfaction. Actually, it's just as well to help you drink. Mostly, right? Jiang Yu hesitated. What's the main thing? Mainly because I saw you spit it back out after taking a sip, Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu, you're going to die. I didn't. Lin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red. Zhou Qing didn't notice Lin Xiaoyu's little action, but Jiang Yu could see it clearly. Jiangyu, just say you threw up or not. Lin Xiaoyu, no. Jiangyu, I see bubbles in your bowl. When Lin Xiaoyu saw that she had been dismantled, her aura weakened by 3 points. Lin Xiaoyu, I just sip it. Just a little bit. Lin Xiaoyu gestured with her hand. Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit fishy when she smelled it at that time, so she took a sip first, and as a result, she really didn't strain herself, letting this bit of milk go back the way it came, and then accidentally blew a bubble. At that time, Lin Xiaoyu had thought about spitting in the paper, but Zhou Qin kept looking at it, so Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the heart. Jiangyu, that's also vomiting. You still let me drink, evil or not. Lin Xiaoyu, you, don't mention this matter in the future. Jiangyu, you're allowed to spit. I'm not allowed to mention it. Lin Xiaoyu, why are you like this? So tell me, how can I not mention it? Jiangyu, that, simple. Jiangyu didn't finish his sentence. Instead his eyes went to Lin Xiaoyu's calf. Lin Xiaoyu, Jiangyu, you, give, me, go, die. After arriving at school, Jiangyu then lay down on the table to catch up on some sleep first. Not long after Jiangyu felt someone tapping his shoulder. Who is it? Jiangyu raised his head in a daze. Only Han Cheyenne stood by her side. Can I talk to you? Han Cheyenne asked. Okay. Originally, Jiangyu wanted to continue to lie down and rest, but after all, people had looked for them, and if he didn't go, it seemed like he was weak-minded or something. After that the two went out of the class to find a place where no one was around. What is it? Jiangyu asked. Nothing, it's just that it's been a long time, Han Cheyenne said. Originally, Han Cheyenne was prepared to wait for Jiangyu to take the initiative to find herself, but as a result, Jiangyu didn't come for the whole day yesterday, so Han Cheyenne had to take the initiative to find Jiangyu. What a familiar line. Jiangyu was afraid that Han Cheyenne would suddenly come with a line. It's been a long time. You've grown so big. Those 7 aunts and uncles, when they saw Jiangyu, would basically come up with this. Yeah, didn't I hear that you went over to West Sea City? Why did you suddenly remember to come back? Jiangyu said. Han Cheyenne didn't respond positively. Instead, brought you breakfast. Han Cheyenne took her hand out from behind her back and carried a paper bag in her hand, which was supposed to be bread or something like that. I ate at home this morning, Jiangyu said with embarrassment. Did your mom make this for you? Han Cheyenne asked. Is it still the same flavor as before? It's just regular breakfast. Jiangyu looked slightly embarrassed that Han Cheyenne had brought this up. It seems she was lying even then when she said it tasted okay. It seems like there's no need for someone else to switch with you. Han Cheyenne smiled slightly. Jiangyu grinned in embarrassment. The teacher said that the seats will be changed next week, so should I talk to the teacher and let's share the same table, like before? Han Cheyenne said. Just when Jiangyu didn't know how to reply, Lin Xiaoyu came over angrily. Jiangyu, where's your homework? Can you turn it in and talk? Jiangyu looked at Lin Xiaoyu's appearance and wondered what kind of wind she was smoking, and his temper came up at once. Crossing the river and breaking the bridge, using people towards the front and not towards the back. Why didn't I see you so good last night? If Lin Xiaoyu had dared to be like this last night, Jiangyu would have directly blown her out. So, holy, Lin Xiaoyu it's not the time for you to shiver in my bed last night, Jiangyu said angrily. Lin Xiaoyu, Han Cheyenne, Jiangyu. After Jiangyu finished speaking, all 3 people froze. Chapter 117, I like white silk. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned, and hurriedly signaled Jiangyu with her eyes, meaning what are you talking nonsense about? To be honest, Jiangyu hadn't been awake in the first place, and then when Lin Xiaoyu was so angry, he just blurted it out. Now Jiangyu didn't even know how to find a remedy, so it could only dump the pot back on Lin Xiaoyu. JY, what are you running over to commit? Autumn Moonlin, I'll collect my homework. Han Cheyenne didn't know what the two were playing dumb as she watched them frown. You guys are? It's nothing. It's just that last night she came to my house to do her homework and the two of us fooled around, Jiangyu forcefully explained. Han Cheyenne didn't take Jiangyu's words, but turned to Lin Xiaoyu and said, I can help you find the best doctor. Lin Xiaoyu was confused. Get a doctor? What do you mean? You're not in need. Han Cheyenne paused for a moment, not sure how to say this. What do I need? A question mark was written all over Lin Xiaoyu's face. Scrape the womb, Han Cheyenne said. Han Cheyenne had wanted to say abortion, but she was afraid of irritating Lin Xiaoyu, so she changed it to scraping the uterus. Lin Xiaoyu, Jiangyu. The thing is, after Han Cheyenne turned around, she was waiting for Jiangyu to take the initiative to come over and find herself, but it turned out that Jiangyu didn't take care of her at all. But Jiangyu didn't care, but there were people who did. All the young boys in the class wanted to find an excuse to chat with Han Cheyenne. Even those who didn't have anything to say themselves crowded over to listen. Among them, the number of Zhong Wei. This kid ran hard, and in order to highlight his professional ability, He did not give Han Kaiyan a lot of gossip about the class. This included the matter of Lin Xiaoyu's stomach being enlarged by Zhang Yu. At first, Han Kaiyan also thought it was a blind rumor by Zhang Wei. Now that he heard Zhang Yu say that the two of them were sleeping together, then this might be true as well. It's hard for middle school students to deal with this kind of thing on their own in general, so that's why Han Kaiyan was thinking of helping. It was actually a kind gesture, and there was no malice in it. They even all euphemize abortion as scraping, but that's not what Lin Xiaoyu heard. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu had been looking at Han Kaiyan a bit unfavorably, and Zhang Yu could feel it. He was also afraid that Lin Xiaoyu's temper would come up and give Han Kaiyan another whack, so Zhang Yu hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaoyu away. Pissed me off? What kind of person? I recruited her and messed with her. She came up to scrape my palace. Sick. Lin Xiaoyu huffed and puffed. Even if you liked Zhang Yu, you stayed at his house for one night by yourself. You have to scrape your own uterus. The novels written are not as vicious as you are. It must be a misunderstanding, Zhang Yu said helplessly. In Zhang Yu's impression, Han Kaiyan was quite nice, and even if he hadn't seen her for so many years, Zhang Yu felt that Han Kaiyan's nature shouldn't have changed. And, I mean, isn't there a single normal person coming out of your third form? Lin Xiaoyu said as she wrinkled her nose. No, what do you mean there is not a single normal person coming out of our third middle school? Zhang Yu was instantly unconvinced as well. Your mouth is full of trains to earn black-hearted money. Let's not talk about it. This Han Kaiyan, a meeting to give people to scrape the womb of the 13th class. What rats, to see people bare to big teeth. Everyday crazy no bullying their class of girls. There is also that the 27th class of the Wu Tingting. I'm too lazy to say her. You look at your third middle school out of what are some of the people. Lin Xiaoyu spat. Hey, 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 hey. Zhang Jiayue and Hefeng can also be from our third middle school. You're not even scolding both of them. Zhang Yu said. Do you think these two are normal? Lin Xiaoyu asked rhetorically. Lin Xiaoyu directly gave Zhang Yu a question. You'd have to say these two are normal, and you'd have to say they're not normal, and they do seem a bit abnormal at times. Zhang Jiayue had intermittent social humbug syndrome, and Zhang Yu was aware of it. The Zhang Jiayue one isn't just socially awesome anymore, and it basically only works when there are two of them. Lin Xiaoyu remembered the first time she went out to eat with Zhang Jiayue alone. Lin Xiaoyu asked Zhang Jiayue what to eat. Zhang Jiayue said that there are many people in this house, so let's go to this house first. After the two entered the store, Lin Xiaoyu was there looking at the menu. Zhang Jiayue, on the other hand, looked at the table of people over there who were eating, so she ran over to ask them if they were good. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned, because the restaurant owner is still there watching. People say it's okay. Then Zhang Jiayue went to ask the next table, asked several tables from table to table. The reviews received were basically okay. Then Zhang Jiayue pulled Lin Xiaoyu and walked out. Lin Xiaoyu asked her why. Zhang Jiayue then said, the general public said that it is okay, is not good, to say quite good, is still make do. If you recommend dishes, well, then it is worth a try. After that, Zhang Jiayue took Lin Xiaoyu to continue looking for a restaurant. When you walk in the door, you ask people if the diners are good. At that time, Lin Xiaoyu was too embarrassed to refuse because she had just met Zhang Jiayue not long ago. Zhang Jiayue just asked all the way, and Lin Xiaoyu also felt what social bullying was called for the first time. Lin Xiaoyu later entered the restaurant with her head down, not even daring to look at the boss or the waiter. Lin Xiaoyu also thought about letting Zhang Jiayue go in alone to ask, but she was afraid that Zhang Jiayue would have a problem with herself because of this, so she could only follow with a stiff upper lip. With great difficulty, Zhang Jiayue found a family store guests to recommend dishes, but look at people's food is just coming up. Then Zhang Jiayue came to say, can you give us a taste of 2 pieces? After people agree, Zhang Jiayue then took a plate and chucked 2 pieces, tasted one for herself, and had to feed it to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly waved her hand. Zhang Jiayue did not insist, so she said, the flavor is really okay, we will take this one. After the food comes up, Zhang Jiayue took a new chopstick and gave the person 2 more pieces back, and give people a thumbs up when you're done. The middle child came in full force. Your taste buds I approve. Lin Xiaoyu was so bashful that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Since then, Lin Xiaoyu had never gone out to eat alone with Zhang Jiayue. At first, Lin Xiaoyu thought that Zhang Jiayue was messing around and joking with herself, but later, when she talked to others, she realized that this was her daily routine. According to Zhang Jiayue's logic was that it was rare for her to eat out during the week, so if she didn't eat well, she would feel bad. Zhang Jiayue, that socialite tough guy. Zhang Yu had also navigated through it. It was middle school duty. Got it late because there was a chalkboard or something. Then the two of them rode their bikes towards home. Although Hefeng and Zhang Jiayue were already together at that time, Hefeng had something to do that day, so he didn't wait for Zhang Jiayue. We all hung out together in middle school, and it's not like we're talking about avoiding suspicion or anything. Originally, Jongyu home is not from this side, because if it is from this side, it will be slightly detoured, but after all, it is late, can have a companion. A little detour is also a little detour. Then I encountered the traffic police on the side of the road, giving tickets for violations to cars that were parked in a disorderly manner. After Zhang Jiayue saw it, she was instantly addicted. Going up is a sentence. Uncle, busy? It's been a hard night. Can I have one on my brain? The traffic police uncle also found Zhang Jiayue interesting and smiled at Zhang Jiayue. At that time, he gave Zhongyu a bashful acceleration, pretended not to recognize Zhang Jiayue, and quickly withdrew from the scene. In fact, before Zhang Jiayue is not like this. In the past, although Zhang Jiayue inside the wild one, but after all, subject to the constraints of the traditional concepts, and not so outrageous, but junior high school when something happened, completely let Zhang Jiayue open the Pandora's box. It was also because of this incident that led to some of the later events, which eventually led to Zhang Jiayue and Hefeng coming together. So, Zhang Jiayue is indeed a bit strange, so Hefeng is always okay, right? Although Hefeng wasn't too normal in middle school, but now high school is at least a person. Hefeng, do you know what Zhang Jiayue said to me that day? Lin Xiaoyu was even more speechless talking about this. Zhongyu, say what? Autumn Moon Lin, asked me if I want to buy black silk. Zhongyu, huh? Lin Xiaoyu, I also you now this reaction. So I asked her why she bought. Lin Xiaoyu, she said Hefeng wanted to see it, but it's only shipping for 2 JY, so did she end up buying it? Lin Xiaoyu, huh? You're perverted, aren't you? Is that the point? The point is that Hefeng made Zhang Jiayue wear black silk. Zhongyu, no. It's not okay to like a black silk. Lin Xiaoyu, you tell me what sane person would like this kind of thing. Zhongyu, hey, why shouldn't normal people like black silk? Lin Xiaoyu, you like it too? Zhongyu, no, I'm not like Hefeng. Lin Xiaoyu, and you? Zhongyu, I like white silk. Chapter 118, I'll see who dares to say it. Lin Xiaoyu simply didn't know what to say when she heard it. What quirks these boys have. One by one. Zhongyu look at Lin Xiaoyu with a look of disdain look at himself. Suddenly also unconvinced, Ayo, you 4 out of the middle school are all normal people. You give people to beat the pants of the violent first. Not to mention, your girlfriend, what Tang Xianshan, a day up to seduce other people's boyfriends. Class 12 Qin Kai, go to other schools dormitory smoking was caught after hitting the hostel manager. Our class Zhongwei, sneaking around listening to gossip to people, and then listen to it. Sneaking around eavesdropping, listening to the gossip to people. You are all normal people. You. When Lin Xiaoyu heard this, it seemed that the ones that came out of her own school were really half a catty with others. Also, I just don't believe it. You Lin Xiaoyu can be a normal person in junior high school? I'll go back and find someone to ask. Zhang Yuwell said that he also knew a lot of people on the side of the 4th middle school for the test. Junior high school was not much of a crowd. Like Lin Xiaoyu's face value, it is impossible to be silent. I don't believe I can't find her black material. Feel free to ask. I'll see who of them dares to speak. Lin Xiaoyu said with a defiant face. Lin Xiaoyu's sentence directly gave Zhang Yu a whole lack of confidence. What do you mean who dares to say? Asterisk. No, were you this good in middle school? What? You Lin Xiaoyu at junior high school is also a stick. Poof. Lin Xiaoyu left with a light hum. During the few class periods in the morning, Zhang Yu was prying into Lin Xiaoyu's junior high school days almost as soon as he had the time. Zhang Yu first went to ask Qin Kai, who had an unnatural expression at the time. It's that look of 7 parts anger mixed with 2 parts helplessness as well as 1 part guilt, giving Zhang Yu a dumbfounded look. It was the first time Zhang Yu had ever seen this kind of expression. Then Qin Kai came and said he didn't know him well and left. Qin Kai obviously knew something, but wasn't willing to tell Zhang Yu. This made Zhang Yu even more curious. Then Zhang Yu sent a message to ask other people he knew in the 4th middle school, and the result was that these people, it seemed like they didn't even know that there was such a person as Lin Xiaoyu in the 4th middle school. It's not a living hell. Lin Xiaoyu this face value. You put in junior high school not to say first, how to be a top 3. A place the size of a junior high school can have no one who knows it? Zhang Yu even wondered if Lin Xiaoyu was from the 4th middle school or not. Like Zhang Yu words, their own junior high school, not to mention a grade. Is the following grade slightly more beautiful girls? Zhang Yu can call out the name. Is it hard to believe that Lin Xiaoyu at junior high is actually a little fat girl? But this beauty and ugliness actually has little to do with fat and thin. That good-looking people. That is, fat as well as good-looking. And Lin Xiaoyu didn't show any signs of losing weight and cutting back. This made Zhang Yu even more curious. Then Zhang Yu went back to Zhongwei. Why not go to Zhongwei first? The main thing is that this kid usually tells stories always add fuel to the fire. before the square to see people two old teachers happened to meet. They danced together. The guy came back to pass it on to others, saying that they had gotten their license in private, but didn't make it public for fear of bad publicity from the school. In general units, your second marriage definitely affects your future, and stable marriage is also an important reference indicator in some units. Not to mention the homeroom teacher for a rocket class like the second grade. That guy, analyzing with his nose in the air. It's like he stamped the marriage license. Gave Zhao Hongyan said at the time all believed. This Zhang also really has no other way, only to find Zhong Wei. As a result, this kid's expression at that time was even more exaggerated than Shinkai's. It was like having a stroke, the guy twitching at the corners of his mouth. Give, you say, grin. I don't know her well, Zhong Wei said with a huff. It gave Jiang Yu a confused look. Zhong Wei, this kid mouth quite slippery. Usually a gossip can fling a bunch of people. Before he did not see him stuttering, Zhong Wei walked away when he finished speaking, and returned a short while later. Looking at Jiang Yu, he wanted to say something. I don't know her well. Zhong Wei stretched out a finger and pointed it in the air with a twitch, but ultimately said nothing. Jiang Yu are stunned. You Lin Xiaoyu Junior High School is so evil? Later, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that he had added Tang Xianxian's WeChat, and couldn't ask her, but Jiang Yu thought again. This woman must be on Lin Xiaoyu's side. Asking would be in vain. Tell Lin Xiaoyue later, and Lin Xiaoyue will still have to bash herself with this, during the last class of the morning, because it's just too sleepy. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue both plopped down on the table in unison. Usually if math is scheduled in the morning, it's the first 2 periods, just in case the students are sleepy, but because the language teacher had something to do today, she switched tomorrow's math to today as well. As a result, today was a big math class for 1 or 2 periods, English for the 3rd period, and math again for the 4th period. 3 periods of math and 1 period of English in one morning. A hell of a scheduling. At first, Jiang Yu was able to hold back a bit, but in the 4th quarter he just couldn't hold out any longer. Even with Lei watching from above, Jiang Yu squinted. Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu, where did you get so drowsy? Stand up and get refreshed. Lei held the roll in one hand, while the other tossed the chalk head in his hand gently into the air. This side does not allow teachers to throw students with chalk heads. Otherwise the chalk head in Lei's hand would probably have already been thrown over. Although Qian Xian also tossed and turned for half a day last night, it was good that he ended up sleeping for a few hours. Jiang Yu was tossed and turned by Lin Xiaoyue for the whole night, and because Lin Xiaoyu couldn't sleep well once she changed places, even though she fell asleep for a while yesterday, it felt the same as if she hadn't rested as well. So even as they stood up, it wasn't long before both of them began to sway. Wake up, Zhao Menning, hold him a little, don't let fall. Lei looked at the shaking Jiang Yu and said in a good-natured manner. Some of the students in the class whispered and laughed when they heard about it. Originally, Lei was yin and yang Jiang Yu, and as a result, Zhao Mengning still believed it, and really grabbed Jiang Yu's wrist with his hand for fear that Jiang Yu would fall. Just then, Director of Instruction Wang Jun walked in. Frightened, Zhao Mengning hastily loosened her hand again. Mr. Lei, to check the grooming, Wang Jun said. Now, Lei was surprised. Grooming checks are usually done in the afternoon during study hall and are announced in advance. Since people want to investigate, Lei can only cooperate with the work. Students, all stop for a moment. Head up, check your grooming, Lei said. The students looked up and straightened their hair at the news, because this thing is always checked. People also basically know in their hearts, and will not say that intentionally get a substandard hairstyle to make themselves uncomfortable. So the vast majority of people think it doesn't matter. In addition to Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu, He Feng and Zhang Jiayue, after the 4 people saw Wang Jun come in, their nervous hearts were about to jump out, because they can probably guess that the grooming check is a front. But the more the time comes, the more you can't be vain. You don't always get noticed when you look up, but you do get noticed when you look down. He Feng and Zhang Jiayue were fine because they were sitting on the seats. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu could still be standing. Chapter 119, Threads. Wang Jun looked at it carefully for half a day. Then he walked over to Lei and whispered, that girl at the end of your class, her bangs are over her eyebrows. Girls on this side of the 2nd grade are not allowed to have bangs that go beyond their eyebrows, and then it's not allowed to get those air bangs. So if you force it to stay, it looks like Rock Lee's watermelon head from Naruto. That's why most girls still have the classic catfish whiskers. Lei knew that Wang Jun was talking about Han Kaiyan, so he whispered in Wang Jun's ear, she is. Oh, so, okay. Wang Jun nodded in understanding. After that Wang Jun left, and Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu were finally relieved. One can only say that this is indeed sometimes also under the lights. Wang Jun focus is still on the seated students. Standing Jiang Yu and Lin Shouyue, he simply swept a glance. And Jiang Yu is a popular hairstyle. Lin Shouyue in the games when the dress is different. If you do not stare carefully, see really cannot see. Office of the head of grade. During the meeting in the afternoon, if the vice principal asks you a question, you should try to say as little as possible. And if you have any questions, don't mention them at the meeting. Come down and ask me. How Jianzong barked at Jiao Hongyan. Although Jiao Hongyan was very unsettling, but no matter what, she was also the student she had brought up. Now Jiao Hongyan agreed to try to lead the class next year. He as a teacher is also very pleased. I know, Jiao Hongyan said. There were only 20 classes in the first term of the second middle school, but because of the 2 expansions, there are now 30 classes, not to mention that there are not enough classroom teachers to go around. It started with poaching people from other schools. Then the school that was poached got upset and sued the Education Bureau directly, saying how the second middle school had poached our backbone, and whether our school would still operate. Later, the leadership of the Education Bureau also intervened to mediate. And the final is the second middle school to dig people can only dig other city teachers. You're digging elsewhere here. It's too costly to be economical, so it's just a matter of recruiting slowly each year. But while this substitute teacher can be recruited, this classroom teacher is hard to find. Previously, it had been intended to add classroom teachers as well, but there's always a student's parents making trouble. Parents definitely want their children to be handed over to those experienced classroom teachers. After all, hard work to get to the second high school is to figure out the quality of teaching resources. You get a new teacher as a classroom teacher. That is the same as going to another high school. What is the difference? And there's a big difference between an experienced classroom teacher and a young one. The classroom teacher largely determines the learning culture of a class. Let's take the example of a student who doesn't do his or her homework. General students do not write homework. The teacher first persuade, you have to study hard, for your own life. How? To the students with love sensitization. Sensitization cannot begin to train. You can afford to your parents. To your own? Learning is for me to learn it. Messy. If not, then you can only call the parents. But students over here are different. He'll be stubborn with you, saying why should I write when I know it all? Why don't I save my time to learn something else? Some classroom teachers will say, how much or how little do you get now? And do you promise you'll get how much or how little next time too? Then the student comes in with a dare to bet. You're not living awkwardly here. Or some classroom teachers with little experience, when they hear, that makes sense, they might just leave it alone. And then he'll find out. This classmate who doesn't do his homework begins to assimilate the ones who are close to him. Soon, not doing homework became a clique. It's too late for you to care. As soon as you say you won't write, don't listen and stand outside. The result clicked and 7 or 8 stood up, talking and laughing as they exited the class to stand in the hallway. You lecture in the classroom. People chatter outside. This clique then began to radiate to the rest of the class, while the other students may not say that they follow along and don't do their homework. Getting messed up by these people can affect their grades, and an experienced classroom teacher wouldn't let that happen. This kind of students you directly with the traditional method of education. Say what you will now guarantee that you will also be able to blah 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 say a bunch of, even if the students may say that they know, but in the heart is not convinced. Write a few days and may not write. You want to contact with people's parents because of this kind of thing. Then it seems that your classroom teacher when the level is very low. Every veteran teacher handles this situation differently. As in the case of some veteran teachers who come across this situation and pull out a set of pressed papers for the students to work on. For example, in math, he would tell the student, with this set of papers, if you can get 130, I will never care about you again. This student thought to himself, I'm usually 145, so who am I looking down on? Then do it, do the teacher a judgment, more than 90. And then the student mentality collapsed. Go back to honestly do the homework, although it is not necessarily their own, may also be copying and so on, but at least there is a change in attitude. That said, now the classroom teacher more of that salary, than when the classroom teacher more worried about is really a little less. So many capable teachers are not willing to be classroom teachers. If you were in another school, the school director would have tapped the table. Who would dare to disagree? But because no matter how, the second middle school is also considered to be a representative of a district school, and very often cannot completely ignore the views of parents, coupled with the also afraid of a big change of blood lead to unstable student performance. Lastly, there are classroom teachers who have 2 classes on their own, then add 3 or 4 new classroom teachers each year. This will soon fill the classroom teacher gap. As a result, a lot of old teachers because of health reasons cannot do classroom teachers, coupled with some developed areas of the school does not speak of martial arts. Chaotic digging. Up is to give a suite of huge exaggeration. Who can top? Of course, people people certainly also have the work experience requirements and so on. It is unlikely that you can drill holes in it. That's why the gap in classroom teachers hasn't been filled until now. And one year there was even one less. Jiang Yu can be said to be missing the most this session. There were a couple of private school groups that were visiting at the time. This side of the second middle school was quite enthusiastic about entertaining people. And then there was no more. Now those with 2 classes of classroom teachers also protested a lot. Although it is with 2 classes, but the salary did not increase. Is a little more subsidies every year? Plus now the parents of the students do not make a lot of trouble. So the school leaders side decided to take a big step forward and start by adding 7 classroom teachers this year to see what happens. However, this class teacher is not just to be a class teacher. From the selection of candidates is a trouble. Many people are really good at lecturing, but not so good at leading a class. So the school can't just give it to whoever applies for it. And even if the personnel are identified, they have to go through a series of training processes, because a lot of the student situations on this side of the second grade are not quite the same as other schools. Student work in other schools is usually about disciplining pricks and dealing with students who have been misbehaving. It's usually rare to find the kind of girl who cries on her desk because she didn't do well on a test or two. You can't just leave a student like that alone. Sometimes you have to pull them into the office and talk to them alone. Counseling students is also a critical part of the process. A lot of teacher pricks will manage it, but these kinds of students really don't know what to do with them. Some had psychological problems and finally had no choice but to contact their parents to withdraw. Having a student drop out of a class can still have a big impact on a classroom teacher. And it's not just that. It's things that you wouldn't normally even think of. For example, if a boy has a cold and coughs, some girls don't like it when his coughing interrupts their studies, and then the two of them can get into a fight. Then the boy, who was already having a hard time with the cold, got even angrier with all this bickering, and pressed the girl against the table and breathed into her face. The girls ended up being fine the next day and then went to the hospital for fluids on the 3rd day and were hospitalized for a week. Hospitalization isn't a delay in learning, and then the parents come over and make a scene. Anyway, usually everyone is studying well is nothing, but whenever there is something you just watch, one is more strange than the other. Being a classroom teacher has its share of headaches. Then in the afternoon it's an additional small meeting on the vice-chancellor's side. The general idea is also to get to know these few teachers who are preparing to be classroom teachers, with a heavy emphasis on communication. Anyway, it is just to go through the process, say polite words, if there is no problem. After a period of training, these teachers have to be the first senior temporary class teacher to practice, which is equivalent to the current class teacher's deputy. Then, if there are no problems with their performance, the teachers can officially become classroom teachers from the 1st year of high school to the end of the 3rd year of high school, and the next year they can lead their own classes. So for this matter, Hao Jianzong seems to obviously pay more attention than Zhao Hongyan. After school, Xia Ying found Guan Xin. Are you okay? Sent you a message and you didn't reply. Xia Ying said to Guan Xin. My cell phone is broken. Guan Xin had been in a hurry about this all morning as well. When she got back last night, Guan Xin realized that her cell phone wasn't turning on. It was very likely that Wu Tingting casually threw it at that time and broke it. Guan Xin didn't dare to tell her parents. If she did, Guan Xin guessed that she would be slapped again. Broken? Let's see. Guan Xin handed her cell phone to Xiaoying. Xiaoying tried a few times, and each time it just stayed at the logo screen for booting up. Well, Sister Ting asked me to ask you if you're going out for the night, Xiaoying said after returning her cell phone to Guan Xin. I won't go, Guan Xin said weakly. Guan Xin definitely wanted to go in her heart, but reason still made her decline the invitation. Then again, just as the two of them, Jiang Yu and Lin Qiuyue, were being lifted up by Shirlei, Jiang Yu's house. Hey, my old back. Jiang Ziyang grunted and came out of the bedroom. Jiang Ziyang also got up after lying down for a little while, and didn't sleep for long. You just deserve it. A handful of years old, getting up all day to fool around, Zhou Qing said as she cleaned up her home. Taking the train in the middle of the night and really thinking you're in your 20s. You didn't go to the flat? I took 3 days off. I'm going to the unit now. People can still give me my leave back. I just came back from the hospital, Zhou Qing said. How's it going with your dad? The situation is quite stable. Linny has hired an escort to watch over it, Zhou Qing said. This kid, Jiang Ziyang smiled. You didn't sleep much then, didn't you go lie down for a while? Let's wait for the night to sleep, or we'll have insomnia again at night, Zhou Qing said. It's hard to adjust to a messed up routine once you get older. Wife worked hard. Go away. You paw. Zhou Qing slapped Jiang Ziyang's hand on her body in a good-natured manner and said without a trace of humor. I still have to clean up that house of his for my son. Want me to help? You're helping by not giving me a hard time. Just like that, Jiang Zhiyong wrapped his arms around Zhou Qing from behind, and the two of them staggered into Jiang Yu's bedroom. Looking at the mess in front of her, Zhou Qing began to clean up. Because of the heavy study load in senior high school, Jiang Yu basically didn't have to care about anything except studying, and his room was also cleaned by Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing folded the quilt first, and then started clearing the table. Of course Zhou Qing packing is also a simple wipe. Jiang Yu's things do not dare to give a mess, for fear that he himself turn back and then cannot find. But soon, Zhou Qing found something that shouldn't be in Jiang Yu's bedroom. A threaded condom. Old man, old man, old man. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Come quickly. Zhou Qing shouted anxiously. Jiang Zhiyong had just thrown the trash out the door when he was greeted by Zhou Qing. You're in such a hurry. What can happen? Jiang Zhiyong said slowly and leisurely. Look. What to do? Zhou Qing held something out to Jiang Zhiyong. After Jiang Yu took this out yesterday, he forgot to put it back. This brat. His taste is still quite similar to mine. Jiang Zhiyong picked it up and looked at it, realizing that it was also a threaded model, and couldn't help but laugh a little. Zhou Qing looked at Jiang Zhiyong with such an old and immodest look and directly grabbed his ears with her hands. Get a grip on yourself. How come I was gone just one night yesterday and that's it? Hey, pain. You let go first. If you ask me, this is not even used. What are you anxious about? Jiang Zhiyong said. Hey, yeah, never used it. Scared me to death. Zhou Qing let out a long breath. The used one should have been thrown in the trash can long ago. Jiang Zhiyong added. Right, the trash can. Where's the trash? Zhou Qing froze for a moment as she looked at the empty trash can. I threw it out. You get it back quick. The two of them then rummaged through the garbage bags, but found nothing after half a day of searching. Jiang Yu home bathroom is no garbage cans. Paper used up are directly thrown into the toilet, flushed away with water, but also not to go to the toilet to turn. Jiang Yu had rhinitis, and although he rarely committed it now that his resistance was up, he would sometimes blow his nose. The piece of paper that Lin Xiaoyu drank milk from and wiped her mouth with was taken as Jiang Yu blowing his nose, so no misunderstanding arose. The stuff for our son's rhinitis, did you bring it over when you moved? Zhou Qing asked. Took it over. In the drawer of the storage room, next to the medicine box. You can't turn around and tell him. Jiang Zhiyong replied. After rummaging around, the two were relieved to see that there was nothing in the trash can that they expected, and no strange marks on the sheets. AI. It really scared me to death. You said that this child, Xiao Yu, is also bold enough. Zhou Qing said. What boldness? That's trust in our son. Our son will follow me on this point. Jiang Zhiyong said confidently. Humph. As you like. As you like, let's wait for our grandchildren. No. As you like? It's not like you didn't end up wearing it, right? Chapter 120, laughing a little. After returning home at noon, Jiang Yu finished his lunch and prepared to take a nap. The biggest benefit of having a home close to school is the long naps. School ends at 12 o'clock noon and classes begin at 2:30 p.m. You can sleep for 2 hours if you screw fast. It goes without saying that a 2-hour high school nap is gold. You just sleep an extra half hour at noon and you're in a completely different state in the afternoon. And this being tossed around all night. Jiang Yu was now fighting between his upper and lower eyelids. He really couldn't top it. But Zhou Qing called Jiang Yu back. Mom, what is it? It's like this. You're older now, and there are some things Mom should tell you. Although Zhou Qing didn't want to say it, there were some things she couldn't do without saying. I'm actually a rich second generation? Jiang Yu was instantly thrilled for a small moment. What rich kid? Seeing that Zhou Qing was not talking about this, Jiang Yu reverted back to the slightly confused look he had earlier. It's fine. You go on. Jiang Yu said. Mom gave you that. As a man should have the responsibility to be able to stand up to other little girls. First of all, Mom is definitely not in favor of you having that kind of relationship. But even if you have that kind of relationship, you must take safety measures. Zhou Qing said in a serious tone. This is the kind of thing that sits on the table in fear even when it's not used, and in fear even when it is used. If you use it, you are two people having sex. If it doesn't work, it's a bigger deal when two people are ready to use it and end up not using it just to enhance the texture. Zhou Qing was examining Jiang Yu's bedsheet at that time, almost holding a magnifying glass to look at it. Jiang Yu also lost any interest once he heard his mom talking to him about this. Adults these days don't always know as much as kids. Mom, I know. We didn't take it out the other day just in time to use it. Jiang Yu said breathlessly. Zhou Qing was directly anxious upon hearing this. No. Hey, how am I still explaining this? Jiang Yu paused. It's like this. She seduced me that day. Zhou Qing was even more anxious when she heard that. No, it's not right. I misunderstood and mistook her for seducing me here. It was just a misunderstanding anyway, and we didn't have that. The time went by in the afternoon. Song Yuanhang shook a folding fan and arrived at the door of class 12. Hello classmate, call your class Guan Xin for me, Song Yuanhang said, after Guan Xin came out. You are? Guan Xin didn't recognize Song Yuanhang, so she didn't know why Song Yuanhang was looking for her. Tingting heard that your cell phone was broken and asked me to buy one and send it to you, Song Yuanhang said and took out an unopened box. It looks like it should be the latest Apple phone. No, this is too expensive. Guan Xin hastily waved her hand. Not to mention the new Apple. The latest Chinese cell phone costs 4,000 or 5,000. It's nothing, keep it. If you can come out at night, try to come out. Song Yuanhang smiled faintly, put the box in Guan Xin's hand and left. Guan Xin also did not know which class Song Yuanhang was in, and at that time, she only heard Xiaoying say that they were also in the third year of high school, but she did not remember exactly how many classes were in the 20th, and she wanted to ask Qin Kai, but she was a little afraid to do so, since the last time Qin Kai forced Guan Xin to take out her love letters. Guan Xin basically avoided seeing Qin Kai, so Guan Xin just wanted to return her cell phone and didn't know where to return it. Almost the entire afternoon, Guan Xin was looking at her cell phone in the hole of the table in a daze. She wanted to take it, but reason told her she couldn't, that if she did, she wouldn't be able to go back. Evening study hall. Because the evening study hall was occupied by the chemistry teacher, Shirley was in the office to judge the papers. Not long after, Zhao Hongyan came in crying. Shirley looked at Zhao Hongyan's expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Sister Yin? Didn't you go to a meeting? And it's over so quickly." Shirley also knows that Zhao Hongyan is going to be a classroom teacher next year, and the afternoon is a meeting chaired by the vice principal to communicate about the situation. I was blown out of the conference room by Director Hao. Zhao Hongyan pursed her lips and looked at Shirley with an aggrieved face. "Ha? Why did Director Hao blow you out?" Shirley's eyes glared. Zhao Hongyan stared at Shirley and seemed to have a bit of difficulty in speaking. Shirley thought for half a day, but he really couldn't think of a reason for Director Hao to kick people out. It's not just a meeting. What's with the cell phones at the meeting? Even if you will be playing with your cell phone at the meeting, you're not a student, and it's not as if you're going to kick someone out. Besides, Zhao Hongyan was just a relatively unreliable person, not stupid, and not likely to play with her cell phone in front of the vice principal, or said something out of place, made some over-the-top joke. That shouldn't be the case. We're all adults. Even if we say something inappropriate, a little reminder is fine. That's no need to throw people out. How to say is also a female teacher that do not want to face, can't really figure it out. Shirley got up and poured Zhao Hongyan a glass of water. "Come on, Sister Yen, drink some water and speak slowly," Shirley said as he pushed the cup of water in front of Zhao Hongyan. Zhao Hongyan hesitated for half a day before finally speaking. "I sat there after I went in. I wanted to sit a little behind, but I was forced to the front by old Hao. And then I saw that the vice schoolwig was askew, so I laughed a little," Zhao Hongyan said aggrievedly. "Ha? Just a little laugh and then you're kicked out? That's not so bad." Shirley froze for a moment. The vice principal is quite good-tempered and easygoing, and it's not as if he'd give someone the boot if a female teacher looked at his hair and smiled. Did Director Hao overreact? I don't think so. And then I didn't stop. Zhao Hongyan wailed and continued. "Ha, ah. Shirley was also confused. "What do you mean it didn't stop?" Listening to Zhao Hongyan, Shirley couldn't even dare to imagine the picture at that time. Zhao Hongyan sat at the front, looking at the hair of the vice principal, laughing, 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 laughing. Lay, what should I do now? No, people wig with a crooked, how can you give you joy like that? You really deserve to be kicked out. To me, I want to beat you up. Nerves ah. Shirley is now just a whole speechless. How low do you have to be to laugh like that? It actually started with the afternoon recess. At that time, Zhao Hongyan had wanted to go downstairs to the school supermarket to buy something. As it turned out, I saw the vice principal heading this way from the second floor window, and I'm sure I'll have to run into him now that I'm going downstairs. Zhao Hongyan is the kind of student who goes around teachers when he goes to school, and now he instinctively tries to avoid the school leaders when he sees them. So Zhao Hongyan watched from the second floor, and Zhang Yu and Lin Xiuyue went downstairs to buy something at that time. And that's when a soccer ball came flying over the playground. Then the guy over there yells for help picking it up. Zhang Yu saw this and made an assisted run, about to pump his big foot back to the others. I don't know why, but Lin Xiuyu's brain jerked and wanted to kick as well, so she pulled Zhang Yu and said to let her come. Zhang Yu had originally struck with the inside of his foot, but it turned directly into the outside of his foot when Lin Xiuyue pulled so hard Then the soccer ball slid out in a beautiful arc and hit the vice principal squarely in the head. It would have been serious enough by this point, but it's more serious. When the soccer ball hit the vice principal's head, it not only bounced away, but also took the vice principal's wig with it. Now is not the popular kind of portable wigs, good with or take care of, also breathable. The disadvantage is not as strong as the traditional wig, although not to be blown off by the wind, but hard to shake if you will still fall. At that time, Zhao Hongyan didn't strain herself and almost burst out laughing. When we waited for the meeting, we saw that the vice principal's wig was brought askew, with a pinch of dirt on the side. Just think of the scene where the vice principal's wig takes off. It's even more taut. Then how Jianzhang asked her what was wrong. Zhao Hongyan laughed and couldn't catch her breath, and didn't know how to explain it. Just come up with a sentence. I'm not laughing. I'm just slightly sad. Ha 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 ha. It ended up getting blown out by Hao Jianzhang. Now it's really sad. Chapter 121, Watch Your Attitude. At that time, Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu also knew that they had gotten into trouble and apologized to the vice principal. But this vice principal is mainly responsible for teacher-related work, and he seldom shows up in normal times. So Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu didn't know each other and thought it was an ordinary teacher. After school, Song Yuan Hang, TM shows you. Who let you make decisions for me? I Wu Tingting would like to play with whoever I want to play with. Do I need to beg someone to play with me? Wu Tingting cursed at Song Yuanhang. Apparently, he also knew that Song Yuanhang had sent Guan Xin a cell phone in her name. Ting Ting, I didn't mean that. The cell phone money is on me. Song Yuanhang said helplessly. Hey, $10,000 for me. Wu Tingting count money? I go out to open 2 bottles of wine is more than this. Ing, see how much money. Finish transfer to him, NM retard. Wu Tingting blanked Song Yuanhang and left. Wu Tingting went out to play lazily to pay the bill, so she tied a relative card with Xiaoying, and basically settled the bill with Xiaoying. $10,000. While it's true that it's not much for Wattinger, it's not as easy as Wattinger makes it out to be. Ting Ting. Song Yuanhang wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Xiaoying secretly gave a phone contact gesture to Song Yuanhang and followed Wu Tingting away. Did Guan Xin get back to you? Wu Tingting asked. No. Xiaoying said as she looked at her cell phone. White-eyed wolf. Wu Tingting spat in an unkind manner. Chen Xin's heart tightened as he watched Guan Xin walk towards him. During the night, Guan Xin's mother had warned herself of what would happen if she harassed Guan Xin again. But the things Guan Xin said to Chen Xin when he came over were not quite what Chen Xin thought. Chen Xin, do you know which class Wu Tingting is in? Guan Xin asked. Wu Tingting, what are you looking for her for? Chen Xin didn't know what to say. What kind of players Wu Tingting's gang were? Chen Xin was also clear about that. He wasn't too willing for Guan Xin to play with him, but he wasn't too good at interfering with Guan Xin's own socialization either. She had a classmate give me a cell phone, and I want to return it. Guan Xin took out the new, unopened apple and showed it to Chen Xin. Ha, why did she give you a cell phone? What did she do to you? Chen Xin sounded slightly anxious. There was no good in this world for no reason. So Chen Xin was already thinking the worst when he saw the cell phone. Guan Xin, after all, was still simple and didn't hear the meaning in Chen Xin's words. She took my cell phone and used it yesterday. When she gave it back to me, I didn't receive it. It seemed to be broken. Then she compensated me for one, but it was too expensive. Guan Xin said. Wu Tingting was throwing Guan Xin's cell phone around and didn't give it back to Guan Xin at all. But Guan Xin was afraid that telling the truth would cause Chen Xin to have an opinion about Wu Tingting. Chen Xin was also relieved to hear this. She's in class 27, but school's already over. No, we'll return it to her tomorrow. Chen Xin said. Good. And, that is, can you add me back? Chen Xin hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Yesterday it was actually Wu Tingting who took my cell phone and deleted you. She was a bit angry to see me sitting there playing with my cell phone, and then my phone broke. Guan Xin hurriedly explained. Oh, look at my brain. Chen Xin slapped his forehead. So did you send your cell phone for repair? Not yet. When I have time over the weekend, why don't I send it to be fixed for you? Chen Xin said. Guan Xin just wanted to agree, but suddenly seemed to think of something and shook her head again in a hurry. It's too much of a hassle, or I'll wait until I'm on my own for the weekend. Chen Xin saw Guan Xin say so, then he no longer insisted. The other side. Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu took the elevator up the stairs. Zhang Yu was going to take the key and open the door, but when he saw Lin Xiaoyu standing still he put the key back. What do you mean? Zhang Yu asked. Lin Xiaoyu gently bit her lip and said with some embarrassment, let me stay another night. Okay, because Zhang Yu's parents were at home. Lin Xiaoyu could be said to be more at ease today. Ha ha ha, beautiful you. Zhang Yu said with a leathery smile, then suddenly seemed to think of something. Hey, no, I was also confused by you yesterday. Why don't you go to your relative's house to live? Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to find Zhang Jiayue and the girls at that time because she was afraid of losing face. As for her relatives, all the relatives on Lin Chang's side weren't in the local area, and the relatives of Wang Ting's family, Lin Xiaoyu really didn't want to interact with them, because once when she was a child, Lin Xiaoyu heard them privately discussing how her mother was a big spender, and anyway, it made her very angry to hear it. Since then, apart from her own grandma and grandpa, Lin Xiaoyu rarely interacted with her relatives on her mother's side. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't tell Jiang Yu because she resented them saying that her mother was a big spender, right? So, there are no relatives on my side of the family. Lin Xiaoyu pursed her lips. Last night okay, that's a real pity. My moon. Love can't help. Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders and stared at Lin Xiaoyu with a teasing face. Yesterday tossed himself all night, not to mention that he was so arrogant to himself during the day. And now he knows that it's too late to be afraid. Jiang Yu. Hey, student Lin Xiaoyu, please pay attention to the way you speak. Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu immediately looked like a deflated ball when she heard Jiang Yu say that. Just one day. Ali's up tomorrow. Although Lin Xiaoyu still felt scared, but it was much better than yesterday. Like this. Jiang Yu took his phone out and opened the recording interface. You use that whiny, clip-clop voice to say, I, Lin Xiaoyu, am a creamy chocolate sweetie. Hey, I'll let you stay tonight. You're perverted, aren't you? Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. Right. If you treat me like this again in the future, I'll play this recording for you, Jiang Yu said. Day after day with their own in the indignation. I cannot cure you. Then let the sweet sister version of Lin Xiaoyu to cure you. Disgusting, not dead you. Can you not be so excessive? Lin Xiaoyu was simply speechless. I'm excessive. Hey, you say we two in the end who is excessive. That is, I did not turn my brain yesterday, or else give you yesterday said those are for you to record. Jiang Yu said and learned Lin Xiaoyu's appearance last night. What, I'm a little scared. What if you intentionally scare me? I'll never care about you again. Can put you delicate my month. You. Lin Xiaoyu felt a sudden surge of hot blood rush straight to the top of her head, and even for a moment it washed away the sense of fear that the night had brought. What do you say? Sweetie, if it works, you're invited in. If it doesn't, you get the hell out. Jiang Yu said cheerfully. Just as Jiang Yu was happily looking at Lin Xiaoyu, the door to the room burst open. You guys? Zhou Qing looked at the two standing in the doorway with a puzzled expression. Watched Zhou Qing come out. Lin Xiaoyu looked like she saw a savior and quickly spoke. Auntie, I'm still a bit scared today. Can I stay at your house for another night? Yes, of course. Thanks, Auntie. Hey, no. This time it was Jiang Yu's turn to freeze. I hadn't counted on my mom coming out of nowhere. Then why don't you guys go back inside and do your homework first? I'll go buy some groceries, Zhou Qing said. Back in the room. I'm really convinced. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a speechless face. Lin Xiaoyu let out a soft cry. No, what's wrong again? Jiang Yu was numb. How could this woman get up all day and be a matter? I forgot to fold the quilt. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the neatly made bed and suddenly realized something. It's rude to go to someone's house and not fold the blankets. Scared me to death. I thought, what happened again? Jiang Yu was speechless. Your mom shouldn't have a problem with me. I was hoping my mom would have a little problem with you. After the two took their homework out of their book bags, Lin Xiaoyu then took out her phone and opened the shopping mall. Jiang Yu instantly quit when he saw this. Hey, what's going on? Before I said I was looking at my cell phone. Why don't you say it when you're looking at it yourself? Jiang Yu opened his mouth. I'm buying something. Lin Xiaoyu frowned. Jiang Yu swept toward Lin Xiaoyu's phone screen. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly took the phone away. Hey, what are you doing? Hair removal cream? You really do have leg hair. Jiang Yu had an expression of being penetrated by himself. You're going to die. I said no means no. Then what are you buying hair removal cream for? Me. Lin Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment. Jiang Yu froze for a moment at Lin Xiaoyu's expression, then suddenly seemed to understand something. Then you go ahead and choose. Jiang Yu said meaningfully before starting his homework. Chapter 122. How much hair do you have on your armpits? Lin Xiaoyu didn't understand what Jiang Yu meant at first. A minute later. Lin Xiaoyu, Jiang Yu. Why are you so annoying? Jiang Yu, hey, what's wrong with me again? Lin Xiaoyu, can you think of something healthy in your head? Jiang Yu, what was I thinking again? Lin Xiaoyu, what did you say you were thinking? Jiang Yu, I didn't think of anything. Lin Xiaoyu, I bought hair removal cream to get rid of my armpit hair. I know. What else? Didn't you say that you don't have leg hair again? Jiang Yu suddenly revealed an expression of sudden realization. You're going to die. It's obvious that you're the one who had the wrong idea first. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu pretending to be innocent here. She wanted to give him a big break on the spot. Why did I think wrongly? Then what do you think I thought? Jiang Yu said. You. After that, Lin Xiaoyue was there to choose, and Jiang Yu was next to her doing the questions. Originally Lin Xiaoyu did not want to buy, but also heard a few girls in the class talk about it today, and only thought of getting it. Isn't it all the rage nowadays with all the underarm management? Not a moment too soon. Jiang Yu poked his head over. Do you have a lot of armpit hair? You pervert. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. How could anyone come up and ask someone how much armpit hair they had? I'm not a pervert, but someone is. Ha? What do you mean? If you have a lot of armpit hair, you can tie a hairbrush with these armpit hairs you got down then. Some people like to collect this kind of thing. It can sell for quite a lot of money. Jiang Yu had read a similar news story before. Lin Xiaoyue. Just say it, don't keep pinching me, it hurts me. Jiang Yu rubbed his arm and said. Obviously, he had appreciated Lin Xiaoyu's unconventional methods. You deserve it. Lin Xiaoyu was almost all pissed off. Armpit hair sticking in a hairbrush. This was the first time she had ever heard of someone having this kind of perverted fetish. Jiang Yu, I'm not looking to help you back to the capital. Waste utilization it. So you buy hair removal cream money is not also earned back. Lin Xiaoyu, then do I still have to thank you? Jiang Yu, that's much of a surprise. Just share me some of the money from the sale when the time comes. Lin Xiaoyu, then you're afraid you won't be able to earn this black money. I'll just take 2. Jiang Yu, what 2? 2 armpit hairs? Lin Xiaoyu, aha. Jiang Yu, who has 2 armpit hairs. It stands to reason that something like armpit hair is something that basically everyone in the male population has, whereas some girls don't grow it, and some will grow it sparsely, but you don't see anyone just growing 2. If you don't believe me, I just have 2 on my right side. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the good sense to say, 2 armpit hairs and you spend 178 to buy a tube of hair removal cream. Brain bubble ah. Jiang Yu spat. Ordinary hair removal creams were not expensive, but Lin Xiaoyu looked at the kind that was too cheap and not very reassuring. So that's why she picked a relatively expensive one. Or what? It is useless to cut this kind of hair with scissors. If you cut it, you will still leave a root, and then a hairy head will grow up, and it will be even more difficult to be stuck in a panic. Just take a tweezer and pull it out. Jiang Yu said. Doesn't that hurt? No, that will only hurt a little. Oh, will only hurt twice. Jiang Yu said. This behavior is not desirable and can seriously lead to folliculitis, especially in areas with dense sweat glands. Lin Xiaoyu, I can't get down on my own. Jiang Yu, in that case, I'll help you pull it out, and you can just turn around and treat me to a milk tea. Lin Xiaoyu, shucks. Why don't you let me pluck yours? Jiang Yu, it's not like I have a need for hair removal. How about this? You pluck for me and I'll pluck for you. Lin Xiaoyu said with a twinkle in her eye. Yes, but I have to pluck first. Jiang Yu asked for his first hand, also to prevent Lin Xiaoyu from playing tricks. Although Jiang Yu didn't have a need for hair removal, the promise was also mainly because he didn't believe that Lin Xiaoyu just had 2 armpit hairs. No problem. After that, Jiang Yu took a small tweezer. Then Lin Xiaoyu pinned up her sleeve, pinned it to her shoulder, and raised her arm. There's really only 2. Are you ready? Ready. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. It might hurt a little. Can you hurry up? Lin Xiaoyu urged. After that, Jiang Yu took small tweezers and clamped one of Lin Xiaoyu's armpit hairs, then pulled it so hard. Lin Xiaoyu let out a shriek and hurriedly covered her armpits with her hands on the table, her brows locked. Then Jiang Yu looked at the half hair broken off the tweezers and fell into deep thought. Jiang Yu pinched very hard at that time because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pull it off. Girls' armpit hair is all kind of crunchy in texture. It turned out that just by pinching too hard and pulling, such a tug caused this armpit hair to break right off from the tweezers. Then the door to Jiang Yu's room was opened all of a sudden. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhou Cheng asked anxiously as she looked at Lin Xiaoyu who was lying on the table covering her armpits and grunting. Originally, when I saw a condom on the table in Jiang Yu's room today, it made Zhou Cheng quite nervous, and then when I heard this movement in the room, I thought what was wrong, so I rushed in. After that, Jiang Yu gave a rough account of what happened. You said you don't do your homework properly. What are you doing bullying other people's Xiaoyu? Zhou Cheng said somewhat angrily. After that, Zhou Cheng took Lin Xiaoyu to the bathroom. First simply cleaned, and then applied hair removal cream, and when the time is almost up, use the scraper to scrape off, and then look at the place that was plucked by Jiang Yu as a little red and swollen, and then slightly sprayed some anti-inflammatory medicine. This underarm hair is fine and basically comes off once, and then the meal was almost ready. Zhou Cheng then told the 2 to eat. Usually, Zhou Cheng makes her own noodles, but since she couldn't make it in time today, she bought the noodles outside, and although it was almost more interesting than making her own, the overall flavor was not bad. How does it taste? Zhou Cheng asked. Delicious. Lin Xiaoyu said with a smile. Then serve you some more. Ah, auntie, don't. I'm full. Lin Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. This child is thin. Eat more to grow your body. Zhou Qing didn't know why the more she looked at Lin Xiaoyu, the better she looked. Don't grow. If you grow any longer like my cousin, you won't even be able to marry. Jiang Yu said. Hey, how do you talk? You kid. Cousin Jiang Yu 183, 985 master's degree. Want to find a similar conditions with their own. And then, well, there is no then. After dinner the two of them went to their rooms to work on their homework. It took about 2 hours or so to write. Lin Xiaoyu stretched her back and turned her head to look at Jiang Yu next to her. Hey, do you have a picture of that girl you liked in middle school? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Jiang Yu, yes. Why? Lin Xiaoyu, show me. Jiang Yu, no. Lin Xiaoyu, why are you so petty? You still like people. Jiang Yu, damn yeah. It's been so long since we've seen each other. I've almost forgotten what she looks like. Lin Xiaoyu, I don't believe it. I don't believe you don't secretly look at her friend circle. Jiang Yu, I blocked it long ago. Lin Xiaoyu, why are you shielding people? Jiang Yu, she later seemed to be doing micro-business or something, always posting some messy stuff. But to be honest, people were just helping their cousin to forward it, and didn't send much in total. But because she always sends selfies, Jiang Yu looked at it a little bit affecting his mind, so he gave it a shield. After all, you still have to concentrate on your studies in high school, and you can't be distracted by female sex. Lin Xiaoyu, then order her homepage and show me. Jiang Yu, it's not impossible to show you. What do you want? Don't even think about looking at the legs. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu in this manner with a wary face. Jiang Yu, cheesy, too cheesy, simply cheesy, as if I know how to look at legs all day long. A lot of guys, while they say they look at the legs, don't actually like them that much. But if you're going to say you're going to let it be touched, it's definitely a different story. Chapter 123, Lin Xiaoyu's middle school story. Cut. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just you aren't vulgar. You're the most vulgar of all. Hey, do you have a favorite boy in middle school? Let's switch. Jiang Yu said. No, our schoolboys are all more annoying than one another. Lin Xiaoyu said slightly angry. Hey, that refuses to whore for nothing. Jiang Yu heard Lin Xiaoyu say this. Of course he refused to do it. What white whoring? You hurt me that time. I didn't even say anything about you. Lin Xiaoyu huffed. Then I'll let you get it back alright. Choose anyone from all over your body alright. Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu didn't think much about it when he said it at the time, and only after he finished did he feel that the words weren't quite right. It hurts too much. Forget it, just show me a picture of that girl. Lin Xiaoyu said. Asterisk. You this woman how all heart. Originally this waiting for me. Jiang Yu are convinced. Himself said this woman at that time how to promise so painful. Jiang Yu said and rolled up his sleeves, then took tweezers to clip a hair from his armpit. Hey, watch this. Hey, don't you. Lin Xiaoyu spoke out to stop it, but it was already too late. Jiang Yu seized it with force. Hiss. A wave of sourness went straight to his head. Jiang Yu also cut his teeth on what Lin Xiaoyu had just felt. You have to say that the pain, that really is not that kind of special pain, but it is the kind of soreness. It is very uncomfortable. With words cannot describe. Especially the armpit hair of the boys is relatively thicker. And then you put down an arm. The crease of the nest of a squeeze. There is that kind of pulling the finger on the prick of the flesh of that kind of feeling. If you don't show it, just don't show it. Why bother? Lin Xiaoyu complained. Jiang Yu slowed down for a long time, then tremblingly handed the tweezers to Lin Xiaoyu before squeezing out a few words from the corner of his mouth. For you to keep for your collection. You're sick. Jiang Yu almost gave Lin Xiaoyu an angry laugh. But Jiang Yu was also like this. The more Lin Xiaoyu was curious about what the girl that Jiang Yu liked in junior high school looked like. Not a moment too soon. How about you show me a picture of her and I'll show you a picture of me in middle school? Lin Xiaoyu proposed. Jiang Yu thought carefully. Although Jiang Yu was also curious about what Lin Xiaoyu looked like when she was in junior high school, Jiang Yu was even more curious about what exactly happened between her and Qin Kai when they were in junior high school. When he went to ask Qin Kai himself today, it was obvious that this kid's expression was not right. I don't think these two were in junior high school. I guess I can't either. Qin Kai, this kid junior high school is quite muddy. Every day to go to play with the off-campus. I heard to go to the other school dormitory to play when smoking. Was caught by the hostel. The hostel scolded him a couple of sentences. He directly to the other hostel beat up. Because he wasn't from this school, he didn't end up catching anyone. Can Lin Xiaoyu look at this kind of person? But in middle school, all those pretty little girls who studied well seemed to like yellow hair too. So it's really hard to tell. If these two had really been together, Jiang Yu was really a bit unable to accept it. So, this way, I'll show you the pictures and you tell me about your middle school days. Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu didn't ask directly. Also because he didn't want to show his intentions too obviously. Didn't you go and ask? Didn't you? Lin Xiaoyu said somewhat smugly. I'm too lazy to ask. Just tell me directly. Jiang Yu asked around at that time. As if other than Qin Kai and Zhang Wei, no one else knew that there was such a person as Lin Xiaoyu in the 4th middle school. So at that time, Jiang Yu's first reaction was, don't. It can't really be one of those introverted little girl and biker yellow biker dog stories. But as far as Lin Xiaoyu's current staggering personality is concerned, could she have been introverted in middle school? For your information, I spent my middle school years just flat out, a bit introverted, not very active, and didn't have many friends, so it's normal that no one remembers me. Lin Xiaoyu said, you don't treat me like a cutie. Okay, really, it's not like I was good looking in middle school. You show me the girl you like and I'll show you a picture of me in middle school. Lin Xiaoyu said seriously. Lin Xiaoyu's junior high school was not much different from now, and by saying that she was not good looking, she was also trying to arouse Jiang Yu's curiosity. Also, Jiang Yu was about to say also, but suddenly remembered something. Wait, how about this? You just tell me. Jiang Yu was going to say, just tell me whether you and Qin Kai Junior High School have ever been together. But the words were too much to ask. Tell you what? Lin Xiaoyu was curious. Nothing, let me ask you about someone. Who? Is there a nickname in your school called Morning Biao? Jiang Yu said. You're the one called Morning Puma. Lin Xiaoyu responded in a flash. This reaction of Lin Xiaoyu immediately froze Jiang Yu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Going down to the copy and fighting funeral pugilist wouldn't be talking about you. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu and instantly widened his eyes. A popular saying at the time in the 4th form was to get a copy and fight the funeral puma. Popular to the point where the phrase became a mantra for so many people over in the 4th grade. As soon as you send a message asking what people do for a living, people just go back to the next copy of it. Jiang Yu thought it was some kind of computer game at first. It was only later that I realized what was going on. Jiang Yu had thought it was an intellectually disabled fatty being bullied or something. Turns out it's still a girl. From what I hear. Jiang Yu then wondered how ugly this had to be beaten up every day. At that time, Jiang Yu's test substitution business had not yet spread to the side of the 4th middle school, so he did not know many people in the 4th middle school. Those people were just following along, and they didn't know exactly what was going on, just that there was a girl who was bullied by a bunch of boys every day. Moreover, this kind of thing didn't interest Jiang Yu much, so he didn't care anymore. Later, after Jiang Yu's test replacement business spread over, he talked to people again. Just ask people, do you guys still make copies now? It turned out that people said that someone had broken the ticker and that there was no more copies to go down. Jiang Yu thought that the girl was broken and dropped out of school, so he didn't ask in detail. Also today I don't know how it suddenly came back to me, so I looked for Lin Xiaoyu to ask a question. Turns out I didn't expect her to react so well. Who told you that? Lin Xiaoyu said with a sullen face. No one told me that this sentence was well known at the time. You guys over in the 4th middle school, all day long is the playground gathering down the copy. What funeral puma has stormed? Funeral puma is killing big. What funeral puma into the 2nd stage? What funeral puma open big, pay attention to the position? Jiang Yu said. What else do you know? Lin Xiaoyu asked through clenched teeth. Then again I don't know. If you don't want to say it then forget it. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu. This reaction is a bit wrong. After writing her homework for a while longer, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Yu. Okay, I'll tell you. Rather, it doesn't have to be so forced. It's fine. Lin Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose. You turn me 51st. Jiang Yu almost laughed out loud as soon as he saw Lin Xiaoyu learning this from herself. Okay, here's your turn. After the money is transferred, I'll tell you about it. But you can't make fun of me with this in the future. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with a serious face. Yes, no problem. After that Lin Xiaoyu opened her speech. Chapter 124, It's no joke to confess to a goat. Little boys in middle school are not very good at expressing their likes. And even when you play with girls, you get teased by the kids around you, so it's diffused into a very monstrous expression. It's all about bullying whoever you like, to get the attention of little girls. Lin Xiaoyu was basically the best looking in junior high school, so she hadn't been bullied much in that regard. Usually if a girl can't take the bullying anymore, she cries, or sues the teacher, and then the boys must have tightened up. But Lin Xiaoyu is different. Lin Xiaoyu has to be strong since she was a child. You guys bullied me, I'll bully you back. Lin Xiaoyu itself from childhood is beautiful, learning and good. Something happened and Lin Chang in the back to support. Naturally, is the kind of high-minded and proud character. Sue the teacher, that's impossible. Suing a teacher is tantamount to admitting defeat. Admit it? You're not kidding. When had she, Lin Xiaoyu, ever conceded defeat? So the more those young boys watched Lin Xiaoyu the more they also came on. At first it was just a few rowdy boys in the class bullying a bit, and then slowly more and more people. Even from other classes came to join in the fun. That's why the scene of Lin Xiaoyu chasing after a group of boys and beating them up could often be seen in the school. Junior year and sophomore year basically chased the fight for 2 whole years. This is also the reason why Lin Xiaoyu is not a sports student and her sports are so good. With this kind of exercise intensity every day, she can't even think of being bad. But the boys hit girls. That is basically a joke, will not be very heavy hand. At most is to push a hand, step on a foot, shoes and so on. But Lin Xiaoyu doesn't care who you are when her temper comes up. Going up is a kick. Plus his grandfather used to run a martial arts school, and went on vacation to more or less follow and learn a couple of moves. Some of that body has not yet developed the little boy up to be. Lin Xiaoyu a foot can give people kick down. The boys weren't angry, though, and climbed up and had a laugh. Even later there was a professional conductor next to it. What DPS pay attention to the output maneuver. Do not greedy knife. Tank cannot carry the first, withdraw a little. The nurse back to blood, stand back a little. Funeral Biao is going to open up. Funeral Biao is going to open up. Watch your step. After the fight, a few guys even got together to do a summary review to see where they missed and whatnot. It's just kinda outrageous anyway. Lin Xiaoyu this crackling a speech or to John you listen to stay. My goodness, this middle school life of yours is pretty damn wonderful. Jiang Yu's eyes glazed over. Cut. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something else. Hey, so you can really break someone's boy's arm with one kick? Jiang Yu said. Previously, Jiang Yu also heard people over there say that morning Biao into the second stage of the huge fierce. A foot can give a person's arm dry broken. At that time, when Jiang Yu heard about this matter, he did not believe it at all. That fighting competition also did not see who can give a foot to someone arm dry broken. And still girls. But I don't know why people over at the 4th grade are spreading the word and talking about it like it's true. Just listen to their blind rumors. Lin Xiaoyu was also speechless when she heard Jiang Yu mention this. It was like this at the time. I don't know why, but boys in middle school have an obsession with girls' hair, either yanking on their headbands or setting them on fire with a lighter. One day Lin Xiaoyu rode is walking it. A group of boys on the sneaky back followed. Looks like again ready to go down the copy it. And then there's an unwritten rule. It's just that you have to yank off Lin Xiaoyu's headband to start a group. Because if you just push Lin Xiaoyu in a normal way, Lin Xiaoyu is usually used to it and probably ignores you. And if you play with people and they don't play with you, and you push them, then it's really quite pointless. But tugging on the head rope, Lin Xiaoyu will be 100% angry. And if you manage to yank it off, it was a huge rowdy thing to show off in that bunch of boys at the time. This is all epic achievements in the game. Then one of the boys sneaked up to tug on Lin Xiaoyu's headband, ready to start the monster. That would have actually been discovered by Lin Xiaoyu, as it wasn't the first time for any of these boys, but Lin Xiaoyu pretended not to know first. After waiting for the boy to get close, Lin Xiaoyu turned around and kicked the boy's arm with a high whip kick. Then the boy lost his center of gravity and fell into the tree pit next to him. The arm was broken when it hit that concrete platform in the tree pit. The cast went on the next day. But in junior high school, who cares about that? Just spread the rumor that Funeral Biao went into the second stage and broke someone's arm with a kick. So that's how it is. Hey, this mess of yours, was Qin Kai involved at that time? Jiang Yu asked. Since the conversation had opened up, Jiang Yu also asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Didn't he tell you? Lin Xiaoyu let out a light laugh. Nope. Then Lin Xiaoyu continued to speak. In middle school, students are divided into upper, middle and lower classes. It's either an explicit distinction or a subterfuge for everyone. An example, it's the 90 plus that will hang out with the 90 plus, but occasionally the 80 plus, but basically not a lot of back and forth with anyone below 80. Basically, with the exception of stopping by home and relationships, it's all about dividing up cliques based on grades. That kind of relationship brain is truly clueless. Other than that, there aren't many good students who have a normal relationship with bad students. Even if two people are at the same table, it's hard to fit into each other's cliques if their grades are too different. Even those with good grades have better relationships with those with good grades in other classes than with those with poor grades in their own class. Lin Xiaoyu had always been a good student, so even when she was fooling around, she was usually with those with similar grades. And Qin Kai didn't study well at first. Although the two people are both from the same school, after all, they are not in the same class. Even if both of them are quite famous in the school, basically there is not much crossover. At most, they know each other that there is such a person. But at that time Lin Xiaoyu kicked a person's arm, broken this thing more and more evil. Plus also heard that Lin Xiaoyu grandfather is to open a martial arts school. Said Lin Xiaoyu in fact will be Qigong, have inner strength. Qin Kai's gang of assholes talked. Some people just said that Qin Kai might not be able to beat Lin Xiaoyu either. Qin Kai, what person? That is smoking, was caught by the hostel to beat the hostel player. That is the 4th middle school gangster head. Top pricks. Go wherever the crow follow a group of people. Huge row. Qin Kai couldn't stand it once he heard that. Girls basically only have an advantage in beating boys in elementary school, and by the time you get to middle school everyone is basically developed. Except for those who come up from the countryside and get up all day to do farm work. Under normal circumstances, girls of the same size basically don't stand a chance against boys, not to mention the likes of Chin Kai who gets up and fights all day long. At that time, Chin Kai also pretended to be a pussy, so he said that I let her beat her casually with one hand. These pussies followed suit, saying something like, "Then let's give funeral PIU a war cry now." Then Lin Xiu Yue grew so big. "I haven't gotten a love letter yet, but I got a war letter first. Who can top this?" And this group of people at that time, in order to reflect the importance of this matter, the paper of the war letter is outside to buy the kind of award with the certificate. The content is to find the first grade in accordance with the ancient kind of diatribe format, and then find the grade word writing the most good-looking girls transcribed again. The delivery was a group of people who went together to send. Chin Kai walked in the forefront, next to him with a pretend eunuch, holding the war letter in both hands. At that time, when Lin Xiu Yu received it, the person looked confused. You were confused the first time you received a love letter in middle school, let alone a war letter. With so many people watching, Lin Xiu Yu accepted it with a clench of her teeth. At that time, there was a particularly wide alley behind the 4th grade school. Basically things that can't be dealt with at school are dealt with here. The day of the appointment, that is really a sea of people. To the Hudong blocked water. Do not know people thought which star came. The two were just standing opposite each other at the time. There's a referee who's got a whole pot lid from somewhere. Take an iron spoon. 3, 2, 1. Duong. So knock. The race is on. Chin Kai honestly, at first really did not take Lin Xiu Yue seriously. A little girl. Usually school fights even if, but also really give themselves a hallucination. You really think you're a female martial arts goddess who can break bread with the boys. It was what if you let her have one hand yourself. I wanna make Lin Xiu Yu sober up today. But with a bang of the pot lid, before Chin Kai could react, Lin Xiu Yu shifted sideways and then did a low whip kick. The toe of her shoe kicking directly at the knee counter joint of Chin Kai's weighted leg. This part of the body was hit hard. You can't even let alone boys. Chin Kai instantly knelt down for Lin Xiu Yu. Chapter 125, The Second Showdown. Chin Kai himself was in that standard punk standing position. Hands in his pockets. One leg taut as the center of gravity leg. The other leg angled out a bit. Basically his whole body weight pressed on the center of gravity leg. Moreover, a person can't stand up after a serious injury to the knee's anticlastic joint. Plus the fact that the knees hit directly on the kind of not-so-flat floor of the alley when he knelt down. Then it hurts even more to stand up. At that time to Chin Kai pain grimace. Cold sweat. Words cannot say out. Can only bite the teeth whispering grunt. And then the surrounding onlookers all of a sudden boiled over. It was a scene that was really more lively than New Year's Eve. The school gangster boss was kicked to his knees by the big boss. Funeral Biao. And who doesn't love this plot? The guy next to me was still there and up in arms. Said what Chin Kai up to pay tribute to others. And for Chin Kai to kowtow to one. And what's more, Chin Kai can't do this maneuver. He didn't even beat out Funeral Biao for the second stage. A few other people who were watching the event were shouting, "Nurse, where is the nurse? Quickly give on the resurrection." Then a couple of guys set up a super fat guy out there and yelled, "All out of the way, here comes the milkmaid." The atmosphere was like a concert. Cheering, jumping, whistling. Almost everyone was excited. Except for Chin Kai. Chin Kai endured the pain and raised his head, only to see Lin Xiu Yu towering over him, her hands clasping her chest and looking at her with a scornful face. That's right, contempt, scorn from the bottom of his heart. That expression, Chin Kai could never forget in his life. In the past, Chin Kai went out and fought, hitting and being hit by others. Chin Kai fights quite fiercely, or else he wouldn't be a gang leader and be a boss for others. Even the upperclassmen who beat themselves up never looked at themselves in that way. It's basically a case of I've knocked you down, but I also recognize your strength and respect you as a man. Never had anyone ever looked at himself in that way. In fact, Lin Xiu Yu also knew that the boys in school usually played with themselves, so Lin Xiu Yu usually exerted herself but didn't hit hard. But Chin Kai's kind of people who lay down the gauntlet to bully girls, she really despised, and naturally used some of the things that her grandfather had taught her. The average person fights rarely and basically can't kick the knee counter joint in this position. After this incident, Lin Xiu Yu's reputation became even louder. And after this incident, Chin Kai had people pointing at him wherever he went in school. Those who had been bullied by him in the past even jumped straight to their faces. Chin Kai wanted to clean up people. People said, have the ability to find Lin Xiu Yu to go what? Afraid to give people again to pay tribute. At that time, it directly gave Chin Kai all the anger. People like Chin Kai can't stand this the most. But to be honest, at that time, Lin Xiu Yu's kick did give Chin Kai's heart a bit kicked out. Knee pain for 10 days or so. Lin Xiu Yu kicked that actually okay. mainly knocked on the ground a little bump. However, I went to the hospital and the doctor said it was not a big problem and that I should just rest and get some rest. Just kept it up for a month or so. During this period, because he didn't dare to exert himself much, Shin Kai was humiliated a lot. Shin Kai originally did not want to go back to Lin Shoyue, but could not resist the arching fire around him, saying something like, if you don't get it back, what will whoever's side think of you? Look at whoever's not playing with us now. At that time, there were quite a few people gathered on Shin Kai's side with Shin Kai as the center, because after this incident, so many people scattered. No way. You say, you follow the big brother cannot beat a girl. You who is not ashamed. You don't care if it's a sneak attack. You haven't fought it anyway. You just don't hang out with Shin Kai now. Those people have to choke you twice. Let alone these ones who are still hanging out with Shin Kai now. So as soon as Shin Kai gritted his teeth, he gave Lin Xiaoyu another letter of war. This time, though, the specs are a little shabbier because there's no one to help. Think about it. Wouldn't it be a shame for the people who helped when something like this happened? At that time the first grade to help write the war book of that kid, because of this was around, the people did not laugh. Grades have dropped, but because he is the break ahead, dropped down, the reverse is still the first. When I delivered it, because Lin Xiaoyue was not in the class and the teacher came, I put the war book on Lin Xiaoyue's desk and left. After Lin Xiaoyu came back and saw it, she directly threw the war letter in the trash. Lin Xiaoyu also knew that last time, she had also relied on Shin Kai's carelessness, plus a sneak attack to win, and his own move would be of little use as long as the opposite side was guarded. This time, although there was not much help in placing the war order, the number of people watching was not less than the first time, but even more. On that day, a large number of people were gathered in the hutong again, and several people in Shin Kai even lit cigarettes and waited in the hutong, ready to take revenge. But it turned out that Lin Xiaoyue didn't come at all. A bunch of people blowing cold air for 2 hours. I can't tell you how many boxes of cigarettes I've smoked through. To Shin Kai angry The next day, he sought out Lin Xiaoyue to confront him face to face. Lin Xiaoyu then said, "Did I promise you?" It directly choked Shin Kai. 2 times a strange shame, let alone Shin Kai. Could you stand it if it were you? Right now, Shin Kai could be said to be disgraced in the school, with no prestige to speak of. And there are also rumors that why Lin Xiaoyue didn't come that day, because Shin Kai wrote not a war letter, but a love letter, ready to use the excuse of one-upmanship to confess his love to Lin Xiaoyue, and as a result, Lin Xiaoyue pierced through it, and that's why he didn't come. It was also said that Lin Xiaoyu didn't come because she thought the war book was full of typos. It's getting more and more rumored anyway. Something about Shin Kai wanting to recognize Lin Xiaoyu as his godmother because he was overcome by her. Anyway, Shin Kai's reputation was not good at that time, and people didn't care whether it was true or not. Just listen to the fun. After this incident, there were only 3 or 5 people left around Shin Kai. Shin Kai was really angry. Since then, Shin Kai had been pestering Lin Xiaoyu every day, wanting to fight Lin Xiaoyu one-on-one. In fact, the more Shin Kai did this, the more humiliating it became. But at that time, Shin Kai couldn't care less. This incident has become a demon for him. Even if the others didn't say anything, it was that their eyes casually swept towards themselves. Shin Kai felt that they were mocking him. Shin Kai's endless harassment this day, giving Lin Xiaoyue, is really a whole lot of annoying. Finally it was agreed. But this time there was no battle cry. The two just agreed on a time and place. It's still the same alley. There were arguably the most people there that day. Who doesn't love to watch at the age of 10 or so? It's the usual dogfights where you have to stop and take a second look, let alone a date of this caliber. All the students that came then blocked directly outside the alley. There were even people in other school uniforms who had ridden all the way over to see it. At first glance, the scene looked as if the school playground had been moved to the alley. Some peoples even climbed right up the wall just to have a look. However, after the last failure, Shin Kai grew a long memory and didn't say that he would let Lin Xiaoyu have one hand anymore. In case he let one hand lose again, he would have no way to mix in the school at all. So this one-on-one, it was only a matter of success, not failure. Shin Kai directly raised his spirit and prepared to fight with Lin Xiaoyu. It's the same referee, the same cauldron, the same iron spoon. With that, a duong sound. Lin Xiaoyu versus Shin Kai bout is official. Shin Kai couldn't care less about martial virtues at this point and flew up to kick Lin Xiaoyu in the thigh. Giving Lin Xiaoyu a kick, he took a few steps back and stumbled. Lin Xiaoyu just stared at Shin Kai, still staring at him with the kind of contempt that came from the bottom of her heart. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu clasped her hands to her chest, she didn't have the slightest intention of fighting back. Shin Kai then gritted his teeth and asked Lin Xiaoyu what she meant. Lin Xiaoyu came in faintly. "It's okay, go ahead and fight. I'll let you fight until you're satisfied." The crowd, which was still giggling and watching the fun, quieted down all of a sudden. Chapter 126. Shin Kai was trembling with anger. and now it was neither a good idea to fight nor not to fight. It's already pretty humiliating to date a girl in itself, not to mention the fact that they don't even fight back. And the nature of this matter changed when Lin Xiaoyu didn't fight back. A girl does not fight back to let you hit Qin Kai. If he really hit, then he will not mix in the future. This kind of person no one looks down on. By then, no one would want to play with Qin Kai, not to mention inside the school, even outside the school. Looking around at all the people staring at him, for the first time, Qin Kai knew what it meant to be helpless. Qin Kai grew up and fought I don't know how many fights, but never wimped out. But this time he really wimped out. If he was given another chance, he would never mess with Lin Xiaoyu. Never. Let's just say that this muscle player really can't mess with the brain player. Lin Xiaoyu, you hit back. I'm telling you to hit back. Qin Kai walked stiffly to Lin Xiaoyu and tugged on her arm, wanting her to hit herself. But Lin Xiaoyu didn't move at all. After a moment of stalemate, Lin Xiaoyu still had the same scornful expression, matched with a cool voice, relieved? If you don't hit me, I'll leave. Lin Xiaoyu finished watching Qin Kai freeze in place with little reaction. Then she turned around and left. And Qin Kai's reputation in the school has been completely stigmatized since then. Basically everyone looks at him with a strange look. Even those he had bullied dared to spit on his heels. Moreover, the people around Qin Kai have completely gone away because of this incident. And even his girlfriend has run away. In itself, these people hang out with Qin Kai. A lot of them are also afraid of being bullied by Qin Kai. You say that the relationship is really good. In fact, it may not be. As for how Qin Kai's girlfriend came to be, this matter does make it a little difficult to bandage. For fear that Jiang Yu will learn the wrong thing, so Lin Xiaoyu didn't tell Jiang Yu. There would have been live-ins, but relatively not many. Qin Kai was depressed and wanted to go out for a drink, but no matter who he approached, they all pushed back or even ignored him. In the end, none of them were willing to accompany Qin Kai out. That night, Qin Kai didn't go back to the dormitory, and found a barbecue stand alone and drank all night. He'd been thinking about it all night and couldn't figure out why things had turned out the way they had. He suddenly felt a sense of fear towards Lin Xiaoyu, a fear that he had never felt before when he faced a group of people chasing after him with dumping sticks. Since then Qin Kai has basically been hanging out with people from outside the school and rarely contacting people from his own school. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu went to ask Qin Kai why he had such a strange expression on his face. Although so many years had passed and this matter had been put down by Qin Kai, but if you let Qin Kai speak about this himself, then it would be better to just give him a knife. Crooked day. Jiang Yu listened intently. If her own story was worth 50, this one had to be at least 100. This is too much. Who's a good person to make a scene like this? Jiang Yu had always thought that he was a windbag back then, but compared to this, it's really nothing. People, this is the centerpiece of the Eye of the Storm. Hey, you are so familiar with Qin Kai. At that time when Qian Xian clashed with Qin Kai, why didn't you go up and pull? What are you doing sending me a message? Jiang Yu suddenly asked. Jiang Yu said that Qian Xian wrote a love letter to Guan Xian, and then Qin Kai to find Qian Xian to claim the matter. Familiar with what? I'm annoyed just looking at him. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Lin Xiaoyu still looked down on Qin Kai even now. The story of the yellow hair and the good student doesn't play out all the time. This was also the reason why at that time, Gu Xiaoyan had gone up to block it, but Lin Xiaoyu, who had such a strong sense of justice, hadn't gone. Then at that time, people provoked you. How do you hit people? Also like before to hit me, yes. Writing on people to hit? Jiang Yu refers to naturally. Last Monday, because of the video thing, the two people got into a verbal argument. Lin Xiaoyu was writing on Jiang Yu at the time and whacking around. I'm gentle enough with you, alright. Lin Xiaoyu was dissatisfied. Asterisk. You came up and put me down. And that's gentle? Then how do you fight before? Jiang Yu was also shocked. Those are gentle words. Then she must not have made a scene at school before. Jiang Yu had fought with girls before. And those girls basically pounded you twice with their fists and pinched you for chunks of meat or something. At that time, Lin Xiaoyu made a flying leap, came up and directly wrapped her arms around her neck, and knocked Jiang Yu down with one hand. And this technique was usually only used by boys to fool around with each other. And looking at that stance Lin Xiaoyu had at that time, this move was not an ordinary skillful one. By the time Jiang Yu reacted, Lin Xiaoyu was already riding on top of him. This was also the reason why Shirley saw Lin Xiaoyu riding on Jiang Yu and whacking him at that time. It's hard to roll over when there's not much of a size difference at this point. Look at that fighting match. It's hard to break free when you're mounted. Moreover, at that time, Jiang Yu was also afraid that he had moved too much and hurt Lin Xiaoyu. But now it seems that one's worries were completely overstated. People have a lot of experience in this field. I used to put people down and just kick them. Lin Xiaoyu said. No, kicking with your feet? That people don't sue teachers? If he doesn't mind the shame he can sue. He messed with me first anyway. Lin Xiaoyu said disdainfully. My goodness. Jiang Yu looked at it this way. Lin Xiaoyue was indeed considered gentle to herself. In fact, sometimes Lin Xiaoyu kicks quite excessively. But the problem was that every time they went to trouble Lin Xiaoyu, it was basically a group of people. How do you say you sue a teacher? Once you sue a teacher, isn't it true that the teacher has to clean up all these people? Even if Lin Xiaoyu turns around and gets scolded by the teacher and just doesn't play with you guys next time, you don't want to play with Lin Xiaoyu, but other people are willing so don't the other people have to have a problem with you too? So even though some of the boys were kicked in the eyes, they all held back and said that it didn't hurt at all, and didn't say that they were suing the teacher, just that they wouldn't get involved next time, and that they would refuel on the side to be a nursemaid or something. Then Jiang Yu suddenly smiled when he thought of Wu Tingting. I said, "You're not allowed to laugh at me." Lin Xiaoyu was instantly anxious when she saw Jiang Yu being happy there. No, didn't laugh at you. I remembered Wu Tingting, just her 2 tricks, actually dared to ask you to compete. Did you show mercy even then? Jiang Yu said. Wu Tingting used to be a talent. Bullies, kicking people a foot down to their feet broken. People did not have anything. She crutches for 2 months. Although Wu Tingting's hands are not good, but her set of humiliation plus ancestral tomb demolition of a dragon is still a little powerful. Before others are offline dating, she is online dating scolding. Net before. A lot of voice software has the kind of Wu Lane, which is specifically used to scold, and even a special referee. Of course, different Wu Lane rules are different. Wu Tingting they were playing 1v1, that is, you have to wear a headset. You curse at the same time you have to listen to the opposite side of the curse, and then one person has a chance to say the keywords. When the opposite side says keywords, you'll have to deduct 100 on the public screen. If it doesn't snap, you weren't listening, and the umpire gives you a ruling that you're out of the game for an infraction. If you say the keyword too quietly and the referee doesn't hear you, then you're not saying it. The referees don't care about winning or losing, they just look for infractions. Some people who are stupid in their own mouths and get into altercations with others usually hire a hitter. Wu Tingting also hired a fighter in the beginning, but later on, when she thought that the level of the fighter was too low, she couldn't scold the opposite side, so she started to go on her own. Then later on, Wu Tingting even worked as a fighter for other people, not for money either, but purely for cursing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to give Gu Xiaoyan a scolding and cry all afternoon. Anyway, it's pretty outrageous. Jiang Yu first heard that there is this thing is also stunned. Jiang Yu before the sprayer with people typing spray, basically did not open the wheat. Seeing that Jiang Yu wasn't laughing at himself, Lin Xiaoyu's face eased up quite a bit. Nonsense, if I don't take it easy, she'll have to be carried. Lin Xiaoyu said in dissatisfaction. Don't. A harmonious society, if we cannot make a move we should not make a move. Jiang Yu persuaded. Jiang Yu did not fight much, basically belongs to the kind of dog-headed military division. If the copy of the fight funeral Puma, but also certainly when the command of the one. The only time I've ever gotten my ass kicked outside, it was because of my own hand. You'd think I'd be willing to do it. Piss me off. Not angry. Hey, then at that time was it just Wu Tingting that or all that? Jiang Yu said. When Lin Xiaoyue went to class 27 to make trouble before, didn't she say that she gave Wu Tingting a shot at that time? So Jiang Yu was a bit curious. You're perverted, aren't you? Is that the point? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with a disgusted face. Chapter 127, The War Letters Collector. It's not curious, Jiang Yu said. Just one. It seems like it's not Wu Tingting either. I don't know. At that time it gave me a shock as well. I thought it was broken for others. Lin Xiaoyu also had a bit of palpitations when she said it. At that time the girl sat on the ground while howling and peeing, to Lin Xiaoyue at that time also scared, and later knew that it was just too much water. Did not have time to go to the toilet. Fell a little. The result did not hold. You think a girl encountered this kind of thing, who is not too ashamed. At that time the girl anxious, want a force to hold back, but cannot hold back, can only sit on the ground dry howling. Crying is not crying, it's howling. You who looks at it is not afraid. But then that girl stopped playing with the Wu Tingting girls. It's kind of a conversion. Far from it. Go on, Jiang Yu said. After that Lin Xiaoyue let out a long breath and just continued to start telling the story of middle school. As the saying goes, whenever 3 men get together, a random king of ideas is refreshed. Not to mention so many boys getting together in middle school. And then there was an inquisitive king. He had discovered a problem through this matter of Chinkai. It's that if you write a love letter to Lin Xiaoyu, then you'll more than likely receive a good guy card. But you gave Lin Xiaoyu a war cry. That can be a real physical contact. Even if you get beat up, you can at least grab a couple. And it's still 1v1. So when the time comes, we'll just say it was a mistouch, and no one else will be able to gossip about it. A solid deal. In the past, The kind of anymore is playing. Everyone is watching it. You cannot go too far. Step on a foot shoe. Pull a head rope. Push a back is the limit. But this can be different. It's hard to tell what you'll run into with your fists and feet. As for Chin Kai's 2 games, people actually don't talk about winning or losing much behind the scenes. Basically saying that Chin Kai wasted his time, and not saying that he took the opportunity to grab a couple of hands, and how it would have been if he had been on his own, or something like that. So from that day on, other schools' schoolgirls receive love letters by the handful. Lin Xiaoyue is collecting war letters to receive a soft hand. Of course Lin Xiaoyu couldn't possibly fight anyone who asked her to fight, so would she still go to school? So much for just throwing it all in the trash. Later on, when these people saw that they couldn't get Lin Xiaoyue out of her appointment, they became even more bold. The war book has everything written in it. That content is getting to be an awkward batch as well. What I am the 27th generation of the Iron Sand poem. Since childhood martial arts. 2 years old over the mountain. 4 years old on the tree. Presumption and your excellency to cut 1 or 2. Please teach. Anyway, it's just a bunch of blah blah blah. At first, Lin Xiaoyu looked at it as a joke. It wasn't until later that a man wrote, "What I am the 18th generation of Iron Crotch Kung Fu, gifted since childhood." At that time, it instantly infuriated Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyue also did not sue the teacher, directly sent the class group, but also let other classmates also sent to their class group. Eventually this student became known jokingly as the Iron Crotch King. In itself, those boys in middle school liked to pull each other out, and basically anyone who saw the King of Iron Crotch wanted to pull it out too, to see how iron it was. I've heard of hard scratching and inflammation for people. 66,666. This Iron Crotch King is also a talent. Jiang Yu was a bit taught. Talent? Humph. This person is still in our class right now. Lin Xiaoyu said breathlessly. Wait, now, in our class? Just this Iron Crotch King? Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Then suddenly something seemed to come to mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Wei, this is your own guess, not mine. Lin Xiaoyu skimmed her lips and said. Jiang Yu suddenly came to a realization. No wonder when he went to look for this kid was stammering there. At that time, Jiang Yu went to Zhang Wei to ask him about Lin Xiaoyu's junior high school days and almost didn't suffocate Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was trying to say, but Lin Xiaoyu had warned Zhang Wei before. If he dared to tell the truth about what happened when he was in junior high school, Lin Xiaoyu would make a copy of the war letter he wrote at that time and post it on the blackboard, not only in his own class, but also in several classes next door, and would also hire someone to send it out as a leaflet in front of the cafeteria. In fact, Zhang Wei didn't care that much about reputation, because he had a bad reputation himself for spreading gossip. But Zhang Wei, this kid is afraid of physical attacks. The junior high school was being pulled out all day long. The high school was pulled out again. A high school read down. The book did not read out what a name. You've really practiced to become the king of Iron Crotch. No wonder this kid was stumped at the time. Jiang Yu muttered in a low voice. Didn't you not ask? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with a smug expression. It means that if I say you can't ask, you just can't. Slightly asked. You go on. Jiang Yu said sardonically. Then Lin Xiaoyu went on speaking. At first, it was just Lin Xiaoyu who collected war letters, but it turned out that other girls started collecting them later. It's good to have something like a war letter. Even if you get rejected, you don't get a good guy card. You can't say, you're a nice guy. I don't want to fight you in a 1v1 duel. The man who invented the delivery of the war book is simply a genius. And you can also slip in a personal note in the war cry, which the girl is sure to pick up on if she's interested in you too. Simply the best no-holds-barred confession. Plus, everyone is giving them away, so it won't look out of place to follow suit. Hey, it occurs to me that the teachers don't care if you guys make a mess like this? Jiang Yu asked. If Jiang Yu's school was making such a mess, the homeroom teacher of the other classes would not say anything, but that old lady in her own class would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Tube. Lin Xiaoyu nodded her head. Lin Xiaoyu was already a good student, so she had also been very much in the class teacher's sights. At that time, when Lin Xiaoyu was bullied by the boys, the class teacher asked what was going on. Lin Xiaoyu also hardened her heart and said that she was just fooling around. Later, the class teacher approached Lin Xiaoyu several times, and Lin Xiaoyu said that she was just fooling around. In the end, the homeroom teacher couldn't do much but warn the boys not to go too far and leave it at that. Later, when Lin Xiaoyu began to frantically collect war books, the homeroom teacher then called Lin Xiaoyu over again. The homeroom teacher thought that it was because they had reached puberty and those boys like Lin Xiaoyu, so they wrote love letters to Lin Xiaoyu. It also gave Lin Xiaoyu a good lecture, meaning that now was not the time to fall in love. You're so good at studying, don't let this kind of thing hold you back. How about that? As a result, Lin Xiaoyu took the pile of war letters to the homeroom teacher. It gave the classroom teacher a confused look. In 20 years of coaching, when have I ever seen such a battle? What kind of girl gets up all day and collects war books? Later, Lin Xiaoyue explained to her homeroom teacher that she was just messing around. The class teacher was also skeptical, and originally wanted to contact Lin Xiaoyue's parents, but finally thought about it and decided that it would be better to observe for a while longer. As a result, later on, other girls started collecting war letters, not only from their own class, but from other classes as well. The class teacher thought it was now the new popularity of what game? Can only lament their old age? Can not understand. And those girls are not like Lin Xiaoyue, really dare to fight with others alone. So there has been no trouble. It did not bother. Then why do they call you Morning Biao? Jiang Yu asked. I don't know. It's just that someone suddenly called me this, and then they probably thought it was funny so they all called it that. Lin Xiaoyu said with some exasperation. A girl nicknamed Morning Puma is indeed a bit of a bandwagon. To be honest, if Lin Xiaoyu hadn't admitted it herself and heard it from someone else's mouth, Jiang Yu would never have believed it. But then again, this nickname has become Lin Xiaoyue's heart disease. Lin Xiaoyue is not averse to other people to give themselves a nickname. You up a little up a good point you are a little good point. Lin Xiaoyue estimated that all recognized. This funeral puma is all over the place. A lot of times nicknames in middle school didn't have any special meaning. They were probably just pronounced and given to people. Jiang Yu school when there was a call to fly oil scratching. Jiang Yu also do not know what it means. Anyway, we are so called, is to think that the call of the fun. I heard that they didn't stop bullying you afterwards. Jiang Yu then asked. Yes, later on they were not bullying me. Hey dash. Lin Xiaoyu was angry and helpless when she talked about this. When he was just a junior in high school, those boys were still playing around with Lin Xiaoyu, usually sending war letters or whatever if nothing else. As a result, one day out of the blue, a boy suddenly wrote a love letter to Lin Xiaoyu. At that time, it gave Lin Xiaoyue a bad thrill. Think about it, how could all those boys treat Lin Xiaoyu in the past? And how could they not be thrilled when one suddenly came out like this? And it's the first time Lin Xiaoyue receives a love letter. Previously, although there are people like Lin Xiaoyue, but at that time everyone was like that to Lin Xiaoyue, if you how, but also afraid of being laughed at by others, be looked down on or something. So that is like Lin Xiaoyue also do not dare to say, can only follow along with the bullying of Lin Xiaoyue, but now all the junior high school, some of the words and then do not say it can be too late. Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't like people, but after all, they liked themselves. In order to express her gratitude, Lin Xiaoyu invited people to drink milk tea, and also chatted with them for the afternoon. The others took one look at the situation and panicked. Usually, we are good brothers and righteousness, together with copies of the fight Funeral Puma, but the result is that your kids suddenly confess to Funeral Puma, and also with Funeral Puma alone for an afternoon. Chapter 128 Morning Puma Protection League. It would all be if a good brother found true love. Then bless the good brother. If the true love is his own goddess, then sorry, I don't have you as a brother. It's no worse than dying when your best buddy is with the girl you have a crush on. At the very least, you have to post 3 sad text QZs to slow down. For example, what the heart is dead, love buries flowers, and thoughts wander with the wind to the ends of the earth. With a black and white selfie of half your face or something. And also because Lin Xiaoyu has never had a date. That's why everyone can play around with Lin Xiaoyu so much. If Lin Xiaoyu has a date, then she definitely can't be like this now. Instead of letting Morning Puma be chased away by someone else, it would be better to do it yourself. Almost overnight, all of the people who bullied Lin Xiaoyu's attitude towards Lin Xiaoyu changed 180 degrees. There was apologizing and buying things for Lin Xiaoyue. All those war letters and stuff have turned into love letters, too. The content inside was so meaty that it gave Lin Xiaoyu goosebumps all over her body. The most outrageous thing is that these people have also formed a Morning Puma Protection League. There was also a banner that read protecting the cutest and most adorable Morning Puma princess. There was also someone in front with a loudspeaker shouting that whoever bullied Princess Morning Biao was against our entire junior class. At that time, it gave Lin Xiaoyu a look that almost made her pass over with 2 black eyes. Crooked day. Jiang Yu couldn't help but lament. That TV show didn't even play out as well as your experience. Jiang Yu was chagrined why he wasn't in the 4th grade, or else he could have witnessed the legendary story of this legendary man with his own eyes. This kind of thing even if you are not a party to it, that is to say to other people also have a roa, then to say how our school how. I was all convinced. Lin Xiaoyue was speechless even talking about this. Later Lin Xiaoyue wherever she went, everyone else meets and greets the princess well. It was just uncomfortable to give Lin Xiaoyu. Said these people many times, they do not change. Lin Xiaoyu is also lazy. As long as they do not call themselves Funeral Puma, princess is princess. And these people are not talking about ridicule how. You think a girl so beautiful, but also so able to play. That everyone in the heart of who does not take her is a baby bump. Really from the heart of Lin Xiaoyue as a little princess. There were also those from outside the school who came to fight Funeral Puma in the beginning, and they were directly beaten up by these people. Pouting. For example, at that time, Pouty had wanted to find Qin Kai, although he had fought with him before. He had basically fought with all of them except for the third middle school where Zhang Yu was. Zhang Yu was in a special situation on his side at the time, although the class above him had already graduated. Still, Pouty didn't dare to make a scene. Really no one to fight. Just Qin Kai seems to be a little more resistant to beat. Fought with Qin Kai again, but heard that the fourth middle school suddenly out of a female martial arts god. A foot to Qin Kai dry waist, but also can be kicked off the arms of the people. That Pout must have had to come and cut a deal. Pouty came looking for it then. That said, then people from your own school can bully themselves. So why are you from outside the school coming along for the ride? When they heard that Pouting's son had come to find Lin Xiaoyu for a one-on-one fight, those men had Pouting's son no matter what. As good as the Pout is, it's still a two-fisted affair. While shouting that you fourth formers are not martial, you backed away. It's a good thing Lin Xiaoyue arrived in time. After knowing the reason why Pouting's son came, Lin Xiaoyu directly pointed at Pouting's son's nose and scolded him. Qin Kai at least at that time with Lin Xiaoyue body type difference is not too much. Also than Lin Xiaoyue big circle. This Pout is full than Lin Xiaoyue high ahead. Full of tendon meat. You this find a girl dating. That is not a muscle long brain. In the end, Pouty just made a trip, did nothing, and took a beating, as well as a scolding. For nothing. Then did Qin Kai write you a love letter later? Zhang Yu suddenly asked. Why are you so concerned about him? Lin Xiaoyue paused for a moment. They're all in the same school now. Asked casually. Zhang Yu said. Humph, love letter, he's still thinking of going one-on-one with me. Lin Xiaoyu said breathlessly. No, why is he still looking for you to fight one-on-one? Lin Xiaoyu amused Zhang Yu with all her words. Lin Xiaoyu had almost become Qin Kai's heart demon at that time, but the Morning Biao Protection Union had already been established at that time, and if Qin Kai still dared to look for trouble with Lin Xiaoyu, then these people would definitely disagree. What's more, many of them had been bullied by Qin Kai before, and that didn't look very favorable to Qin Kai itself. So one day, Qin Kai secretly found Lin Xiaoyu in private. He wanted to have a 1v1 match with her without an audience, and no one else would know the final winner. And he didn't mean anything else. He just wanted to see if he could beat Lin Xiaoyue or not. And he also hoped that Lin Xiaoyue would take this one-on-one match seriously. Originally, Qin Kai thought that Lin Xiaoyu would either agree or refuse. And if she refused, she would just be scolded by Lin Xiaoyu. Results. Lin Xiaoyu walked up to Qin Kai and smiled slightly at him before saying, I don't play these childish games anymore. Then reaching out to gently touch Qin Kai's head again. He continued, you go play with someone else. Good boy. Lin Xiaoyu's 2 words directly gave Qin Kai a dry break in defense. From that day on, Qin Kai never went out to fight again, and suddenly began to study. Who would you dare to believe that? The teacher even complimented him on the return of the prodigal son. Coupled with the fact that Qin Kai was already quite smart, that academic performance was even more rapid. It's not that Qin Kai likes to study either. Rather, as long as Qin Kai's mind was idle, he would think about the things he had done with Lin Xiaoyu, and they had become a nightmare in his mind. Especially the last 2 words Lin Xiaoyu said to him. I don't play these childish games anymore. You go play with someone else. Good boy. It's even more lethal to a guy than let's break up. Sometimes Qin Kai would dream at night that he was fighting with Lin Xiaoyue, who stood in front of him with her hands clasped on her chest like a female god of martial arts, while he was lying on the ground like a mole cricket with injuries all over his body. There were jeers all around from people. Then Lin Xiaoyu walked to Qin Kai with a scornful face, then pulled out 2 coins and threw them at Qin Kai. Go play Shake Shack in front of the supermarket. Straight away, Qin Kai woke up with a fright, but then Qin Kai realized that as long as he concentrated on the questions, then he wouldn't think about these painful things, and because of the large amount of brainpower consumed during the day, he instead slept well at night and didn't dream. In the end, studying became a haven for Qin Kai instead, just so every day to learn, and finally really to Qin Kai also examined to the second middle school. My goodness, you have a knack for humiliating people. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, in middle school, if a girl had said that to herself, she would have more than likely had to break her defenses as well. A lot of those boys were, when they were little, you can call me ugly, you can call me stupid, but you can't call me childish like a child. I don't know why all those boys felt like they were becoming adults once they started middle school. What humiliate people, truly, our junior, still fight, not sick. Lin Xiaoyu did not have a good mood. Yes. I also don't know who beat up Wu Tingting and the girls, Zhang Yu said with a smile. There's another thing, I asked several of your 4th middle school, All of them said that they don't recognize you. By the way, this glorious deed of yours, no one in your school should know about it. Jian Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu directly rolled her eyes. Because they don't even know what my real name is. Ha, Jiang Yu's eyes widened. It used to be that a person with an overly famous nickname could really make people overlook her real name. At first Lin Xiaoyu didn't feel anything. Until one day, Lin Xiaoyu realized that some of her classmates actually couldn't name her. Because everyone calls Lin Xiaoyu in school. It's either morning Biao or princess. And when you talk to people outside of school, it's female Valkyrie. And with Lin Xiaoyu good relationship with the few girls usually call Lin Xiaoyu is also called dear, or baby. With Lin Xiaoyu relationship is not familiar with the girls simply do not dare to Lin Xiaoyu side leaning. Something is directly to say things. Will not call Lin Xiaoyu's name or nicknames. Only the individual relationship is slightly more general girls will call Lin Xiaoyu's sister. So the name Lin Xiaoyu faded into oblivion. Even the many love letters written to Lin Xiaoyu back then. It all starts with Dear Princess Morning Puma. To Lin Xiaoyu's anger, she almost tore up the love letters directly. Chapter 129, Knowing How to Copy. Plus so many years have passed. Those people that Jian Yu knew, except for Chi Hao, were not in the same class as Lin Xiaoyu. So naturally they had no impression of the name Lin Xiaoyu. And after Chi Hao came out because of the matter of the substitute examination, Jian Yu deleted this pussy and never contacted again. And they all don't dare to mess with me. If anyone messes with me, I'll post the war letters or love letters they wrote to me back then in the grade group. Lin Xiaoyu said. Those war letters and love letters that Lin Xiaoyu collected back then. Except for the very first batch that she threw away. The later ones were all stored, and with Tang Xianxian's help, they were all sorted and organized for storage. After graduation, Lin Xiaoyu and their entire grade pulled together a large group to make it easier for everyone to contact each other in the future. There's not much talk now, but the group is still there, and a lot of it may not seem like much at the time, but a few years later when it's brought out for public execution, it's really straight social death. Good guy, take it out one day and show it to me as well. Jian Yu said. Beautiful, how about it? Is my story 50 worth more than yours? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with that slightly small haughty look in her eyes. This I lose heart convinced. You this junior high school story, not to mention our city, is our province? No, is to look at the whole country, that is also can be ranked. Jiang Yu said. I can only say that Lin Xiaoyu's glorious deeds in this junior high school, the general public really can't touch the porcelain a little. Okay, I'm done with my story. Where are the pictures? Lin Xiaoyu said. Okay. Let me show you. Then Jiang Yu took out his cell phone and clicked on Yu Xiangwei's homepage. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to say that he had turned you 50, but this story of others was indeed a bit topsy-turvy, so Jiang Yu was embarrassed to say so. Lin Xiaoyu paddled back and forth to look at it. Yu Xiangwei is one of those standard sweet looks, the kind that both boys and girls like. It's pretty good looking. Was it this good looking in middle school? Lin Xiaoyu asked. It looked better than this in middle school. Jiang Yu said. People are like that. The most blurred fragments in the memory are often the most beautiful. The reality is full of flaws because it is too clear. Then did you guys end up together? Lin Xiaoyu then asked. We were. Wait, what time is it? Hurry up and do your homework. Jiang Yu suddenly realized that he had been nagging Lin Xiaoyu for more than an hour without even realizing it. Keep nagging and you won't be able to finish your homework. Oh. Lin Xiaoyu also didn't notice that the two actually talked for so long. After that the two began to struggle with their homework. Hey. Lend me your English paper to copy. Jiang Yu said. Copy. Just know how to copy. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have the heart to pull out the paper and hand it to Jiang Yu. Isn't this due tomorrow? Jiang Yu said helplessly. If I do it myself, I'll make a bunch of mistakes, and that old lady, the English teacher, will definitely have to lecture myself later. A little bit of copying, well at least a 90 will do. At this time Lin Xiaoyu received a message from Gao1. Gao1, Xiaoyu. Take a look at the English paper you handed out today and let's match the answers, because they have to hand it in. Some of the little girls are thin-skinned and are afraid that if they get a lot of mistakes, they won't be able to keep their faces up, so they go ahead and check their answers. Lin Xiaoyu, okay, wait a moment. Hey, wait to copy. I'll take a picture first. Lin Xiaoyu said to Jiang Yu. This makes you anxious. I'll finish copying in 2 clicks. Jiang Yu said, but Lin Xiaoyu didn't give Jiang Yu a chance at all, directly pulling out the roll and putting it on top. Taking a good picture and sending it to Gao1. Alright, copy it. Lin Xiaoyu said. Then Jiang Yu continued to copy. Soon the homework was pretty much done. Zhou Qing called the two out to eat fruit and drink milk, but because Jiang Yu told Zhou Qing, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't swallow the hot milk. But it's not good to drink cold milk at night, so just give Jiang Yu hot ones to drink. After washing up, Jiang Yu accompanied Lin Xiaoyu to her house again to pick up her pajamas. After coming back, Xiaoyu, You can sleep with Auntie tonight, Zhou Qing said. Good. Lin Xiaoyu responded with a smile. This girl, so well behaved. Look at her. Zhou Qing moved her hand to smooth Lin Xiaoyu's arm. Jiang Yu looked at his old mom and grinned straight back. You don't know what she was like in junior high school. If you know that she is the ultimate boss of the 4th middle school, Princess Muo Biao, you can still say that she is good. Then I really admire you. Because Jiang Yu disliked his dad's snoring, Jiang Jiyan would have to suffer the indignity of sleeping in the living room tonight. Let's put it this way. When Jiang Wu's dad snores in the bedroom, you can faintly hear it in the living room. Jiang Yu had been sleeping alone since he was very young, and because of that, the snoring was just too loud. Jiang Yu admired his own mom. Listening to this kind of snoring every day can fall asleep. Listening to some children talk about it. When they were young, they didn't dare to sleep alone. How to sleep alone for the first time? Jiang Yu can't understand it at all. Let's just say that people still aren't pushed that far. But before he slept, Jiang Yu definitely still had to settle something for Lin Xiaoyu. You put that toilet and everything ahead of time. You don't toss my mom in the middle of the night, Jiang Yu whispered. Lin Xiaoyu blushed. Got it. The other side. Jiang Jiang pulled Zhou Qing aside. No, Xiaoyu sleeps with you. Then where do I sleep? Jiang Jiang said anxiously. You sleep on the couch. So sleeping on the couch doesn't hurt your back? Then our son sleeps on the sofa? Zhou Qing's gaze became unkind. I didn't mean it that way. So what do you mean? You still want to sleep with someone else? Autumn moon? Zhou Qing's eyes instantly dilated. Jiang Jiang covered Zhou Qing's mouth. How dare you say anything out loud? My God. I mean, we'll both sleep and let those two little ones make do for the night. Zhou Qing broke Jiang Jiang's hand covering his own off. Do you think you're talking like a human being? You even made up a night. And you made up a Xiaoyu for us in one night? Zhou Qing said with some anger. Our son is not like that. Not that kind of person? The condom on the table you forget. Hey, you just take a look at you, what virtue? Just go out for a day. Just give you anxious fire. What Jiang Jiang wants to do. Zhou Qing is clear. 2 days? That time the day before yesterday was before 12 o'clock. Jiang Jiang whispered in Zhou Qing's ear. Zhou Qing was so angry that she directly pinched the fine flesh on Jiang Jiang's arm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'll sleep on the couch. On the couch. Cousin Jiang Yu's family has a habit that shoes like to pile up at the door, and she has a huge amount of shoes. More than you can imagine in 5 big words. Her house used to be one of those homes where the entry goes into the living room, and as a result, shoes could pile up from the doorway to the coffee table there. Usually it didn't matter if she lived by herself, but when people came over, her family had to collect shoes for half a day just to collect them. After all, it doesn't look good to have a floor of shoes for other people to see. Then when her family bought a house, they didn't buy the type where the entry goes into the living room. Instead, buy the type of floor plan where you come into the foyer first and then have a bedroom by the door. That way, the shoes can all fit in this bedroom. Come to relatives or friends or whatever, just close the door. As for why shoes are not put in the shoe cabinet, it may also be too much of a hassle to get them when you wear them. And that's just it. Her family's shoes can cover half the bedroom. Although Jiang Yu's house usually had shoes piled up in front of the door as well, it was actually okay because there weren't many shoes. Jiang Yu is now living in the cousin's home of this house. Is this type of household? Although there are 3 bedrooms, but the door of the bedroom is reserved to put shoes. Decoration. Only got a few cabinets. Not put a bed. So Jiang Jiyan could only sleep on the sofa today. Perhaps he was overly tired or something. Jiang Yu felt as if he wasn't that sleepy anymore. It just so happens that the novel I've been following has been updated. Just click through and read a chapter. Let me chase the schoolgirl? I'll just turn on my Highland blood. It's about how the protagonist gets a fixed amount of skills from a certain hero in League of Legends every day. The opening is the schoolgirl and the protagonist race, then 1,000 meters. If the schoolgirl won, the protagonist will have to buy the schoolgirl the latest Apple phone. If the protagonist won, the schoolgirl will be the protagonist's girlfriend. But the protagonist is a weakling scrapper who definitely can't run from the schoolgirl. As a result, just as the match started, the protagonist obtained the system and then drew the hero, the Infinite Sword Saint. The protagonist doesn't know what to do, and all of a sudden the Highlander bloodline is turned on, shining the light on the schoolgirl. He went after her. The schoolgirl was in a hurry and ran desperately, but was still caught up by the protagonist. As it turned out, that's when the passive triggered. The protagonist shines 2 hammers at the schoolgirl's head. Why 2 hammers? Don't ask. Asking is a double whammy. The schoolgirl gets whacked straight away by the protagonist. The schoolgirl's best friend took one look and rushed over, start condemning the protagonist. As a result, the protagonist takes a look at it, and it's a big deal, because they, together with the schoolgirls, just happen to be 4 in total. Alpha Raid. The protagonist's stance was like that of a ghost. It puts down 4 people in a flash. That's not all. The protagonist stacks 4 on top of each other, then sit at the top and start meditating. Because the meditation process can only be interrupted by control, so no matter how much people around you pull, they can't pull the protagonist away. The schoolgirl and her best friend were so angry that they started cursing the protagonist, cursing at the top of their lungs. And that's when, Wuji Kendo, the protagonist's hand suddenly moves involuntarily and starts pulling the schoolgirl's hair one by one, inflicting real damage on her. In this way, the schoolgirl and her several girlfriends were directly controlled by the protagonist for 4 hours of heart control, and the schoolgirl had a piece of her scalp plucked bald. Ha 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 ha. John-Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the novel. This author is nuts. It's hard to imagine the author's state of mind when he created it. It's this lazy dog of an author who only changes 2 chapters a day. Totally inadequate. After reading the updated latest chapters and swiping 2 random videos, John-Yu's sleepiness came up, tossed his phone aside and got ready for bed. Just as John-Yu was in a daze, John-Yu felt as if something was moving. John-Yu opened his eyes in a daze. Just a woman dressed in white, with a cloak of hair, stretching her head and crawling towards her bed. Such a big Sadako, giving John-Yu such a fright that he jumped straight up from the bed in an instant. Mommy ya dash. John-Yu, it's me, Lin Xiaoyu whispered. Chapter 130, Post-Mortem. Asterisk. Your great master Lin Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Being so scary is going to kill you. John-Yu felt like he had a moment where he directly turned into a third-person perspective. The whole thing is an out-of-body experience. Who wouldn't be scared to see this at night? When I opened my eyes in a daze, such a big chased person crawled towards my bed. If I had a heart attack or something, I would have been sent away on the spot. John-Yu's bedroom wasn't the kind of curtains that completely insulated the light, so he could see his surroundings at night even with the lights off, and this hazy one is rather the scariest. Startled, John-Yu turned the lights on. Lin Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed with a red face. No, you were sleeping fine with my mom. What are you doing coming over all of a sudden? Just to scare me. You're sick. John-Yu's body was still shaking a bit now. Your mom snores, Lin Xiaoyu said with pursed lips. My mom snores chicken feathers. John-Yu's head was spinning. Really? I'll slot in. Come on, let's see. John-Yu said and got up, put on his slippers, walked out of the room and came to the door of his mom's bedroom. Gently pressed the doorknob. The door opened. The room was quiet. All you could hear was the roar of your own dad's engine in the living room. That's my dad snoring, okay? John-Yu frowned and whispered to Lin Xiaoyu. No, your mom wasn't like this just now. A real fight. Lin Xiaoyu was also anxious and pressed her voice. Just now John-Yu's mother has been snoring. If John-Yu, Lin Xiaoyu may give him a push to wake up, but it is John-Yu's mother, so Lin Xiaoyu is embarrassed to do so. But Lin Xiaoyu didn't know why Zhou Qing suddenly stopped fighting again. So tell me where the holler is? Me. Hurry up and climb up to sleep. Keep the commotion small. Don't wake me my mom up. John-Yu urged in a low voice. Lin Xiaoyu huffed and climbed onto the bed with great reluctance. Just as John-Yu was about to close the door and go back to his bedroom, Chocharu's snorting sounded again. John-Yu, look, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly whispered. Holy, John-Yu didn't know what was going on. Growing up, I basically never heard my own mom snore. Then when Lin Xiaoyu came, her own old mother started to fight. It's not a living hell. Chocharu doesn't usually snore, only when she's particularly tired. I hadn't gotten any rest last night, and I was busy all day during the day, so I must have been physically and mentally exhausted. Basically lay down and fall asleep. It didn't give Lin Xiaoyu time to react at all. And Lin Xiaoyu, a player who can't sleep if she's annoyed by mosquitoes, will definitely be even more unable to sleep if she puts such an engine next to her. Okay, come with me, John-Yu said breathlessly. After the two returned to the bedroom, John-Yu extremely reluctantly took another quilt out of the closet. But this time, Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything about letting John-Yu continue to hit the floor. Lin Xiaoyu, I'm warning you, I haven't had a good rest for a day yesterday. If you toss me around again, don't blame me for not being polite. John-Yu warned at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu nodded her head obediently. After that the two just lay down. Not long after a small hand suddenly burrowed into John-Yu's quilt and grabbed John-Yu's wrist. However, John-Yu was not asleep at this point, so he was not startled, but only instinctively shrank his hands. Hiss, what's going on again? Can you let me grab some of you? I can't sleep a bit without grabbing something, Lin Xiaoyu said a little aggressively. Lin Xiaoyu needs to grab something to sleep in unfamiliar surroundings. Grandpa Lin Xiaoyu is also considered a martial artist. When a martial artist sleeps, he or she is concerned that he or she must not sleep to death and must hold a weapon. Back then in Lin Xiaoyu holiday and the grandfather that stayed for most of the holiday, cannot sleep dead did not learn, but the habit of holding a weapon is developed. When she came back, Wang Ting helped her to quit for a long time, but also at home, Lin Xiaoyu could fall asleep without having to hold anything in her hands. Still not in a strange place. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Where did you get all this from? And how did you sleep yesterday? That's why I didn't sleep yesterday. Lin Xiaoyu continued to say accusingly. Actually, Lin Xiaoyu was asleep. Otherwise Zhou Qing couldn't have come in without a reaction. But people sometimes get in a state where they've obviously slept, but it just feels like they haven't. And then they look at the time and 2 or 3 hours have passed. Lin Xiaoyu directly gave Jiang Yu an angry laugh. Okay, then you hold on to it. After that Lin Xiaoyu was satisfied and quickly went to sleep. However, this time Jiang Yu couldn't sleep, because Jiang Yu had been sleeping alone since he was very young. He was used to sleeping alone, and suddenly more people around him were uncomfortable, not to mention having physical contact with others. I don't know why, but Lin Xiaoyu had just grabbed him by the wrist, but Jiang Yu's attention was all over it, and he just couldn't sleep. Jiang Yu really cannot help. You then hold up an hour or two and so really sleepy and then sleep. That sleep time is not enough. So Jiang Yu saw that Lin Xiaoyu had fallen asleep, so little by little, he drew his hand that was grasped by Lin Xiaoyu out, afraid of waking up Lin Xiaoyu. But just as Jiang Yu finally pulled his hand out, Lin Xiaoyu's entire body suddenly looked like a fraud. Tie. Of a bit. Sitting straight up. Asterisk. What are you doing? This movement of Lin Xiaoyu directly gave Jiang Yu a big jump, but Lin Xiaoyu just sat quietly and didn't respond. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu didn't respond, Lin Xiaoyu? Jiang Yu called out tentatively. Still no response. Lin Xiaoyu? Still no response. Jiang Yu gently tapped Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder with his hand. Lin Xiaoyu? Only to see Lin Xiaoyu's neck click a little. Asterisk. Frightened, Jiang Yu hurriedly pulled his hand back. Then Lin Xiaoyu probably heard something, started twitching and craning his neck at the same time. Click. It's like one of those human beings who are in the middle of a necrophilia. Jiang Yu was terrified, afraid to make a little noise to disturb the thing that now had no idea what it was. But the desire to survive forced Jiang Yu to calm down. Jiang Yu carefully got out of bed. Slippers didn't even dare to wear. Hand on the edge of the bed. Then little by little moved towards the door. Because Jiang Yu was sleeping on the inside side, he had to go through the entire end of the bed. Just like that, Jiang Yu held his breath. A little bit of moving around. I've heard that zombies are only sensitive to sound. If you're careful enough, some people just habitually die. Jiang Yu knew he shouldn't, but when he reached the middle of the bed, he still couldn't hold back and unconsciously swept a glance at Lin Xiaoyu's face. Covered by the broken hair was an unmistakably grim expression. Frightened, Jiang Yu almost screamed outright. Next, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes opened. A chill went straight to the brain. Jiang Yu's entire body seemed to have been cast as if he was under a fixation spell, not daring to move a single muscle. Even his breathing was cautious. But, Lin Xiaoyu let out a scream, giving Jiang Yu a fright that made him jump like a Mario-topped mushroom. Mommy dash. Lin Xiaoyu thought what was wrong with Jiang Yu and screamed even louder. After confirming to each other that they are still human, Lin Xiaoyu frowned and said to Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu, what are you doing? You scared me to death you. Jiang Yu man was confused. Me? Scare you? How did you lick your big face and say that? After turning on the lights, Jiang Yu, what are you doing not sleeping? Lin Xiaoyu complained. Asterisk. Big sister, you just almost didn't scare me to death. You that clicked and twisted all at once. I thought you were going to turn into a corpse. Jiang Yu gasped for air. Now looking at Lin Xiaoyu still had a palpitating look. Jiang Yu Gong had a heart attack and thought that he had also traveled into some zombie text. Told you myself that this mess of a novel is usually better to read less. After that, Jiang Yu told Lin Xiaoyu what had just happened. But Lin Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. I'll be damned. You have this problem yourself that you don't know about? Jiang Yu was stunned. You're the one with the problem, Lin Xiaoyu said unconvincingly. Then tell me, why did you sit up after a good night's sleep? Jiang Yu said. Why am I sitting up? Only then did Lin Xiaoyu suddenly realize that she seemed to have woken up sitting. Jiang Yu, when Grandpa Lin Xiaoyu took Lin Xiaoyu to practice not being able to sleep to death. At that time, we started practicing by dropping our weapons first. It's the weapon in the hand. If one drops it, the person has to wake up immediately. Lin Xiaoyu was halfway through her studies at the time, and then she was picked up by Wang Ting. Originally this was a series about having 2 sets of sleep habits. One in a safe environment that is about falling asleep quickly, sleeping through the night, and having high quality sleep, and the other in a crisis environment that is about sleeping through the night, waking up when you move, and having your ears set on alert. This set was originally used by those martial artists in the Cold War era, when they ran horses and walked darts. As a result, teaching is definitely the first to pick up interesting to teach. The result of who knows Lin Xiuyue grandfather taught half. Wang Ting will not allow to teach. The result of the most useful in a safe environment to fall asleep in the set instead did not learn, because Lin Xiuyu's first set was only half learned as well, so dropping the weapon could manage to have a reaction, but couldn't wake up right away. That's why there was the scene just now where Lin Xiuyu was trying to wake up. At first glance, it seemed to be a little bit similar to necromancy. Lin Xiuyu, I surrender. I raise my hands. My room is yours tonight. I'll go okay. Jiang Yu was saying that he wouldn't sleep with Lin Xiuyu for any reason. It's just too damn scary. What sane person could withstand such a toss? Jiang Yu opened the door to his room and walked out. Hey, Jiang Yu. Lin Xiuyu's shouts did not manage to retain Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu opened the door to his own old mom's bedroom. Hoo. Jiang Yu slapped his head, and then to the living room. Zip, 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 hoo. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled again. Right now Jiang Yu felt so bad. Jiang Yu even thought he would have to squat on the toilet for the night otherwise. In the end, the hopeless Jiang Yu re-entered his bedroom. Looking at Lin Xiuyu who was sitting on the bed with red eyes, she sighed. You left me alone again. Lin Xiuyu said indignantly to Jiang Yu with an aggrieved face. Keys. I'll go to your house to sleep on the sofa. Jiang Yu frowned and said to Lin Xiuyu. Lin Xiuyu didn't say anything, so she stared at Jiang Yu with red eyes and pursed lips. Jiang Yu really felt like his head was so big right now. Jiang Yu, don't leave. Okay. Lin Xiuyu looked at Jiang Yu accusingly. Chapter 131 Nightmares. Jiang Yu had a helpless look on his face when he saw this, and directly got into bed and sat across from Lin Xiuyu, poking Lin Xiuyu's shoulder with his finger. Where's your awesome coaxing strength during the day? And at night you give me this whole aggrieved and pathetic look. Ha, my Sichuan opera master Moon. Jiang Yu couldn't understand. How can anyone be contrarian enough to be this contrarian? Besides, that contrast shouldn't be her kind in general. I'm sorry, Lin Xiuyu said with her head lowered. Big sister, count on me to beg you. Take a nap to calm down a bit. Okay, Jiang Yu said with a pained face. Good, Lin Xiuyu said weakly, after turning out the lights again and lying down. Lin Xiuyu's small hand reached into Jiang Yu's quilt again. Hey, Claw, what's going on? Jiang Yu spoke out to stop it. Just let me scratch a little, will you? I'll be lighter. Don't you give me this whole dead out. Sleep on your own. Don't you touch me. Jiang Yu said as he rolled over and turned his back to Lin Xiuyu. Jiang Yu, you yourself love to sleep as much as you like. You do not move me. No, you hold a cup in your hand. Jiang Yu did not have a good mood. The cup is too hard. Lin Xiuyu said. It's like that kung fu. You don't practice it for a long time. Not only will you get rusty, your movements will be distorted. When she was little, Lin Xiuyu had to grab something harder, but Lin Xiuyu would have to grab something moderately soft and hard to fall asleep now. It can't be too soft or too hard. Then Jiang Yu seemed to suddenly think of something. There's something that feels a lot like the human hand. That was the one that Yu Xiangwei had gotten together with several girls to buy for herself earlier. You wait for me to look for it. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, took a deep breath and turned the light on and said. After that, Jiang Yu took out the things that Yu Xiangwei and the girls had put together to give away. Here. Jiang Yu handed something to Lin Xiuyu. What is this? Lin Xiuyu looked at the strangely shaped object curiously. Never mind. Just tell me if you can fall asleep holding on to this. It seems okay. Lin Xiuyu squeezed it with her hand. The feel of it was indeed good. Very much in line with the kind of feeling she wanted. Sleep if you can. Jiang Yu said without any good humor. Lin Xiuyu took the thing in her hand and played with it back and forth twice. Then suddenly realized. Why is there a hole here? What's this for? Lin Xiuyu said and snapped her fingers in. Don't you? It was too late for Jiang Yu to stop. Lin Xiuyu first had a confused expression, then her pupils instantly dilated. Ah! Lin Xiuyu squealed softly for a moment and hurriedly threw something back to Jiang Yu, her fingers constantly rubbing back and forth on Jiang Yu's quilt. Why is that hand of yours so indebted to it? Letting you hold on to it. You honestly hold on to it no more. Jiang Yu was speechless. You pervert. Ah, so disgusting. Lin Xiuyu said with a disgusted face. Who would have thought that Jiang Yu would suddenly bring out one of these things for himself? What's disgusting is disgusting. It's not like I've ever used it. Jiang Yu said. Yuck. It's disgusting. Asterisk. Lin Xiuyu. You give me another fierce one? Jiang Yu said with glaring eyes. I'm sorry. Lin Xiuyu hurriedly lowered her head. Can you accompany me to the restroom to wash my hands? Ha. Lin Xiuyu. I am really impressed. Jiang Yu was truly convinced, admiring from the bottom of his heart. You Lin Xiuyu can really flex. After that, Jiang Yu accompanied Lin Xiuyu to the restroom. After coming back, then do you still want it? No, I'll put it away. Jiang Yu said as he put that thing in his hand and turned it upside down. Don't. Lin Xiaoyu glanced her head to the side and whispered again. Pervert. What on pervert? It's a gift from someone else. It's not like I bought it myself. Then he's a pervert too. Lin Xiaoyu nudged her mouth. You even complimented people's parents for being pretty in the first place. Jiang Yu said breathlessly. Pretty? Wait. This is from that girl you liked in middle school. Lin Xiaoyu was shocked. Did you all used to play this fancy? This is outrageous. More outrageous than your own school fights. Are they all so open? This is a long story. At that time, it was also that he phone kid's pitiful thing that came up with the idea. Jiang Yu had a black line on his head when he thought of this. Yes. Customized? What customization? Nothing. Then you guys. Lin Xiaoyu was a bit hesitant, not knowing how to say this. Lin Xiaoyu had a stomach full of questions she wanted to ask, but she was interrupted by Jiang Yu. Alright, big sister. What time is it? Go to sleep. We won't read tomorrow. Jiang Yu said breathlessly, after turning off the lights again and lying down. Jiang Yu, it's really not that I won't give you a grip. The problem is that I can't sleep if you grip me. Jiang Yu of course knew what Lin Xiaoyu wanted to say. Then, how about this? You go to sleep first. I'll wait for you to fall asleep and then grab your wrist, can I? Lin Xiaoyu weakly asked. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Then you wait half an hour to make sure I'm asleep. And, only scratch your wrists. Aha! Lin Xiaoyu nodded her head in a hurry. Jiang Yu couldn't care less after that. Dazed and confused, I went straight to sleep. Show you. You drink. This is mega delicious. Zhang Jiayue said as she handed her milk tea to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu took it and sipped it twice. But nothing to drink. How's the flavor? Zhang Jiayue asked. Nothing. You bad woman lied to me again. Lin Xiaoyu teased. Ha, how can that be? I just took a sip just now. Zhang Jiayue said as she took the cup over and sipped twice. There is. Lin Xiaoyu brought the cup over again. Sip hard. But still nothing. No, there's really nothing. Lin Xiaoyu said. Then it was Zhang Jiayue taking a sip, arguing with Lin Xiaoyu. Then Lin Xiaoyu taking another sip and getting nothing. Then Zhang Jiayue taking another sip. And so on. Jiang Yu, hurry up. This isn't even halfway up and you're panting like this. He Feng stood on the front steps and shouted at Jiang Yu. Asterisk. This bag of mine is a bit heavy. I brought too many things. Wait for me to slow down a bit. Jiang Yu panted and said. What have you brought? He Feng said. I don't know. Jiang Yu thought carefully. He seemed to have brought just a few things he needed to use for hiking, and basically nothing more. But how can this bag be so heavy? You can't throw away some. Okay, let's see. Jiang Yu opened his backpack and saw a black mass. What's this? I don't think I brought it myself. Did I carry the wrong bag? Jiang Yu said and reached out to grab the black mass. Looks like a wig. No, why is this wig so heavy? Jiang Yu lifted it so hard. A pale woman's head was then pulled out of the bag by Jiang Yu. A chill went from his calves straight to his brain. Frightened, Jiang Yu directly threw the woman's head in his hand with his own bag. As a result, the woman's head opened her eyes in midair. Then he chased after Jiang Yu, chasing, sipping, to Jiang Yu. He was so scared that he pulled out his legs and ran. But no matter how Jiang Yu ran, he could hear the sound of sipping behind him. Eventually the exhausted Jiang Yu finally stopped. And that sipping sound stopped. Jiang Yu let out a long breath, then realized that he had run off to nowhere and was surrounded by empty space and nothing. And a backpack suddenly appeared at his feet. The same one he had dropped earlier. Jiang Yu didn't know where the courage came from, so he picked up his backpack again, then opened the zipper. Before Jiang Yu could check if anything was missing from his bag, that sipping sound came back, and it's still coming from the bag. 10,000 times more frightened, Jiang Yu wanted to throw the bag away in a hurry, but he realized that he couldn't move. The body had lost all control. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the entire sky turned an iron blue color. The sip from the backpack grew louder. It's getting bigger. It was accompanied by a rustling sound. Then the pale woman's head, eyes glaring, teeth bared, burrowed itself out of the backpack. Jiang Yu was stunned, but not only could he not move, he couldn't even make a sound. One could only watch as the woman's mouth slowly grinned all the way to the back of her head, revealing a mouth full of shark teeth. Then, she suddenly pounced on Jiang Yu. The bloody mouth bit into Jiang Yu's neck. Ah! The startled Jiang Yu woke up and shouted while gasping for air. Cold sweat dampened Jiang Yu's back. The dream was so real that Jiang Yu couldn't believe that it was a dream just now. Jiang Yu, who had slowed down for half a day, finally calmed down. But, no, wait, why can't I move myself still? Then Jiang Yu seemed to hear another familiar voice. Sip, asterisk in hell. The voice almost gave Jiang Yu a fright that scared the piss out of him. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Yu realized that there was a woman's head next to him. and this woman's head is still sucking on her neck. Mommy, 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 mommy. At that time, it really gave Jiang Yu a cry. Who can stand it when it's so exciting in the morning? At this time, Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have been woken up by Jiang Yu's voice as well. Dazed and confused, he grunted, dash. Jiang Yu then realized that it was Lin Xiaoyu, and the reason he couldn't move himself was because she was on top of him. Jiang Yu's fire miso came up at once. Chapter 132, You'll definitely be a domestic abuser in the future. He was tossed around by Lin Xiaoyu last night, plus he was scared half a day by Lin Xiaoyu again tonight. This again in the morning, and Jiang Yu already had a pretty bad case of waking up. That's why Jiang Yu pushed Lin Xiaoyu away from himself, shining 3 hammers at Lin Xiaoyu's stomach. As for why 3 hammers, don't ask. Asking is just a habit of hitting the 3rd ring after playing too much in the league. Lin Xiaoyu curled up directly on her knees on the bed from the pain. Jiang Yu was also confused after typing it. Jiang Yu didn't know why he was so furious just now. People can really do some unexpected things when they are in a violent mood swing. But now Jiang Yu was also a bit regretful and hurriedly checked Lin Xiaoyu's status. Is it alright? No, it's alright. Jiang Yu patted Lin Xiaoyu's back. That's when the door to the room was also opened. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhou Qing came in and asked anxiously. Restaurant. After Zhou Qing fixed breakfast for the two, she briefly understood the situation. It's fine. Autumn Moon. Don't worry. Turn around and Auntie will definitely punish him severely, Zhou Qing said as she sat beside Lin Xiaoyu while rubbing her stomach. If it wasn't for Lin Xiaoyu being there, Zhou Chang would have wanted to clean up Jiang Yu by now. Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was staring at Jiang Yu with a huff. No, Mom, look at what she's doing and awing over this neck of mine. She made a little bit of effort to give me a bite. My little life is explained. Jiang Yu pointed at a huge and deeply colored strawberry mark on his neck and said, it is also thanks to Lin Xiaoyu as sipping here yesterday. Did not really bite, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Yesterday morning it was an action movie. Today it's changed to a horror movie. Who can stand up to this day in and day out? However, yesterday morning, Jiang Yu more or less kept his sanity, and this morning he was indeed a bit on top of things, and his hands were naturally heavier. Hey, how do you kid talk? Although Zhou Qing was also a bit distressed looking at Jiang Yu's neck, it was really not good to say anything more in front of someone else. Lin Xiaoyu. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoyu pursed her lips and huffed. Autumn Moon. What are you apologizing to him for? Are you okay? Does it still hurt? Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. That's good. Zhou Cheng also let out a long breath and gave Jiang Yu a blank look in passing. She doesn't hurt. I do. Jiang Yu said breathlessly. What are you hurting for? Zhou Qing didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Xiaoyu also wrinkled her nose hard at Jiang Yu upon hearing this. Mom, if you ask me, this has something to do with you too. If you didn't snore, wouldn't there be no such thing? You don't even know how I spent last night. Jiang Yu was about to tell the whole story of last night. Lin Xiaoyu instantly showed a begging expression again. In the end, Jiang Yu could only take a deep breath and swallow his words back. Oh, I've had a busy day and I can't even snore in my sleep. Did not say no. Is that I'm this a few times? The responsibility cannot be all my one person back it. How much you also help to bear a little. Jiang Yu said so. Is not to shirk responsibility. Just want to let their own mom back if really pack their own. Lighten up a little. You pour me again. After that, Zhou Qing gave Jiang Yu a simple spray on his neck and the two of them went to school. But on the way out the door, Lin Xiaoyu frowned, then covered her stomach with her hand. Zhou Cheng was hastily and anxiously concerned. Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. Jiang, you are stunned. You also shelled acting on. Just do not hurt, and then are ready to go out on the pain. Plus, the punch that Jiang Yu had thrown at that time was originally a lying punch, and he couldn't use any strength at all. So you can say that even if he used his full strength, how much strength could he use? Waiting to get out of the building door. Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Yu with sultry eyes. No, I've apologized. What more do you want? Jiang Yu said helplessly. I can't tell you how many times I've said I'm sorry myself because of those 3 punches. When you get married in the future, you'll definitely be domestically abusive. Lin Xiaoyu said with an unhappy face. No, big sister. On this my temper, domestic violence. You really dare to say, hey, not to mention other things, you just say look at our class. Then I have a few boys with a good temper. Jiang Yu unconvinced. You hit me anyway. If you don't toss me, can I be that uptight? Jiang Yu said this is also very speechless. You just say. You started yesterday. Yesterday, toss me a night. We will not say. Tonight, first chaste climbing bed, then zombie necrophilia. Ayo, the last I opened my eyes. Well, vampire feeding. Ah, you just say. Which normal people can withstand you so tossed? You also said that I am domestic violence. You will be so every day so engaged. A week to your husband to send away. Before Lin Xiu you tossed Zhang Yu a few times. Zhang Yu was actually okay. In the end, this time it was a real scare for Zhang Yu. Even for a moment, Zhang Yu really thought he was going to lose it. At that time that scene was given to anyone who wasn't scared. So at that time, I didn't know how to get on top of it, so I gave Lin Xiu Yue a few whacks. Lin Xiu Yue was really tired even though she didn't sleep all day yesterday. Then Lin Xiu Yue always likes to sleep on her side. As a result, he rolled over so much that he was pressed against Zhang Yu. If it were normal, a roll like that might have woken him up too, but today was just too tiring. And it's just rolling over. Lin Xiu Yue's grip on Zhang Yu's wrist didn't let go. Plus most people have nightmares when their chest is pressed. Normally, I can't keep my own arms down on my chest, let alone a person this big. That's why it's this morning. Lin Xiu Yu also didn't want to argue with Zhang Yu. After blankly glancing at Zhang Yu, he walked towards the school. Zhang Yu followed suit with a helpless face. Look, don't the two of them still sleep together? If you ask me, there are some things that you can't control, Zhang Zhiyong said while eating bread. The two of them, Zhang Yu and Lin Xiu Yu, made a mess and woke Zhang Zhiyong up as well. Hey, Zhou Qing looked at Zhang Zhiyong with an unpleasant face. Look, it's still delaying us all night, Zhang Zhiyong said breathlessly. I told you if you could get up all day with something decent in your head. How is this immodest? That sun is big. Some things have to guide correctly. You just block, you cannot block. Zhang Zhiyong then said. Then wait for your son to come back. You go. Zhou Cheng did not have a good temper. Yesterday was going to give Zhang Yu science, but the result was almost given by Zhang Yu. Now this child one by one, how do they know so much? I'm not going. I'll wait to hug Xiao Xiaoyu. Zhang Zhiyong finished stuffing the rest of the bread into his mouth before ducking into the restroom and locking the door behind him. You come out. If you're capable, you'll stay inside all the time. Zhou Cheng stood outside the door and shouted, Good morning, Zhang Yu, and good morning, Chou Yu. Gao Wen cheerfully greeted the two. Morning, morning. Hey, Zhang Yu, what happened to your neck? Gao Wen asked. Humph, she did it, Zhang Yu said with a light hum. Ha, Gawain looked at the two in surprise. To the class. Zhang Yu was a bit sleepy, but a bit of his homework hadn't been finished yet, so he forced the computer to turn on and continue writing. Not a moment too soon, Zhang Jiayue walked over, turned up Zhang Yu's collar, then pulled the zipper to the highest for Zhang Yu, whispered, cover up, and then it's gone. Zhang Yu's brain was all confused at first, and only reacted after a while. Isn't this one of those little couples who planted strawberries between them? Before Zhang Jiayue also gave he phone to get it. Luckily, it wasn't seen by Shirley, or else he wouldn't be able to explain it again. After Zhang Jiayue helped Zhang Yu turn up his collar, she went back to Lin Xiu Yue. Xiu Yu, I know you guys are on good terms, but this is too blatant of you guys. Such a big piece on Zhang Yu's neck. How can you explain it when Brother Lei sees it? Moreover, for this kind of thing, you can't exert yourself too much. It seems to me that you've given Zhang Yu all the bruises. Zhang Jiayue sat beside Lin Xiu Yu and persuaded in a low voice. Jiayue, Zhang Yu hit me. Lin Xiu Yu said with an aggrieved face. Student age those little girls, but we're a little aggrieved, like to give themselves a bitter persona. You do not care about the truth of the matter in the end how? Anyway, the first aggrieved up again. Ha, ha, ah. Lin Xiu Yu had confused Zhang Jiayue with a single sentence. Chapter 133, Shall I rub you? Zhang Jiayue hadn't seen Zhang Yu lose his temper since he knew him, let alone hit someone. Not to mention hitting girls. You can say that the person wilts, but you can't say that the person has a bad temper. Why did he beat you up just because you planted strawberries on his neck? Zhang Jiayue asked. Lin Xiu Yu blushed and was too embarrassed to tell the truth. So she hummed. He's also too much. Don't worry. I'll turn around and condemn him, and definitely make him give you a statement. Zhang Jiayue said with some exasperation. After Zhang Jiayue left, not long after, he phone came over to Zhang Yu's side. Using one finger, he hooked Zhang Yu's collar down a bit. How did you get this? He phone asked with a wicked grin on his face. Cupping fire went on. Zhang Yu didn't have the good sense to say. What fire cans can be pulled like that? The female technician can't do her job. Later on, Zhang Jiayue also briefly came over to chat with Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu casually made up a reason to pass it off. The events of last night make my own scalp tingle when I think about it, let alone tell anyone else about it. First period between classes. Xian Xin accompanied Guan Xin to class 27. Hello, may I ask if I can help call your class Wu-Tingting? Guan Xin said weakly. Go in and find her yourself. The classmate shrugged his shoulders and left. Other classes usually find people by calling them out, but over here they basically go straight into the class to find them. Guan Xin had never been to another class before, so she was a little too scared to go straight in. Xiaoying, Sister Ying. Guan Xin seemed to have suddenly seen a savior. Xiaoying walked up to Guan Xin. What's wrong? Can you help me return this to Sister Ting? Guan Xin handed the unopened cell phone case to Xiaoying. Did Song Yuanhang give it to you? Xiaoying asked. Aha. Guan Xin nodded. No wonder you didn't reply to the message yesterday. Ha, did you guys look for me again yesterday? It's nothing. I was going to ask you to go out, but I guess you don't have the time. Xiaoying smiled. Ah, sorry. It's okay. Then this. It's better for you to give this to Sister Ting yourself. Xiaoying said. You can just go straight into her. Seeing Xiaoying say the same, Guan Xin clenched her teeth and stepped into class 27. Wu Tingting was in the last row by the window. When Guan Xin saw it, she walked straight over. Ting, what is it? Wu Tingting asked, crossing her legs and squinting her eyes. This is returned to you. It's too valuable for me to accept. Guan Xin placed the unopened cell phone case on Wu Tingting's table. What do you mean? Look down on me, Wu Tingting. No, 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 I don't mean that. Guan Xin hastily waved her hand. Then Wu Tingting stood up directly and took the cell phone, opened the window, then skimmed the phone right down the window. Since the front of the school building is a flower pond, objects thrown from a height won't hit anyone. Alright, get lost. After Wu Tingting threw it, she sat down again and continued to cross her legs. Ah, Sister Ting. Guan Xin looked at Wu Tingting like this, scared and anxious, wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He was finally pulled out of class 27 by Qian Xin. Speaking of which, this throwing of cell phones is an old tradition of class 27. Although cell phones aren't regulated very strictly over here, you can't go too far. So there are basically only two types of students who typically bring cell phones. One type of cell phone is kept in a book bag and waits until after school to take it out to contact a parent, or to buy something. The other is the one that dares to take it out and play with it at school. But those who dare to take it out for fun like this usually carry at least two cell phones, one for normal use and one as a scapegoat. When the teacher finds out, turn in the cell phone that was used as a scapegoat. But the average student, the kind of backup cell phone that serves as a scapegoat is also limited to one or two at most. And these strip class ones are different. I heard that homeroom teacher in class 26 confiscated 12 from a single student. At the time, the homeroom teacher thought his family bought and sold used cell phones. Parents can't control this kind of student, so there's no point in calling them. And there's only confiscation of cell phones, no disciplinary action. At most a few days of suspension. So you can't say that people are expelled because of that. To be suspended. These people can't wait to be suspended themselves. Back to class 27. Usually when teachers encounter students playing with cell phones, they just confiscate them. After the 27th class was split up, it wasn't split up, but it was merged with some people coming in because so many went abroad. But the homeroom teacher was changed, and the current one is okay. But that homeroom teacher at the very beginning of the senior year was kind of weird, too, because we also know that the cell phone students turn in aren't worth much. So as soon as she found out, she skimmed right out the window. But her move really shocked people at first. But then, Wu Tingting looked at her cell phone in class and was caught by her teacher. The Wu Tingting kind of spare is basically the last generation of Apple as well. So the homeroom teacher didn't dare throw it then. And then there was a grandiose statement about how the school leaders had talked to her and wouldn't let her litter or something. Usually teachers say this kind of thing. Students, you don't care whether you believe it or not. You listen to it and forget about it. As a result, a few students in class 27 who had been thrown a cell phone started to appeal directly below. It's that cheering sound. Then it blew up for the classroom teacher mentality. Maybe a couple of curses. Then the student wouldn't let it go either and started making the teacher pay for the cell phone. In the end, someone from the school interceded, and the matter was finally settled. And then class 27 was replaced by the current homeroom teacher. Try to still have less contact with Wu Tingting girls. They have money in their family and don't study much. Don't influence you. Chen Xian wanted to say that Wu Tingting and the others were not good people, but felt that it was inappropriate for him to say so he changed his words. Actually, Guan Xian wanted to speak for Wu Tingting and the others, but she didn't know what to say because she also knew that Wu Tingting and the others weren't good people in the traditional sense. What do you see here? Chen Xian smiled faintly, then pulled out a latest model Apple phone from his shirt pocket and handed it to Guan Xian. It's exactly the same as the one Guan Xian returned earlier. Ha, where did you get that? Guan Xian was surprised. Of course I bought it. Spending money indiscriminately. You don't only have 5,000. Guan Xian said with a frown. At that time, when I sent Guan Xian back after eating the grilled fish, to show off his small fortune with Guan Xian, just tell Guan Xian he still has over $5,000. This, I actually have over 10. 000. Qian Xin smiled sardonically. Cheat, I borrowed some from a friend. Qian Xin said. To be honest, Qian Xin did have love brain on his head too. I went to the Apple physical store yesterday and hesitated for a long time. But finally I bit the bullet and asked my brothers to borrow some to force me to take it. Not like this. Seekin said a little unhappily. It's okay, we have an iron relationship. They are not in a hurry to ask. Wait for me to work during the holidays to slowly pay back. Qian Xin said. Back off. Can you? Guan Xin gently pulled on Qian Xin's coat. Qian Xin, bought in a brick-and-mortar store. Can't return it. Seekin, yes, I can. I'll go with you. Qian Xin, then what if your cell phone can't be fixed? Guan Xin, then I'll get a cheaper one first. Qianqin, just go ahead and use it. Guan Xin, back off. Okay, I'm pissed. Qian Xin, okay then. Listen to you. Yuan Hang, are you free at noon? Xia Ying asked. A good person has an appointment, so I will accompany you. Song Yuan Hang said as he shook his fan. Go with me at noon to return the cell phone. Xia Ying was also used to Song Yuan Hang not speaking in human terms, because a lot of stores, refunds are only available the way they are. And a lot of stores nowadays you can't just get a ticket and give someone a card number. Although Wu Tingting had thrown her cell phone downstairs, Xia Ying still picked it up. Tens of thousands of dollars, after all. Although it was thrown from the 4th floor, it wasn't unpacked, and there were those shockproof measures inside, so it shouldn't have been broken either. Shouldn't be too much of a problem if you go to return it. Good. Song Yuan Hang agreed. Recess. A place where no one is. Does it still hurt? Jiang Yu came over next to Lin Xiuyu. What do you think? Lin Xiuyu didn't have a good mood. Jiang Yu is convinced. This woman how when they do not serve their own indignation, their good intentions to come over to care for you, give each other a face even if you usually twist your own teeth and claws. When have you ever been like you? Not to mention that you almost didn't scare yourself to death last night. So when Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiuyu like this, he didn't hold back from stabbing her. So what? I'll rub it for you? Jiang Yu said breathlessly. Lin Xiuyu tilted her head to the side. Ha? Jiang Yu froze for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong, then added, then I'll rub it for you. Seeing that Lin Xiuyu didn't have much of a reaction, Jiang Yu then placed his hand on Lin Xiuyu's stomach and gently rubbed it. Here? Jiang Yu asked as he rubbed. Aha. And not far away, Zhong Wei just happened to pass by and saw this scene. Chapter 134, Provocation. My god, how long has it taken for this to show its pregnancy? Or is it that Jiang Yu has long since given Lin Xiuyu a bigger belly? Thinking of this, Zhong Wei's pupils shook violently, then rushed back to the class and started the intelligence output. Class. Look guys, is this Jiang Yu's name? Gao Wen enlarged the picture of the test paper that Lin Xiuyu had sent to her yesterday and showed it to the surrounding little ones. Yesterday, Gao Wen was so focused on the answers that she didn't pay attention to it. But today, she suddenly remembered that there was a question that seemed to have a problem, so she clicked on it and looked at it again. And then she suddenly realized that there was a paper next to her that had Jiang Yu's name written on it, generally to distinguish between assignments that are to be turned in and those that are not. The names of those that are to be turned in are written up in advance. It seems to be true. How did Lin Xiuyu have Jiang Yu's test paper? Yeah. Is it possible that Lin Xiuyu's English paper was actually copied from Jiang Yu? I told you I had a pair yesterday. Why so many different ones? Hey, are you guys out of your minds? Lin Xiuyu copying Jiang Yu's English. Crazy, but law. And why do you think that is? Is it possible that these two are living together? Didn't I hear Zhong Wei say that Jiang Yu got Lin Xiuyu pregnant? You can believe Zhong Wei's words. He even said that brother Lei and sister Yan are having an affair. No. So what do you say about the test paper this? Do you think there's such a possibility that Lin Xiuyu helped Jiang Yu with his homework? Crazy. Jiang Yu ABCD is too lazy to copy, and Lin Xiuyu has to help write it. Maybe they are in a good relationship. You are not seeing such a big strawberry on Jiang Yu's neck today. And yeah, I don't think it was yesterday. Wait. In that case, there's a real possibility that these two are living together. Why don't we go ask Lin Xiuyu? Crazy, can you even ask something like that directly? Then what? Can you listen to me for a second? You say. I actually watched him two go into a cell the other day and I followed them. And then I watched them two go into a unit. I remember didn't Jiang Yu ride a bicycle before? Right. Crazy, really living together. Zhong Wei had wanted to come up and tell a few people about Jiang Yu helping Lin Xiuyu rub her stomach, but he happened to hear Gao Wen and the girls chatting here. He said how to so quickly show pregnant. So long ago cohabitation on. Didn't I hear Zhong Wei say that Lin Xiuyu is pregnant? Zhong Wei, you scared me to death. I've been here since you guys started talking. Zhong Wei was also a bit speechless. Who the hell did you hear about Lin Qiuyu's pregnancy? Don't you care who I heard? Do you know what I just saw? Zhong Wei said mysteriously. What? I saw Jiang Yu rubbing Lin Qiuyu's stomach. It seems like it's a bit of a month, Zhong Wei said in a serious manner. My god. What about Autumn Moon? What about Autumn Moon? Yeah, if you fight it off, you have to do it early. If it comes up in the month, it's dangerous. Should we warn them then? Wait, this kind of thing can't be rushed. How much do you hurt people's Autumn Moon's self-esteem by saying it directly? Yeah, who's pregnant and willing to make a big deal out of it? I'll be damned. This Jiang Yu was really not a thing either. The conversation suddenly turned to Jiang Yu, and the attitude of this group of girls immediately changed. That's it. Scum. How nice Autumn Moon is. She doesn't think of others at all. She just does it for her own comfort. That's it. School ends at noon. An unoccupied corner. You say this Jiang Yu was also really something. That is, if Qiuyu is even more sorry to him. He can't hit someone with his hands. This is too much. Zhang Jiayue said indignantly to Yifeng. Where did you hit? Yifeng only knew that Lin Qiuyue had printed a strawberry for Jiang Yu, and didn't know about Jiang Yu hitting Lin Qiuyue. Punch in the stomach. Said super hard with 3 punches. Zhang Jiayue said. Ha? No way. Jiang Yu? How can that be? In Yifeng's impression, Jiang Yu was also the type with a super good temper. Wouldn't fight anyone at all, let alone a girl. I wouldn't have believed it if Autumn Moon hadn't told me herself. And didn't Nakazuki say why? Seeing her stammering, I didn't ask in detail. That is, no matter what, you can't hit someone with your hands. Zhang Jiayue was dissatisfied. That's true. Yifeng agreed. No matter what, striking was indeed a bit too much. You can't learn from him like this, Zhang Jiayue said, suddenly empathizing on. Don't worry, how could I? Then I'll rub it with you too? Yifeng said as he wrapped his arms around Zhang Jiayue. Aha! Zhang Jiayue hadn't told Yifeng about this in class before. That is, she also wanted to take this opportunity to pamper Yifeng again. Then Yifeng put his hand on Zhang Jiayue's stomach and started rubbing it. And Zhong Wei, who was around the corner, was even more shocked after hearing the conversation between the two. Wasn't it Jiang Yu who helped Lin Qiuyu rub her stomach just before? How did it become a beating again? Or 3 punches? Could it be that the child in Lin Qiuyu's stomach is not Jiang Yu's? The order of this thing is reversed and often yields surprising results. School ends at noon. Jian Xin and Guan Xin went to return their cell phones first. Originally, Guan Xin wanted to wait for the phone to be repaired and see if it could not be repaired, but Jian Xin said hers was too old and had to buy it for Guan Xin. Then Guan Xin had wanted to spend her own money to choose a domestic phone of about 2,000, but Jian Xin wanted to buy Guan Xin that for 000 or 5000 of the latest domestic cell phone. I ended up buying that latest model, but it was half for one of the two. Even so, it was embarrassing for Guan Xin. Originally Qian Xin wanted to get tired of Guan Xin for a while, but Guan Xin could only stop because she was in a hurry to go home. And on the side of Xia Ying and Song Yuanhang, after Song Yuanhang returned the cell phone, Xia Ying didn't let Song Yuanhang transfer the money to Wu Tingting's card, but transferred it to her own card. Between first period classes in the afternoon, we're going to have a duel with class 15 in gym class tomorrow. Do we really not need to practice coordination or anything after school? Yifeng asked next to Jiang Yu. What's there to practice? It's still a toss-up whether Cui Yanghao's gang will fight with us or not, Jiang Yu said as he spun his pen. There was a class of 15 that suddenly left sports halfway through the school year, but the school record was kept. It's out of town for intensive training right now, so it's just an occasional return for classes anyway. Yifeng felt that Cui Yanghao's gang was just thinking that the big guy had come back and then taught a lesson to these few in his class. Otherwise, the clash that happened last Monday couldn't be scheduled to be played this Friday, and to be scheduled would be to be scheduled for last Friday. Who would have thought that people's training has been postponed and they can't come back? Of course that big guy is practicing badminton. The jump is high, but the rest is not good. If he practiced basketball, Yifeng could not possibly catch. It's just that I think they've got a fight on their hands even when the guys come back. If this big guy is there, the overall strength of class 15 is a little stronger than class 14. But if they weren't there, the overall strength of class 15 would still be slightly weaker than class 14. Because Cui will either top Yifeng or Qian Xin and always miss one. Seeing that Jiang Yu wasn't going to practice, Yifeng went to find Qian Xin. Wanted to ask him if he practiced after school. After all, the match was Yifeng's appointment, and if he lost, Yifeng wouldn't be able to keep his face clean. In a slightly more formal game, class 14 beat class 15 and hasn't lost since sophomore year. But after looking around, where in the class was Qian Xin's figure? Yifeng even went to the restroom to look around. School supermarkets. Because the supermarket is far from the school building, there's usually not much going on in the store at this time of year. It's the only supermarket in the school. but that recess for activity classes and at the end of intersessions, it would just fill up, so full that you couldn't even squeeze in, let alone check out and buy something. Are you going to eat this? Guan Xin said to Qian Xin as she held a cookie. I don't eat, Qian Xin said with a smile. Just then, appeal he doesn't eat I eat. Fatty whistled at Guan Xin and bared his big teeth in a grin. Fatty, one of the members of Class 13's gang of jerks. Not tall, people used to be huge fat, and then lost a lot of weight, but still look more or less a little bloated. Fatty, these people guilty of guilty habit, not to say really how. See, a pretty little girl would like to deal with people 2 sentences. Usually scares people away and then a bunch of people just strand there having fun. I can't help it. The school is strict. You can get expelled if you go too far. So this kind of is also a common entertainment for these people. And this kind of thing, the girl sued the teacher, is not much use. For one thing, you do not know these people. And secondly, even if you do know, these people at most by the teacher scolded a couple of words, but also cannot give disciplinary action. They didn't curse either. So you can't just pick up a conversation and whistle and give them a demerit. Plus, these people have no skin in the game, and it doesn't matter if the teacher curses on them. But as soon as Qian Xin heard this, he was instantly displeased. What do you mean? As an adult, it's okay because there are so many things to worry about, so you may not be as impulsive. But when you're young, you can't help but see your girlfriend being molested. Guan Xin saw the situation. Things also do not buy. Hastily want to pull Qian Xin away. But how could Guan Xin pull the big and burly Qian Xin? Fatty twisted his shoulders at the sight and squeezed directly in front of Qian Xin. His forehead pressed against Qian Xin's chest, looking up at Qian Xin's chin. What's wrong? These jerks also knew that they couldn't get their hands dirty at school, so using their chests on people like this was basically the most common way of provoking them. A lot of people can't stand it and walk away, and they've served their purpose. Qian Xin is still less experienced in this area after all. Watch the fat boy top over. Just push people. Chapter 135, Apologize or Pay for the Loss. Usually at this point, the person being pushed either tops back or fakes a fall. To push back is to continue to provoke. A fake punt is forcing the opposite side to apologize. Fake wrestling is generally not blackmail money. After all, the monitoring are photographed it, or make a big deal. The school will certainly deal with. That teacher is not a little cute. The teacher is not a sweetie, and still cannot tell who is right and who is wrong. Even if each hit 50 big boards, these people are not willing to accept. Of course, it's usually the people who push back and continue to provoke that are the majority. After all, fake wrestling doesn't look good on your face. But Fatty is a bit of a lewd guy, and sometimes he can really blackmail the opposite side by faking a fall. Turns out Fatty was just trying to top and fake it again today, and just happened to get his heel stuck in that floor tile seam. Supermarket floor people, because people walk a lot. Some places are not flat, slightly warped so little. Sometimes the toe of your shoe kicks and you trip. But everyone in high school is so agile that you don't really trip. But Fatty tripped on his heels this time. Plus, Fatty's own body is a bit bulky. Straight up on his ass. Duong's a bit. This became a real fall. Dash Fatty was in cold sweat from the pain, and he thought he heard his ass click. The few gangsters who came with Fatty immediately went forward and surrounded Qian Xin. Sorry. Guan Xin hurriedly apologized. What do you mean? Looking for trouble? Don't you go. Qian Xin was also hardened and just looked at them without saying anything. That's when Fatty couldn't carry it. Send me to the hospital first. It hurts like hell. A few people saw this and rushed to frame Fatty out of the school supermarket, on the way back to class. Next time, not like that, Guan Xin said with some concern. Don't worry, it's fine, Qian Xin said. If Qian Xin was given another chance, it was estimated that Qian Xin would most likely still make the same choice. The clock ticked down to the end of the afternoon school day. Qin Kai took a few students from class 13 to find Qian Xin. Seeing this, Guan Xin also rushed over. I'm sorry, we didn't mean it at the time. Guan Xin hurriedly apologized. Guan Xin, get lost, Qin Kai said to Guan Xin. Keep your mouth shut. It was okay to scold himself, but not Guan Xin. Qian Xin had wanted to reach out and grab Qin Kai's collar, but thinking that he had helped himself the night before, he retracted his hand again. Try moving me, Qin Kai said with his hands in his pants pockets, frowning and grinning as he looked Qian Xin up and down. Seeing that Qian Xin wasn't prepared to make a move, Qin Kai continued. Say it somewhere else. After that, a few people found a place where no one was around. Say, what do you want to do about Fatty? Qin Kai said as he spat on the ground. The reason why so many people like to follow Qin Kai is because when things go wrong, Shin Kai is really protective of his little brother. Otherwise you can't gather so many people just by fighting well. It wasn't you guys who provoked it first, Xian Xin said with a sullen face. Before Shin Kai could say anything. Appeal, don't you like to push people? I also whistled. You also come to push me. Rat cheekily laughed while baring his teeth and also sticking out his tongue. And his body was still twitching. Xian Xin looked at Rat and clenched his fists. Xian Xin sometimes really God is not fair. Why this kind of garbage can also be admitted to the second middle school. Usually learn not even study. Even better than their own grades. If you don't want to go private, let's find a teacher and let the school handle it. Shin Kai said. Oi. Someone's getting fired. Oi. Rat continued to chime in insanely. Dismissal? What dismissal? Guan Xin was also anxious at the sound of it. You asked him how he went out looking for you the night before last. Shin Kai laughed lightly and said, I don't know if this matter was reported on the boarding house or not. If the resident manager had reported it, going by the top penalty, plus this incident, it would have been just enough for expulsion, which isn't really an expulsion, it's a dismissal. Although it was Fatty who took the initiative to provoke, but after all, Xian Xin returned the favor. There was no way. The school rules are like this. The penalty mechanism in the second form is this. Sanctions are categorized as warnings, demerits, probation, and expulsion. The warning is a funny one, used to make up the numbers, so let's leave it at that. There's no difference between a demerit and a demerit. It's generally just used to differentiate between principals and accomplices. General probation plus detention, which is the same thing as committing 2 detentions. Ironic expulsion no less. However, detention plus a demerit or demerit, the student's parents will be contacted first. If this student's parents have little ability, the student is discouraged. This time to send money is not work. Money cannot be solved. Just see if there is no relationship in doorway. The school is also afraid of kicking hard. If the parents had access, they let it stay for another reading. And if they committed anything above a warning again, they were discouraged. A demerit followed by a demerit turns into probation. But the demerits are reset every year. Which means that if you get a demerit your freshman year and commit another offense your sophomore year, you just continue to get a demerit. It doesn't turn into probation. But detention, triggered, is with 3 years. Shin Kai's gang can still continue to stay in the school even if they are so jerks. They know these school rules better than anyone else. Naturally, he knew that Xian Xin could not be fired. Saying that is just to scare Xian Xin. But Xian Xin didn't understand this kind of thing and didn't dare to bet on it. In case you do get fired, it's a big deal. And this briefing is not timely. Not as soon as you commit an offense, but basically when the teachers are all confirmed. Every other week, when the flag raising is over on Monday of the second week, and when the leaders have finished their speeches for the briefing. That is, if you commit an offense this week, you don't notify next week. You have to do it the following Monday. It is also to allow sufficient time for investigation. What do you want? Xian Xin asked through clenched teeth. Simple, either lose money or apologize. Shin Kai said, I apologize. Xian Xin said, fine then, kneel down. I'll take a video and send it to Fatty, and this will be settled. Shin Kai said and took his cell phone out. Shin Kai don't go too far. Xian Xin gritted his teeth. What the hell? Big brother, an apology is going to put an end to this. Shin Kai said. Seeing that Xian Xin didn't say anything, Shin Kai licked his upper teeth with his tongue, and then spat on the ground again with a hee and then proceeded to open his mouth. It's fine if you don't want to apologize, then you'll pay for it. How much? Xian Xin gritted his teeth. 10,000. Shin Kai said. How much? Xian Xin asked again. 10,000. Give me the diagnostic certificate. Xian Xin said. If it was really because of the surgery or something caused by the push he had given, Xian Xin also recognized it. It's only going to cost a few bucks for a checkup. Recuperation will take at least half a month. Fatty was also terrified when he heard his bones click and thought they were misaligned. But after going to the hospital, it was just slightly cracked on the tailbone side. Basically just recuperate and wait for it to heal itself. The click was also due to lack of exercise. It wasn't misaligned or anything. That won't take 10,000. Xian Xin said through gritted teeth. No, you are not misunderstood. This 10,000, not medical expenses, is the tuition fee. Fat boy fell so much class how to do. Outside the one-on-one tuition 2 hours 400 start. You calculate it, miss half a month class how much money? Want you 10,000 or less. At that time, The doctor said it was best to stay in bed for half a month before going to school, and to avoid strenuous exercise after arriving at school. Just his grades. Fatty's grades are basically at the bottom of the school, just enough for the second-born line, and it makes no difference whether you make up for it or not. This side of the tuition you if a single section of the calculation is indeed 402 hours, but generally are to promote you the kind of package, calculated in fact is not so expensive, but not cheap. The basic 2 hours also have to be 300 up. Anyway, the more you report the more discounts. Basically this is the regular marketing means. It's his business if he gets good grades. I don't have that kind of money. If you don't have it, you'll find a classmate and friend to put it together. Shin Kai looked at Chen Xin with a disdainful face. I apologize. Chen Xin clenched his teeth. Chen Xin's family does not support Chen Xin to fall in love. The same Chen Xin do not dare to bet on how the school will deal with, even if there is a hint of the possibility of being expelled. Chen Xin is not willing to bet. Not to mention the impact on grades. If he really was fired, Shin Kai's gang wouldn't know how to bully Guan Xin. This was something Chen Xin could not accept in any way. Okay, then kneel down, and say whatever I tell you to say in a moment, Shin Kai said and turned on the video function on his cell phone. But just as Chen Xin gritted his teeth and prepared to kneel down, he was pulled back by Guan Xin. We pay for it, Guan Xin said. No, play me. Can you two discuss this? Shin Kai snorted. Too much. Chen Xin whispered to Guan Xin. It's fine. I'll return my cell phone and just find a friend to borrow some when the time comes. Guan Xin similarly whispered. No way. Chen Xin was definitely unwilling for Guan Xin to return the phone. Sip, 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 feed. Shin Kai made a motion of teasing the dog to bring the two men's attention back to himself. Then, Guan Xin, you like to protect so much? TSK, how about this? Saturday night in the outer ring sports car. Then find someone to take you for a ride. If you can, not cry. This matter will be forgotten. Shin Kai paused for a moment. But if you shed a single tear, that money, apologize. We want it all. Shin Kai's gang now feel that playing games is not much fun. So as soon as the weekend comes, they ride motorcycles to the outer ring side of the racing pursuit of excitement. Yes, Guan Xin said. No, Chen Xin said. I don't have that much time to give you guys crap. I'm only waiting for one day. Give me an answer first thing in the morning. Otherwise let the school handle this matter. Shin Kai craned his neck. Chen Xin, aren't you tough? If you have the ability, you can tough it out and see how the school handles it. Shin Kai even whistled at Guan Xin with an appeal when he finished speaking. Gone. As soon as Shin Kai gave the word, all these jerks from class 13 followed, but they all whistled at Guan Xin on their way out. Appeal. Appeal appeal. Hoo. Hey, I won't. Chapter 136, planning to stay at my place again? There's whistling and doing the top of the chest kind of provocative pose, and winks, and spit on the floor after blowing. Chen Xin was so angry that his nails were almost pinched into the flesh of his palms. If it were any other school, Chen Xin might have gone up and fought them long ago. Chen Xin, it's okay, it's okay. Guan Xin gently tugged on Chen Xin's coat and said softly. Chen Xin took several deep breaths before forcing himself to calm down. Guan Xin, you can't go with them no matter what, okay? Chen Xin said seriously to Guan Xin. These scum. Chen Xin see them close to Guan Xin feel disgusted. If Guan Xin went out with them, then the consequences are even more unthinkable. Well, listen to you. Guan Xin nodded. Then Guan Xin seemed to think of something else. Then you're not allowed to apologize to them, the way they said you would. Seekin said with some sadness. Got it. Chen Xin took Guan Xin in his arms for a hug. The other side. Lu Shirwan, who was about to go home, was stopped by Li Su. Shirwan, let me show you something, Li Su said as he walked over to Lu Shirwan and pushed down his glasses. What? Lu Shirwan wondered. Then Li Su opened a video. You, where did you get that? I'm warning you that spreading this kind of stuff is illegal. Don't mess around. Lu Shirwan frowned and said through clenched teeth. Of course I know, but I can. Li Su whispered in Lu Shirwan's ear. Li Su's words directly broke down Lu Shirwan's psychological defense. No, you can't do this. Lu Shirwan looked at Li Su with a face full of panic. So, did you snitch on me when I reported our class? Li Su put away his cell phone and pushed down his glasses and said. No, not me. I don't know anything, since you won't admit it. Don't, please, I admit it. I'm sorry, please don't. I can give you money. Lu Shirwan begged. Like I said, I don't do illegal things. Li Su smiled slightly and pushed down his glasses. Of course, Li Su knows that the nature of receiving money changes, As long as he does not receive money, does not ask for sex, and does not spread the video, then no one can take what they do. It's illegal to distribute such videos. So what if it's not a video that one is distributing? What do you want? I want you to get on your knees and apologize. Lu Shirwan gritted her teeth as tears soaked her eyes. Eventually, he slowly knelt down. I'm sorry. Li Su looked at Lu Shirwan, who was kneeling in front of him, slowly raised his head, closed his eyes, and put his hands behind his back before taking a deep breath, revealing a mesmerized expression. So what if everyone despises themselves? At this moment, Li Su's heart was greatly satisfied. In the hallway, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiuyu, who had exited the elevator, just looked at each other. No one is talking. In the end, Jiang Yu couldn't help but open his mouth. Planning to stay at my house again? Jiang Yu was speechless. Aha! Lin Xiuyu blushed. This reaction of Lin Xiuyu directly gave Jiang Yu a whole lot of joy. Hey, didn't you say yesterday that you'd be fine today? It's definitely better tomorrow, and my parents will be back tomorrow, Lin Xiuyu said with some embarrassment. And then get ready to toss me around all night again. What's the theme today? Midnight Bell? Resident Evil? The Twilight Zone? What the heck? Is it time to get to Curse Grudge today? Getting up in the middle of the night to tie up little people? Jiang Yu decided that he couldn't let Lin Xiuyu toss himself around again by saying anything. It's been 2 nights since I've slept well myself. The study itself is stressful, and if I don't get a good rest today, I'll just lose it. And to just like the first day of rest is not good even if the second day of this Jiang Yu is really suffer. Today a day. Jiang Yu feel their heart thumping, but also a little hallucination. Always feel that someone in that sip. It's all mental. Besides, why should you watch a ghost movie and have nightmares about yourself? It's just not scientific. Then today, when he slept until midnight, when he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Xiuyu sitting, tying up the little man there. Jiang Yu estimated that he could be carried away directly. I'm sorry, Lin Xiuyu said with some aggravation. Crouch on the groove. Lin Xiuyu, can you not a day dark on this dead out? Can you take out your daytime that momentum? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiuyu's little woman's face as really taut. For those who didn't know, they'd really think she was like that. Last night, don't you? Yesterday was the last night. The trust between us is no longer enough for you to have another night, Jiang Yu said. Seeing this, Lin Xiuyu opened her school bag, then took a box out of it and handed it to Jiang Yu. What's this? Jiang Yu took it. Headphones, Lin Xiuyu said. Sent to me? Jiang Yu picked it up and looked at it. Hifeng has always wanted to buy a sports headphones. Zhang Jiayue to buy him. Hifeng is too expensive to agree. Finally Zhang Jiayue hard secretly buy a Hifeng. Has been waiting for the refund time has passed, and only then sent to Hifeng. At that time, Hifeng could still show off to Jiang Yu for half a day. The one Lin Xiuyu bought for Jiang Yu was also of the same brand as the Hifeng one, but not the same one. Cut a few bucks off the price slightly with the person and ended up taking it for $1,146. Originally, Jiang Yu bought shoes for Lin Xiuyu because it was a little bit too much to throw people's shoes away at that time. After all, that shoes Jiang Yu didn't know if he could get them back in the end. But that pair of shoes Lin Xiuyu long ago did not want. Itself the sole is slightly open blue. Lin Xiuyu intends to let it run through the games and then retired. And at that time, because it was comfortable to wear, Lin Chang bought 2 more pairs for Lin Xiuyu to keep on hand, so it didn't matter if he threw them away. Although Lin Xiuyu also thought about the movement will change new shoes, but after all, even if it is the same style, wear a long time, and new shoes will still be different. Lin Xiuyu also afraid of the new shoes did not break and finally affect the results did not change. So Lin Xiuyu was actually quite indifferent to Jiang Yu throwing her shoes. Then he saw Jiang Yu give himself a shoe before he thought of buying something in return. This headset, although the courier arrived early, but after Lin Xiuyu picked it up, she forgot about it, and suddenly remembered it just now. Didn't I say I'd give you something before? It's this, Lin Xiuyu said with a resigned face. You keep it, and I won't say that you won't give it to you because you won't let me live. Jiang Yu looked at what he had in his hand and was directly happy. Lin Xiuyu, you are truly amazing. You can really give it back to people when they say so. You're being petty when you give it back to someone because you don't want them to live in it. And that's why you rejected their well-prepared gift. If you don't give it back, you really can't keep people from living there. How about this? You sleep in my bedroom and I'll sleep on the couch? You don't give me the whole other thing either. Jiang Yu proposed. This was already the biggest concession Jiang Yu could make. But I can't sleep without grabbing something. Lin Xiuyu said. It's insecure. Don't. Big sister. You really don't organize. I don't feel safe sleeping with you. I'm really scared. Jiang Yu had once fantasized that it would be nice if he could sleep next to a pretty girl. Now there really is a pretty girl. But Jiang Yu really can't afford it. It's just too scary. Who's a good person who can afford to be so tossed around? There is also that what a day up to blow powerful on the female ghost. You really need one yourself. See whether to give you scared of urine. Seeing that John you might also be really difficult. Then Lin Xiaoyu suggested. Or you can go to my house today. Is there a difference? Yes. I don't need to grab anything to fall asleep if I sleep in my house. You wait for me to fall asleep and then leave quietly. Is that okay? Lin Xiaoyu said weakly. Holy, Lin Xiaoyu. Aren't you misunderstanding my gender a bit? Aren't you afraid that I'll give you to? Jiang Yu just wanted to say that he wasn't afraid that I would give you to that. But when he thought that the moment he touched Lin Xiaoyu at that time, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly sat up and then bared her teeth while twisting her neck. This guy, turn around and then give yourself a whole aftermath. In the future, once you do that kind of thing, you feel that the woman to necropsy. It's too scary. You won't. Right. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip and looked into Jiang Yu's eyes. Chapter 137. Are you together? Jiang Yu let out a long breath. You win. After that the two went to Jiang Yu's house first. Zhou Qing's expression was also complicated when she saw Lin Xiaoyu come over. Originally, Zhou Qing had very much welcomed Lin Xiaoyu to her home, but when he opened his eyes this morning, he saw Lin Xiaoyu sleeping with his son. There was a condom on the table yesterday. What mom wouldn't be nervous about this? And, as soon as he entered, he saw that his son was still inexplicably hitting people. It's not more scary. If Lin Xiaoyu still came to stay at her house today, Zhou Chang would be a little afraid to sleep at night. Are your parents still not back? Zhou Chang asked cautiously. Not yet, Auntie. I really don't mean to bother you for the past 2 days. Lin Xiaoyu said very politely. Do not disturb. Do not disturb. This child, which words? Zhou Chang took a deep breath and didn't know what to continue saying. Mom, she's not staying today. That's good. That's good. Zhou Chang muttered in a small voice. Then realizing that it was inappropriate, she hastened to find a remedy. No, 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 no. Auntie isn't unwelcoming you. She's mainly afraid that you won't be able to sleep well. It's okay, Auntie. Lin Xiaoyu said with a smile. Today, I'll go over to sleep with her first, and I'll come back when she's asleep. Jiang Yu added. Oh. Although Zhou Qing still felt weird, it was better than Lin Xiaoyu sleeping in her own house and then sleeping with her own son in the middle of the night. After dinner, the two of them went to their rooms to work on their homework first. The other side, Qian Xian looked at his cell phone and fumed. Although this kind of thing is quite good to find parents to deal with, but Qian Xian's family also does not agree with Qian Xian to fall in love. So this matter Qian Xian also do not quite want to let the family know. Money has been borrowed around, and it's pretty much borrowed anyway. A lot of people have asked Qian Xian what is going on. At first Qian Xian also explain a little, and then they are lazy to explain. Originally, Qian Xian wanted to find Jiang Yu to help with ideas, but last time Guan Xian was beaten by her mother when looking for Jiang Yu, feeling Jiang Yu a little impatient. So Qian Xian on this occasion will not have the good sense to find Jiang Yu. In fact, Jiang Yu was not impatient at that time, purely being breathless with anger. So his attitude might have been a bit hasty, but it's also coincidental. Qian Xian explained to Yifeng, but Yifeng defaulted to this kind of thing. Qian Xian certainly the first to find Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu will certainly help out ideas, so Yifeng did not care much, although now Yifeng's own economic situation is not very good, but still bite the bullet to Qian Xian 500. Yifeng hit Tang Xian Xian thing, on Jiang Yu Lin Xiaoyu and Yifeng Zhang Jiayue no. Otherwise Qian Xian certainly cannot find Yifeng to get money, and when Qian Xian looked for Gu Xian later, he didn't bother to explain, and as a result, Gu Xian saw that Qian Xian was in a bad mood and didn't pursue the matter. In fact, this matter, if Qian Xian had looked for Jiang Yu, or looked for Gu Xian to say something, in fact, it would have been solved. Although Jiang Yu had an average relationship with Qin Kai, he could definitely have another way when it came to this kind of thing. As for Gu Xian's side, before that, Qin Kai said that he owed Gu Xian a favor at the time of the campaign. Qin Kai, no matter what, is still a man of his word. Since Qin Kai said that he owed Gu Xian a favor, he would definitely do anything Gu Xian asked for as long as he could do it. Fatty's house. Hello Auntie, I'm Huang Lutao's classmate, here to deliver his homework. Qin Kai said. Hello Auntie, Rat was about to bare his big teeth in joy. He was kicked in the ass by Qin Kai, and hastily kept his mouth shut again. Please come in, come on in. Fatty's mom saw that both of them were wearing the uniforms of the second middle school and didn't think much of it, so she welcomed them in. The two men came in and went straight to Fatty's bedroom and closed the door behind them. What are you guys doing here? Fatty said as he flopped down on the bed. Came to check on you. What's up? It still hurts, but the doctor said it's nothing. Just rest. Fatty said. Well, it's okay. What did that money whatchamacallit end up doing? Fatty said with some anger. this doesn't need to be your concern. I'll just ask you one thing. Do you recognize Guan Xin from our class? Chin Kai suddenly said with a cold face. Recognize. Fatty was also suddenly a bit scared looking at Chin Kai like this. Bitch guilty of their own head. ITM. Chin Kai copied the cup of water to be smashed into the head of the fat boy. Scared. Fatty shielded his head. But Chin Kai didn't smash down. I'll clean you up when you're better. Chin Kai put the glass of water back on the table. I was smooth talking. Smooth talking. Fatty smiled sardonically. If Fatty had committed a crime at that time, Chen Xin would have gone directly to Chin Kai, and Chin Kai would have naturally cleaned him up. At that time, what Chin Kai said was, I don't care if you bully the girls in your class 13, if you dare to bully our class 12, then don't blame me for flipping out. This was one of the reasons why no matter how Wang Wan chose the class president, everyone would choose Chin Kai. However, at that time, Guan Xin turned towards Chen Xin, and did give Chin Kai a bit of a fiery look. He had helped these two so much before, only for these two to get this for him. The roles are brought to you. Do them yourself every day. Chin Kai said with a sullen face. Sophomore year is basically all about the classes, and junior year is all about brushing up and going crazy. Ah, Mr. Kai, not so much. I'm sick now. Fatty grimaced bitterly. The second bachelor's degree is almost impossible to get, but also NM shelved this sick. Chin Kai took the test paper in his hand and shined it on Fatty's head. I told your mom, these have to be paid, every day in the future. Rat or Pout will give you the homework to send over, and then collect the previous days. If you dare not to write, I'll look for Sister Wan to call your mom. Chin Kai's gang played together, basically counting Fatty's poor grades. Ha, Mr. Kai. Fatty's pain mask welded right to his face when he heard that. Okay, we're going. You don't have to worry about anything else. After getting out of the bedroom, Auntie, let's go. Chin Kai greeted Fatty's mom. Ha, that's it. Stay for dinner. Fatty's mom said enthusiastically. Auntie, the papers that we send over to Huang Lu Tao are all due. Every day we will have someone come over to deliver them to him, so please supervise that he has finished writing them all every day. Chin Kai said. Ah, good, good. Fatty's mom said. Wait for Chin Kai and Rat to leave. Your classmates are nice. Fatty's mom said to Fatty as she leaned against Fatty's bedroom door with a spatula. Ha, ha, ha. Fatty had a bitter smile on his face. Jiang Yu's bedroom. Hey, you go out for a while. I'll change into my pajamas. Jiang Yu said. You change yours? I'm not looking at it. Lin Xiaoyu said as she worked on the questions. Okay, then Jiang Yu took out his pajamas. Lin Xiaoyu listened to a rustling sound, then suddenly turned back. Then he saw Jiang Yu standing there, fiddling with his pajamas in his hands, deliberately making some noise, looking at himself with a helpless face. This directly caused Lin Xiaoyu to turn red. Then Lin Xiaoyu was blown out first for the time being. After writing homework for a while, Lin Xiaoyu stretched her back, showing off her pretty body. Jiang Yu twisted his head to look at it. I have to say, the woman is actually quite attractive when she's quietly doing her homework. When Lin Xiaoyu saw that Jiang Yu was looking at her, she hurriedly put her raised arm down again and even wrinkled her nose at Jiang Yu, meaning what are you looking at? Jiang Yu could only roll his eyes in response. Not a moment too soon. Hey, that girl you said you liked in middle school yesterday, did you end up with her? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. It would be nice to be together. Jiang Yu was a bit emotional. See how sorry you are that your confession was rejected. No. Ha, not rejected yet together. Because I just didn't confess. Then why don't you try? This confession. He's like a fart. A fart. You already know it's impure, but still have to bet on it. Then the one who's composting in his pants can only be yourself. Jiang Yu said. Why are you so disgusting? Lin Xiaoyu was convinced. What kind of person describes a confession like that? Hey. Jiang Yu sighed. Regret? A bit helpless. Jiang Yu said. Then tell? Lin Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Jiang Yu with an expectant face. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with little stars, Jiang Yu sighed. Speaking of this, Jiang Yu also had some feelings, and did not even have the heart to collect Lin Xiaoyu 50. Then Jiang Yu opened his speech. A day to earn 100 yuan of small ragged book, don't want any bicycle, can still be more on the good, make do to see it, that the big god of the book cannot guarantee the chapters are good, the plot is set up in advance. Will not say that in order to water the word count to force the writing of some of the plot is not related. Chapter 138 Eiko, I love you. That's what everyone knew when they talked about it at the party after graduation. Jiang Yu junior high school kind of character, cheerful. Good grades. Of course, good grades is also because the junior high school English is not difficult. Full score of 120. Basically an individual can be more than 100. Plus people a little bit of handsome, is really quite attractive to the little girl. In itself, Yu Xiangwei actually liked Jiang Yu at that time. Rejecting Vanguard Hao wasn't just an off-the-cuff remark either. Then Wan Jiahao, not being rejected, turned his head to chase after Yu Xiangwei's best friend Deng Yuqi. As a result, Deng Yuqi was curious as to why Wan Jiahao, who was chasing Yu Xiangwei suddenly stopped chasing her. Wan Jiahao then tells Deng Yuqi that Yu Xiangwei actually likes Jiang Yu. Deng Yuqi was a bit unconvinced at first and went to Yu Xiangwei. Yu Xiangwei is the school flower. Usually schoolgirls are liked. How can they like someone else? So Yu Xiangwei is also thin-skinned. So she can only tell Deng Yuqi that she is actually using Jiang Yu as a shield and doesn't actually like Jiang Yu. Deng Yueli heard this. At that time, Deng Yuqi was a bit angry when she saw Wan Jiahao chasing after Yu Xiangwei and then chasing after herself in turn. Although Yu Xiangwei was the recognized school flower, Deng Yuqi didn't feel that she looked worse than her. But isn't it the same as slapping yourself in the face if you, Wan Jiahao, do this? Originally, Wan Jiahao is also good-looking, and his family is rich. If he directly chased Deng Yuqi, he would have caught up. But now Deng Yuqi just want to be with Wan Jiahao can't be together. If you this is together, how other little sisters look at you. Of course, adults certainly don't think it's a big deal, but at that time we were all young, and when our classmates teased and talked about it, we really couldn't hold it together. So in order to get back at Wan Jiahao, Deng Yuqi says she likes Jiang Yu too. Even when Vanguard went after someone else again, Deng Yuqi also told people privately that you rejected Wan Jiahao and said that you liked Jiang Yu. It used to be that it wasn't a popular thing to get too easy to cherish. After a girl is confessed to, even if she is willing, she can't agree on the spot. They all have to be tested for a week under false pretenses. You have to agree straight away and people will think you're cheap. The guy who succeeded would also go out and brag about how awesome it was, saying whoever it was, the old man got it in one go. So Wan basically confessed on the front foot, and then Deng Yuqi told people about it on the back foot. Later, fearing that someone would actually agree on the spot, Deng Yuqi even directly told all the girls in the class in advance. In those days, sisterhood was still bigger than love. So those little sisters were on the same page and uniformly rejected Wan Jiahao. There were even two good girlfriends there betting on small leather straps to see who Wan Jiahao would confess to first. The order of Vanguard's confessions has become a direct ranking of the class's face value. Of course, except for Li Yoshue, before Wan Jiahao was cleaned up by Li Yoshue, really have no face to confess to Li Yoshue. And so it goes. 1 yellow for each confession. 1 yellow for each confession. Straight up dry break defense for Vanguard. At that time, Wan Jiahao was already hungry. You do not say beautiful, slightly ugly. Wan Jiahao has tried. The whole damn thing likes Jiang Yu. Then Jiang Yu is your father. That's for whoever can stand it. At that time, most people still only played with people in their own class. So dating was basically an internal affair, and they rarely looked for people from outside their class. There is just a very strange phenomenon that these people would rather look for off-campus than out of class, and I don't know why. Didn't the girls in the class get pretty much confessed to by Wan Jiahao later on? Then the ones who weren't confessed to must not be happy. Once Vanguard asked a little fat girl to borrow something. Before Vanguard could even open his mouth, the little fat girl came straight to the point. Sorry, I like Jiang Yu. At that time, it directly gave Vanguard a defense that couldn't be broken anymore. Of course up until this point, Vanguard had only broken his defense, and the person was still normal. Then Li Yoshue also looked over there. You think Li Yoshue also looks pretty. Yuan Jiahao almost to all the girls in the class confessed. Not to me to confess what is the meaning of. That the heart must be unconvinced. Of course Li Yoshue didn't know that Wan Jiahao was not ashamed to confess to himself. Then Li Yoshue asked Wan Jiahao, why don't you confess to me? This guy gave Wan Jiahao a thrill. Think about it. Junior high school, which little boy by a little girl so asked cannot be excited. It must be like their Wan Jiahao looked at Li Yoshue at that time and spoke shivering. So he trembled and confessed to Li Yoshue. Then Li Yoshue listened and came to say, what you said is good, but I like Jiang Yu. This gave Vanguard a moment of embarrassment. In fact, when Li Yoshue just turned over in the second year of junior high school, Wan Jiahao looked at Li Yoshue, who likes to bully who, where it is the same. So when he called Li Yoshue little Yusi, counting him to call the fierce, but after being beaten up and cried by Li Yoshue at that time, Wan Jiahao really didn't have the face to chase Li Yoshue before he chased Yu Xiangwei. Being so messed up by Li Yoshue, Wan Jiahao is no longer a broken defense. It is the whole person is that kind of state of God wandering out of the sky. The kind where you call him several times and he doesn't always return your call. But it's the kind of thing that's hard for whoever encounters it, and it's really hard to judge. That afternoon, Wan Jiahao just sat there staring at Jiang Yu, doing nothing but looking. To Jiang Yu stared scalp numb, uncomfortable. Jiang Yu was afraid that Wan Jiahao was stimulated by something. Directly to a sentence. Brother, I suddenly think you are beautiful. that's really going to diarrhea yourself to death. The kind of joke, usually to high school and college to engage in, junior high school or less. In fact, part of the reason why Dang Yuchi would be there was because she didn't want to see Won Johao with someone else. But this was something that Dang Yuchi didn't say even when she nagged away later. So Won Jiahao has actually always had a problem with Dang Yuchi. That is, he doesn't pay much attention to Dang Yuchi at the class reunion. Then Yu Xiangwei found out about it. I feel quite sorry for Jiang Yu. Won Jiahao has become the laughingstock of everyone. Jiang Yu followed by the implicated, but also not good. So I want to give Jiang Yu a gift. And went to ask He Feng boys like what? He Feng jokingly came up with an airplane cup. Yu Xiangwei didn't know what it was, and went back to look it up. And the slightly better ones were quite expensive. Because not everyone is like Jiang Yu and He Feng in making extra money. Of course He Feng didn't have the guts to stand in for the test. He was up to something else. And it was pretty odd anyway. Except for those rich kids. Most people don't have much money in their hands in middle school. That's why Yu Xiangwei gathered a group of little sisters who used Jiang Yu as a shield to put together money to give Jiang Yu a hole. At that time to Jiang Yu also hole will not. What's all this? The viewpoint returned to Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu also likes Yu Xiangwei. It's just that middle school wasn't like high school, where you'd have a relationship and people around you reacted. But the reaction wasn't particularly big. You middle school screws up a little bit, and the year starts straight around. No kidding, straight through to New Year's. The teacher couldn't even hold back the uproar. Although Jiang Yu and Yu Xiangwei played better again. This kind of thing is not very good to say. Moreover, Won Jiahao was also pursuing Yu Xiangwei, and Jiang Yu and Won Jiahao were on okay terms at that time, so it's too embarrassing to chase. Waiting for the third year. Really cannot wait. This Won Jiahao and am chased for half a year has not yet caught up. You cannot be withdrawn. Let the brother on. Looking at junior year, time is running out. Jiang Yu couldn't care less, so he planned to confess to Yu Xiangwei. Won Jiahao's family is rich, and he is willing to spend money to pursue Yu Xiangwei, and Yu Xiangwei's family is not bad, so all the things that Won Jiahao sends to Yu Xiangwei are also confiscated. A lot of those things couldn't be returned, and some of them, somehow, ended up in Deng Yueli's hands. Jiang Yu also didn't want to be compared to Won Jiahao, so he thought about saving up to give Yu Xiangwei a cell phone. Cell phones are expensive. Not as expensive as today's in those years, but for a middle schooler, you are just making quite a bit for a substitute test, and it's still a lot of pressure. As a result, suddenly one day, Jiang Yu heard that Yu Xiangwei said she likes herself, so she rejected Won Jiahao. That day directly gave Jiang Yu a night of excitement without sleeping, but then I heard that Yu Xiangwei was just using herself as a shield, plus the fact that Man Jiahao suddenly confessed like a mad dog. How crazy, just say it. At that time, Jiang Yu's homeroom teacher was called He Lianying, an old woman in her 60s, retired and rehired back. The other old lady, with a glass of water on the podium, is sitting there grading papers. After changing for a while, he saw that Won Jiahao wasn't studying and didn't know who he was staring at there. Then he threw a chalk tip at Vanguard, and then Vanguard got to his feet. The old lady could actually see that Won Jiahao's eyes were a bit off at that point. I only saw Won Jiahao walk to the podium and come at the old lady. Eiko, I love you. Let's be together. Straight away, the old lady was just confused. How can a 60-plus-year-old woman stand the excitement? To the old lady choked half-speech. The old lady has been teaching for so many years. What kind of pricks have not seen? But this kind is really the first time to see, because the old lady would have noticed that Won Jiahao's eyes were not right that time, so she did not scold him. Just call his mom and dad. But someone in Jiang Yu's class blindly gave people a rumor. Not to say that Won Jiahao to others old lady hole shy. The two are ready to meet each other's parents at Chapter 139, here's the other price. Finally, after Vanguard's parents came over, after a mixed bag of beatings from his parents, one was cured of this problem. In fact, at that time, Vanguard's mind had already collapsed. By that time the word had gotten out about him to other classes. Later, when Won Jiahao started confessing to girls in other classes, people also said they liked Jiang Yu. Didn't there used to be a movie called Truman's World? The protagonist in it is the one who has been monitored since he was a child. Everything around him is fake, and everyone is playing along with his act. This kid has lost his mind, thinking he's also the protagonist of Truman's World, so it doesn't feel like it matters either way. Don't you all like Jiang Yu? Ro, I just wanted to see if the homeroom teacher liked Jiang Yu too. That's why there was that scene before. Of course, in fact, before the Won Jiahao gassed a gas, but at least still maintain a certain degree of sanity. But the fact that Lai Yoshue took the initiative to look for her was sort of the last straw that crushed Won Jiahao. But this is also a kind of retribution for Won Jiahao's previous bullying of Li Yushue. Put, ha 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 ha. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't even hold back the part where she heard Won Jiahao confess to her homeroom teacher, and laughed outright. Jiang Yu looked to Lin Xiuyu's joyful front and back also with a helpless face. Is it that funny? Ha 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 dash Lin Xiuyu couldn't stop laughing at all, her eyes directly turning into crescent moons. This matter is basically who listened to who happy. But Jiang Yu as half of the party is really happy not up, because later on, a group of girls talked about how it would have been nice if Deng Yuqi had given the homeroom teacher a word at the time as well. Let the homeroom teacher also say that she likes Kangwu. If the homeroom teacher had really said that, I would have jumped straight off the building, said Wan Jiahao. It gave Jiang Yu goosebumps to hear as well. If a 60-year-old woman, who was also the classroom teacher, gave herself that same line, she would really have to have nightmares for at least a week. Look at Lin Xiuyu laughing and coming up for air. Hey, 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 are you still listening? You wait, I'll slow down a bit. Ha 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 ha, cough 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 dash Lin Xiuyu laughed. Lin Xiuyu slowed down for a while, finally calming down, and Jiang Yu began to continue speaking. All of a sudden almost all the girls in the class said they liked themselves. Then surely Jiang Yu could realize that something was wrong. Later, when asked, I realized that I used myself as a shield to block the mad dog, and Yu Xiangwei actually didn't like herself. Then it was time for Yu Xiangwei to give Jiang Yu a gift. Jiang Yu thought at the time that Yu Xiangwei doing this was just the same as sending a good guy card to herself, so that she would not have any non-concerns, and that she would have the need to take this to solve the problem and forget about it. At that time, the whole thing to Jiang Yu was quite hurt. That was why Jiang Yu had kept it and used. At that time, Jiang Yu's whole person was confused, and only after he went back did he feel that he was a little insulted. And this is really a little bit of skinlessness if you use it. Jiang Yu also thought about giving it back to the person, but in the end, he thought better of it. Jiang Yu, that will also be a bit of licking dog mentality. After all, like the girl to send things, but also do not want to give people back. But most people who encountered this kind of thing were probably similar to Jiang Yu's choice. After this incident, Yu Xiangwei could actually feel that Jiang Yu also liked herself, so Yu Xiangwei wanted to give Jiang Yu a little hint or something, so that Jiang Yu would take the initiative. Then it was after Jiang Yu was caught substituting for exams that he began to introduce people to each other. That foreign school look on which girl Jiang Yu will give to want number, their own class that is more directly to give. A lot of girls in the class have been harassed and have a problem with Jiang Yu. In fact, there are rumors in Jiang Yu's class that Jiang Yu is a pimp. This sounded a little scary to Yu Xiangwei. What girl wouldn't be scared to hear that from you? At that time, Yu Xiangwei told her little sister about this. The contact information of Yu Xiangwei's little sisters had all been sold by Jiang Yu. So naturally, he didn't have anything nice to say to Jiang Yu. Then Yu Xiangwei could only go along with her little sister's words. Coincidentally, Han Xiaoyan was listening as she passed by. Just argue with a few people that Jiang Yu isn't like that or something. Wouldn't they all call Han Xiaoyan's sister-in-law then? Although Yu Xiangwei knew that these two weren't together, it was still quite uncomfortable to hear it all day long. So he choked Han Xiaoyan twice and then the two of them just got into a fight. Then Han Xiaoyan changed schools. Some more time passed. Yu Xiangwei found a problem. It's that almost all of Yu Xiangwei's little sisters have been harassed by outside schools, but just Yu Xiangwei herself hasn't. Then Yu Xiangwei snickered a bit and went to ask Jiang Yu, just say, how come you never sold my contact info? Yu Xiangwei thought Jiang Yu would say, because I like you. As a result, Jiang Yu saw that Yu Xiangwei came to himself to ask about this, and thought that it was because she also wanted to play with the foreign school, but Jiang Yu didn't want to give it, just returned the favor. Yours is expensive, and the average person can't afford it. Then Yu Xiangwei was quite disappointed and left. Anyway, all of these things were laughed out loud the night we graduated and a few people sat down to chatter away. But it's kind of a shame to miss out on a relationship by mistake. After all, they're not even in the same school anymore. They live in different environments, and they're surrounded by different friends. So even if they're forced to be together, it's hard for that relationship to last. So Jiang Yu and Yu Xiangwei didn't mention this again to anyone. And then, Lin Xiuyu asked, no more what more then? Jiang Yu said, I'll give you another 50 and you can expand on it. Lin Xiuyu always felt that there was a most important part that Jiang Yu had deliberately ignored, but couldn't recall which part for a while. No is no. I still have to give you to start to tell what. Jiang Yu faced speechless. Today this story are not confiscated your money. Free to send also what bicycle? It's really gone? Lin Xiuyu looked at Jiang Yu suspiciously. It's really gone. So hurry up and do your homework. It's almost time. Take an early rest today. Jiang Yu looked at the time and said to Lin Xiuyu, I didn't get much rest the last 2 days, so I'll go to bed early today. Aha! Lin Xiuyu organized the test papers in her hands. Watch carefully. Don't drop anything. Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiuyu checked the paper again, counting to make sure it was okay. I'll send you back then. Jiang Yu said. Humph. Lin Xiuyu lightly grunted, then stood up. Mom, I'm going to send Lin Xiuyu off. When she falls asleep, I'll be back. You guys don't have to wait for me. Jiang Yu said to his mom. Zhou Qing wanted to bark something, but with Lin Xiaoyu beside her, it wasn't very nice to say. Lin Xiaoyu's house. After Lin Xiaoyu returned to her bedroom. First, put all the test papers on the table. You go out first, I'll change, Lin Xiaoyu said. Today, Lin Xiaoyu went straight to work on her homework with Jiang Yu after dinner, and because she wasn't staying at Jiang Yu's house today, she didn't go home to change her clothes. You change yours? I'm not looking, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Ah, you're going to die. Get out. Lin Xiaoyu's red face. Of course she could hear that Jiang Yu was laughing at her, turning her head to look at him when she was in his house earlier. Jiang Yu laughed lightly, then waited for Lin Xiaoyu outside the bedroom. When Lin Xiaoyu opened the bedroom door again, I'll go. Jiang Yu didn't hold back his exclamation. Lin Xiaoyu used to have the kind of forbidden cartoon patterned pajamas and pajamas, but this time, Lin Xiaoyu directly changed into a simple pure white loose nightgown, and her hair was let down. The point was that the nightgown didn't just allow Lin Xiaoyu to reveal her slim and white calves, her thighs were also revealed. Ah, don't look, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. Asterisk 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 me. Don't wear it then. No, 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 I don't mean that. I mean, hey, what do I mean? Jiang Yu also realized that the sentence he just said was a bit ambiguous. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly closed the door again and rechanged it to the one she had used earlier when she went to Jiang Yu's house. Lin Xiaoyu had planned to take a bath, and this set of nightgowns was what she wore before and after the bath, because if she had traditional pajamas and pajama pants, it would have been inconvenient to change. As a result, Lin Xiaoyu only remembered that Jiang Yu was there after she opened the door, so it was changed back in a hurry. It's still the same good-looking set from before. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu and raised his eyebrows. Nasty. Lin Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose. Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, Lin Xiaoyu is not staying at his house today. Jiang Yu was in a good mood now. I'm going to take a shower. You sing a song outside, Lin Xiaoyu said to Jiang Yu. Actually, Lin Xiaoyu originally didn't want to wash it, but she couldn't do it without washing it. It's been 3 days since she took a bath. It should smell if you don't wash it again. Of course that doesn't rule out the fact that some people just like women with flavor. That said, guys might be able to get by without a shower for 3 days. Most girls really can't. Singing? Jiang Yu directly sized his eyes question mark face. I'm scared. Let me know you're in, Lin Xiaoyu said with some embarrassment. I can't sing. Just sing one. It's not like you have to sing much. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. That's another price. Okay, I'll transfer you 50 in a while. Every day you know how to make black money. Lin Xiaoyu did not have a good mood. It's not about money. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Then what do you want? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with a look of wanting to get angry but not daring to. You change into the one you had before. It's really quite nice, Jiang Yu said. Chapter 140, a charming moment. I don't want it. Lin Xiaoyu glanced her head to the side. Hey, what do you mean you don't want it? Now you're the one begging me to do something. Jiang Yu dissatisfied roared. You can't bully me like this. Lin Xiaoyu was so angry that she unconsciously stomped her foot twice. Lin Xiaoyu also didn't notice that her attitude towards Jiang Yu seemed to have changed without her realizing it. Which is bullying you. Just letting you change your pajamas, Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu huffed and looked at Jiang Yu for half a day, then slammed the door. By the time he came out again, he had already changed into the set of pajamas that Jiang Yu had mentioned. How nice this is. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Colorful wolf. Lin Xiaoyu muttered in a small voice. What pervert have you ever seen is like me? So what are perverts like? Lin Xiaoyu asked rhetorically. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu revealing a demented expression, letting out a standard demented laugh, and sucking up a bit of saliva. Ah, Jiang Yu, you're disgusting. Jiang Yu, you can't be like this to a girl, Lin Xiaoyu said with a frown. It's not you who has to look horny. That's not a pervert. That's a pervert. At that time, Jiang Yu's appearance gave Lin Xiaoyu a fright, almost thinking that Jiang Yu was going to get it on. Okay, let's pretend I'm a pervert and go take your shower. Oof. Lin Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose at Jiang Yu before going to the bathroom. In order to be able to hear Jiang Yu's voice clearly, the bathroom door was not closed tightly and slightly pressed a crack. After you get the water temperature adjusted, Mr. Xiaojiang, please play the music. Lin Xiaoyu shouted at the door. 2 tigers, 2 tigers. You sing properly. Lin Xiaoyu was dissatisfied. No, that's all I know. Hard to hear. Either that or I'm a whitewasher, and I'm a whitewasher with a great skill at whitewashing. Can you sing one properly? You lied to me again. Lin Xiaoyu was of course talking about Jiang Yu making her change her pajamas. It is indeed a bit inappropriate for you to sing 2 tigers to someone when they have changed into their pajamas. Okay, I'll look for the words. Jiang Yu said and took his cell phone out. Then a backing track was played. Another quiet night, nestled alone in a rocking chair to cool off. I admit that this is really peaceful. Jiang Yu sang softly. Ko-san, turn up the volume. Doesn't it bother people to turn it up? Don't worry, the soundproofing is good. Jiang Yu re-cleared his throat before he began to sing normally. Not a moment too soon. The singing stopped, and the sound of the water stopped. Jiang Yu, are you still there? Lin Xiaoyu asked softly as she turned off the water. Why don't you sing? Finished singing. Mr. Xiaojiang, play the next song. That's the only one I know. Ha, I don't believe it. Because Jiang Yu sang quite well. It looked like he hadn't practiced much. So Lin Xiaoyu didn't believe that Jiang Yu only knew this one song. Really? Or two tigers? Then you might as well sing this. Jiang Yu obviously sang quite well, but only knew this one song. And although Lin Xiaoyu felt it was a bit strange, she didn't think much of it. Just like that, Jiang Yu was singing outside while Lin Xiaoyu was bathing inside. The hot air overflowing from the bathroom was accompanied by the fresh scent of the shower gel, which was quietly dispersed on Jiang Yu's body. Then Jiang Yu sang Lin Xiaoyu's vegetarian for more than 20 minutes. Today Lin Xiaoyu, because of the fear of washing fast, usually if not a shower, wash at least half an hour to start. Not long after, Lin Xiaoyu opened the door with a bath towel wrapped around her head and a nightgown on her body. Girls at this stage, even if they don't use any makeup, will come with a unique charm called youth. If it were usual, Lin Xiaoyu might just have a bath towel wrapped around her body. But today after all, Jiang Yu was there. Lin Xiaoyu looked into the mirror and dried her hair with a bath towel. Then he looked back at Jiang Yu, realizing that Jiang Yu was also looking at himself. I couldn't help but blush a little. I have to say that the current Lin Xiaoyu had a messy beauty. It's like just being yourself. Well, then Lin Xiaoyu took a hairdryer and blew on her hair. It didn't feel very smooth. Just hand the hairdryer to Jiang Yu. I won't get it. Jiang Yu thought Lin Xiaoyu was going to let herself blow dry her hair. Didn't ask you to get it. Just help press it open, I'll hold it. Lin Xiaoyu said. Well, is it by this? Aha. Then Jiang Yu pressed the hairdryer away at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu then looked into the mirror and pulled her hair with her hands. Because Lin Xiaoyu was still wearing the same nightgown she had just worn, it led to Jiang Yu's eyes not being able to resist glancing towards Lin Xiaoyu's legs. It wasn't that Jiang Yu was horny. Well, okay, more or less, actually. But this is a situation where the average person, except for the exceptionally timid kind, can hardly be said to glance away. Lin Xiaoyu also noticed Jiang Yu's eyes secretly glancing downward. Just look into his eyes in the mirror. Jiang Yu didn't notice at first, until Lin Xiaoyu picked her hair and her hands didn't move. Jiang Yu realized this. Embarrassed, Jiang Yu hastily swept his eyes to the side, while Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu in the mirror and said pervert. Then a smug and somewhat contemptuous expression. The hairdryer kept ringing, and although Jiang Yu didn't hear what Lin Xiaoyu said, he still read what Lin Xiaoyu meant from her lips. As the saying goes, as long as a girl doesn't explicitly say no, that's consent. So Jiang Yu became even more reckless. At first it was just eyes darting downward, but later they even started looking down. It directly gave Lin Xiaoyu a whole speechless. Lin Xiaoyu's left hand clenched her fist by her thigh. Then her middle finger suddenly popped out. A contemptuous gesture was made to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hurriedly raised his head back up when he saw this. In order to prevent Jiang Yu from staring at his legs again, Lin Xiaoyu moved her left hand slowly upwards. Her middle finger gently pressed against Jiang Yu's chin, slowly adjusting Jiang Yu's head to look upwards. Then Lin Xiaoyu continued to blow dry her hair. A moment later, he grabbed Jiang Yu's wrist and told Jiang Yu to adjust his position. A moment later, he gently lifted Jiang Yu's chin with his hand to keep him looking upwards. Blow for a while. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu looked in the mirror and screwed her head from side to side with a satisfied look. I'm going to get a sore neck if you're no good. Jiang Yu had a helpless look on his face. In response, Lin Xiaoyu also rolled her eyes. After that, Lin Xiaoyu started brushing her teeth and washing up, while Jiang Yu quietly watched from the sidelines. Jiang Yu, like most people, was brushing his teeth before washing his face, and Lin Xiaoyu was washing her face before brushing her teeth. Why Lin Xiaoyu used to wash her face before brushing her teeth is because Lin Xiaoyu liked to blow bubbles to play when she brushed her teeth as a child. After playing for a long time, Wang Ting came over, so Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly spit out the bubbles in her mouth and rinsed her mouth with clean water to go to bed. If you brush your teeth first, Wang Ting comes over and you spit out bubbles before washing your face, you'll get a lecture from high and low. Though I've since grown up and don't blow bubbles for fun anymore, the habit hasn't changed. For some reason, Lin Xiaoyu was in a particularly good mood today, and then started blowing bubbles there. The Jiang Yu people were dumbfounded. Could you be any more naive? Lin Xiaoyu blew bubbles for half a day. Suddenly remembering that Jiang Yu was still there, she blushed and hurriedly spat out the froth in her mouth and rinsed her mouth with water. Then, you didn't see anything just now. Lin Xiaoyu stared fiercely at Jiang Yu with a red face. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows with a helpless expression. Then his mouth saved up saliva and blew a bubble out with it as well. Boo! The bubble exploded. Ah! You're going to die. Annoyed, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly pushed Jiang Yu out of the bathroom. Back to the bedroom. Alright, go to sleep. I'll just wait for you for half an hour. I'll leave after half an hour, Jiang Yu said as he sat on Lin Xiaoyu's chair. Got it. Lin Xiaoyu skimmed her lips, after turning off the lights. I can't sleep with you sitting there, Lin Xiaoyu said. Lin Xiaoyu's house isn't that kind of blackout curtains either, so it's just a vague glimpse of someone sitting there staring at themselves. It's not comfortable for anyone. What am I supposed to do? I'm really climbing on the roof. Spider-Man too? Spat Jiang Yu. You lie here. Lin Xiaoyu gestured the spot next to her. Lin Xiaoyu bedroom also has a double bed. You're not sleeping in your own home, don't need to grab things. Jiang Yu spat. If this gets caught, when she falls asleep, she'll pump her own arm. She sits up again with a mischievous sigh. Direct Resident Evil 2 Akira Hayashi makes a comeback. Then your own Spider-Man vs. Iron Deathstroke. No, you just lie down. I'm a bit scared with you sitting, Lin Xiaoyu said. Alright then, you hurry up and sleep. Saying that, Jiang Yu laid down beside Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu just laid down. Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu called out softly. What again? Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Can you tell me a story? Lin Xiaoyu said weakly. Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what was wrong with her today. If it were normal, she would never say such words. I'll give you a hammer. Are you sleeping or not? If not, I'm leaving. Sleep. Lin Xiaoyu huffed and rolled over. In itself, Jiang Yu was not sleepy, but once this head was on the pillow, this would not work. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't slept well for the past 2 days, this sleepiness immediately came up. Before Lin Xiaoyu could fall asleep, Jiang Yu himself fell asleep first. Lin Xiaoyu saw that Jiang Yu was asleep and hesitated for a moment. Her small hand gently reached over and grabbed Jiang Yu's wrist again. Then it was a beautiful sleep. DLC, Dream Connections, Werewolf Killing. This story is an extra. A story in the dream world of the hero and heroine, and does not affect the main plot. It is not finished yet, and all future DLC will be in a separate book after the main text is finished. Time flies so fast. In a flash the university has graduated, Jiang Yu said as he looked at the 2 invitations in his hand. Here are 2 cruise party invitations. It had Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu as names written on it. I always have an ominous feeling, Lin Xiaoyu said as she held Jiang Yu's arm. It should be alright. Brother Lei organized it. Jiang Yu looked at the signature. Where did he get that much money? Lin Xiaoyu asked. It seems to say that he has a friend. His family is engaged in this, and now the new ship is opening. So he told us to go and play around to flush out the popularity. He phoned Zhang Jiayue Chen Xin Guan Xin, they all go. Then, listen to you. Lin Xiaoyu leaned towards Jiang Yu's side again. When the time came, the 2 were invited to board the ship. On the boat, the 2 did see a lot of familiar faces, and after pushing the cups, everyone got drunk, waiting to wake up the next day. Jiang Yu found himself sitting on a chair in a conference room with a pure white decor. The waist was held in place by something like a harness. It made it impossible for Jiang Yu to get up, and in front of Jiang Yu was a particularly large ring-shaped tabletop. 19 people sat in a circle around this table, all familiar faces. Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu, He Feng, Zhang Jiayue, Qian Xin, Guan Xin, Zhao Mengning, Han Kaiyan, Li Yoshua, Tang Qianxian, Li Mingzhi, Wu Tingting, Xia Ying, Son Yuan Hang, Qin Kai, Gu Xiaoyan, Hao Shui, Rat, Zhong Wei, Li Su. As Jiang Yu woke up, everyone else woke up one by one. Everyone is a little alarmed about where they are now. Then the loudspeaker in this room went off. It was a very husky voice. I want to play a game with you guys. Asterisk 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 you big man. I'm playing NM. Let me go. Wu Tingting struggled hard, but wasn't able to get up from the chair. At this point, the ground opens up in the inner circle of the ring table. Then a seat rose from it. There was another person sitting on the seat. It was the former high school homeroom teacher, Shirley. Where is this? I'm telling you, you're committing a crime. Shirley kept shouting, but the next second, a strong current shut him up. With the gust of roasted meat flavor coming out, Shirley quickly stopped struggling, and everyone sitting around the outside of the table was silent. It's not a prank. Then the tuba sounded again. It's the same husky voice. Now let me explain the rules. The rules are simple. Just standard werewolf killing, only divided between werewolves and civilians. There are only 2 werewolves in a game. The werewolves don't know each other's identities. Werewolves have special abilities or props that can easily kill civilians, but the props or abilities have a cooldown. Civilians elect werewolves for execution by returning to the meeting room at 7 p.m. each night to vote. But civilians can also kill each other using conventional means. You get $10 million for killing one person. For those who vote to execute, The prize money is divided equally among those who participated in the vote. If a civilian kills a werewolf during the non-voting phase, they can choose whether or not to inherit the werewolf. At the end of the vote, if there are 2 wolves present and the number of civilians is less than or equal to 4, the wolf wins. If only 1 werewolf is present, the number of civilians needs to be less than or equal to 2 for the wolf to win. When the werewolves win, all the remaining civilians are executed and the prize money is split equally among the surviving werewolves. If all the wolves die, the civilians win. The one who wins and stays alive gets to walk away with the prize. The game officially starts in an hour. You guys can chill in the meantime. Someone back there might just shut up for good. Good luck. Then the raspy voice stopped appearing, and everyone, after a brief silence, began to discuss it quickly. Be quiet, all of you, Li Su said. Hearing Li Su say that, everyone quieted down as well. Rules are clear to everyone. 10 million ahead. So, Li Su paused for a moment. I suggest for the first round of voting, no matter who the werewolf is, everyone vote Jiang Yu out first. On what grounds? Lin Xiao Yu retorted. Because if he lives, everyone has to die, including you, Lin Xiao Yu. Li Su stared at Jiang Yu with a sullen face. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu after Li Su finished speaking. Zhao Mingning, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I really didn't want to kill everyone. Zhang Jiayue, He-Feng, my props seem to have been stolen. Tang Xian, help me kill someone and I can sleep with you. Li Mingzhi, to stay alive? Tang Xian, you disgust me. Xingkai, teammates? V, punk stuff. Rat, exciting, just so exciting. Guan Xin, Xian Xin. I can't, kill, me, you, must, live, get out, give me, half of this 10 million, to my parents, say, for me, to them, I'm sorry, Wu Tingting, Xiaing, go to hell for me, you owe me this. Zhang Wei, huh? Why is there a secret passage here? Gu Xiaoyan, don't argue, everyone, listen to me, I actually killed the person. Song Yuan Hang, hundreds of ghosts walk at night, who are human, is it possible that everyone is a wolf? Zhang Yu, cough, 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 game over, cough, cough, quick, open the door, let us out. Lin Xiaoyu, last question. Zhang Yu, do you love me? For more information, look for the major DLC, Dream Connections, Werewolf Kill. DLC will start working on it after the main text is finished. Zhang Yu's house. AI. Son, this why isn't he back yet? Zhou Qing pushed Jiang Jiong. I told you that it's definitely impossible for our son to come back so early, but you didn't believe me. If you listened to me, we'd be done by now. Jiang Jiong spat while swiping his cell phone. Can't you have any business in your head for a day? Then tell me. In the middle of the night. What's business? Jiang Jiong looked at his wife with a helpless face. Me. Zhou Qing was still suddenly unable to answer for a moment. What's business in the middle of the night? If I say so, our son probably won't be able to come back tonight. The two of us. Jiang Jiong said and wrapped his arms around Zhou Qing. Don't you move. Hey, how come this brat doesn't reply to any of his messages? Zhou Qing said as she looked at her cell phone and frowned. Jiang Yu's cell phone is never muted, and now the person is asleep. So naturally he can't answer the call or return the message. People must all be asleep by now. How can they reply to your message? Jiang Jiong ignored Zhou Qing's stop, his hand still resting on Zhou Qing. Why don't I go over and knock on the door now? People, these two children must be sleeping now. You go over and wake them up again. Originally these 2 days have not slept well. Let more rest. Jiang Jiong persuaded. AI, how come all these kids are so unsettling nowadays? Zhou Qing frowned. Okay, let's both hurry up and get to bed when we're done. What's the point of fiddling? Just go straight to sleep. Zhou Qing said without a trace of anger. Friday, early morning. As Lin Xiaoyu let go of Jiang Yu's wrist, Jiang Yu grunted and woke up. Lin Xiaoyu doesn't wake herself up by actively letting go of her hand. Only when someone else forcibly jerks something out of her hand. Comfortable. Jiang Yu grunted in a small voice. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. Jiang Yu felt as if he had dreamed a dream. A very, very long dream. But Jiang Yu didn't remember the contents of the dream. Jiang Yu opened his eyes in a daze. Then he looked at Lin Xiaoyu who was sleeping next to him. A light laugh. The woman didn't fold today. But then Jiang Yu realized that something was wrong. Asterisk. Why is this woman here again? Jiang Yu was instantly frightened mentally. A ghost hitting the wall? Waking up with a new Lin Xiaoyu every day? Jiang Yu forgot that he was in Lin Xiaoyu's house and thought he was in his own house. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoyu also opened her eyes in a daze. No, why are you at my house again? Wait, no, wait. Jiang Yu had just finished speaking when he felt that something was wrong. This wasn't his house. This seems to be Lin Xiaoyu's house. But before Jiang Yu could continue to say anything, there was a knock on the door. Thump. Xiaoyu. Mom is coming in, Wang Ting said as she knocked on Lin Xiaoyu's bedroom door. Jiang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 141. An exciting morning. Mom. Wait. I'm changing. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly shouted at the door. I. What do I do? Jiang Yu also panicked for a moment and hurriedly rolled up from Lin Xiaoyu's bed, whispering to her. You go in first, Lin Xiaoyu said and shoved Jiang Yu into her closet, then kicked Jiang Yu's slippers under her own nightstand. Lin Xiaoyu rubbed her face, after making sure she didn't have any unusual expressions, opened the door to the room. What are you doing in your room, you child? Why does it seem like someone is talking? Wang Ting asked. I'm watching a movie. What kind of movie are you watching this early in the morning? What time is it and you're still not going to school? Wang Ting pinched Lin Xiaoyu's cheeks. Quick, wash up and go to school. Hey, a little bit left over from yesterday. Lin Xiaoyu smiled embarrassedly. Then Lin Xiaoyu had just walked out of her bedroom, but she found Wang Ting entering her room. Mom, is there anything else you need? Lin Xiaoyu asked in a hurry. It's fine. You don't have to care. I'll find a contract. It seems like I put it in your closet in this house, Wang Ting said and walked to the closet. Originally, both Lin Chang and Wang Ting had booked tickets for noon. Lin Chang sighed either because of the fire to the goods to burn a batch, is now working overtime to do also have the risk of default. The result is that there is an order of the contract and a little problem. This is not good to let people wait too long. The attitude or have to have. The earliest flight from West China Sea City to this side of the plane has to be at 10 o'clock. I'm afraid that the time is too late, so I can only take the high-speed train instead. And the high-speed train only had tickets for the early morning trips, so Wang Ting had to catch a big morning. Mom, why don't I help you find it? Lin Xiaoyu said. You child, why are you strange? You quickly wash up and go to school. I'll just find it myself. Wang Ting looked at the somewhat perverse Lin Xiaoyu a bit strange, but Lin Xiaoyu had always been quite well behaved, so she didn't think otherwise. Lin Xiaoyu closed her eyes directly after watching her old mom's hand on the handle of the closet, and Jiang Yu's heart was beating out of his chest as he listened to the commotion outside. Then, Wang Ting opened Lin Xiaoyu's bedroom closet with one hand. Although, even if they do get caught, the parents can't do anything with the two kids. After all, nothing happened between the two, but it's the kind of thing you can't explain to your parents. And it doesn't make sense to say that the two of you slept together anymore. That's why it's really scary when it comes to this kind of thing. It's just inexplicable. You don't know what the hell you're afraid of. In fact, Jiang Yu wasn't that scared if he was really cleaned up by Wang Ting. It was this kind of time when he hadn't been discovered yet and was about to be discovered that was the most terrifying. But, well, I told you to put it over here. And your dad still had to be stubborn with me. Wang Ting took out a folder and got a document out of it. After Wang Ting came back in the morning, she searched the bedroom for a good time, and Lin Chang insisted that the documents were in the closet of the master bedroom. Wang Ting looked for half a day, did not find. Wang Ting remembered when the folder out do not know because of what seems to put the daughter of this closet. Lin Chang non-belief. Very sure in the master bedroom closet. Found it. Just in the daughter this house closet it. To take pictures for you to send over. You next time these important contracts and so on are photographed and stored in the phone. Save the use of the time back and forth tossing. Delete those broken fish in your photo album. Wang Ting sent a voice to Lin Chang, then took a picture of the contract and sent it. The closet in Lin Xiaoyu's room was two separate ones side by side. The one that Jiang Yu was hiding in was the one that was leaning in, and it was a good thing that the documents were placed in the drawer of the one that was leaning out. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. That said, Lin Xiaoyu has these two closets. The one Jiang Yu had put a few pieces of Wang Ting's clothes, and this side of this closet put a folder. This folder is usually the deposit fee payment bills, such as water and electricity, property heating bills and whatnot, but also stores some unimportant contracts. And this contract got mixed up at the time for whatever reason, and that's why it was put in this file. As for why they were put there, it was also a convenient way to have a legitimate reason to check my daughter's closet during the week, to prevent the storage of odd clothes and things that shouldn't be in the closet. After getting it done, Wang Ting looked at Lin Xiaoyu who was frozen on the side and said somewhat strangely, Xiaoyu, why aren't you going to school yet? Oh, right. Mom, do you still have something to do in the morning? Lin Xiaoyu asked. It's fine. I've been exhausted these past few days. I can finally take a good rest. Wang Ting said and returned to the living room, leaning on the sofa and stretching. You didn't eat well outside these days, did you? What do you want to eat for lunch? Wang Ting is a full-time wife, so if she's not doing anything, she'll probably stay home all day today, except for grocery shopping and going out. but Wang Ting usually doesn't go out to buy groceries until almost noon. If Jiang Yu waited for Wang Ting to buy groceries before going out, then he would basically have to miss a morning of class. Me. It's going to be late. You go to school first. Send me a message to tell me what to eat then, Wang Ting said. Seeing Wang Ting say this, Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and suddenly frowned. Mom, I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. Ha? What's wrong? When Wang Ting heard this, she directly sat up from the sofa and quickly walked over to Lin Xiaoyu's side. I drank a bottle of ice water last night. I might have caught a cold. Hey, you this dead girl, said how many times, can't drink those ice. It's not good for the stomach. You just don't listen. I've only been out for a few days, so grown up. Don't save to take care of yourself. It's hard to be strong. No. I'll send you to the hospital, Wang Ting complained while helping Lin Xiaoyu rub her stomach. No, Mom, is that medicine that I used to take often still available? Lin Xiaoyu asked with a frown. Oops, let me see. It seems to have expired. Wang Ting hurriedly ran back to the bedroom. When Lin Xiaoyu was in junior high school, she always secretly ate spicy strips and drank ice water. And when she finished, she had a stomachache, so she usually kept a little medicine at home. Lin Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to eat just the chili sticks or drink just the ice water, but if those two were together, she would get an upset stomach. There were a few little girls in middle school who didn't love chili fries. Even if you don't buy it, there are little sisters around who will. And eating chili fries without drinking ice water always feels almost fun. Then as she got older, Lin Xiaoyu didn't like chili fries anymore, so she didn't get an upset stomach. Wang Ting went back to the bedroom and rummaged around for half a day and finally got the medicine out of the medicine chest. It's just expired. I told you that you have to buy these medicines from time to time to keep them on hand, Wang Ting said with a frown. If your daughter is not feeling well, then your mom must be feeling it. Is it hard to get hard? Wang Ting asked. Okay, why don't I take a leave of absence from your teacher for you? No, I'll go to the bathroom first, or maybe I'll be fine after using the restroom, Lin Xiaoyu said and went into the bathroom. Then you go on first. I'll go to the pharmacy downstairs to show you. I don't know if the pharmacy will be open this time, Wang Ting shouted at the bathroom door. The pharmacies over here seem to be 24 hours, but Wang Ting hasn't bought any medicine in the morning, so she doesn't know. Good. After hearing the door to the room close, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly came out of the bathroom and ran back to the bedroom, pulling Jiang Yu out of the closet. Hurry up, time is running out, Lin Xiaoyu urged. Asterisk. TM scared me to death. Jiang Yu came out of the closet, his legs shaking. How this morning is getting more exciting by the day. Horror movie changed to spy drama again. It's a day in the life of a man who can't stand it. It was the moment when Wang Ting came in to get something. Jiang Yu felt like his head was directly filling up with blood, and he was a little dizzy. I've never been this scared before when I went to a haunted house. Hurry up. My mom should be back in a while. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't care less about chatting with Jiang Yu. After making sure that her own mother had already entered the elevator and descended the stairs, Lin Xiaoyu even pushed and dragged Jiang Yu out of her own house. Lin Xiaoyu, who had her back against the gate, let out a long breath and gently wiped the sweat on her head with her hand. Then Lin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that Jiang Yu's slippers were still underneath her nightstand, and rushed back, took Jiang Yu's slippers out from underneath the nightstand, opened the door, and threw them out. Hey! Jiang Yu outside the door just wanted to say something, but Lin Xiaoyu had already closed the door. But, not a moment too soon. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Aha, is your mom back so soon? Lin Xiaoyu opened the door, but he saw Jiang Yu standing outside. Why are you back again? See if my keys are at your house, Jiang Yu said anxiously. Chapter 142, Elevator Scare. Jiang Yu had just left the house before realizing that his keys were missing. After knocking for half a day, he didn't see his parents open the door. Presumably they were still sleeping. A few days without coitus. A small break. Zhang Ziyang and Zhou Qing both tossed and turned until midnight yesterday and are still sleeping soundly. Don't come in. Where did you put it? I'll get it for you, Lin Xiaoyu said anxiously. I don't know. Jiang Yu was also very anxious. One clearly remembers wearing a key yesterday. Ah, Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what to do now. The pharmacy is in the neighborhood. Not surprisingly, his own old mom will be back soon. Or we can go to school first, Lin Xiaoyu said. Big sister, how am I going to go to school? I have these pajamas, Jiang Yu said anxiously. Second grade won't let you in without a uniform. Not to mention that if you wear pajamas to school, it's not the same as straight social death. And it's not college. Although there are also rules about shoes in the second high school, no flip-flops, no holy shoes, the security guards usually don't check them, and mainly check the school uniforms. Then because there was a basketball match with class 15 today, Jiang Yu had already stored his basketball shoes in the classroom locker ahead of time, just in case he forgot to change them at that time. so shoes are not a big problem if you get to class. Then you quickly go in and look for it. I'll press the elevator for you. Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking and ran to the 11th floor. The two elevators used to be intelligently connected. Then one broke, and when it was fixed, it became all independent. That is, the buttons of each elevator can only control this step accordingly. Lin Xiaoyu pressed both elevators up at the same time, then jammed both elevator doors with garbage from the 11th floor residence door. This way Wang Ting couldn't take the elevator even if she came back. Pressing to the 11th floor was also for fear of Wang Ting's suspicion. But Jiang Yu had searched for half a day in Lin Xiaoyu's bedroom and still hadn't found his key. Forget it, I'm not going today. Jiang Yu returned to the 11th floor and said to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. You watch the elevator. Then Lin Xiaoyu ran back to her bedroom and grabbed a set of school uniforms from her sophomore year out. Quickly, change into it. Lin Xiaoyu urged after handing Jiang Yu the school uniform. Jiang Yu couldn't care about anything else right now, and directly started changing in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but blush as she watched Jiang Yu change his clothes. The uniforms on this side of the school have been the same since sophomore year, regardless of gender. In my freshman year of high school, the boys' and girls' uniforms were still separate. The boys' is red and the girls' is white. Then it all changed to red, but Jiang Yu still felt that the white one looked better. Since they are both the same height, 175, they ordered the same size. However, because many girls have thin waists, they are a bit loose when worn normally. So many have been altered. The uniforms on this side of the second grade can only be cut on the pant legs and altered at the waist. Like the kind that shrinks the legs of your pants is a no-no. There used to be those girls who shrunk their pant legs extra tight for the love of beauty. Like those pencil pants that were popular in middle school. Then those girls watch others shrink. She also shrinks, then shrinks. That school uniform pants can wear the feeling of leather pants. Then the school wouldn't let the change be messed with. Of course that was many sessions ago. Soon Jiang Yu changed his clothes. It doesn't make much of a difference except it strangles the stomach a little. Then Lin Xiaoyu took Jiang Yu's changed pajamas as soon as she could and went back to her bedroom to open her closet. Then put the pajamas at the bottom of the compartment where you keep your own underwear, and cover them with your own underwear. That way mom and dad can't find out anymore. Lin Xiaoyu put her book bag on her back and once again returned to the 11th floor. No, big sister, how did you take it away from me? I put it below the supermarket to deposit it. Jiang Yu was also confused by Lin Xiaoyu just now, and only remembered after Lin Xiaoyu left. Lin Xiaoyu thought about it and it seemed to be true. There's no time to lose. Go to school first. After that the two of them went into the elevator with their garbage bags. Consider it a good deed to take out your neighbor's trash. But to prevent detection, the two sat one step apart, and both of them pressed the elevator to the second floor almost unanimously. The reason why he didn't press to the first floor was because he was afraid that the elevator door would open just in time to bump into Wang Ting. This way, if you get to the second floor, you'll have a great view by switching to the stepladder, and you'll have a chance to dodge even if you encounter one. The elevator quickly stopped at the second floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Lin Xiaoyu directly lost her voice and screamed out, "Mom!" Somehow Wang Ting had actually appeared on the second level as well, because the two elevators are of the door-to-door variety. At the same time Lin Xiaoyu saw her mother. She also saw that the elevator across the street had also stopped at the second floor. The elevator doors opened slowly. Jiang Yu, who was carrying a garbage bag, also appeared in Lin Xiaoyu's field of vision. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu felt like her heart was going to jump out of her chest. Wang Ting heard a noise behind her and instinctively turned back. "Mom, it's too late. Did you get the medicine?" Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly made a sound to attract Wang Ting's attention, and Jiang Yu's side quickly pressed the elevator door shut. Although the two took the elevator separately, Lin Xiaoyu knew that her behavior in the morning had definitely aroused her own mother's suspicion, and if her own mother saw Jiang Yu on the opposite side of the elevator at this time, she would definitely start interrogating her. So at this time, you can't let your mom get the slightest bit suspicious. Although even if Wang Ting knew the truth, she wouldn't do anything to the two children and would at most reprimand Lin Xiaoyu for a few sentences. But it's still impossible not to be scared as the person in question. And it's almost an instinctive reaction for girls to feel this fear of mom and dad finding out they've slept with another guy. Oh, here's your medicine. Wang Ting hurriedly took out the medicine and handed it to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu took the medicine and ran out of the elevator. "Hey, this is the second floor. Is your stomach still hard?" Wang Ting shouted. But Lin Xiaoyu had already descended the stepladder. After Wang Ting came back from buying the medicine, she saw that the elevator had stopped on the 11th floor. Both elevator up and down buttons were pressed, but the elevator just didn't move. Wang Ting was also worried about her daughter, so she took the stairs. As it turned out, I had just gone up to the second floor when I thought I heard the elevator move. just push both buttons up and down on the second floor as well. That's what led to the scene Lin Xiu you watched just now. Wang Ting thought it was strange. What was wrong with his own daughter today? From the moment he arrived home, he had a feeling that something was not right with this girl. Wang Ting didn't think much about it and was about to press the 12th floor after entering the elevator. But Wang Ting suddenly realized a problem. That means the button on the first floor isn't lit. It was logical that if Lin Xiu Yue took the elevator to school, she would definitely press the first floor when she entered the elevator. But the fact that the first floor button isn't lit says something. This silly girl was actually preparing to come to the second floor, but just happened to run into herself. But what is this silly girl doing on the second floor? The more Wang Ting thought about it, the more wrong it became. There was no way the stair button could be pressed wrong, and even if it was, it could be cancelled with a long press, which was still what the stupid girl had told herself, and there was no way she didn't know that herself. This girl definitely has a ghost. Wang Ting is generally pretty smart when she shouldn't be. After Wang Ting pressed the 12th floor, the elevator first came to the first floor and opened the door twice. Then the elevator went to the second floor and opened the door again before it finally reached the 12th floor and opened the door. Then the elevator stopped, and the elevator across the street continued to go up, finally stopping at the 17th floor and never going up or down again. Wang Ting took out the key and opened the door to the room. What was this girl hiding from herself? Chapter 143, Not having it means not writing it. Cell entrance. Jiang Yu didn't dare to wait for Lin Xiu Yu at the entrance of the building because he was afraid. So he waited for her at the entrance of the cell. After Lin Xiu Yue came over. Scared me to death. Why is your mom on the second floor? Jiang Yu said to Lin Xiu Yu in shock. Jiang Yu almost pissed himself at that moment. As soon as the elevator door opened, Jiang Yu saw Wang Ting with her back to herself. Good lord, the excitement. But it was also good to have your back turned. How do I know? Lin Xiu Yu also wondered how her own old mother could appear on the second floor. I was still trying to change the step ladder from the second floor, Jiang Yu said with a palpitating heart. Ha, you think so too? Lin Xiu Yu asked. Ha, you too? Jiang Yu was also shocked. Could it be that he had slept with her for a few nights, so his heart started to be in the right place? Hurry up. 3 minutes to close the school gates, Lin Xiu Yu urged. Oh, you knows, Jiang Yu reminded. Only then did Lin Xiu Yu realize that she had analyzed a lot of fine sweat on her nose because of the shock. And after Jiang Yu reminded her, Lin Xiu Yu hastily wiped it with her hand. Because it's close to the school, so the two still jogged onto campus before the gates closed. To the class. What's going on with you two lately? Shirley frowned and scolded the two standing in the doorway. Closing time is later than morning study hall. You must have been late when you came and stuck at closing time. Yesterday I slept in class and today I'm late. It's so uncharacteristic. This side of the learning pressure. Students are generally also conscious. Usually few students in the class sleep in class, let alone late. Lin Xiu Yu and Jiang Yu both kept their heads down and didn't speak. Alright, hurry back to your seat, Shirley said. Freshman and sophomore year of high school there was some kind of group deduction or something, but it was all done away with for senior year, and now it's all about brushing up, and no one cares about that stuff. However, Shirley didn't notice that Jiang Yu came wearing slippers because he just swept a glance. Morning study hall is down. Jiang Yu changed his shoes first thing first, and Gao Wen and a few girls came together next to Lin Xiu Yu. Autumn moon, have you heard? There's a girl over at the 5th form who got expelled for being pregnant, and I heard she's quite good at her studies. Then I transferred to the annex, and my grades fell off, and I ended up going straight to a junior college. What's wrong with you? I also heard that there was a girl in the first middle school who didn't dare to tell her parents when she got pregnant, and ended up giving birth in the toilet, killing the child, and ended up being sentenced directly. That woman is really crazy, ruining her life for a guy. Yeah, we girls must protect ourselves. Yes, we must not be soft-hearted. People figure out a comfortable, and in the end, the ones who get hurt are all of us. Moreover, this abortion must be done before it's too late. When the month comes up, it'll have to be induced, and then there'll be hemorrhaging and this and that and how dangerous it will be. Lin Xiu Yu listened to Gao Wen's group of people, you and I, and thought she was telling herself gossip, and follow in that concurrence. Well, yeah, isn't it? Oh yo, so serious. Gao Wen and the others were even more anxious as they looked at Lin Xiu Yu's oil and saltless appearance. It's close to just saying, you grab an abortion now. Soon the class bell rang. The first period is math class. Take out that set of comprehensive exercises that was handed out yesterday and write them all, Shirley said as he upended the chalk in his hand. Shirley walked down the podium ready to check the students' homework. Hey, show me. Jiang Yu whispered to Zhao Mingning. Zhao Mingning placed the test paper between the two, bringing his body towards Jiang Yu's side. His shoulder gently leaned on Jiang Yu's shoulder. But, Jiang Yu, where's your roll? Shirley said with a frown as he walked next to Jianyu. I didn't bring it. Jianyu smiled sardonically. Since you can't get into the house, naturally all your homework must have been left at home as well. Didn't bring it or didn't write it. Didn't bring it. Not bringing it means not writing it. Stand outside for me, Shirley said. Like Jianyu, who is good at math and then also takes the lead in not writing homework. It is very bad and should be stopped in time. Otherwise it is easy to spread this crooked trend to others. Shirley is also considered to be killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey. Jianyu is so good at math that he can't even write without it. And it's even worse for others. Plus, Jianyu has been really jumpy lately and deserves to be hammered. Oh, Jianyu responded, then helplessly got up and walked out of the classroom. Just as Shirley was about to return to the podium, Lin Xiaoyu also stood up suddenly. What's wrong with you? Shirley asked with a frown. I didn't bring it either, Lin Xiaoyu said somewhat helplessly. Lin Xiaoyu just now realized that she had mistakenly taken one of Jianyu's roles, and the one she was going to talk about had been left at Jianyu's house. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu was not going to stand up, but she saw Shirley walking over, thinking that instead of being brought up by Shirley, it would be better to take the initiative yourself. Shirley took a deep breath. You stand outside too. Originally, Shirley wanted to take Jianyu to make an example of him, and he didn't want to care about others. As a result, Lin Xiaoyu stood up on her own initiative. Then Shirley cannot let people sit down directly, otherwise it is not unfair. Oh, Lin Xiaoyu also answered, then walked out of the class door. Gaowen saw Lin Xiaoyu and Jianyu walk out back and forth, and tapped her head. Come on, 10 minutes between classes. For nothing. This relationship brain is still hopeless. Gaowen thought that Lin Xiaoyu was deliberately trying to accompany Jianyu. Of course it wasn't just Gaowen. Most of the students in the class and even Shirley thought so. After the two of them went out, Shirley glanced towards the door and then began to lecture. Here, check your answers first. Akmada, CCBCD. Most teachers like to read all the answers before speaking. There are a small number of teachers who think that students are not good at listening to the answers after the answers, so they like to speak while they are right. But it is good that Shirley belongs to the former, and students in general still prefer to get all the answers right first. Do we need to talk about the first question? Haven't we all been told this kind of question many times? And if you get it wrong, go through the previous papers and read them properly. Look at the second question. This is not just yesterday to do it. Come wrong, raise your hand. Let me see. This day and age do not remember to the brain. Do not speak. Will not be able to ask the table in class. Go on. Look at the third question. The third question is also a cliché. It comes up every year and it's wrong every year. Come on. All look at the board. I'm going to say it one last time. Outside the door. Why did you come out too? Jianyu asked in a low voice as he saw Lin Xiaoyu come out as well. I left my roll at your house, Lin Xiaoyu said. Yesterday I reminded you to bring all your stuff with you, but it doesn't matter. Didn't I tell you all about that one yesterday? Jianyu said. Che, you can guarantee you'll get them all right? What? You still want to gamble? Jianyu raised his eyebrows. Cut. Lin Xiaoyu turned her head to the side and stopped talking to Jianyu. Not a moment too soon. Lin Xiaoyu turned her head to see Jianyu staring at his own hand. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Look, my hands are still shaking now, Jianyu said. When he came out of Lin Xiaoyu's house in the morning, Jianyu not only had his hands shaking, but his legs were trembling, his heart was pounding, and his head was in a daze. This is the kind of thing that scares the hell out of anyone who encounters it. But the good thing now is that my legs aren't shaking. It's just that my hands are still a little shaky. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't tell, so she reached out and grabbed Jianyu's hand. It seems to be shaking. Don't you shake on purpose, Lin Xiaoyu said. I didn't do it on purpose. It's really shaking, Jianyu said. Chapter 144, The Calm Before the Storm. Just then, a teacher came by not far away. Frightened, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly loosened Jianyu's hand. 10 minutes from the end of class. Shirley spoke faster today and finished the paper in advance. After settling the students into their study hall, they walked out of the class. Yesterday the two slept in class together, and today the two are late together. Shirley just couldn't believe that these two people didn't have catnip. What's going on with you two these past few days? Shirley came in front of Jianyu and Lin Xiaoyu and reprimanded the two. The two men kept their heads down and didn't speak. I've already given you guys a chance over and over again, and since you guys don't cherish it, there's nothing more to say. Shirley proceeded to reprimand. Both men still kept their heads down and didn't speak. What the hell is going on? Talk. Don't say it. Right. One person is suspended for a day. Go home and think it over before coming back. Shirley continued to reprimand. The two remained silent with their heads down. Okay. Still not talking right? I'll call your parents right now, Shirley said and took his cell phone out. Both men remained silent with their heads down. This rather gave Shirley a whole lot of confusion. In the past, These two little foxes, clever tongue. They say a sentence. People hate to explain 10 sentences. Today how all become mute. It wasn't that the two didn't talk about it. The main thing is that Jiangyu was really scared in the morning, and now his brain has been reviewing the morning's events. If Wang Ting really pulled himself out of the closet, how should he explain himself? So what did Shirley say? Jiangyu didn't even listen to it. As for Lin Xiaoyu, seeing that Jiangyu didn't say anything, she thought that he had some plans of his own, so she didn't take Shirley's words either. Shirley took a deep breath and looked at the two. Another conflict? In this case, you give Brother Lei a word. Brother Lei won't scold you guys or call the parents. Just treat it as an ordinary friend casually nagging. Lin Xiaoyu saw that Shirley had said so. If she still didn't say anything, it would be a bit too much to say. Han Kaiyan from our class is his junior high school deskmate. I saw that he was a bit upset after chatting with someone, so I said a few words to him, and then he had a temper. Lin Xiaoyu said, just this? Shirley said skeptically. Jiangyu? Seeing that Jiangyu still didn't respond, Lin Xiaoyu disliked Jiangyu with her elbow. Well, yes, Jiangyu stammered. So what happened to your homework? Shirley asked. Me? I really wrote it. My mom should be home right now. No, you let my mom take a picture of you. Jiangyu said. Fine. Turn around if I find out you lied to me. It's fine. You can contact now. Jiangyu said. Seeing that Jiangyu's bottom line was so strong, Shirley estimated that what Jiangyu said was also true. So, what about you? Lin Xiaoyu? I don't know. I have 2 comprehensive Bs. It seems like I took the wrong one when it was handed out yesterday. Lin Xiaoyu said. Shirley took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Are you two really okay? Shirley asked. No, as per your request. Both of us haven't spoken much lately. Jiangyu said. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so angry to see him chatting with Han Qian. Lin Xiaoyu said. Junior high school table. Well, turned over. How many pleasantries, that I will not talk to her later. Jiangyu said. Shirley's eyes glazed over. Today's matter was that simple? Although Shirley still felt that something was wrong, he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. How come you two were late together this morning? Shirley then asked. My grandpa is hospitalized. My mom has been accompanying the bed for the past 2 days. She might be tired and got up late in the morning. Then I was waiting for my mom to call me. Jiangyu said. How grown up? Can't you set the alarm yourself? Shirley didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Xiaoyu, what about you? My alarm didn't go off. Lin Xiaoyu said. Hiss. Shirley looked at the two of them with glaring eyes, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. It's senior year. You both have a little sense of urgency. Don't give me any private tricks. You hear me? Got it. Okay, go back. Then Jiangyu and Lin Xiaoyu went back to class. Between classes, after Shirley returned to his office, Wang Wan happened to push the door in as well. Giggle. Laugh me to death. Those teachers in the chemistry group are talking about buying helmets. Wang Wan laughed. Buy a helmet? Jiao Hongyan wondered. Haven't you guys heard? The director of teaching, Lao Wang, caught early love during the field day, and ended up being smashed in the head by a kid directly with a shoe. These days either checking grooming in the morning or looking for people all over the grade. Wang Wan laughed. Good lord, now this kid has too much guts. Jiao Hongyan echoed. Did you catch it in the end? Shirley asked. No, said the light to check the monitoring on 2 days, said the monitoring picture quality is not good, and now also said to change the monitoring it. Laugh me to death. A handful of years old. Such a big fire. It seems to give smashing pain. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wan laughed. Now this child is not good to manage. But if Hu class stalled such a student, that is also unlucky enough. Really caught. The class teacher is expected to follow with harm. Shirley said. To bring harm means to be implicated. And, you haven't heard, the vice principal was under our building yesterday, letting a kid play soccer. A kick on the head. Wig all dry fly. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wan laughed. Ha 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 ha. Shirley laughed along. Shirley didn't think it was much fun when he listened to Jiao Hongyan, but now that he heard Wang Wan say it, and then looked at Jiao Hongyan's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. But Jiao Hongyan might have laughed too hard yesterday, and she really couldn't laugh today. Sister Yen, why don't you laugh? How to recruit a laugh? Wig, vice principal, that wig, dry fly, directly fly. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wan saw that Jiao Hongyan did not laugh, and thought that he did not say it clearly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Jiao Hongyan grunted twice in tandem, but happy to be happy. I don't know why. Shirley always had a bad premonition today, as if something was going to happen. Shirley carefully recalled. Recently there is nothing on his side. The excellent class teacher is also the nail in the coffin. The seminar, the old Hao also told himself. He also began to prepare. There wasn't much else going on in the class except for a painless briefing on the Class 14 game substitution run. Then there was Zhang Yu and Lin Xiuyu. These two kids seem to be quite honest lately. What else could be going on? That's when a student from Class 14 came to deliver something. Hey, you tell Zhong Wei to come to the office after the next drill, Shirley said. Even though the kid was always sneaky, no one knew more about so many things in the class than he did. That's why I thought of calling Zhong Wei over to find out what's going on. Recess. Zhang Yu was about to go downstairs to when he saw Lin Xiuyu lying on the table. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment and then moved over. Zhang Jiayue also saw it, originally wanted to go over to care about it, but seeing that Zhang Yu went over first, she didn't go over, and after looking at it for a couple more times, she followed He Feng down to the drill first. What's wrong with you? Is everything alright? Zhang Yu whispered with concern. I blame you, Lin Xiuyu complained. No. What would be blamed on me again? Zhang Yu shocked. How he just came over a big pot on his head. My period seems to be early, Lin Xiuyu said. Ha, you go buy me a pack of tampons, Lin Xiuyu said with a frown. Chapter 145, you two have finished the youth idol drama. Ha, no, how can I buy this for you? Or else you can see who in the class has one to borrow first, Zhang Yu said. I can't open it, so go borrow it for me. How am I supposed to borrow this for you? A guy asking a girl to borrow a tampon. Isn't that pure perversion? I don't care. You're the one who beat me into advancing my period anyway, Lin Xiuyu said in dissatisfaction. Can this also be blamed on me? Zhang Yu all but vomited. He himself had hit you so many times at that time, and then he had advanced your period. Originally, the 2 days did not rest well. The daytime learning pressure and big, plus ghost movies and whatnot less stimulation. It led to Lin Xiuyu's menstrual period ahead of schedule. Lin Xiuyu frowned fiercely and stared at Zhang Yu. Okay, I'll go get it for you. What brand do you use? I don't know what's in the supermarket. The one I commonly use shouldn't be there. Just buy a more expensive one for me at random, Lin Xiuyu said. Lin Xiuyu grew up using the same brand that Wang Ting bought for her. This brand Lin Xiuyu had gone to the school store earlier and didn't have it. Usually Lin Xiuyu kept a pack in her school bag just in case. But last week when I was organizing my school bag, there were 2 left in that spare one. So Lin Xiuyu took it out and ended up forgetting to put the new one in. Alright. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and left the class. Zhang Yu jogged down the stairs and ran towards the school supermarket. Zhong Wei had planned to go to gymnastics, but he just happened to see Zhang Yu running in the direction of the supermarket. Just a little curious and followed out of instinct. After Zhang Yu arrived at the supermarket, there will be people at the supermarket, but not many. Zhang Yu looked at the prices and found the 2 most expensive ones, but the things in the school supermarket were not expensive. The main thing is that if you buy one, if you buy the wrong one, then the woman has so many things going on and this and that. Originally, Zhang Yu had wanted to take a picture and send it to Lin Xiuyu so that she could choose herself. But then I thought, it's just for temporary use anyway. Just hang on until I get back at noon. So I didn't take a picture. It's not uncommon for men to buy tampons off campus, but it's still pretty striking on campus. To Zhang Yu also made a bit of a blush. Zhang Yu ran in the direction of the school building after checking out at fire speed. The school building over here is divided into 4 blocks A, B, C, D. Adjacent school buildings with long corridors connecting the 2nd and 4th floors. Zhang Yu was originally Block C, but because he was afraid of running into Shirley when he went upstairs and then explaining himself, he went to Block B. He wanted to cross the promenade from the 4th floor of Block B and then go downstairs back to his class. In that case, avoid it anyhow. But Zhong Wei didn't know Zhang Yu's plan. After watching Zhang Yu enter Block B, Zhong Wei frowned. He also wondered before, why Zhang Yu want to buy sanitary napkins? Lin Xiuyu is not pregnant, should not need to this. It is difficult to be his own use. Could it be getting your period? But after seeing Zhang Yu enter Block B, Zhong Wei was suddenly enlightened. This should be for another girl, and so on. For another girl? Cheating during pregnancy. Then Zhong Wei thought back carefully and tied the whole thing together. Illegal cohabitation, accidental pregnancy, hatchetting, domestic violence and abortion, cheating during pregnancy. You two are done with that youth idol drama. But it was also because Zhong Wei was too shocked and forgot about Shirley telling him to go to the office after the next drill. After Zhang Yu handed the sanitary napkin to Lin Xiuyu covered her belly and went to the bathroom. Zhang Yu instinctively followed, but without taking 2 steps. He also reacted to the fact that it was a bit inappropriate, then turned his head and went downstairs to the playground. 3rd period is gym class. The gym teacher was pretty reasonable too, knowing that the 2-man class had a basketball date. The warm-up for the run around the block was cancelled. Even had a whistle as a referee. Originally, Jiang Yu thought that if the big one from class 15 didn't come back, class 15 would find an excuse not to fight. I didn't realize that these people were so headstrong when they knew they were going to lose. Under normal circumstances, class 15 is basically winless. The game is divided into 4 10-minute quarters. With the intermission, it can basically be over before the fourth period is over. Soon the game was officially underway. The class of 15 worked together brilliantly, and it was clear that they hadn't practiced much lately. The opener allowed them to put together a small run. Still, Jiang Yu's individual ability on his side stood out a bit. Qian Xin Jiang Yu Yifeng on the basketball court is at least considered the upper center field trio. Get together and pack C. It doesn't matter if the lower road blows up. So soon the score caught back up, but not for a moment. Qian Xin, keep your movements down, Yifeng whispered to Qian Xin. Although the teacher didn't blow, Yifeng still clearly felt that Qian Xin's movements were quite a bit greater than before. Qian Xin went up in intensity, and Choi, who was opposite him, didn't say anything, but the intensity got bigger accordingly. After all, it's senior year and it's not a crime to get hurt at this point. Qian Xin was also a little angry because of what happened to Qin Kai yesterday, so his movements were unconsciously larger, but Qin Kai's side loosened up. Just give 5,000. Originally Qian Xin bought an Apple phone at that time, after the return of the money, but Qian Xin because the first time the borrowed money to the good brother back, so it was reborrowed for another half day. As a result, Qin Kai's side now says 5,000 will do. I should have known not to borrow so much. And Qian Xin also discussed with Guan Xin. First borrowed money to lose. The back with pocket money slowly pay back. Really cannot wait for the holidays, two people together to play odd jobs or think of other ways. Senior year. Since they all go out for tutoring, borrowing tutoring time doesn't arouse parents' suspicion. Qian Xin family conditions, although also make do, but the family does not support love. So unless compelled, he did not want to let the family know. Qian Xin transferred the money to Guan Xin in the morning, and then Guan Xin said that he gave Qin Kai on the line for fear that the two would meet and then start a conflict. However, Guan Xin no longer mentioned the matter of returning the cell phone, so Qian Xin was a little surprised, but did not think much about it. Seeing that Qian Xin was moving too much, Yifeng was afraid that something would happen, so he replaced Qian Xin down first. The top order is gone and the center field is barely carrying it, and I don't know why Jiang Yu has a bit of a hot hand today. How to vote, how to have. Plus Jiang Yu himself is a master fryer, dribbling also gorgeous batch, ornamental pull full. To the opposite side of the Lu Zihong directly broke the defense, and even by the physical education teacher have been verbally warned several times, because this side does not have 5 fouls to leave the field and other rules. After all, each class playing well there are only a few people, so although Lu Zihong fouled quite a number of times, but still able to continue to play, but Choi Yanghao still went over to talk to him in a low voice. Lu Zihong only then convergence of some. Zhong Wei was quite nervous to see his class fall behind at first, but after seeing his class overtake, he was instantly relieved as well. But at this time he suddenly remembered that the homeroom teacher seemed to have asked him to come to the office after the drill. Oops. Zhong Wei hurriedly ran in the direction of the school building. What did you kid catch today? So accurate. Touching someone else Lin Xiu Yu's thigh? Yifeng whispered to Jiang Yu with a smile as he jogged back to the defense. Boys usually like to make these slightly dirty jokes. Usually if a guy's hand is up, someone will say did you catch something or other today or something like that. But of course most of the time it's probably more over the top than what Yifeng said. Asterisk off. Jiang Yu responded with a smile. However, Jiang Yu also found that he is really good at hand today. Sometimes the hand shape of the shot has changed, but still just can enter. There are basically just 2 types of mainstream high school shooting. One being the kind of push shot, represented by the kind of stance Curry has, and the other is Jiang Yu this kind of, the ball over the head, big arm force, like a stone thrower, throw the ball forward throw. Push throws a lot of preference, fixed hand type, high stability, and adequate power out of the hand, but the only downside is that it's not as handsome as a throw. The throw's backward jump shot position is very stretchy from the side, although the accuracy and power are a bit worse than the push shot. Jiang Yu thought you do not play professionally, to be so accurate for what? Handsome is finished. Just like that, the game is still slowly pulling away from the scoreboard. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before class 15 loses. Basically all the students of class 14 were happy. Only He Shanshan, who was the girlfriend of Choi Younghao in class 15, was not happy. He Shanshan stared at Jiang Yu's pants waist with a light frown. Just now, when Jiang Yu lifted up his top to wipe his sweat, He Shanshan felt something was wrong. Every time Jiang Yu made a jump shot after that, He Shanshan would keep a close eye on Jiang Yu's pants. Do boys shrink their pants too? Chapter 146, then you've asked the right person. The other side. Under the school building. Old Wang, what are you doing here? Vice Principal Wang Xiaobing asked. Director of Instruction Wang Jun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he watched the vice principal. That's right, both of them are named Wang. One is called Wang Xiaobing and the other is called Wang Jun. It's just awkward. As the saying goes, army, division, brigade, regiment, battalion, company and platoon with engineers. This army is bigger than the soldiers to nowhere. Not to mention that it's not even a regular soldier. It's a small soldier. But the reality is that Wang Xiaobing is the vice principal and Wang Jun is the director of instruction. Soldiers are bigger than armies. That's why Wang Jun was especially awkward whenever he saw Wang Xiaobing. But he had been using this name for decades, so he wasn't going to give it a change because of this. Those teachers didn't talk about it privately just because of the name thing. Some even joked about having Wang Jun write an anonymous advice letter suggesting that the vice-chancellor change his name. Because of this, Zhao Hongyan always jokes with Wang Wan, saying that your name is not good. If you call it Wang Platoon or Wang Brigade, maybe you are now a school leader. Oh, harm. It's not about the leave slip. How many times has the meeting emphasized that the leave slip should be stamped? No, there are still teachers who don't stamp. Wang Jun gestured the leave slip in his hand. I'll go directly to him this time for an interview. I'll see if he can remember. Who? Wang Xiaobing was curious. Lei usually works quite seriously, and doesn't pay attention to such small things. Wang Jun said. The seminar speech is tentatively scheduled to be him, I think. Wang Xiaobing said. Yeah, that's him. Maybe I've forgotten about it with all the things going on lately. Wang Xiaobing said. It's possible, but young man, since the leadership has entrusted you with an important task, you have to do it meticulously. You can't start making excuses as soon as you drop the chain. Wang Jun said. Of course the leader in Wang Jun's mouth must be referring to Vice Principal Wang Xiaobing. There should still be more tolerance for young people. It's just that you, the principal, are good-tempered. If it were those leaders of the past, they would have already given these young people a scolding. It's not like before. The students are not the same as before. Not to mention the teachers. Let's go. It just so happens that I want to talk to the Lei too. Wang Xiaobing said. The two took the elevator to the 5th floor. There is an elevator in the school building that is mandated to be used only by teachers. Students get a bad rap when they are caught using it. That's why most students usually blend in with their classroom teachers. Those teachers who administer it are too embarrassed to scold the students in his class in front of the classroom teacher. After Wang Xiaobing and Wang Jun arrived at the 5th floor, they happened to run into Hao Jianzong, the grade-level director. Why are you guys here? Hao Jianzong asked. Usually, when something happens, the teachers are called to the academic affairs office, or the conference room over in the laboratory building, and usually seldom come directly to this side of the teaching building. It wasn't that Wang Xiaobing and these people didn't want to come, but they couldn't come too often. Otherwise those teachers would have opinions. It's like going to study hall and the teacher is hanging around you all the time. Does it bother you? But after a long time, it's time to come around and see if the teachers have any requests, and see what happens to help solve the problems they encounter. Come over to take a look. Wang Xiaobing said with a smile. Did you tell Ms. Zhao Hongyan about the meeting the day before yesterday? Hao Jianzong saw Wang Xiaobing mention this, also smiled awkwardly, said yes, but forget it. The day before yesterday's meeting, Zhao Hongyan that a burst of ha laugh. To Hao Jianzong laughed so much that the blood pressure is biao up. You're still a homeroom teacher, and then the whole school will have an assembly, and then you'll take your whole class and put them there It seems like she used to be your student. Wang Xiaobing was quite impressed with Zhao Hongyan, a female teacher who deflates her own tires for her students' grades, asked to share her teaching experience. She said it had nothing to do with her. There was a prep class meeting and she laughed at the wig she was wearing. At the beginning of Zhao Hongyan put Wang Xiaobing car tire gas. Wang Xiaobing really is a little bit of opinion on Zhao Hongyan, feeling that this person is very unreliable. This kind of person is how to recruit into the second middle school as a teacher. But then she went through her file and found that this person originally graduated from the second high school, 657 on the college entrance exam, and came back to be a teacher after graduating from college. The second middle school recruiting teachers, although the requirements are bachelor and master, are 985 graduates, but generally for their own school out of the students, the conditions will be slightly relaxed. That's why Zhao Hongyan came back after her undergraduate degree. Then Wang Xiaobing pulled out Zhao Hongyan's file again. 7 warnings and 2 demerits during high school. If you want to say that this is a boy, Wang Xiaobing would find it barely acceptable. The problem is that this is a girl, or a girl from a key high school, which is a bit outrageous. And these disciplinary actions have nothing to do with fighting. They're all weird and very nasty chicken. For example, he urged the life committee member to take the class fee to bet with other classes, won all the class fee for other classes, and was later approached by the teacher of other classes. Hao Jianzong heard at the time also thought that the opposite class teacher ate the wrong medicine, but also ready to scold people to come, so outrageous things are believed, and then realized that there really is such a thing. In the end, Zhao Hongyan was given a warning for mobbing and gambling, and the class fees were returned to all the people. Wang Xiaobing thinks that this kind of person is so good at learning, must have their own secret, when the substitute teacher certainly does not reflect it. So Wang Xiaobing wants to let Zhao Hongyan as a class teacher to try. It's my student. Hey, he's not competitive when he goes to school. Hao Jianzong had a headache just talking about this. Zhao Hongyan, those broken things, that is really nagging. 3 days and 3 nights cannot finish nagging. Zhao Hongyan ghost idea especially much. And then people are bold and small. Every day to urge the students in the class to do bad things. A student lost a bet with Zhao Hongyan. Zhao Hongyan had to let people send laxative tea to Hao Jianzong, so that people say that it is a specialty of the old family. This stuff wasn't very popular back then, so Hao Jianzong didn't even know what it was at the time and thought it was just ordinary tea. Hao also has a particular fondness for strong tea. The day of the result. At that time, when he caught Zhao Hongyan, he gave Hao Jianzong a gasp and laughed. Later, because of the joint several class representatives in the class to carry out what do not pay homework monthly package. That is, you give money, you do not pay homework will not remember your name. And finally let Hao Jianzong to her study committee also removed. Generally, the class representative collects the homework, and then the class representative who has not written the homework is responsible for taking down the names, one copy of which will be given to the teacher, and one copy will be given to the study committee, which will then uniformly give it to the homeroom teacher. Most of the teachers in the classroom handled the assignments regardless of whether they were turned in or not. The classroom teacher is usually contacted only in those more serious cases, such as when several people don't turn in their homework. Then nearly graduated. Zhao Hongyan again whole big job. Almost give a probation. Finally C in the nearly graduated so also did not give. Hao Jianzong had thought that a college on how to also grow up. The result is now a look. Gotta. No different than when I was a teenager. Young people, slowly cultivate, give a chance to try it out first. Wang Xiaobing said. Yes. Director Hao. Mr. Shirley is this office, right? Wang Jun asked knowingly. Right. After receiving Hao Jianzong's affirmation, Wang Xiaobing and Wang Jun pushed the door in. Seeing this, Hao Jianzong also followed. Wang Jun had wanted to talk to Shirley directly about the fake note, but since he was following Wang Xiaobing after all, he definitely had to let the other vice principal speak first. Vice principal. When Shirley saw the vice principal enter, he stood up in a hurry. The other teachers followed suit. Sit. All sit. I just came to take a casual look. Wang Xiaobing said. The teachers sat back when they saw this. Mr. Shirley, how are all the preparations for your seminar going? Have you encountered any difficulties? Wang Xiaobing said. In fact, such words of concern could be said by calling Shirley to the faculty office. Since we're talking about it here, that means it's for the other teachers. On the one hand, he hoped that Shirley would pay more attention to this seminar. On the other hand, he also wanted to make Shirley's face grow a little bit, and at the same time, he also wanted to see the reaction of other teachers. The current senior math leader has also been applying for early retirement due to health reasons, but the school side still wants him to stick it out through the senior year anyhow. It stands to reason that if he does retire, he should be replaced by some veteran. But now to put it bluntly, these young people are now graduating from prestigious schools with outstanding abilities, and those capable veteran teachers were basically poached by the private schools in the developed coastal areas, counting the number of Jiangyu this session away. At that time, those private high schools organized a group to visit the school, and it was really a take-it-or-leave-it situation. The few senior citizens who are left now are the ones who were picked over at the time and mucked around every day. That's why the vice principal is actually less inclined to let these current veteran teachers mix it up by virtue of their seniority. There are more students and more teachers on this side of the second high school. There are high schools with fewer students that may have every subject freshman through senior teacher in one office, but this side of the second grade is divided for each grade. If you draw teachers from other grades to be this side of the math team leader, on the one hand, it is inconvenient to schedule classes. On the other hand, the current senior math teachers, even if the mouth does not say but in the heart will inevitably have an opinion. After all, no one likes parachute leaders. Plus schools are also competing with each other for students. There is more than one key high school in Dongjiang City itself. The normal university high school has always been a rival to the second high school, but has always been vaguely crushed by the second high school. But now that everyone is making progress, you're just waiting to die if you stay put. It used to be a competition with the opposite side to see who would make the first mistake, but nowadays it's different. And going slow is a mistake in itself, and math itself is the gateway subject. Even though all full scores are 150, A school that is strong in math is saying that it has more rowdiness than if you were strong in English or language arts. This is why, in the eyes of some parents, they always think that children who study science are smarter than those who study literature. That's why the vice principal tried to push Shirley and gave him so many chances, and if all of them were grasped, then others wouldn't gossip too much if he served as the head of the senior grade math team. No, the coursework is basically ready, and now I'm writing the speech for the student work experience, Shirley said. Speaking of student work, can you briefly talk about your thoughts? Wang Xiaobing asked. Just then, Li Su pushed the door and walked in. When Shirley saw Li Su come in, he quickly said, Li Su, wait outside for a while. Seeing this, Wang Xiaobing spoke. No, you let the student speak first. The student's business is important. Go ahead then. What is it? Shirley said to Li Su. Li Su glanced at the school leaders next to him and pushed down his glasses before speaking. I heard from our classmates that Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu are living together. Nonsense. Who's spreading nonsense there? Shirley said with a frown. I also thought it was a blind rumor at first, but today, I saw that Zhang Yu seemed to have come wearing Lin Xiaoyu's school uniform pants, so that's why I wanted to report it to you. Li Su said. So the school uniforms are all the same. How can you tell? Lin Xiaoyu's school uniform pants had a shrunken waist. Zhang Yu's did not. Li Su continued. Shirley now really wanted to say, you are really observing carefully. A student relationship is a far cry from cohabitation. If you are caught in love, the most you can get is a demerit notice and suspension. But if you are caught cohabiting, you will be on probation for a start, and in serious cases, you will be expelled. These two people, a total score of 630 or more, a math 150, which are the backbone of the class. The loss of so two students at once, which classroom teacher is not heartbroken, even if these two people really live together? If you say it in private, Shirley will definitely try to find ways to keep these two children. But if you say this in front of the vice principal, this is not a good thing. Just then, Zhong Wei pushed his way in, panting. Zhong Wei practically jogged all the way here. Li Su, you go back first, Shirley said to Li Su. Goodbye, teacher. After Li Su left, Zhong Wei came over. You asked for me, teacher. What's going on with Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu in our class lately? Do you know? Shirley asked with a frown. If you want to talk about this, then Zhong Wei has something to talk to you about. Hey, brother Lei, when it comes to this, then you've asked the right person. Zhong Wei was instantly addicted and directly sat on the chair next to Shirley, but realized that it was inappropriate and stood up again. Shirley suddenly had a bad feeling when he looked at Zhong Wei like this. Chapter 147. What is meant by professionalism? Zhong Wei cleared his throat before opening his mouth. Brother Lei, I heard someone say earlier that Zhang Yu knocked up Lin Xiaoyu. Don't you talk nonsense. Shirley was anxious at once. You can still make up for your cohabitation. You have no room for negotiation on this pregnancy. All of them must be fired. Don't. Lei brother, you don't worry first. Listen to me slowly to give you nagging. I also heard at that time. I thought, these two people this only together for how long? Can be pregnant? Then I checked online. The internet said, this pregnancy tests take how to take 2 weeks to test out. You think Lin Xiaoyu is last Monday with Zhang Yu said break up. Now Friday. How many days? Only 12 days. Right. And why the two broke up? Is that Lin Xiaoyu does not let Zhang Yu touch? That is to say, even if the two made up that night, and had sex, Lin Xiaoyu also happened to ovulate. Zhang Yu also happened to be right on the right. Also happened to be pregnant. Hey, to this day, she cannot measure. Not at all in a hurry. So, this pregnancy is certainly nonsense. Zhong Wei like a storyteller, voice said. Shirley was also relieved to hear this. But, Zhong Wei's tone intensified. When Shirley heard this, his heart suddenly hung in his throat again. The day before yesterday there is an English paper to be collected. Gao when they want Lin Xiaoyu to give them a photo of the paper. The answer to the answer. You guess what? Lin Xiaoyu paper below the pressure of Zhang Yu's paper. That the name is written really. How Lin Xiaoyu will have Zhang Yu's paper? That cannot be Lin Xiaoyu copy Zhang Yu's English questions. Or Lin Xiaoyu to help Zhang Yu to write. But the English is all a few ABCD. Came in the morning for a few minutes and finished copying. As for Lin Xiaoyu to take it home? So, in my estimation, these two really should be living together. And, can you say it properly? Don't be a big gasp for a while. Shirley was a bit overwhelmed. This Zhong Wei does have a knack for telling gossips, or else he couldn't have so many people enjoying listening to him. Zhong Wei is the kind of person, although you do not like him, but he told gossip, you still hard to refuse. Of course, provided that the main character of the gossip is not you, great aunt, the other is pregnancy. But, this shock from Zhong Wei directly gave Shirley a jolt of fear. Today, just now, I saw Zhang Yu go to the supermarket to buy tampons, so what do you think? You said yours. Although Shirley was frowning, he was always relieved to hear this again. As long as he wasn't pregnant, whatever. That Lin Xiaoyue is certainly to come to the aunt. Zhang Yu as Lin Xiaoyue's boyfriend to help Lin Xiaoyue to buy auntie napkins is also very reasonable. Is not it right? That biology, that pregnant certainly do not come to the aunt. I would have been so thought. But, Shirley already wanted to hit someone by the sound of it now. If not next to the school leaders are watching, Shirley really want to give this kid a hard kick. This word cannot finish in one breath. Can you just say the result? Shirley said through gritted teeth. But Zhongwei is talking about this as addicted. Directly say the results. Then there is no nagging. Lei, don't be anxious. Listen to me then tell you. I watched Jiang Yu bought sanitary napkins, but it turned out to go to Block B. But our class is Block C. What's he doing in Block B? Isn't there another possibility that Jiang Yu also has a date in other classes to help people buy it? You're just guessing all by yourself. Shirley retorted. Right. I was also so think. Jiang Yu this person, although you say good, cannot be counted as good. You say bad. He is not bad. Lin Xiaoyue is so beautiful. Good grades. The only shortcomings may be the nature of the straight point. Jiang Yu can spread on Lin Xiaoyue such a girlfriend, that the ancestral tomb or smoke, which shall not be put in the hands of a baby bumps for. But, Shirley's fists hardened as he listened. I also heard yesterday he phoned and Zhang Jiayue chat up, said Jiang Yu beat Lin Xiaoyue to come? According to the stomach hit a few punches. Jiang Yu usually good temper. You have seen him lose his temper. Right, hands to hit. That must have suffered much stimulation. Or hit the stomach. I began to think so. I feel that the two of them from the beginning of the start is full of irrationality. I've been thinking about it. Hey, guess what? Shirley took a deep breath and forced the fire down. When Zhongwei said this, he couldn't help himself and directly sat on the seat next to Shirley. I figured it out. I finally figured it out. The two of them should be so. Lin Xiaoyue should have actually gotten pregnant a long time ago. Shirley now want to let Zhongwei directly get out, but after all, the school leader watched. If you don't let him speak clearly today, but it looks as if he is trying to cover up or what is going on. Lei brother, you first do not worry. This Lin Xiaoyu pregnant after the results. To Lin Xiaoyu to get pregnant that boy. Hey, he ran away. People did not. This kind of thing, you do not dare to sue the parents of This Lin Xiaoyu family is rich, but she tied with the parents of the relatives of the card. Consumption and what a sum of money can be seen clearly. She dared to use their own hands of money to abort. And this kind of thing. Lin Xiaoyue also dare not transfer the money to those good girlfriends to help pay. In case of a mouth is not strict spread it. So this Lin Xiaoyue not hurry to find a takeover. Hey, Zhang Yu, just right. The two just so happen to be good on. Otherwise Lin Xiaoyue by what can look on Zhang Yu. This Zhang Yu took over, and then hit the child. This Zhang Yu also dare not to go out to talk nonsense. Talk nonsense his own can't fall good. Right. But, why did these two split up again? Shirley looked at Zhongwei and gritted his teeth without squeaking. Zhongwei saw this and went on to speak as well. You think the month came up. Is not it cannot cohabitate. Easy to infect. But Lin Xiaoyue look. The time is not right You now say with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu certainly must be suspicious. So you want to delay for a period of time. The results of Zhang Yu this kid every day suffocated hard on cold violence people Lin Xiaoyue, and then the two will be divided. But Lin Xiaoyue in the end need a takeover of you now and then find someone else. Even if you sleep with others, it's too late so go back to find Zhang Yu again. At that time, the class is not everywhere. Lin Xiaoyue begged Zhang Yu to get back together it. I was listening to quite puzzled. Zhang Yu is a meat and potatoes. So people like it. Lin Xiaoyue still need to beg him to get back together? Now this does not make sense. Then Lin Xiaoyue see the time is almost up. Then told Zhang Yu that they are pregnant. But pregnant have to fight out a fall. Then again is also their first child. Cannot afford to give up. But there is no way. Who let you come is not the time to do it. This hit before touching a forget. So Zhang Yu on that to Lin Xiaoyue rubbing the stomach. Touching. But, Shirley felt like he was holding a ball of air in his chest. But in the end, he didn't interrupt Zhongwei. Paper can't wrap the fire after all. Zhang Yu counted the time. No, absolutely not right. The child in Lin Xiaoyu's stomach is not his own. Just want to let himself be the receiver. This change you are you angry or not? Zhongwei said while also tapping the desktop gently with his fingers. You grab and say yours. Shirley said in annoyance. What becomes a change of self? This kind of thing, is to give the temper again good people also cannot endure and then Zhang Yu according to Lin Xiaoyue's stomach is a whack. Let you sleep in my family children bed. Let you sleep in my family children bed. Let you sleep in my family children bed. Whack is whack finished. Gas also scattered. But the key whack also does not solve the problem. You have to say points. That pat us away even if, but after all, sleep so many times, but also sleep out of the feelings, and he Jiang Yu if he is looking for again. That cannot be found than Lin Xiu Yue is more beautiful, is not it? You see Lin Xiu Yue that small face of the handsome tsk, turn back to wooing again husband called on a few times, that Jiang Yu heart are melting, I'll call her husband a few times, then Jiang Yu's heart will melt, but, after all, Jiang Yu this abortion money out of the nest egg, and do not want to share how to do, hey, right, you're sorry for me, then I'm sorry for you, hey, I'm also looking for a few other girls to play a little bit, we are even. So there is a Jiang Yu to help the other class of girls to buy sanitary napkins this thing, before and after basically, accidental pregnancy, illegal cohabitation, turtle dove, abortion and pregnancy derailment. Zhong Wei sat on the chair and said leisurely, what does it mean to be a professional? That's what it means to be a professional. Previously, Gao Wen commented on Zhong Wei's ability to do this business, saying that it was that wild dog on the street that passed by and had to obediently sit down and get high. But, you stand up for me. Shirley's head was already bruised from hearing this. Chapter 148, Are you afraid of ghosts? Zhong Wei stood up in a hurry at the sight. This is also the reason why at that time Zhong Wei told Jiang Yu that Cui Yanghao was with He Shanshan, as well as those things in the games. Jiang Yu did not believe it. Just take a look at how outrageous this gossip can be spread. You can listen to this kid's words for fun, but if you believe them, you're in for a rude awakening. For example, Jiao Hongyan before, Shirley had wanted to scold Zhong Wei first. But now it's clear that scolding Zhong Wei won't solve the problem. So, you go and call Jiang Yu and Lin Xiu Yue over to me now, Shirley said with a sullen face. Ah, good. Zhong Wei froze for a moment before realizing that he seemed to be in trouble. As a result, Zhong was just as Wei was about to leave when he realized that the grade-level director and the director of instruction standing next to him, as well as an unrecognizable teacher, looked as if he was also a school leader. Wait, it seems like you're not in trouble. You're in big trouble. After Zhong Wei left, Teacher Shirley, your class is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon, Wang Jun said with a sullen face. If this were true, it would have a bad effect on the whole school, not just the two kids. Shirley now felt like he too had two big heads in one. Why did he say that these two have been so quiet lately? The feelings have held such a big one for himself. Actually, Shirley also had a premonition that these two kids were going to hold a big one for themselves, but he didn't expect it to be this big. If Lin Xiu Yu really got pregnant, not to mention these two, even she herself would have to follow suit. It should be a rumor, Shirley said. This child's speech is quite wonderful, Wang Xiaobing said with a smile. It's not easy to get the story right, and it's even harder to get it right. Shirley didn't understand what Wang Xiaobing meant, so he could only smile with embarrassment. Principal, why don't we let Mr. Shirley deal with their class first, and let's go to the other offices first? How Jianzong proposed. And it's not like calling the vice principal also the principal because the principal isn't there is trying to kiss ass or anything. In fact, no one cares about that stuff at all nowadays. It's basically just smooth talk. No, just in time. Let's also see how Mr. Shirley carries out his student work today, Wang Xiaobing said and found a seat. Seeing this, Wang Jun and Hao Jianzong could only sit with him. Shirley looked at the three of them with cold sweat running down his face. At this time, Zhao Hongyan came over and poured hot water for the three of them, and also put a bag of open melon seeds nuts on the coffee table in front of the sofa. But he was glared at by Hao Jianzong and took away the melon nuts again. Playground. After Lin Xiu Yu changed her tampon, she went to the playground and saw that her class had a basketball game. Whenever Jiang Yu held the ball, Lin Xiu Yue somehow got her heart racing along with it. And when Jiang Yu hit, Lin Xiu Yue would get excited along with it. Although Lin Xiu Yu would also get excited when other classmates scored, it was nowhere near as intense as when Jiang Yu scored. Just as Lin Xiu Yu's gaze had been focused on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is wearing your school uniform pants, right? He Shanshan walked over to Lin Xiu Yu and whispered. Lin Xiu Yue didn't squeak. So you guys are living together, right? He Shanshan then asked. Lin Xiu Yu still didn't pay any attention to He Shanshan. Let Jiang Yu come down. I'll help you keep the secret. He Shanshan continued. If Jiang Yu had been on the field, Class 15 had no chance of winning. On the field, Jiang Yu held the ball, dribbling and moving forward with a twitch. In fact, Jiang Yu also knows that there is no use, purely because of the habit of smoking. It's a real deterrent for rookie defenders, but for some of the ones who play regularly, it's basically just a waste of your energy. Speaking of which, junior high school Jiang Yu also likes to shake his head when dribbling and frying, and later let He Feng record a clip for himself, originally to appreciate his high level of dribbling, but shoot it out. That dribble dump is just so two-dimensional. At that time, Jiang Yu spent a lot of effort to change, This dribbling habit formed is really not good to change. I was going to change this twitchy move, but I just couldn't. Later Jiangyu also gave up. Let's leave it at that. Jiangyu dribbled the ball near the 3-point line. Start with a left-handed crotch change to fake a break. Pick up a right-handed behind the back change to jump back. Then pick up a left-handed body front pullback. Classic in situ stir-fry 3-piece set. I've been using it since middle school, so I can imagine the proficiency. Because Jiangyu left-hand muscle weakness, so rarely from the left side of the breakthrough. Usually either pull away from the distance jump shot, or from the right side of the breakthrough. Lu Zihong and Jiang Yu did not have a lot of counterparts. Was supposed to know. As long as the right side of Jiang Yu card half a body position, you can Jiang Yu defense. But today Jiang Yu's hand is just too good. Breaking from the left side, he also scored 2 right-handed backhand layups. This caused Lu Zihong to not dare to card half a body position to the right and completely release his left side. Your normal defense. Trying to keep up with Jiang Yu this in situ frying 3-piece set of footsteps pressure is still a little big. This led to the fact that Lu Zihong had thought that Jiang Yu was going to break through from the left again, and as a result, Jiang Yu pulled back drastically with his left hand, and all of a sudden, he directly threw Lu Zihong out of the way. Lu Zihong was in a hurry and wanted to follow back again, but as a result, his feet were unsteady, and he directly sat on his butt on the ground. It gave Jiang Yu a happy look. Jiang Yu had shaken down quite a few people with this move, but Lu Zihong fought okay, as if it was the first time he had been shaken down by his own move. And Jiang Yu didn't break through after he shook Lu Zihong down. Straight dry threes. Successful hit. Lu Zihong, who climbed up from the ground, his face changed. This wasn't just any basketball game. This was a basketball game that all the girls in both classes were watching. It's impossible not to get red warm when this gets dribbled down and people shoot it in. But with a whistle, the second period ended. Intermission. How about it? Handsome or not? Jiang Yu walked to Lin Xiaoyu's side and said somewhat smugly, "Look at how dejected you are." Lin Xiaoyu bristled. At this time, Zhao Mingning ran over with a bottle of mineral water in her hand. Originally, Zhao Mingning wanted to give it to Jiang Yu directly, but she saw that Lin Xiaoyu was there, so she hesitated for a moment and still gave the water to Lin Xiaoyu. Then it ran away timidly. This directly caused Lin Xiaoyu to make a blush. This girl. Jiang Yu laughed, then said to Lin Xiaoyu, "Look at people. They still know to bring me a bottle of water. Here, just think of it as me getting it for you." Lin Xiaoyu said as she cast her head to the side. "Too tired to screw. Okay, unscrew it for you." Lin Xiaoyu skimmed her lips, then unscrewed the cap to re-hand the water to Jiang Yu. "Use it or not?" Lin Xiaoyu had wanted to say whether to feed you or not, but there were so many people watching at the basketball court, so she still stopped in time and didn't say anything. "With or without what?" Jiang Yu took the water curiously. "Nothing?" Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head to the side again. After that, Jiang Yu finished the water in 3 or 2 gulps. This time Zhong Wei ran over panting and whispered to the 2 men. "Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoyu, Brother Lei asked you to go to the office now. You might want to talk about the 2 of you, so prepare yourselves in your hearts." Zhong Wei was also gossip speak high, really confiscated, and did not notice the school leader next to him, and now think about it also a little regret. But the words have been said, that there is no other way, can only try to remind the 2. "Our business? What else is between us?" Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu somewhat strangely. "Is it this morning again?" Lin Xiaoyu was also puzzled. "Did Lei say we have to go now? Otherwise, let's wait until gym class is over." Jiang Yu said, "It's urgent, and you are told to go at once." Zhong Wei said somewhat sheepishly. Jiang Yu looked at the score. The score has pulled away. The next 2 quarters is to drag the time defense should also be able to win. So Jiang Yu casually threw the finished water bottle away. Then after saying a word to Yifeng, he and Lin Xiaoyu headed to Shirley's office. And after the game resumed, Lu Zihong, who was ready to give Jiang Yu some more intensity, realized that there was no Jiang Yu on the field at all. Senior math team office. "Brother Lei, you're looking for me too," Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu said as they pushed the door in. Wang Jun looked at the 2 children who came in and narrowed his eyes. How do these 2 children look so familiar? As if they are the 2 who threw themselves with shoes. And Wang Xiaobing likewise looked at Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu a bit familiar, as if they were the 2 that kicked the soccer ball to give his wig kicked off. Still, they had to let Shirley deal with the internal matters of their class first, after the other matters were dealt with. After all, everything was minor compared to cohabiting and getting pregnant. That said, Shirley's head was so big now. Of course he'd probably have to get a bigger head if he knew what these 2 were doing with the vice principal and the head of teaching. Shirley didn't even know where to start now. But you can't just not say anything. The school leaders are watching. "You 2, living together?" Shirley asked with one hand on his chest and one hand on his chin. "Jiang Yu, huh? Lin Xiaoyu, huh? Brother Lei, who did you hear that from?" Jiang Yu asked. "Just say it isn't?" Shirley continued. How is this possible? I too. John, you didn't even know where Shirley knew such outrageous news. Think about it, since I called you guys over, there must be solid evidence. Shirley finished getting up, grabbed the two men's arms and adjusted their position. Hey, you two stand slightly apart. Yes, like this. Originally the two came in side by side next to each other. Now Shirley had the two men slightly separated in the middle, facing himself in an arc. This makes it slightly easier for the two to make eye contact. In the past, Shirley was afraid of the two making eye contact, but now he was afraid of the two not making eye contact anymore. You two must be right and never let yourselves ask for anything. Now Shirley was also sweating for the two. In the past, suspensions and calling parents were frankly just a way of knocking on the door to keep these two honest. But it really comes down to this to be fired. Shirley that was definitely still toward the two. Even if you put aside the grades, although these two people are usually a bit rowdy, Shirley still genuinely quite likes these two kids. Come on, John, use English paper. Why is it in your house? Shirley asked to Lin Xiaoyu. Maybe I took the wrong one. Lin Xiaoyu said. It's written that the name was taken wrong. That's quite a coincidence. Yesterday they slept together in class, and this morning they were late together. Also, Zhang Yu, did you wear Lin Xiaoyu's school uniform pants to come here? Shirley said all the information in his head as much as he could. Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu both fell silent at the same time. TSK. Shirley pinched his forehead with his hand. Now he didn't know what to do. No, you two are living together, so the parents don't care? Shirley really didn't understand. That kid doesn't know any better. Don't adults know any better? Even if you're in a hurry to have kids, it's not this year. The parents aren't here. Lin Xiaoyu said. Lin Xiaoyu's sentence directly made Shirley angry and happy. Good lord, you lie when you should be honest. And when you should be lying, you start being honest. Lin Xiaoyu probably also realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said, we're not living together. I just stayed at his house for one night. Is there a difference? Why don't you stay at your own house and run to someone else's? Jiang Yu's house? I watched a ghost movie the other day, and when my parents were away at night, I got a little scared, so I went to his house. Lin Xiaoyu explained. Ghost movie? Just you, Lin Xiaoyu, can be afraid of ghosts? Shirley wanted to give himself a hard slap in the mouth just as he finished speaking. Now people, two children say what? You believe what is finished. 3 question 2 questioned. People turn back and then cannot be right. If you have doubts, it's okay to ask when you turn around and come down. This is also because these two kids are always fooling themselves. The whole Shirley is now a habit, subconsciously questioning unreasonable places. After all, it is also their own with almost 3 years of students. That one, what kind of? Shirley hard have a number. You have to say that other female students are afraid of ghosts. Shirley surely believe, but you have to say that Lin Xiaoyu is afraid of ghosts. That Shirley is really do not believe. Teacher, it's true, Lin Xiaoyu said in a hurry. Sometimes this truth is told with really little credibility. Even if you're afraid of ghosts, why don't you go find Zhang Jiayue and the girls? Shirley then asked. Since it's all been questioned already, let's move on. Logically, even if you are afraid of ghosts, you should go to a relative or a female classmate's house. What's the point of staying at a male classmate's house? Zhang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a helpless face. It means, see, Lei doesn't even believe you can be afraid of ghosts. This Lin Xiaoyu is afraid of ghosts. Lei does not believe it. Afraid of Zhang Jiayue and their ridicule or something. Lei is probably even more unbelievable. Lin Xiaoyu returned the wink. Meaning, what then? I'll prove it on the spot? Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. Meaning, how to prove it? Let brother Lei now find you a ghost movie for you to see now. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip. Meaning, what then? Zhang Yu gently craned his neck. Meaning, I'll do it. However, Shirley was relieved to see that the two kids had started to make eye contact again. Zhang Yu thought for a moment, then sighed. Hey, gotta start making it up again. Forget it, brother Lei. To tell you the truth, the night before last she was staying at my house. It wasn't because she was scared of watching a ghost movie. It was that the bucket she used to water the flowers at her house that blew up. Zhang Yu organized his language and said, Shirley man was dumbfounded by what he heard. What's all this stuff? What do you mean the watering can blew up? Chapter 149, your mom is the one cooking in the living room. Her mom went to the bank deposit. The bank has not sent a bag of rice, and then the bag of rice back to throw aside to forget, and so found when it has expired. Thrown a strange waste, her mom on the internet to check the expiration date of the rice can do. Zhang Yu went on to explain. Then listen to people say, expired rice soaked in water, and so composted used to water the flowers, especially good for the flowers. And then her mother looked for a few of those 5-liter mineral water buckets on the composting. His parents were not going out that night. Suddenly remembered that the watering of the flowers, so that she poured it. Originally that mineral water bucket was not screwed tightly. is to leave the air mouth, but it seems to be letting what to paste the thing may be microbial metabolites. Lin Xiaoyue went to gently screw. Bang! The bottle cap directly on the sky. Water fried a ceiling, but also splashed her all over. And then, what does that have to do with her going to stay at your house? Shirley glared. It stinks. You don't know how much that thing stinks. At that time when she came to my house to look for me, I thought that the toilet blew up when she went to the toilet. Jiang Yu said, I forgot to tell you, my house moved. Now it's across the street from her house. So I didn't believe her at the time. I even went with her to her house to take a look. Her living room that stinks. You don't say you live there. You can't even stay there. Man, when the door was open, I thought her mom was cooking in the living room. Not only was Shirley stunned, Lin Xiaoyu was also stunned. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly signaled Jiang Yu with her eyes. Lin Xiaoyue, your mom is the one cooking in the living room. Jiang Yu, save me the trouble and don't make a mess. Brother Lei, you said, how is she going to find Zhang Jiayue and the others? She must not let people laugh at her to death later, so there's no fear of being laughed at by you. Shirley didn't have a good mood. We're upright people here. We won't just laugh at others. Jiang Yu said in a serious manner. Shirley listened to a burst of bellyaching, but didn't say anything. Although it is the living room fried, you close the bedroom door is not so stinky, but also barely able to sleep. But after all, this kind of fermented stuff, you do not know that those inside the gas is not harmful to the human body, and are sprayed on the ceiling. She cannot deal with it herself, so the whole family windows are open to ventilate, and then came to my house. By the way, didn't your mom ask you to contact the housekeeping to let it be dealt with? Did you do so? Jiang Yu turned back to Lin Xiaoyu and asked. Well, contact was made, and it was cleaned up yesterday. Lin Xiaoyu responded. She was more or less smelly yesterday, but today she's much better. And Brother Lei, her parents aren't here, but my parents are. She sleeps with my mom at night. If you don't believe me, call my mom. Jiang Yu said. Shirley let out a long breath after hearing this. Although this reason was also outrageous enough, but it was barely justifiable. It's better than that whatever fear of ghosts. Lin Xiaoyu then why did you just say that you're afraid of ghosts? Shirley suddenly asked. Brother Lei, ask Sister Yen, if she was bombed all over the stinky water, would she have the nerve to tell you about it? She came to my house at that time. My mom just helped her wash for more than a point. People are about to pickle into the flavor. Jiang Yu said. Zhao Hongyan wrinkled her nose at Jiang Yu, meaning that she would pack you up when she turned around. Zhao Hongyan watched these two kids make more eye contact, and seemed to kind of understand how these two kids communicated. When Shirley heard Jiang Yu say that, he thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Lin Xiaoyu, is that right? Aha! Lin Xiaoyu said with her head lowered. Although Lin Xiaoyu is now angry a batch, but also can only Jiang Yu said what to admit what. Is Jiang Yu now said she pull a crotch? She also have to hard to admit. And what's with these pants of yours? Shirley turned to Jiang Yu and then asked. It's not the morning my mom got up to prepare breakfast for me too. She can't drink hot fresh milk. The result is that she herself is embarrassed to say. Just hard to drink. The result is to give nausea and vomit. Sprayed me a pants. My other change of wash is still not dry. And then I too height is almost the same. So she went back to her home to give me to take one of her. Jiang Yu said. If it were before, Shirley would have told Jiang Yu to shut up and let Lin Xiaoyu speak on her own. But now Shirley also dare not in case an interruption of two people cannot catch what to do. In fact, Jiang Yu said this on purpose. Originally Jiang Yu was still waiting for Shirley to ask. You guys didn't live together the night before. How come you still eat breakfast together this morning? After all, the two had just been late together this morning. As a result, Shirley didn't ask. So Jiang Yu didn't draw any further explanation. Your mom served me too much. Lin Xiaoyu agreed. It's not rare for you. Jiang Yu responded. However, seeing that the two seemed to have gotten into the swing of things, there shouldn't be any major problems. So Shirley opened up and asked. And what about the rumors in class that you're pregnant? Shirley asked. Pregnant? What pregnancy? Shirley's sentence gave both of them a confused question. Brother Lei, are you talking about her, or me? Jiang Yu asked cautiously. Nonsense. Can you get pregnant if you want to? Shirley didn't have the good sense to say. She is even more impossible. She came to her period today. If she can come to her period even if she is pregnant, then indeed there is no need to read. Directly find a medical research institute and go to be a guinea pig for others. Jiang Yu said. Once Shirley heard that, he said to Zhao Hongyan, Ms. Zhao Hongyan, can I trouble you for a moment? Good. Zhao Hongyan understood. So she led Lin Xiaoyu to the bathroom. After Shirley watched Zhao Hongyan take Lin Xiaoyu away, he then opened his mouth and asked, did you help Lin Xiaoyu buy the sanitary napkins? Ha, Brother Lei, you know all this. Jiang Yu said. I'm telling you, Don't pull any tricks on me. Nothing escapes me. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu smiled sarcastically. But you kid is quite warm-hearted. Help people to buy sanitary napkins. Then you bought it not to go back to class. Go to block B for what? Surely originally this didn't even intend to ask. See people Lin show you left. So he asked. I'm also afraid that I'm going to give the two kids something more to ask between them and turn around and make a scene in private. It's really true that nothing can escape your eyes. Can I ask, how did you know? Jiang Yu was stunned. This Shirley can even know. Don't worry about how I know. Just tell me what you're doing running into someone's B block. I'm not trying to avoid you. Hiding from me? Last time you said let me too stop. I too that is to meet the words do not dare to say. I go from the C block. If I meet you face to face, that I do not even more cannot explain. So I went around from the B block side. From the 4th floor promenade over. Jiang Yu said. Shirley let out a long breath. It's barely alright. Although Shirley still had so many points he wanted to question, he didn't dare to ask now. Just as long as it's not a cohabitation pregnancy anyway. Of course Shirley would never have thought that these two kids had something else. Wang Jun felt from the beginning that these two people not only looked familiar, but the name also sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall it all the time, until he took out the 2 unstamped leave slips and looked at them. Not long after, Zhao Hongyan returned with Lin Chouyue. Well, it's the period, Zhao Hongyan said. Shirley let Zhao Hongyan go, but of course, he was also afraid that these two kids were still lying. This way, even if Lin Chouyue didn't have her period, Zhao Hongyan would definitely come back and say that she did. Zhao Hongyan is not stupid, although occasionally a bit abstract, but generally more reliable on key things. Hearing Zhao Hongyan say this, Shirley let out a long breath. The crisis is finally over. A misunderstanding. That's fine. There's nothing else. It's just that the people in the class are spreading rumors indiscriminately, looking for you guys to find out what's going on. You guys don't want to be affected by those naysayers. Do what you need to do, and turn back to whoever spread the rumors. The teacher will definitely clean them up properly. Shirley finally put his heart back into his stomach this time. Teacher, then we'll leave first. Jiang Yu said. Well, go ahead. Shirley said. Shirley's words just fell. Wait. Wang Jun stood up from the sofa in his office. Chapter 150 The Attacking Director of Instruction. Director Wang, do you have anything else? Shirley thought for a moment. These two kids had answered quite perfectly just now, and he himself hadn't deliberately avoided some of the questions he should have asked. What else could it be? Jiang Yu, Lin Chouyue, right. Wang Jun walked up to the two of them and narrowed his eyes, his gaze deadpan. Where were you two last Saturday afternoon? Wang Jun gave Shirley a sentence to ask confused. Could it be that these two children have something else to hide from themselves? Jiang Yu and Lin Chouyue's pupils trembled violently almost simultaneously. Just now, he was so focused on dealing with Shirley that he didn't even notice that the director of instruction was sitting on the sofa next to him. Jiang Yu gave Lin Chouyue a look, meaning I'll go first and you cooperate with me. Last Saturday, let's see. Last Saturday. Jiang Yu revealed a look of hard recall. Do you need me to help you recall your memories? Wang Jun said in a cold voice. Oh, I remember. Wasn't that day the field day? Then both of us finished competing in our events, and then both of us didn't come to school that afternoon. Jiang Yu said. Wang Jun were shocked. Before those children were caught by him. That is, the mouth is hard, but also the first time to see directly in their eyes lying. Didn't come to school? Who hit himself in the head with a shoe if he didn't come to school? If it wasn't for the vice principal being here, Wang Jun would have wanted to just open his mouth and curse. I advise you guys to think about it and think clearly. Wang Jun warned with a sullen face. Director, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Jiang Yu scratched the back of his head and put on an innocent look. How dare you talk tough? Wasn't it the two of you who hit me with your shoes last Saturday afternoon? In the lab building. When Shirley heard this, his brain was buzzing. Just now when Wang Wan told herself about this, she was still there following the silly music, and thinking about which unlucky person stood on such two students. Come on, there's no need to look for it now. And at that time, Shirley felt something was wrong as soon as he heard about this modus operandi. There's always a familiar flavor of outrageousness in there. It turned out to be a familiar face. Jiang Yu, Lin Chouyue, After listening to Wang Jun, the two of them almost simultaneously revealed a very surprised expression. Still pretending to me, I think you two just don't see the coffin. Wang Jun said. Director, wait a little while, let me see. Jiang Yu said and started pulling out his pants pocket. Quickly came out with a bunch of small bills for purchases, because if you just take one, it looks too deliberate. Soon Jiang Yu identified the small ticket from the pile of small tickets that he had bought the bear at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Jiang Yu took a closer look, then handed the small ticket to Wang Jun. The alibis are all ready. Wang Jun's eyes narrowed. 3 o'clock? But I remember you guys showed up at the lab building at 4. Wang Jun's subtext is that even if you guys are out there at 3 o'clock and things happen at 4 o'clock, you still have enough time to come back. 4 o'clock? What are we doing at 4 o'clock? Jiang Yu turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoyu. Oh, yes, I have another one here. Lin Xiaoyu said as she found a small ticket for milk tea at 4 o'clock from her pants pocket. You even said at the time that his was too sweet, and that it should be half sugar if you order it next time. Ha 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 ha. Well, come prepared. Wang Jun was directly exasperated and laughed. He still doesn't believe it. After treating students for so many years, he can still be fooled by these two little guys. Then why don't you say again what else you guys did after that? Wang Jun also wanted to let these two little guys finish their sentences so that he could find their inconsistencies. After that, we went to eat grilled fish and ran into brother Lei and sister Yan. If you don't believe me, ask them. Jiang Yu said. Wang Jun gazed at Shi Lei and Zhao Hongyan. Both also said that it did happen. But Wang Jun, very as well as 10,000% sure, at that time with shoes to smash their own. It is these two people. And Wang Jun always felt that there was a place that was not right. Suddenly, Wang Jun's gaze went to Jiang Yu's pants. And you said it wasn't prepared ahead of time. Weren't you wearing her pants? How did you know she had these things in her pants? Wang Jun questioned loudly at Jiang Yu. Ha, teacher, when you change your pants, don't you change your pockets over? My pants are only wet by her, not lost by her. Jiang Yu said with a helpless face. When Wang Jun thought about it, it seemed so. At that time, when Jiang Yu sent Lin Xiaoyu back, because he was going to open the door when he came back in a while. So when he took the key from his school uniform pants, he took all of that handful of small tickets as well. Jiang Yu usually puts his cell phone and Kleenex in his left pants pocket, and his keys and some miscellaneous items in his right pants pocket. Top pockets are not very popular with Jiang Yu for putting things in his top pockets because they have to be inserted. This was why Jiang Yu was pretty sure that he had brought the key with him when he went to Lin Xiaoyu's house, and the key had definitely been left at Lin Xiaoyu's house as well. Shi Lei almost laughed out loud listening to Jiang Yu snubbing Wang Jun. This Wang Jun is still not old enough to work with students. This time the focus of the inquiry should be on the payment above. The first set of two children's words, so that they admit to be a cell phone payment after the time to check the payment record. If you cannot find the payment record, then the lie is not broken. Of course Shi Lei thought that this was a small ticket of someone else that the two people didn't know where to find, and he didn't expect to tamper with the time of the small ticket. However, Jiang Yu also thought that the director of instruction would do this, so he had long ago discussed with Lin Xiaoyu that the things were bought with cash. Even if the director of instruction had asked that, the two would have been able to respond easily. Even if you go back to the school midway as you guys said, and then return back, it's still completely in time. This can't be counted as an alibi. Wang Jun waved the small ticket in his hand that the two of them had just handed over and said, Teacher, Victoria International, go to a taxi will be nearly 20 minutes. A back and forth how long? Jiang Yu said with a helpless face, and I would like to ask, what time was it when the incident happened? Besides, we went here first, then took a taxi back, then took a taxi again. What shoes you just said? Throwing shoes? We came back just to throw a shoe? Jiang Yu's sentence directly choked Wang Jun. Indeed, it does make a bit of sense if both were at Victoria International at the time. So, Wang Jun looked at the two men and nodded his head forcefully. Still weaseling? Okay, isn't it not in school? Then what is this? Wang Jun slapped the two leave slips on the table when he finished speaking. The names on top of the leave slip were none other than Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu, and on the leave slip, there is a security guard registering the time when the leave slip was received at that time. Jiang Yu was shocked. The number of people who take time off from sports is usually not too small, so how could they just happen to catch the two of them on their own? Calm down. Something's definitely not right. Wang Jun should not know himself and Lin Xiaoyu. If he was so sure, he must have gone to find himself and Lin Xiaoyu before. Why would he wait until now? That said, the leave slip was likely rushed. But, why the rush? Jiang Yu had never taken a vacation, so he didn't know about vacation stamps and a whole bunch of other things. Why are you dumb? Go on with the sophistry. Go on. Wang Jun looked at the two men, revealing some smugness. Zhao Hongyan came over and took the leave slip and looked at it. Director Wang, doesn't half a day's vacation need to be stamped now as well? Zhao Hongyan asked. Right. Stamped. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu reacted almost simultaneously. Chapter 151, How dare you talk tough? Yes, it's a good thing we need to stamp. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to catch these two. Mr. Shi Lei, your class is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Wang Jun should have said no, but he still kind of admired the courage and intelligence of these two kids. If it wasn't for this fake note, it would have been a real muddle for the two of them. Shi Lei felt that something was wrong at that time. but just thinking about a few kids falling in love early, he forgot that he had to approve a leave slip to go out of the campus during the games. Seeing that the two did not speak, Wang Jun then continued to say to the two, "Alibi get quite good. Unfortunately 1,000 calculations. Did not calculate? Now half a day of leave also need to be stamped. No teacher. Forged leave. Lies. The second high school does not need students like you. Director, can I interject?" Lin Xiaoyue asked. "What? If they're all forged leave slips, then why use your own name?" Lin Xiaoyue asked weakly. Wang Jun directly froze. "Yeah, why use your own name if you're forging a fake note?" Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoyue didn't know that even half a day of leave had to be stamped nowadays. So that's why she used her and Jiang Yu's real names at the time. Because of the games, there were a lot of people taking time off, so the security guard let the two go without looking closely at the time. The leave of absence system on the second form side is this. In the past, it was also the kind of leave book. Fill in the information, fill in, sign and stamp. Some teachers are too troublesome, so they just stamp a book first, and then use it later. Many schools use this kind of. Then something happened. One teacher worked hard to finish stamping a book of leave books and then lost it. Students are scared when they get into trouble, and teachers are scared when they get into trouble. Just didn't dare give it to the school leaders above. Turns out the student who picked it up, he doesn't just use it himself, he sells it. Then it was reported. It's also the first time the school has come across this kind of thing, as there are no clear school rules saying what should be done about the trafficking of leave slips. Anyway, it ended up being a warning and forget about it. And then the school, in order to put an end to this kind of thing, just updated the leave system once. The system of leave books, which had been in place, was abolished. This is because each teacher is now configured with a separate printer. So the school side gave the template for the leave slip, and to use it you need to log into your WPS account and enter your password to open the leave slip template for writing. Once the appropriate information is filled out, print it out and sign and stamp it. But this kind of thing is also too much trouble for teachers, and just a leave, casually imitated. Plus some of the old teachers were originally slow typing, but also are looking for students in the class to help type to fill in the information. So simply get the crack version. The one that was on Shirley's USB flash drive at that time was. And back to the leave system. Generally there are 3 levels of leave. Half day, 1 day, 3 days and long leave. Longer vacations are more than 3 days and less than a month. Any longer than that and you will have to apply for a break from school. Longer vacations are basically for injuries and other things, and require the signature and stamp of the registrar, the dean of instruction or above. 3-day leave is more than 1 day and less than 3 days and requires the stamped signature of the grade level director or above. This vacation is a hoot. Basically not much of a treat. Previously the intention had been to get a weekly vacation. Students with a cold or something please. Then the same teacher who made the policy was afraid that the students would get well in advance and stay home and not come to school. So get a 3-day. But you just take a 3-day vacation. And the homeroom teacher goes on a trip to the head of the grade. Isn't there something wrong with you? So when you have a real cold, it's basically just 1 day off in a row for a long time. Then it's time for the all-important 1-day and half-day vacations. This 1-day leave is well understood as a day off from work. The classroom teacher's signature and stamp are required. But this half-day vacation is misunderstood by many. This half-day leave is actually a temporary leave. Just ask your homeroom teacher to sign it without stamping it. Why you don't need a stamp is so you can go out and come back to cancel your vacation. That is, you give your leave slip to the security office, go out and finish your business, and then go to the security office when you come back to get your leave slip back to cancel your leave. If your kind of leave is also stamped, then the school stamp won't be passed around. Of course you should take a day off if you don't come back, even if it's just a half day out. But the teacher who developed the system at the time was poached by another school after getting this stuff done. This teacher who later replaced him didn't quite understand what that meant. Then it came as it was understood. That is, half a day's vacation. No stamps, no need to go out and come back. So many people wondered at the time. In that case, I'm going to take a day off. Why don't I just take a half day off? Anyway, this kind of thing, as long as the homeroom teacher is clear that you ask for leave on the line. The main purpose is also to take a leave of absence out of school. Half a day makes no difference, but also can be less a procedure. Nowadays, everyone saves money when they can. Anyway, it was also requested by the leaders above. And even if the people below felt strange, it was not good to ask more questions. Solely that's how it started to be enforced. And then something outrageous happened. Someone forged a fake note. Since you don't need a stamp and the template is cracked, just imitate the classroom teacher and sign. Then half a day off is not just a casual leave. But if you forge a leave and sneak away, then the teacher will definitely ask questions about the missing students in the class. And you'll still get caught. As the saying goes, when 3 boys get together they randomly refresh an idea king. One boy thought, what about gym class? where fewer people in the class can be easily spotted. A good number of classes have the last class of the morning as gym class, and then this started. As soon as the last gym class of the morning was over and warmed up, a couple of the boys headed for the front door with their leave slips and ran out to surf the internet. It's not like college and high school, where you don't say an hour. You have people willing to run out and play for half an hour. At first the gym teacher didn't care much. Although there is also an assembly at the end of class, there is no roll call at the end of class assembly. Because so many of the boys might be playing in a tournament or something, they don't interrupt people. Fewer people went out at first, so they didn't draw attention to it. After all, everyone is also afraid of getting caught. Then it looked like everyone was out surfing the net and it had been so long and nothing was going on. So the boldness is growing. But then the teacher who checked the leave slip realized something was wrong. At that time, it wasn't even the head of the faculty himself who was checking it out. There was a teacher in charge of that area coming in. It didn't look right to him. How come there were so many half-day vacations down the week? Then find out what's going on with this one. It turned out to be a check. At that time, the head of the teaching staff was outright furious. But because of the number of people involved, no disciplinary action was taken. Later on, he was the one who took charge of the leave piece himself. It also closes the loophole that you don't have to come back from half a day's vacation, but you have to get it stamped, just like a day's vacation. Why don't we just cancel it? Because this leave of absence does not only involve day students, but also resident students, who have to go to night study. And a day off is usually a day when they don't have to go to night study. And it also prevents these resident students from taking advantage of the loopholes. That's why I ended up keeping the half-day vacation. And Lin Xiaoyue's knowledge of the leave system was still in the previous version. That's why this happened. But it's kind of a botched job. You guys just didn't react at that time, thinking that you didn't need to stamp your name for half a day's vacation. So you used your name, Wang Jun said angrily. So you've been talking about this for half a day. But in fact, it's an assumption? Jiang Yu looked at Wang Jun with a helpless face. How dare you talk tough? Then tell me who would impersonate both of you. Wang Jun is 100% sure that at that time is the two. But after all, the vice principal is now watching. If you cannot come up with a very conclusive evidence to prove that this is the two children to do, just to give people convicted words, it is not appropriate. Teacher, she has a lot of enemies. Feel free to go to class 27 and ask around. Ask how many of their class don't hate Lin Xiaoyu. Taking her name to forge a leave slip is light. Jiang Yu said. Say it as if they just hate me and not you. Lin Xiaoyu added without any good humor. Wang Jun's entire body froze. Can you do that? Are you guys here to go to school or are you here to socialize? And haters, don't you dare get any more outrageous. But Wang Jun was still unconvinced. Then Wang Jun suddenly saw Lin Xiaoyu's shoes. Because of the gym class just now. Even though Lin Xiaoyu was on her period and could skip the warm-up activities, she still changed into her sneakers out of habit. Yes, it's this shoe, the one you threw away. It's still in my office. Now I'll see how you can still weasel your way out of this. Wang Jun pointed at Lin Xiaoyu's shoe and said, Teacher, since the shoes are in your office, what am I wearing on my feet? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Wang Jun and blinked. Wang Jun froze again. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. And since the shoes are in your own office, that's what people are wearing on their feet. You have two pairs of identical ones. Wang Jun didn't seem to be able to think of any other reason other than this. Teacher, when you buy shoes, do you buy two pairs of them exactly the same? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Don't you give me that sophistry again. You just bought two pairs of the exact same thing. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything to anyone this time. They were both looking at Wang Jun with a look of a retard. To Wang Jun are angry and sweating. It's true that the average person doesn't buy two pairs of the exact same shoe. And this sneaker, also because it especially fit Lin Xiaoyu's feet. Lin Xiaoyu said it was very comfortable to wear. So Lin Chang bought two more pairs for Lin Xiaoyu. For some reason, Shirley suddenly felt so happy. It's like a game boss that you can't always beat, and then one day you suddenly realize your best buddy can't beat it either. Shirley can at least go through two moves with the two kids, but the director of this teaching director was directly confused by the two kids in 3 or 2 sentences. Shirley watched a few people confronting each other. His hand instinctively reached out to the bag of melon nuts placed on the table, but just after he got it, he suddenly reacted that it was a bit inappropriate, and then loosened his hand again. However, Shirley also wondered what this child Lin Xiaoyu was bouncing around standing properly. In the past, Shirley felt that Lin Xiaoyu always bounced when she spoke, but the amplitude was smaller in the past, so Shirley didn't care much about it. You're talking a good game right now and suddenly tiptoeing around. It's actually kinda obvious. Good. Wang Jun said several good in a row. Cunning, right? Fine. I'll let you cogitate. Since the fake note was forged, what about the real one? Wang Jun said as he glared at the two men. What really? Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Who gave you permission to not come to school just because of the games? Wang Jun chided. Chapter 152, Still Defending Yourself. Since the leave slip was forged, that means that these two did not take leave. Even if it was a sports meeting and they did not take leave, they could be pursued as absenteeism, but normally no one would look into it that closely. When the two men saw Wang Jun say this, they lowered their heads at the same time, and Wang Jun finally showed some smugness. I've been working with students for so many years, and I've seen so many students that I really think I can't rule you. In fact, I do not blame the director of instruction for being cranky, because if all school leaders were as nice as the vice principal, it would not be possible to suppress the students at all, and the school would still be in chaos. So it also takes a couple of tougher teachers to deal with some of the special students. Talk. Why don't you say something? Still thinking of how to make it up? Are you trying to say that you handed in your leave slip, only to have the security room lose it for you? Wang Jun directly blocked the back way for the two, seeing that the two were still silent. Skipping class? Skipping class. Wang Jun looked at these two kids suddenly not knowing what to say, because skipping class is a much lesser offense than throwing a shoe at him. He was a little disheartened if he simply characterized the two kids as truants. I was also pissed off just now. Now think about it. If these two children really default, they really can't do much about them. It is you who said that people too absenteeism, people too admitted. You then return to say that take shoes to throw their own thing is not appropriate. Just then, teacher, can I interject? John, you said, say, lay brother before let us go to buy a few laptops. Want to be used as prizes to send to the students who have more outstanding progress in their grades. We looked around the neighborhood of the school. They are more general, but usually the class does not have time to go to other places. So on the day of the field day, we thought that there is nothing to do. We went to the Victoria International side to see, and then thought that the field day, there should be nothing to do. So that's why we didn't ask for a leave of absence. Really sorry. John Yu finished speaking and then looked at Shirley who was on the side. Shirley was originally still there watching the joyfulness, because now, at the end of the day, it's a truancy at best, and a warning for absenteeism from sports would be tops. He was happy that these two little foxes were okay. He was still happy to see the director of instruction suffer. He was more than happy to see the two little foxes being properly hammered and knocked around. But this sentence from Jian Yu directly made him unhappy, mainly because Jian Yu didn't know how this absenteeism was a punishment, and then looking at the director of instruction's fierce expression, he thought it was very serious. Had he known it was just a warning, Jian Yu might have acquiesced. Upon hearing this, the director of instruction looked at Shirley. Shirley man was dumbfounded. When did I ask you two to buy a laptop? But now Shirley was also racked. You're really good at telling it like it is, so it can only be said in a hard voice. Well, there is that. If Shirley tells the truth and says that he didn't even know that there was such a thing, you don't care what the truth of the matter is. How will the colleagues in the office look at themselves in the future? After Shirley finished speaking, Wang Jun's face instantly turned iron blue, because there's a problem right now. These two kids missed school, and were themselves out on an errand for their homeroom teacher, and the errand was designed to motivate the class to learn. What will the other teachers think of you if you force a penalty here? You're strict, but you can't be a little humane. Originally, Wang Jun didn't want to really expel these two kids. If you give someone the boot for throwing themselves with a shoe, it looks like you're being small-minded. Just now, when I said that the second middle school doesn't need students like you, it was also to scare these two kids. So Wang Jun originally thought, if it is really these two people did, first with the expulsion to scare the two children, so that they will be early love of the pair also confessed, and then admit the wrong attitude is better, and finally one person to give a demerit. This matter is also over. Who would have thought that these two kids are so talkative? And they gave Wang Jun a run for his money in 3 roundabouts. It's when you're 1,000,000% sure that these two kids did it, but you just can't give them a whack. No matter what you say, people always have a valid excuse to counter it. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. The students in your class are great. Mr. Shirley. Wang Jun was directly exasperated and laughed. Shirley also grinned straight as he looked at Wang Jun. I thought to myself, I feel like you didn't divide the senior class yourself. You think I want this dragon and tiger? It used to be okay for these two kids to lie on their own, but now they're racking you to follow them. Chance, I've already given you 2, and you're still arguing with me. Fine, let's go watch the surveillance now. I'll see how you two can still argue against the surveillance. Wang Jun said as he pointed his finger at the two. Lin Xiaoyu panicked a bit when she heard this, but Jiang Yu gave her a reassuring look. The only entrance to the school is 2 sets of UHD cameras. The other cameras are too mushy to work. The gates were made super high and clear for fear of strange people mixing into the school, but these 2 sets of cameras are facing the front doorway. That is, you'll be photographed entering the school gates. but you'll only have your back photographed when you leave the school gates. And because of the games, the two didn't go home for lunch. They ate at school. High schools are generally busy with classes and there are very few times when everyone can get together and play casually, so most of them don't go home during games, even if they are walk-ins. Get together with your classmates at school at lunchtime to play triple triad or something. So it was impossible to find two people entering the school gates at the time of the afternoon school day. If Wang Jun checks the surveillance at the gate according to the time on the leave slip, that only gets two dashing backs. You can't prove it's two people even if your backs look alike. It's too much of a stretch to give a conviction based on backstory alone. But the only problem now is, the two tore through the class for a long time after throwing their shoes at the time. Before, Wang Jun didn't know which class the two were from. Now that I know, if I check the classroom surveillance, that's really add up. However, Jiang Yu felt that this Wang Jun was a bit dull and could not necessarily remember. Jiang Yu had simulated the scene of being caught by the director of instruction at that time, so he had prepared many sets of sayings. As a result, who would have thought that Wang Jun didn't ask much at all? At this point, if you keep your composure, you should be able to muddle through. Just as Wang Jun was about to pull the two to check the surveillance, Vice Principal Wang Xiaobing suddenly stood up and walked over to the two. Vice Principal. Wang Jun looked at Wang Xiaobing coming over and also slightly collected himself. As for Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu, their eyes almost glazed over when they heard Wang Jun's words. The person who he himself had given the wig a kick to off at the time was actually the Vice Principal. Wang Xiaobing walked up to the two of them and said with a smile, "You two were the ones who kicked a soccer ball under the school building the day before yesterday, right?" "I'm sorry," Jiang Yu said with his head lowered. "I'm sorry," Lin Xiaoyu said with her head lowered. Shirlei was stunned. "You two did this too?" Chapter 153, Have you studied? Pay attention next time. It's dangerous to kick someone in the face, Wang Xiaobing said with a smile. After Wang Xiaobing finished speaking, he said to Wang Jun, "Old Wang, look, these two children are not students who make mistakes and don't admit it. You should have recognized the wrong person." The king's soldiers were dumbfounded. Could this ING really be himself? The wrong person? Ha! It can't be, can it? People have the guts to admit to kicking the vice principal with a soccer ball. So why are they so dead set against throwing a shoe at themselves? Now Wang Jun was really starting to doubt himself a bit. He was looking at the real thing at the time, and it was clearly these two people. The boy ran away after throwing his shoes. You have to say that he remembered poorly is indeed possible, but this girl himself but grabbed the wrist to see half a day up close. Absolutely will not recognize the wrong. But the other vice principal has spoken, so you can't continue to pursue this matter whether you harbor suspicions or not. Otherwise it would be unintelligent. So even if Wang Jun was reluctant, this matter could only end here. Mr. Shirlei does have a lot of experience in working with students. I'll go to another office to take a look, Wang Xiaobing said with a smile. I dare not. I dare not. Shirlei accompanied him with a smile. The teachers in the office also stood up when they saw the vice principal leaving, and Shirlei followed and sent several leaders to the office door. Okay, you busy yourself. Wang Xiaobing finished speaking to Shirlei and then paused for a moment, stretched out his finger and gently pointed in front of Shirlei and whispered, "Crouching tiger, hidden dragon." One sentence gave Shirlei a cold sweat. However, Wang Xiaobing didn't say anything more and patted Shirlei's arm before leaving with Wang Jun and Hao Jianzong. When the school leaders have all left, "Teacher, then we'll withdraw first as well?" Jiang Yu asked cautiously. Withdraw? Shirlei was about to be infuriated. That Wang Jun is a cutie. You think you're a cutie too? What about you? Usually it's okay for you two to make a mess and spread lies, but now you dare to force yourself to lie and cheat the leaders with you. If this is left alone, you two are going to turn over a new leaf. Tell me where you two want to retreat to? Shirlei didn't have the good sense to say. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu smiled sarcastically. Jiang Yu also knew that although this matter was muddled through at Wang Jun's place, but Lei's side was sure that things were not over yet. Then Shirlei walked to the desk and took out a key from it. You two come with me, Shirlei said to Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue. Laboratory building. Shirlei took the key and opened the door of a small conference room and walked in. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue also followed them in. Because there were too many teachers in the office, there were some words that Shirlei couldn't ask, so he brought the two of them over here. Many small conference rooms on this side of the lab building, many of which also deal with things that aren't convenient to talk about in the big office. Of course, students can also request the use of the room from their teachers if they are organizing any events. Come, brother you, sister you, sit, Shirlei said as he pointed to the two chairs next to the table. Don't, brother Lei, not so much. Jiang Yu honestly looked a little flustered at Shirlei's appearance. If the average teacher is like this, it's not a normal thing. How dare I call myself brother in front of you two? Just call me Xiao Lei from now on. Come, sit. Shirley said, and took 2 bottles of water for the two and put them on the table in front of them. Seeing Shirley this way, Jiang Yu unconsciously slandered a sentence in his heart. Really called you an unhappy. Seeing that the two still refused to sit down, Shirley directly pressed the shoulders of the 2 men and forced them to sit in their seats. Then Shirley sat across from the two. The vice-chancellor's own crouching tiger, hidden dragon, was scrutinized. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue lowered their heads, not daring to look at Shirley. Shirley took a deep breath, then pinched his hand hard on his chin, and then opened his speech. Tell me, what's going on? The 2 men kept their heads down and didn't speak. Pa! Shirley slapped the table. When did I let you 2 go out and buy a laptop? The 2 men kept their heads down or didn't speak. Are you the 2 that the dean of instruction said threw the shoes? Yes. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue whispered in unison. Shirley straight away felt a rush of scalp numbness. After clasping his scalp hard with his hand, Shirley then asked, No, why? Big brother, big sister, you just can't get any more outrageous, so at least have a reason for it. Throwing a shoe at the dean of instruction for good reason is sick. This would be a time when Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue couldn't say that they were helping Yifeng and Zhang Jiayue to cover for them. Actually, Shirley knew that Yifeng and Zhang Jiayue were together. After all, they're all students in their own class, and that homeroom teacher isn't a cutie, because people too just came when it is good, and then looked at it, did not delay the study. So Shirley also did not care. But Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue mistakenly thought that Shirley didn't know, so they definitely had to help continue to hide it. So, I made a bet with her. Jiang Yu said. A bet? What kind of bet? Shirley was shocked. You guys lost a bet and played such a big game that you threw your shoes at the head teacher. I said, do you believe I can throw my shoe at the head of the head teacher? She said no. Jiang Yu continued. Shirley almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard it. Shirley thought that this was the punishment for losing a bet, and the feeling that this is what you are betting on. And what the do you mean you believe it or not? And believe this or not? It's crazy. It's idle. Jiang Yu's sentence directly gave Shirley all the anger and confusion. Shirley stood up and sat down again. Sat down and stood up again. And finally leaned forward and pressed his body on the table. I say, brother you, sister you, what the hell are you doing here? This is a school. Have you ever studied? Do you know what school is for? School is a place to read and learn. That is, you turn the textbook page by page to start reading. After reading, take out the paper, and then one question by one question to start doing. Encountered not know the question to ask the teacher. Encountered to do the wrong question to focus on the marking. A set of paper to do. Do the next set of? Understand it? Do you understand? Do you understand? Shirley very carefully explained to the 2 people. For some reason, Jiang Yu felt that Shirley's mental state didn't seem to be very good. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue kept their heads down and didn't speak. Shirley would be so angry that he didn't know what to say. And after he sat back down again, he kept pinching his forehead with his hand. After 3 minutes of silence, Shirley suddenly felt something was wrong. He himself had just been flabbergasted. Now that I think about it, there are so many things that don't make sense. Who threw the shoes? Shirley asked anew as he sat up straight. Me, Jiang Yu said. Shirley vaguely remembered that Wang Jun was talking about Lin Xiaoyue's shoes. You threw it? Why didn't you throw your own and throw someone else's Lin Xiaoyue's? Shirley then asked. I'm wearing board shorts and she's wearing sneakers. Jiang Yu said. Since it was just 1500, Jiang Yu went back to class first to change his shoes back to crampons after running at that time. Jiang Yu was different from Lin Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu's locker would usually have water and drinks in it, so it was usually only this kind of sporting event or sports class physical test that he would bring his shoes over for temporary storage. And Lin Xiaoyu's locker basically holds her sneakers. At that time, Lin Xiaoyu was afraid that Jiang Yu had other arrangements, so at that time, after running in the morning, she didn't go back to change her shoes first, so she kept her sneakers on. So, Shirley looked at the two with a puzzled face, not knowing why. These 2 kids could never understand the first half of what they said, and it could even be said that they could never guess how outrageous the second half of what they said could be. The soles of the board shoes are hard. The soles of the sneakers are soft. I'm afraid of smashing them for the head teacher. Jiang Yu said weakly. Ha 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 ha. Shirley was going crazy. There's still a damn good reason for that. Chapter 154, Headache. In fact, at that time, between the flashes of lightning and fire, Jiang Yu really did think so. Originally is to interfere with a little. You use the force is small, afraid of throwing inaccurate. Your strength is big. The board shoes so hard soles. If you really give people smashed, things will be big. At that time, Jiang Yu had wanted to explain to Lin Xiaoyu as well, but as soon as Jiang Yu was physically threatened, his brain was prone to downtime overload, and the guy was being chased around the class by Lin Xiaoyu, which resulted in him giving no thought to it. Shirley's burst of harumphing laughter directly frightened the two. Brother Lei, are you alright? Jiang Yu asked carefully. Jiang Yu, I'm TM. Shirley was so enraged that he was gnashing his teeth. He had started to burst out in foul language. I'm also afraid to give the director of the teaching staff smashed. You people are still strange good Lou. I am not still have to thank you too for the director of instruction. Shirley took several deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. And what about the vice principals? Who kicked it? Shirley then asked. I kicked it, but it's all her fault. There's a person over there who asked me to help pick up the ball. I was about to kick it back for the person, but then she pulled it and it went astray. John, you said. What, just blame me? I've said. Let me kick it. You have to grab it from me. Lin Xiaoyu was dissatisfied. No. Why do you two have to come together? What did you guys promise me before? Shirley's head really hurt now. In the past, I was afraid that these two children together, affecting the study, but now it seems that these two children, not to mention love, that as long as they come together, they have to poke a hole in the sky. You just look at this piece of work or some personnel? The two men lowered their heads again when they saw Shirley say that. Shirley rubbed his temples with his hands, always feeling as if he had forgotten something. Right. Just then, a shout rang out from the door. Jiao Hongyan, stop right there. The owner of the voice is none other than Hao Jianzhang, the head of the grade. What's going on outside? Shirley didn't even need to think about it, and immediately felt his head hurt even more. When he was in the office earlier, Jiao Hongyan had listened quite vigorously. Good lord, these two kids gave the dean of instruction that flack. Originally, Jiao Hongyan was still planning to see how Shirley would follow up and clean up these two people. As a result, Shirley directly took the two away. This gave Jiao Hongyan an anxious scratch. If you can't eat this amazing melon, you won't be able to sleep that night. So Jiao Hongyan tried to pull Wang Wan along to follow her. As a result, Wang Wan is afraid of being discovered by Shirley, which are colleagues, really discovered. Then how embarrassing to meet in the future. So it rejected Jiao Hongyan. Then Jiao Hongyan followed on her own. Because Jiao Hongyan knew which office key of the lab was in Shirley's drawer, she purposely waited for the three to enter the lab building for half a day before following them in order not to be discovered. At that time, when Jiao Hongyan sneakily followed up, she happened to be seen by Hao Jianzong, who was upstairs. At that time, Hao Jianzong held his fire. This Jiao Hongyan, when the vice-chancellor of the meeting laughing disrupted the order of the meeting will not be said, the vice-chancellor came to visit the office. You don't think about redeeming your image in front of the vice-chancellor. You know that in eating your melon nuts. At that time, the vice principal and the director of teaching briefly circled around. The other offices are not much to do. Let Hao Jianzong busy themselves to go. That's why Hao Jianzong angrily entered the lab building as well the first time he separated from the school leaders. But Hao Jianzong did not know where Jiao Hongyan was, so he searched one layer at a time, and finally he really found it. Watching Jiao Hongyan sneakily cat in the doorway of an unknown conference room, giggling and eating her broken melon nuts at the same time, Hao Jianzong's blood pressure came up then. That's why it was shouted that way. When Jiao Hongyan saw that it was Hao Jianzong coming, she directly pulled out her legs and ran. Although Jiao Hongyan didn't know why she was running, it seemed like a reflex. Run used to it. Seeing Jiao Hongyan run, Hao Jianzong also reflexively chased after her. Originally, Shirley wanted to ask about the school uniform pants first. Didn't you two oversleep in the morning, and still have the leisure to eat breakfast together? Not to mention that you stayed together the night before and didn't stay together last night. As a result, he was dumbfounded by Jiao Hongyan's interruption. After thinking about it for a long time, it eventually didn't come to mind, because there were other things to ask. Shirley didn't dwell on this 1.5 things. So, what happened to the vacation note? Shirley's gaze sank. In fact, when he came across the two people eating grilled fish, Shirley felt that something was wrong. Just thinking about the two people falling in love early, he forgot that he had to approve a leave slip to leave the school during the games. Though in front of the vice principal and director of instruction it was said that someone else had forged it, but Shirley didn't believe it at all. Having fought with these two little foxes so many times, based on his intuition, Shirley felt that the fake note was definitely forged by these two people. The previous things, even if forging their own signatures, this kind of thing, Shirley is really cannot stand. If this does not matter, in the future do not know what to stir up a basket. We really don't know. Lin Xiaoyu saw that Shirley's face was a bit scary, so she hurriedly grabbed the first reply. John, you are stunned. All this will be, but also to lay brother as a little cute. Clueless, seeing Jiang Yu looking at himself with such unbelievable eyes, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly returned the color. Lin Xiaoyu, you didn't just lie too. Jiang Yu, I was helping Yi Feng in Zhang Jiayue. Lin Xiaoyu, it's a lie anyway. Go on. JYU. Ha ha ha. Against you too. It's starting again. Shirley was stunned. Shirley decided to record all the expressions that these two kids exchanged next time, and go back and study it himself to see how this is actually a communication method. General human eye contact basically only conveys relatively simple information, But look at these two kids, they're already both close to being able to write essays. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiuyue could only stop communicating. So the fake note wasn't made by you two? Shirley continued to ask after seeing the two men subside. No, Lin Xiuyue replied. Then how did you guys get out? Shirley asked. We went over the fence of the school wall. Lin Xiuyue continued. Such a high fence. You two just flipped over it? Shirley was stunned. That fence that surrounds the school is nearly 3 meters and has those spikes on it. And of course the spikes are immobile, just in case the students do get cut when they flip. The deterrent effect is much greater than the actual effect. This is also the reason why Qian Xin was scratched at that time when he flipped. Only scratched his arm with a mark. And his school uniform was not even broken. Maybe my two are more agile, Lin Xiuyue said with a bit of embarrassment. ITM. Shirley didn't even know what to say. This ing agility has done it all. Okay, even if you guys are flipped out, then you sue me. What are you guys so anxious? You need to flip out and find me. I don't give you a vacation slip? Shirley said through gritted teeth. Both put their heads down again at the same time. Say, what did you do out there? Shirley chided. Go out and eat grilled fish. Lin Xiuyue said weakly. Eat grilled fish? Shirley was so hard right now. He could clearly feel the two kids treating him like a cutie. Deception. But people also did eat grilled fish and got themselves bumped into. But this, a senior at a major high school, skipping class, going over the wall, going out for grilled fish. Why couldn't Shirley understand this sentence in any way? How good is that grilled fish TM? Chapter 155, Incompetent Class Teacher. Happy New Year's Day. Take a day off on New Year's Day and then add another shift. So it's still a chapter today. Doesn't that make sense? Shirley looked at the two of them, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiuyue, and still felt that something was wrong. Eat grilled fish. Eat grilled fish. After a few moments of careful thought. So is this considered skipping class and going out on a date for you guys? Shirley asked with a frown. Although there are no classes for the games, if you don't come to school without authorization, you will be treated as a truant. It's not a date. He didn't just throw my shoes away and then say he'd pay for them, but the one I had was more expensive and old, so I just said I'd let him treat me to a meal of grilled fish and forget about it. Lin Xiuyue explained. Hiss, that's a hell of a way to connect back. So hard to bear. Shirley felt that if he was cheated by these two children again, he would really become a little cute. It's a little cute, but, no, it's still not right. You weren't 4 at the time. How did Qian Xin and Guan Xin get out again? Don't tell me that they went out over the wall as well. Shirley then questioned. That we don't know. They said that they came out of school normally, and that the sports will not be released earlier than usual. Jiang Yu said. Bull asterisk. Shirley reprimanded. School wasn't over when I left. Ha, brother Lei, you retired early? Jiang Yu asked. ITM. Jiang Yu sentenced to Shirley gas gnashing teeth. This is the point? Maybe you just left and dismissed school early. Jiang Yu continued when he saw Shirley's face was not right. It's not unusual for sports to be dismissed early. By the time we arrived, you were all almost done eating, Shirley said with a sullen face. Brother Lei, you shouldn't be able to drive better than a cab driver, Jiang Yu explained. His hearing Jiang Yu say this, Shirley remembered that Zhao Hongyan's driving was a bit slow. No, it's still not right. I remember the two of you were sitting side by side at the time, and you said it wasn't a date. Shirley suddenly thought of what Zhao Hongyan had told herself at the time about a few people having problems with their seats. At first, it was me and Guan Xin sitting on one side and Jiang Yu and Qian Xin sitting across from each other. Then Qian Xin whispered to me that he wanted to sit on one side with Guan Xin. Then I switched with him, Lin Xiuyue explained. After all, I've liked it for so long, I probably won't be able to say 2 words in the future. So it's only human nature to want to share a table with someone to make up for the regret. And Guan Xin didn't reject it at that time. Jiang Yu added. This kind of thing, even if Shirley looks for Qian Xin to verify, there is no way. Qian Xin because he has made a guarantee. So no matter what, he certainly cannot admit it. Moreover, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiuyue were considered to have helped Qian Xin in any case, and it was not a big problem to slightly take him to block the knife. Hiss, that's all right. And looking at the way these two answered each other, it didn't look like they were making it up at all. It was like it was really happening. Shirley clasped his hands in front of him and thought carefully. No, it's still not right. Shirley still doesn't believe in evil today. These two little foxes have just a little trick up their sleeve that they can't catch. Didn't you guys buy a watch Macallat at 3 o'clock, and drink milk tea at 4 o'clock? Don't you still have a small ticket? Aren't you two at school? And the director of the teaching staff who took a shoe to smash it. So what about this small ticket of yours? Shirley then asked. People are at school and there are small bills, so one of those two things must be a lie. We took a shoe and smashed the director of instruction for fear of being caught and disciplined, and then we looked for people to buy things, so that they changed the time of the small ticket, trying to get an alibi. Jian Yu said. Ah. Shirley rubbed his head vigorously. Now Shirley was completely unable to tell which sentence of the two was true and which sentence was false. This ing alibi is all add up. How dare you get any more outrageous? Shirley felt that he didn't deserve to be the homeroom teacher for these two. He had to let Holmes come. No matter how outrageous this is, people can just give you a reasonable explanation anyway. No, it's still not right. Shirley always felt that he had left out a rather important part, but just couldn't think of anything for a while. This incident could very well be the key to these two kids lying. But what's going on? Eventually Shirley sighed as he looked at the two. Shirley has always believed in one sentence. The more incompetent the classroom teacher, the more he or she likes to contact the students' parents. But now Shirley had to admit that he was the incompetent class teacher. These two little foxes. He really couldn't handle them. Shirley let out a long breath afterward. You two have your parents come to my office in the afternoon activity class. Both parents. Shirley said. I'd like to see what kind of players these hidden tiger parents are. Before the parents' meeting. Although the parents of the two people Shirley has seen, but because the two children before quite good, did not commit a crime, or can be said to have committed a crime has not been caught, so Shirley did not have private contact with the parents of the two people. My dad isn't home. Lin Xiaoyu said. What about your mom? My mom's in. Then let your mom come, and let your dad come alone next time, Shirley said without a trace of anger. Jian Yu and Lin Xiaoyu didn't have any particularly good solutions when they saw Shirley say so. It can only be promised. The playground. Just as the two of them, Jian Yu and Lin Xiaoyu, were acting out a drama in the office, Class 15 was quickly caught up in the score, because the student who came on for Jian Yu couldn't defend Lu Zihong at all. The defense was torn right through a hole. Cui Yanhao also kept feeding the ball to Lu Zihong when he saw it. Once he phone goes to fill in the defense, Choi's side will leak again. Chen Xin watched dryly from the field. Third quarter field goal. I'll go on, Chen Xin said to Yifeng. No need. Lose it now. Not even if you lose. Why? There's no reason. I made the appointment for the match, and I'm the sports committee. Yifeng didn't have the slightest intention of giving in. When Jian Yu first left earlier, Yifeng switched Chen Xin back up to fight for a while, but Chen Xin was still moving a lot. After all, it's senior year and it doesn't even matter what the game is. What matters is that no one gets hurt. So Yifeng replaced Chen Xin again. As for why Yifeng didn't talk to Chen Xin about it, it was mainly because it's useless for you to talk about this kind of thing. After you finish, people's movements may be slightly restrained for a while, but once it comes to the critical time, in case the temper comes up, to a big one, that would be bad. So how could Yifeng not agree to let Chen Xin get in the ring again? The fourth quarter started quickly, although Yifeng fought with all his might, but with a very barely there foul shot from Choi, the match was officially called. Class 15 wins. The score was separated by 17 points, which is not saying much, slightly too much, but Choi couldn't be happier after winning the match. Cui Yanhao thought at first that it was because Class 14 had too much of an advantage, so he replaced both Jian Yu and Chen Xin to give the rest of the class more chances to perform, and in the meantime, let the two of them conserve their stamina, and then wait for the last quarter to come on the court to end the game. Who knew that neither of those two would be on the field by the end of the day? Chen Xin was at least there to watch, while Jian Yu had long since run off somewhere. So while Choi won, he feels like he didn't win again, and this basketball game is the last one before graduation. With such a critical time frame as senior year, there is basically no opportunity to play this very formal game. 1. I don't have the time, and 2. I'm afraid of getting hurt. Choi was deliberately provoking Yifeng at the time in order to get this match going, because Class 14 played Class 15 and basically didn't win much, either in tournaments or in casual play during the week, so much so that later on, these few from Class 14 were a bit embarrassed and even started to let off steam on purpose. It's worse to win with this kind of letdown than it is to lose. And Cui Yanhao back clearly feel their own class a few skills up. Normal fight can also win, but Ni 14 class a few still put water. It just messed with Choi a little bit. In order not to let Class 14 let off steam and take this competition seriously, Cui Yanhao also pretended not to reveal the news that the big guy from their class was coming back this Friday, and also purposely scheduled the competition a week later, just to let these few from Class 14 have enough training time. Only by defeating Class 14 in its heyday would Choi feel accomplished. This match Choi feels that Class 14 is still letting off steam this time. Messing with Choi just annoys me, but seeing that Yifeng was playing quite seriously, it wasn't like he was letting go. Originally, Cui Yanhao wanted to go to Yifeng and ask him about it, but Shanshan stopped him before he could. quickly praise me. He Shanshan looked at Chui Yonghao with a little arrogant face. Ha! Choi froze. Then he Shanshan told Chui Yonghao about threatening Lin Xiuyue. Actually, Jiang Yu and Lin Xiuyue were called away by Shirley, but he Shanshan didn't know and thought that her words threatening Lin Xiuyue had worked. Chui Yonghao's temper immediately flared at the sound of it. Chui Yonghao and the others started preparing for this match with Class 14 very early, basically practicing a little bit of coordination every day after school. Class 14 is all about individual ability, and that individual ability to play the whole game to the second half of the quarter, because of the physical decline will decline sharply, so the advantage of Class 15 will soon come to the fore later. Even if the score is behind, they are confident of recovering. But what's the difference between winning on this kind of off-the-cuff tactic and losing? Why are you doing this? Chui Yonghao gritted his teeth at He Shanshan. He Shanshan, who was full of joy waiting to be praised, froze when she looked at Chui Yonghao's expression. He Shanshan bit her lip with an aggrieved face and said, "Did I do something wrong? Why did you say that to Lin Xiuyu?" Chui Yonghao said as he pressed his fire. "Sandra Ho, I just want you to win. Choi, I don't need it. He Shanshan, you guys don't have a single chance with Jiang Yu on the field. Can't you see that? Choi, that's my business too. Sandra Ho, I just want to win with you, can't I? Choi, but does this kind of win make sense? In fact, it is not Chui Yonghao how. Some boys are more serious about some competitive projects, such as basketball or some MOBA games, do not want to be serious about their own seriousness when they are disturbed by other aspects. For example, you and others about the League of Legends 5v5 play match. How many plates before? Plate was opposite the explosion kill. Recently themselves and good brother paragraph level are up, ready to again about a snowformer shame. And you are the late lineup. The early small disadvantage behind can be turned back. The result is that your girlfriend, in order to let you win to the opposite side of the net line, unplugged. It's basically a boy wrapped in red. But a lot of girls really don't understand it. All she knows is that her boyfriend wants to win. So just win. So you never want me to enter your world, right? He Shanshan instantly had tears filling her eyes. The girl's tears were like a medicine that soothed the mania inside Choi. No, Shanshan, I don't mean that. Chui Yonghao suddenly panicked too when he saw He Shanshan like this. Then what do you mean? It's because you're heartbroken from watching me bully Lin Xiuyu, right? He Shanshan said as she held back her tears. Choi, Chapter 156, let's discuss something. Girls have brain circuits that guys can't really understand sometimes. Whatever comes up emotionally can be tied to the fact that you don't love me anymore. But also before, He Shanshan asked Chui Yonghao who was the best looking in their class besides himself. And Chui Yonghao said Lin Xiuyu at that time. This matter has always made He Shanshan uncomfortable in her heart. Since you're so heartbroken about people, go find her, and I wish you happiness. He Shanshan turned her head and left after saying that. Chui Yonghao hurriedly went after him and tried to pull He Shanshan's arm, but He Shanshan shrugged it off. Come out of the lab building. What to do now? Lin Xiuyu bit her lip and said to Jiang Yu, what can we do? Call the parents. Jiang Yu was also helpless. To be honest, it is also Shirley do not believe in evil. With two people pulled to now, to change the general teacher has long given two parents called over. But we have so many things. Lin Xiuyu didn't know what to say with this one. For the past 2 weeks, the two have practically treated Lei like a little cutie. So many things before and after. If Shirley knew what was going on, he would not be angry. And a lot of things are conflicting back and forth. For example, the teddy bear that Lin Xiuyu had confiscated was clearly bought by Lin Chang. When the time comes for a pair, it's all wrong. Not to mention Shirley, even the parents of the two could not lightly forgive the two. It's no longer a matter of lying. It's lies on lies on lies on lies into Russian nesting dolls. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. If he just called the parents over, it would indeed end up being a bit of a bad ending. So it still has to be planned. This way, let's go back to mom and dad all right in advance. Let's tell them things selectively. Let them explain to Lei. And then we both bet that what called dad and mom will simply say that it's an apology. Then you come to stay at my house and say that you stayed the night before and you slept with my mom. And then I'll give my parents a heads up as well so that they don't give your parents the slip. The matter of the director of instruction. Just explain to mom and dad that it's to help cover for Hefeng and Zhang Jiayue, but the school is strict in checking early love. So let them not talk to Lei. And then there's the school uniform thing. I've got a headache. If it's just a one-day stay the night before, then it doesn't hold up this morning when you messed up my pants and I wore your uniform pants to school because we're both staying at your house today. But your mom shouldn't know I'm in. It's easy to fool Shirley about this, but it's a little difficult to fool the parents as well, especially this school uniform thing. This way, you give your mom, try to talk less at that time. Try to let my mom explain to Lei. My mom talks fast. Maybe she will give Lei a detour and won't be able to notice this timing issue. Jiang Yu said. Good. Lin Xiuyu nodded. Now there is another biggest problem. Is that you then that break up? What the hell? make lay brother default we too have been. This will not be able to explain. Lay brother at that time will definitely have to talk to the parents about this matter. Then what to do? Lin Xiaoyu asked, biting her lip. Let me think. Jiang Yu pinched his forehead with his hand. Although Jiang Yu was relatively good at making up nonsense, the scale of this nonsense had clearly gone overboard. Right now Jiang Yu was also suffering from a bit of brain overload. At the time that things started with a video named after Lin Xiaoyu, the kind of thing you don't tell your parents well. And later on the two were not checking their cell phones at the time for a bet. One said he didn't check as a girlfriend and the other checked an 800-word confession and then rejected it in public. What do you tell the parents about this mess? And I don't know what parents' attitudes are toward early love, so you can't just default to the fact that the two of them have actually been together. Why don't we just say we're playing truth or dare? Lin Xiaoyu suggested. Do you think this kind of reason can fool your parents? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a helpless face. Then what? Hiss, or else let's go back and talk to Brother Lei again? Jiang Yu said. Ha? Still looking for Brother Lei to chat. Brother Lei is now. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to say that Brother Lei shouldn't treat us too very well right now. Go. Jiang Yu clenched his teeth, then returned. Lin Xiaoyu also hurriedly followed when she saw this. Lei had just locked the door of the conference room when he saw Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu returning again. What do you guys want? Lei looked at the two with a wary face. Brother Lei, discuss something. Jiang Yu smiled sardonically. Humph, now you know you're scared. It's too late. There's no point in calling your parents. I'm giving you a chance. If I can't see your parents in the activity class this afternoon, then you'll be waiting for my home visit. Lei warned. Even scarier than calling parents is a home visit. Usually home visits are in addition to comforting those students with special needs, and usually this is no small matter. So Lei made up his mind to call over the parents of the two. No matter what these two little foxes say, it won't change Lei's idea. No. Lei brother. I'm not this meaning. I mean, after all, we two are now the opposite door. Is that we two? The family actually disapprove of us now in love. If you know that we were like that before, but also not to make a fuss, you have to say that live far away even if it is now this neighbor. Is not it? Lei brother. Jiang Yu said with a difficult face. What the? Hearing Jiang Yu say this, it really gave Lei a hard time. If the two families had really gotten into a tizzy over talking about the two's early love, it would have caused those two kids' grades to drop. Wouldn't that be more than worth it? But this parent can't help but call. Now that you know you're afraid. What did you guys do earlier? Lei said with a frown. Then is it too late for us to realize that we are wrong? Jiang Yu asked cautiously. You guys first let your parents come over for the afternoon activity class, and we'll talk about the rest then. Lei didn't have a good mood. Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu then pretended that Lei had already agreed and hurriedly thanked him before leaving first. On the way back, the two of them writed a few more details to make sure everything was okay. Hey, that bucket you had at the time, what with the watering bucket blowing up? Was that made up off the top of your head as well? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiaoyu had wanted to ask before, but hadn't had the time to do so. You have to say a simple little lie. Jiang Yu open mouth. That Lin Xiaoyu is not at all surprised, but this kind of blah, long, beginning and end story, isn't it a bit too much if this too comes out of your mouth? Something about fermenting rice, something about watering the flowers, something about spraying it on the ceiling. That's something the average person wouldn't even think of, right? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoyu asking about this and laughed lightly before saying, didn't Zhang Jiayue tell you how she and he foam hooked up? Chapter 157, show me you're wearing white silk. Ha? Lin Xiaoyu froze for a moment. Then it's better to let Zhang Jiayue tell you herself sometime. Jiang Yu said. Why are you like this? What's wrong with you telling a story? Lin Xiaoyu said with a frown. Lin Xiaoyu this curiosity was instantly hooked by Jiang Yu, and as a result, the person did not speak. Lin Xiaoyu had actually asked Zhang Jiayue before, but Zhang Jiayue just said that he phone confessed to him and then they got together. Now it seems like these two have quite a story to tell. I'm not Zhong Wei. I'll tell you about my own business even if I have to. It's someone else's business after all. Jiang Yu said. I'll V you 50. It's not a matter of money. Jiang Yu said. Then what do you say to speak? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Let me think about it. Hey, how about this? I'll buy you a white silk. You put it on and give me a look and I'll tell you. Jiang Yu touched his chin and said. When Lin Xiaoyu wore her nightgown last night, Jiang Yu took a look. Well, more than a look. Lin Xiaoyu's legs are kind of nice and thin and straight. This leg shape feels huge in white silk. You're perverted, aren't you? Lin Xiaoyu was speechless. Why did this person get up all day thinking about looking at legs and wearing white silk? Where did he get so many perverted fetishes? If you think it won't work, just ask Zhang Jiayue yourself, and just to tell, I can only tell you half of it. Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders. Tell half of it? Do you dare to be a bit more rogue? Lin Xiaoyu was shocked. Make yourself wear white silk and then the story is still only half told. This story of his too. I can only tell you the part of Zhang Jiayue, the part of He Feng. If I tell you, by He Feng this kid knows. The bag flipped. Jiang Yu said. It's not like I'm going to tell them if you tell me. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, talking as if he's the kind of person who likes to spread gossip about people. No, otherwise, like this. I'll tell you half of the story, and you can wear one leg of the white silk. Jiang Yu said in a serious manner. Lin Xiaoyu, white silk on one leg, which is weirder than both legs alright. Can we change the terms? I'll treat you to dinner on the weekend. Lin Xiaoyu said. I can't, I have things to do on Saturday. Jiang Yu said. Saturday there is a class reunion. This group of people get together do not know to make a mess until when? At noon. If Jiang Yu to nap, do not really like to go out to eat. That's Sunday. No more homework on Sunday. Jiang Yu said breathlessly. You have classes during the day on Saturdays. You have a crazy night of fun after school. And you have to make up homework on Sundays until it's too late. I don't want to wear it. Lin Xiaoyu was so uncomfortable right now. She also wanted to know how her best friend was with her date. But if you ask Zhang Jiayue definitely won't say anything. But she really didn't want to wear white silk either. However, Lin Xiaoyu herself hadn't noticed that her attitude towards Jiang Yu seemed to have some new changes, probably caused by the series of things she experienced today. It's not like I'm asking you to wear it on the street. Just wear it in my bedroom at that time and give me a look. Jiang Yu said. Just had to see it. Right. Phew. Okay, I'll put it on. Lin Xiaoyu said indignantly. First things first, the white silk has to be worn close to the body. It has to be worn on the legs. You don't want to put it over my head or wear it through a pair of fall pants or something at that time. That doesn't count. Jiang Yu, in order to prevent Lin Xiaoyu from cheating, hurriedly started to explain the additional terms. Why are you like this? Lin Xiaoyu was really thinking that she would just put the white silk over her pajama pants and forget about it at that time. I'm just wondering why it takes so much effort to get you to wear a white silk. No, that stuff is disgusting. How is it disgusting? I'm just looking but not touching. Jiang Yu said. You still want to touch? Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. Was this something a human could say? May I? Hiss, don't you touch me. Jiang Yu grimaced. Jiang Yu, you're sick. Lin Xiaoyu was going crazy. She twisted him a bit and he had to say she touched him. Alright, are you wearing it or not? If you wear it I'll tell you the part about Zhang Jiayue. Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu indignantly. After looking at it for a long time, he finally squeezed a word out of his teeth. Where? You speak louder. I can't hear you. Turn around and you're playing tricks. Jiang Yu said. Where? Tough. Come. I'll tell you. Jiang Yu happily looked at Lin Xiaoyu. After that Jiang Yu opened his speech. That whole fermenting rice and then frying it on the ceiling thing was actually from Zhang Jiayue's middle school days. Zhang Jiayue's parents were not at home and asked Zhang Jiayue to help water the flowers. Then Zhang Jiayue made a mess, sprayed the ceiling everywhere, and blew up Zhang Jiayue himself all over the stinking water. Then it wasn't a short time at noon. Zhang Jiayue still had a rancid odor on her body even after washing for a noon. Anyway, I just don't know if I didn't wash anywhere or what. I can't even cover the smell of the shower gel. The human nose, after being in an environment for a long time, adapts itself. It was that Zhang Jiayue couldn't smell the rancid smell of her own body, but when others smelled it, the smell was actually still a bit strong. Then came to school in the afternoon. Everyone then came together to smell Zhang Jiayue. Just wondered what the flavor was. It's not the same smell if you're going to say you're ting your pants. It's kind of rancid. It's not pure odor yet. It's kind of like slop, but it's purer than slop. How do you describe it? It's like the kind of smell of a wet dungaree that's been sitting in a closed bathroom for a month. The flavor was rancid, yet thievingly pure. Then Wan Jiahao's mouth was cheap, so he insisted that it was Zhang Jiayue's body odor. A girl body odor, this kind of smell does make it a little difficult to bandage. To Zhang Jiayue almost cried in anger. But fortunately, Yu Shangwei and the girls came over later and chased away a few of Wan Jiahao's boys. Later at night when Zhang Jiayue and other parents came back, gave her a thorough cleaning, was splashed with stinky water on the set of school uniforms directly thrown away. And then the bed sheets and covers are also changed. Make sure Zhang Jiayue doesn't smell like anything. Actually, this thing is okay up to here. There was nothing else except for the few boys with Wan Jiahao who had a cheap mouth and called Zhang Jiayue flavor sister in private. But this He Feng kid, I don't know which one of his tendons got twitchy. Every day, he runs around people's Zhang Jiayue to sniff his nose. Just leave it there for a hard sniff. At first Zhang Jiayue hit He Feng twice, but this mess made the He Feng kid come on even more. Every time I inhaled hard around Zhang Jiayue, then my head lifted up, my eyes closed, and I had a jolt of energy, just like I had inhaled. To Zhang Jiayue's anger, at first it was once a day, Maybe then I felt that once a day was not too much and switched to every recess. Chapter 158, A Vat of Stale Pickles. The result was that all of a sudden, Zhang Jiayue was sucked really angry. Then He Feng, the boy, also saw Zhang Jiayue angry, and did not dare to suck again, so he sat beside people to coax them. Zhang Jiayue also ignored him. At that time, although the two did not get on, but Jiang Yu's gang basically play together all day long. The two usually relationship is also quite good. You get into this really is not too good. Then He Feng, in order to show his sincerity, he apologized again, bought drinks and snacks for people, and told them jokes. Anyway, you can coax it with your heart. At that time, there were also girls in the class who joked that they would give He Feng some money so that He Feng would give her the same set she had used on Zhang Jiayue for a day. You can see the level of care that went into it. Actually, Zhang Jiayue was no longer angry at that meeting, but it was indeed coaxed into comfort by He Feng. If he had forgiven He Feng, then it would certainly be impossible for people to continue coaxing so much. That's right, Zhang Jiayue used to be actually quite normal, but from now on, it's all about the work. Then He Feng, this everyday coaxing is not the same thing originally is to see that we usually play together good relationship. So coaxing, you haven't been able to do this for such a long time. Then He Feng must not be able to coax it either. It's not like the two of you are in a relationship. You're getting yourself into all this nonsense. Then He Feng saw that he was still not good after coaxing for so long, so he didn't bother with Zhang Jiayue, and Zhang Jiayue was being coaxed to be comfortable. But as a result, He Feng suddenly stopped coaxing, and all of a sudden, she was also anxious. Okay, Zhang Jiayue's part ends here. Jiang Yu said, that's the end of it. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yu with wide eyes. Jiang Yu, it's over. Lin Xiaoyu, it's that short? Jiang Yu, or what? Lin Xiaoyu, with this you have the nerve to trick me into wearing white silk. Jiang Yu, what do you mean by cheating? Do not listen to Lin Xiaoyu, no, you have to tell me the He Feng part too. Jiang Yu, hey, if you cheat again, I'll never play with you again. Lin Xiaoyu, Jiang Yu, why are you like this? What kind of story is told in half? Jiang Yu, didn't I tell you in advance that the story can only be told to you in half? Lin Xiaoyu, it's so meaningless. Jiang Yu, then you white silk wear or not? If you cheat I will not buy. Lin Xiaoyu, where? Jiang Yu, also, don't sell me out. If Zhang Jiayue knows I'm telling you this, she'll definitely have to clean me up later. Lin Xiaoyu, I know, it's boring. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, obviously very dissatisfied with Jiang Yu for only telling half of the story. That's all I can tell you about the story of the two before they got together. But there's a little tidbit after they got together. Jiang Yu said. What? Lin Xiaoyu asked. You are usually with Zhang Jiayue, can you smell Zhang Jiayue's body? Jiang Yu asked. Flavor? What flavor? Lin Xiaoyu asked somewhat strangely. Just that rancid odor. He Feng said he could always smell a phantom stench on Zhang Jiayue. Phantom stench? Lin Xiaoyu had heard of phantom pain, but it was the first time she had heard of phantom stench. He Feng said that when he was with Zhang Jiayue, he was always cold and stunk. Jiang Yu said. What do you mean? Cold and stinky? The corner of Lin Xiaoyu's mouth twitched, forcing herself not to laugh out loud. I am also very strange. At that time two people in a piece, He Feng can always smell a phantom odor, and then look for other girls to smell. The result is that everyone cannot smell. And then He Feng also thought that only the boys can smell, and then look for me and a few other boys to smell. And the result is that everyone who cannot smell, just He Feng this kid can smell. So that is why it is said to be a phantom odor. And He Feng went to the hospital to see the nose, and the doctor said that there is also no problems. Jiang Yu then narrated. This is too outrageous. Lin Xiaoyu didn't even know what to say. Who says it's not? At that time, wasn't Zhang Jiayue's body already odorless? But He Feng still came over and forced himself to smell it. He would have felt that Zhang Jiayue had a rancid smell on her body then. Just this phantom stench right now. Jiang Yu said. I'll smell it one day. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Before spending all day with Zhang Jiayue, Lin Xiaoyu really didn't seem to smell anything on Zhang Jiayue's body. Don't sniff blindly, so that people can see it again. Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyue also with He Feng at that time ran over to the hard smell. Turn around Zhang Jiayue can certainly react to someone to her previous things out. Nonsense. I'm not stupid. I can still let her find out. Lin Xiaoyu said in dissatisfaction. Hey, the next time you look at the expression on He Feng's face when the two of them are hugging each other. Jiang Yu suddenly said with a bad smile on his face. Ha! He Feng said that every time he hugged Zhang Jiayue, it was like hugging a jar of pickled and stinky sauerkraut. Jiang Yu forced himself not to laugh out loud. He Feng almost didn't give Jiang Yu a good laugh when he first told him. Later on, every time He Feng hugged Zhang Jiayue, Jiang Yu thought of these words and felt that He Feng was really hugging a jar of pickled and stinky sauerkraut. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but listen to what Jiang Yu said. Goddamn pickled stinky sauerkraut. No! How could he Feng say that about Jia Yue? Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiaoyu also knew that she shouldn't laugh, but sometimes it was true that she couldn't strain herself. It's fine if you have fun yourself, don't go around giving people nonsense. Jiang Yu smiled and admonished. Ha 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 ha, got it. It was also because He Feng could always smell a phantom stench on Zhang Jiayue's body that the faint fragrance of Tang Qian's body almost made He Feng lose his mind when he was with her at that time. Just think about it, your own girlfriend stinks every day, and then comes a beautiful woman smells good on her body, which gives who was not confused. Because of the long delay, by the time the two got back to their class, school was over. The two just walked home together, shoulder to shoulder. What if it's not concealed? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Although the two had gotten the details and whatnot right, it wasn't impossible to not be scared of something like this, even though Yi Feng's story just now had slightly eased the tension. When it really was time to arrive home right away, that tension came back at once. I don't know. I might get a beating. Will your parents beat you? Jiang Yu said. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. My parents only hit me when I was very young. Oftentimes, it's the unknown that's the scariest. Lin Chang and Wang Ting were still basically criticizing and educating Lin Xiaoyu, and they would almost never hit Lin Xiaoyu in general. The last time Lin Xiaoyu was beaten by her parents was in elementary school, and the only time Lin Xiaoyu was beaten by her parents, when it was a mixed doubles match between Lin Chang and Wang Ting, which directly gave Lin Xiaoyu a cry. However, Lin Xiaoyu did do something very excessive, and Wang Ting was trembling with anger when she found out at the time. Lin Xiaoyu had cried once that time since she could remember, except for not having a good exam to cry. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu was worried, Jiang Yu stretched out his hand. Palm up. Give me your hand. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated and put her hand up, 10 fingers clasped together. It'll be fine. Aha. The two exited the elevator. Jiang Yu was about to pull out his key to open the door. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. Jiang Yu, I'm scared, Lin Xiaoyu said with a slight sobbing tone. Chapter 159, are you sure? Jiang Yu turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoyu. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Jiang Yu walked to Lin Xiaoyu's front and opened his arms to take her into his embrace. Lin Xiaoyu didn't resist, and the two of them just embraced. Jiang Yu thought that Lin Xiaoyu was particularly scared because she hadn't been called as a parent for doing bad things, but actually, Lin Xiaoyu was called as a parent once in elementary school. It's the one where you get a mixed doubles beating from your parents. At that time, Lin Xiaoyu was called to her parents because she bullied a classmate. Then Lin Chang went and beat up even the class teacher with the two opposite sides, as well as Wang Ting and Lin Xiaoyu. It was also because of the small size of that child of the two families across the street. Otherwise I guess I would have had to beat him up in passing. At that time it was Lin Chang who stood with a sullen face and clenched fists. The homeroom teacher and the two men across the street were lying on the floor grunting. Wang Ting sat on the ground sniffling and howling. The kid from the house across the street got down on his knees and kept apologizing. Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and lowered her head because of the pain in her body from being hit, not daring to meet Lin Chang's eyes. This matter was particularly frightening every time Lin Xiaoyu thought about it. Now that she was being called a parent again, Lin Xiaoyu unconsciously remembered what happened in elementary school. That fear couldn't stop coming back. Hugging, though, more or less eased Lin Xiaoyu's inner fear a little, but Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu hadn't hugged each other for long when the elevator moved. The two men were so frightened that they let go of their hands in a hurry. No matter what happened, push it on me. Jiang Yu helped Lin Xiaoyu straighten her collar, then gently pounded Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder with his fist. That you. It's fine. I'm resistant to beatings. Jiang Yu smiled. Lin Xiaoyu went up to Jiang Yu and gave him another gentle hug before turning around to go home. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and consolidated the words she had said to Jiang Yu in her mind, then silently chanted in her heart. No tiptoeing, no tiptoeing, no tiptoeing. Then he pulled out his key and opened the door to his house. Mom, I'm back, Lin Xiaoyu said. Well, go wash your hands, Wang Ting said. Seeing that there were only 2 won on the table, Lin Xiaoyu asked, is my father still not back? Your dad should have just gotten on the plane at this moment. He can arrive at almost 2 o'clock. I'll pick him up then. You eat first, Wang Ting said. Good, Lin Xiaoyu answered and then went to wash her hands. After sitting down, both mother and daughter were worried. Lin Xiaoyu ate slowly, while Wang Ting didn't even move her chopsticks. Wang Ting looked at Lin Xiaoyu like this, and in her heart, she was even more certain that this girl was hiding something from herself. So, Autumn Moon, what were you doing on the 2nd floor this morning? Wang Ting asked. Lin Xiaoyu heart-shocked. He was thinking about those things with Jiang Yu before. He forgot that he was also hit by his own mother in the morning. It is an instinctive reaction for people to play dumb when dealing with unexpected events. Ha, I don't know. Girl, tell mom the truth. No matter what happened, mom promises not to scold you, Wang Ting said. I really don't know. I didn't realize it was the second floor until I got out and then I went down the stairs. Lin Xiaoyu said. Lin Xiaoyu felt like her heart was now racing. If her own mother knew that she slept with Jiang Yu at night and deliberately hid it from her in the morning, the consequences. Lin Xiaoyu's scalp was numb when she thought about it. Then after I entered the elevator, how come the button for the first floor didn't light up? Did I press it by mistake? Wang Ting then asked. Lin Xiaoyu was just about to reply probably, but then suddenly it occurred to him that since his own old mom was suspicious, how could he tell the answer? So, I remember I pressed first floor, Lin Xiaoyu said. Then is it that you forgot to press it? Wang Ting asked next. Maybe. Hey mom, why were you on the second floor? I saw that the elevator kept stopping at the 11th floor. I wasn't in a hurry to deliver the medicine to you. I was going to take the stairs, but when I got to the second floor I heard the elevator move, so I went to the second floor. Wang Ting explained. This way, Lin Xiaoyu responded as she ate from her bowl. Then after you entered the elevator didn't move. Didn't you notice? Wang Ting continued to ask. I remember as if the elevator moved as soon as I got in. Then I might have forgotten to press it. Lin Xiaoyu replied with forced composure. If the elevator does not move, you say that you forgot to press it does not make sense. Although it is also true that some people are really looking at the phone to read obsessively will be like this. But obviously Lin Xiaoyu cannot be so explained now. But if you didn't press the first floor, then why did the elevator move? Wang Ting then asked. I don't know mom, did you press the button outside the first floor so the elevator moved? Lin Xiaoyu continued. But I only pressed the button for the opposite elevator on the first floor. Wang Ting said. Then I don't know. Lin Xiaoyu was also gambling now, betting that Wang Ting must have pressed both elevators. Since they were in a hurry to deliver the medication, they couldn't have pressed just one elevator. Seeing that this part of the scam couldn't swindle Lin Xiaoyu, Wang Ting changed the topic again. I remember the elevator kept stopping at the 11th floor. Did you go to the 11th floor to take the elevator then? Wang Ting asked. Well, I don't know who it was that jammed the elevator door with 2 garbage bags, and it's really unethical. Lin Xiaoyu pretended to spit. I seem to remember that you were only carrying a bag of garbage in your hand. Wang Ting said. Well, that garbage bag from that elevator across the street. I saw that there was something sticky and gooey on the carrier, so I just kicked it to the elevator with my foot and left it alone again. Lin Xiaoyu explained. For a parent like Wang Ting, it's useless to pretend to be angry and try to muddle through, so you can only answer honestly to dispel her doubts. Then why was it your side of the elevator that came down first? Wang Ting then asked. It was then that Wang Ting saw her daughter first before she heard that elevator behind her open. If, as Lin Xiaoyu said, she kicked the opposite garbage bag in first, and then took this side of the elevator, then the opposite elevator should have come down first. I see that there is a man in the elevator across the street. It should have stopped midway to get on someone. Lin Xiaoyu explained. I see that the elevator doesn't seem to be stopping. When Wang Ting reached the second floor, she saw the elevator moving, and her own daughter's one was going to be slightly faster. So she stayed over here and waited. What floor do you see the elevator on when you get to the second floor? 9th floor. So maybe the tenants on the 10th or 9th floor went up midway. Lin Xiaoyu explained. Wang Ting thought about it carefully, and it seemed possible. Then did you press the elevator on the 12th floor? Wang Ting asked next. Pressed I also went down because I saw the elevator stop at the 11th floor. Otherwise what would I be doing on the 11th floor? Lin Xiaoyu explained. It sure doesn't make sense if you don't press 12 and just run to the 11th floor to get to the elevator. Then how come the elevator opened its doors once after I took it to the 12th floor? Wang Ting then asked. Because the arrow on the elevator was showing down at the time. So Lin Xiaoyu couldn't say that the elevator went up to the 12th floor first and then went down again. I was in a hurry and accidentally pressed on it. Then I didn't press down. Lin Xiaoyu explained. Because if you press both up and down, the elevator will open the door one more time, wasting time. And if Lin Xiaoyu had pressed up, Wang Ting would have come up in the elevator, and the elevator wouldn't have opened its doors twice. Doesn't a long press cancel it? Wang Ting asked next. The floor inside the elevator is fine. The one outside is not. Don't believe me? Go and try. Lin Xiaoyu explained. Then that elevator across from you is also pressed on? Wang Ting continued to ask. Right. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Because you didn't press it yourself. You can't press only one of the 2 elevators if you're in a hurry. Under normal circumstances, if one pressed the opposite elevator as well, then when Wang Ting came out, she should happen to see the elevator stopping on the 12th floor. And even if there were other people riding it, it should be near the 12th floor. Then why did I look at the opposite elevator when I got out of the elevator and saw that it stopped on the first floor? And both buttons on the opposite elevator didn't light up. So what the hell are you doing on the 11th floor in the middle of the morning? Wang Ting asked. Ha, I don't know. I just went to the 11th floor because I saw that the elevator wasn't coming up. Otherwise why would I go to the 11th floor? Lin Xiaoyu's calves were shaking slightly as she spoke. Very few kids can lie to their parents without being scared. And Lin Xiaoyue was also gambling now, betting that Wang Ting was just swindling herself, betting that she actually didn't even pay attention to how many floors the opposite elevator was actually on at that time, and also betting that someone on the floor above had pressed the elevator. So as long as one of the scenarios held true, she would be able to muddle through. But this time it was also considered lucky for Lin Xiaoyu, because neither of the two scenarios Lin Xiaoyue wanted happened. Rather, Zhang Yu had always played that kind of elevator hide-and-seek when he was a kid. In a hallway, someone is a ghost who catches people and runs. You can take the elevator. Then to fool the person who caught them, they would press a random floor after exiting the elevator. The point where this game is more exciting than regular hide-and-seek is, if you see a ghost standing in the doorway as soon as the elevator door opens, it's a tiresome feeling, and you get the adrenaline rush straight away. Then this morning, because it was too exciting, the kind of feeling that Zhang Yu had when he was a child playing hide-and-seek came up, so when he got out of the elevator, he pressed his 17th floor by hand. Wang Ting looked at Lin Xiaoyu thoughtfully. Seeing that Wang Ting didn't continue to ask, Lin Xiaoyu was also relieved in her heart. It seemed that she had won her bet. Mom, are there any other questions? Lin Xiaoyu asked. When she answered this series of questions from Wang Ting just now, Lin Xiaoyu felt like her heart was about to beat out of her chest. Xiaoyu, stop eating for now and stand up, Wang Ting said. Lin Xiaoyu probably knew what Wang Ting meant, and her heart hung in the air once again. Mentally, I kept chanting, you can't tiptoe, you can't tiptoe, you can't tiptoe. Then Wang Ting took out a set of keys and put them on the dining table. Whose key is this? Wang Ting asked. This string of keys was none other than Zhang Yu's. This is Zhang Yu's. Mom, where did you find it? Lin Xiaoyu asked. It's sitting on your desk. But, how did his key get to you? Wang Ting asked. When I went to his home problem before, I saw that this Rubik's Cube on his key was quite fun, so I took it and played with it, and then I probably didn't pay attention to it and loaded it back. Lin Xiaoyu forcefully explained. Are you sure? Wang Ting looked into Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, and Lin Xiaoyu reacted at this time. This morning Zhang Yu came back to find the key but found half a day. If it was placed on the table, there was no way Zhang Yu wouldn't be able to find it. This is actually something I found in your closet, Wang Ting said expressionlessly as she looked at Lin Xiaoyu. In this instant, Lin Xiaoyu felt a vicious chill spread all over her body. Even her breathing seemed to stop. Chapter 160 I'm so good. Oh, I remember. Lin Xiaoyu first ran back to the bedroom and made a few small jumps like jumping rope, then took Zhang Yu's set of pajamas out of the closet. Back at the restaurant, Lin Xiaoyu was about to reach for the key, but Wang Ting pressed it down before her. Mom, the day before yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. No, no, no. That is the day before yesterday. I remember is the day before yesterday morning. Zhang Yu is estimated to be sleepy. Wearing pajamas came out. The result is found in the pajama pockets are loaded with the key to the house on his side of the house. It can't go back to the house. His mother and his father also happen to be away that day. And then the school requires that you have to wear a school uniform. And I'll just take a set of my school uniforms to her. And this set of pajamas. I just threw it in the closet. And that key might have accidentally fallen out. Lin Xiaoyu explained. Lin Xiaoyu's first reaction after finishing the string was, I'm so good. Seriously, Lin Xiaoyu didn't even know how she made up this big string. Lin Xiaoyue was kind of admiring herself right now, but Lin Xiaoyue didn't know why her heart suddenly came to her. Blame Zhang Yu. A day up groove. Oneself all day with him also learned bad. Next time must talk to him properly. Do not get up a day of swearing. Xiaoyu, there's no need for you to make up stories with mom. You tell mom the truth. Wang Ting said. Although Lin Xiaoyue had told this story in a reasonable manner, Wang Ting still felt that something was wrong. Really? Why didn't I see this set of pajamas when I went to look in your closet? Wang Ting then asked. At that time, Wang Ting had a good rummage in Lin Xiaoyu's closet, and even managed to find the key that Zhang Yu hadn't even found, but she hadn't noticed that there was such a set of pajamas. Because this set of pajamas Lin Xiaoyu was then put into the compartment where she stored her underwear, and then covered it with her underwear. Then, after all, the kids were older, so Wang Ting usually didn't touch the pile. That's why it wasn't found. But now Lin Xiaoyu definitely couldn't say that. Then I don't know. Lin Xiaoyu shrugged her shoulders with a bashful expression. It made Wang Ting a bit skeptical. Could it really be that I wasn't paying attention? Wang Ting usually always loses her way too, so it's not really that confident. It's probably true that I wasn't paying attention at the time. Seeing Wang Ting looking at herself without saying anything, Lin Xiaoyu opened her mouth and continued. Mom, give me the keys first. I'll send him my pajamas with the keys. I still have to get my school uniform back. This guy too. I forgot and he didn't say anything to remind me. Didn't you just say that you accidentally packed the key back? Wang Ting continued to ask. I thought I accidentally put it back. At that time, after asking the question, he even sent a message asking me to come. Whether he took his key, I clearly remembered that I put it down after playing it, and he nonetheless said that I took it. It should be that he confused this string with the one he has now. Lin Xiaoyu explained. If you don't believe me, go with me to deliver it. You can ask her mom nicely then. Lin Xiaoyu was now gambling. Purely gambling that Wang Ting is too embarrassed to go over there with herself. However, this time it was really won by Lin Xiaoyu's bet, because before, Wang Ting didn't spill the beans about the bite, so she was a bit embarrassed to face Zhou Qing. So, last question. I've been skeptical for so half a day. Do you have no emotions at all? Wang Ting then asked. If the average kid was so skeptical, they'd be in a mood if there was really nothing going on. Who can be comfortable on being suspected? Mom, tell you something, don't be angry. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly revealed a somewhat pleasing expression. Well, go ahead. I've been called a parent. Ah. Wang Ting froze. Wang Ting thought that Lin Xiaoyu was finally ready to give an honest explanation. Who would have thought that she was calling her parents? The homeroom teacher asked you and my dad to come over during the afternoon activity class. Lin Xiaoyu said with some embarrassment. Because of what? This matter is a bit complicated. Why don't I send him the pajamas first? Or else I'll turn around and forget about it again. And wait for me to come back and talk to you slowly? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Well, you go ahead. Wang Ting was quite relieved to see Lin Xiaoyu say this. No wonder this girl has such a good attitude today. So it's because she committed a crime at school. Then Lin Xiaoyu took Jiang Yu's pajamas and keys, and went out the door. Outside the door, Lin Xiaoyu gave herself a good jump rope exercise before she could barely calm herself down. Don't look at Lin Xiaoyu's surface composure. But in fact, she was panicking inside. The heart was pounding and the heart rate was higher than when I ran 1,000 meters. Then Lin Xiaoyu knocked on the door of Jiang Yu's house. After the door opens, Lin Xiaoyu had thought that it would be Zhou Qing who would help open the door, so she had put her pajamas were behind her back. Results. Why did you run over here? Jiang Yu was shocked to see Lin Xiaoyu in his heart. Thought something was wrong again. Your pajamas. Where's my school uniform? Lin Xiaoyu handed her pajamas to Jiang Yu. I'll get it for you. Hey, forget it. You come to my bedroom first. Jiang Yu said and pulled Lin Xiaoyu into the bedroom. Jiang Yu's bedroom. Here. Jiang Yu handed Lin Xiaoyu's set of school uniform to her. After Lin Xiaoyu received the school uniform, she pulled out the key and slapped it onto Jiang Yu's desk. You key. *********. I told you I left it at your house. Jiang Yu was also relieved to see Lin Xiaoyu take the key out. Noon as Zhou Qing to Jiang Yu opened the door. Originally Jiang Yu was very sure that their keys fell in Lin Xiaoyu's home. But in the morning in Lin Xiaoyu's home this Emil to look for also did not find. Jiang Yu came back. In their own bedrooms and Emil to turn over. But also thought not to be lost it. You still have the nerve to say that I was almost killed by this string of keys of yours. Lin Xiaoyu still had palpitations when she thought about it now. What's going on? Jiang Yu froze for a moment. After that, Lin Xiaoyu roughly told Jiang Yu what had just happened. *********. Awesome. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel in admiration as well. Jiang Yu generally thought ahead, taking into account every possible scenario, but to deal with this kind of unexpected situation, it really wasn't necessary to have Lin Xiaoyu's quick reaction. However, Jiang Yu was also worried about how to explain this school uniform thing, and now Lin Xiaoyu had just filled this loophole, and Jiang Yu had dragged Lin Xiaoyu in, originally intending to talk about this matter, and now it was obvious that Lin Xiaoyu's reason for this was better, so he used this. After that the two men went over some details briefly. Lin Xiaoyu had just left Jiang Yu's room when she ran into Zhou Qing head-on. It gave Zhou Qing a direct shock. Zhou Qing would be cooking that day, and because the range hood had been ringing, she didn't hear Jiang Yu open the door. Autumn moon, Zhou Qing said as she looked at Lin Xiaoyu. Hello auntie, I've come to deliver something to Jiang Yu. Lin Xiaoyu said with a smile. Delivering something Zhou Qing heart also relieved. Although Zhou Qing also do not know Lin Xiaoyu to come is certainly not what he thought, but these 2-3 days in a piece, which gives which when the mother is not nervous, not to mention it's the girl from the opposite family. If something were to happen, it would be a big mess. Stay for a meal, Zhou Qing politely said. No, auntie, I've eaten, so I'll go first. Good, bye auntie. Back home. Why did you go for so long? Wang Ting asked to Lin Xiaoyu. A little chat, Lin Xiaoyu said and sat back in her seat in the restaurant. Lin Xiaoyu then began to give Wang Ting instructions on what to do when she went to meet her homeroom teacher in the afternoon. I'll pick the important ones first. Chapter 161, Your mom was naughtier than you when you were a child. The main then was Hifeng and Zhang Jiayue in that hug, I and Zhang Yu in the side peeping, and then the director of teaching suddenly came over, for fear that he too were caught. So Zhang Yu with my shoes to the director of teaching head smashed, but the class teacher still do not know Hifeng and Zhang Jiayue talk about love. So we were talking about we were playing to the director of teaching head smashed. You go also do not talk to the director of the class, said that he too in love, or else people's parents will certainly have to clean up the two of them. Things are pretty much these things. Mom, do you remember? Lin Xiaoyu said carefully as she looked at Wang Ting whose gaze was a bit dull. Wang Ting people were dumbfounded. Where did these two kids get so much? How can I remember so much? Wait for me to get a pen and write it down. Wang Ting said and got up. AI. Mom, no need. At that time Jiang Yu's parents will also go. If you can't cope with it, just try to let his mom say it, and you will just cooperate a little beside it. Lin Xiaoyu quickly said. Lin Xiaoyu, how dare she let Wang Ting write things down in notes, in case there was a loophole in what she said, and then Wang Ting found out later. His mom and dad are going too. Well, you can see if it's too late on my dad's end, and if it is, have my dad come over as well. Okay, I'll check the time. It's your activity class, isn't it? Right, the other side. Mom, wait a little. Wait for me for a minute, okay? Zhang Yu dodged Zhou Qing's pursuit around the dining table. Come on, I would like to see what else you have to say. Every day in school do not study properly. Net hold these moths. I see you just owe a beating, Zhou Qing said angrily. Just now, Zhang Yu also gave Zhou Qing the precautions in the afternoon. Gave Zhou Qing angry. How long has it been? So much, that day by day there is still a mind to study. If you don't have time to think about improving your broken English language, you're doing all this useless stuff. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, then rubbed his ass with his hand, then said, Mom, I'm ready. Zhou Qing's pupils instantly dilated as she looked at Zhang Yu. Zhou Qing thought that Zhang Yu was having something else to explain. Who would have thought that he was preparing for a beating? Come on, you've beaten and scolded, then you don't still have to go to someone's homeroom teacher in the afternoon. Zhang Ziyang pacified Zhou Qing, who was still a bit angry. When will you save me the trouble? Zhou Qing said angrily to Zhang Yu. Wasn't it an accident? Besides, Mom, I'm so big now, you can't beat me up like when I was a kid. Zhang Yu rubbed his buttocks and looked at Zhou Qing with a helpless face. So grown up? That's what such a grown up does. What's going on in your head all day? Alright, let my son go over the notes for the afternoon again. Don't turn around and give people the slip. Zhang Ziyang soothed. After that, Zhang Yu started talking. Alright, go to sleep, Zhou Qing said without a trace of anger. Mom, you mustn't give me the slip, Zhang Yu urged. Don't worry, your mom was naughtier than you when you were a kid, and it's more than enough to handle a homeroom teacher, Zhang Ziyang said cheerfully. Hey, Zhou Qing was instantly displeased when she heard this, although Zhang Yu was also curious about how naughty his mom was when she was a child, but his own but shouldn't be able to take a second beating, so Zhang Yu could only hold down his curiosity and go back to his room for a lunch break. Because Shirley is letting both sides of the parent activity class over, so Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaoyu went to school first. Lin Chang came back originally intending to take a break. As a result, Wang Ting told him this thing about being called as a parent, giving Lin Chang a blank stare. He thought Wang Ting was making up stories for himself. How am I supposed to remember that about you? Xiaoyu said that the two of us should just cooperate with the two opposite sides when the time comes, and that you should just say less when the time comes anyway, Wang Ting admonished. Okay, in itself, Lin Chang was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. Also, you can't get your hands on someone's homeroom teacher this time, Wang Ting continued to exhort. No, it's not over. Then there's something wrong with me, punching someone's homeroom teacher for good reason. Lin Chang was speechless as soon as he heard Wang Ting mention this. Okay, anyway, whatever happens, you control your temper. Come on, when the time comes for you guys to nag, I'll close my eyes and shut them, Lin Chang said breathlessly. Alright, you hurry up and pack up. Let's go early. Wang Ting shined a slap on Lin Chang's stomach. What's the point of going so early? It's not even 3 o'clock. Early to go does not appear to be our good attitude. Besides, today our girl is not right. I always feel that she has something to hide from the two of us. The two of us first went to ask, or wait for the opposite side of the two couples to arrive. I am afraid that there are words classroom teacher embarrassed to say. Wang Ting said, that classroom teacher of the others might have a class in the afternoon. Where is our daughter's math class in the afternoon? You don't even know our daughter's class schedule. How can you be a father? Wang Ting said in dissatisfaction. Now the standard for being a father is so high that you have to memorize your child's school schedule in advance. Lin Chang was also speechless. Lin Chang felt that his wife is purely fed. A day this also want to control. That also want to control. Similar to their own. A few more days of starvation will be honest. Hey, This everyday eat less than the rabbit. This how is not thin Do you think parents are like we used to be? They just give birth and leave them there. Gee, you're good. So may I ask, does the class next door have math in the afternoon? The next class? Nonsense. People's homeroom teachers lead 2 classes by themselves. Our daughter doesn't have a math class in the afternoon. What about the other class? Lin Chang asked. This, even if there is no, that other teachers do not have other work. Oh, you go, to accompany you, parents are like you, that other teachers do not do anything, or a suit dry reception forget it, people let when to go. Okay, I'm going to squint for a while, call me when it's time. Lin Chang had just laid down not long before Wang Ting pushed him awake. Wake up, it's time. What time is this? Lin Chang got up in a daze. By the time you're done packing, it's almost done. Lin Chang looked at the time and sighed before getting up to clean up. When it was almost done, the two went out. Originally, Lin Chan wanted to call up the 2 people across the street. After all, the 2 kids were called parents together, but Wang Ting wanted to go first and ask Lin Xiaoyu about her situation alone, so she pulled Lin Chang to go first. When parents enter the school during non-parent teacher conferences on the 2nd grade side, they need to provide their student's class and name, and then register with their ID information to enter. There is no need for the classroom teacher to come out and collect people. Wang Ting led Lin Chang and directly found Shirley's office. If Lin Chang had come by himself, then he would probably have to go around for half a day. Hey, Mr. Shirley, we're Lin Xiaoyu's parents, Wang Ting said with a smile after pushing the door in. Chapter 162, I didn't mean to beat you. Shirley froze for a moment and looked at the time. The 2nd period class hadn't ended yet, coming over so early. It's not an active class until after 2nd period. Shirley thought about it for a while. It is not good to let people come over so early and let them sit there and wait. So, Sister Yen, when Jiangyu's parents come over in a while, call me. I'll take Lin Xiaoyu as parents over to the experimental building first. Shirley settled down. This would keep Lin Xiaoyu's parents from waiting. And on the other hand, it would also keep Zhao Hongyan from running over to eavesdrop. Either that or the woman's love of eating melons. She had to follow her own footsteps in the front. Okay, Zhao Hongyan replied. In the conference room of the laboratory building, because the 2 kids had too many things to talk about in the office. That's why Shirley brought the 2 of them over here. Sit. Feel free to sit, Shirley said and took tea leaves from the cabinet next to him. Then found a few disposable paper cups and put some tea leaves into each cup. Then poured a few bottles of mineral water into the boiling kettle and boiled the water on. Because Shirley had planned to bring both parents over, he had prepared all these things in advance. Mr. Shirley, have a seat. Don't bother, Wang Ting said in a hurry. It's fine, the water has to boil for a while, Shirley said and sat down on that single sofa next to Wang Ting. Then Shirley first nagged the 2 of them about their family. Basically, he asked about Lin Xiaoyu's situation at home and then complimented Lin Xiaoyu's performance at school. Some of those students have cranky parents, and if you say something directly about the child's problem, then the child will surely have to turn around and get a beating from the parents, and then the child won't even have to hate you. So the scolding must be preceded by a compliment. Not a moment too soon. Teacher, what kind of trouble did our family Xiaoyu get into? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask, because the more Shirley nagged her about this kind of family business, the bigger she felt the matter was. It's like one of those moves where the more powerful the move, the longer the forward swing. The water is ready. Shirley got up to bring the kettle over. Mr. Shirley, let me do it, Wang Ting said and tried to take the kettle over. No, you guys just sit down. Shirley brewed tea for the 2. This made Wang Ting even more nervous. Then Shirley looked at the time. In this case, Lin Xiaoyu's parents. Jiangyu's parents are estimated to be able to come over again in a while. So let's talk about Lin Xiaoyu first, Shirley said. Good, Wang Ting responded. Then let's start talking about the small ones first. That is, have you guys usually found out that this child Lin Xiaoyu is slightly violent? Shirley asked. At that time, Shirley was able to see Lin Xiaoyu writing on Jiangyu to whack. You a girl should not be like this anymore. Hey, you're right. This dead girl this point with her father. You do not know. Her father as a child to beat the principal. To the principal pressed on the ground to beat. The security guards cannot even pull away. And finally did not finish junior high school was opened by the school. As soon as Wang Ting heard Shirley chattering about this, she immediately came to her senses. Hey, can you have a door on your mouth? Why do you say everything outwardly? Lin Chang looked at Wang Ting with a look of disgust, but there was a reason why Lin Chang beat up the principal at that time. It's not like people are asking about it. Mr. Shirley, Wang Ting said in dissatisfaction. Shirley stared at the 2 for half a day not knowing what to say after this. This is the father of the young are beating the principal. or on the ground to beat. You say that this daughter with a shoe to throw a director of education does not seem to be a big deal. Shirley reorganized his language and then continued to ask. This child, Lin Qiuyue, is usually quite well behaved. Has she ever been called by a teacher before? Shirley originally also wanted to learn about Lin Qiuyue's previous situation so that he could plan the scale of the next conversation. Results. How not called. This dead girl as a child can be bad. Bullying classmates. And then the homeroom teacher called me too and the opposite side of the two mouths over. We can trust this girl at that time. Who thought that this girl pretending to be innocent? Full of lies. The results of the opposite side of the two mouths speak also difficult to listen to. The homeroom teacher is also toward the opposite side. On him. Wang Ting patted Lin Chang's belly. Not out of 10 rounds. Even the class teacher with the opposite side of the two mouths all knocked down. Shirley. No, Mr. Shirley. It's not that I want to hit you. The main thing is that homeroom teacher doesn't explain the situation properly either. Inexplicably towards the opposite side of the room. And then my family's mouth that would be a little bit grumpy. And then I didn't hold it back. And now I won't just do it with anyone. Wang Ting continued. Can you let the other teacher talk? What are you talking about here? Lin Chang was speechless. Chatting about kids. Why do you keep involving us too? Every time I say this you are not happy. Teacher, you do not know. Just him, at that time, in the name of beating his daughter. Shine my eyes to give me a whack. I was sitting on the ground. The sky spinning. The eyes are golden stars. Wang Ting said and gestured with her hands. Hey, it's not over. How many times have I told you? It was a misadventure. I was there to beat up my daughter. And you had to get in my way. You clearly did it on purpose. At that time that fist shone in my eyes. You are using the name of beating your daughter to take personal revenge. What do you think in your heart? Don't think I don't know. Wang Ting glared at Lin Chang. At that time, after Wang Ting went back, the two of them broke up this matter for a long time. Wang Ting said that Lin Chang was intentional, but Lin Chang certainly could not admit it. Anyway, it became a muddled account. Every now and then you have to take it out to quarrel. In fact, at that time, Wang Ting was afraid of Lin Chang hands to Lin Qiuyue hit bad. Just Lin Chang hit the opposite side of the two mouths. Wang Ting are looking at it. The child is so small, which can be met with Lin Chang's fists, but after all, to give the opposite side of the account, so they will take the first step to fight. Then Lin Chang see Wang Ting that posture, also afraid to give Lin Qiuyue hit bad. Their own although big and thick, but before after all, is outside to mix. This kind of thing is quite experienced. That underhand have a light weight, but Wang Ting did not how to hit people, do not know where to hit, which in case of hitting not the right place, that is, the force is small is also easy to give a person to hit the bad, so it doesn't want Wang Ting to fight. As soon as Wang Ting saw that Lin Chang was going to grab it from her, she became even more anxious and used her body to vaguely block Lin Qiuyue. As a result, Lin Qiuyue was made to cry by Wang Ting. In fact, if you want to say that it hurts, it's just that, it's mainly because of the fear. Who wasn't afraid of this when I was a kid? When Lin Qiuyue cried, Lin Chang became even more anxious. Lin Chang had wanted to use his fist on Wang Ting's forehead, but as a result, Wang Ting dodged, and as a result, he received a solid punch in the eye, and directly sat on the ground with a gold star in his eye. Then Lin Qiuyue saw her dad punching her mom and drying the ground, that crying even more. Wang Ting thought Lin Qiuyue had been given something by Lin Chang. She tried to stand up and stop it, but since she couldn't stand up at all with her own bleary eyes, she could only howl anxiously after it. But this kind of thing, Lin Chang certainly do not dare to admit. This if you admit the future do not want to have a quiet day. If you admit it, you can see, but in the future, if there is a little bit of conflict, Wang Ting does not take this out to say, then the sun can come out of the west. But even if it's a misstep, Wang Ting sometimes has to take it out and say it once. Who took a personal vendetta? I said I'll fight first, and you'll fight after I'm done, and you just had to steal it from me. Lin Chang said breathlessly. Wang Ting, hey, why should my daughter let you hit her first? Besides, you're a big man. You're not very gentle, so you'll break my daughter. Lin Chang, oh, my own daughter. I'll be dead hand to the bad hit. That is not originally our daughter's fault. We have to pretend to the opposite side to see it. Wang Ting, now you want to get up and show it to the opposite side. The two opposite sides are lying on the ground and can't even stand up. Who are you showing it to? Lin Chang, then at least the attitude must have it. Make our family as if there is no family education. Just know to protect the calf. No, I'll interrupt. We're here today. We're still talking about the child. Shirley was also sweating profusely now. There's no telling where this could have gone if the two had continued. But now Shirley is glad that he brought the current Lin Qiuyue. According to the words of these two families, if he had brought the Lin Qiuyue of his childhood, He would have had to be beaten up at a high and low level. Just this Lin Chang is 5 big and 3 thick. Maybe he is not as resistant to beating as those two. Right. Talking about the child. Far from it. Wang Ting responded. Now that he was being messed up by Wang Ting, Shirley didn't know where to continue. Seeing that Shirley didn't say anything for half a day. Hey, teacher, you drink tea. Wang Ting handed the teacup to Shirley. Yes, coming here is like coming to your own home, Lin Chang added. It was only after saying this that the two families felt a little out of place, as if they were the guests. Chapter 163, Is there a normal person? No, teacher, don't be nervous, say what you have to say. I promise he won't make a move. Wang Ting thought that Shirley didn't dare to continue because he was afraid that Lin Chang would suddenly make a move. Shirley also smacked his lips when he heard it. What's the use of your guarantee when your family is so anxious that they'll beat you up too? Before Shirley also felt that Lin Xiaoyue how this girl is also so rowdy. Now it seems that on this genetic inheritance, that does not beat the principle even if it is quiet. Shirley hesitated for half a day, then continued. The kid Lin Xiaoyue is pretty good at sports. There's a problem with that too? Wang Ting didn't understand what Shirley meant by that. Generally there is no problem. It is her. Put the door does not go from the school fence to go out to flip. This is too dangerous. Not to mention the little girl to engage in this kind of thing. The impact is good or not. That fence or spikes. In case of scratching it, Shirley said. Teacher, you're kind of right. It's all her father's fault. Wang Ting said. Shirley people are confused. How can this also blame his father? Is it possible that the genes of the wall also inherited? Besides, if you look at her father's size, it's more or less difficult to climb over the wall. Look at Shirley face puzzled. Wang Ting then explained, you do not know. Her grandfather is practicing martial arts. Sent over on vacation when she was a child. Her grandfather that is what all to her teaching. This dead girl every day to fly over the wall. To meet her high wall. Dabbing a bit on the way up. I look at it all scared. Shirley. Before Shirley listened to Lin Xiaoyue come to a quick hand. Directly to his anger and joy. Also thought that she is nonsense. What reason can be made up? Now look. But also really TM is a quick hand. Who's a decent girl who flies through walls every day? Shirley pondered for half a day. Just when Shirley wanted to continue saying something. Lin Chang, hoo. Shirley. This. Asleep. Wang Ting watched Lin Chang snore and shone a slap on his stomach. And then Lin Chang stood up with a jolt. Okay. Let's go then. Lin Chang said to Wang Ting in a daze. Shirley now has a little regret to call the two over. It's not purely torturing himself. Can you even fall asleep? It's also true that Lin Chang is not to blame. I was supposed to be socializing until midnight yesterday and have been tossing around contracts this morning. Caught a plane at noon and didn't get much rest when I got back. Wang Ting isn't telling Lin Chang to talk less. Then Lin Chang watched Wang Ting chatting with Shirley, and then closed his eyes to rest. And then he fell asleep without paying attention. Can you be reliable? You haven't even started yet. Wang Ting pulled Lin Chang down with one hand. Jiang Yu's parents haven't even come yet, and you're in a hurry to leave. Sorry, I didn't rest well yesterday. Wang Ting said shyly to Shirley. Shirley is also straight smacking his lips. That is a night without a good rest. It is not so a little bit cannot adhere to it. Originally, Shirley still wanted to chat about Lin Xiaoyue sleeping in class, but now at a glance. Well, there is no need to chat about it. It's all in the genes. It's really a good and bad genetics thing. Just then, Jiao Hongyan called. Shirley then knew that Jiang Yu's parents should have arrived. Lin Xiaoyu's parents. You guys sit down first. I'll go pick up Jiang Yu's parents. Good. Wang Ting said. Originally, Jiang Yu's parents and Lin Xiaoyu's parents were thinking similarly, both wanting to arrive a little early to appear to have a good attitude. After all, the child is in trouble at school. As it turned out, who would have thought that Lin Xiaoyue's parents would come even earlier? Shirley brought Jiang Yu's parents to the conference room as well. After a few casual pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. What about today's visit? In fact, there is no big deal. It is a simple exchange of the child's recent situation. The two children are also quite good. You do not get anxious and angry. Not to mention the hands of the people. Hands on the man? Zhou Chang wondered why Shirley suddenly came with such a sentence. It's whether Jiang Yu and Lin Xiaoyue have told you about what they might want to talk about when they come over today. Shirley asked. Briefly, Zhou Qing said. Right. Wang Ting said. That's good. Shirley squeezed his hand. The main reason is that what these two kids did is really outrageous. And Shirley felt that if he said it outright, the parents wouldn't necessarily believe it. That means you guys know about these two kids throwing their shoes at the dean of instruction too, right? I know. Zhou Qing said. Right. Wang Ting said. Then do you guys have any ideas? Shirley asked. At that time to me angry I directly take a broom and give this brat a beating. Zhou Qing said. Seeing Zhou Qing say that, Wang Ting quickly agreed. I went back and gave this dead girl a beating too, with the mop. Although Wang Ting didn't beat up Lin Xiaoyu, but thinking that Lin Xiaoyu didn't say that she cooperated with these two people across the street, so Wang Ting said that she also gave Lin Xiaoyu a beating. Shirley immediately felt a hint of a big head. How's this for all the masters of the 1-2 punch? Teacher, you don't know. This kid has a belly full of bad water. And then when things go wrong he's the first to run. You just say throw shoes. You throw your own right. What are you doing throwing someone else's Qiueyus? Turn around and someone else's Qiueyu gets caught. He's fine. How can he do that? Ah, right. Ah, not right. Shirley was almost wrapped around Zhou Qing. No, 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 no. We mean that whose shoes can't be thrown at the director of instruction. Right. You're in your senior year of high school, not to mention the other things. It's not a good look to get caught and get a disciplinary action, right? And Shirley seemed to understand a little bit why Jiang Yu was able to talk with his mouth full. Kids, it's normal to be naughty, Lin Chang said. Shirley, it's more than poking around a bit. However, Shirley thought again. Compared to when you were young and played the principal, that is indeed just a little bit of a massing. Make a mistake to make a mistake. Do the wrong thing to admit punishment is nothing to say, is to hear that people autumn moon that shoes are quite expensive. Stone teacher, can you look to give help to get back? Jiang Ziyang said. Shirley. Lin Chang said. Yes, TSK, I didn't even think of it. You look at this class teacher. And responsible, but also the ability to speak in front of the school leaders. That is, the two children encountered such a class teacher. If the other class teacher, we are now estimated to have to sit in the principal's office. Jiang Ziyang said. Shirley. Now Shirley sort of knew. These two kids can't be blamed for what they're doing. Just look at these four parents. Are any of them sane? To say that to cope with two children, Shirley has 2 big heads, then now Shirley has to have 8 big heads. No, 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 let's talk more about children today. Shirley hurriedly interrupted. Yes, 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 talk about children, talk about children. Zhou Qing echoed. Parents, do you have any idea if these two kids have been coming and going a little too closely lately? Shirley said. Chapter 164, Leibu battles the 4 heroes. Because before Jian Yu was not to Shirley said, they now live in the family door to door. If they know that their early love will certainly have to make a fuss, so Shirley also did not dare to directly say that the two early love. But these two can't be in this state without talking to their parents. That's why Shirley could only try to put this matter as euphemistically as possible. It's not moving just happened to live across the street it. Show you have not know the question to come to our home to ask Jiang Yu. By the way, also help Jiang Yu tutorial English. To me and my family this mouth is still happy, is afraid of delaying people Chiu Yu own learning time. Zhou Qing explained. No. Your family Jiang Yu math is so good. Chiu Yu said that some of that question is better than the class teacher. Wang Ting finished before realizing that Shirley is the one who teaches math, and hastily added, Teacher, not that you speak badly. Look at Wang Ting not knowing what to look for to make up. Jiang Ziyang spoke up. The other teacher, Mr. Sure, has to take care of the whole class when he speaks. He has to make sure that everyone understands. And that kid, Jiang Yu, has a more sinister way of thinking about problems, a lot of which is speculative. So you're sure to hear it fresh once in a while, but to really improve your score, you'll still have to follow the other teacher's example and tamp down your fundamentals. So, Wang Ting nodded cooperatively. Shirley froze after listening to the person. What did he just say to say? Seeing that Shirley didn't say anything for half a day, Wang Ting picked up Shirley's teacup. Teacher, you drink tea. Ah. Shirley took the teacup and took a sip, then suddenly reacted and put the teacup down again in a hurry. No, I'm not talking about the study thing. Shirley didn't even know what to say with this now. You suspect that these two are in early love? Ah, that's even more impossible. People Chiu Yu is so pretty and good at studying. Can she look at our family's mixed up boy? Impossible. Definitely impossible. Zhou Qing waved her hand and said, Shirley didn't believe it at first, but it was the truth. And it's not just about looking, it's about being fascinated. Sister, how can you say that about your family Jiang Yu? That falling in love isn't just about appearance and studies. If I just look at appearance and studies, can I look at this? Wang Ting said, patting Lin Chang's stomach. And then where is our family Chiu Yu? Lin Chang was speechless for a while as he listened, directly closing his eyes. You are not looking at the appearance of learning. You are not looking for money? No, it's not early love. It's just that there are regulations on the school side. It's that boys and girls who come and go too closely will be given disciplinary action. Even if the two are just on better terms, they still need to pay a little more attention in school. Shirley explained. If I say second middle school this school rules, On this the most bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What heterosexual intercourse too close? That is not pure bull asterisk 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 it. Oh, people little boys and girls on the ordinary relationship is better. It can't be. It's nonetheless a love affair. Wang Ting had been punished by the school for early love before, so she was particularly angry when she talked about it. So you are in favor of early love? Shirley was practically speechless. If that kid doesn't know any better, does that adult not know any better? Ordinary relations are better. Where are so many ordinary relations? 9 out of 10 caught are not wronged. If it wasn't for Jiang Yu saying that he was afraid that the two families would make a scene, now Shirley would want to directly say that these two children had already talked. Now that senior year is such a critical time, it's all about fighting for your future. And holding yourself back for the rest of your life because of your children's love is more than worth it. There is no absolute right or wrong in this kind of thing, because the perspective is different. Standing in Wang Ting's perspective, as a woman is definitely still more important for family happiness. Plus, Wang Ting had never gone out to work, had been a full-time wife, and had never experienced the poisonous beatings of society, so she still imagined a lot of things in a more idealized way. I'm not saying that I support, but I'm also not against. That youth should have a youthful look, who is not just young ones. If you come across as sincere like, just because you have to study, and then give up, later think of regret for a lifetime. Wang Ting said, thinking about that first love of yours again. Lin Chang didn't hold back his interjection. What do you mean I'm thinking of my first love again? Get it straight. Wang Ting was instantly displeased. Lin Chang shut his eyes and didn't talk. I could have talked to 7 before I met you. What about you? Asking you, what about you? Wang Ting shined another slap on Lin Chang's stomach. For some reason, Shirley suddenly felt like going home. Although the words are the same language, but I do not know why Shirley feels a bit unable to understand the words of these two people. What do you mean just talked about 7? And by the looks of it, the man is even more outrageous. It is also thanks to you two this gene did not give on the genetic, otherwise their class is not a mess. This whole class of boys do not study, just around Lin Shouyue turn it. And Shirley didn't know why he suddenly had a very strange idea. If these 4 parents had been in one class at one school when they were young, the classroom teacher would have to be crazy. The one who beats up the principal, the one who falls madly in love, the one who is full of, and the one who catches everyone with an egg. Each one of them is very skilled. We came today or first talk about the children. Your business. You turn back home, behind closed doors to say, people sure teacher one person with 2 classes. Usually how busy. We do not delay people's time. Jiang Ziyong persuaded. After Jiang Ziyong finished speaking, Wang Ting and Lin Chang stopped talking. Mr. Sure, you continue, Zhou Qing said. Shirley was having a hard time right now. What else did he say? How else could he say it? Shirley thought for half a day. In fact, what I said before is secondary. The main thing is that these 2 children are always lying now. Full of lies. I can't tell which sentence is true and which sentence is false now. They are using their minds on dealing with me this day by day. How else can they have the heart to study? Shirley said. Although Shirley didn't know exactly what lies the two had told themselves, but with his intuition, Shirley felt that what the 2 children had told themselves was definitely not what it appeared to be. Lying? Zhou Qing pretended to freeze for a moment. Then Shirley took out the teddy bear that Lin Xiuyu had confiscated in the beginning. Lin Xiuyu's parents. Do you have any impression of this? When Lin Xiuyu wore it on the key? Shirley asked. Isn't this what you bought for her last year? Wang Ting glanced at Lin Chang before turning to Shirley and asking, is the school even allowed to bring this kind of pendant? Shirley. No, wait, you bought it for her? Shirley man was a bit confused. This is not what Jiang Yu bought for Lin Xiuyu. The 2 of them at that time because of this bear also tore half a day. How did this become Lin Chang to buy again? What the hell is going on here? Yes. Lin Chang nodded his head as he looked at the small teddy bear that Shirley had placed on the coffee table. Parents, this matter might be more serious than you think. Shirley suddenly sat up straight. If it was all lies from this place, Shirley didn't even dare to think about how many lies these 2 had told. Wouldn't that be a lie upon a lie? Purely for yourself as a cutie. What a lie.